In his previous life, Guang Hao abandoned AI Xiaofang, only to be schemed against by his vicious fiancée after returning to the city. Not only did his parents die tragically, but he himself ended up alone and died in solitude. Heaven granted him a second chance, reborn with the full memories of 70 years. Guang Hao discovered that the skills he had learned in his past life had, due to this rebirth, evolved to the pinnacle of perfection. Armed with peerless hunting skills, Guang Hao turned the thousand-acre Ghost Head Mountain into his personal hunting ground. Ghost Head Mountainous would later become the nation's largest ecological conservation base. Home to over 1,000 species of rare animals, tens of thousands of rare plants, and countless precious medicinal herbs. Yet now, they were all Guang Hao's prey. Chapter 1. Just don't leave. I'll give you anything you want. Guang Hao, don't leave me. If you just stay, I'll give you anything you want. If you want meat, I'll slaughter the old hen at home for you. If you want a bicycle, I'll sell everything we own to buy it. If you want a radio, I'll borrow money from my brothers. Guang Hao, I'm begging you, please don't go. I'll give you anything, just don't leave. The voice grew closer, pulling Guang Hao from his daze as he blinked his eyes open. Give you anything you want? What kind of desperate, groveling plea is this? Doesn't she know the old saying? The desperate dog gets nothing in the end. Girl, such humility won't keep a man. His vision gradually cleared, and Guang Hao finally saw the face of the desperate dog girl. A clean, oval face, large, dark eyes, hair black and shiny, braided into two thick pigtails. She looked exactly like AI Xiaofang, the woman Guang Hao loved most. Not only was the girl beautiful, but her figure was excellent too. Even in a deep blue, 70s-style work uniform, her full curves couldn't be hidden. She looks like Xiaofang, and her figure is just like hers too, especially that deadly slender waist. Guang Hao grew more and more excited as he looked, until finally it hit him. It's not just like her, it is her. This was AI Xiaofang, his beloved who had died over 50 years ago. Guang Hao looked around in disbelief. The aged, traditional roof beams, the crude walls of mud mixed with bamboo strips, and the three-legged square table the most vivid memory of all. He finally snapped back to reality. He had been reborn into the 1970s, back to the time when he was a sent-down youth working in the countryside. Right now, AI Xiaofang was still desperately begging him to stay, even kneeling before him to keep him. Guang Hao, you're my everything. If you leave, I don't know how I'll go on. I'm begging you, please don't leave me. I'll be even more obedient from now on. I'll work hard on all the housework and field work. I'll work hard to make money and give you a good life. I'll take 2 jobs, or even 3 if I have to. I will work hard. I will make you live a good life. Confirming he was truly reborn, Guang Hao could no longer control his emotions. He pulled AI Xiaofang tightly into his arms and passionately kissed away the tears on her face. I'm not leaving. I'll never leave again. I'll stay by your side, always by your side. Xiaofang, I'm so sorry. I failed you. I'll treat you well from now on. Don't worry. I'll make you the happiest woman in the world. Guang Hao was part of the last batch of sent-down youths sent to support rural construction. Sent-down youths were a hallmark of the 1970s, when the state sent urban youth to work in the countryside to develop rural areas. But Guang Hao had been spoiled since childhood and couldn't endure the hardships of rural life. With no way to return to the city, his days in Xiaofang village were miserable. Fortunately, he met AI Xiaofang at that time. She was the village beauty, just like the Xiaofang in Li Chunhua's song. There's a village girl named Xiaofang, beautiful and kind, with beautiful big eyes and thick, long braids. From the moment he saw AI Xiaofang, Guang Hao launched a relentless pursuit. One was an urban intellectual, the other a beautiful local girl who had never left Xiaofang village. Guang Hao won AI Xiaofang's heart in just a week, followed by marriage and starting a family. After marriage, Guang Hao finally began to live a good life in Xiaofang village. Because AI Xiaofang wasn't just beautiful, she was incredibly capable. Whether it was housework or earning work points in the production brigade, she excelled. Guang Hao, who detested farm labor, simply stayed home and lived like a lord. Guang Hao didn't spend a single cent to marry AI Xiaofang. And after marriage, AI Xiaofang literally kept him as a pampered husband at home. This made the villagers of Xiaofang village envious to the point of resentment, and they scolded AI Xiaofang countless times, openly and behind her back. But AI Xiaofang loved Guang Hao to her core. Whenever villagers criticized him, she didn't think Guang Hao was wrong at all. Instead, she turned fierce like a little tiger. Anyone who dared say a bad word about Guang Hao would face her wrath. If things had continued this way, Guang Hao might have settled down peacefully with AI Xiaofang in Xiaofang village. But a year after Guang Hao was sent down, his father finally pulled strings and secured Guang Hao a spot to return to the city. Faced with the glittering city life on one side and the backbreaking rural life on the other, Guang Hao didn't hesitate. He directly abandoned AI Xiaofang and returned to the city. In fact, Guang Hao had been cautious, never officially registered their marriage. Now, leaving directly, AI Xiaofang was powerless against him. Back in the city, Guang Hao not only lived the life he craved, but through his parents' introduction, he met Lin Wei, a city girl who was infinitely more fashionable than AI Xiaofang. Guang Hao seemed to completely forget AI Xiaofang. Less than 3 months after meeting Lin Wei, he married her again. However, the moment he received the marriage certificate, Guang Hao's nightmare began. AI Xiaofang loved Guang Hao for who he was, but Lin Wei loved Guang Hao's family wealth. After becoming Guang Hao's wife, Lin Wei constantly demanded money from him. At her peak, she spent over 1,000 yuan in a single month. In the 1970s, a worker's monthly salary was only 36 yuan. Spending over 1,000 yuan a month, even Guang Hao's family felt the pain. Guang Hao scolded Lin Wei countless times, but she showed no restraint, continuing to spend extravagantly. Guang Hao's father had no choice but to cut off Guang Hao and Lin Wei's living allowance, giving them only the bare minimum for survival. Lin Wei, of course, refused to accept this. She caused endless chaos at home, turning the entire Guang household into a living hell. Only then did Guang Hao remember AI Xiaofang's virtues, and the idea of divorcing Lin Wei and remarrying AI Xiaofang arose. But when this thought accidentally reached Lin Wei's ears, she suddenly stopped her tantrums. Guang Hao thought Lin Wei had reformed, but he had no idea she was plotting something big. Lin Wei, scheming to seize the Guang family's fortune, reported and framed Guang Hao's father for corruption and bribery. In the 1970s, during the planned economy era, corruption and bribery were absolute capital crimes. Guang Hao's father was executed immediately because of this. Guang Hao and his mother were implicated and sentenced to lifelong imprisonment. Unable to bear such humiliation, Guang Hao's mother chose to die in prison to prove her innocence, leaving Guang Hao utterly alone. Both parents dead, family fortune confiscated, and facing a lifetime behind bars. It was only then that Guang Hao had a sudden awakening. The only one who truly cared for him was AI Xiaofang, that foolish village girl from Xiaofang village. His happiest life had been the days after marrying AI Xiaofang. But now, realizing this was too late, he would spend his life in prison, never to see Xiaofang again. At Guang Hao's moment of deepest despair, AI Xiaofang's 5 brothers appeared before him. Corruption was a grave crime. After the incident, none of the Guang family's relatives dared to help. In the end, it was AI Xiaofang's 5 brothers who worked tirelessly for Guang Hao's case. They gathered evidence non-stop, contacted higher authorities, and after a full 5 years of effort, finally overturned the case. Guang Hao was released, and immediately after his release, Guang Hao's first priority was to find AI Xiaofang. The 5 years in prison had finally made him realize that the one he truly loved most was that village beauty, the girl who had loved him with her whole heart. But his 5 brothers beat him severely and revealed the truth. It turned out AI Xiaofang had died of heartbreak half a year after Guang Hao left. And it was a double tragedy. She was pregnant, already 6 months along. AI Xiaofang had struggled to live for the sake of her child. But without Guang Hao, she was like a fish out of water. Every night, she cried herself to sleep, lost her appetite, and was slowly tortured to death. Seeing their sister in such a pitiful state, her 5 brothers wished they could tear Guang Hao apart. Yet AI Xiaofang's dying wish was for them to take good care of Guang Hao. Because of AI Xiaofang's final words, her 5 brothers spared no effort, working for 5 full years to save Guang Hao. Otherwise, given Guang Hao's actions, even if he had been executed on the spot, her brothers would have only applauded. Hearing this news, Guang Hao felt the sky collapse. The events of his past life flashed through Guang Hao's mind like a film, the pain and regret as vivid as if they had just happened a second ago. He subconsciously held AI Xiaofang even tighter. Heaven has shown mercy, giving this damned bastard a chance to be reborn. Xiaofang, my beloved Xiaofang, I will spend this life desperately making you happy. Really? Guang Hao, you really won't leave? Lying in Guang Hao's arms, AI Xiaofang opened her big eyes, still unable to believe it. Seeing his wife's innocent expression, Guang Hao thought he must have had his head smashed by a door to abandon her in his past life. My wife is 10,000 times more beautiful than that Lin Wei. I was truly blind in my past life. I won't leave, truly won't leave. I'll stay by your side for life. Saying this, to reassure AI Xiaofang even more, Guang Hao directly kissed his wife's delicate lips. 70 years apart, Kissing AI Xiaofang again, Guang Hao felt so happy he could melt. AI Xiaofang, seeing Guang Hao so proactive, felt shy, but still opened her teeth and Ruqing Ly responded. As long as Guang Hao wouldn't leave, as long as he could stay, she would willingly do anything. Just as the couple's kiss grew more intense, and Guang Hao's hand had just slipped under AI Xiaofang's blouse, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from outside the door. Damn it! Is that bastard Guang Hao trying to run again? I'll tie him up right now. He married my sister without spending a single cent, then did nothing after marriage. Frankly, he's just a Livian son-in-law. Dares to run? I'll break his damn legs. As he spoke, there was a loud bang. The flimsy wooden door was kicked open, and a dark-faced, burly man stormed in, holding a rope. At that very moment, Guang Hao's hand was inside AI Xiaofang's clothes. Chapter 2. I'm not leaving. I'm giving up my city return qualification. His first intimate moment with his wife after being reborn, caught red-handed by his brother-in-law. Even though Guang Hao had lived 2 lifetimes and had an incredibly thick skin, he still felt his face flush with embarrassment. He quietly pulled his hand out from under AI Xiaofang's clothes, but accidentally touched something he shouldn't have, causing AI Xiaofang to let out a soft moan. The dark-faced brother-in-law's face turned even darker. You damn brat. What are you squatting there for? Get up right now. The village chief told me the city return quota has come through. You got a spot. You're planning to abandon my sister and run back to the city alone. Is that true? Fortunately, AI Xiaofang had her back to her brother, AI Guohua, so he couldn't see Guang Hao's little actions from his angle. Otherwise, if he saw Guang Hao about to leave, still taking advantage of his sister, AI Guohua would have chopped off Guang Hao's hand. Yes, brother-in-law. Guang Hao stood up and admitted it. You dare admit it. Don't you remember? You didn't spend a single cent to marry my sister, then did nothing in the fields after marriage. Now that you can return to the city, you just want to papai figu, literally, pat your butt and leave? Do you think it's that easy? I'll tie you up right now and see if you dare run. Saying this, AI Guohua directly lunged at Guang Hao with the rope, truly intending to tie him up. Seeing her brother about to tie up her husband, AI Xiaofang wouldn't stand for it. She spread her arms like a mother hen protecting her chick, her big eyes glaring angrily at her own brother. Don't tie him up. Brother, move aside. What? This guy's trying to run. If I don't tie him, will you let him just walk away? Didn't you cherish this bastard to death? Won't you miss him if he leaves? AI Guohua was tall and burly, a full head taller than AI Xiaofang. But in front of his own sister, he couldn't raise his voice. There was no way around it. AI family truly doted on their youngest daughter, loving her deeply. I miss him, but I also can't bear to see you tying him up. AI Xiaofang said pitifully. Seeing his sister in such a pathetic state, AI Guohua could only angrily throw the rope to the ground. This and that, you can't bear it. Fine, fine, fine. When this bastard runs away, don't come crying to me. I won't run. I'll never leave in this life. I'll stay with Xiaofang forever. Brother-in-law, you can rest assured. Guang Hao stepped forward firmly, tightly gripping AI Xiaofang's hand. This action startled both AI Xiaofang and AI Guohua. You bastard. Cough. Damn brat, are you serious? Hearing that he wouldn't leave, AI Guohua's tone instantly changed. Absolutely true. If you're not convinced, I can go to the village chief right now and tell him. I'm giving up my city return qualification. I'm staying in Xiaofang village, spending my life with Xiaofang. Guang Hao said seriously. Hearing this, both AI Xiaofang and AI Guohua's eyes lit up, especially AI Guohua, who grabbed Guang Hao's shoulders tightly. Good lad, those are your words. I didn't force you. Come on, let's go to the village chief now. Let's go. To reassure AI Xiaofang and AI Guohua, Guang Hao accompanied them to the village chief. In front of the village chief, Guang Hao reiterated that he wouldn't return to the city and asked him to give the spot to another sent-down youth. The village chief looked at him, chuckling. Ah, Guang Hao, you've finally seen sense. Marrying Xiaofang is your 8 lifetimes of good fortune. With such a good wife, you should be secretly rejoicing. What's the point of going back to the city? The city can't compare to the comfort of our Xiaofang village. Voluntarily giving up the city return spot, AI Xiaofang and AI Guohua now truly felt at ease. AI Xiaofang, who had been crying just moments ago, now had a face blooming with joy. As she walked, she hugged Guang Hao's arm, her pink eyes brimming with happiness. Just by promising to stay in Xiaofang village, I can make AI Xiaofang this happy. How painful must she have been after I left in my past life? Guang Hao couldn't help but quietly grab AI Xiaofang's small hand, their fingers tightly interlaced. Xiaofang, don't worry. No matter what happens, I'll never leave you. Guang Hao, you're so good. Such a simple, ordinary vow made AI Xiaofang feel as sweet as if she'd fallen into a jar of honey. Watching his younger sister and brother-in-law shamelessly display their affection in front of him, the dark-faced AI Guohua stroked his bristly chin. This kid was so eager to return to the city before, but now he's acting so obedient. I need to keep a close eye on this kid. He's probably faking it, aiming to make me and my sister let our guard down so he can escape. I absolutely can't let him succeed. The three returned home. Before they even reached the door, AI Xiaofang ran into her best friend, Li Lu. Li Lu had come specifically to call AI Xiaofang to work. In the 1970s, during the planned economy era, household contracting hadn't been implemented yet, so the production team model was used. A production team meant dividing the village's people into several teams, each responsible for the village's production tasks. The land and other assets belonged to the production team. The harvest went to the team's name, and team members exchanged their earned work points for grain. Every household had to contribute otherwise. Insufficient points meant not enough grain, leading to hunger that month. In AI Xiaofang's household, Guang Hao couldn't do farm work, so all the points were earned by AI Xiaofang. Women naturally earned fewer points, so she couldn't afford a single day of rest, working every day. Right now, although she wanted to stay home, she had to go to work with Li Lu. Otherwise, their points wouldn't be enough, and they'd have no food. Sis, don't worry about going to work. I've earned enough points this month and can rest for a few days. I'll stay home and watch over your husband. I won't let this little brat run away. Brothers and sisters share a heart. Seeing AI Xiaofang hesitate, AI Guohua knew she was worried Guang Hao might run while she was at work. Don't worry, I won't run. I said I wouldn't leave, so I won't. Don't you have faith in your husband? Guang Hao gently pinched AI Xiaofang's small hand. With the double guarantee from her brother and husband, AI Xiaofang finally felt reassured and went to work. But before leaving, she glared and warned. Brother, you absolutely can't bully or yell at Guang Hao at home. If you make him unhappy, I'll be angry. Seeing his sister so serious, AI Guohua felt like kicking Guang Hao twice. Damn it, what kind of love potion did this bastard give my sister? She loves him her core. Not only does she do all the dirty, hard work for him, but she defends him fiercely. If Guang Hao hadn't tried to run today, AI Guohua wouldn't even have the chance to yell at him. Under normal circumstances, even raising his voice a little would make his sister unhappy. It was truly exasperating. AI Xiaofang went to work with Li Lu, while Guang Hao returned home with AI Guohua. Back home, AI Guohua wasn't so polite anymore. He grabbed Guang Hao by the collar like a chick and shoved him into a room. Then he dragged a long bench and blocked the door. You bastard, don't think of any tricks. I'll guard you every day these few days. See how you run. To be honest, as a man, I truly look down on you. You eat my sister's food, use her things, and still dream of returning to the city. If it weren't for my sister stopping me, I'd have broken your damn legs long ago. I'm telling you, don't play any tricks. Really piss me off, and I'll smash you into a cripple. See how you run then. After threatening Guang Hao, AI Guohua lay down on a long bench like a Buddha, clearly preventing Guang Hao from leaving the room. Guang Hao stood inside the room, his face full of bitter smiles. Brother-in-law, I've finally gotten a rebirth opportunity. You don't just break my legs. Even if you put a mountain of gold in front of me right now, I wouldn't leave. A good wife like Xiaofang, I must have had unimaginable luck to deserve marrying her. No matter what happens in the future, I'll never leave her, and I'll make her the happiest woman in the world. However, Guang Hao looked around. The house was so poor, even a mouse couldn't find a bite to eat, far from anything resembling happiness. He had to do something. Chapter 3. On Ghost Head Mountain, there are indeed spirits. Xiaofang village is undeniably impoverished. Not only is it remote and mountainous, but the very soil is comprised of stone. A single strike of the hoe reveals nothing but rock. Consequently, the yield of crops here is dismally low, and every household must tighten its belt to survive. AI Xiaofang and Guang Hao live in similar straits, subsisting daily on a porridge of wild vegetables accompanied by 2 large steamed buns. The wild vegetable porridge is concocted from seasonal greens mixed with some rice bran, tasting scarcely better than swine fodder. Guang Hao's fervent desire to return to the city stems from his utter distaste for such wretched fare. In truth, Guang Hao's situation is somewhat fortunate. He consumes only 1 meal of wild vegetable porridge each day, while AI Xiaofang graciously offers him her large white buns. She endures 3 meals daily of nothing but porridge. The thought of gnawing on a bun while complaining about its toughness, knowing his wife must settle for porridge with a forced smile, makes Guang Hao want to slap himself. How could he have been so brutish as to lose someone as devoted as AI Xiaofang? No, having been granted this second chance at life, he must ensure that his wife does not endure such meager rations, especially now that she is pregnant and in need of nourishment. He must venture forth to procure better food for her. Knock, knock, knock. Guang Hao rapped on the door. Brother-in-law, let me out. I have something to discuss with you. Huh? You think you can sweet-talk me? I am not your little sister and will not fall for your tricks. Now, do be a good lad and keep quiet in there. If you annoy me, I might just give you a proper thrashing, AI Guohua retorted with a cold snort, not only refusing to open the door, but also pressing it more firmly shut. Brother-in-law, I need to step out for a moment. You can't expect me to relieve myself in here, Guang Hao pleaded. Damn it, you're always full of complaints, AI Guohua grumbled. Hurry up and go, but make it quick. Reluctantly, AI Guohua moved the stool aside to allow Guang Hao to exit. Once outside, Guang Hao hurried to the latrine, and afterwards, he took a seat on the bench beside AI Guohua. Brother-in-law, I wish to step out for a bit, Guang Hao began, but before he could finish, AI Guohua's expression darkened. With a firm grip, he seized Guang Hao by the collar, his voice laced with fury. I knew you had no good intentions. If I weren't worried about my sister's feelings, I would have kicked you out long ago. Do you think the AI family holds you in high regard? My sister is renowned for her beauty throughout the countryside, with suitors lining up at our doorstep. For someone as wonderful as her to marry you. Only for you to constantly contemplate escape. Don't provoke my anger, or I might just beat you. With that, AI Guohua raised his fist, as large as a clay pot, ready to act if Guang Hao dared to defy him. In his previous life, Guang Hao would have quaked in fear at the sight of AI Guohua's formidable fist. Each of AI Xiaofang's 5 brothers was a force to be reckoned with the eldest, AI Guohua, being the most simple-hearted and strongest among them. He wielded his sickle with great ferocity, carrying several hundred pounds of grain for miles. With a single punch, he could render someone like Guang Hao, who possessed a frail scholar's physique, utterly unconscious. Yet, in the face of AI Guohua's fist, this incarnation of Guang Hao remained utterly still. Brother-in-law, I do not intend to flee. I merely wish to procure some food for Xiaofang. You have seen our family situation. We can only subsist on wild vegetable porridge for every meal. Xiaofang goes to work each day, and these meager rations offer no nourishment. Thus, I plan to venture to Ghost Head Mountain to gather some game to supplement her diet. Guang Hao's words momentarily stunned the enraged AI Guohua, who hesitantly lowered his fist, gazing at him in disbelief. Do you truly wish to go out and bring back some game for my sister's nourishment? Indeed, if you have any reservations, you may accompany me, Guang Hao replied. Seeing Guang Hao's willingness to let him join, AI Guohua felt a flicker of trust. Could this lad truly have changed? He had previously approached the village chief to relinquish his quota and now was inviting him along. Very well, if you desire my company, I shall permit you to go. But wait, where did you say you wish to gather game? Suddenly, a thought struck AI Guohua, and his eyes widened in alarm. Ghost Head Mountain? That mountain is teeming with game, and it remains undeveloped. We could easily find an abundance of food. Xiaofang village could be described as a place of impoverished land and harsh waters, where little could prosper due to its dire geographical conditions. However, hidden within the village lay a tremendous treasure, Ghost Head Mountain. This vast expanse, spanning over 1,000 acres, was home to countless rare wild animals, such as the Sika deer, red panda, golden monkey, and forest deer, as well as thousands of unique plants, including ginseng, reishi mushrooms, dragon's blood trees, and ironclad dendrobium. It was a veritable pearl concealed within the unassuming Xiaofang village, and when its riches were eventually discovered, the world would be left speechless by the mountain's bounty. Every single species of animal was a protected one, and each plant was invaluable. Within less than half a month of the mountain's development, both Xiaofang village and Ghost Head Mountain were designated as a top-tier natural ecological reserve across the entire Long Nation. Upon his release from prison in his previous life, Guang Hao remained in Xiaofang village to honor AI Xiaofang. Ultimately, he even chose to become a forest ranger on Ghost Head Mountain, making him intimately familiar with its resources. In the 1970s, the concepts of protected areas and rare flora and fauna were virtually non-existent. Therefore, leveraging the resources of Ghost Head Mountain, Guang Hao could effortlessly elevate AI Xiaofang's standard of living. Thus, upon witnessing his family's destitution, his first thought was to seek provisions from Ghost Head Mountain. You must be mad. You actually wish to venture to Ghost Head Mountain. Upon hearing the name, AI Guohua reacted as if he had seen a ghost. He abruptly pulled Guang Hao into a room, cautiously assessing the mountain's location. After a moment, he turned to him, his demeanor filled with trepidation. "You insolent brat. You are not one of us from Xiaofang village. Thus you remain oblivious to the terrors of Ghost Head Mountain. On that mountain, there are not only wild wolves and tigers, but also ghosts. Legend has it that Ghost Head Mountain is the sacred ground of the Emperor of Fengdu. If one inadvertently ascends that mountain, they may find themselves summoned to the underworld in the blink of an eye. Listen well, young man, in all of Xiaofang village. You may roam wherever you please, but steer clear of Ghost Head Mountain. Otherwise, should you perish upon its slopes, no one would dare to retrieve your remains." Ai Guohua, who fears neither heaven nor earth, quakes at the mere mention of Ghost Head Mountain. At that moment, Guang Hao recalled a significant detail. It was no wonder that Ghost Head Mountain remained undeveloped until the 1990s, for previously, the villagers were so famished that they resorted to gnawing on tree bark and dared not approach the mountain. Otherwise, with the resources on Ghost Head Mountain, Xiaofang village would surely not be in such dire straits. It turns out that some fool had propagated this feudal superstition, instilling fear in everyone and preventing them from venturing into the mountain. In his previous life, Guang Hao had served as a forest ranger on Ghost Head Mountain for several decades, and thus he was intimately familiar with its conditions. Yes, tigers and wild wolves did exist, but they resided deep within the mountain, rarely venturing out. Ghost Head Mountain comprises 3 distinct regions, vast and sprawling. As for ghosts, they are but a myth. There is not even a shadow of one. Cousin, all these supernatural tales are mere fabrications. There are no ghosts on Ghost Head Mountain. Guang Hao attempted to elucidate, but was abruptly silenced by a sharp slap from Ai Guohua. "You know nothing." Previously, the scoundrel from Wang Lauter's family wandered near the mountain's base and returned with a fever that lasted half a month. Now he is a fool. This is the consequence of offending the Emperor of Fengdu, leading to his soul being claimed by the messengers of the afterlife. If you seek death, I shall not stop you, but if you perish, your little sister will surely weep inconsolably. So, behave yourself while I am here. Do not even think of approaching Ghost Head Mountain." Having said this, Ai Guohua flexed his biceps and glared fiercely at Guang Hao to assert his authority. In modern times, most people have little belief in such superstitions, and some even challenge them. However, in the rural areas of the 1970s, especially for illiterate individuals like Ai Guohua, such beliefs were deeply ingrained. Guang Hao found it futile to persuade his cousin and could only let out a deep sigh. "If you prohibit me from going to Ghost Head Mountain, then surely I may visit the Mingjiang River at the village's edge." At last, Ai Guohua nodded in agreement. "The Mingjiang River is acceptable, but what do you intend to do there? Swim? The water has risen recently, and the river is quite deep now. Be cautious if you decide to swim, lest you drown." Guang Hao waved his hand dismissively. "I am not a child. I have no desire to swim aimlessly. I intend to catch fish in the river." "What? Catch fish in the Mingjiang River? You must be jesting. You will be the laughingstock of everyone." Chapter 4. The cage is heavily laden. Surely there is treasure. Though Xiaofang village is impoverished, it possesses undeniable beauty. The lush, verdant Ghost Head Mountain and the surging Mingjiang River, complemented by the neatly terraced fields, resemble a picturesque landscape crafted by the hand of Gu Kaiji. Guang Hao and his brother-in-law arrived at the banks of the Mingjiang River, once again witnessing its primal beauty. Guang Hao could only marvel at its grandeur and splendor. The Mingjiang River, a principal tributary of the Yangtze, meanders through the entire Bashu region, with surging waters that are breathtaking. The river stretches several hundred meters wide, with its deepest points exceeding dozens of meters. This river teems with an abundance of fish. After the end of the planned economy and the onset of reform, the fishing industry flourished, and the Mingjiang became dotted with fishing boats. However, at present, the populace is engrossed in the production tasks of their collective teams, leaving little time for fishing. Moreover, the harsh reality is that many are impoverished, unable to afford even a boat, let alone nets for fishing. "Let me tell you, dozens have drowned in the Mingjiang," one remarked, "and even the shallowest shoals are several meters deep, making it impossible to catch fish." He suggested, "If you truly wish to fish, we should venture to the nearby Wang, where a small river's waters barely reach the ankles, making it a more reliable spot for fishing." Ai Guohua crossed his arms, wholly skeptical that fish could be caught in the Mingjiang. The river was too deep and fierce. A single wave could sweep a person away, rendering any attempt to fish laughable. In response to Ai Guohua's doubts, Guang Hao merely smiled. "Who said I intend to fish?" he replied confidently. With that, he produced a curved knife from behind and began to hack at the bamboo grove by the riverside. He felled several bamboo stalks and skillfully sliced them into strips. The turbulent waters of the Mingjiang made fishing a farce unless one employed a net. Yet, during this period of planned economy, outside of the supply and marketing cooperatives, acquiring such items was nearly impossible. Nets were not considered necessities and were not sold at the cooperatives, leaving the community to lament the river's abundant fish. However, Guang Hao was undeterred. Upon returning to Xiaofang village in his previous life, he had lived a solitary existence, and the village had been designated a protected area, complicating the flow of goods. Thus, Guang Hao had taken it upon himself to experiment with various crafts. Carpentry, trap setting, and crafting fish traps became second nature to him. And now, he was engaged in making a fish trap. Though reborn, the memories of his past life remained vivid. The skills he had acquired were not forgotten. In fact, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his craftsmanship had significantly improved. For instance, where he once spent 2 to 3 hours making a fish trap, he could now complete one in just half an hour. Not only had his speed increased, but the quality of his traps had also risen dramatically. It appeared that his rebirth came with an enhancement of skills. All the abilities he had mastered in his previous life had been strengthened. If his fish trap weaving skill had been at a master level before, now he had transcended that mastery, reaching the pinnacle of this craft. If one were to categorize his skill, it would be at the zenith of perfection. This discovery filled Guang Hao with uncontainable joy. In his previous life, he had endured decades of solitary existence, often immersing himself in various handicrafts. Due to limited resources, he had also acquired a modicum of hunting skills. The art of weaving fish traps had reached an extraordinary level. What of his other skills? Particularly his hunting prowess, if it too had ascended to such heights. A venture to Ghost Head Mountain would surely yield remarkable results. The plethora of rare animals and plants there was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Even a novice like him would reap rewards. If he truly attained mastery, providing a better life for Xiaofang would be within arm's reach. With this thought, Guang Hao nearly discarded the fish trap, eager to explore Ghost Head Mountain immediately. "My heavens, when did you acquire such craftsmanship?" exclaimed AI Guohua, pulling Guang Hao from his daydreams. AI was marveling at the fish trap Guang Hao had woven, noting its intricate design and the numerous small bamboo strips incorporated. Never mind, he thought. He would wait until his brother-in-law departed before stealthily venturing to Ghost Head Mountain. Setting aside thoughts of the mountain for the moment, Guang Hao devoted himself to weaving fish traps. 3 hours later, he had crafted 6 traps. He and AI Guohua then gathered some earthworms by the riverbank, placing them at the bottom of the traps. In truth, corn essence would serve as a superior bait, but it was the 1970s, and corn itself was a rarity, let alone corn essence. After placing the worms inside, Guang Hao submerged the traps in what he deemed the most promising fishing spots. To prevent the traps from being swept away, he fashioned a rope loop from bamboo and secured it to a nearby bamboo stalk. Once all 6 traps were set, AI Guohua smacked his lips and inquired, "Kid, do you really think these traps will catch fish?" "Absolutely. If you doubt it, shall we make a wager?" Guang Hao replied with a grin. "A wager on what?" AI Guohua's eyes widened. "If I catch fish, you must refrain from following me tomorrow. If not, consider it as if I never spoke." Guang Hao chuckled. Upon hearing this, AI Guohua's face darkened, and he seized Guang Hao by the neck with his strong arms. "I knew you were full of tricks, always trying to shake me off. Let me tell you, I'll keep a close watch on you for the next few days, even if it costs me my work points. Dare to run, and I'll break your legs." Surprised by his brother-in-law's intense reaction, Guang Hao quickly pleaded for mercy. "Let go. You're going to choke me. I was wrong. No more bets. If you want to follow, then follow. I have no objections, none at all." After their playful scuffle, the two sat by the river, exchanging stories until the sun hung low and golden atop the mountain peaks. Guang Hao sensed it was nearly time. "The hour grows late. It is time to gather the nets. Come, my dear brother-in-law." AI Guohua had been eagerly anticipating this moment, and upon hearing these words, he leapt from the ground like a rocket, seizing the bamboo rope and beginning to pull upward. This pull was nothing short of momentous. The fish trap sank like a lead weight. AI Guohua's eyes widened in astonishment, and he let out exclamations of delight. "Good heavens, this trap is incredibly heavy. There must be a substantial catch." In Chapter 5, Brother Guang Hao, what shall I do if you leave? AI Guohua exerted all his strength, the bamboo rope creaking under his effort. With his brute force, the fish trap began to rise gradually. As it emerged from the water, the sight of the catch nearly caused AI Guohua's eyes to pop out. The trap brimmed with an abundance of fish, shrimp, and crabs. Admittedly, most were small, but the sheer quantity was impressive, weighing at least 15 pounds. Moreover, there was a splendid golden carp within, weighing no less than 3 pounds. Such a bountiful haul was nothing short of earth-shattering. The Mingjiang River flowed through Xiaofang village, where the locals had grown up along its banks. As the saying goes, one relies on mountains for sustenance and on water for survival. With such a grand river, many sought to profit from its aquatic treasures. Each year, numerous individuals lost their lives in the Mingjiang River, the majority of whom drowned while attempting to catch fish. Yet, despite the peril, AI Guohua had only ever witnessed a 2-pound catfish caught, and that fisherman had boasted in the village for a fortnight. Now, with this trap yielding 15 pounds of fish, AI Guohua felt as if he were in a dream. "Brother, why are you dawdling? Hurry, pull it up. We have several more traps to check." Guang Hao's urging snapped AI Guohua from his stupor. "Indeed, this is no dream. I still have traps to retrieve. Ah, here comes another. It seems even heavier than the last. My dear brother-in-law, today we truly struck gold." After a day's labor, Guang Hao's designation shifted from turtle son back to brother-in-law. Ultimately, they managed to haul up 5 of the 6 traps. The 6th, whether due to its weight or the swift current, had snapped the bamboo rope. Upon witnessing the broken rope, AI Guohua lamented for a considerable time. It was no wonder he felt disheartened. Each of the 5 traps was filled to the brim. The smallest weighed nearly 10 pounds, while the largest exceeded 20. In total, they amassed over 70 pounds of various fish. 70 pounds, surely enough to last a month. Had the last trap not broken, they would have reached at least 80 pounds. With such thoughts, AI Guohua continued to sigh. Guang Hao, however, remained unfazed, considering this catch a mere trifle. Today was but a small skirmish, with a fishing net. He could easily cast into the river's depths and haul in 100 pounds of fish without difficulty. As the day waned, there was little time left to linger in lamentation. The pressing matter was to return home with the day's catch for my wife. "Enough of this, brother," I declared. "If it's broken, let it be. We shall return tomorrow to set the traps again. The Ming River is right here, and it shan't flee." The hour was late, and we needed to hasten home. Xiaofang would soon finish her work, and we should prepare a meal for her. Upon hearing this, AI Guohua suddenly remembered that his younger sister awaited our return. He quickly rose, grasping the bamboo pole, and threaded the fish traps onto it. AI Guohua possessed remarkable strength. 5 traps dangled from the pole, and he bore it with the nonchalance of one untroubled. Guang Hao had intended to assist by carrying a couple of traps, but AI Guohua regarded him with disdain. "Honestly, with your slight frame, your hands would hardly allow you to keep pace with me. If you were to carry a trap, we'd be lost in the dark. Hurry along. Xiaomei will surely be anxious for us." With AI Guohua's insistence, Guang Hao ceased to argue, and the two made their way homeward. Throughout the journey, AI Guohua indeed spoke no falsehood. Even with over 70 pounds of fish, his pace surpassed Guang Hao's. If Guang Hao were to carry 2 traps, AI Guohua would likely leave him far behind. "Brother-in-law, how did you weave this trap? I've seen others fishing with traps before, yet they seldom yield more than a handful of small fish or shrimp. Yours, however, is so full it seems as if someone beneath the water is stuffing it with fish." AI Guohua, while balancing the fish, still had the energy to engage Guang Hao in light conversation. Guang Hao, however, was somewhat breathless, struggling to keep up with AI Guohua's brisk pace. This trap is known as a dead-end trap. Once they enter, not even a minuscule shrimp can escape, which is why our haul is so plentiful. Indeed, the reason for such abundant catches lies in Guang Hao's unique weaving technique, which differs from the conventional methods. A standard trap would yield perhaps half this bounty, but with a dead-end trap, the results are entirely transformed. The prohibition of dead-end traps in later years stems from their overwhelming efficacy. Yet, it was only the 1970s. One could assert without exaggeration that the fish in the Ming River were so plentiful they seemed nearly sentient, allowing Guang Hao to employ the dead-end trap without trepidation. Today, AI Xiaofang found herself somewhat distracted while working. Guang Hao's behavior was peculiar, almost uncharacteristically gentle. Although they had been married for over a year, he usually kept his distance. Could he be, as her brother suggested, merely attempting to numb himself before secretly returning home? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became of this notion, to the point where she nearly struck her foot with the hoe upon encountering a stone. Why do you, silly girl, allow your mind to wander while working? All right, I understand. You must be concerned about your husband. If you're worried, you should return home quickly. There isn't much left to finish here, and I will help you complete it shortly. Seeing the troubled expression on her face, Li Lu promptly seized the hoe from AI Xiaofang's hands, unwilling to let her continue working. I truly appreciate your help, Xiao Lu. However, I must admit, I am rather worried. You assisted me this time, and I shall reciprocate next time, AI Xiaofang said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh, we are sisters after all. Hurry along now. I truly cannot fathom what kind of enchantment Guang Hao has cast upon you to render you in such a state. Li Lu sighed resignedly. AI Xiaofang chuckled softly. You'll understand once you have a husband of your own. I assure you, once I have a husband, I will not be like you, so lacking in ambition. She retorted with a playful laugh. After entrusting the remaining tasks to Li Lu, AI Xiaofang hurried back home. However, upon opening the door with eager anticipation, she was met with an empty house. Despite searching every corner, she found no sign of Guang Hao or AI Guohua. Her elder brother had assured her that he would keep a close eye on Guang Hao today, yet now both Guang Hao and her brother were missing. Surely, Guang Hao had run off, and her brother had gone after him. Oh, Guang Hao, why did you leave? What have I done wrong? I can change, I truly can. Why are you so determined to abandon me? AI Xiaofang lamented, believing Guang Hao had indeed fled. She crouched in a corner, weeping inconsolably. Just as she wept heartbrokenly, two figures slowly approached in the glow of the setting sun. Chapter 6. Little sister, I fear your man has been bewitched. While AI Guohua carried fish, he walked swiftly ahead, but upon sighting their humble thatched home, Guang Hao dashed in front of him. Even now, Guang Hao could scarcely believe he had truly been reborn, transported back to the 1970s, to the era when AI Xiaofang was still alive. For over 50 years since her passing, Guang Hao could only dream of her each night. Thus, he quickened his pace, yearning to see AI Xiaofang, even if it was merely a dream. However, upon arriving at the doorstep, he discovered AI Xiaofang curled up beneath the eaves, clutching her legs, much like a forsaken puppy, emitting pitiful whimpers. The sound of her sobs pierced Guang Hao's heart like a knife. He rushed to her side, enveloping her tightly in his embrace, his eyes reddening. Xiaofang, do not cry. Do not cry. Tell me, who has wronged you? I shall confront him immediately. As an intellectual, Guang Hao typically refrained from using such coarse language. But witnessing his wife's distress rendered him unconcerned with propriety. Upon hearing that familiar voice and feeling the warmth of his embrace, AI Xiaofang looked up in disbelief. Upon realizing Guang Hao had returned, her face transformed with sheer joy. Guang Hao, you haven't left. I thought you had abandoned me. No one has harmed me. I merely returned to find you both absent, and feared you had run away again. I beg you, Guang Hao, do not leave me. Please, do not ever leave me. I shall provide you with anything you desire. I will prepare any dish you wish, as long as you do not leave. I would even lay bare my heart for you. As he listened to his wife's almost pleading voice, Guang Hao felt as if his heart was being kneaded like dough by a pair of unseen hands. In the future, women of ill repute would run rampant. And without a home, a car, or dowry, one could scarcely hope to marry. Yet, AI Xiaofang not only demanded no dowry, but was also unwilling to relinquish even her job at home. She cherished herself so deeply that she could give her all. How could he have been so ungrateful in his past life to abandon her? He wrapped his arms tightly around AI Xiaofang, kissing away the tears from her cheeks. Rest assured, I will not leave. I am committed to spending my life with you. Let us obtain our marriage certificate tomorrow. In his previous life, Guang Hao had been selfish. Although he had married AI Xiaofang, they had never officially registered their union. For once they did, his household registration would need to be moved from the city to the countryside. If AI Xiaofang did not divorce him, he would never return to the city again. But in this life, to hell with the city. He intended to remain in Xiaofang village with his wife for eternity. What did you say? We shall go to register tomorrow? Brother Guang Hao, you are not deceiving me, are you? AI Xiaofang gazed at him with wide, glistening eyes, her expression as astonished as if she had witnessed the sun rising in the west. Her charmingly naive demeanor made Guang Hao chuckle, and he playfully pinched her nose. Indeed, tomorrow we shall go. Last time when I was obtaining the proof for the city, my father happened to bring me our household registration book. We shall go to the commune to obtain our marriage certificate. Brother Guang Hao, you are simply wonderful. AI Xiaofang squealed, throwing her arms around him in a flurry of kisses. All right now, you two. Is this not a bit excessive? I am still here. Their brother-in-law interjected. If you wish to kiss, save it for later when the door is closed. Kissing in front of your older brother and making a mess is quite shameless. Guang Hao had finally agreed to obtain a marriage certificate with AI Xiaofang, and her joy was so overwhelming that she nearly lost her senses. Thus, she failed to notice her older brother still standing behind them, and she continued to shower Guang Hao with affection. This led to AI Guohua chastising her, causing her face to flush crimson. She quickly stood from Guang Hao's embrace, uncertain of how to divert the conversation. Upon looking up, she was astonished to see AI Guohua carrying 5 large fish traps, brimming with an abundant catch. Brother, did you stumble upon a fish nest? How did you catch so many fish? Seeing AI Xiaofang and Guang Hao finally ceasing to flaunt their affection before him, AI Guohua allowed a smug smile to spread across his face. Ha ha ha, impressive, isn't it? Let me tell you, these fish were caught by me and my brother-in-law today in the Mingjiang River. My brother-in-law's skill is truly remarkable, with just a few bamboo strips. He fashioned a fish trap, added some worms, and voila! Each trap yielded over 10 pounds of fish. Altogether, we have at least 70 pounds, enough for you to eat for a month. Upon learning that Guang Hao was the one who caught the fish, AI Xiaofang felt even more exhilarated. Unable to contain herself, she embraced Guang Hao, stood on tiptoe, and planted a fervent kiss upon his cheek. To my astonishment, my brother Guang Hao is adept at crafting fish traps. It is truly remarkable. Observing the adoration sparkling in her eyes, AI Guohua felt a twinge of jealousy. Don't only praise your brother Guang Hao. What about me? Am I not impressive? The fish were captured with my brother-in-law, and I alone carried back these 5 baskets. All right, big brother, you are indeed impressive. AI Xiaofang replied somewhat dismissively, then took Guang Hao by the hand and led him into the house. With so many fish caught today, you must be exhausted. Come in and have a drink. Would you like me to massage your shoulders? My brother Guang Hao is truly wonderful. Despite everyone participating in the fishing expedition, upon returning, my sister treated Guang Hao like royalty, while her own praise was exceedingly perfunctory. AI Guohua felt like a solitary dog, neglected and ridiculed. Damn it, in the future, I shall find a wife and flaunt my affection in front of you all daily. How could they treat their own elder brother with such disregard? AI Guohua carried the catch inside, and everyone began to tidy up in the kitchen. Guang Hao meticulously sorted the haul, placing the fish on one side and the crabs and shrimp on the other. Lacking a scale, he could only estimate the weight. The fish weighed approximately 50 pounds, while the crabs and shrimp amounted to over 20 pounds. Guang Hao selected a 5-pound bighead carp and 3 big carps weighing 3 to 4 pounds each, retaining around 3 pounds of river shrimp, and returned the rest to the fish trap, handing it to AI Guohua. What is the meaning of this? AI Guohua gazed at the fish trap before him, utterly bewildered. This is for you and a few uncles. As for the fish and shrimp, they spoil quickly. If we don't consume them today, they will be unfit for tomorrow. Although the fish can be smoked, these few are sufficient for Xiaofang and me for a while. You take the rest back, there are many of you, so you can enjoy it, Guang Hao explained. Upon hearing this, AI Guohua was utterly stunned, looking at Guang Hao as if he were an extraterrestrial. After a moment of silence, he poked his sister with his finger. Sister, I feel as though your man has been bewitched. Should I take him to Baila village to consult old Wang? Chapter 7. Wife, you are both fragrant and soft. I simply cannot resist. Smack. AI Guohua's finger was swatted back by AI Xiaofang. She clung to Guang Hao's arm, glaring at her elder brother with fury. You are the one who is bewitched, big brother. Don't speak nonsense. My Guang Hao is in excellent health. Isn't that right, Guang Hao? AI Guohua scoffed. If he weren't bewitched, would he be so generous with me? This rascal has never spent a penny on our family since getting married. Now he suddenly becomes so magnanimous. I can only surmise that he must be bewitched. The words of his brother-in-law plunged Guang Hao into profound guilt. Indeed, he was under a spell, but not one from the present. It was a curse from a past life. Indeed, it is not solely AI Xiaofang who treats herself well. Her 5 elder brothers-in-law have also shown her unwavering support. Although the Guang Hao family is affluent, the policy of sending youth to rural areas meant that aside from the necessary living expenses, not a single cent could be sent home. Consequently, when Guang Hao married AI Xiaofang, he was unable to contribute financially. Moreover, the couple's accommodation, wedding, and banquet were all financed and organized by her 5 brothers-in-law. Despite AI Xiaofang's diligent work, she, being a woman, naturally earned fewer labor points, compounded by Guang Hao's lack of contribution and his excessive consumption, resulting in their food supply being insufficient by month's end. Whenever AI Xiaofang voiced her needs, her 5 brothers, despite their own frugality, would sacrifice their rations for Guang Hao, enduring hunger and subsisting on wild vegetables and gruel. The reason AI Guohua berated Guang Hao upon his rebirth, without any rebuttal from him, was that he felt a profound debt not only to AI Xiaofang, but even more so to his 5 brothers-in-law. In this new life, he resolved to ensure that both AI Xiaofang and her brothers would lead better lives. Thus, after catching a substantial quantity of fish today, Guang Hao set aside enough for his own sustenance and entrusted the rest to AI Guohua, a small gesture to repay his brother's kindness. Eldest brother, I was once ignorant, only knowing how to ask without giving in return, but from today onward, things will be different. I will wholeheartedly cherish Xiaofang. You have all aided me immensely, and I am truly grateful for your support, which I shall always remember. Please accept these gifts. With today's catch, we shall surely catch even more tomorrow, and the fish will be more than enough to consume. Our family's life will undoubtedly improve with each passing day, Guang Hao declared with unwavering conviction. His words left AI Guohua momentarily speechless. The gratitude expressed by Guang Hao warmed the heart of this rugged man, who had spent so long assisting him. It was the first time he had heard such words of thanks from Guang Hao. AI Guohua attempted to maintain his composure, but he could hardly contain his smile, nearly splitting his face with joy. We are family. There is no need for thanks. As long as you two are happy, that is enough for us as elder brothers. He insisted that the crabs and shrimp were to be taken by him, while the fish could remain with them, as they could be preserved and would not spoil for a year or so. If I say I am giving them to you, then they are yours, Guang Hao remarked, pressing the remaining fish basket into AI Guohua's hands. Really, you should keep them for yourselves, AI Guohua protested. Enough of your hesitations, eldest brother. Take what Guang Hao has offered. We cannot consume all of this fish, AI Xiaofang interjected decisively, compelling AI Guohua to accept the catch. With a basket of fish in hand, AI Guohua beamed with delight. All right, I shall accept them. I never expected to enjoy the blessings of my brother-in-law one day. He departed with the fish, heading back to the ancestral home at the village's entrance, while AI Xiaofang and Guang Hao resided at the village's end. With so much bounty to share, he was eager to return and delight his brothers. With a proud and triumphant stride, AI Guohua carried his bountiful catch, eagerly showcasing it to every villager he encountered. Look at this. My brother-in-law sent me these fish, weighing dozens of pounds. I insisted he shouldn't, but he insisted on giving them to me, and I couldn't refuse. He boasted. In the 1970s, life was indeed tough for everyone. Daily sustenance consisted of wild vegetable porridge, and clothing was a patchwork of rags. Upon seeing AI Guohua with such an impressive haul, envy flickered in the eyes of onlookers. How could that good-for-nothing brother-in-law of yours, who can't even lift a shoulder, possibly provide you with so many fish? You must be exaggerating. Honestly, where did you catch them? I want to try my luck too. Watch your mouth. If you can't speak properly, just keep quiet. My brother-in-law is quite capable. He caught all of these in the Mingjiang River. If you think so little of him, why don't you try catching some yourself? Come on, the Mingjiang River is vast. Where do you think you can catch fish? Is it true? Huh, believe it or not. In the village, AI Guohua basked in the limelight with his catch, while in another home, the atmosphere was filled with tenderness. With the obnoxious brother-in-law finally gone, Guang Hao's gaze was fixated on his wife. They were preparing a meal, and the fire had gone out, yet he remained entranced, not blinking an eye. AI Xiaofang felt her cheeks flush under his gaze and shyly remarked, Guang Hao, if you have those thoughts, you can do as you please after dinner. But for now, could you please rekindle the fire? The fish soup has gone cold. Realizing the fire had extinguished, Guang Hao hurriedly prodded the embers back to life with the fire tongs. I'm not, he began, intending to clarify that he was not preoccupied with such thoughts, but rather found his wife captivating. However, the words faltered, and he redirected his thoughts. After being released from prison, he had devoted himself entirely to Xiaofang village, abstaining from other women. Having not savored the taste of meat in over 50 years, now reborn in his 20s, he was filled with youthful vigor. Had it not been for his brother-in-law's interruption upon first seeing his wife today, he might have already claimed AI Xiaofang for himself. The small flame of desire within him had been ignited since morning and showed no signs of extinguishing. He couldn't help but think, if she hadn't agreed to indulge me, would I still be considered a man? With a cough, he chuckled softly. What can I say? My wife. You are simply too beautiful. It's hard to resist admiring you. Although it was Guang Hao who pursued AI Xiaofang initially, since their marriage, he had not uttered a single romantic phrase. Hearing him express such sentiments again filled AI Xiaofang's heart with sweetness, as if she had tasted honey. Shyly leaning in, she planted a kiss on his cheek. I am your wife, and I will always be your wife. You can look at me however you wish. There's nothing to be envious about. At her kiss, Guang Hao could no longer contain himself and embraced his fragrant, soft wife. Despite her daily toil in the fields, AI Xiaofang's skin remained naturally supple and youthful, akin to the finest silk. Guang Hao found himself increasingly captivated, and the flames in the stove blazed ever more fiercely. AI Xiaofang sensed something amiss and, her face flushed, managed to wriggle free from his embrace. Wait. The flames are too high. The fish soup will burn. We can be affectionate later. I won't run away. Guang Hao, why are you so impatient today? Hee, my dear wife. You are both fragrant and soft. I simply cannot resist. After much ado, dinner was finally ready. As the river shrimp could not be spared, AI Xiaofang had boiled them all. To celebrate Guang Hao's decision to stay, she resolutely cooked the last of their millet, preparing a pot of fragrant river shrimp porridge. In addition to the porridge, she also made braised silver carp. One cannot deny that AI Xiaofang was truly versatile. Not only was she adept at outdoor tasks, but she also excelled in household chores, particularly in cooking. In this day and age, aside from salt, chili, garlic, and ginger, there were hardly any other seasonings available. Yet, AI Xiaofang still managed to prepare the braised silver carp with an exquisite balance of color, aroma, and taste, leaving Guang Hao nearly swallowing his tongue in delight. Sitting beside AI Xiaofang, enjoying the lovingly prepared meal, Guang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of joy and happiness. Despite the humble yellow mud walls surrounding them and the rickety three-legged table propped up with bricks. However, as he continued to eat, he noticed something peculiar. Although AI Xiaofang was constantly serving him fish, she herself barely ate, dedicating most of her time to meticulously removing the fish bones for him. She would carefully pick up a piece of fish, extract all the bones, and then place it in Guang Hao's bowl, taking only a couple of bites from the remnants left on her chopsticks before ladling another scoop of river shrimp porridge, continuing her task of serving him. Half the silver carp had vanished into Guang Hao's belly, while she had consumed none, content to merely savor the remnants. If this behavior were to be scrutinized in modern times, AI Xiaofang would likely face a barrage of criticism from contemporary women online for being a submissive partner, overly devoted to her love. Yet, who would willingly act as such a devoted partner if it were not for genuine affection? She truly adored Guang Hao, loving him deeply, to the very core of her being. Witnessing this scene, Guang Hao felt his heart shatter. This was his wife, her every thought and gaze consumed by him. He picked up a piece of fish, imitating AI Xiaofang's carefulness, meticulously removing the bones, and then placed the tender fish meat into her bowl. Xiaofang, this is for you. Seeing the white, tender fish in her bowl, AI Xiaofang was momentarily taken aback before she quickly transferred the fish back to Guang Hao, sporting a silly grin. Hee, I'm full. You eat this. It's all for you. Full. Since we sat down, you've only sipped the porridge from start to finish. And you haven't even dared to take a second bowl of rice. She would need her strength for the daily labor. Even a kitten would eat more than she had. Guang Hao swiftly seized AI Xiaofang's bowl, personally filled it to the brim with river shrimp porridge, placing it before her, and then added the fish to her bowl. Eat. The remaining half of the fish and the porridge in the pot are all yours. You must finish them. If you dare not eat, I shall return to the city tomorrow. Upon hearing these words, AI Xiaofang was so startled that her complexion transformed. Hastily, she grasped her bowl and began to eat voraciously, all the while exclaiming, No, brother Guang Hao, please do not leave. As long as you remain, I will heed your every word. I shall eat. I will eat right now. Observing his wife fervently consuming the river shrimp porridge and the fish he had served her, Guang Hao's face radiated with joy. That's the spirit. I remember when we first met, you had such a plump round face, and now you have slimmed down to an oval visage. I do not favor oval faces. I adore your cherubic round face and those lovely dimples. Therefore, you must ensure to eat your fill at every meal. Should you dare to starve yourself thin, I shall return to the city and leave you behind." Hearing this, AI Xiaofang's pace of eating quickened even further, verging on ravenous. She feared neither hardship nor exhaustion. Her only dread was Guang Hao's departure. As long as he chose to stay by her side, she would not only revert to her round face, but, should he desire, she would not hesitate to become as plump as a pig. "Rest assured, brother Guang Hao, I will certainly behave. Just do not leave me. Give me a month at most, and I shall return to my former round visage." "Ah, such a good girl. Here, have another piece of fish." "Brother Guang Hao, what is it? You are so wonderful. I feel utterly blissful, as if I am dreaming." "Silly girl, this is no dream. Our future will only grow brighter. Now, eat your meal and refrain from chatting too much. Be careful of the fish bones." Indeed, they devoured over 5 kilograms of large silver carp and more than 3 kilograms of small river shrimp, leaving nothing behind. AI Xiaofang, for the first time, felt completely full and found it somewhat challenging to rise from her seat. Observing her puffed cheeks as she gasped for breath, Guang Hao chuckled merrily. "If you are too full, take a stroll. I shall handle the dishes." With that, he began to tidy up the tableware. "Brother Guang Hao, how can you do this? Let me take care of it." AI Xiaofang protested, unwilling to let him do the chores while still feeling stuffed. "What? Not listening again? If you continue to disobey, I shall return to the city." Guang Hao feigned a stern expression, playfully scaring her. This tactic was infallible with AI Xiaofang. Her outstretched hand quickly retreated. All right, I want to wash the dishes." "Brother Guang Hao, please do not keep frightening me. If you want me to cease my teasing, then you must obediently comply." Having mastered the art of handling AI Xiaofang, Guang Hao felt exceedingly pleased as he washed the dishes while humming a little tune in the kitchen. In the village, there is a girl named Xiaofang. She is beautiful and kind-hearted, with lovely large eyes and a figure that is both slender and graceful. AI Xiaofang leaned against the doorframe, watching Guang Hao wash the dishes while humming a delightful melody. "Xiaofang, is this a song brother Guang Hao composed just for me? It sounds so lovely." Today, brother Guang Hao seemed transformed. Not only did he choose to stay, but he also went fishing with his brother, caught an abundance of fish, and even offered her fish meat, taking the initiative to wash the dishes after their meal. The scene that unfolded today was simply too blissful, a happiness that AI Xiaofang had never dared to dream of. Avalokiteshvara, the Jade Emperor, and the Tathagata Buddha, should all that transpires today be naught but a dream, grant me the blessing of never awakening. With hands clasped in prayer, the naive AI Xiaofang began her devout supplications. In the 1970s, night descended rather early, cloaking the world in darkness by 8 o'clock. In such an era, entertainment was scarce. Once one had satisfied their hunger and thirst, it was only natural to retire to bed. Guang Hao, having long awaited this moment, swiftly washed up and burrowed into the warmth of the blankets. "Come, my dear wife, the bed is warmed for you. Do hurry and join me." AI Xiaofang recognized the warmth of the bed as a ruse, a playful ploy to tease her, yet this was her husband, the man she cherished most dearly. She bore no aversion to such antics. Disrobing from her deep blue work attire, she was left clad in but a thin garment. Guang Hao swallowed hard, his eyes wide with admiration. "Wife, you are truly beautiful." Just as he drew the covers snugly around them, a loud knocking resounded at the door. Chapter 9. "It's me, your brother-in-law." At that moment, the unexpected disturbance nearly sent Guang Hao into a frenzy. In the dead of night, instead of reveling in the embrace of his beloved, who dared to disrupt his peace, fuming, he hastily donned his clothing and approached the door. "Who is it?" His voice dripped with irritation, enough to resurrect 3 vengeful swordsmen. "It's me, your brother-in-law," came the familiar voice of AI Guohua from outside the door. Guang Hao opened the door to reveal his brother-in-law standing there, a bag in hand, wafting an enticing aroma. "What brings you here at this hour?" Guang Hao blocked the entrance, hoping AI Guohua would take the hint and return home. Yet, AI Guohua remained oblivious, pushing past Guang Hao with a hearty laugh. "What are you blocking the door for? Let me in. I've brought fried little fish for you and Xiaofang. It's her favorite. I've prepared the fish I brought back, and your second uncle fried them all in rapeseed oil. This fried fish is extraordinary. The bones are crispy and utterly delicious. I couldn't wait to deliver it to you. You must try it." AI Guohua raised the bag, filled to the brim with golden, crispy fried fish. In those days, cooking oil was a rare commodity. Not only was frying a luxury, but even a modest stir-fry was done with caution. The fact that his second uncle had managed to fry a whole bag of fish was remarkable, The amount of oil used was surely more valuable than the fish itself. Such was the love of AI's 5 brothers for AI Xiaofang, who doted on her profoundly. Accepting the bag of fried fish, Guang Hao nodded appreciatively. Thank you, brother-in-law. Please extend my gratitude to my second uncle as well. It's getting late. You ought to head back and rest. Tomorrow you must work. Though touched, Guang Hao wished for AI Guohua to take his leave, as his presence hindered his intimate moments with his beloved wife. Tomorrow I shall refrain from attending work, for I have declared that my labor points this month are sufficient. Thus, I shall accompany you to fish once more. Our late arrival today resulted in a meager catch. I shall not return home this evening, but instead reside at your place, so we may set forth at dawn, deploying 10 fishing nets in pursuit of several hundred pounds of fish. Ha! My brother-in-law chuckled heartily as he walked directly into the adjacent room. This abode was constructed by him and his kin, and he was well acquainted with it, quickly finding an empty chamber to lay down. Upon entering, he noticed Guang Hao still standing foolishly in the courtyard, while AI Guohua continued to persuade him. What are you doing standing there? Hurry and get some sleep. We have fishing to do tomorrow. I'm only catching a few fish. Here is my net for you. Return home and do not obstruct my moments with my wife. Ultimately, Guang Hao could not shoo AI Guohua away, for as soon as he stepped into the room, he fell into a deep slumber. One moment, he was conversing with Guang Hao, and the next, his snoring reverberated through the space. Back in bed, AI Xiaofang beheld his disgruntled visage, laughing so heartily that she nearly doubled over. And you still find reason to laugh while your man is nearly suffocating. With nowhere to vent his frustration, Guang Hao delivered a playful slap to AI Xiaofang's bottom. The sudden smack caused her to quiet down, and noticing Guang Hao's desperate expression, she blinked her eyes seductively and cooed, embracing his soft and fragrant little wife. Guang Hao kissed her deeply. Creak. The tranquil room was filled with a sound that could make one's teeth ache, so loud that even AI Guohua was roused from his sleep. Sister, brother-in-law, what on earth are you doing? Keep it down. You'll collapse the bed. With that, AI Guohua gave his backside a pat, turned over, and resumed his slumber. Meanwhile, AI Xiaofang and Guang Hao's faces flushed a vibrant hue, akin to that of a monkey's backside. This was, after all, an inevitable circumstance. While one might poetically refer to it as a bed, in less flattering terms, it was merely a wooden frame cobbled together from a few planks. Even turning over caused it to sway, and the slightest movement would elicit a cacophony of creaks. He wrapped his arms around her tenderly. Damn it! I must earn money swiftly to procure an exquisite solid wood bed, one that could withstand the weight of a dozen people jumping upon it without a sound. Oh, and I need to renovate the house too. The walls must be constructed with soundproof red bricks, ensuring that even if we create a ruckus, the neighbors remain blissfully unaware. Otherwise, with my brother-in-law frequently visiting, our married life would be unbearable. I could scarcely endure a single day of it. Seeing Guang Hao with his eyes closed and a frown etched on his face, AI Xiaofang dared not provoke him further, fearing that should he become irate, he might insist on returning to the city, a prospect that terrified her. As long as he remained, she was willing to do anything. With this thought, AI Xiaofang could not resist. She leaned her little head towards Guang Hao and gently pecked his lips. Guang Hao, you are truly wonderful. Guang Hao did not open his eyes. He was currently exerting all his rationality to suppress the tumultuous flames of desire within him. Upon awakening to the sight of his beloved wife, he found it impossible to contain his desires. The primal instincts within him surged forth, threatening to collapse the very bed they lay upon. AI Xiaofang, you best behave, or else I shall not concern myself with the presence of my brother-in-law next door, Guang Hao declared, his voice thick with frustration. Upon hearing this, AI Xiaofang prudently refrained from provoking him further, curling up in his embrace like a timid kitten. As she listened to the steady rhythm of his heart, her eyelids gradually grew heavy, surrendering to slumber. On their first night of rebirth, the couple nestled together, experiencing the most blissful sleep they had ever known. When dawn broke, Guang Hao's first instinct was to reach for AI Xiaofang at his side. To his dismay, he grasped only emptiness. He hesitated to open his eyes, questioning whether this was merely a dream. After all, how could one truly be granted a second chance at life? Just as he lay there, too afraid to confront reality, a sweet voice pierced the stillness. Guang Hao, aren't you getting up? I've prepared breakfast. If you don't rise soon, I shall keep it warm on the stove for you. I must head to work now, so I shall take my leave. A jolt of realization coursed through Guang Hao. And he sprang from the bed. This was not a dream. He remained in the modest dwelling of the 1970s, and standing before him was indeed his cherished wife. Today, AI Xiaofang wore her long, dark braids with a radiant smile that illuminated her beauty, a sight that stirred a tempest of emotion within him. Overcome, he drew her into his arms, pressing fervent kisses against her crimson lips. Significant matters awaited his attention. He would take a half-day off to tend to them in the afternoon. Chapter 10. Obtaining the marriage certificate. Awakened by an affectionate kiss, AI Xiaofang felt a twinge of shyness, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. Although Guang Hao believed yesterday's events to be a figment of his imagination, AI Xiaofang harbored similar doubts. How could someone like him hold such affection for her? Yet the morning's embrace confirmed the truth of their situation, and her heart soared with joy. What important matter awaits us? She inquired, her lips slightly swollen from his kisses. Finally, she managed to extricate herself from his embrace. Why? We are to obtain our marriage certificate, of course. I promised you yesterday, and I have prepared our household registration book. After breakfast, we shall go, Guang Hao responded. Upon hearing this, AI Xiaofang stood frozen, momentarily bewildered. Are you serious, Guang Hao? You truly wish to acquire a marriage certificate with me? In this era, a marriage certificate was far more than a mere piece of paper. It held profound significance. For Guang Hao, marrying AI Xiaofang would mean his household registration would automatically transfer to Xiaofang village, irrevocably forfeiting his eligibility to return to the city. Only with the eventual abolition of the educated youth policy could he hope to reclaim his urban life. Moreover, once wed, their fates would be irrevocably intertwined. In the 1970s, the concepts of marital and extramarital properties were virtually non-existent. Once united in matrimony, all assets were deemed communal, and a stringent system of joint liability was imposed upon spouses. Should one partner falter, both would inevitably share the repercussions. There was no deception involved. I am merely off to have breakfast, and afterward, we shall head to the commune. Guang Hao pulled Xiaofang along to the dining area. Upon entering the kitchen, they found Guo already enjoying his portion of breakfast. Upon noticing Guang Hao's arrival, he eagerly retrieved Guang Hao's serving from the iron pot. This morning's fare consisted of a sweet potato porridge, paired delightfully with the fried small fish Guo had brought over the previous night, exuding an irresistible aroma. Brother-in-law, you've finally risen. Come, eat quickly, once you finish. We will set the fish traps, Guo cheerfully urged. You'll have to work a bit harder today to weave a few more traps. I've already cleaned up yesterday's. Since we have ample time today, let us catch more fish. Guang Hao accepted the sweet potato porridge handed to him by his brother-in-law, savoring it with a bite of the small fish. It could only be described with one word: delightful. No rush, brother-in-law. Xiaofang and I have a matter to attend to at the commune today. We'll return to set the traps afterward. What matter could possibly delay our fishing? Tell me, and I'll have Erlang assist you. He frequents the commune for work and knows many people there, Guo replied. This is not something Erlang can assist me with, for I intend to obtain a marriage certificate with Xiaofang. The small fish became increasingly delectable as Guang Hao continued to eat, feeding his wife despite her repeated reminders that she had already had breakfast. You are not dining alone. There is another mouth to feed. Eat up. It can only do you good. What on earth? You truly intend to go to the commune to get the certificate with Xiaofang? Guo's eyes widened in surprise. Of course. We will go right after our meal. Is that so, brother-in-law? Are you reluctant to part with Xiaofang? Guang Hao jested. Guo's stern expression transformed into a radiant smile as he playfully patted Guang Hao on the shoulder. Truth be told, I am quite reluctant to give my little sister to you, but alas, she has chosen you. Very well, as long as you agree to marry her. That's all that matters. Off you go, finish your meal, and then head out. I shall wait for you at home. After breakfast, Guang Hao and Xiaofang adorned themselves with care before finally walking hand in hand toward the commune. The fee for obtaining a marriage certificate was 1 yuan. However, the fee was merely for the photograph, as the certificate itself was free. Guang Hao and Xiaofang had taken extra care in their appearance, eager to capture a beautiful photograph. Upon arriving at the commune, they briefed the village chief on their intentions, prompting an immediate smile from him. Excellent, Guang Hao. Your awareness is growing. You agreed to stay yesterday and are here today to obtain your certificate. Just in time, Master Wang is free. Let us hurry and take the photo, and you can collect your certificate. Guang Hao then led Xiaofang to find Master Wang for the photograph. During the photo session, AI Xiaofang was exceedingly anxious, fidgeting with her clothing or tugging at her braided hair, as if she were seated upon a bed of nails, unable to find her composure. The photographer, Master Wang, wore an expression of displeasure. I remarked, Comrade AI Xiaofang, it is imperative that you remain still during the shoot. Otherwise, the images will be blurred, wasting precious film. Is it truly so difficult to sit quietly? AI Xiaofang's face flushed with embarrassment, and she hastily called for a halt to the photography. Please allow me a moment to gather myself. I am feeling rather tense. Very well, adjust your state of mind, and let me know when you are ready. Master Wang said, settling down to smoke a cigarette in the meantime. Guang Hao took AI Xiaofang's hand gently, filled with curiosity. Xiaofang, what troubles you? Do you not wish to obtain a marriage certificate with me? Oh no, it's not that I don't want to get married, AI Xiaofang replied. Her head lowered slightly. It's just what? You need not fear. I am here. Speak freely, Guang Hao encouraged softly. With his reassurance, AI Xiaofang finally mustered the courage to reveal her truth. It's just that my attire is somewhat inadequate. I feel unworthy of you. Perhaps I could save up for a new dress after the new year, and we can take the photographs then? After much deliberation, it became clear that this young bride was suffering from a sense of inadequacy. As they prepared for their wedding photos, both AI Xiaofang and Guang Hao donned their finest garments. Guang Hao wore a Zhongshan suit from his school days, complemented by a flat navy cap, making him resemble the handsome Leslie Chung. Although he could not carry or lift, he certainly looked dashing. In contrast, AI Xiaofang, while beautiful in her own right, appeared somewhat shabby in a faded checkered dress, purchased several years prior. Now adorned with numerous patches. She had been twisting and turning, anxious that the patches would be captured in the photographs. Witnessing this scene, Guang Hao's ambition to earn money surged within him. He resolved to ascend Guitu Mountain swiftly and amass substantial wealth so that AI Xiaofang could wear new clothes every day. Removing his Zhongshan suit, Guang Hao draped it over AI Xiaofang's patched dress. Xiaofang, you are the finest woman in the world. It is not that you are unworthy of me. Rather, I am unworthy of you. There is no need to wait until the new year. It won't be long before I can earn enough to buy you new clothes. For now, let us settle for a simple wedding photo. Once I have made my fortune, we can take as many photographs as we desire. Guang Hao, I am not at all distressed. I have never felt wrong being with you. As long as you do not disdain me, let us take the photo now. AI Xiaofang gazed adoringly at Guang Hao. After a brief wait, their marriage certificate was finally ready, 2 copies in total, 1 for each. Upon receiving the certificate, AI Xiaofang eagerly opened it, revealing the photograph of her and Guang Hao on their wedding day. She wore Guang Hao's Zhongshan suit, while he donned a simple white shirt, both looking at the camera with expressions of happiness and sweet delight. Having obtained the marriage certificate, I am finally the lawful wife of Guang Hao. Throughout the journey home, AI Xiaofang could not suppress the smile that danced upon her lips. Upon their return, AI Guohua, having waited impatiently, seized Guang Hao's arm. Is the marriage certificate ready? He inquired. Yes, Guang Hao replied, shaking the vibrant red document in his hand. That is all that matters. Little sister, we are off to catch fish. Take care of yourself. Before Guang Hao could regain his balance, AI Guohua tugged him towards the Mingjiang River. Be careful, Guang Hao. The water is deep. Do not venture in. AI Xiaofang cautioned. Worry not. We are not children. Besides, now that we are married, perhaps it is time for you to adopt a new title. Although AI Guohua was pulling him along, Guang Hao's gaze remained fixed on his beloved wife. AI Xiaofang blushed slightly, shielding her face with the marriage certificate, and as Guang Hao seemed to sprint out of sight, she softly called after him, Husband, do take care. As AI Guohua and Guang Hao arrived at the banks of the Mingjiang River, AI Guohua's expression shifted dramatically. They were met with the sight of dozens of individuals, all busy casting bamboo baskets into the water. These people, much like themselves, had also come to fish in the river. Chapter 11. I, Wang Laosan, have struck it rich. Wang Laosan, what on earth are you doing? That is our fishing spot. Kindly vacate the area. The banks of the Mingjiang were teeming with fishermen, and the prime location they had found yesterday had evidently been claimed by others. At that moment, a gaunt man with eyes like narrow slits sat nearby, several ropes tied to the bamboo beside him, indicating that he had set numerous traps below. Hey, AI Lauda. Your statement is misguided. What do you mean by your spot? Is this river your property? It is a community resource, governed by first come, first served. Move aside. You are scaring the fish in my traps, Wang Laosan retorted, waving his hand dismissively while his gaze remained fixed on the water, as if he could see the traps beneath the surface. "Ai Guohua, how dare you speak to me that way? I arrived here yesterday. This is my spot. Get out of my way, or you shall witness my wrath." Ai Guohua, typically meek before Ai Xiaofang, transformed into a fierce adversary in the presence of others. Wang Laosan's audacity to occupy his position provoked the ire of this unrefined man, who was not afraid to resort to violence. As Ai Guohua began to roll up his sleeves, Wang Laosan instinctively recoiled, contemplating retreat. Yet, recalling how many fish Ai Guohua had caught the previous day, he gritted his teeth and stood his ground. "Ai Lauda, I have neither provoked nor offended you. Should you dare to strike me, I will report you to the commune. The Mingjiang River does not belong to you. What gives you the right to be so tyrannical?" Wang Laosan's words resonated with the surrounding villagers, who began to voice their agreement. Indeed, Ai Lauda, Wang Laosan arrived early in the morning. Is it not a bit too domineering for you to demand he leave upon your arrival? Currently, the temper of the esteemed Ai Lauda surpasses even that of Wang Daqiang. One must understand the significance of order. The Mingjiang River is not yours to claim. Ai Lauda, should you dare to act upon it, we shall not stand idly by while you bully Wang Laosan. In an instant, Ai Guohua found himself the target of public outrage, his countenance reddening with fury. "What is the meaning of this?" he exclaimed. "The fishing at Mingjiang River was first discovered by my brother-in-law and me. Now, while you join us in fishing, you still seek to usurp our position? This is utterly outrageous. Do you truly believe that I, Ai Guohua, am without temper?" Just as the argument escalated, Guang Hao stepped forth. He grasped his brother-in-law's arm and began to lead him upstream. "Enough, enough. They have taken our spot, but the Mingjiang River is vast. Are you truly worried about catching fish?" Ai Guohua remained disgruntled, casting a fierce glare at Wang Laosan, unwilling to relent. "But the other spots do not yield as much as yesterday's. One basket could easily contain over 10 pounds of fish. Where else can one find such a bounty?" Hearing this, Guang Hao could not suppress a chuckle. His brother-in-law was under the impression that the abundance of fish was merely a matter of luck, failing to recognize that it was Guang Hao's skill that played a decisive role. "Rest assured, dear brother-in-law, the fishing prospects here are infinitely better than below. Just wait and see." Without further ado, Guang Hao led Ai Guohua upstream, where he began to chop several bamboo stalks to craft fishing traps. Ai Guohua, not idle, set about digging for worms as Guang Hao wove the traps. By the time Guang Hao completed the traps, Ai Guohua had filled a basin with worms. This time, Guang Hao fashioned 5 new traps, bringing their total to 10. He stuffed the worms into the traps and submerged them, patiently awaiting the arrival of fish. The wait, as always, was tedious, prompting Guang Hao to sit on the ground and observe how the villagers fished. Upon watching, he quickly realized that these individuals would toil in vain for the day. Yesterday, Ai Guohua had been exceedingly ostentatious, parading back from the river with a considerable catch. Now, in Xiaofang village, everyone was aware of Ai Guohua's triumph at the Mingjiang River. In these times of scarcity, when families tightened their belts to make ends meet, word had spread of the abundance of wild vegetables in the area, leading to the land being thoroughly foraged. The prospect of fishing in the Mingjiang River had drawn many, and at the break of dawn, any household with sufficient work credits set out with their own bamboo baskets, hoping to emulate Ai Guohua's success. Unbeknownst to them, Guang Hao had utilized specialized fishing traps, while the villagers employed their ordinary baskets, which were far too large and ill-suited for catching fish. As time passed, the sun began to take on a golden hue. With the hour growing late, everyone commenced pulling in their nets. One by one, the bamboo baskets were pulled from the Mingjiang River, only to reveal their emptiness. However, one fortunate villager managed to catch 2 small crabs, marking the sole harvest among the group. After toiling for half a day, over 20 individuals had only succeeded in capturing a mere pair of crabs, leaving them feeling quite embarrassed. They couldn't help but place their last glimmer of hope in Wang Laosan. It was known that this was the very spot where Ai Guohua had caught fish the previous day, reeling in dozens of pounds. Surely Wang Laosan would manage to bring in at least a few pounds as well. "Wang Laosan, don't keep us waiting. Hurry up and show us what you've caught," someone urged. "Indeed, if you've caught a lot, perhaps you could share a few with me." "Don't be ridiculous. Wang Laosan is my relative. If anyone is to be given a share, it should be me first. Sanner, I'm your aunt. When you catch fish, make sure to save 2 for me. I'll reserve 1 as well." Wang Laosan, I want to take it for free. I'll trade something for it. In the 1970s, during the era of planned economy, commercial transactions were strictly prohibited. Those caught engaging in speculation faced severe repercussions. Yet, as the saying goes, where there are policies from above, there are countermeasures below. While outright buying and selling was forbidden, barter became the norm, allowing for direct exchanges. Strictly speaking, this too was not permitted. But the dire circumstances of the planned economy left many on the brink of starvation, prompting them to find ways to survive. Thus, in such situations, most chose to turn a blind eye. Before Wang Laosan even began to raise his basket, the villagers were already placing orders for his catch. This infused him with confidence, leading him to believe that his bamboo basket was surely brimming with a bountiful catch. Haha, no worries. As long as there's enough for everyone, we can all share, he exclaimed. After all, I, Wang Laosan, am not like certain others who are so greedy they even fight over positions. Even after the events had unfolded, Wang Laosan couldn't resist taking a jab at AI Guohua, which left AI Guohua fuming. Gripping the rope, Wang Laosan began to hoist his bamboo basket. As he exerted force, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The rope was taut, and the weight felt significantly heavy. Wow, I've got a catch. And it's a big one. Brothers, come help me pull this up. Today, I, Wang Laosan, am set to prosper. Chapter 12. Another 100 pounds of fish. Wang Laosan's basket was indeed heavy, so much so that he could not lift it alone. The villagers, witnessing this, turned green with envy. Damn it. No wonder AI Guohua wanted to compete with Wang Laosan for this spot. It truly is a treasure trove. After laboring all day, they hadn't even spotted a single fish scale, while Wang Laosan struggled to lift a haul so substantial it required assistance. Despite their jealousy, the villagers rushed to lend a hand, only to find the weight was truly formidable. With such a heft, it was at least 100 pounds. Their eyes widened with envy. As the villagers beheld Wang Laosan's bounty, AI Guohua felt the same pang of jealousy. Ah, brother-in-law, take a look. That scoundrel has encroached upon our territory and has managed to catch such a bountiful haul of fish. I should have driven him away earlier. After all, it was we who discovered this spot first. What right does that Wang Laosan have to claim it for himself? Guang Hao stroked his chin, gazing with perplexity at the group assisting Wang Laosan in hauling up the bamboo basket. He had seen Wang Laosan's basket before, and it bore no distinction from those of the other villagers. The opening was as wide as a pot lid, allowing any fish that ventured inside to escape at their leisure. Could such a basket truly yield a catch of over 100 pounds? Ridiculous. Does he really think the fish beneath the surface are fools, unaware of their chance to flee when the basket is drawn? Patience, let us observe closely. I have a feeling there is more to this than meets the eye. With a collective effort, the heavy bamboo basket began to emerge slowly from the water. With a resounding splash, it was finally lifted above the surface. Wang Laosan craned his neck to peer inside. Oh my, there is something. Indeed, there is something. Within the basket lay a dark mass, submerged and indistinct, but undoubtedly substantial. The villagers pulled with renewed vigor, and in no time, they hoisted the basket aloft, only to find themselves utterly dumbfounded. Was there anything inside the basket? Certainly. How could it be so heavy otherwise? Yet, to their astonishment, instead of fish, they discovered a large stone, inexplicably washed ashore. The stone weighed at least 100 pounds, and the basket had been crushed under its weight. Haha, this is too much. I can hardly contain myself. We've certainly brought in a catch, just not the one we anticipated. Wang Laosan, your luck is truly remarkable. That stone could sustain you for a lifetime. Guohua clutched his belly, erupting in sharp laughter. Wang Laosan, blushing in embarrassment from the ridicule, stubbornly resumed pulling up his remaining baskets. However, of the 5 baskets, aside from the first that contained the large stone, the other 4 were completely empty. In frustration, Wang Laosan kicked the stone within the basket, only to find himself gasping in pain. Witnessing his plight, Guohua laughed even harder. Ai Lauda, stop your foolish laughter. We haven't caught any fish. Do you really think your baskets will yield any better results? Lift your baskets and see. I assure you, you two have caught nothing. Unable to contain his annoyance, Wang Laosan began to curse Guohua. Guohua merely smirked. You underestimate my brother-in-law's skills. Open your eyes and watch closely. With that, he strode to the riverbank, seizing a bamboo strip before commencing to pull up his fish trap. With a creak, the bamboo strip was taut, and judging by the tension, it was evident that something was within the trap. My word, there is indeed a catch. Could it be? Surely it isn't another stone? With so many of us yielding no fish, what right does he have to find success? Stone. It must surely be a stone. Not only was Wang Laosan incredulous, but the villagers too found it hard to believe that anything substantial could be caught. Guowa remained silent, intent on letting the reality of the situation speak for itself. With unwavering determination, both hands exerted force, and the fish trap gradually surfaced. Splash! As it broke the water's surface, a cacophony of splashes emanated from within the trap, prompting the onlookers to lift their gazes, their eyes nearly falling into the Mingjiang River. The trap was brimming with an assortment of fish, among which was a splendid sturgeon. This sturgeon measured over 10 centimeters in length and weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds, curled up tightly within the confines of the trap. How it managed to squeeze inside was a mystery. My goodness, has the Dragon King himself truly bestowed such an extraordinary bounty? How many pounds does this haul weigh? 20? 30? This is simply miraculous. To capture such a large sturgeon is no small feat. It could fetch 7 or 8 yuan at the cooperative market. We've struck gold. This is genuine fortune, and AI Guohua is truly blessed. The villagers stood along the bank, utterly astonished. Wang Laosan was even more dramatic, plopping down onto the ground as if he had seen a ghost. Witnessing their reactions, AI Guohua couldn't help but beam with delight. This is merely the first trap. I still have 9 more. With that, AI Guohua began to retrieve the other traps. One after another, the traps were pulled up, leaving the villagers in a state of perpetual amazement. Each trap was filled to the brim, each containing no less than 10 pounds of fish. The lively fish, shrimp, and crabs continually stimulated their frail nerves. From initial shock to subsequent astonishment, and finally to numbness, the villagers were transformed in the span of 10 fish traps. All 10 traps had been brought ashore, each overflowing, collectively yielding over 100 pounds of fish. The villagers were thoroughly stunned. AI Laodog Guang Hao, can we exchange some of these fish for goods? A timid voice broke through the villagers' stupor. Exchange? AI Guohua turned his gaze towards Guang Hao. The catch belonged to him, and he held absolute authority over it. Guang Hao pondered for a mere second before decisively nodding in agreement. Yes, of course we can exchange. There's no way we can consume all this fish ourselves. The crabs and river shrimp won't last. If they die, they become foul-smelling. Although the fish can be smoked. To be honest, I'm not particularly fond of that. They are dry and overly salty. I prefer fresh fish. Besides, these small fish and shrimp are trivial. A visit to Ghost Head Mountain would yield far more precious finds than these. If only free trade were allowed. I could set up a stall and become a fishmonger right now. As soon as Guang Hao agreed to the exchange, the villagers erupted with fervor. Come, let me go first. Our family hasn't had meat in 3 days. I'll exchange 3 pounds of fish. Guang Hao, what do you need? Whatever I have at home. I can fetch it right now. 3 days without meat, and you're in a tizzy? Our family hasn't tea-savored meat for an entire week. Just bring me 5 pounds. No pushing, please. Guang Hao, do you remember me? I am Chunhua's sister-in-law. When you and the others first came to the village, I was the one who arranged your accommodations. Please set aside a few pounds for me. Guang Hao, I still have some sugar at home. Being a city dweller, you know this is a rare commodity. I'll trade you sugar for fish. What do you think? You know what quality fabric is, right? Guang Hao, I also have a piece of fine fabric, a dress to be precise. If you give me a large carp, the fabric is yours. The crowd was so agitated that the villagers nearly shoved Guang Hao and AI Guohua into the Mingjiang River. Chapter 13, Ordering Rice for a Wife. Everyone, please don't push. If you do, we'll plunge into the river. AI Guohua clutched Guang Hao with one hand while desperately grasping the bamboo by the riverbank with the other, nearly bending it in the process. Everyone, let us calm down a bit. We have plenty of fish this time. I assure you that everyone present will receive their share. Please stop crowding. How about this? You all head back to prepare your goods, and I'll tell you what I need. Once you've gathered your supplies, come to my house for the exchange. Standing here is of no use. Guang Hao shouted loudly. Upon hearing his words, the villagers gradually calmed down. As the crowd receded, Guang Hao and AI Guohua finally had a moment to breathe. All right, Guang Hao, quickly tell us what you need. We'll head back to prepare right now. Yes. Do share more. If I don't have it, I can easily borrow from someone. Indeed, I still have some rapeseed oil at home. You must need that, right? The villagers chimed in eagerly. Everyone, quiet down and listen to me. As for grains, oils, and flour, I'll take as much as you can spare. I can also accept various seasonings. Moreover, If you have any fine fabric or materials at home, I can take those as well. In short, anything that can be stored for a long time is eligible for trade, Guang Hao stated. Upon hearing his requirements, the villagers hurried home to prepare their items for exchange. In truth, this barter system is rather cumbersome. If possible, direct transactions involving money and various notes would be far more convenient. However, Guang Hao wouldn't dare to even mention such things. Engaging in discrete transactions is one matter, but openly proposing it could lead to being summoned to the commune for tea that very afternoon. Speculation and profiteering are precisely what they crack down on, the trading of money and various notes. Guang Hao sighed. These frustrating days would last for another 2 years. In 2 years, the college entrance examinations would resume, the policies regarding educated youth would be abolished, and by then, with the advent of reform and opening up, business would no longer face restrictions. That would truly be an era of soaring prosperity. Patience is key. These 2 years will be spent gradually accumulating initial capital. And by that time, I shall undoubtedly become the first 10,000 yuan household with my wife. One by one, the villagers departed, leaving only Wang Laosan, Guang Hao, and Ai Guohua by the banks of the Mingjiang River. Ai Guohua hoisted the cage filled with fish onto a bamboo pole and then balanced it on his shoulder. The over 100 pounds of fish caused the bamboo to creak under the weight. He somewhat regretted not bringing the carrying pole from home, as this bamboo stick seemed rather inadequate for the task. Big brother Ai Guang Hao. Managing this catch of over 100 pounds of fish must be quite a challenge for you. Wang Laosan suddenly approached, wearing a forced smile. Your ability to handle it is none of your business. Just keep your distance, Ai Guohua retorted, irritation flaring as he regarded Wang Laosan. Not only had he encroached upon Ai's space, but they had also had a recent quarrel, so Ai had no intention of being cordial. Having met resistance from Ai Guohua, Wang Laosan reluctantly sidled up to Guang Hao, continuing his ingratiating demeanor. Guang Hao, from the very first moment you set foot in our village, I sensed your exceptional talent. Look at how effortlessly you've fashioned a basket to catch such an impressive haul of fish. Truly, you are a testament to the prowess of an educated city dweller. Upon hearing Wang Laosan's attempt to ingratiate himself with Guang Hao, Ai Guohua was instantly filled with a sense of urgency. He lifted his foot and kicked Wang Laosan squarely in the rear. Wang Laosan, why on earth are you wasting time buttering up my brother-in-law? Are you hoping to pilfer his skills? Let me make it clear. This is a family legacy, passed down only to kin. You, as an outsider, should not even entertain such thoughts. Despite the kick, Wang Laosan did not take offense. Instead, he maintained his smile. I harbor no such intentions. I merely. But before he could finish, Ai Guohua delivered another swift kick. If you have something to say, then say it plainly. If you have gas, let it out. Stop dilly-dallying like a woman. All right, enough kicking him. Are you perhaps also interested in exchanging our fish? Guang Hao finally interjected, having discerned Wang Laosan's underlying intent. Wang Laosan, caught off guard, lowered his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Thank you, he exclaimed, then turned to Ai Guohua. Big brother Ai, I acknowledge my fault today. I encroached upon your space and spoke to you so harshly. Yet, you are still willing to trade fish with me. Your family is truly kind-hearted. Ai Guohua, with his blunt disposition, finally grasped the situation. Wait a moment. Did you think I was holding a grudge for your earlier antics, refusing to trade fish with you? Wang Laosan sheepishly nodded. Ai Guohua kicked him once more. Damn it, am I such a petty person? Even if we were to brawl, I would still trade fish with you. One matter does not negate the other. Besides, this catch belongs to my brother-in-law, and it is his decision whom he wishes to trade with. We are all from the same village. How could I hold anything against you? Hurry back and prepare your things, for goodness sake. Wang Laosan was taken aback by Ai Guohua's magnanimity, momentarily rendered speechless. He had quarreled with Ai earlier, and even if Ai refused to trade fish, no one could have faulted him. Yet, Ai had chosen to overlook the incident entirely. Such a person, with a generous heart, is indeed worthy of companionship. Wang Laosan reached for 4 fish nets and hoisted them onto his shoulder with his carrying pole. Big brother Ai Guang Hao, your family possesses such goodness of heart. Very well, since you haven't brought a carrying pole, allow me to assist you in transporting these fish traps back. You young lad, have I not told you that it is of no concern? Do you not understand? It is of no matter, truly. Guang Hao observed the 2 individuals who had been bickering just moments ago, now laughing together like close brothers, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Such is the essence of rural life in the 1970s. Loud and boisterous, even brawls were commonplace. Yet, the hearts of most people during this era were not malevolent. Ai Guohua and Wang Laosen carried their catch back to Guang Hao's home, only to find a throng of people gathered outside, their figures silhouetted against the dim light. Each person held a burlap bag filled with items to trade for fish, and upon seeing Guang Hao and the others finally return, they erupted in excitement. In the 1970s, true poverty reigned. Hunger was a constant companion. It was not uncommon for people to go to bed with empty stomachs, and starvation was a grim reality for many. With meals often inadequate, the thought of consuming meat was a distant dream, save for festive occasions when such luxuries were briefly available. Thus, food of any kind was always in high demand. If one were to venture into the black market with a sack of rice, fortune might smile upon them, allowing them to exchange it for a wife. While Guang Hao's household was bustling with activity, Ai Xiaofang was on the mountainside, hand in hand with Li Lu, foraging for wild vegetables. Having finished work earlier that day, and with their millet supply dwindling, Ai Xiaofang invited Li Lu to gather some wild greens. Guang Hao, however, had little affection for these wild edibles, as they possessed a distinct astringency. Nevertheless, Ai Xiaofang periodically ventured out to collect them. For relying solely on their rations would not sustain their family. They had to supplement their diet with these wild plants. Though Guang Hao abstained, she could partake, saving rations for him. Each time she thought of Guang Hao, a radiant smile would involuntarily grace Ai Xiaofang's face. "Why are you grinning like a fool? You haven't even gathered any wild vegetables," Li Lu chided, observing her friend's daft expression. Once a striking beauty of the region, Ai Xiaofang seemed transformed into a simpleton since marrying Guang Hao. "Oh, it's nothing." Recollecting herself, Ai Xiaofang resumed her foraging. After filling her basket, she suddenly remembered something and retrieved a small bag of dried fish from her clothing pocket. "Li Lu, I wish to discuss something with you." As she spoke, she handed the bag of dried fish to her friend. Chapter 14. No more food shortages. Li Lu and Ai Xiaofang shared an inseparable bond, having grown up together as if they were two sides of the same coin. Hence, Li Lu felt no hesitation in accepting the bag. Upon seeing the fried fish inside, she embraced Ai Xiaofang with delight. "Fried fish? My dear, you are too kind to me," she exclaimed, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Whatever you need, just ask, and I shall assist you in any way I can." With her cheek moist from the kiss, Ai Xiaofang felt a touch of embarrassment as Li Lu happily savored the small fish, their crunchiness and flavor causing her eyes to narrow in pleasure. Witnessing her friend's joy, Ai Xiaofang felt an unexpected shyness. "Li Lu, I wish to borrow a few pounds of millet from you again," Ai Xiaofang said with a hint of embarrassment. This was, in fact, the third time this month that she had asked Li Lu for millet. Li Lu's family was not affluent either, and the millet she lent to Ai Xiaofang was scraped together from her own meager resources. Upon hearing Ai Xiaofang's request once more, Li Lu found herself losing her appetite for the dried fish. "Xiaofang, you know the circumstances of your family. How can you rely on millet for every meal? It's primarily because Guang Hao cannot stomach wild vegetables. Do you have any left? I'll repay you once I receive my wages at the end of the month." It was evident that Ai Xiaofang was borrowing for Guang Hao. "No, I cannot part with the dried fish either. Our own millet supply is dwindling." Reluctantly, Li Lu returned the dried fish to her friend, unable to bear seeing Ai Xiaofang in such a humble state. "No, if you don't have it, that's fine. I can borrow from someone else." "The dried fish was a gift from me to you," Ai Xiaofang insisted, pushing the dried fish back into Li Lu's hands. Grabbing a piece, Li Lu bit into it with a fierce crunch and swallowed it down. Looking at Ai Xiaofang's pitiful demeanor, she could only let out a deep sigh. "Every day, you feed that esteemed gentleman in your household with millet, while you subsist on wild vegetables. Just look at your complexion. It's nearly the same color as those greens. I fail to understand why you married that handsome lad from the neighboring villages when there are better suitors than Guang Hao. Marrying him was one thing, but you lavish him with such devotion. My foolish girl, wake up. The more you demean yourself, the more he will disdain you." "No, my Guang Hao is not like that," Ai Xiaofang exclaimed, suddenly agitated at her friend's remarks about Guang Hao. "Just yesterday, he went fishing with my brother, and they caught a substantial haul, dozens of pounds. When he returned, he was so enamored with me, he even kissed me. This morning too, he dragged me along. We've already obtained our marriage certificate. Xiao Lu, please don't speak ill of Guang Hao. He is truly wonderful. If you continue to speak against him, It will upset me. Li Lu, observing AI Xiaofang in her frantic state, could not help but roll her eyes. Guang Hao cherishing AI Xiaofang was indeed a ludicrous notion. What man treasures his wife while lounging at home, allowing her to toil for their sustenance? Who would respect a wife when he idles away, consuming millet porridge and large buns, while she survives on wild vegetables? If she were to marry someone like that, she would confront him with a kitchen knife. Only AI Xiaofang, the naive one, could regard that scoundrel Guang Hao as a gem. I can no longer endure this. Fine, I truly have no millet left. I, too, have been eating wild vegetables for every meal. However, my uncle should still have some reserves. I will go to his house and borrow a bit for you. Ultimately, Li Lu could not withstand AI Xiaofang's forlorn gaze and acquiesced to help her obtain millet. Upon hearing this, AI Xiaofang erupted in joy. Yay! I knew Xiao Lu would be the best to me. Hee, since you know I treat you well, how about you leave Guang Hao and marry me instead? Rest assured, I will always treat you right. Little Lu, please refrain from speaking so carelessly. That blush on your cheeks is simply adorable. Allow me to steal another kiss. No, I only permit my dear Guang Hao to do so. The young lady dares to flee. Halt at once. On the hillside, the cheerful voices of AI Xiaofang and Li Lu chimed like wind chimes. Li Lu promised to lend AI Xiaofang some rice, and the two, arm in arm, prepared to return home to stow away the wild vegetables before heading to Li Lu's uncle's house. However, upon their return, they were taken aback. The house was more lively than during the new year, with dozens of villagers crowding the yard and many more gathered outside. They had blocked the doors so thoroughly that AI Xiaofang couldn't even squeeze her way in. What's going on? Why are you all blocking the entrance to Xiaofang's home? Li Lu, holding onto AI Xiaofang's arm, inquired. Xiaofang has returned. Oh dear, you must be exhausted from your endeavors today. Why go for wild vegetables? Come. I have 10 eggs for you to take. Eggs are nothing, Xiaofang. Come. Look at this quilt. It was part of my dowry, made of the finest material. I have sugar, top-quality brown sugar. It's excellent for you to drink during your monthly cycle. I assure you it's beneficial. Even before stepping inside, villagers were already filling AI Xiaofang's hands with an assortment of items, leaving her utterly bewildered. Just as she stood there, unsure of how to proceed, Guang Hao spotted his dazed wife and hurriedly made his way through the crowd to her side. Why are you back so late? Come help me. There's too much to handle. In the midst of his words, Guang Hao had already pulled AI Xiaofang into the courtyard. There lay 2 large wooden boards. One was piled high with various fish and shrimp, while the other held grains, oils, and assorted goods. AI Guohua was busy at the boards. Your brown sugar weighs about 8 taels. How about I exchange it for 2 pounds of fish? Sure, no problem. Your millet weighs about 1 pound. I'll trade it for 1 pound of fish. Can't you give a little more? 1 pound of millet lasts a long time. Just 1 pound. Will you trade or not? If not, move along to the next. Fine, I'll take this one. After Guang Hao's brief explanation, AI Xiaofang finally understood what was happening. It turned out that all these villagers had come to exchange for fish. Today, Guang Hao and AI Guohua had gone out and returned with an impressive haul of over 100 pounds of various fish. The villagers, eager for fish, brought all manner of items to trade. Grains, oils, utensils, anything they lacked at home was accepted by Guang Hao without hesitation. In a mere short while, Guang Hao had traded for several pounds of flour and various other goods. Li Lu watched in astonishment and, in her bewilderment, asked AI Xiaofang, are you still planning to borrow grain from my uncle? Borrow grain? For what? Guang Hao turned to look at AI Xiaofang and Li Lu. Li Lu informed Guang Hao about AI Xiaofang's intention to borrow grain, and Guang Hao felt a twinge of emotion in his nose. This is my silly wife. She barely has enough to eat, subsisting on wild vegetable porridge, yet she still wishes to provide me with millet. In a previous life, I must have been blinded by ignorance to have left her. Having been granted the opportunity to live once more, I am determined to cherish her for eternity. No more borrowing. We shall never lack for provisions again, Guang Hao declared, clasping Xiaofang's hand. Indeed, the warmth of his grip filled Xiaofang with a sweetness akin to honey. Dear Guang Hao, do refrain from being so affectionate with your wife. The village elder's fish has yet to be exchanged, interrupted the villagers, breaking the trio's tender moment. Guang Hao and Xiaofang soon immersed themselves in the exchange of goods, even enlisting Li Lu to assist them, leaving no one behind in their bustling efforts. The quartet, Guang Hao, Xiaofang, Guohua, and Li Lu, labored diligently until 7 in the evening, when twilight began to settle. At last, the exchanges were complete. From over 100 pounds of fish, only 20 pounds remained. In contrast, the door was piled high with various supplies. Guang Hao took stock of their acquisitions. The grains and oils were scarce, totaling less than 50 pounds. Yet, in this era, sustenance is paramount. The most abundant items exchanged were fabrics and everyday necessities. Among these, Guang Hao's favorite was a delightful dress made of dacron, a long, white floral gown with vibrant prints. Dacron was the finest fabric of the 1970s. And though it has since fallen out of favor, donning such an attire today would make one the most dazzling figure on the street. Upon receiving the dress, Guang Hao urged Xiaofang to try it on. When she emerged, the crowd was left awestruck. Her lustrous braids framed a delicate, fair face, and the fitted white floral gown made her resemble Jingqiu from the love story of Hawthorn Tree. Am I not unattractive? Xiaofang, misinterpreting Guang Hao's astonished gaze, questioned her beauty. No, not unattractive. You are exceedingly beautiful, leaving me spellbound, Guang Hao replied, unable to restrain himself from taking her hand and planting a kiss on her cheek. My wife is truly a beauty beyond compare. To have such a celestial being as my spouse is my greatest fortune. Guowa and Li Lu, initially taken aback by Xiaofang's stunning transformation, were astonished that a mere change of clothing could engender such beauty. Yet, Guang Hao's bold affection and his unabashed declarations of love before them made Guowa and Li Lu feel like mere bystanders, as if they had been unceremoniously kicked aside. How excessive! You two are quite nauseating. We are still here, witnessing your intimate displays. It is utterly improper, Guowa remarked. Enough of this. It is getting late. I must return home lest my mother begins her incessant nagging, Li Lu interjected, winking and preparing to depart. However, just as she turned to leave, Guang Hao caught the hem of her garment. Wait. Chapter 15. Brother-in-law sends Li Lu home. Li Lu, a maiden of unblemished reputation, was suddenly seized by Guang Hao, causing her to shudder with alarm. In this era, the delineation between the sexes is starkly defined. To engage in any sort of physical contact with an unfamiliar woman in public could lead to severe consequences, even execution. Indeed, it is not merely imprisonment. Such an act falls under the grave offense of lewdness. In contemporary times, should one find themselves in an extramarital affair and assault the mistress may still press charges. However, in this age, if one possesses evidence of their partner's infidelity, even the most extreme actions against both parties would go unpunished. Fortunately, Li Lu was merely tugged at the corner of her garment, and there was no actual contact between them. She exhaled a sigh of relief, albeit still casting a fierce glare at Guang Hao before saying, "If you have something to discuss, please do so without unnecessary pulling." Realizing his previous behavior was indeed somewhat reckless, Guang Hao apologized. "I beg your pardon. I was a bit overzealous and did not pay attention. You have always been so helpful to us, and it seems we owe your family quite a bit of grain. With the quantity we've just acquired today, we can settle our debt to you. Additionally, please accept this fish as a gift to take home." Had Li Lu not mentioned her intention to borrow grain from her uncle, Guang Hao might have forgotten their outstanding debt to her family. In a previous life, this debt remained unresolved even until Guang Hao's demise. Given Li Lu's kindness towards them, it was only fitting to settle their account now that they had ample supplies. Guang Hao instructed Xiaofang to prepare the grain for Li Lu while he selected a hefty grass carp weighing no less than 5 pounds to present to her. Staring at the sizable fish before her, Li Lu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she quickly waved her hand in refusal. "I have a good relationship with Xiaofang. Borrowing some grain from you is no trouble at all. This fish is far too large and precious. You should keep it for yourselves or trade it for something else. We have sufficient food at home for now. And Xiaofang has already given me a bag of dried fish, which is ample." Guang Hao insisted, "Take it. You deserve it. You have cared for our family for so long without any pretense, and now you wish to be courteous with me?" Meanwhile, Xiaofang filled a sack with grain for her friend and handed it over as well. "Guang Hao is correct. Take it without hesitation. You were never so polite when you borrowed from us, and now that we've caught so many fish, do not hold back. Here, take it carefully and hold it steady to avoid spilling." With one hand grasping the fish and the other cradling the heavy sack of grain, Li Lu felt as though she had just awakened from a deep slumber. She had never expected Xiaofang to repay her for the grain she lent, especially considering her best friend was living off wild vegetables. Yet now, not only had she received repayment, but also a magnificent 5-pound grass carp, weighing 5 pounds. It is indeed meat. Surely, during the New Year festivities, one has never received such a hefty gift. Li Lu cast a profound glance at Guang Hao. Despite his unchanged appearance, the sentiments he evoked in her felt utterly transformed. Not only did he now possess the skill of fishing, but he also held a peculiar fondness for AI Xiaofang. How I find myself harboring a twinge of envy. Guang Hao had blossomed into someone remarkable, and Li Lu felt genuine joy from the depths of her heart. The bond between their families was strong, and thus she did not persist in her refusals. She accepted the fish with a smile as radiant as the rhododendrons in bloom. Very well, I shall not be overly courteous, you fine young man. Today's efforts are commendable indeed. Xiaofang is a wonderful girl, wholly devoted to you. I hope your affections are sincere and not merely a facade. As long as you treat her well, she will undoubtedly be the most loving girl in the world towards you. Upon hearing these words, Guang Hao's chest swelled with pride. This is no act. I have truly awakened to my feelings. From now on, Comrade Li Lu can keep a close watch on me. I vow to cherish Xiaofang wholeheartedly. Li Lu's smile grew even more radiant. Your words suffice. I shall take my leave now so as not to intrude upon your intimate moments. With that, she pointedly acknowledged AI Xiaofang. Look at the joy brimming from your lips. Your man has indeed earned such happiness. How unremarkable. Upon hearing that Li Lu intended to depart, Guang Hao waved her over once more. Wait a moment. The sun is about to set, and your home is along the way to my brother-in-law's. Allow him to escort you. Oh, is that necessary? Would it trouble him too much? Li Lu discreetly glanced at AI Guahua. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Nonsense, my brother-in-law has no pressing matters at hand, Guang Hao insisted, pushing AI Guahua forward and handing him the fish and exchanged goods that had been prepared in advance. What is the meaning of this? I have yet to finish the fish you gifted me yesterday. I cannot accept more. AI Guahua refused to take the items, placing them back on the table. We fished together. The bounty should be shared. What do you mean by refusing? Guang Hao insisted, forcefully placing the items into his brother-in-law's hands. What do you mean by fishing together? It was all your doing. I merely accompanied you to observe the spectacle. No need for this. If you refuse, then I shall not invite you on the next fishing expedition. Wait, so will you accept or not? All right, I will accept, but there is too much. I shall only take a few fish. Leave the rest for my sister. Having spoken, as if fearing Guang Hao would change his mind, AI Guahua hastily took the fish and dashed away, with Li Lu trailing closely behind like a dutiful wife. Indeed, Li Lu harbored feelings for AI Guahua. Having returned to life, Guang Hao was acutely aware of this. However, the rugged AI Guahua remained oblivious to Li Lu's affections. In their previous life, although they shared a bond, they ultimately did not end up together. After AI Xiaofang's passing, AI Guahua had no inclination to marry, and despite Li Lu's overtures, he remained foolishly resistant. Thus, years passed until Li Lu, unable to endure the situation, hastily wed a man from a neighboring village. In the previous life, the relationships of the 5 elder brothers were entirely devoid of warmth, and their twilight years were marked by solitude and suffering. In this life, Guang Hao endeavors to remedy all past regrets, naturally seeking to unite AI Guohua and Li Lu, allowing them to transform their affection into a lasting bond. Furthermore, there exists a crucial motive, to dispel the two unwelcome companions, granting him the freedom to indulge in tender moments with his charming wife. As Li Lu and AI Guohua stroll along the path, AI Guohua strides ahead while Li Lu follows closely behind, the atmosphere between them steeped in silence. Ultimately, it is Li Lu who, unable to contain herself, initiates a conversation with AI Guohua. Brother Guohua, how is it that you and Guang Hao are so adept at fishing? Surely you have caught over 100 pounds. Upon hearing Li Lu mention Guang Hao, AI Guohua's eyes instantly gleam with enthusiasm. Ha, that has nothing to do with me. It's all Guang Hao's prowess. You see, today, apart from us fishing in the Mingjiang River, there were over 20 villagers present, yet they only managed to catch 2 crabs, while we amassed more than 100 pounds of fish. The fish trap that Guang Hao devised is simply extraordinary. Once the fish enter, they cannot escape. He referred to it as some sort of absolute trap, though I cannot recall the exact name. Regardless, it's incredibly effective. In discussing Guang Hao, AI Guohua, usually reticent, finds himself extolling Guang Hao's virtues throughout their journey. Despite Li Lu's attempts to interject, she finds it impossible to interlope into the conversation. Even upon reaching Li Lu's home, AI Guohua remains somewhat reluctant to conclude their discussion. Having finally secured a moment of solitude, Li Lu, having endured an entire journey of Guang Hao's praises, finds herself less than pleased. I've arrived. I shall take my leave first. Goodbye, brother Guohua. With a resounding slam, the door is shut. The young lady, in a fit of pique, AI Guohua, entirely oblivious to the cause of her ire, scratches his head in confusion. Adopting a cheerful disposition in the face of the inexplicable, he turns and ambles back home. However, scarcely has AI Guohua departed when a stern reprimand reverberates from within Li Lu's household. Li Lu, why have you returned so late? Where have you been? Have you gone to AI Xiaofang's house again? How many times must I tell you not to associate with them? Do you not heed my words? Chapter 16, Brother-in-Law. Please open the door. It is I, your elder brother. The household of Li Lu is far more populous than that of AI Xiaofang. Besides Li Lu's parents, who are still alive, she has 3 brothers and 2 sisters, making for a family of 7, all residing together. Dad, Xiaofang is my dearest friend, and she is truly wonderful. Why do you prohibit me from associating with her? Li Lu stands in the courtyard, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazes at her father within the room. Do you not comprehend the implications of your associations? Her father bellows once more. Enough. Keep your voice down. We do not wish to become a laughingstock to our neighbors. Her mother quickly steps in to mediate. My dear Lu, you are aware of our family's circumstances. We are not affluent, and our meals are already quite meager. I recognize that Xiaofang is a good girl, diligent and capable, but consider the man she has married. He lingers at home, contributing nothing, yet still demanding to be fed. The way others live their lives is no concern of ours. And I have no desire to become a gossiping busybody. However, one cannot use our sustenance to aid them. Our family is reduced to consuming wild vegetable porridge, while that young master Guang Hao enjoys millet congee and fluffy white buns. This is simply unreasonable, my daughter, wouldn't you agree? In contrast to Li Mother's gentle approach, Li Father is much more forthright. I shall state my position clearly today. If you dare to use even a grain of our family's rice to assist AI Xiaofang and her family again, I shall cease your provisions. How old are you? Yet you engage in such foolishness. Starting tomorrow, sever all ties with AI Xiaofang. If you continue to disobey, you shall subsist solely on wild vegetable porridge. It seems you truly do not comprehend the value of our meager resources, behaving like a simpleton. Li Lu has already helped AI Xiaofang more than once, even borrowing from relatives of the Li family. Although AI Xiaofang keeps meticulous records of her debts, her own monthly rations are insufficient, leading to an ever-growing deficit. It is only natural for Li's parents to feel exasperated. After all, AI Xiaofang's family is neither kin nor ally, so why should they continually provide for her? We do not even have enough for ourselves. I had imagined the matter to be trivial, merely requiring me to cut ties with her. But alas, it is far more complicated. Li Lu scoffed, her face dripping with disdain. What do you mean by that, all? Do you have any idea how much grain you have lent out? Over 20 pounds. That amount could sustain our family for half a month. I am not AI Xiaofang's benefactor. Why should I lend her such a considerable quantity? Li Father fumed, his face contorted with irritation. After accounting for my own rations, we have only lent a mere 18 pounds. Is it so hard to believe that AI Xiaofang's family could repay that? Look here, is this grain sufficient? If not, how about this large grass fish? With a decisive motion, Li Lu entered the room and tossed the burlap sack at Li Father's feet, accompanied by a hefty 5-pound grass fish. The fish, still alive, wriggled upon hitting the ground, leaving the entire Li family in astonishment. Li Mother was the first to react, swiftly scooping up the flailing fish. My goodness, how heavy and large. It must weigh at least 5 pounds. Where on earth did you procure this, Xiaolu? Meanwhile, Li Father stared at the burlap sack at his feet, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He opened it to reveal a bounty of glistening millet. Good heavens, there is so much millet. Li Father lifted the sack, his eyelids twitching even more vigorously. 20 pounds. No, this weight must be 30 pounds or more. The Li family possesses a scale, albeit an antiquated one, yet it is sufficient for weighing. Li Father retrieved the scale and placed the millet and fish upon it. The fish weighed 6 pounds and 5 ounces, while the millet amounted to a staggering 35 pounds, totaling over 40 pounds of grain. This is indeed double the amount Li Lu had previously lent out. You all assumed the grain I gave to Xiaofang was a gift without expectation of return. Yet now, not only has she repaid me, but she has also provided even more. If you insist that I sever ties with her, then I shall return the excess. The Li family does not take advantage of others. Mother, please measure out 20 pounds of grain for me. I shall return the rest to Xiaofang now. Li Lu said with a stern expression. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Li family changed dramatically. Li's mother clutched the sack tightly, while the two younger sisters immediately embraced the lively grass carp. Sister, please don't. I want to eat fish. I haven't had meat for a week. I long for fish. One pleaded. Yes, sister, don't return the fish. I'm nearly dying of craving. Xiaofang is the best. Li's mother, still holding onto the sack, refused to let go, her face brimming with smiles. Oh dear, what a thing to say. How could I not trust that girl Xiaofang? I've watched her grow up. She has always been a capable young woman. From now on, you may interact with her as you wish. I have no objections, she continued. Right, dear? You have no objections, do you, old man? After saying this, Li's mother gave Li's father a gentle kick on the calf, urging him to nod in agreement. Li's father felt a slight flush of embarrassment. In truth, he held a low opinion of AI Xiaofang's family, which is why he had been reluctant to let Li Lu associate with them. Yet now, they had come into some fortune, not only repaying the grain owed, but also delivering an additional 10 pounds. This was a classic case of a small kindness repaid with great gratitude. If one looks down upon such people, who else could they possibly respect? Stung by Li Lu's words, he could only muster a forced smile. My mistake, my mistake. I've become quite muddled in my old age. Let us pretend I haven't spoken today. That evening marked the highest standing Li Lu had ever held in her family. She returned with over 30 pounds of grain and a large grass carp, even earning a place of honor at the dinner table. Watching her family cater to her, Li Lu felt a delightful thrill coursing through her. The more elated she felt, the more favorable her impression of Guang Hao became. Had he not taken the initiative to return her grain and gift her the fish, she would have surely faced a scolding that night. It seemed Xiaofang was indeed correct. Guang Hao had transformed remarkably. If he could maintain such a demeanor towards Xiaofang, she would undoubtedly be blissful. Curse it! Why am I growing ever more envious of Xiaofang? Li Lu returned home in high spirits, and Guang Hao felt equally jubilant. Today had brought a significant exchange of resources, and their once destitute home was finally infused with a sense of warmth and liveliness, much to AI Xiaofang's delight. A happy wife meant a happy Guang Hao. However, the greatest joy for Guang Hao was the discovery of a bar of soap amidst the exchanged goods, a rare luxury that promised a refreshing bath. After bathing, he held his fragrant and soft wife in his arms, feeling so content that he could scarcely muster the energy to move a finger. As he drifted into a blissful slumber, a familiar voice echoed outside, breaking the tranquility like a specter calling for attention. Why is the door closed so early, brother-in-law? Open up, it's your brother-in-law. The blissful dream was abruptly shattered by AI Guohua's intrusion. Guang Hao, wearing a displeased expression, remained silent and did not rise to open the door. Chapter 17. What is the point of courting a wife when one could be out fishing instead? AI Guohua had come over so late because he simply could not sleep after returning home. The fishing haul from the past few days had greatly excited his nerves. On the first day, he caught over 70 pounds of fish, and by the second day, the haul surged to more than 100 pounds, nearing 200. With these bountiful catches, his younger sister's family, along with his brothers, could comfortably sustain themselves for an entire month. This was infinitely preferable to the grueling daily grind of laboring for meager production points. The most crucial aspect was that during these 2 days, he and Guang Hao only ventured to set the fish traps around noon, wasting the precious early hours. Had they risen at dawn to deploy more traps, the profits would have been astronomical. Unable to sleep, AI Guohua decided to rise, don his shoes, and prepare to head out. His younger brother, AI Guomin, sleeping beside him, was roused by his movements. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at his elder brother getting dressed and inquired, "Elder brother, so late at night, where are you off to?" "Hee. I'm going to my sister's house to keep an eye on my brother-in-law. The fish catch has been splendid these days. We only need to work half a day, which is such a waste. Therefore, I will guard him, and as soon as dawn breaks, I'll drag him out to fish. I shall forego my production points for these days. After all, it's not like I'm missing out on much. When the time comes, if you find yourself burdened, do lend me a hand," AI Guohua replied. Earning production points was not merely a vital means of survival for each household, but also an obligatory task that needed completion. Each family had its own quota, and failure to meet it would prompt the production team leader to personally seek them out. AI Guomin yawned and nonchalantly nodded. Why are we brothers being so polite? If you can go over and help keep an eye out, it would be beneficial. That Guang Hao lad has always had dubious intentions. You must be vigilant. Otherwise, one careless moment, and he might abandon my sister and return to the city. In the past, whenever his brother criticized Guang Hao, AI Guohua would chime in with agreement. But this time he shot AI Guam in an irritated glare. What are you saying? Previously, Guang Hao did treat my sister poorly. But he has changed now. Not only that, he is quite capable. Just look at his fishing skills. Stop, stop, stop. AI Guamin quickly interrupted. Guang Hao had my sister utterly enchanted before. How is it that after just 2 days, you have turned into his advocate? Ever since he returned, you've been praising him left and right. What is the matter? Did he cast a spell on you? AI Guohua rolled his eyes. Believe what you will. Whenever you find yourself unoccupied, just visit my sister and see for yourself. Fine, I want to keep you. I need to get back to sleep. Tomorrow morning, we're off to fish. Rising early to fish was almost becoming an obsession for AI Guohua. The grass on the mountain was lush at this time. An ideal moment for grazing sheep. He had been too busy lately, but he planned to visit in late autumn. All right. Thus, in the dead of night, AI Guohua arrived at Guang Hao's doorstep. After knocking for quite some time with no response, the only reaction came from a few dogs in the village that woke up, barking furiously at him. Have they already turned in for the night? I suppose I shall return tomorrow. After waiting in vain for a response, AI Guohua was preparing to head home when, unexpectedly, the yard gate creaked open slightly. After much effort, Guang Hao discovered that the door had not been locked at all. How careless these two were, leaving the door unsecured. Did they not fear a thief might intrude at night? With that thought, he nonchalantly walked into the courtyard and secured the door. He skillfully made his way to the room where he had stayed previously, and with a soft thud, he collapsed onto the bed. Before long, the thunderous sound of AI Guohua's snoring filled the air. In Guang Hao's room, he found himself at a loss for words. If the creaking bed were to awaken his brother-in-law, and he discovered that the couple was merely pretending to sleep, it would undoubtedly lead to social embarrassment. Brother-in-law, you certainly are something. Starting tomorrow, I shall earn money to repair this house. Just wait and see how I will be undisturbed. Early the next morning, Guang Hao was still groggy in bed. AI Guohua's boisterous voice resonated through the courtyard. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, the sun is already high. Why are you still in bed? Hurry up. Today we have no pressing matters. Let us go set the traps and catch some fish. Guang Hao merely turned over and continued to sleep. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. AI Guohua's voice sounded like an incantation, summoning him from slumber. Unable to withstand the noise any longer, Guang Hao sluggishly emerged from his room. Upon seeing Guang Hao finally rise, AI Guohua beamed with delight, throwing an arm around his shoulder as if they were brothers. At last you're up. For breakfast, we have your favorite steamed buns. We need to eat them at home. Let us take them to the river. No, I want to eat at home, and after breakfast, I need to brush my teeth. Guang Hao replied, What do you mean brushing your teeth? You're a grown man. Being clean is important, don't you think? Isn't that a task for women? Brother-in-law? Really, with that attitude, you might struggle to find a wife. What is the point of finding a wife? I'd rather accompany you to catch fish. That sounds much more enjoyable. AI Guohua and Guang Hao, in the early morning light, were as close as brothers, laughing and joking together. Observing this scene, AI Xiaofang felt a surge of happiness within her. Previously, Guang Hao had been inept, consuming meager meals while she toiled away, often prioritizing his needs over her own. Though she had not minded too much, her 5 brothers found it intolerable. They often spoke harshly and urged her to leave Guang Hao before she regretted it. Torn between her beloved and her protective brothers, AI Xiaofang had silently wept countless times. She longed for the day when her brothers and Guang Hao would reconcile, creating a harmonious family like others. Now, it seemed as if Guang Hao had transformed overnight. He was not only considerate towards her, but also brought back a bounty of fish with her brother. The bond between him and her brother grew closer at an astonishing rate. With her dream realized, how could she not feel joy? After finishing the buns and washing his face, Guang Hao, under AI Guohua's persistent urging, finally resolved to step outside. Wait a moment, AI Xiaofang suddenly called out to him. What is it? Guang Hao stood before AI Xiaofang, awaiting her response. AI Xiaofang remained silent, merely wrapping her arms around his waist, then standing on tiptoe to offer her fragrant kiss. Being greeted with such affection early in the morning left Guang Hao feeling invigorated. Be cautious while fishing. Also, my brother may not have received much formal education, so his words and actions can be rather coarse. If he inadvertently upsets you, please don't be angry. Come back and tell me, and I shall address it. He is not ill-natured, just a bit thoughtless with his words. So I ask that you be patient with him and get along well, all right? Observing the little glimmer of apprehension in her eyes, Guang Hao responded with a fervent kiss to convey his feelings. He is your elder brother, which makes him my brother as well. Is that agreeable? All right, my dear wife. I must take my leave now. Do remember to take care of yourself while you work. Guang Hao's cheerful promise filled AI Xiaofang's heart with sweetness akin to honey. Nodding, she expressed her reluctance. Yes, husband, return early. AI Guohua watched the sweet interaction between his sister and brother-in-law, rubbing his arms as goosebumps prickled his skin. Why do I feel a twinge of envy witnessing their daily exchanges? He pondered. Could it be that I truly long for a wife? He dismissed the thought, reminding himself that earning money to ensure a good life for his siblings was the priority. We shall discuss it later, my dear. Thus, with the shared goal of prosperity, Guang Hao and AI Guohua cheerfully arrived at the banks of the Mingjiang River. Chapter 18. No one is trading fish catches. In stark contrast to the bustling crowds of the previous day, the riverbank today was noticeably sparse. It seemed everyone had come to an understanding. Guang Hao and AI Guohua's success in catching fish was attributed to their remarkable fish trap. The villagers, armed only with bamboo baskets that were as wide as pot lids, found their efforts futile as fish would escape the moment they tugged at the basket. In contrast, Guang Hao and his companions possessed a trap that was truly extraordinary, one with a wide entrance that allowed entry but not exit, effectively ensnaring even the smallest shrimp. Without such skill, fishing in the turbulent waters of the Mingjiang was akin to folly, and thus the number of villagers attempting to fish had significantly dwindled. However, amidst the absence of the villagers, one individual remained steadfast. Spotting Guang Hao and AI Guohua approaching, he waved his hands with excitement. AI Lauda, Guang Hao, you have finally arrived. Come, I have reserved your spot. The fishing here is promising, and setting your trap will surely yield bountiful results. Just moments ago, I even spotted a sturgeon weighing over 10 pounds swimming by. Following Wang Laosan's gaze, Guang Hao noted the keen insight of this fellow. Indeed, his chosen spot was excellent, even superior to the previous two locations where they had set traps. It was a sheltered backwater, surrounded by lush aquatic vegetation, a likely habitat for larger fish. Wang Laosan, what brings you here so early? Are you attempting to stealthily learn my brother-in-law's fishing techniques? I must tell you, you should abandon any hope. My brother-in-law possesses exceptional skills in fishing net techniques. Without his instruction, you shall never master it. AI Guohua eyed Wang Laosan with suspicion, feeling that the young man had ulterior motives behind his persistent flattery. No, I harbor no such intentions. I simply have a fondness for fishing and catching fish. I merely wish to lend a hand, and perhaps indulge in the thrill when you pull up the nets, Wang Laosan replied with a grin. In truth, he had contemplated secretly learning the art of Guang Hao's fishing nets, as a single net could yield dozens of pounds of fish. Who wouldn't he want to learn? However, after a night of contemplation, he ultimately decided to abandon the idea. AI Guohua was indeed correct. Guang Hao's net weaving skills were extraordinarily advanced, even with direct guidance. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to grasp, let alone replicate it after just a glance. Such an endeavor was utterly impossible. Thus, he had long since dismissed the thought of clandestine learning. Arriving early to set up his fishing spot, he genuinely harbored an interest in fishing. A true aficionado in modern parlance. Having lived two lives, Guang Hao was well aware of Wang Laosan's true intentions and smiled as he said, with assistance, "We are more than happy to oblige. Since you enjoy it, we'll provide you with a few nets to play with. However, let me clarify, while you may have your fun, the catch belongs to us." Guang Hao was genuinely generous with his family, willing to part with dozens of pounds of fish without hesitation. The debts owed to Li Lu's family were always repaid in kind, often doubled. Yet, this was due to the genuine kindness of his brothers-in-law and the close-knit nature of their relationship. As for Wang Laosan, being an outsider, he would not receive the same courtesy. Wang Laosan merely wished to indulge in the thrill of the catch and had never considered taking anything. So he quickly nodded in agreement. No problem. I just have an itch to play. Whatever I catch is yours. There is little technique involved in catching fish. Guang Hao prepared the nets and handed them over to his brothers-in-law and Wang Laosan to operate themselves. As the cool river breeze blew and the water churned, Guang Hao began to contemplate his next steps. He yearned to be close to his wife, but twice was he interrupted by his brother-in-law. Hence, a pressing matter loomed before him, the need to earn money for house repairs. Renovating a house is a considerable expense, and Guang Hao, being who he is, would not settle for a shoddy dwelling. He aspired to build something of quality, which would require several hundred. In the current planned economy, money was not easily earned. A common laborer might earn mere cents per day. With such meager earnings, one must also account for food and family expenses. Saving enough to repair a house was akin to chasing a dream. To earn money, alternative methods must be explored. With the use of a fish trap, one could easily catch hundreds of pounds of fish daily. These fish would far exceed what he could consume alone, and he intended to trade with the villagers. Despite the bustling scene yesterday, today his home would be eerily quiet. Why? Because the villagers were genuinely impoverished, having gone days without meat. Guang Hao's abundant catch was an opportunity they could not miss. However, indulging in it occasionally suffices. Consuming it daily is unwarranted, for we are farmers, not wealthy landlords. While the desire may exist, the financial means do not. The villagers cannot possibly consume such an abundance of fish, thus they must devise a strategy to utilize their catch. Moreover, it is imperative to find a solid reason to discreetly send away the brother-in-law and then stealthily make one's way to Ghost Head Mountain. Hundreds of pounds of fish are beneath Guang Hao's notice. True treasures lie within Ghost Head Mountain. The aquatic resources in the Ming River are genuinely abundant. From morning until around 3 in the afternoon, Ai Guohua and Wang Laosan managed to haul in over 200 pounds of fish. Each fish trap was brimming with lively catches, and the sight brought wide smiles to Ai Guohua and Wang Laosan's faces. Such a bounty could last for an entire year. Ai Guohua remarked, "Over 200 pounds of fish in a year. What family could consume that much? In my opinion, this haul could sustain them for 4 or 5 years." Although these fish do not belong to Wang Laosan, he relished the experience of hauling in the traps. As a seasoned angler, pulling in several dozen pounds of fish fills one with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. "Brother-in-law, the day is still young. Let us catch a few more traps and aim for 300 pounds today," Ai Guohua suggested, invigorated and brimming with energy. "No, today's catch is already substantial. If we continue, it will all go to waste," Guang Hao replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Who could ever have too much fish? This is a valuable commodity. Even if we cannot consume it all, did you not notice the villagers' eagerness to trade yesterday? We could exchange it for some grains or oil," Ai Guohua exclaimed, his eyes wide with confusion. Indeed, the eagerness was palpable yesterday, but today, the number of villagers trading appears to have dwindled significantly. "If you doubt me, we can return and assess the situation," Guang Hao suggested. Among the three, though Ai Guohua held the title of brother-in-law, Guang Hao was the true leader. When he deemed it sufficient, the others naturally ceased their efforts, shouldering the fish traps and heading homeward. Yet, despite his compliance, Ai Guohua continued to murmur about the value of fish as a hard currency, lamenting that no amount would suffice. "The villagers have been hungry for so long. 200 pounds will vanish swiftly. We wasted half the day. If luck favors us, we might haul in a few more dozen pounds," he grumbled. Guang Hao refrained from contradicting him, listening with a smile as they made their way home with the catch. As they approached, Ai Guohua was intent on gauging the number of villagers present and the state of affairs. However, upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback by the sight at the entrance. The number of villagers had dwindled to a mere dozen, barely a fraction of yesterday's crowd. What on earth is happening? How has the turnout diminished so drastically? Chapter 19, Longkou Town, Selling the Catch. Upon returning home, Guang Hao and Ai Guohua discovered not only a significant reduction in the villagers coming to trade, but also a notable drop in the prices they were offering. Yesterday, 1 pound of rice was exchanged for 1 pound of fish. Today, the villagers were only willing to offer half a pound. A pound of rice can yield several pounds of porridge, sufficient to satiate a family of 3. In contrast, the fish you possess still bear bones and scales, with the edible portion amounting to no more than half a pound. Moreover, you catch hundreds of pounds daily, far exceeding consumption needs. What harm is there in pricing it lower? Faced with this situation, the people of Igua are left bewildered. Just yesterday, you were in a frantic rush to exchange fish. How is it that today you seem transformed? While Igua remains perplexed, Guang Hao comprehends the matter quite well. This, in essence, illustrates the phenomenon of a saturated economy. After enduring a prolonged period without meat, The community sought fish to indulge their cravings. However, once satiated, they began to evaluate the cost-benefit ratio. A pound of rice can adequately feed a family, but a pound of fish is barely enough for one person. In such circumstances, the impoverished villagers are understandably reluctant to invest further in fish. The market becomes saturated, demand wanes, and naturally, the price of the catch plummets. After over an hour, they manage to exchange less than 10 pounds of fish, leaving Igwa disheartened, slumped in his chair. What now, brother-in-law? No one wants to trade fish anymore. We have over 200 pounds. We can't possibly consume it all. We can't just let it spoil. That would be a tremendous waste. Igwa's worry even etched furrows onto his brow. I told you so, yet you didn't believe me. Now do you see the wisdom in my words? While time is still on our side, let us go. I shall take you to sell the fish, Guang Hao proclaimed with a smile. The mere mention of selling fish sent a shiver down Igwa's spine, prompting him to swiftly cover Guang Hao's mouth. He scanned the surroundings to ensure no one overheard their conversation, then exhaled a sigh of relief. With a fierce glare directed at Guang Hao, Igwa lowered his voice. Brother-in-law, are you out of your mind? The village chief has repeatedly stressed that we must sever ties with capitalism and avoid speculative ventures. Just last month, someone from Balakan attempted to profit from selling goods and was brutally punished by the commune. The police were even called in, and he was arrested. Speculation is a serious offense. You must not lose your senses. If we have excess fish, we can distribute it at a lower price. But we must not entertain any dubious schemes. The poverty of the 70s was not a result of the people's own doing. The people of Longwa are renowned for their diligence and industriousness. The widespread famine that gripped the nation was largely attributed to the myriad of bizarre policies of that era. Prohibiting trade was undoubtedly one of the most problematic directives. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I hail from the city and am more acutely aware of the gravity of speculation than you might think. When I say sell, I do not mean engaging in commerce. Simply bring your catch along with me. Once we arrive at our destination, you will understand, Guang Hao replied with a smile. Had Guang Hao uttered such words previously, Igwa would not only have dismissed them, but would have spat in response. However, in recent days, Guang Hao has managed to win over his honest and simple brother-in-law through his commendable actions. Thus, despite the myriad of questions swirling in their minds, both the brother-in-law and Wang Laosan followed Guang Hao, carrying their catch of fish. Speaking of Wang Laosan, he has indeed been of great assistance. Today, as haul amounted to over 200 pounds of fish. Without his help, Guang Hao, with his scholarly physique, would have found it utterly exhausting to carry such a weight over several miles, likely reducing him to a state of utter fatigue. Guided by his recollections, Guang Hao led Ai Guohua and Wang Laosan to Longkou town. This town is significantly larger than Xiaofang village, with houses gradually becoming more densely packed. Although the market had yet to officially open, a semblance of commerce was already evident. A wide and orderly street lined with various shops displaying vibrant red signage stretched out before them. State-run restaurants, the Longkou Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative, the Red Star Cinema, and Yang's Barbershop were all notable establishments. In the 1970s, engaging in casual trade was frowned upon and deemed speculative, yet it was impossible to eradicate all forms of transaction. Thus, state-owned enterprises began to emerge. Among these, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative was the most renowned, fulfilling 90% of basic trading needs. To engage in legitimate trade, one had to visit the cooperative. At that moment, the entrance of the cooperative was bustling with activity, employees shouting to maintain order, occasionally losing their tempers, and even kicking customers. Those who were kicked dared not protest, for this was a state-run establishment, and the salespeople were notorious as one of the 8 key roles. Upon seeing the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Ai Guohua's eyes lit up. I understand now. Brother-in-law, you intend to sell the fish to the cooperative, don't you? Oh, how clever you city folk are. Why didn't we think of this back then? He continued. Yes, ordinary trading is labeled as speculation, but selling these goods to the cooperative? Not even the emperor could say a word against it. Ai Guohua's face beamed with joy. His previously furrowed brow now relaxed. Did Guang Hao truly wish to sell his goods to the cooperative? No, not at all. While the cooperative does accept such items, their monopolistic position allows them to suppress prices drastically. Furthermore, the demeanor of the employees suggested they were not easy to negotiate with. Hence, Guang Hao's actual business target was the state-run restaurant. In his memory, an intriguing individual would soon arrive at the restaurant in Longkou town. If he could forge a relationship with this person, not only could he sell his catch, but he would also have a venue for future goods from Ghost Head Mountain. However, when Guang Hao turned his gaze toward the state-run restaurant, he found its doors firmly shut, with only a solitary attendant stationed at the entrance, indicating that formal operations had yet to commence. Approaching the attendant, Guang Hao inquired softly, "Excuse me, is Manager Wang of the state-run restaurant available? The Manager Wang you speak of?" The attendant raised her eyes. Although her expression remained haughty, it was far more amiable than that of the salespeople at the cooperative. "Manager Wang Fugui. I am a friend of his," Guang Hao replied with a smile. Upon hearing that the visitor was a friend of Manager Wang, and even addressing him by his full name, the attendant's demeanor instantly transformed into one of respect. Rising from his seat with a smile, he remarked, "Ah, a friend of Manager Wang. My apologies for the oversight. Unfortunately, Manager Wang is currently attending a meeting in the provincial capital and may not return for another 4 to 5 days. Is there something you wish to convey to him? I can certainly pass along a message." "Is Wang Fugui not present?" came the reply. "What unfortunate timing. No worries. I'll return to see him upon his return." Very well. With Wang Fugui absent, the state-run hotel was closed for business, and Guang Hao did not foolishly inquire whether they would accept any fish. Reducing the price slightly, he decided to sell to the supply and marketing cooperative, intending to return to Wang Fugui once he was back. Resolute in his decision, Guang Hao, accompanied by AI Guohua and Wang Laosan, made their way to the cooperative bearing their catch. "Greetings, comrades. Today we have quite a substantial haul of fish. May I inquire as to the price you are offering?" Chapter 20. The price is slashed too deeply. The supply and marketing cooperative, a unique product of the 1970s, bore little distinction from a typical store. Here, one could procure nearly anything. Moreover, due to the planned economy, the cooperative also performed a portion of the purchasing function. For instance, if a household had surplus eggs they were reluctant to consume, they could bring them to the cooperative for some cash or barter for goods. Transactions were dictated by the cooperative, resulting in prices that were notoriously harsh. Not only was the pricing power arbitrarily wielded, but even the purchase rates were contingent upon the mood of the salesperson. Regrettably, Guang Hao and his companions were experiencing a stroke of bad luck that day. The attendant responsible for purchases was not merely in a foul mood. Her expression was akin to having endured a particularly unpleasant day. "How on earth did you manage to catch so many fish? Did you steal them from the fish farm?" Her words incensed AI Guohua. "Steal? We caught these in the Mingjiang River. The entire village of Xiaofang can attest to our honesty," he retorted. "Indeed, I am a villager from Xiaofang. We caught these fish one basket at a time. How dare you casually slander us?" Wang Laosan chimed in to defend their integrity. "I'm merely inquiring about your source. Why the uproar? This is not your home to shout in," the attendant snapped. "Lower your voices. Will you sell these fish or not? If not, kindly leave. They all smell foul. I have no interest in them." Her countenance was one of disdain, as if everyone owed her a fortune. In light of the attendant's harsh rebuke, AI Guohua and Wang Laosan fell silent. With no oxygen machines and no specialized transport for fish, the creatures could not survive long out of water. Indeed, many fish had perished during the journey from Shifeng village to Longkou town, but they were not beyond salvaging. They were merely freshly deceased. Yet, they dared not counter her, for she was the one in control of the purchases, and provoking her could lead to their entire catch being rejected. "Comrade, your supply and marketing cooperative is bustling with business, which naturally leads us to speak a bit louder. Please, do not take offense. You need not worry about the source of these fish. A simple inquiry in our Shifeng village will clarify everything. With such an abundance of fish, your acquisition will undoubtedly enhance the livelihoods of everyone. They are eagerly eyeing these fish. Why not hasten to procure them and sell them to the locals, allowing everyone to enjoy a hearty meal today?" In contrast to AI Guohua's loud and coarse voice, Guang Hao's manner of speaking was entirely distinct. Not only was his voice imbued with a magnetic quality, but his intonations flowed with the grace of a song. Even the irritable saleswoman, akin to a woman afflicted by her monthly discomfort, felt a wave of comfort wash over her merely by hearing his voice. Stealing a glance at Guang Hao, she was struck by his striking features: high cheekbones, large expressive eyes, a sensuous jawline, and a tall, elegant physique. Truly a handsome man. Her previously foul mood lifted, and a rare smile graced her face as her tones softened considerably. "This comrade speaks so charmingly. Come, let us weigh the fish." Upon hearing the request to weigh the fish, AI Guohua and Wang Laosan remained silent, fearful of displeasing her and jeopardizing their business. The fish catch was brought into the cooperative's courtyard and weighed. To their astonishment, the total weight of various fish, shrimp, and crabs exceeded 250 pounds. This was indeed a substantial harvest, leaving the seasoned weighmaster momentarily speechless. Half of these fish are dead, so we will value them at 10 cents per pound, totaling 200 pounds, amounting to 20 yuan. The river shrimp and crabs are even less valuable, at a maximum of 5 cents per pound, totaling 50 pounds, which adds up to 2 yuan and 50 cents. Do you have any objections? If not, I will take them all. Thus, the 250 pounds of fish were sold for a total of 225 yuan. While this may not seem like much, AI Guohua and Wang Laosan could hardly contain their smiles. For currency in this era holds significant value. To illustrate with a simple example, rice currently costs 20 cents per pound, meaning 20 yuan can purchase 100 pounds. With 250 pounds of fish, one could easily acquire 100 pounds of rice. What a lucrative exchange! It is important to note that this 250 pounds of fish represents a day's harvest, while 100 pounds of rice could sustain a family of 3 for at least half a year. One day's yield equating to what others earn in 6 months. What more could one desire? Just as AI Guohua nodded in agreement, Guang Hao could not suppress a frown. While he had no objections to the 10 cents per pound for ordinary dead fish, which is a reasonable price for the 1970s, he could not overlook the presence of several sturgeons among them. While ordinary fish might fetch little, sturgeon is far from being ordinary. Not only is it devoid of bones, but its flavor is exceptionally exquisite. In a typical transaction, it would command at least 50 cents per pound, and with the right buyer, even a yuan. With 5 sturgeons weighing at least 40 pounds in total, the price for these alone would surpass the total valuation of the entire catch. By this calculation, it became evident that the saleswoman's offer was exceedingly unfair. The price for the general catch is acceptable. However, the sturgeon I possess is still alive. Therefore, I shall not sell these sturgeon. Instead, please prepare them for me to take home myself, Guang Hao stated with an expressionless face. The sales clerk, momentarily pausing her account keeping, could not fail to recognize the value of the sturgeon. The most valuable part of this catch was indeed those few sturgeon. A mere transfer could yield her a profit of several dozen yuan. Now, with Guang Hao intending to take the sturgeon, her profit would be non-existent. The previously softened expression on her face turned cold once more as she furrowed her brows and replied, "If you wish to sell, it must all be together. How can you take away the good stock? These dead fish hold no value whatsoever. Not even for free would anyone want them. Without those sturgeon, who would be interested in your goods? It is either all together or not at all. The choice is yours." Even aware that the sales clerk was blatantly taking advantage of them, Guang Hao and the others found themselves powerless. Aside from the supply and marketing cooperative, there were no other avenues for buying and selling, unless they ventured into the black market, which allowed for free trade but was illegal and could lead to severe consequences if caught. Moreover, with most of the fish already dead, where could they even find a black market? Yet, to process the fish through the cooperative in such a manner felt utterly disgraceful. After a moment of contemplation, Guang Hao sighed deeply. The cooperative was a monopoly, unyielding in its demands, and they had no recourse. With Wang Fugue absent, they could not find another buyer for their fish. Even if the cooperative offered a meager price, they had no choice but to accept it. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, a figure unexpectedly entered the inner courtyard of the cooperative. "Zheng Hongmei, your price negotiation is excessively harsh," the newcomer declared. "This comrade is a close friend of our manager Wang. Please offer a fair price. If you cannot, return the sturgeon to him and let him take them away. These fish, if brought out, would sell for 30 cents per gene, and you would still be making double the profit from them. Your approach is rather unseemly." Chapter 21. The Ticket Scalper. The figure who had intruded into the cooperative was none other than the server Guang Hao had encountered outside the state-run hotel. He approached Zheng Hongmei, looking down at her, causing her to feel a sense of unease. The salesperson was one of the 8 major positions, and the cooperative server held a similar status. In the 1970s, servers were not like those today. They were state enterprise employees, their status and position indistinguishable from that of contemporary civil servants. "Lu Gang, are you serious? Is this truly a friend of your manager Wang?" Zheng Hongmei's imposing demeanor faltered. "Is there any doubt? If our manager Wang were not attending a meeting in the provincial capital, do you think you would have received these fish? Our state-run hotel could easily consume them all. You are rejecting a profitable opportunity. If you do not want it, so be it. Comrade, come, I will introduce you to a new place for selling fish." Lu Gang turned, pulling Guang Hao along as if to leave. Upon witnessing Lu Gang's actions, Zheng Hongmei immediately panicked. He was right. She stood to make significant profits from this batch of fish. At a mere 10 cents per pound, she could effortlessly resell it for 30 or even 40 cents, yielding a profit several times over. If Guang Hao were to sell the fish to others and the director found out, it would be a grave offense, and she would undoubtedly be reprimanded. Moreover, Guang Hao was a friend of Manager Wang, the esteemed manager of a state-run restaurant. Offending him would surely complicate her life. Upon contemplating this, Aunt Zheng Hongmei's face finally broke into a smile, radiant and far more brilliant than a blooming chrysanthemum. Ah, how ironic it is. Akin to a flood sweeping through the Dragon King's temple, where kin no longer recognize each other. Comrade, had you mentioned earlier that you were a friend of Manager Wang, I would have certainly offered you an internal purchasing price. Please, don't leave. Allow me to recalculate the price for you. Lu Gang and Guang Hao had no intention of departing. He merely wished to play a charade and provoke Zheng Hongmei. Whether Guang Hao was truly Manager Wang's friend remained uncertain. But Lu Gang had two motivations for assisting him. Firstly, he found Zheng Hongmei's greed intolerable. Secondly, should Guang Hao indeed be acquainted with Manager Wang, extending a favor now would be undeniably advantageous. That sounds reasonable. Let us calculate carefully and avoid any unfair dealings. Lu Gang, seizing the opportunity, turned back. Zheng Hongmei began to reprice. For the usual catch, she raised the price by 10 to 20 cents per pound for a total of 160 pounds, amounting to 32 yuan. Crabs and river shrimp were also priced at double, at 10 cents per pound, totaling 5 yuan. As for the sturgeon, it was purchased at 50 cents per pound, summing up to 20 yuan. The grand total amounted to 57 yuan. Compared to the previous 225, it was more than a mere doubling. Yet even with this, Zheng Hongmei still enjoyed a profit exceeding that. One can only imagine the depths of the supply and marketing cooperative's exploitation. However, Guang Hao was satisfied. Without Lu Gang's assistance, he would have been fortunate to sell for over 30 yuan. As they exited the cooperative, Guang Hao purchased a pack of cigarettes and promptly stuffed it into Lu Gang's pocket. Brother, I truly appreciate your help with that situation. Without you, I would have faced a disastrous loss. It's no trouble. Zheng Hongmei's actions were indeed unscrupulous, and as a friend of Manager Wang, it is only right for me to look out for you. Accepting the cigarettes, Lu Gang found Guang Hao increasingly agreeable. Not only was he handsome, but his social demeanor was also commendable. This man was undoubtedly Manager Wang's friend, and it would be prudent to cultivate a rapport with him. With this thought, Lu Gang felt a newfound closeness to Guang Hao. By the way, brother, in the future, when you come to purchase fish, just come directly to the state-run restaurant to find me. With my presence, Zheng Hongmei wouldn't dare to take advantage. Throwing an arm around Guang Hao's shoulder, Lu Gang treated him with the familiarity of a close friend. All right then, I'll count on you, Gang. Ha ha, we brothers should not be so formal. Having lived two lives, Guang Hao's social skills were fully developed, and within moments, he had charmed Lu Gang to the point where the latter felt inclined to forge a brotherly bond. With this connection, even in Manager Wang's absence, Guang Hao could continue to conduct business at the cooperative without fear of being excessively exploited. After selling their catch, the three men were content and prepared to return home. However, just as they exited Longkou town, a suspicious man clad in a trench coat and hood suddenly blocked their path. The man was wrapped tightly in his attire, his gaze darting nervously around, which heightened the trio's alertness. Ai Guohua stepped protectively in front of Guang Hao, fearing that the suspicious figure might be a robber intent on harming his brother-in-law. The atmosphere of the 1970s was far more chaotic than today. Not only were there thieves, but also bandits who claimed territory. What do you want? Why are you stopping us? Ai Guohua clenched his fists, ready to confront the man should he attempt any wrongdoing, allowing Guang Hao a chance to escape. The trench-coated man, unfazed by Ai Guohua's vigilance, discreetly opened his coat, revealing a collection of various tickets. Ration tickets for oil, meat, cloth, and even the legendary tickets for watches and radios. In the 1970s, such tickets were invaluable. During the era of planned economy, these tickets held an almost equivalent status to money, and in some cases, were even more crucial, as many goods required tickets for purchase. With the man's dubious appearance coupled with the tickets he bore, the three men quickly realized he was not a thief, but rather a speculative ticket vendor. Brother, do you need tickets? I have all kinds at unbeatable prices, the vendor whispered, his voice altered to conceal his identity, aware that being caught in such dealings could land him in prison. No, No, let us hurry and go. I thought you were someone important. Only to find out you're just a ticket vendor. Ai Guohua, a simple farmer, was eager to distance himself from such individuals and waved his hands dismissively. The ticket vendor, sensing the rejection, tucked his tickets away and turned to leave. Wait a moment, Guang Hao called out, halting the vendor in his tracks. The vendor turned to face him. Brother, what do you need? Brother-in-law, such people are opportunistic scoundrels. Why are you engaging with him? You mustn't get entangled, or it could lead to serious trouble, Ai Guohua warned, his expression tense as he urged Guang Hao to move away from the vendor. Don't worry. There's no one else around us. And since we just came from the supply and marketing cooperative, his presence indicates he has considerable connections. It's not a problem. Guang Hao replied. Upon hearing this, the vendor cast a few more curious glances at Guang Hao. This young man had a keen eye to discern the underlying truth. Indeed, the vendor not only had wide connections, but was also a salesperson from the very cooperative they had just visited. Brother, you have sharp insight. Rest assured, our tickets are all legitimate, and using them can save you a significant amount on purchases. So would you like to buy some? In truth, Guang Hao did have something he wished to purchase, and the arrival of the ticket scalper was fortuitous. Chapter 22. If Guang Hao and I both fell into the water, whom would you save? Do you have any Mairujing tickets? Guang Hao inquired. Mairujing, a veritable luxury of the 1970s. This substance is essentially akin to modern-day milk powder. In that era, most people were struggling just to put food on the table, let alone indulge in milk powder. Thus, when Mairujing was introduced, only urban workers could afford a bottle or two. Many rural dwellers had never even heard of it, let alone tasted it. Ai Xiaofang, having survived on wild vegetable porridge for an extended period, had transformed from a cherubic visage into a gaunt, elongated face, her complexion marred by malnutrition. Guang Hao had long wished to provide her with proper nourishment, and upon his rebirth, he insisted she eat daily, including meat. However, merely consuming such fare would not suffice to restore her health in a timely manner, especially as she was pregnant and in dire need of nutrients. Guang Hao had always contemplated purchasing some Mairujing for her to consume daily. Unfortunately, when he inquired at the supply and marketing cooperative while selling fish, he discovered that Mairujing was not only exorbitantly priced, but also required a ticket for purchase. Without a ticket, no amount of money would suffice. It was a matter of eligibility. Impressive, brother, you can afford Mairujing. The scalper chuckled. Tickets cost 5 yuan each. How many do you need? 5 yuan. Why don't you just rob a bank? Ai Guohua exclaimed, taken aback by the price. 5 yuan could buy a substantial 25 kilograms of rice. Yet it was only enough for a single ticket. Do you even know how much Mairujing costs per can? The scalper regarded Ai Guohua with evident disdain, seeing his naivety. How much per can? Ai Guohua, wholly ignorant of Mairujing's price, had never even heard of it. 20 yuan per can. The scalper held up 2 fingers. Do you still think 5 yuan for a ticket is expensive? Upon hearing that price, Ai Guohua was momentarily speechless. Finally, he pulled a grim face and yanked Guang Hao's arm, urging him to leave. Is it a golden can or a silver one? 20 yuan. This is more outrageous than robbery. I could buy 100 kilograms of rice for that. Let us go, let us go. Just looking at him gives me a headache. Is 20 yuan for a can of Mairujing exorbitant? By today's standards, it is not merely expensive but exorbitantly so. However, for Guang Hao, the prospect of nourishing his wife was worth any price. Be it 20 or 200, he would not flinch. Here is 5 yuan, give me the ticket. Without hesitation, Guang Hao handed the scalper a 5 yuan note. The scalper accepted the payment, then opened his trench coat, rummaging through a pile of tickets until he found a Mairujing ticket, which he handed to Guang Hao. You're quite generous, my friend. If you need more tickets in the future, just find a passerby and mention Xiaofang. They'll bring you to me. I can tell you're not an ordinary fellow. I hope you'll continue to support my business. After securing the ticket, Guang Hao committed Xiaofang's contact information to memory. In this era where every transaction necessitates a receipt, one might indeed find themselves exchanging greetings with him more frequently. Guang Hao not only purchased tickets, but also turned back to the supply and marketing cooperative to procure malt milk. Gazing at the canister that was no taller than a water cup, Ai Guohua felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. 25 yuan, a whopping 25 yuan. Spent on a mere tin can. With such funds, one could acquire over 100 pounds of rice, which would surely be more gratifying. He grumbled incessantly along the way, until Guang Hao, exasperated by his complaints, finally remarked, "This is for Xiaofang to replenish her health, She is quite frail, and if she does not take care of herself, there could be risks in childbirth. Thus, she must be properly nourished. Instantly, AI Guohua ceased his murmuring, his expression transforming into one of surprise as he gazed at Guang Hao. What do you mean? Are you planning to have a child with my sister? He exclaimed, laughter escaping his lips. Having a child is wonderful. Hurry up and start a family. I shall assist in caring for your offspring. It is indeed essential for her to regain her strength. My little sister was not as slender as she is now. When do you plan to have a child? Is there any certainty? In truth, Guang Hao wished to inform his brother-in-law that Xiaofang was already with child. However, after some contemplation, he decided to withhold this information. Having been reborn, he understood that his presence as a small butterfly could indeed alter the course of this world. Therefore, whether Xiaofang was currently expecting remained uncertain. It would be prudent to wait a while longer and perhaps take Xiaofang for a checkup later. Once there was confirmation, he would share the news with his brother-in-law to prevent any unwarranted joy. For your little niece, do you believe this expenditure is worthwhile? The AI family held a fondness for daughters, reveling in their presence. Indeed, it is worth every penny. You ought to purchase 2 cans. Upon reaching the village entrance, Guang Hao and AI Guohua prepared to head home. It was getting late, and Wang Laosan also needed to return. The group parted ways at the village's edge. Wang Laosan had spent the day assisting Guang Hao, catching fish and helping to transport them to Longkou town. After some consideration, Guang Hao finally pulled a coin from his pocket. Here, take this. Thank you for your help today. Consider it your wages. Wang Laosan stared in disbelief at the coin in his hand. Wages? What do you mean? I didn't expect any payment. I came willingly to help. Guang Hao patted his shoulder and replied, Take it. You did well today. I may need to call upon your assistance again in the future. Transporting several hundred pounds of fish to Longkou town is no small feat, and a token of appreciation is warranted. All right then, no more talk. It's getting late, and I must return home to have dinner with my wife. I'll reach out to you next time. Wang Laosan had not anticipated Guang Hao's straightforwardness. He had come to help merely for the thrill of fishing, and to his surprise, he received a coin as well. Do not underestimate the value of a single coin. When he worked for points, he earned less than 50 cents a day. This coin brought a warmth to Wang Laosan's eyes, and as he watched Guang Hao and AI Guohua depart, he waved vigorously. Tomorrow, I'll come help again. Whether you pay me or not. Guang Hao waved his hand, neither agreeing nor refusing. AI Xiaofang had not gone to forage for wild vegetables today after finishing her work. Yesterday, Guang Hao caught fish and exchanged a considerable amount of supplies, ensuring that their household was well stocked with grains and oils. Consequently, after finishing her work, she returned home early. Today, Guang Hao and his elder brother set out once again to fish, leaving at the crack of dawn, promising an even greater haul. To prevent her beloved Guang Hao from being overexerted, she immediately took Li Lu back with her, intending to assist in the exchange of goods, just as they had done the previous day. However, upon returning home, she discovered that not only Guang Hao and AI Guohua were absent, but also the villagers who typically participated in the exchange were few and far between. Through her inquiries, AI Xiaofang learned the truth of the matter, and her face was instantly clouded with concern. Guang Hao and his brother had ventured out early, and it was likely that their catch today would surpass that of yesterday. If such an abundance of fish went unexchanged, it would be a tremendous waste. Moreover, fish left out of water for too long would perish, their value diminishing with each passing moment. This simply could not stand. They could not allow these fish to die in vain. Xiaolu, let us head to the commune and borrow a cart, she urged. The villagers in Xiaofang had exchanged their fish yesterday and were reluctant to do so again today, eager to drive down prices. However, neighboring villages had yet to taste fish. We should go to Bailazwang and Niuxin village. We can still procure supplies there. If Guang Hao were present to hear her words, his jaw would likely drop in astonishment. He had explained the market saturation in Xiaofang to AI Guohua, and even he felt somewhat bewildered. Yet, AI Xiaofang, with a mere twist of her intellect, immediately conceived the idea of seeking exchanges in other villages. Clearly, her cleverness surpassed his expectations. Li Lu, upon hearing AI Xiaofang's proposal, was momentarily taken aback, then raised her thumb in admiration. I couldn't figure out why no one came to exchange their catch, and you already have a solution. Xiaofang, how are you so clever? Oh, it's not that remarkable. I simply do not wish for Guang Hao's efforts to go to waste. Whenever Guang Hao was mentioned, a silly smile would dance across AI Xiaofang's face. Is there nothing else in your mind apart from Guang Hao? Of course, I also think of you and the brothers. If both Guang Hao and I fell into the water, who would you save first? Without hesitation, it would be Guang Hao. You little rascal, not even a moment's doubt. Heh, but you can swim, and I cannot. I would still save Guang Hao. Li Lu was momentarily speechless, feeling exasperated with AI Xiaofang's love-struck demeanor. She now understood. When AI Xiaofang had just started dating Guang Hao, he was all she could see, and now that they were married, it seemed that every cell in her being was solely devoted to Guang Hao. What a silly girl. She had never encountered such foolishness. The two friends playfully bickered for a while before reconciling. Hand in hand, they prepared to leave for the commune to borrow a cart, which would facilitate the transport of their fish for sale. Yet, just as they stepped outside, they spotted Guang Hao returning with AI Guohua, and to their surprise, both men returned empty-handed. It was puzzling, for they had brought back over 100 pounds of fish the previous day, yet today, they had not a single one. Chapter 23. Specifically for his wife. Guang Hao and AI Guohua. Why have you returned empty-handed today? Where are the fish? Li Lu inquired, standing on tiptoe to glance behind them. Yet she saw not a single fish. Her curiosity piqued. Fishing, after all, is a venture reliant on the whims of nature. It is entirely normal to return without any catch. Brother Guang Hao, it is of no consequence. It is getting late, and you must be hungry. Come in quickly, and I shall prepare a meal for you. While other wives might chastise their husbands for toiling all day only to return empty-handed, their expressions would be far from pleasant. However, for AI Xiaofang, it mattered little whether Guang Hao had brought home a bounty. Her heart swelled with joy at merely seeing him return safely. In truth, Guang Hao had contemplated teasing his naive wife by feigning a lack of success today. Yet upon witnessing her innocent demeanor, he could not bring himself to jest. With a beaming smile, he retrieved the day's catch from his pocket. We did not return empty-handed today. We caught over 200 pounds of fish. As everyone had already dined on fish yesterday and no longer deemed it a novelty, these catches would yield little in terms of trade. So we opted not to keep them at home. I took my brother-in-law and Wang Laosan to the supply and marketing cooperative in Longkou town to sell the fish. Here, this is the 31 yuan we earned from selling the fish. The sum of 31 yuan, a mix of coins and notes, was handed over entirely to AI Xiaofang, without Guang Hao retaining a single cent. Staring at the money in her hands, AI Xiaofang was momentarily taken aback. In over a year of marriage, Guang Hao had never given her even a penny. Even when his father occasionally sent some money, he kept it all for himself to indulge in treats. Yet now, a full 31 yuan was bestowed upon her. Really, for me? Perhaps you should keep this money for yourself. Didn't you once mention wanting to buy a radio? Save it up, and I'll contribute a little more when you're ready to purchase it. AI Xiaofang attempted to return the money to Guang Hao. Buy a radio? What a ridiculous notion. His wife struggled to have enough to eat, subsisting on wild vegetable porridge daily. A radio, costing several hundred yuan, was a luxury he could not fathom indulging in while they lacked essential sustenance. Our family does not need a radio at the moment. When the time comes, I shall buy one. As for the money, it is yours to manage from now on. You shall be my household steward. Guang Hao chuckled as he once more pressed the money into AI Xiaofang's hands, this time placing it directly into her inner purse to prevent her from returning it. As she felt the weight of the 31 yuan and heard the term household steward, tears streamed down AI Xiaofang's cheeks. Guang Hao, startled by her sudden outburst of emotion, was taken aback. What had transpired? Had he unwittingly committed some foolish act that upset his wife? Could it be that she was naturally averse to managing the household, and his insistence had brought her to tears? As he grasped her hand, ready to apologize, AI Xiaofang, still weeping, pressed her lips against his. Tears mingled with the kiss, falling onto Guang Hao's lips, not bitter, but sweet. Brother Guang Hao, I am so happy, truly, I am so very happy. Rest assured, I shall diligently manage our modest finances from now on. I will surely be a competent steward of our household. Guang Hao, you are truly wonderful for allowing me to handle the money. Oh, this is not a matter of reluctance. It is indeed a joy that brings tears of happiness. Hee. As long as it pleases you, I shall share all my earnings with you in the future. Guang Hao and Xiaofang embraced tenderly, their foreheads touching as they whispered sweet nothings to each other. On the other hand, Guohua stood at the doorway with Li Lu, feeling both awkward and envious. The awkwardness stemmed from the fact that while the couple reveled in their affection, they unabashedly displayed their intimacy in front of us, even to the point of being overly demonstrative. The envy arose from the evident love in Guang Hao and Xiaofang's eyes, which seemed to hold only each other, creating a happiness that was truly enviable. Guowa could no longer contain himself and playfully slapped Guang Hao on the back. Enough already. You've practically devoured my sister. Meanwhile, I'm still hungry. You two can indulge in your affection behind closed doors later. Now, hurry and prepare dinner. Guowa, the professional mood disruptor, interrupted once more as Guang Hao and Xiaofang were lost in their own world. Tonight's main course consisted of plain white rice, accompanied by a braised fish, a steamed fish, and a pot of fish soup with bok choy. The reason for the fish-centric meal was simply due to the lack of other provisions. In the last exchange, we had traded a fair amount of grains and oils, but there were no other meats available. Fish, in this era, was considered a rather inferior source of protein. Firstly, fish does not satiate well. Secondly, it is riddled with bones and offers little meat, making it quite a hassle to eat. Consequently, no one would trade other meats for fish. After consuming fish for 2 or 3 consecutive days, Guang Hao began to feel weary of it. However, Guowa, Li Lu, and Xiaofang continued to eat heartily, their faces beaming with delight. It was no joke. In these times, merely having enough to eat was a source of happiness, let alone the abundance of meat. Such a life was enviable even for the emperor. After dinner, Guowa and Li Lu slumped on their stools, digesting their meal, while Xiaofang took the dishes to wash. Wait a moment, Guang Hao suddenly called out to Xiaofang. What is it, Guang Hao? She replied with a gentle smile, turned over her shoulder. That fleeting charm nearly left Guang Hao spellbound. I have a delightful surprise for you. Please have a seat. Guang Hao gently pressed her shoulder, guiding her back into her chair, and then proceeded to retrieve his canister of malted milk. He took out a clean porcelain bowl, opened the canister, and scooped out 2 generous spoonfuls of malted milk. No, she is too slender. I should add a bit more. He poured in 3 spoonfuls of malted milk and approached her with the creamy, pale yellow liquid. The moment he presented the malted milk, Guowa and Li Lu's gaze immediately shifted towards him. What is that scent? It is so fragrant. Guowa sniffed eagerly, intoxicated by the aroma of the malted milk. It smells so sweet, like syrup. No, even sweeter than syrup. This is truly a delightful treat. Li Lu also craned her neck, fixated on the malted milk in Guang Hao's hands. In the rural landscape of the 1970s, one could scarcely encounter any beverages. Even the rare indulgence of a bowl of sweet soup during festive occasions was considered a supreme delight. Thus, when the emergence of malted milk essence occurred, it was akin to a profound revelation. Despite Guohua and Li Lu being thoroughly satiated, the sight of that creamy yellow liquid made their mouths water uncontrollably. What is this, brother-in-law? How can it be so fragrant? Please, let me have a bowl to savor its flavor. Li Lu exclaimed. Guang Hao, I want some too. It smells so delicious and sweet. Just the aroma has me drooling. Allow me a taste. However, Guang Hao, without hesitation, swatted their hands away. You wish to drink this? Not a chance. This is specially prepared for my wife. He then turned to his wife. Come, dear, give this a try. Is it not delightful? Chapter 24. From tomorrow on, I shall no longer accompany you to fish. Xiaofang, upon the presentation of the malted milk essence, could not help but drool. It was simply irresistible for a girl to resist such a sweet temptation. Yet, when Guang Hao offered it to her, she smiled gently. Brother Guang Hao, this looks so precious. It would be a waste for me to drink it. You should enjoy it yourself. What is so precious about a bowl of malted milk essence? I specifically procured a can for you. Look, it's that tin on the counter. You shall drink it once each morning, noon, and night from now on. This beverage is quite nutritious. Considering how thin you are, you must replenish your strength. Guang Hao said nonchalantly. What a marvel, malted milk essence. Is this truly the legendary treat? Li Lu nearly leaped in excitement upon hearing the name. Her reaction left Xiaofang puzzled, prompting her to tilt her head and inquire. What is so special about malted milk essence that has you so stirred up? My dear naive girl, do you truly not understand? This is the illustrious malted milk essence. Only the affluent in the city can afford such a luxury. Last year during the new year, I had the fortune of visiting my 6th aunt's family in the city, and they allowed me a sip. The taste remains unforgettable. The flavor is secondary. The primary allure lies in its exorbitant price, over 20 yuan for a can, and one requires a ticket to purchase it. Guang Hao, you are indeed generous. Li Lu exclaimed, wide-eyed. The mention of the price left Xiaofang utterly astonished. Over 20 yuan for a can? My heavens! With that amount, one could buy 100 jin of rice. To exchange 100 gene of rice for such a small tin? It is simply unaffordable. Unable to restrain herself, AI Xiaofang took a few steps back, gazing at the sweetly fragrant porcelain bowl as though it were an invaluable treasure, fearful that any closer proximity might cause her to tarnish it. Such a precious item. I cannot dare drink it. Brother Guang Hao, you should enjoy it yourself. It would be sheer waste for me. Waste? What do you mean by waste? Even if you feasted on seafood and abalone daily, it would not be wasteful. Guang Hao firmly grasped AI Xiaofang's hand and insisted on placing the bowl of malted milk essence into her palm. Xiaofang, what does a mere 20 yuan can of malted milk essence signify? In the future, I shall amass great wealth, and at that time, I shall provide you with a grand 2-story house, indulge you with exquisite delicacies daily, and adorn you with the finest garments and the most luxurious cosmetics. You are my beloved, and you are deserving of all the beauty this world has to offer. Guang Hao's words deeply moved AI Xiaofang, bringing her to the brink of tears once more. Guang Hao, you are truly wonderful, she exclaimed. However, noticing her hesitation to accept, Guang Hao feigned annoyance, pulling a serious face and saying, "Are you being disobedient again? I've told you to drink, and if you refuse, I shall return to the city tomorrow." The mere mention of returning to the city struck a nerve with AI Xiaofang, causing her expression to change dramatically. "I will drink, I will drink. I will drink right now. Please don't go back, Guang Hao." With that, she grasped the porcelain bowl and eagerly gulped down the entire contents of the rich malt beverage. Seeing AI Xiaofang obediently finish her drink, Guang Hao finally displayed a smile. "That's more like it. So, was it to your liking?" "Yes. I have never tasted anything so delightful. It is truly exquisite." After finishing the malt beverage, the couple, in a sweet and affectionate manner, proceeded to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Observing their retreating figures, AI Guohua chewed thoughtfully, as though savoring some delectable treat. "Guohua, what are you munching on? It looks delicious. Do share some with me," Li Lu asked, extending her delicate hand with a cheerful grin. AI Guohua opened his mouth, revealing it was empty. "I haven't eaten anything." "Then why do you keep gnawing your lips?" "Although my mouth is empty, it felt as if something had just been stuffed into it, hard and oddly fragrant, much like some peculiar feed." As evening descended, Li Lu, being a young maiden, could not linger indefinitely at Guang Hao's residence. Thus, Guang Hao once again requested his brother-in-law to escort Li Lu home. After their departure, Guang Hao did not repeat his previous actions of taking his wife directly to the bed. After all, with the situation at a critical juncture yet unable to penetrate further, it was far more distressing. It would be prudent to wait a little longer, ensuring that his brother-in-law had truly returned home before proceeding. However, this notion was swiftly shattered 20 minutes later. Indeed, the brother-in-law had returned yet again. Glancing at the familiar figure with a foolish grin, Guang Hao felt an overwhelming urge to send him flying with a swift strike. "Brother-in-law, I asked you to take Li Lu home, and it should have taken you at least 20 minutes for a one-way trip. Yet you managed a round trip in just 18 minutes. Surely, you didn't leave the young lady stranded along the way in this darkness?" Guang Hao expressed his frustration. "No, I returned her safely," AI Guohua replied, scratching the back of his head, appearing quite earnest. "You actually got her home? How could you do it so quickly?" "We ran all the way back. I told her I was feeling a bit tired and wished to return to rest, so we sprinted back together." "How's that for speed?" he boasted. "Running back? On a dark night, instead of enjoying a moment of intimacy with the young lady, you chose to race her home? Ah, dear brother-in-law, to call you a man of iron is to elevate your status. You are, in fact, a man of titanium. It is no wonder you remained single for life." Brother-in-law has returned, and tonight, Guang Hao's romantic game of applause with AI Xiaofang has naturally come to an end. Since engaging in amorous endeavors is off the table, Guang Hao boldly slipped into AI Guohua's room. AI Guohua was indeed exhausted, having carried over 100 pounds of fish for several kilometers, and after a recent 20-minute sprint, he found himself dozing while seated on the bed. "Brother-in-law, my dear brother-in-law, can this not wait until tomorrow? I only wish to sleep right now." "No, this matter must be addressed today. You must muster your energy and listen attentively," Guang Hao insisted. AI Guohua yawned, reclining on the bed, his demeanor languid. "What is so urgent that it cannot wait?" "All right, go ahead, I'm listening." "Starting tomorrow, I shall no longer accompany you to the Mingjiang River for fishing," Guang Hao declared. The moment these words left his lips, AI Guohua, who had just been drowsy, instantly became alert. He flipped over, sitting up on the bed, his eyes sparkling with intensity. But why? Today we caught over 200 pounds of fish and made more than 50 yuan. I cannot earn that much in a month of work. With the market so favorable, how can you simply decide to quit? Have I offended you in some way? I am a simple man, often speaking without thinking. If I have wronged you, please tell me, and I will apologize. Guang Hao waved his hand dismissively, clarifying, No, brother-in-law, you have not offended me. It is not that I will no longer fish. Rather, I will not accompany you. From tomorrow onward, you shall fish alone, while I shall solely provide you with the traps. Chapter 25. On the brink of explosion. The fish harvest from the Mingjiang River was quite promising, and since only Guang Hao's family was engaged in fishing, the yield would only improve. However, Guang Hao found fishing to be rather tedious. Simply placing the nets in the water, reclining in the forest, and later pulling them up lacked any sense of fulfillment. In his previous life, he had spent the majority of his days on Ghost Head Mountain, honing his hunting skills. Due to wildlife protection laws, he had no opportunity to apply them. Having been reborn, his hunting abilities had reached their zenith. Just last night, he dreamt of rampaging across Ghost Head Mountain, so being confined to fishing at the Mingjiang River was a considerable hardship for him. Of course, there was a crucial reason behind his discontent. Fish was a low-quality meat. Unless one caught rare species, it could not fetch a good price. However, Ghost Head Mountain was a different story, abundant with treasures. Any trinket brought back would surpass the value of catching fish. Thus, during his journey home today, Guang Hao pondered how to distract his brother-in-law, allowing himself to sneak back to Ghost Head Mountain. After much deliberation, he concluded that entrusting the entire fishing endeavor to his brother-in-law was undoubtedly the best course of action. While I could manage fishing alone, we typically catch several hundred pounds daily, and I cannot carry that much to Longkou Town by myself. Moreover, the saleswoman at Longkou Town, who collects the fish, behaves as if I owe her a substantial sum. If you do not accompany me, she will undoubtedly take advantage of me in terms of pricing. Our daily catch yields only a few dozen yuan, akin to what others earn in half a year. Relying solely on these fish, you and the little sister could lead a comfortable life. Why have you chosen to cease this endeavor? It is quite rare for Guang Hao to discern a hint of anxiety on AI Guohua's face. Clearly, the prospect of selling the catch and negotiating with the saleswoman alone has instilled some trepidation in him. With hundreds of pounds of fish caught daily, if you cannot transport them to Longkou Town by yourself, you ought to catch fewer or seek assistance from Wang Laosan, who does seem to enjoy fishing. As for dealing with the saleswoman, that presents no issue. Lu Gang and I have already arranged for you to approach him next time you sell the catch. I have other important matters to attend to, and I am not entirely idle, as I will also provide you with fish cages. Thus, we are effectively partnering in this venture. I shall oversee the fish cages while you handle the sales, splitting the profits equally. Guang Hao remarked with a smile. What kind of arrangement is this for an equal split? You are the one who prompted the catch. I am merely assisting. If I am to be paid for my help, my brothers will surely berate me upon my return. Let us forego the division of profits. I will contemplate the selling aspect, primarily because the saleswoman is quite formidable, though the rest is manageable. AI Guohua replied. What difficulty could a mere woman present, brother-in-law? You are not afraid of women, are you? Guang Hao teased. Afraid of women? I, AI Guohua, would never be afraid of women. What a laughable notion. Though AI Guohua pounded his chest thunderously, his reddened face only served to further underscore his evident fear of women, lacking any persuasive power. Guang Hao chose silence, observing him with a bemused expression. Eventually, unable to withstand the scrutiny, AI Guohua raised his hands in surrender. I said I am not afraid. Do you look down upon me, brother-in-law? Very well. From tomorrow onward, I shall fish alone. How could a mere woman possibly intimidate me? Having successfully dealt with his brother-in-law, Guang Hao returned to his room with satisfaction. At last, he could set aside his brother-in-law and, starting tomorrow, ascend to Ghost Head Mountain. He felt joy, excitement, and even a touch of restlessness as sleep eluded him. Unable to rest, Guang Hao's mind began to wander. Today, AI Xiaofang had consumed a bowl of malted milk, and it must be said that the price reflects its quality. Even now, she carried a subtle scent of milk. Embracing his fragrant wife, Guang Hao's hands began to wander a bit too freely. AI Xiaofang had been genuinely delighted by Guang Hao's recent changes. Her spirits lifted. The commotion stirred AI Guohua from his thoughts. He had been unable to sleep due to the complex feelings surrounding his solo fishing venture plan for the following day. Hearing the noise from Guang Hao's side, AI Guohua leaned his head against the door. Brother-in-law, are you still awake? I've been thinking, why don't you join me tomorrow? That woman is relentless in driving down prices, and without you, I fear I might suffer losses. Hundreds of pounds of fish, this represents a significant sum. Guang Hao grimaced, biting his lip as he glared at AI Guohua, his frustration palpable. No way. You must go alone tomorrow. What kind of man are you, afraid of a woman? If you're this fearful, will you never marry? The following day, despite having declared that AI Guohua would catch fish and sell them all by himself, Guang Hao resolutely insisted on this arrangement. Even as AI Guohua pleaded repeatedly, Guang Hao maintained a stern demeanor, refusing to yield even a fraction. Ultimately, left with no other choice, AI Guohua furrowed his brow and set off alone to the Mingjiang River to catch fish. Guang Hao, deeply enamored with his little wife, relished the opportunity to tease her, a sentiment he deemed perfectly natural. Xiaofang, it's still early. Shall we return and indulge in a quick nap? He suggested, winking mischievously at AI Xiaofang. Having witnessed his antics in recent days, AI Xiaofang could easily discern his intentions from his expression, prompting her to dart towards the door in haste. Brother Guang Hao, I'll be back from work, but not now. If I'm late, everyone will laugh at me. Please, spare me this time, she exclaimed, fearing that Guang Hao would pressure her further. The young girl possessed little resistance to his charm. A slight show of determination from him would render her defenseless. Thus, without a backward glance, she fled, her speed astonishing. With his charming wife having escaped, Guang Hao could only let out a deep sigh before turning back to gather his belongings. Preparing to venture to the coveted Ghost Head Mountain, after shouldering his bamboo basket and taking up his curved knife, he stepped outside. Just as he turned towards Ghost Head Mountain, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Guang Hao, wait a moment. I have a favor to ask of you. Chapter 26. The Luohan bed finally found. Guang Hao turned to see an elderly man approaching, accompanied by a young woman cradling a thin, small infant in her arms. The child emitting weak cries, likely hungry. Despite having lived 2 lives, Guang Hao had little recollection of the original residents of Xiaofang village. It was understandable. After the development of Ghost Head Mountain, the inhabitants of Xiaofang village had all relocated. Having served as a forest ranger at Ghost Head Mountain for decades, Guang Hao had nearly forgotten everyone except for a few close friends. Who are you? Guang Hao inquired. It's me, Wang Erniu from the village. Don't you remember me? The old man, Wang Erniu, revealed a pair of gleaming black teeth as he grinned broadly. Wang Erniu, I have no recollection, Guang Hao admitted, though he feigned realization. Oh, it's you, Uncle Wang. Of course, I remember. You attended my wedding, didn't you? What brings you here today? Of course I came to your wedding. We're neighbors, after all. Even if we've had our quarrels, we must support one another during joyous occasions, Wang Erniu replied, his smile growing even brighter, believing Guang Hao truly recognized him. Indeed, I was there to help you with the stove during your wedding. Today, I find myself compelled to seek your assistance regarding a pressing matter. As Wang Erniu recounted his tale, Guang Hao finally grasped the purpose of his visit. It turned out that Wang Erniu's daughter-in-law had just given birth to a son. However, in these challenging times, where sustenance is scarce, even with their efforts to ensure that the new mother received adequate nourishment, she remained malnourished. A lack of nutrition leads to insufficient milk, and thus, the moment the newborn entered this world, he cried out in hunger. The family pondered numerous solutions, yet the stark reality remained. There was simply no food to be had. Even at the commune, no one could offer assistance, as everyone was grappling with their own hunger. Just when Wang Erniu's family was on the brink of despair, fearing that the infant would perish from starvation, they heard from the villagers that Guang Hao could catch several hundred pounds of fish daily. Fish, particularly Crucian carp, are a valuable resource, especially for brewing nourishing broth for nursing mothers. Thus, Wang Erniu sought out Guang Hao today, hoping to borrow a few Crucian carp to help the new mother provide milk. Wang Erniu was aware that Guang Hao's fish could be exchanged for goods, yet his own home, apart from a dilapidated old house, was devoid of any possessions of value. With no alternative, he had no choice but to approach Guang Hao empty-handed, pleading, "Please, Guang Hao, have mercy and lend me 2 fish. I assure you, at the end of the month, I will repay you with interest, calculated in work points." Wang Erniu's demeanor was one of utter humility, nearly bowing to the ground. His young wife, cradling their child, knelt before Guang Hao, begging, "Please, Guang Hao, save my child. I can endure starvation myself, but he is so young, just entering this world. I desperately wish for his survival. I implore you." With that, she bowed her head to the ground in supplication. The infant seemed to sense his mother's sorrow, wailing loudly in her embrace. In a previous life, Guang Hao had experienced the loss of his own child before birth, and this imbued him with a profound sense of guilt towards children. Had he lacked the means, it would have been one matter, but now, with the ability to catch hundreds of pounds of fish daily, his home was overflowing with an abundance. In this context, Guang Hao extended his hand, assisting the young woman to her feet. He then turned and entered the kitchen, emerging with 2 salted fish, both crucian carp weighing approximately 2 pounds each. As fellow villagers, the exchange of 2 fish felt insignificant. "Here, take these 2 crucian carp for now. Come by every evening, and I shall set aside 2 fresh ones for you." He resolved that preserving the child's life took precedence. Without further hesitation, he handed over the fish. And Wang Erniu and his wife nearly knelt again in gratitude. Thank you, Guang Hao. Rest assured, I will remember this. Once I have grain, I will repay you." Wang Erniu exclaimed. "Guang Hao, truly thank you. When our child grows, I will bring him to you so he may call you godfather." Guang Hao waved his hand dismissively. "It's merely a few fish, nothing to concern yourself over." Yet, Wang Erniu shook his head earnestly, stating, "No, for you, 2 fish may be trivial, but for us, they represent life-saving sustenance." Though I, Wang Erniu, may not have indulged in extensive reading, I am nonetheless acquainted with the profound essence of gratitude and reciprocity. By the way, Guang Hao, despite my age, I am still a carpenter. Should you ever require furniture for your home, do not hesitate to ask. I shall craft it for you free of charge. A carpenter, one might not have anticipated this elderly gentleman's artisanal skills. Wait a moment, a carpenter? Guang Hao's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. You are a carpenter? How splendid. Do you have any sturdy wood at home? I wish to construct a bed. Wang Ernia chuckled heartily. Wood, of course, we possess in abundance, as woodworking is a family legacy. In the prosperous years past, who in the vicinity was unaware of Wang the carpenter's reputation? However, since the authorities have prohibited trade, realizing his words were straying, Wang Erniu quickly clamped his mouth shut. Old age makes one prone to rambling. I hope you won't take offense, Guang Hao. Now, back to the matter at hand. What kind of bed do you desire? I shall make one for you at no cost. Originally, Guang Hao longed to ascend Ghost Head Mountain immediately, but fortuitously encountered a skilled carpenter. His obsession with a bed had nearly twisted his thoughts. The rickety board bed at home creaked ominously with the slightest movement, disturbing his brother-in-law at crucial moments. He had long wished for a solid, durable bed, one that could withstand even the most tumultuous of nights without a stir. Unfortunately, despite Guang Hao's extraordinary woodworking skills, a talented artisan cannot work without quality materials. He lacked the suitable lumber for his bed. His urgency to send AI Guohua away and rush to Ghost Head Mountain stemmed from the abundant trees located there. Now, it truly felt like finding a rare treasure without effort. Upon arriving at Wang the carpenter's abode, Guang Hao discovered it was even more impoverished than his own. While his own home was a thatched hut with earthen walls that at least kept out the wind and rain, Wang the carpenter's walls were riddled with gaping holes, and the thatch was patchy at best. In these times, starvation was a common plight, as poverty reigned supreme. Yet, despite his destitution, Wang the carpenter had built a large shed specifically for storing an assortment of timber, much of which was of exceptional quality, passed down through generations. Guang Hao's eyes gleamed as he beheld the wood. With these materials, his long-desired Luohan bed was finally within reach. Just as he was reveling in his excitement, he suddenly spotted a piece of wood among the pile that appeared somewhat decayed, yet emitted a faint, delightful fragrance. Chapter 27, Golden Silk Nanmo. Guang Hao, select any wood you fancy from this collection, and I shall craft your bed, Wang Erniu said cheerfully. Guang Hao pointed to the piece buried at the bottom, resembling rotting wood yet exuding a subtle fragrance, and inquired, what kind of wood is this? It seems quite remarkable. Wang Erniu glanced in the direction Guang Hao indicated and immediately wrinkled his nose in disdain. Behold this piece of decayed wood, utterly devoid of merit. Thus I have placed it at the very bottom as a foundation. Do you perceive the fragrance, mistaking it for something of value? In truth, that aroma is merely the scent of ordinary pine resin, aged and infused with the essence of decay, hence the alluring scent. Decayed wood and pine resin? In my previous life, Guang Hao meandered around Ghost Head Mountain for decades, encountering the scent of pine resin countless times, yet it never bore such a fragrance. This scent is far more profound and invigorating, undoubtedly a treasure. I have set my sights on this peculiar specimen. Pray, Master Wang, let us extricate it so I may examine it closely, Guang Hao declared. Wang Erniu was reluctant to retrieve the decayed wood, for, firstly, it held little value, and secondly, being buried at the bottom made its extraction laborious. However, with Guang Hao's insistence, Wang Erniu acquiesced. The two toiled for over an hour before finally unearthing the decayed wood. Upon inspection, Guang Hao comprehended why Wang Erniu deemed it worthless. The wood was riddled with countless insect holes. Wood is most vulnerable to insects, regardless of its quality. The presence of such holes signifies impending decay. Guang Hao, do you see? This is indeed a piece of decayed wood. Even for firewood, it would be a struggle. Choose another. Wang Erniu remarked. Yet, Guang Hao shook his head resolutely, crouching beside the decayed wood, meticulously observing and savoring its fragrance. After a lengthy pause, Guang Hao produced his curved knife from behind him. With a resounding thud, he struck the decayed wood with the blade. Typically, a single strike would cleave decayed wood effortlessly. But this piece merely shed a few wood shavings, showing no further response. Guang Hao's suspicions grew more precise. The blade danced as he skillfully targeted the insect holes, sending wood shavings flying as he sliced through the outer shell of the decayed wood, revealing its solid, iron-like, purplish-black core, adorned with striking golden strands. Witnessing these golden threads, Guang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Decayed wood, indeed. This was none other than the fabled golden silk nanmu. The value of golden silk nanmu escalates with age. The longer it has matured, the more exorbitant its worth. The specimen Guang Hao discovered, with a diameter exceeding half a meter and a tree ring count indicating at least 5 centuries of growth, was a true masterpiece. Golden silk nanmu appreciates in value every century. Over 100 years commands a price of over 100,000 per ton. 200 years surpasses 200,000. As for 500 years, one can only say it is priceless and rare. Should this piece of golden silk nanmu remain intact until the year 2000, it could fetch several millions at auction. Gazing upon this auction-worthy golden silk nanmu, even Guang Hao's composure began to waver, his throat parched with anticipation. Master Wang, I must have this wood. How much do you require? I shall purchase it. Auction-grade golden silk nanmu is indeed a treasure worthy of being passed down through generations. Despite the current prohibition on trade, Guang Hao felt compelled to act. Do refrain from making such claims of purchase. Wang Erniu swiftly cautioned Guang Hao, continuing the conversation. Though there has been considerable relaxation in regulations recently, the commune remains vigilant against speculation. Outside, one must refrain from uttering the word buy. This piece of wood is nothing but a worthless log. If you desire it, I, Wang Dai, shall simply offer it to you. Guang Hao contemplated acquiescing to Wang Erniu's words. Acquiring a million-level golden silk nanmu tree for free seemed like a stroke of fortune. However, upon observing Wang Erniu's dilapidated home, his emaciated wife, and the frail infant cradled in her arms, he felt a pang of guilt. Ultimately, he could not withstand the admonitions of his conscience and carefully elucidated, Wang Dai, do not dismiss this as mere rotten wood. This is golden silk nanmu. Do you not recognize its value? It was once used by emperors in the palace for their furnishings. Its worth is immense. Should you give it to me without compensation, you will surely regret it later. Before he could finish, Guang Hao was abruptly interrupted by Wang Erniu. What calculations are you making? No matter how precious it may be, in my eyes, it is nothing but a useless piece of wood. Guang Hao, you are a youth from the city, knowledgeable enough to understand its worth, but to me, it is merely refuse. Not only is this piece of wood worthless, but all the wood here is worthless. Business is impossible now. Even trading a mere egg could lead to imprisonment. So no one dares approach me for furniture. This wood can only rot away in this place. If you regard me, Wang Erniu, and are willing to offer fish to my wife, do not mention taking this rotten wood. Even if you wish to take all the remaining wood, I would not object. Therefore, Guang Hao, spare me the unnecessary discussions. If you desire the wood, take it. Should you continue to haggle, it would be a slight against me, Wang Erniu. Observing Wang Erniu's resolute demeanor, Guang Hao finally ceased his negotiating. He discerned that Wang Erniu was indeed oblivious to the true value of golden silk nanmu. As a carpenter, how could he possibly be unaware? Nevertheless, what difference did it make? Who else would dare to purchase this wood? Being caught would equate to speculation, leading to imprisonment. Thus, no matter how precious, to Wang Erniu, it remained a decayed log. Very well, Wang Day, let us not prolong this discussion. I shall take this wood. In return, you may come to my home daily for fish, taking as much as you desire. Guang Hao, without hesitation, accepted the golden silk nanmu. Upon hearing this, Wang Erniu beamed with joy. Really? I cannot thank you enough, Linen. Little girl, come here and bow to your brother Guang Hao. Oh no, just a few fish. I feel I've taken advantage of you. There is no need for such bows. Bowing is reserved for the deceased in our culture. After some insistence, Guang Hao finally dissuaded Wang Day's wife from bowing. Guang Hao, tell me what kind of bed you wish to have. I shall craft it for you. Wang Erniu was still eager to make a bed for Guang Hao. There is no need for you to make the bed. I can handle it myself. Just bring the wood to me, and I will manage the rest. However, should you encounter any difficulties while constructing the bed, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall gladly come to help you. Very well, I have no objections. The precious golden nanmu wood is exceedingly heavy. Ultimately, Guang Hao borrowed 2 carts from the production team and enlisted the help of several strong young men to transport the golden nanmu wood back to his home. Once he obtained the wood, Guang Hao eagerly began preparing for the crafting process. During his previous life as a forest ranger, due to inconvenient transportation, he relied on self-sufficiency atop Ghost Head Mountain. The small wooden cabin he lived in was constructed by his own hands, and his wilderness survival skills were truly exceptional. Thus, making a bed now was a mere trifle. His unparalleled carpentry skills allowed Guang Hao to handle the wood with remarkable ease. With just a simple knife, axe, and chisel, he could break down the golden nanmu wood into perfectly straight planks. The construction of the bed was, in fact, quite simple. As long as the frame and boards were well made, they could be directly assembled. Of course, for aesthetic purposes, he could later carve intricate designs at the head of the bed. However, this would be time-consuming, so Guang Hao decided to postpone the embellishments, focusing instead on completing the bed's basic structure. After 4 hours of diligent effort, a splendid Luohan bed was finally completed. Chapter 28. This is the true treasure. Guang Hao's woodworking skills were already commendable, but upon his rebirth, they had been elevated to an extraordinary level. The Luohan bed he crafted was nothing short of exquisite. The bedboards fit together seamlessly, akin to those produced by a machine, while the legs of the bed were smooth and straight as if polished with wax. Due to time constraints, the entire bed lacked any decorations, yet it was still sufficiently impressive to elicit admiration. Satisfied, Guang Hao moved the Luohan bed into his room, promptly removing the dilapidated wooden bed and tossing it into the kitchen to be used as firewood. With this new addition, even with his brother-in-law present, he could enjoy an intimate evening with his wife. The more he gazed at the Luohan bed, the more he appreciated it. Guang Hao's carpentry skills were indeed unparalleled. While it would take others at least a week to handcraft a bed, he had accomplished it in just 4 hours. Consequently, by the time the bed was completed, it was only about 3 in the afternoon. With several hours of daylight remaining, Guang Hao turned to look at Ghost Head Mountain. Why not venture up and explore? Since there was still ample time, he picked up his curved knife, strapped on his bamboo basket, and prepared to investigate the mountainous conditions. Although Ghost Head Mountain lay within the boundaries of Xiaofang village, the legends of spirits and wild beasts had rendered the area overgrown and devoid of paths. Armed with his curved knife, Guang Hao forged a narrow trail through the dense underbrush. After approximately 10 minutes of trekking, the weeds and thorns vanished, replaced by towering, straight trees. The absence of underbrush indicated that he had thoroughly reached the outer reaches of Ghost Head Mountain. It is now April, and the sweltering summer is fast approaching, making the weather increasingly hot each day. However, as Guang Hao stepped onto the Zheng Mountain, he was immediately greeted by a refreshing coolness. Enveloped by the towering trees that shielded the sunlight, the entire Ghost Head Mountain resembled a serene pavilion. Additionally, due to its lofty altitude, the higher he ascended, the cooler the temperature became. It is no wonder that the villagers of Xiaofang believed Ghost Head Mountain to be a sacred realm of the Emperor of Hell. This unusual temperature indeed bore a striking resemblance to such a notion. Having lived 2 lives, Guang Hao was well aware that the temperature variations stemmed from the elevation and the trees' sheltering embrace. Thus he paid it no mind and began to search his surroundings. This search soon left Guang Hao marveling in awe. Ghost Head Mountain truly lived up to its name, teeming with an astonishing variety of species. After just a few steps, He had already spotted over a dozen rare animals and more than 20 varieties of precious plants. In this remote paradise of Ghost Head Mountain, wildlife thrived abundantly, reproducing and flourishing in ever-increasing numbers. Rather than wandering deeper into the mountain, Guang Hao chose to set down his bamboo basket at the mountain's outskirts. While Ghost Head Mountain harbored no spirits, it certainly boasted wolves and tigers. The closer one approached the inner mountain, the more ferocious wildlife one encountered. With only a curved blade in hand and lacking other weapons, Guang Hao was naturally reluctant to venture deeper for his own safety. Hence, he could currently only hunt at the outer mountain. Gazing at the even lusher inner mountain, a glimmer of determination flickered in Guang Hao's eyes. Indeed, firearms were not yet prohibited in this era. Such restrictions would not come until the 1980s. This meant he had nearly a decade to indulge in firearms. Guns were the very essence of a man's romance, and possessing one would grant him the confidence to explore the inner mountain without trepidation. Thus, Guang Hao quietly set a personal goal. In addition to earning money to build a house, he must first save to acquire a fine firearm. Humming a cheerful tune, Guang Hao busied himself at the outer mountain. With his curved blade, he cut down several bamboo stalks, shaping them into strips before beginning to weave. His weaving skills were truly masterful. Before long, an intricate trap materialized in his hands. After placing the trap on the ground and setting up the triggering mechanism, he sprinkled a bit of rice as bait, and Guang Hao commenced the cycle of crafting yet another trap. The trap he fashioned was a triggered bird-catching device. As soon as birds or other small animals ventured into the trap to partake of the bait, the mechanism would spring into action. The taut bamboo would rebound with a sharp snap, ensnaring the birds within. Although dubbed a bird-catching trap, it was particularly effective for small creatures such as pheasants and wild rabbits. Due to their diminutive size, birds often did not trigger the mechanism, leading to the awkward situation of bait being consumed without the trap being activated. However, if a pheasant or wild rabbit were to enter, the results would be entirely different. Their size would ensure immediate activation of the trap, proving almost infallible. The bird traps crafted by Guang Hao are specifically designed to ensnare the mountain partridge, also known as the tor chicken. This wild fowl typically weighs around 2 pounds as an adult. While capable of flight, it cannot sustain prolonged aerial journeys, preferring to dart swiftly across the ground. The exquisite flavor of the tor chicken, coupled with its high market value, has incited rampant hunting, leading to its designation as an endangered species in 2009. In contemporary times, capturing a tor chicken could result in a decade-long imprisonment. However, in the 1970s, with hunger looming, few were concerned about the plight of wildlife. As Guang Hao diligently wove his traps, a few tor chickens curiously tilted their heads nearby. In the remote realm of Ghost Head Mountain, these creatures were likely encountering humans for the first time and, consequently, exhibited no fear. They watched Guang Hao with keen curiosity. Standing at a distance, observing them, Guang Hao casually tossed a handful of rice their way. Look, if you linger too long, I might just eat you. Hurry into the cage. Soon, you'll be a feast for my wife. Initially startled, the tor chickens hesitated, unsure of the white object Guang Hao had thrown. However, upon the boldest among them sampling the rice, the others swiftly approached, realizing it was sustenance. Food. I must eat. The allure of grains is undeniable for birds. And the handful of rice was quickly devoured, yet the tor chickens appeared still unsatisfied. After their feast, they resumed their inquisitive gazes towards Guang Hao, evidently viewing him as their ticket to more nourishment. Unperturbed by their antics, Guang Hao resolutely focused on crafting his traps, aware that indulging them further would come at a cost. After some time, realizing their efforts were futile, the tor chickens began to disperse in search of food. At that moment, one astute partridge spotted white grains beneath a tree. Ecstatic, it dashed toward the discovery and commenced feasting. However, before it could savor more than a couple of pecks, the trap sprung, ensnaring the unsuspecting bird. It was only then that the tor chicken recognized its folly and began to struggle vigorously. Yet, Guang Hao's traps were masterfully constructed. Escape was utterly impossible. Remarkably, even with only 3 traps in place, the first 2 had already captured prey. Guang Hao couldn't help but marvel at the bountiful yield of Ghost Head Mountain. The abundance of game was not only plentiful, but astonishingly naive. Harvesting here was as effortless as closing one's eyes. What truly constitutes a treasure trove of riches is found in this very bounty. Chapter 29, Simultaneous Harvest. With the game secured, Guang Hao chose not to set any additional traps. The line to Wang Fuguei had yet to be established, and capturing more prey would only benefit Zheng Hongmei's aunt, the vendor he held no affection for. Neither Ai Guohua nor Guang Hao harbored any fondness for her. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to sell the treasures of Ghost Head Mountain to her. Approaching the trap, Guang Hao raised his hand and extracted the tor chicken. Tearing off a slender blade of grass nearby, Guang Hao twisted it into a makeshift rope, securing the two plump cocks and tossing them into his bamboo basket. Each of these cocks weighed over 2 pounds, their succulent meat promising a delectable flavor and high nutritional value. He envisioned a rich chicken soup that would surely delight his wife. However, just as he contemplated the broth, he noticed a small, yellow-brown object beneath a tree. Approaching it eagerly, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't this a matsutake mushroom?" The mushroom family is indeed thriving, yet the most renowned among them is undoubtedly the matsutake. Not only is it delicious, but it also possesses remarkable nutritional benefits and medicinal properties, making it a treasure in every sense. The crucial point is that it cannot be cultivated artificially, leading to skyrocketing prices since its discovery. True wild matsutake can easily fetch thousands per pound. Upon spotting the matsutake, Guang Hao set his basket down and began to gather them, only to realize that not only was there one beneath this pine tree, but several more beneath the neighboring trees as well. The matsutake grew abundantly, as if they were wild grass, with some even as thick as Guang Hao's arm. My goodness! If this were today, the value of such a bounty would surpass several tens of thousands. Crouching down to collect the matsutake, he initially gathered all sizes, but soon discarded the smaller ones, focusing solely on the plump, robust specimens. The sheer abundance was overwhelming, as the forest stretched over thousands of square meters, teeming with these mushrooms. In the end, Guang Hao managed to take home just 5 pounds of matsutake, leaving the rest for another day. Turning back, he heard a snap, and to his surprise, the other trap had caught something too. This time, it was not a cock, but a sizable wild rabbit weighing nearly 4 pounds. In less than an hour since ascending the mountain, Guang Hao had amassed 2 cocks, 5 pounds of matsutake, and a large rabbit, all while still on the outer edges of Guitu Mountain, known for its barren terrain. The bounty from this outer area was impressive. One could only imagine the riches that awaited deeper within. While Guang Hao roamed the mountain, capturing a wealth of game, on the other side, Ai Guohua was also having an exceptional day. He and Wang Laosan had set out early to fish in the Mingjiang River. After 3 rounds with 10 fish traps, they had nearly 300 pounds of fish. While others struggled to catch fish in the river, where the fish were as elusive as phantoms, they encountered Guang Hao's ingenious traps, which left the fish with no escape. Each trap was brimming, never once yielding an empty catch. 300 pounds of fish was already a substantial haul. Any more would be too much for the two to handle. They transferred the catch into a specially designed fish basket. The so-called luo do is, in fact, a type of bamboo basket, albeit larger than the usual ones. The round luo do is secured with ropes and is carried on a shoulder pole. It serves as a prevalent means of transportation in the Sichuan and Chongqing regions. With a basket brimming with fish, Ai Guohua returned to Longkou town accompanied by Wang Laosan. Navigating the familiar path, they arrived at the state-run restaurant, which remained closed, indicating that Wang Fuguei had yet to return from his meeting. Seated at the entrance was Lu Gang, who greeted Ai Guohua and Wang Laosan with a smile. "Oh, you two are here again to sell fish. For baskets filled to the brim, what a bountiful catch today. You've made me want to join in on the fishing. This haul is simply extraordinary. By the way, where is Comrade Guang Hao? Why hasn't he come today?" This marked Ai Guohua's first encounter with Lu Gang alone, and he felt somewhat apprehensive in the presence of such renowned figures. "It's just luck, merely luck," he replied. "My brother-in-law had some matters to attend to today, so I came alone. Oh, and by the way, my brother-in-law asked me to give this fish to you, Lu Gang, as a small token of his appreciation." As he spoke, Ai Guohua retrieved a sturgeon from the luo do. The sturgeon was marked with a straw rope, clearly set aside especially for Lu Gang. It was fresh, lively, and quite substantial, weighing at least 7 or 8 pounds, a rare and valuable catch. Upon seeing the sturgeon, Lu Gang's eyes lit up. "Oh my, I must say, Brother Guang Hao is being too courteous. How can I possibly eat such a large sturgeon all by myself? You must tell him off when you return. What with all this formality between us? Last time it was cigarettes, and now fish. There's no need to go to such lengths." While he spoke these polite words, Lu Gang's hands moved swiftly, deftly accepting the fish. All right, I'll convey your thanks to my brother-in-law later, AI Guohua said, somewhat naively. Lu Gang paused, taken aback. Wait. I was merely being polite. You didn't have to take it to heart. However, upon observing AI Guohua, he quickly grasped the situation. This fellow appeared to be a simple and honest man, oblivious to the nuances of social etiquette. He wondered how on earth he had managed to find someone as talented as Guang Hao as a brother-in-law. Ha ha ha. All right, wait here. I'll take the fish inside first, and then we can head to the supply and marketing cooperative together. With my presence, I assure you Zheng Hongmei won't dare shortchange you. Thank you very much, Comrade Lu Gang, they replied. Lu Gang was back in less than a minute after placing the fish, and he warmly led AI Guohua and Wang Laosan to the cooperative. Today, it was Zheng Hongmei who was receiving the fish. Noticing Guang Hao's absence, her already sour demeanor became even more unpleasant. With her eyelids drooping, she attempted to lower the price. However, this time, without Guang Hao but with Lu Gang present, things were different. Lu Gang not only advocated for AI Guohua, but also actively engaged in negotiating the price. In the end, Zheng Hongmei not only failed to negotiate the price down, but she also ended up paying 10 cents more than yesterday for the purchase. Handing the money to AI Guohua, her face was etched with displeasure. The higher the price, the lower her profit. She wished AI Guohua would simply give her the fish in his 4 nets for free. Lu Gang, why are you so intent on speaking for these fellows who are not even your relatives? Heh, who says we aren't related? Remember, Guang Hao is my brother. AI Guohua is my brother's brother-in-law, and he is also my elder brother. Right, brother? Lu Gang retorted with a snort. AI Guohua, feeling utterly at a loss on how to communicate with these 8 officials, stood there timidly, only able to nod and smile in agreement. Yes, Comrade Lu Gang is absolutely right. Recently, AI Xiaofang was exceedingly cheerful, not because her family situation had improved, but rather because she could feel that Guang Hao loved her even more. Although it was Guang Hao who had actively pursued AI Xiaofang after their marriage, he seemed to have transformed into a different person. He not only neglected AI Xiaofang, but also showed little affection, with hardly a few intimate moments in a month. AI Xiaofang had reflected on this countless times, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not understand what she had done wrong. Moreover, at that moment, Guang Hao had received a quota to return to the city. When AI Xiaofang saw the excitement in Guang Hao's eyes that day, she instinctively realized something. She could no longer hold on to her beloved Guang Hao. Thus, she found herself humbly kneeling on the ground, pleading with him not to leave. Just as she was engulfed in despair, Guang Hao seemed to have undergone another transformation. Not only did he relinquish his quota to someone else, but he also assured her by taking out their marriage certificate, which brought her a sense of security. Most importantly, every night, she could see the fiery passion in Guang Hao's eyes. Looking into those eyes, AI Xiaofang knew this man truly loved her. Xiaofang, what are you laughing about? Your laughter is so enchanting. Am I the only man here? You're not smiling just for me, are you? He joked. Ha ha ha, if you have feelings for me, just say it outright. Don't worry, I won't mind that you've been married before. In fact, the more you belong to someone else, the more thrilling it is for me. While AI Xiaofang was lost in thoughts of Guang Hao, an obnoxious voice interrupted her reverie. Chapter 30, Let Me Touch It. Following the disgusting voice, AI Xiaofang turned to see a man clad in a floral shirt and bell-bottomed pants, casually chewing on a piece of grass, flanked by several similarly dressed lackeys approaching her. Upon seeing this man, AI Xiaofang couldn't help but furrow her brows, her entire demeanor radiating deep disdain. Wang Daqiang, I hope you can keep your mouth clean. I was laughing because I was thinking of my husband. How could it possibly be directed at you? If you keep spouting nonsense, I swear I'll hit you with a broom. AI Xiaofang scolded the nonchalant Wang Daqiang. Despite being reprimanded, Wang Daqiang showed no signs of retreat, instead striding even more arrogantly towards AI Xiaofang. With a casual gesture, he dragged a stool beneath him. Crossing his legs in a relaxed manner, his gaze fixed intently on AI Xiaofang. You think you can hit me with a broom, you scrawny little woman? Apart from your exploits in bed, do you really believe you can best me? He continued, enough of this idle chatter. Now that I'm here, you surely know what day it is. Xiaofang, it's time to repay the money. With that, Wang Daqiang spread his hands wide, presenting a clear demand for payment. Although the AI family had 5 brothers, they were not wealthy by any means. In fact, following the sudden death of AI Xiaofang's parents, even the burial expenses had to be financed through loans. With already meager financial circumstances, AI Xiaofang was further burdened by a worthless son-in-law who contributed nothing but his presence, making her life increasingly arduous. At times, when Li Lu could not provide her with assistance, she had no choice but to borrow money from Wang Daqiang. Most of the funds for building her new home had also come from him. The 15th of each month marked a day of repayment, a day that had long been synonymous with humiliation for AI Xiaofang. Wang Daqiang's motivations for lending her money were far from altruistic. He had made his affections for her abundantly clear on numerous occasions. However, due to his questionable character and his tendency to wield his father's influence like a weapon, AI Xiaofang had never deigned to acknowledge him positively. Yet, as her debts to him mounted, and she struggled to keep up with repayments, her once defiant demeanor began to wane in his presence. Wang Daqiang, emboldened by her predicament, escalated his behavior from mere verbal harassment to increasingly inappropriate advances. "What's this? Are you out of money again? If you can't pay, it's no problem. Just let your brother Daqiang have a little feel, and I'll waive this month's interest." He leered, licking his lips. Unlike other rural women who seemed to wilt with age, AI Xiaofang was an exception. As time passed, she only grew more alluring, her charm intensifying and stirring restless desires within him. "When did I ever claim to be out of money, Wang Daqiang? You ought to show me some respect. If you continue this brazen behavior, I swear I'll go to the city and report you. The authorities are cracking down on scoundrels like you. And you deserve to be locked up," AI Xiaofang retorted, her eyes blazing with fury. The prospect of her reporting him seemed to temper Wang Daqiang's demeanor slightly. He leaned back, conceding, all right, enough of the nonsense. If you have the money, then hurry and repay me." AI Xiaofang reached into her jacket pocket, where she had carefully wrapped the money given to her by Guang Hao in cloth and stitched it securely within her inner pocket, fearful of losing it. This was the first time Guang Hao had entrusted her with money, and she had barely had the chance to hold on to it before being forced to return it to someone like Wang Daqiang. She was reluctant not because of the money itself, but because it was a gift from Guang Hao. As she grappled with her conflicting emotions, Wang Daqiang revealed a lecherous grin. I knew it. Your family is so impoverished that you can only subsist on wild vegetables. How could you possibly repay me? Xiaofang, you need to stop resisting. Just allow me a mere touch. I shall not ask for anything more, just a single touch. If you grant me this modest request, I will forgive the interest owed for this month. The interest amounts to a substantial 5 yuan. A mere touch could earn you that sum, a price far exceeding that of women in the city. It's not as if you would lose a piece of flesh over it. Just let me touch you." As he spoke, Wang Daqiang rose to his feet and reached for AI Xiaofang's chest. Meanwhile, Guang Hao was descending from Ghost Head Mountain and fortuitously encountered AI Guohua on his way back. The two decided to return home together. Brother-in-law, can you guess how much we sold our fish for today?" AI Guohua said, his face beaming with excitement, even his dark complexion slightly flushed. Seeing his expression, one could tell that today's harvest was certainly better than yesterday's. 70 yuan? Guang Hao ventured. "Be bolder," AI Guohua exclaimed. 75? Guang Hao guessed again. "I told you to be bold. Why so timid? Surely you didn't sell for over 80? Be even bolder." "Over 80? You sold for over 90? Is that true?" Guang Hao was taken aback. Ha, indeed. Today we caught over 300 jin of fish, selling for a splendid 93 yuan. AI Guohua replied joyfully. But according to yesterday's prices, over 300 jin of fish would only fetch 70 to 80 yuan at most. How could you sell for such an amount? Ha, am I not impressive? AI Guohua recounted the events of the day to Guang Hao, who soon realized the reason behind the surprising profit. It turned out that not only was the catch abundant, but Lu Gang had also skillfully negotiated an extra dime per jin. Do not underestimate the significance of that extra dime. Over 300 jin means an additional 30 yuan. No wonder the sale was so prosperous today. It seems that the sturgeon was indeed worth its weight. The sturgeon affair was entirely Guang Hao's idea. By masquerading as a friend of Wang Fugui, he had established a connection with Lu Gang. The reason Lu Gang was so open-hearted towards him was primarily due to his association with Wang Fugui. However, after their exchange yesterday, Guang Hao found Lu Gang to be quite amiable. Thus, he had AI Guohua present the most succulent sturgeon to Lu Gang as a gesture of goodwill. The outcome was indeed reciprocated. Not only did Lu Gang assist in selling the fish, but he also raised the purchase price by a dime. After their discussion about the fish, AI Guohua's gaze fell upon Guang Hao's bamboo basket. "By the way, brother-in-law, Why didn't you join me in fishing today? What have you been doing alone? What's in your bamboo basket? It's making quite a ruckus, as if something is inside. The basket contained 2 plump chickens and a hefty wild rabbit weighing 4 jin, so there was indeed something inside. However, Guang Hao chose not to reveal its contents just yet, planning to surprise AI Guohua and Xiaofang upon their return home. There's not just anything inside, it's something truly remarkable. You'll see when we get home. Ha ha. You're teasing me now. Very well. I shall return home to discover what splendid treasure you are concealing. Guang Hao and AI Guohua returned home, laughing and chatting, only to be confronted at their doorstep by a group of unruly ruffians. At the forefront, a man in a floral shirt wore a sinister grin, reaching out with the intent to inappropriately touch AI Xiaofang, lewdly uttering, "A little touch won't cost you a thing. Just let me have a feel." Upon hearing these words, Guang Hao's fury ignited. Disregarding all rational thought, he seized a nearby pole and charged at Wang Daqiang. With a swift swing, he struck the pole directly against Wang Daqiang's forehead. "You scoundrel, how dare you!" In this moment, Guang Hao, despite having lived 2 lives, had seldom resorted to violence. Even during his previous life, when wronged by the treacherous Lin Wei, he had refrained from fighting in prison. However, witnessing someone dare to violate his wife filled him with an uncontrollable rage, and he swung the pole without a second thought. Wang Daqiang, still smirking, was abruptly met with the blow, causing blood to spill from his head. "Curse it! My head feels like it's about to explode." Wang Daqiang groaned in agony, lying on the ground. Guang Hao, with bloodshot eyes, realized that a mere strike would not quell the tempest of his anger. The pole fell upon Wang Daqiang like relentless raindrops. "How dare you touch my woman? I will end you. Stop! Stop! Are you all just watching this unfold?" Wang Daqiang cried out. "He's trying to kill me." Someone pulled Guang Hao away. With his head bleeding profusely, Wang Daqiang lay helpless, shielding his head with his hands, fearing that Guang Hao's wrath would lead to his demise. At this moment, Wang Daqiang's lackeys finally reacted, rushing towards Guang Hao. "Let go of Changgu. Guang Hao, have you lost your mind? You dare to strike Changgu," they shouted, threatening him. Yet, Guang Hao remained oblivious to their cries, his gaze fixated solely on Wang Daqiang, consumed by the singular thought of punishing the beast that dared to harm his wife. Today, even the heavens cannot save you. With a sickening crack, Wang Daqiang's forearm was shattered, eliciting a pitiful wail. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Brother Guang Hao, please stop. I didn't touch AI Xiaofang, I swear. Please, I'll die if you continue." As he pleaded, Wang Daqiang's lackeys finally reached Guang Hao, fists clenched, ready to subdue him. However, at that moment, a dark-faced man wielding a pole appeared like a fierce guardian, standing resolutely between Guang Hao and the oncoming lackeys. "I am not inclined to allow anyone to lay a finger on my brother-in-law. AI Guohua, step aside. Do you not see who lies on the ground? This is Wang Daqiang, the son of our village secretary. If your Guang Hao truly injures him, your family is doomed. Indeed, you should leave at once. To offend Changgu means you can forget about remaining in Xiaofang village. I advise you to weigh your options carefully. Wang village secretary has but one son. My Changgu." My younger brothers urged AI Guohua to depart promptly. "What of the son of the village secretary? To dare bully my sister is a fate he deserves. Even death would be lenient. With me, AI Guohua, no one shall lend you assistance today." With a resolute stance, AI Guohua refused to yield. Madness enveloped the scene. A family gone completely berserk. My Changgu dares to strike, and the village secretary is of no concern. Your fates are sealed. Enough of this chatter, brothers. Let us go. Unable to dissuade him, my younger brothers resorted to violence. In an instant, Guang Hao's courtyard descended into chaos. Guang Hao, wielding a shoulder pole, swung fiercely at Wang Daqiang, determined not to relent until he was dead. Meanwhile, AI Guohua faced off against several of my younger brothers, fighting fiercely to impede them, his struggle more intense than Guang Hao's. "All right, enough. Guang Hao, cease this madness, or you will truly kill him." At last, it was AI Xiaofang who managed to calm the frenzied Guang Hao. "How dare he lay hands on you, Xiaofang? Step aside. Do not hinder me. I must finish him." Guang Hao's eyes remained bloodshot, the fury palpable. "Guang Hao, do not be angry. Do not be angry. Wang Daqiang has not wronged me. He didn't even touch me. That is sufficient. It has gone far enough. If this continues, someone will die. Wang Daqiang is a scoundrel. Should you kill him? It would be a life for a life, and it is not worth it, truly not worth it. So, Guang Hao, I beg you, cease this violence. I implore you." With all her strength, AI Xiaofang held the raging Guang Hao tightly. In the warmth of her embrace, hearing her gentle reassurances, Guang Hao's shattered reason gradually returned. His crimson eyes faded back to normal, and the bloodied shoulder pole fell to the ground. Initially, Wang Daqiang had been quite arrogant, cursing Guang Hao even as he was struck. Yet, as time passed, his insults faded into silence. A gaping wound marred his head, and his hands, broken and useless, left his skull vulnerable, rendering him a mere shadow of a man. Had AI Xiaofang not intervened, Guang Hao would have surely beaten Wang Daqiang to death. With Guang Hao finally halting his assault, AI Guohua and Wang Daqiang's companions also retreated. AI Guohua, grasping the shoulder pole, stepped back to stand before AI Xiaofang and Guang Hao, while Wang Daqiang's followers rushed to his side in a frenzy. Changgu, Changgu, how are you? The cries of his younger brothers briefly roused Wang Daqiang from his stupor. He struggled to open his eyes, unsure if the blood had obscured his vision or if his eyes had swollen from the blows, but before him was a world painted in crimson. Guang Hao, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, don't hit me anymore. I promise I won't trouble you again. I beg you, just stop. In the blood-red haze, Wang Daqiang caught sight of Guang Hao, and he was instantly paralyzed with fear, nearly losing control of himself. It appeared that the recent brutal beating had left him with an indelible psychological scar. Changgu, do not be afraid. We are all here. He cannot harm you now. Changgu, you have lost a lot of blood. Should we take you to the hospital? Damn it. Changgu, AI Guohua is incredibly formidable. He can handle 4 or 5 of us single-handedly. Should I call for more people now? The chatter of his subordinates jolted Wang Daqiang back to reality. Surrounded by his men, he transformed into a different person. He spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva at Guang Hao and, in a hoarse voice, bellowed, "Call for help. You must call for help. Not only should you call for help, but my father must also come personally. I want him to seek justice for me. Guang Hao, how dare you leave me in this state? If I do not end you today, I shall not bear the name Wang." As soon as Wang Daqiang finished speaking, a clever subordinate prepared to rush out for assistance. Upon witnessing this, AI Guohua immediately panicked. Wang Daqiang was no ordinary man, renowned in Xiaofang village as a notorious thug. He commanded a gang of over 20 followers, and most crucially, he had a father who served as the village secretary. One must not underestimate the village secretary, a seemingly minor official title. In the 1970s rural China, the village secretary was akin to a deity in the village. During that era, the number of civil servants was severely limited, leading to a significant shortage of police personnel. Consequently, unless a case was particularly grave, ordinary matters were often resolved locally. Thus, village heads and secretaries wielded a certain degree of enforcement power. If they declared you a lawbreaker, you were indeed a lawbreaker, with the authority to detain and interrogate you. If Wang Daqiang's father were to arrive and witness his son's dire condition, Guang Hao would undoubtedly meet his end. Chapter 32. Unable to repay. We'll take your wife as collateral. Stop. You are not allowed to leave. AI Guohua blocked the exit with his carrying pole. AI Guohua, what do you mean by this? You dare to block us? Do you really think that just because your family has 5 brothers, I won't dare to move against you? Wang Daqiang shouted furiously, seeing his men being obstructed. I am not blocking you. Rather, this matter must be clarified first. AI Guohua, though somewhat simple-minded, was not foolish. Given the current situation, if Wang Daqiang's father and reinforcements arrived, it would be a wonder if Guang Hao wasn't immediately dragged to the commune for severe retribution. Therefore, he had to prevent these individuals from leaving. Clarify? What nonsense are you spouting? You owe me money. Not only do you refuse to repay it, but you also dare to attack me. If I do not destroy you today, I shall not bear the name Wang. Charge out. I refuse to believe that he alone can hold back so many of you. With Wang Daqiang's command, his subordinates began to charge towards AI Guohua. Faced with such a situation, AI Guohua steeled his resolve. The shoulder pole swung round and struck toward the younger brothers. As long as I am here, none of you little rascals shall escape. The pole brought the thugs to tears, yet a single person, AI Guohua, managed to thwart them all. At that moment of AI Guohua's imposing display, Guang Hao, holding AI Xiaofang, coldly remarked, "Elder brother, do not obstruct them. Let them go summon the village committee. No, not just the village committee, but also the village head and the police. Bring them all here. I wish to have everyone come and assess the situation." to see if Wang Daqiang is truly as unruly as he seems. Upon hearing this, Wang Daqiang instantly erupted in anger. Guang Hao, what the hell do you mean by this? You've beaten me to a pulp, and yet you dare to call me unruly? I dare say it is you who is truly lawless. Look at my hands. They're broken. You struck me with such ferocity. The mere mention of his hands sent a wave of pain surging through Wang Daqiang, nearly causing him to roll on the ground in agony. What if I broke your hands? Understand this. Today, you came here with several henchmen to bully my wife, to gang up on a married woman. There are no scoundrels in ancient times as vile as you. Elder brother, go report to the police at once. Report Wang Daqiang for his thuggery. I refuse to believe that a mere village committee could shelter such misconduct. Guang Hao's gaze bore down on Wang Daqiang, making him feel uneasy. In the 1970s, the crime of thuggery was met with stringent enforcement. A slight misstep could lead to incarceration, and in severe cases, even execution was not unheard of. Today, he had indeed laid hands on AI Xiaofang, and if this were reported to the authorities, the thought sent cold sweat streaming down Wang Daqiang's forehead. Wait. Today's ordeal is merely my misfortune. I will not hold your actions against you. You needn't seek the police. Let us consider this even, shall we? Upon hearing this, everyone present, except Guang Hao, was taken aback. Changgu, have you lost your mind? Guang Hao has reduced you to this state, and you want to call it even? Indeed. Changgu, has your brain been rattled? I'll go fetch someone to deal with him. We will not suffer this indignity. The younger brothers clamored in protest. Wang Daqiang, though momentarily incapacitated, would have leaped up to slap each one if he were able. Damn it, you all flap your lips as if you can turn white into black. If AI Guohua were to report this to the police, all the sordid deeds I've committed in the past would come to light. It matters not if my father is merely a village committee member. Even if he were the town mayor of Longkou, I would still be sent to face the consequences. The thought of this made Wang Daqiang's cold sweat pour down even more. Silence. He first scolded his surrounding henchmen, then turned to Guang Hao, attempting to speak in a more conciliatory tone. Guang Hao, today you have left me in this wretched state. Even if you were to call the authorities, you would not escape. It would be wiser for us to retreat a step. If you refrain from seeking the police, I shall take my leave at once. What say you? Guang Hao gazed at Wang Daqiang, his fury boiling at the sight of a man who would dare lay a hand on his wife. Yet, he understood his wife's perspective. To kill him outright would only lead to dire consequences. Wang Daqiang was not of the caliber to trade lives with a scoundrel. Furthermore, a swift end held little satisfaction. One who would harm his spouse must be made to experience true despair. Therefore, you and your lackeys had best depart swiftly and keep your distance from my wife. Should I see you venture within 10 meters of her again, I will not hesitate to report you to the police. Guang Hao cast a cold glance at him. The terms bastard and scoundrel rolled off Wang Daqiang's tongue in a fit of rage, distorting his features. Supported by his subordinates, Wang Daqiang rose and approached the door, abruptly turning back. I nearly forgot. Guang Hao, your aggression today will go unpunished, but the debt you owe me remains. I once showed pity for your family, allowing you time to repay, but it seems my mercy was misplaced. You have 1 month to settle your debt. Should you fail to do so, do not think that I fear the authorities or even the courts in the capital. I shall return in a month, and if your debts remain unpaid, I will take your wife as collateral. With that threat delivered, Wang Daqiang finally departed, supported by his followers. Upon witnessing him leave, bloodied and battered, AI Guohua suddenly broke into a smile. He clapped Guang Hao on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. Well done, my boy. I never realized you could strike so fiercely. You not only split his head, but also broke both his arms. With such injuries, he won't be leaving his bed for months. To go to such lengths for your wife, commendable. You are indeed a man. He patted Guang Hao's shoulder a couple more times, evidently pleased with Guang Hao's actions. Not only was AI Guohua impressed, but AI Xiaofang was also moved to the brink of tears. Guang Hao, with his reddened eyes and imposing stance, resembled the hero of her youthful dreams. Unable to contain her emotions, AI Xiaofang hugged Guang Hao tighter, wishing to meld her very being with his. Guang Hao, you are remarkable. How effortlessly you drove Wang Daqiang away. Yet, next time, you must not act so impulsively. A scoundrel like him is not worth the risk of exchanging lives. Therefore, let us ensure to keep our distance from him in the future, shall we? Guang Hao looked at AI Xiaofang's worried expression and could not resist pressing a kiss to her delicate lips. Yes, I shall heed my wife's counsel and promise to remain calm in the future. As AI Guohua observed his brother-in-law and younger sister embracing and exchanging affectionate gestures before him, he felt as though someone had forcibly crammed a handful of feed into his mouth. His teeth clacked audibly as he inquired, "By the way, little sister, how much do you owe Wang Daqiang?" Chapter 33, 500 Usury. Guang Hao could scarcely recall the details of the debt. Firstly, it had been far too long since the matter arose, and secondly, AI Xiaofang typically kept such issues to herself, never divulging them to him. Just like now. With her head bowed, AI Xiaofang awkwardly attempted to shift the conversation. "It's not much, not much. I'll find a way to handle it. You must be famished after a long day outside. I'll prepare a meal for you." In his past life, Guang Hao would not have inquired even if AI Xiaofang remained silent. After all, it was her debt, not his concern. Every time he thought of this, he wished he could slap his former self for being such a scoundrel. An utter cad. What did she mean by "I'll find a way"? You are my wife. Your debts are my debts. How much is it? Tell me, and I will repay it. He grasped AI Xiaofang's shoulders, gazing deeply into her sparkling eyes. As their eyes locked, AI Xiaofang felt her legs weaken slightly. After a moment, she stammered, 500. What? How much? 500. How on earth did you borrow so much money from him? AI Guohua, overhearing the figure, was utterly stunned. It was no wonder AI Guohua reacted so dramatically. 500 yuan was an astronomical sum for contemporary individuals. One must understand that in the 1970s, the purchasing power of 500 yuan was extraordinarily significant. Rice cost merely 2 jiao per jin, meaning 500 yuan could buy a staggering 2,500 jin. Pork was priced at 1 yuan per jin, allowing one to purchase 3 pigs with 500 yuan. Even constructing a small house could be accomplished with that amount. Such was the value of 500 yuan in the 1970s. With her head lowered, AI Xiaofang continued to stutter. "When our parents passed away, we still owed a bit of money, so I borrowed some from him. Then, during the wedding, we needed a little more, so I borrowed again. When there was no food at home, and Xiao Lu and you had nothing to eat, I had no choice but to borrow more from him. In truth, I only owe him a little over 200 yuan, but I have yet to repay it. The interest keeps accumulating, and now I owe over 500. Upon hearing this, AI Guohua couldn't help but poke AI Xiaofang's forehead. "You're being utterly foolish. Wang Daqiang's money isn't so easily borrowed. He is a loan shark, after all, with exorbitant interest rates. If you truly needed money, you should have come to us. We could have figured something out together. Now look, you've accrued such a hefty debt for no good reason. Let us see how you resolve this." Seeing his brother-in-law chastising his wife, Guang Hao could no longer remain silent. He embraced AI Xiaofang and shot a glare at AI Guohua. "Xiaofang borrows money either for family or for me. She has never borrowed for herself. So, brother-in-law, refrain from criticizing her. Isn't it merely 500 yuan? I shall repay it. With a month's time, I won't even need the entire duration. With the catches from the Mingjiang River, I can easily gather 500 yuan in just half a month." Upon hearing this, AI Guohua suddenly realized. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Yes. With the fish we catch from the Mingjiang River, we earn dozens of yuan each day. He then said, "Come, little sister. This is today's harvest. You should save it." With that, AI Guohua pulled out a wad of change from his pocket. AI Xiaofang took the change and counted it. Her mouth agape in astonishment. 93. How many fish did you catch to sell for this much money? Hee. This is all thanks to Guang Hao's cleverness. Otherwise, how could I possibly sell so much? AI Guohua chuckled, recounting how Guang Hao had instructed him to deliver fish to Lu Gang. Once Lu Gang received the fish, he truly treated us like brothers, not only helping us sell the fish, but also flattering us, ultimately raising the purchase price by a dime. Darling, you're amazing. Upon hearing AI Guohua praise Guang Hao, AI Xiaofang felt a sweetness in her heart akin to indulging in candy. Seeing his wife's starry-eyed expression, Guang Hao could not help but steal a kiss from her tender lips. Kissing one's wife is indeed addictive, especially when her lips are both fragrant and soft. One kiss only ignites the desire for a second, an insatiable longing. This is not solely my achievement. I have already arranged things with my brother-in-law. From now on, I will only provide the fish traps while he takes care of catching and selling the fish. So, my dear, the 93 yuan in your hand. You need to set aside 465 yuan for my brother-in-law, Guang Hao said with a smile. AI Xiaofang never hesitated at Guang Hao's request. She promptly handed over 465 yuan in change to AI Guohua, carefully tucking the remaining money into her little wallet. Upon seeing the money in his hands, AI Guohua was momentarily taken aback before quickly returning it to AI Xiaofang. No, are you two quite mad? You still owe 500 yuan. Why are you dividing the money now? You should save enough first, and only after repaying Wang Daqiang can you think about splitting the money. Brother-in-law, rest assured. While 500 yuan may be substantial for others, it is insignificant to me. We agreed on the division of the money, and so you should take it, Guang Hao urged. Am I not considered family? Am I no longer your brother-in-law? Or has Xiaofang's brother taken my place? What is the point of tossing this little amount back and forth? AI Guohua insisted. Part of Xiaofang's borrowed money is for my parents' funeral expenses. Thus, we all share this debt. If you keep insisting, I might just get angry. AI Guohua firmly pressed the money into AI Xiaofang's hands, glaring at Guang Hao with eyes wide as saucers, as if to say, if you refuse again, there will be trouble. Faced with such determination, Guang Hao could only relent and allow AI Xiaofang to accept the money. In 2 lifetimes, Guang Hao has witnessed countless families embroiled in endless disputes over money. However, the AI family's brothers are distinctly different. For the sake of AI Xiaofang and Guang Hao, they have genuinely devoted all of themselves. In this new life, not only does Guang Hao aspire to ensure his wife enjoys a prosperous life, but he also wishes for each of these heartfelt brothers to attain happiness and contentment. Upon seeing Guang Hao and AI Xiaofang receive money, AI Guohua finally revealed a smile. He nudged Guang Hao's arm, his eyes fixated on the bamboo basket Guang Hao carried back. By the way, Guang Hao, you haven't told me what exactly is inside that bamboo basket. It has been making noises all this time. Now that there is nothing going on, hurry and open it so I can see. I'm curious what you brought back after spending the whole day outside without fishing. Hearing AI Guohua's words, Guang Hao cheerfully approached the bamboo basket and lifted its lid. Actually, it's nothing much, just a few wild delicacies I caught. Here, take a look. Chapter 34. Why is your door open? Guang Hao finally unveiled his mysterious bamboo basket, prompting AI Guohua and AI Xiaofang to stretch their necks to peer inside. With just a glance, both were left utterly astonished. Am I seeing things? AI Guohua exclaimed, his voice piercing. This is a gugu chicken and a wild rabbit. How can this rabbit be so plump? It must weigh at least 4 pounds. And so many matsutake mushrooms. Goodness, Brother Guang Hao, where did you find all these treasures? AI Xiaofang stared at the contents of the basket, her mouth agape in disbelief. Observing his wife's adorable, bewildered expression, Guang Hao gently pecked her cheek. Fishing seemed dull today, so I took a stroll in the mountains and, luckily, gathered some wild delicacies. Guang Hao dared not disclose that he had ventured to Ghost Head Mountain, preferring to remain vague. There was no way around it. His brother-in-law was overly superstitious, and while AI Xiaofang was slightly better, she still believed in the supernatural. If they were to discover his whereabouts at Ghost Head Mountain, they would surely keep a vigilant watch over him in the future. Good luck and casually gathering. You'll get yourself beaten up for saying that. Gugu chicken is a prized delicacy, tender and nutritious. Fetching as much as 3 yuan per pound at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. It has been overfished in recent years, and I haven't seen one in ages. While wild rabbits are slightly less valuable, they can still sell for 1 yuan per pound. And with all these matsutake mushrooms selling for 50 cents a pound, this entire haul must be worth over 20 yuan. Where on earth did you go to have such good fortune? AI Guohua said, swallowing hard at the sight of the gugu chicken. He recalled a time in his childhood, when his parents were alive, that he had the rare pleasure of tasting gugu chicken, a flavor he could never forget. Ah, dear brother-in-law, do not concern yourself with this matter. Please bring back a tua chicken for the other brothers, and do collect some matsutake mushrooms as well. Furthermore, when you pass by Li Lu's home, kindly invite her over for a meal, as I have a small favor to ask of her, Guang Hao remarked. What on earth? You want me to bring back a tua chicken and matsutake mushrooms? Guang Hao, do you truly intend to consume all of this yourself? My goodness, that would be an utter waste. These delicacies are far more precious than any fish catch. If sold at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, even Zheng Hongmei would shamelessly vie for them. These are top-tier mountain goods, highly marketable. It would be a shame to eat them ourselves when they could fetch a handsome sum. AI Guohua urged Guang Hao, despite his mouth watering at the thought. There's no rush. I have a plan for how to handle these mountain goods, Guang Hao replied confidently. Zheng Hongmei is quite petty and miserly, making her unsuitable for long-term business dealings. Currently, with the fish catch plentiful and others unable to collect, that is why I am selling to her. When the time is right, I shall find someone else to take the fish. Selling these mountain goods to Zheng Hongmei now merely provides her an opportunity for advancement. Therefore, we should keep these for ourselves and not let her benefit. AI Guohua found Guang Hao's reasoning somewhat perplexing. How could selling a tua chicken to Zheng Hongmei be seen as giving her an opportunity for promotion? Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell on it, trusting Guang Hao's intellect. After all, the most vital factor was that the brother-in-law was undeniably tempted by the taste of tua chicken. With a tua chicken in hand and 2 pounds of matsutake mushrooms gathered, the brother-in-law hummed a merry tune as he made his way home. In the past, AI Guohua would slouch and hunch his shoulders while traversing the village, too embarrassed to stroll leisurely, for their family was the subject of ridicule in Xiaofang village. AI Xiaofang had spent her own money to marry a man incapable of lifting even a shoulder, a source of jest among the villagers. They would often say that the AI family must have lost their minds to let someone like Guang Hao, all facade and no substance, into their home. AI Guohua and his brothers had attempted to counter such remarks, claiming Guang Hao was a top scholar with a father who was a factory director. Yet, their rebuttals only fueled further mockery from the villagers. A factory director? Huh. The factory director's son let Xiaofang starve? Just look at how she has withered away from her once chubby round face. Now she is gaunt, with hardly any flesh on her bones. What a joke it is to call him a top scholar. Hearing such comments left AI Guohua and his brothers speechless. There was no arguing against the truth. Thus, they found it increasingly difficult to hold their heads high within the village. However, that situation had long since changed. Ever since Guang Hao's remarkable fish trap began to yield bountiful catches, AI Guohua felt his posture straighten with newfound pride. Who would dare claim my family as son-in-law is useless when your family catches mere hundreds of pounds of fish daily? Not to mention, he now carried a plump tua chicken and several pounds of matsutake mushrooms. Which brother-in-law would bestow such generous gifts upon their maternal uncle's family? As AI Guohua walked down the path, his pride swelled to the heavens. Oh, big brother AI, what do you have in your hands? A tola chicken. My goodness. Where did you catch that? Exclaimed one villager. Caught. No, my brother-in-law gifted it to me. What a generous gift. Just days ago, he brought you a bounty of fish. And now this chicken. How fortunate you are. What can I say? My brother-in-law is remarkable, truly successful. I tell you, he and I can earn dozens of yuan daily delivering fish to the supply and marketing cooperative. The most frustrating part is that he insists on sharing half with me. And I refuse, which only makes him more anxious. It's quite distressing. Despite his words, a beaming smile graced his face, brighter than a blooming chrysanthemum. The villagers, observing AI Guohua's demeanor, finally realized the truth. He was unabashedly flaunting his good fortune. Meanwhile, Guang Hao remained oblivious to the commotion, busily preparing dinner with his wife. With both tola chicken and matsutake mushrooms at hand, they planned to simmer a delightful chicken soup. As for the wild rabbit, it was best suited for a savory stir-fry. In the courtyard, Guang Hao expertly dispatched the tola chicken, allowing it to drain before immersing it in boiling water to remove its feathers. Having frequently dealt with such tasks in his previous life, his movements were swift and graceful, a sight to behold. In the kitchen, AI Xiaofang tended to the fire, initially stealing glances at Guang Hao, but soon became entranced, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes fixed upon him without blinking. Watching him skillfully handle the live animals filled her heart with sweetness, akin to tasting honey. Today, Guang Hao is simply wonderful. It's almost overwhelming. He defended her fiercely against bullies, ready to confront Wang Daqiang with vigor. If she hadn't stopped him, he might have seriously harmed him. He was so fierce against wrongdoers, yet so tender towards her. Aware that he hesitated to take a life, he took it upon himself to handle the more gruesome tasks. AI Xiaofang's heart brimmed with affection for Guang Hao, nearly overflowing. After preparing the rabbit and tola chicken, Guang Hao wiped his hands and entered the kitchen, only to find his wife gazing at him with wide, sparkling eyes. Unable to resist, he leaned in and kissed her. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome man before? He teased playfully. To his surprise, AI Xiaofang wrapped her arms around his neck and eagerly returned his kiss, her pearly white teeth gleaming. I've never seen anyone as handsome as you, Guang Hao. You're truly charming. Since his rebirth, Guang Hao had harbored a fervent desire within him, and AI Xiaofang's flirtation made it impossible to contain. His hands explored beneath her clothing, and his tongue playfully engaged hers, asserting dominance. No matter how handsome, you're still my husband. Are you happy? Absolutely. I'm so happy I could burst. The young couple unabashedly expressed their affection for one another, just as Guang Hao felt an irresistible urge to take their intimacy a step further when suddenly the courtyard gate was swung open. Brother Guohua exclaimed, "You called me over for some delicious food. What delicacies do we have today? Goodness, do you two have no shame? Carrying on in broad daylight. Can't you even close the door?" Embarrassment washed over them. With a swift motion, Li Lu, her face flushed, hastily closed the half-open gate. Chapter 35. The cherished heirloom of 21 years. Always teasing me. It's all your fault. Guang Hao, in a classic display of mischief, took the initiative to complain. To his surprise, AI Xiaofang shyly nodded in agreement. Once the couple composed themselves, Guang Hao reopened the courtyard gate. Upon doing so, he spotted Li Lu blushing as she crouched in the corner, aimlessly poking the earth with a twig. What a couple, unaware of the world around them. Guang Hao couldn't quite catch what Li Lu murmured, so he cleared his throat and said, "Hey, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Come in." Startled by Guang Hao's voice, Li Lu dropped her stick, her cheeks reddening like a ripe fruit. "I just happened to be free. I hope I'm not interrupting anything." "Not at all. You're just in time to help with dinner. Come on in." With Li Lu's assistance, a sumptuous meal was prepared in less than an hour. An impressive pot of stewed chicken with matsutake mushrooms and a plate of spicy stir-fried rabbit pieces. Such hearty dishes were a luxury, even on festive occasions. Li Lu gazed at the dishes, her mouth watering. "What is the occasion? Why are we feasting like this? Is it Xiaofang's birthday?" "No, that was already celebrated, wasn't it? Could it be your birthday?" she inquired, looking at Guang Hao. "No birthday, nor any special occasion. It's just a regular meal," Guang Hao replied with a smile. "Just a regular meal? You call this ordinary?" Li Lu gulped audibly. "If this is your idea of a simple dinner, let us not waste any time. Let us eat before it gets cold." Guang Hao was the first to pick up his chopsticks, ladling a bowl of chicken soup, cooling it before offering it to AI Xiaofang. "Here, dear, have some soup." AI Xiaofang accepted the bowl, her eyes sparkling. After taking a gentle sip, she brought the soup to Guang Hao's lips. "So delicious, darling, you should have some too." Without hesitation, Guang Hao took a sip. The stewed chicken was indeed a divine dish, the soup infused with matsutake, so delectable that it felt like a piece of heaven. The soup you prepared is truly delightful. Have another sip." The couple shared the soup back and forth, while Li Lu sat across from them, feeling as though a metaphorical spoonful of dog food was being forced into her mouth. Usually, with AI Guohua present, there would be some camaraderie to share. Yet today, he was absent, leaving her to endure the overwhelming display of affection alone, which filled her with a sense of despondency. "All right, I see how it is. You've closed the door to indulge in your romance. Haven to you? Fine. I'll channel all my grievances into my appetite. Let's eat to our heart's content." The evening concluded with everyone feeling utterly satisfied after the meal. The tender chicken and fragrant matsutake mushrooms are delightful, while the spicy rabbit pieces are infused with a mouth-watering zest. Li Lu even went so far as to finish off the chilies left on her plate. Her face flushed red from the heat, yet she remained undeterred. Eventually, she found herself thoroughly satiated, sitting in her chair, gently rubbing her belly to aid digestion. Recently, having lent her rations to AI Xiaofang, she had endured hunger every night. Consequently, these past few days, she has been unable to contain her appetite. It is all Guang Hao's fault for serving up such delectable dishes daily. Yet, she truly envies Xiaofang, who has finally emerged from her hardships into better days. While caressing her belly, she let out a satisfied sigh and remarked, "By the way, Guohua told me you summoned me for something today. What is it? Surely it's not just to invite me for dinner." Guang Hao glanced at AI Xiaofang, who was busy washing the dishes in the kitchen, and leaned closer to Li Lu, speaking in a hushed tone. "In addition to inviting you for dinner, there is an important matter I need to entrust to you." Noting Guang Hao's serious demeanor, Li Lu suppressed her playful expression and responded earnestly, "What is it?" "Rest assured, if I can assist, I will certainly do so." Guang Hao recounted in detail the conflict he had with Wang Daqiang earlier that day, stating, "Wang Daqiang suffered a significant loss today. He is quite petty. I fear he may trouble Xiaofang. Therefore, I implore you to keep a close watch on her these days. If you encounter any of Wang Daqiang's associates, swiftly lead Xiaofang away. Should they dare approach, shout for help and raise the alarm. In short, we must ensure that these scoundrels do not come within 10 meters of Xiaofang." Upon hearing the account, an expression of fury crossed Li Lu's face. "That despicable wretch dares to bully my Xiaofang. Fear not, I will take charge of this matter. Whether at work or returning home, I will accompany Xiaofang every day. If those ruffians dare approach us, I shall wield a hoe and shatter their skulls. Li Lu's fierceness far surpassed that of AI Xiaofang. She recalled an incident from when Guang Hao first arrived in the countryside. A fellow youth had attempted to woo her with sweet words, and when she spurned him, he resorted to brute force, only to be soundly beaten by Li Lu. Ultimately, she dragged the young man to the commune to file a complaint, which even caught the attention of the Public Security Bureau of Jiaqing, leading to his imprisonment for hooliganism. From that day forth, Li Lu's fierce reputation spread, and now, in the surrounding villages, any man who sees her makes a wide berth. Even Wang Daqiang dares not provoke her lightly. Thus, under Li Lu's protection, Wang Daqiang's petty thugs cannot harm AI Xiaofang in the slightest. As dusk approached, Li Lu prepared to head home. Guang Hao offered to escort her, but she waved him off, indicating it was unnecessary. He did not insist. After all, he had previously hoped for AI Guohua to accompany her. But Guohua remained oblivious to his intentions. Once Li Lu departed, Guang Hao secured the gate, leaving only the young couple in the house. He waited for quite a while. But the bothersome AI Guohua did not show up this evening either. After much coaxing, Guang Hao successfully persuaded AI Xiaofang to take a bath. And then he produced a red ribbon, gently binding it around her eyes. "Brother Guang Hao, what are you doing?" With her vision obscured, AI Xiaofang could only hold tightly onto Guang Hao's hand. "I'm taking you to see something wonderful." Guang Hao, with a beaming smile, led his fragrant wife into the bedroom and then untied the red ribbon. Before AI Xiaofang's eyes appeared the newly crafted Luohan bed. Although it was devoid of any embellishments, it still left AI Xiaofang in awe, her eyes widening in surprise. "Brother Guang Hao, when did you buy such a beautiful bed?" "Bought. I made this myself." "Have you forgotten the wood you almost burned outside? I fashioned this from that very material. Remember, that is golden silk nanmu, which may not hold much value now, but will be quite precious in the future. Do not ever use it as firewood again, or you will regret it dearly." Guang Hao chuckled at the thought. He had forgotten to mention the significance of the golden silk nanmu to AI Xiaofang. Seeing that unattractive wood, she had assumed it was firewood and had been ready to toss Guang Hao's neatly split logs into the stove. If Guang Hao hadn't intervened in time, his silly wife could have burned away a small fortune today. "Understood. I will take good care of it from now on." The silly wife nodded earnestly. Chapter 36. Antelope. Guang Hao finally fulfilled his long-held wish. Over 50 years of longing came to fruition last night. The young couple did not rise from the bed until 9 o'clock this morning. After just a few steps, AI Xiaofang felt as if she were walking on clouds. Her entire body felt as soft as water. If the village women saw her now, she would surely become the subject of their laughter by tomorrow. "Hey, what work? How much money can we earn? The monthly tasks are completed. There's no need to go back to work. We're not short on labor points at home." Guang Hao held his fragrant and soft little wife, his palm gently caressing her firm abdomen. Although Xiaofang hadn't conceived due to his rebirth, surely now they had a chance. AI Xiaofang swatted his mischievous hand away, finding it difficult to endure even his large hand resting on her abdomen. "All right, I'll rest a bit longer before heading to work. We still need a considerable sum from Wang Daqiang. Though I may not earn much at work, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Goodbye, husband. I'm off to work now." Holding Guang Hao's face, AI Xiaofang bestowed upon him a sweet morning kiss before stepping out to work. Once outside, AI Xiaofang soon encountered Li Lu. After Guang Hao's request the previous night, Li Lu had been waiting for AI Xiaofang at the door since early morning, only to run into her at 9 o'clock. Li Lu couldn't help but complain, "Why are you so late today? I thought you weren't going to work." "Hee. I overslept a bit. Sorry, little Lu." "No worries, let us go. If we delay any longer, the production team leader will catch us again." Wait a moment. Did you use any skincare products today?" "Not at all. Why do you ask?" "You seem so radiant today, especially your eyes, so large and bright. You must have used something wonderful behind my back. Hurry and share. You have no idea, I've been struggling with breakouts on my forehead lately. It's driving me mad. I want to be as dewy as you." AI Xiaofang's cheeks flushed. "I truly haven't used any skincare products. Xiao Lu, please spare me." The charming wife had gone to work, and with the fishing nets adequate at her brother's place, there was no disturbance for Guang Hao, allowing him ample free time. Rather than heading directly to Ghost Head Mountain, he chose to first attend to the piece of golden silk nanmu wood at home. Although the wood appreciated in value simply by being left untouched, Guang Hao yearned to put it to good use. The Luohan bed was already completed, yet the headboard remained uncarved. Guang Hao resolved to transform the Luohan bed into a work of art, something that could be cherished like a treasure for generations to come. Thus, he began to carve various patterns into the golden silk Nanmu wood. His craftsmanship was nothing short of exceptional, rendering lifelike details in his creations. Once the carvings around the Luohan bed's canopy were finished, its beauty would be nothing short of extraordinary. It wouldn't matter if it were made from ordinary wood. It would still be a remarkable piece. Coupled with the inherent value of the golden silk Nanmu wood itself, it was simply astounding. Carving this piece was indeed labor-intensive. Even with Guang Hao's unparalleled skills, he managed to carve less than 1/10 of it in a morning. Rubbing his sore wrists, Guang Hao set aside his carving tools. He decided not to continue in the afternoon and instead ventured back to Ghost Head Mountain to see if he could find anything worthwhile. With a bamboo basket slung over his back and a curved knife in hand, Guang Hao once again made his way to Ghost Head Mountain. The mountain remained refreshingly cool, teeming with wildlife. As Guang Hao approached, the animals did not shy away, curiously tilting their heads as if wondering why this monkey lacked fur. Ignoring their inquisitive gazes, Guang Hao set down his bamboo basket and began to set traps. This time, he intended to construct several traps. Previously, he had only set 3 due to not yet contacting Wang Fugui. The wild animals, such as the tua chicken, represented top-tier delicacies, and selling them to Zheng Hongmei would be a waste. However, since he owed Wang Daqiang 500 yuan if he did not repay it soon, that scoundrel would undoubtedly continue to pester his wife. Guang Hao could not allow such a situation to unfold, so he prepared to catch more this time. If Wang Fugui did not arrive, he would sell the catch to Zheng Hongmei instead. After cutting several bamboo stalks and weaving the traps, Guang Hao set a total of 6 traps. The effectiveness of today's traps was not as dramatic as yesterday's. Even before they were properly set, prey had already fallen victim. The animals lingered hesitantly in the corners, deterred by the gruesome fate of the tua chicken from the previous day. Guang Hao paid them no mind, completing the traps before making his way further up the mountain. The vigilance of animals gradually diminishes over time. Much like hunting and fishing, patience is of paramount importance. As one ascends the mountain, the jungle becomes increasingly dense, and a myriad of creatures emerges. Along the way, Guang Hao has already encountered at least a dozen rare species of birds and animals. Indeed, Ghost Head Mountain is astonishingly bountiful. While Guang Hao was forging ahead on his path, he suddenly heard rustling sounds emanating from the nearby underbrush. He immediately halted, drawing forth his curved blade. Though he was merely on the outskirts, this area harbors its own set of dangers. While wolves and tigers may be absent, a fierce creature lurks here, the wild boar, with its sharp tusks and notoriously aggressive temperament. Encountering one in the wild without firearms, armed only with cold steel, would necessitate a hasty retreat. Otherwise, a confrontation with a wild boar could prove lethal or at least gravely injurious. With one hand gripping the curved blade and the other subtly resting against a sturdy tree, Guang Hao focused intently on the rustling bushes. Should a wild boar charge forth, he would be poised to swiftly ascend the tree for refuge. Just as he awaited the unexpected, a strikingly spotted antelope sprang from the thicket. Exceeding 15 meters in length and weighing between 70 to 100 jin, it moved with grace and agility. Upon sighting the antelope, Guang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, he had found the elusive spotted antelope. Chapter 37. You think you can escape my grasp? Ghost Head Mountain is a treasure trove of resources, teeming with rare animals and plants beyond measure. Yet, among all the wonders of the outer mountain, none hold greater value than the spotted antelope before him. The full name of this creature is the Chinese alpine antelope. This is one of the most valuable antelopes in the entire southwestern region. Not only is the meat of the Chinese alpine antelope exquisitely delicious, but its fur also boasts significant worth. Most importantly, its kidneys are renowned for their extraordinary nutritional benefits. It is no exaggeration to claim that even a monk who has abstained for years would be tempted to break his vow upon consuming a kidney of the Chinese alpine antelope. The effects are indeed that profound. Since the discovery of its value, the Chinese alpine antelope has been relentlessly hunted, to the point where sightings in the wild became exceedingly rare, leading many to believe the species was extinct. However, within Ghost Head Mountain, not only has a population of the Chinese alpine antelope been discovered, but shockingly, this population exceeds 10,000 individuals. This remarkable resurgence has elevated the species from the brink of extinction to the ranks of first-class protected animals. Guang Hao has been wandering the outer mountain primarily in search of traces of these Chinese alpine antelopes. Their worth far surpasses that of any fish catch. According to current market prices, they can fetch as much as $4 per gene, with the kidneys valued separately. When encountering a particularly demanding employer, one might consider that even 2 kidneys could fetch a handsome sum. If I could manage to procure a single blue sheep, I would effortlessly repay the debts owed to Wang Daqiang. The blue sheep darted from the thicket, startling Guang Hao, who was positioned nearby. What an unsightly creature, he thought, lacking even a trace of fur. The blue sheep, ever vigilant, scrutinized Guang Hao, but after a prolonged observation, it discerned no signs of aggression. Remarkably, it relaxed its guard, ceasing to fixate on Guang Hao, and instead began to graze leisurely on the grass. Armed only with a curved knife, Guang Hao refrained from taking action. Otherwise, he would have seized the opportunity. This mature Chinese alpine blue sheep weighed close to 100 pounds, and with merely a curved knife, it would be exceedingly difficult to deliver a fatal blow. The creature was exceptionally swift, and should it sustain any injury, it would vanish in an instant. Thus, lacking absolute certainty, Guang Hao resolved to observe before making any moves. Blue sheep are social animals with established habitats. If I cannot capture this one, my chances of success will increase significantly if I can locate their dwelling and set traps. Guang Hao patiently followed the blue sheep, which, perceiving no threat from him, regarded him merely as an odd monkey and paid him no mind. The pair progressed slowly, eventually nearing the inner mountains. The distinction between the outer and inner mountains was palpable. The outer mountains were cool, while the inner mountains could only be described as somewhat chilling. The density of the trees escalated sharply, and the light dimmed considerably. Surrounding thorns were rampant, seemingly concealing numerous ferocious predators, ready to tear apart anyone daring to tread into the inner mountains. Guang Hao, with only a curved knife at his disposal, was reluctant to venture deeper. Did I not recall that the blue sheep's habitat was situated in the outer mountains? When had it shifted to the inner mountains? Perhaps it was precisely due to the dangers of the inner mountains that this herd had gradually migrated to the outer mountains for refuge. Guang Hao's conjecture was indeed accurate. Numerous predators thrived in the inner mountains, compelling the blue sheep to relocate their habitat to the outer mountains for survival. The blue sheep trotted into the inner mountains, not once looking back. After some contemplation, Guang Hao chose not to pursue. Although the blue sheep was a valuable find, his safety was paramount. Without a firearm, the inner mountains posed too great a peril. Lacking the utmost confidence, he was unwilling to risk the venture. With a debt of 500 yuan, bolstered by his uncle's catch and his own foraged delicacies, he could easily gather the amount within a month. The financial pressure was, in truth, not overwhelming, and the risk was unwarranted. Resolute in his decision, Guang Hao sighed and prepared to retreat to the outer mountains. At that moment, he noticed several small green specks on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were indeed the droppings of the blue sheep. Observing his surroundings keenly, he discovered not only the droppings, but also a considerable number of blue sheep tracks. Guang Hao was instantly filled with elation. Having failed to locate the habitat of the gazelle antelope, he nonetheless recognized that this path was frequented by them. If he were to set traps along this route, fortune might favor him in capturing one or two of these elusive creatures. With this thought in mind, Guang Hao meticulously examined the footprints and droppings of the gazelle antelope, then proceeded to harvest bamboo and wood to construct a dowjack trap designed for large animals. This type of trap, often depicted in films and dramas, operates on a simple principle of propulsion. As soon as the prey steps into the noose, it is instantly suspended in midair. However, the true efficacy of such traps is often overstated. The greater the force of propulsion, the more stringent the activation conditions become. To create a dowjack trap capable of lifting a 100-pound gazelle, one might as well expect the creature to perform a disco dance on the noose to trigger it. Thus, Guang Hao opted to create smaller dowjack traps, which, while lacking in power, would effectively ensnare the gazelle's legs, preventing escape without significant difficulty. He crafted 5 such traps in one go, and upon completion, he retreated from the boundary between the inner and outer mountains. As he made his way back, he glanced upward at the sun, now hovering around 3 in the afternoon. After tracking the gazelle antelope for the better part of the day, it was time to return and assess his bounty. Upon arriving at the location of his initial traps, he was greeted by the delightful cacophony of chirps and the flapping of wings against the confines of the cages. A smile spread across Guang Hao's face. Indeed, Ghost Head Mountain was a treasure trove. In such a short span, he had already secured a catch. Approaching the first trap, he discovered that all 6 traps had yielded results. Inside the first trap was a plump and robust squab, a veritable king among birds. Larger than the average squab, at least 3 pounds. With joy, Guang Hao released the bird from its cage, secured it with a grass rope, and placed it into his bamboo basket. He then moved on to the second trap, which also contained a squab. The bait he had utilized was rice, a favorite among avian species. Thus it was no surprise that squabs were the primary catch. The second squab was slightly smaller, yet still weighed 2 pounds. After securing it, he tossed it into the basket and continued to the third trap. Once again, he found a squab. Today has indeed turned into a bonanza of squabs. Guang Hao chuckled as he secured it and proceeded to the fourth trap. To his surprise, the fourth trap did not contain a squab, but instead housed a silver-gray creature, fiercely gnawing at the trap Guang Hao had crafted. The sturdy trap appeared as fragile as paper before its sharp incisors, and with a series of crunching sounds. It was nearly compromised. Just as the silver-gray creature was about to escape through the breach it had created, Guang Hao swiftly seized it by the scruff of its neck. Caught you. You thought you could flee? Chapter 38. What could you possibly say? With a firm grip, Guang Hao lifted the silver-gray creature, and upon closer inspection, his eyes gleamed with excitement. It was, in fact, a bamboo rat. The aroma of roasted bamboo rat is simply irresistible. The bamboo rat, a delightful delicacy, possesses tender and springy meat that requires no elaborate seasoning. Merely grilling it on a small barbecue yields a tantalizingly fragrant dish. This particular bamboo rat weighed a substantial 4 pounds, in its prime state of plumpness. Guang Hao secured the creature with a grass rope and tossed it into a bamboo basket. The remaining 2 traps still contained several rock chickens. Before descending the mountain, Guang Hao assessed his day's bounty: 5 rock chickens and 1 large bamboo rat. Each rock chicken averaged over 2 pounds, totaling approximately 13 pounds, alongside the 4-pound bamboo rat, culminating in over 17 pounds of meat. He also gathered nearly 10 pounds of matsutake mushrooms, bringing his total haul to 27 pounds. Should Guang Hao wish, this amount is far from the limit of a day's catch. With sufficient traps, he could easily amass dozens of pounds of rock chickens in a single day. However, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as he had yet to contact Wang Fugui, allowing such a splendid bounty to benefit Zheng Hongmei instead. Nonetheless, 27 pounds of mountain goods held considerable value and was ample for a day's effort. He left a rock chicken and a few pounds of matsutake at home, carrying the rest towards Longkou town. The town was bustling as usual, but Zheng Hongmei at the supply and marketing cooperative wore a sour expression. Upon arrival, Guang Hao initially intended to seek out Lu Gang. However, the state-run restaurant was not only closed but also had a new doorman. Upon inquiring about Lu Gang's whereabouts, the doorman informed Guang Hao that Lu Gang had stepped out and had not yet returned. Unwilling to wait, Guang Hao decided to sell his mountain goods himself. Why the change from a fish basket to a backpack today? Did you have a poor catch? Zheng Hongmei remarked with a smile that was far from pleasant. Selling fish to her should have been a mutually beneficial arrangement, yet Zheng seemed to perceive it as a significant loss on her part, revealing her narrow-mindedness. I didn't catch any fish today. I roamed the mountains instead and gathered some mountain goods. Would you be interested? Guang Hao replied calmly. Mountain goods? What mountain goods? Zheng Hongmei's eyes widened with curiosity, her interest piqued. Guang Hao wasted no time and opened his bamboo basket, revealing the treasures within. 4 plump rock chickens squawked animatedly, accompanied by a large, rotund bamboo rat wriggling its chubby body. Additionally, there were several pounds of matsutake mushrooms, all full and evidently of premium quality. Fish is considered inferior meat, typically sought after by the impoverished, hence yielding modest profits. In contrast, rock chickens and bamboo rats are regarded as fine meats, particularly when the rock chickens are stewed with matsutake, creating a flavor so exquisite it could make one forget their very tongue. Now that the tua chicken is available and the quality of the matsutake mushrooms is exceptional, if managed well, this transaction could yield a significant profit. Internally, I am overwhelmed with excitement and want to scream, yet on the surface, Zheng Hongmei displays a look of disdain. I had expected something of great value, yet all that I see are a few wild chickens, a large rat, and some mushrooms that are on the verge of spoiling. If it were anyone else presenting this shabby lot, I would refuse to purchase it. Here is my offer: 1 yuan per pound for the wild chickens, 50 cents for the rat, and a flat rate of 10 cents per pound for the mushrooms. Upon hearing Zheng Hongmei's quotation, Guang Hao was so enraged that he nearly laughed. He anticipated her attempt to lower the price, but he did not foresee such an aggressive reduction. The standard purchase price for tua chicken is typically 3 yuan per pound, and in retail, this exquisite item could easily fetch 5 yuan. Although bamboo rats are not as precious as tua chickens, they can still be sold for around 1 yuan per pound, with retail prices starting at 3 yuan. Matsutake mushrooms usually have a purchase price of 50 cents, with a retail minimum of 1 yuan. At the pricing Zheng Hongmei proposed, one could effortlessly make a profit of several dozen yuan with a mere flip. This is akin to a vampire draining Guang Hao dry. After stating her prices, Zheng Hongmei, fearing Guang Hao might realize the absurdity of her offer, swiftly reached for his bamboo basket. Now that we've settled on the prices, hand over the basket so I can weigh it. The notion that Guang Hao would sell at such a rate was utterly preposterous. Forcefully reclaiming the basket, Guang Hao glared coldly and said, "Zheng Hongmei, do you truly believe I am some naive fool? Wild chickens? What I have are tua chickens. You expect me to sell them for 1 yuan per pound? Have you no shame? And as for the rat, this is a bamboo rat, the finest for barbecuing. Having grown on bamboo and free of any pathogens. These mushrooms, they are not spoiling. This is their natural aroma. They are matsutake, perfect for making delicious soup. Since you lack sincerity, I bid you farewell. I shall keep them for myself." With that, Guang Hao turned on his heel and left, showing no signs of regret. While he could comprehend greed, after all, the supply and marketing cooperative is not a charitable organization, as they too must profit. He would rather let these goods rot on the mountain than sell to someone so parasitic. Seeing Guang Hao prepare to depart, Zheng Hongmei became anxious. The mountain goods he had brought were indeed of premium quality, especially the plump tua chickens, which were undeniably excellent and should not be overlooked. She grasped Guang Hao's bamboo basket tightly and forced a smile. "Wait, Guang Hao. Let us negotiate further if the price isn't suitable. There's no need to rush, young man. How about this? Considering you frequently supply us, I will offer you 2 yuan for the tua chickens, 1 yuan for the bamboo rats, and 50 cents for the matsutake. Is that agreeable?" Had Zheng Hongmei offered this price initially, Guang Hao might have sold directly to her. However, her overly calculating nature and small-mindedness left Guang Hao disinclined to engage with her. "No, I shall keep these for myself," he stated firmly. Zheng Hongmei's attempts to raise the price fell flat, leaving her visibly displeased. "Guang Hao, what do you mean by this? I have already raised the price for you. This acquisition price is exceedingly reasonable. Do not test my patience. It is not a matter of reasonableness. I simply do not wish to sell at this moment. Is that not permissible?" Guang Hao replied coldly. "Guang Hao, do not push your luck. Let me make myself clear. Whether you sell or not, you will sell today. If you know what is good for you, put down your basket immediately. Should you continue to act haughtily, I shall refuse to purchase any of your catch in the future. Let us see how you will manage then." Zheng Hongmei threatened directly. It had long been rumored that the 8 officials often abused their little power, and today, Guang Hao truly witnessed what strong-arm tactics meant. "Zheng Hongmei, you are merely a lowly salesperson. Do you not think it excessive to pressure me in this manner?" Guang Hao retorted coldly. "What if I am pressuring you? Do you think you can object? Hand it over." Zheng Hongmei had long coveted the fine chicken pieces and yanked Guang Hao's basket towards her. At that moment, a hand forcefully pressed down on Guang Hao's basket. "Zheng Hongmei, the purpose of the 8 officials is to serve the people, not to bully them. Your current behavior renders you unfit to be a salesperson." Chapter 39. This is the distinction. "Who the hell are you to interfere with me?" Zheng Hongmei, seeing someone obstruct her from seizing Guang Hao's mountain goods, unleashed a torrent of insults. However, upon lifting her gaze to discern the identity of the newcomer, she was rendered utterly speechless. "Manager Wang. I am so sorry, Manager Wang. I did not recognize you just now. When did you return?" In an instant, her demeanor transformed from one of fury to that of a submissive puppy. Observing her behavior, Wang Fugui furrowed his brow heavily. The reputation of the supply and marketing cooperative in Longkou Town has always been poor, and it seems this salesperson is largely to blame. However, as the manager of a state-run restaurant, despite his superior rank over Zheng Hongmei, he had no direct authority over her and could only issue a warning. "Zheng Hongmei, please remember that we are service personnel. Our essence is to serve the vast populace. The higher-ups have consistently emphasized the need to shed bureaucratic attitudes. With your current demeanor, you will inevitably face severe repercussions. In response to Wang Fugui's admonition, Zheng Hongmei appeared genuinely contrite, her head nearly bowed to the ground. Manager Wang is right. I will certainly reflect on this and amend my improper ways. It must be said that Zheng Hongmei is quite the character. In front of her superiors, she could be as humble as possible, but her temper was only unleashed upon those she deemed beneath her. Witnessing her obsequiousness, Wang Fugui realized she bore no true remorse. With no effective course of action, he simply waved his hand and addressed Guang Hao. I apologize for Zheng Hongmei's previous attitude. Young man, are you here to sell mountain goods? Perfect. I am the manager of the state-run restaurant next door. My surname is Wang, and my name is Wang Fugui. If you do not mind, I invite you to visit our state-run restaurant, where we can also procure these mountain products. The state-run restaurant and the supply and marketing cooperative are two distinct departments. However, both being state-owned grants them procurement rights, unaffected by the constraints of a planned economy. Guang Hao had been searching for Wang Fugui, and now that fate had brought them together, he could hardly refuse. He quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem, Manager Wang. My name is Guang Hao." In his previous life, after Guang Hao was released from prison, he remained in Xiaofang village. Once the village became a protected area, although he could sustain himself thanks to Ghost Head Mountain, certain essential supplies still needed to be sourced externally, with Wang Fugui being the one to deliver them. Speaking of Wang Fugui, he is indeed a legendary figure. Emerging from the mountains as a rural youth, he ascended through hard work from a mere laborer at the state-run restaurant to eventually become its manager. Due to his exceptional performance, he was subsequently promoted by his superiors. By the time he reached his 50s or 60s, he had become a prominent leader in the entire southwestern region, a true magnate. Remarkably, even after attaining such a high position, Wang Fugui still made the effort to visit Guang Hao from time to time, bringing him supplies. Among the few friends Guang Hao had, he certainly counted Wang Fugui as one. In his previous life, when Guang Hao met Wang Fugui, he was already in his 30s. Yet now, he appeared significantly younger, perhaps in his 20s, radiating a vibrant and uplifting energy. Despite being the manager of the state-run restaurant, Wang Fugui actively poured tea and served Guang Hao. Brother Guang Hao, I just took a look at your basket of mountain goods. They are truly exceptional. The tua chicken is well known for its quality, and yours are particularly large and plump. I can offer you the market price of 3 yuan per pound. This bamboo rat is also impressive, weighing 4 pounds and 8 ounces, truly in its prime. I'll give you 2 yuan for it. The matsutake mushrooms are splendid as well, large and full. I can offer you 80 cents per pound. Altogether, these mountain products amount to 455 yuan. How does that price sound to you? If you're satisfied, I'll take these goods off your hands. Guang Hao had been eager to sell his mountain products and fish to Wang Fugui, particularly in light of the favorable offer and cordial attitude he received. In stark contrast, Zheng Hongmei's miserly pricing and infuriating demeanor could not have been more dissimilar. The disparity between the two was glaring. Even if Wang Fugui had not been a friend in Guang Hao's previous life, he would still prefer to sell his goods to him. While the state-run restaurant and the supply and marketing cooperative typically offered slightly lower prices for these mountain products than the market, one should not be excessively greedy. After all, it is more delightful to earn together than to exploit others mercilessly. These prices are acceptable. We shall proceed with Manager Wang's terms, Guang Hao replied. Additionally, my brother-in-law should have caught quite a few fish earlier. I wonder if Manager Wang would be able to procure those as well. Guang Hao inquired, noticing a hint of difficulty on Manager Wang's face. Comrade Guang Hao, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Although I hold the position of a manager, my authority extends only over this state-run hotel and does not reach the supply and marketing cooperative. If your fish has not been delivered to them, I would have no qualms about accepting it. However, the crux of the matter is that an agreement has been established between the cooperative and yourself. Should I intervene, the comrades at the cooperative would undoubtedly express their dissatisfaction, perceiving my actions as a disruption to the market. Therefore, I regret to inform you, dear Guang Hao, that I cannot accept your fish at this time. Upon hearing this, Guang Hao immediately comprehended the situation. In contemporary times, competition among goods is a commonplace occurrence. If you offer a lower price, I would naturally seek out those who provide a higher one. Yet, in the 1970s, such behavior would be deemed market disruption, potentially leading to serious repercussions, including suspension and warning. Never mind. I was somewhat impetuous and failed to consider this aspect, Guang Hao replied. After finalizing the transaction for the mountain goods, the two engaged in conversation for a while longer. Having been friends in a previous life, their bond quickly rekindled in this one. Within half an hour, Manager Wang and Guang Hao were already sharing a camaraderie, their arms draped over each other's shoulders. Brother Guang Hao, you are quite an interesting individual. From now on, you shall be my brother. Do drop by often. Conversing with you is truly delightful. Haha, no problem. However, Brother Wang, do not mind if I become a nuisance. Oh, you speak incorrectly. How could I ever find you bothersome? It is you who should not be put off by my straightforward manner. Just as Wang Fugue and Guang Hao were sharing this brotherly moment, a sudden clattering sound echoed from the entrance. Wang Fugue and Guang Hao craned their necks to see. Lo and behold, it was a Liberation brand truck. The truck's cargo bed was filled to the brim with goods, and upon the driver's descent, he unfurled a piece of paper and called out, Manager Wang, Manager Niu, your goods have arrived. Please come and inspect them. Chapter 40. You wish to call me grandfather, but I shall not accept you as my grandson. The arrival of the Liberation truck immediately captured the attention of most villagers in Longkou town. In the 1970s, encountering a truck on the road was a rare sight, let alone a bicycle. Thus, the villagers gazed in awe at the truck, showering it with admiration. Look at this vehicle. It's enormous. Just observe the sturdy metal exterior. One can only wonder how much it can carry. I've heard it can hold at least a dozen tons. Dozen tons? Is that true? That is astonishing. As the villagers marveled at the truck, the driver stood proudly, hands on his hips, as if the vehicle were his own. It is worth mentioning that the driver was also one of the renowned 8 great workers. With the truck delivering supplies, Manager Wang could no longer indulge in idle chatter with Guang Hao. He, along with the staff, climbed aboard to unload the goods destined for the state-run hotel. However, just as they had unloaded half the cargo, Wang Fugue furrowed his brow. The state-run hotel had ordered over 100 pounds of pork, which was stored in burlap sacks. Despite it being only April, the recent days had been exceedingly warm, and the driver had neglected to pack even a couple of ice blocks. Consequently, upon arrival, the pork had developed an unpleasant odor. Zhang Tai, come here and take a whiff. What is going on? The meat has gone bad, Wang Fugue said coldly, pointing at the foul-smelling pork within the burlap sack. When did you bring this from the slaughterhouse? With such blazing sun, you didn't even bother to pack some ice. Now look, the meat is spoiled. How am I supposed to use it? Zhang Tai, still basking in the praise from passers-by, jolted upon hearing Wang's words. He quickly climbed into the truck bed and opened the burlap sack, only to be hit by a wave of rancid stench that nearly made him retch. Damn it! I forgot to deliver it to him yesterday and left it out for a day, and now it's spoiled. All the ice has melted. This half-side of pork costs over 100 yuan. How can I possibly compensate for that? He thought. Stink. It's just a bit off due to the heat. It's no big deal. Just cook it a little longer, and you won't even taste it, he said, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and discreetly handing it to Wang Fugue. This time, it's my fault, but please overlook it. Next time, if you have any goods, I'll deliver them to you right away. Wang Fugue, upon hearing this, felt completely at a loss. If the meat were merely slightly off, it could indeed still be used after cooking. However, this meat was already spoiled. No amount of cooking would salvage it. Zhang Tai, don't try to pull that with me. Tomorrow, we have leaders coming to dine at our state-run hotel. Serving them this meat could lead to serious consequences if they fall ill. Even if there were no leaders, regular customers deserve better. They pay for their meals. He demanded, return it immediately and have the slaughterhouse send me a fresh half-side. Zhang Tai's expression darkened at this. Had he not gone to play cards the previous day and the pork had gone bad, he could have returned it to the slaughterhouse for a replacement without issue. At most, it would have cost him a little time. But now, a day had passed, and the slaughterhouse staff would surely refuse to take responsibility, leaving him to bear the loss of the pork. Manager Wang, I'm begging you. Please accept it, he pleaded. No, this is a matter of principle. Wang Fugue remained resolute. Wang Fugue, don't think that just because you are a manager, you can act with impunity. Remember, I am the driver. All the supplies for Longkou town are delivered by me alone. If you cover for me this time, I assure you that your deliveries will be timely and complete in the future. But if you refuse to accept this, you can expect delays and perhaps even some minor issues with my truck now and then. In a desperate attempt to avoid the loss of the pork, Zhang Tai resorted to threats. Wang Fugue's face darkened at Zhang Tai's intimidation. He raised his hand to point at Zhang Tai, wanting to scold him fiercely, but ultimately found himself unable to speak. The transportation industry in the 1970s was not only underdeveloped, but could be described as barren. In the entire Longkou town, the only vehicle dedicated to transporting goods belongs to Zhang Tai. If I were to sever ties with him, as he claims, the supplies would not arrive punctually. And with frequent vehicle repairs, how could my state-run hotel possibly continue its operations? Unlike the supply and marketing cooperative, which can store goods, the state-run hotel requires fresh meat and vegetables, and without refrigerators or cold storage, anything left for even a day would spoil. Thus, transportation is indeed the lifeblood of Wang Fugui. Just as Wang Fugui was caught in a web of indecision, Guang Hao suddenly stepped forward. If it's spoiled, then discard it. Consuming such goods could genuinely cause illness. If you're short on meat, I can start delivering it to you tomorrow, ensuring it meets your hotel's daily demands. He continued, if he dares to use transportation as leverage against you, let him go and find himself unemployed. Leaning against the truck, Guang Hao smiled at Wang Fugui. Who do you think you are, threatening my job? Zhang Tai, incensed by Guang Hao's words, leapt from the truck and seized Guang Hao by the collar. What I said is entirely correct. Jiaqing is merely over 20 kilometers away. It takes 3.5 hours to walk, 1 hour by bicycle, but only half an hour by car. That pork has already spoiled, just by looking at its texture and color. It's evident it has been left out for at least a day. This means you received the pork yesterday, but only delivered it this afternoon. A full day and a half has passed. Surely this is your fault. Why should I, Brother Wang, bear the responsibility for the meat you ruined? Is it simply because you have a larger face? Despite being grasped by the collar, Guang Hao did not flinch, glaring defiantly into Zhang Tai's eyes, unleashing a torrent of accusations. As Zhang Tai's wrongdoing was laid bare, he became enraged, raising his hand to strike Guang Hao. Damn it, the slaughterhouse only provided me with overnight pork. How is this my fault? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you pay. Slap. Zhang Tai's fist was intercepted by Wang Fugui, who did not even glance at him, but instead focused intently on Guang Hao. Brother Guang Hao, my state-run hotel consumes at least 100 pounds of meat daily. Can you deliver that much? Tomorrow, I have to host some very important leaders, and this quantity must not fall short. Guang Hao nodded confidently. Yes, absolutely. Sure. You say that now, but can you really deliver over 100 pounds? If you manage it, I'll call you grandfather. Zhang Tai scoffed, disbelieving. Even if you want to call me grandfather, I have no desire to take in a useless grandson like you, Guang Hao retorted coldly. Damn it, believe me or not. I'll make you regret it. Zhang Tai continued to shout. Be quiet. Wang Fugui interjected. Zhang Tai, this situation is quite serious. Over 100 pounds of spoiled meat. I want to accept it. You need to figure out how to resolve this on your own. Moreover, your attitude towards work is quite problematic. Next time, I will report this to the city authorities. You would do well to temper your arrogance. If you continue in this manner, you may find yourself unable to retain even the position of a salesperson, Manager Wang coldly remarked. What do you mean by that? Wang Fugui, are you truly willing to sever ties with me over this individual? Zhang Tai incredulously pointed at Guang Hao. It is not about severing ties with you because of him, but rather your actions have been utterly excessive. Now, swiftly return this spoiled meat to the slaughterhouse for proper disposal, Wang Fugui stated, dismissing Zhang Tai and pulling Guang Hao back into the state-run restaurant. Seeing that Wang Fugui truly refused to accept the expired pork, Zhang Tai slammed his fist onto the vehicle in frustration. Damn it, Wang Fugui, Guang Hao, just wait. There will come a time when you both will need to seek my favor, and then we shall see how I deal with you, you ungrateful fools. Just as he was cursing Wang Fugui and Guang Hao, Zheng Hongmei unexpectedly emerged from the side. As a member of the supply and marketing cooperative, she was well aware of the recent dispute. Tugging at Zhang Tai's sleeve, Zheng Hongmei softly inquired, Brother Zhang Tai, since Manager Wang does not want such fine meat, why not offer it to our supply and marketing cooperative? Would we be able to take it? Zhang Tai, who was at a loss for how to handle the spoiled meat, felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing her words. Of course, no problem at all. I assure you. This meat is still good. It can simply be boiled and consumed. He chuckled. We both know the true condition of the meat. I can accept it. But you must give me a lower price. What will you offer? At most, 30 cents. Damn it, this is pork. It can easily fetch over $1. 30 cents? Why not just rob a bank? Alas, it has already spoiled. It can only be sold to the impoverished. For dimes at most. If I do not accept it, you will bear the full brunt of the loss. All right, for dimes it is, I will give it to you. Ha ha ha. Thank you, brother Zhang Tai. Zheng Hongmei felt she had struck a tremendous bargain, having acquired the spoiled pork for 4 dimes a pound. Completely oblivious to the troubles her actions would soon bring to herself and the cooperative. Chapter 41. You feast on meat while denying your brother even a sip of soup. This is too excessive. Wang Fugui and Guang Hao were taken aback that Zheng Hongmei, in her greed, had accepted the spoiled pork. They were engaged in conversation within the state-run restaurant. Brother Guang Hao, to speak frankly, I have held reservations about Zhang Tai for quite some time now. His long-standing obsession with gambling has led to procrastination even in his work. If you could liberate me from my dependency on him, you would be performing a great service. When the time comes for your goods to reach our state-run restaurant, I shall offer you the highest price, Manager Wang earnestly declared. Rest assured, Brother Wang. Producing 100 pounds of meat may seem as daunting as climbing to the heavens for others, but for me, it is merely a matter of course. Had you not rejected my fish catch, I could provide you with 300 pounds daily. At that point, you would no longer need to concern yourself with Zhang Tai's whims. Guang Hao confidently replied. Upon mentioning this, Wang Fugui felt a deep sense of regret. Yet he found himself powerless as Guang Hao had already established contact with the supply and marketing cooperative. It would be most improper for him to intervene at this juncture. If only you had come to me sooner, he lamented. The loss of so many fish hauls makes my heart bleed. Here is the plan. You shall assist me in resolving the meat supply for tomorrow, and I will engage in discussions with the leaders of the cooperative regarding the fish. If I can secure them, you can consistently deliver your goods to me for sale. Determined to free himself from his reliance on Zhang Tai, Manager Wang was resolute this time. Guang Hao had been awaiting this very statement and patted his chest, declaring, the meat for tomorrow is on me. In his previous life, Wang Fugui had no choice but to accept the spoiled pork due to Guang Hao's absence. Despite prolonged cooking, spoiled meat remained spoiled. The leaders who dined on it suffered from severe gastrointestinal distress. This incident nearly led to Wang Fugui's immediate suspension, but after extensive efforts in seeking connections, offering apologies, and bestowing gifts, he managed to appease the officials. It is fair to say that had it not been for that meal, Wang Fugui might have avoided a decade of setbacks. In this lifetime, Guang Hao helped him sidestep those obstacles, promising a bright future ahead. Guang Hao lingered at the state-run restaurant until 5 in the afternoon, departing only after Ai Guohua and Wang Laosan arrived with fish for sale. Wang Fugui gazed longingly at the hundreds of pounds of fresh fish, his mouth watering at the sight. It was astonishing that Zheng Hongmei was so miserly, offering merely 30 cents per pound for such exquisite catches, especially when rice was priced at only 20 cents per pound. I must swiftly secure the purchasing rights for these fish. If I can obtain this substantial haul, I will never again need Zhang Tai to supply me with meat. Zheng Hongmei was in high spirits, having received numerous commendations from Manager Niu and recently profiting handsomely from the fish hauls. Typically, she purchased Guang Hao's fish for 30 cents and resold them for $1. Guang Hao's fish were not only fresh but also exceptionally tender, making them highly sought after, often selling out within 2 hours. Sturgeons, even more lucrative than the regular fish, were procured by Zheng Hongmei at 50 cents, only to be sold for $2. With 2 prominent city clients even buying all of her sturgeons at $3 per pound yesterday, an incredible profit. Zheng Hongmei seethed at Guang Hao's apparent lack of discernment. Having procured mountain goods, he chose to sell them to Wang Fugui rather than to her. Starting tomorrow, I will lower his purchase price by another 10 cents, she thought. Fuming at the memory of today's mountain goods, chickens and bamboo rats, along with sumptuous matsutake mushrooms, all top-tier merchandise that would easily yield her a handsome profit. While she was lost in her grievances, she suddenly spotted Wang Fugui entering. Zheng Hongmei, where can I find Manager Niu? He inquired. Manager Niu? He is upstairs. What do you need him for, Manager Wang? Zheng Hongmei retorted. It's a matter of business. Wang Fugui merely uttered 3 words before ascending the stairs. Observing his retreating figure, Zheng Hongmei spat in disdain. What arrogance! He is merely a newly appointed manager. Does he truly consider himself indispensable? However, what business could he have with Manager Niu? The supply and marketing cooperative has no connection with the state-run restaurant. Wait, a sudden realization struck Zheng Hongmei. Today, Wang Fugui seemed quite chummy with Guang Hao, even engaging in playful banter. Guang Hao had claimed he would be responsible for the meat supply to the state-run restaurant. With everyone currently struggling for sustenance, particularly meat, how does he intend to fulfill that promise? Is he planning to utilize fish catches? Absolutely not. The fish catches belong to me. I cannot possibly relinquish them to him. Zheng Hongmei inadvertently deduced Wang Fugui's intentions and rushed up the stairs. On the second floor, in Niuping's office, Niuping and Wang Fugui were sipping tea. Manager Wang, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. Niuping greeted with a jovial smile. I have a matter for which I seek Manager Niu's assistance, Wang Fugui replied. For you to require my help is indeed a rare occurrence. Pray tell, what is it that I can assist you with? Niuping inquired, still smiling. I wish to obtain the purchasing rights for the fish catches you have recently acquired. They were originally meant for my brother to sell to me, but due to my recent trip to the city, he was compelled to sell them to your cooperative instead. Now that I have returned, I would like to reclaim those purchasing rights, Wang Fugui explained with a smile. That is out of the question. The purchasing rights belong to our cooperative. What gives you the right to usurp them? Before Niuping could respond, Zheng Hongmei burst forth from the staircase. Seeing her, Wang Fugui frowned. I am not here to usurp. I am merely discussing matters with Manager Niu. Moreover, I am conversing with him. What gives you the right to interject? Zheng Hongmei, a mere sales clerk, typically spoke with deference to Wang Fugui, the manager of the state-run restaurant. Yet today, she appeared unusually agitated. There is no room for negotiation. Since Guang Hao's fish catches were sold here first, they should remain here for all time. Logically, his mountain goods should also be entrusted to us for procurement. It is already generous enough to sell mountain goods to your state-run restaurant. Yet you wish to seize our purchasing rights for the fish catches? Manager Wang, do you not think that is rather excessive? Wang Fugui furrowed his brow, regarding Zheng Hongmei as if she had disturbed the graves of his ancestors. Manager Niu, does Zheng Hongmei's perspective align with yours? Niuping, seated in the main chair, continued to smile amiably. Manager Wang, sharing the meat means sharing the profits. This is only reasonable. If you partake of the meat while denying your brothers even a sip of broth, that indeed seems rather excessive, does it not? Given this attitude, Niuping and Zheng Hongmei clearly regarded the fish catches as their personal treasure trove, making it nearly impossible for Wang Fugui to claim the purchasing rights. With no other recourse, he could only sigh in resignation. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. However, I must offer a gentle reminder to Manager Niu. My brother is quite astute, so please refrain from imposing too harsh a price. You are absolutely correct. Sharing a meal and earning money together is beneficial for all. Otherwise, should my brother become displeased, it would result in a situation where no one would reap the rewards. Chapter 42. AI Xiaofang seeks a part-time job. The bounty of fish and mountain goods from Guang Hao nearly incited a conflict between the two managers. Meanwhile, AI Xiaofang remains unaware of Guang Hao's prowess. She is currently preoccupied with a debt of 500 yuan. Xiaolu, I have made a decision. With the busy farming season still some time away, I wish to seek a part-time job to earn some extra money, AI Xiaofang declared earnestly, clenching her small fist. Li Lu is well aware that AI Xiaofang's family owes Wang Daqiang 500 yuan, and given that Guang Hao recently severed ties with Wang Daqiang, it is imperative for her best friend to gather the funds within a month. The thought of this situation causes Li Lu to feel as though she is losing her hair in clumps. 500 yuan is a substantial sum. Even a year would not suffice for her to repay it. With a deep sigh, Li Lu rummaged through her clothing pocket and eventually produced a small cloth pouch, placing it in AI Xiaofang's hand. Even if you find a part-time job now, it won't yield this much money. This is my savings, which should amount to several dozen yuan. Take this for your immediate needs. I will borrow from relatives and friends to see if we can gather the 500 yuan together. Holding Li Lu's little wallet, AI Xiaofang was profoundly touched. Xiaolu, you have saved this with such care. What will you do now? Li Lu waved her hand dismissively. What will I do? Your man is quite adept at catching fish and birds. When I run out of money, I shall simply dine at your home every day until I have eaten back all of this. AI Xiaofang understood that Li Lu was merely trying to comfort her and couldn't help but embrace her. Xiaolu, you are truly wonderful. Of course I know I am good. I should live with you after Guang Hao's departure. How vexing. You always jest. Li Lu chuckled, shifting the topic. By the way, I heard that Guang Hao's family is quite wealthy. His father seems to be some sort of factory manager. When he brought Guang Hao here, he drove specifically for that purpose. Now that Guang Hao treats you so well, why not ask him to borrow a little from his father? If his father helps you, you wouldn't have to struggle so much. AI Xiaofang stubbornly shook her head and replied earnestly, No, Xiaolu. Regardless of how wealthy Guang Hao's father is, that wealth belongs to him, not to me. This debt is mine, I should repay it myself, and there is no reason to ask his father for money. All right, let us quickly head to the commune and inquire about part-time job opportunities. We must not waste any more time. With AI Xiaofang's insistence, Li Lu had no choice but to sigh in resignation and gently tap AI Xiaofang's forehead. Indeed, it seems as though everything is borrowed by you. As if Guang Hao has never utilized anything. I find it perplexing how, despite possessing such an astute intellect, you become utterly confounded in his presence. With a playful laugh, AI Xiaofang stuck out her little tongue. The two close friends, hand in hand, arrived at the commune, just in time to spot AI Xiaofang's older brother, AI Guamin, herding a flock of sheep back home. His job involved tending to the sheep for the commune, a rather lucrative position in that era. Upon seeing AI Xiaofang and Li Lu, a joyful smile illuminated AI Guamin's face. Xiaofang, Li Lu, what brings you here? He inquired. AI Xiaofang and Li Lu greeted AI Guamin, but the ever-loquacious Li Lu, without a filter, divulged AI Xiaofang's intention to seek part-time work during this less busy period. Upon hearing that his little sister was looking for additional employment, AI Guamin's brows furrowed into a tight knot. No, your family relies solely on your efforts. Guang Hao does nothing at home, and now you wish to pursue a part-time job? You must call him over immediately. If there is work to be done, it should be the responsibility of a man. What does it mean for a woman to do all the labor? AI Xiaofang was visibly displeased by his words. No one should speak ill of Guang Hao, not even her own brother. Brother, Guang Hao is not idle. He has been quite remarkable lately. With the fish traps he crafted, he catches hundreds of pounds of fish daily. He has also taken to hunting in the mountains and returned yesterday with several game birds and a wild rabbit. You must not speak of him that way. Although AI Guohua had been boasting about Guang Hao's accomplishments in recent days, bringing various gifts purportedly from him, AI Guamin remained skeptical. People tend to harbor biases. In his eyes, Guang Hao was merely a lazy glutton. Thus, no matter what AI Guohua claimed, he dismissed it as mere bragging, attributing Guang Hao's successes to his own efforts. With that frail physique of his, he could hardly achieve such feats. All right, I shall not engage in this debate with you. Ever since you met Guang Hao, it's as if you've fallen under his spell. If you wish to pursue part-time work, let Guang Hao come personally. If he asks, I shall find you a position, AI Guamin replied coldly. Upon hearing this, AI Xiaofang puffed her cheeks in frustration. Summoning Guang Hao would only complicate matters. He had recently transformed, not only doubling his affection towards her, but also sharing household chores. Moreover, it seemed he intended to enjoy more leisure time himself, as the family was not in dire need of labor points. Given this attitude, it was unlikely he would consent to her part-time endeavor. Brother, I am the one seeking part-time work. It has nothing to do with Guang Hao. Please just help me find a job. I am truly in desperate need of money. AI Xiaofang pleaded, shaking AI Guamin's arm fervently. The 5 elder brothers of AI family truly dote on AI Xiaofang. Just moments ago, AI Guamin's frosty demeanor melted away as his sister clung to his arm, playfully coaxing him, causing the corners of his mouth to nearly reach the back of his head. Unable to withstand AI Xiaofang's sugary charm, AI Guamin had no choice but to concede. I am genuinely at your mercy. We do have a part-time job available here, albeit it is quite arduous and rather unpleasant. Please consider carefully whether you wish to take it on. Honestly, Guang Hao is capable. AI Xiaofang interjected as soon as AI Guamin began to extol her beloved Guang Hao. She tugged at his arm, nearly dislocating it in her eagerness. I've told you not to mention Guang Hao again. What is this job? Hurry and take me there. I fear neither hardship nor dirt. I am willing to do anything. Seeing his little sister so fervent, AI Guamin sighed heavily, ultimately resigning to her will. I truly cannot resist you. However, let us not speak so definitively. I will take you inside to see. If it becomes too overwhelming, you need not continue. All right. If you mention Guang Hao again, I shall ignore you. AI Guamin hurriedly tended to the sheep, ensuring they were all accounted for before returning to the pen and securely locking the gate. His meticulousness was warranted, for the sheep now held considerable value. The mutton could fetch nearly 2 yuan per pound, and a single goat often weighed several dozen pounds. That translates to a substantial sum, as goats worth tens of yuan each are, in a sense, more precious than many individuals, thus necessitating proper care. Not a single one could be lost. After securing the gate, AI Guamin led AI Xiaofang to the rear of the commune. Upon arrival, they were met with a pungent scent of blood that assaulted their senses. Taken aback, AI Xiaofang nearly retched. Second brother, what is that smell? What are you doing behind the commune? Despite her knowledge that AI Guamin would never harm her, the sight of the blood-soaked ground instilled a tinge of fear within her. Ah, you are frightened already, yet you sought a part-time job. After a day of labor, it would be wise to return home and rest, AI Guamin chuckled. Who said I was afraid? I am not scared. AI Xiaofang protested defiantly, her large eyes wide. Unable to resist his little sister, AI Guamin then revealed the truth. Behind the commune lay a small slaughterhouse. In the 1970s, everyone was compelled to earn work points. But those points scarcely amounted to any money. A family laboring diligently for a month could barely fill their own bellies, let alone those of children and elderly relatives needing care. In such circumstances, many young men resorted to hunting in the mountains after finishing their work. The 1970s saw a rampant hunting culture, as firearms were not prohibited, and the small slaughterhouse behind the commune specialized in processing and purchasing the game caught by hunters. Indeed, the commune would buy game, but the prices were significantly lower than those at the supply and marketing cooperatives in Longkou town. Currently, there was a shortage of hands here. So if you wish to take on a part-time job, you could stay and assist with the slaughtering and skinning of the game. What say you? Would you accept? As AI Xiaofang's biological second brother, AI Guamin was acutely aware of her deepest fears. Her greatest dread lay in the act of killing and handling animal carcasses. The handling of fish is relatively manageable. However, when it comes to mammals, especially those that bleed profusely at the slightest incision, AI Xiaofang feels an overwhelming dread. Therefore, AI Guamin never truly contemplated finding her a suitable part-time job. He merely wished for her to retreat from such challenges and spare herself the strain. Yet, when confronted with her greatest fear, AI Xiaofang hesitated for only a few seconds before resolutely grasping the knife. Brother, how should I proceed? Please teach me. After her shift, AI Xiaofang toiled at the slaughterhouse for over 2 hours, laboring until nearly 5:30 or 6 in the evening. She could hardly endure the stench of blood and found herself retching 2 or 3 times during her work. Nevertheless, after rinsing her mouth, she did not take a moment's rest, but immediately resumed her duties. She was genuinely determined to earn a bit more money to repay Wang Daqiang, hoping to prevent him from using that as an excuse to trouble Guang Hao. It was evident to astute observers that Wang Daqiang had been targeting her all along. Yet AI Xiaofang's thoughts remained solely fixated on Guang Hao's safety. This is AI Xiaofang, a woman whose love for Guang Hao runs deep within her soul. At last, as the workday concluded, AI Guamin was pained to see his younger sister, pale from her ordeal. His heart was heavy with a mix of concern for her well-being and contempt for Guang Hao. How could a man allow his wife to toil for points? And now even his sister to take on such a part-time job, leaving her in this wretched state? The next time he encounters him, he would certainly mete out a severe reprimand. Are you managing? If not, I can seek other work for you. AI Guamin expressed his worries. I can handle it. No problem. I'll just work here. Though it's a bit tiring, earning 30 cents a day is quite good. And since I'm new and my skills are lacking, Aunt Go mentioned that I could eventually earn 50 cents a day. AI Xiaofang replied cheerfully. Good. Dealing with blood and guts every day, and it's filthy and foul-smelling. Is that what you call good work? Well, your life is yours to lead. If you wish to continue here, I shan't stop you. By the way, this is all the money I have, AI Guamin said as he pulled out 30 yuan, keeping nothing for himself and giving it all to AI Xiaofang. Brother, what do you mean by this? You're giving me all the money. What about yourself? AI Xiaofang was taken aback as she held the money. Huh, do you think your clever brother could ever go hungry? You're in need of funds, so take this for emergencies. If you require more, just let me know, and I'll find a way, AI Guamin said dismissively. Brother, you are so kind to me. AI Xiaofang could not help but embrace him. Feeling the warmth of his sister's hug, AI Guamin wore a gentle smile akin to that of a loving father. AI Xiaofang, the youngest sister in the family, had been the center of affection when their parents were alive. After their passing, her brothers had spoiled her even more, willing to grant her any wish, whether it be the stars in the sky or the moon in the water, as long as they could procure it for her without hesitation. The cherished treasure held tenderly in one's palm has found her circumstances deteriorating since marrying Guang Hao. Thus, her brother's grievances towards him are not unfounded. For instance, if it were not for the intervention of the younger sister, AI Guamin would have rushed to Guang Hao's home to deliver a sound thrashing. You useless lout, look at how exhausted you have made my sister. In times of need, do not hesitate to seek us out. Although our parents are no longer with us, your brothers remain. Whatever troubles you face, we shall assist you. All right. It's time for you to return home. After a long day, you must go home for dinner, AI Guomin stated. Yes, goodbye, brother. I shall head back now. Guang Hao is waiting for me at home. Waiting for you? What for? To cook dinner, I suppose? You truly are a lazy lad, shirking all responsibilities. No, brother. You must not speak ill of Guang Hao again. Otherwise, I shall ignore you in the future. All right, I concede. I shall refrain from speaking of him. At home, Guang Hao busied himself in the kitchen, having returned with his brother-in-law, yet still awaiting AI Xiaofang's return. Despite Li Lu's presence, Guang Hao felt a twinge of concern for her safety and thus requested AI Guohua to help locate her. Meanwhile, he commenced preparing dinner to ensure his beloved wife would have warm food upon her arrival. Today, he decided to make stir-fried chicken with matsutake mushrooms, a dish that shines equally in both stews and quick stir-fries. After finishing the chicken, he prepared a fish and a pumpkin soup, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. In the rural context of the time, were indeed a luxurious feast. Once everything was prepared, Guang Hao suddenly felt an itch in his nose and succumbed to a series of sneezes. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, "Who could be speaking of me? Is it my wife? Perhaps? I purchased something special for her tonight. She will surely adore it." With that thought, he couldn't resist glancing at the bag he had placed in the room, which contained a beautiful set of alluring lingerie. Chapter 44. The brother-in-law has a preference for the young. Today's harvest from the mountains and the catch from the river yielded a bountiful return. The mountain goods sold for a total of 455 yuan, while the fish catch was slightly less than yesterday at 80 yuan. After deducting Wang Laosan's wage of 1 yuan, the total income for the day reached an impressive 1,245 yuan. In the 1970s, earning over 100 yuan was considered a significant sum. An adult working tirelessly throughout the year would only accumulate such earnings by year's end. Yet, this was merely Guang Hao's income for a single day. Of course, 40 yuan belonged to his brother-in-law, who had waived it for now, allowing Guang Hao to keep a record of it. With a net profit exceeding 100 yuan daily, Guang Hao paid little heed to the 500 yuan debt owed to Wang Daqiang. Therefore, upon receiving the money, he naturally felt inclined to buy something nice for his wife. After locating Xiaofang, he purchased tickets worth nearly several dozen yuan and indulged in some shopping, immediately setting his sights on the exquisite lingerie. In the 1970s, lingerie was not particularly fashionable. In truth, it was not so much that it was unpopular, but rather that most wore clothes patched together from various fabrics. The outer garments are hardly adequate, let alone the inner attire. Thus, even to this day, AI Xiaofang finds herself adorned in a belly wrap. In 2 lifetimes, despite being a man, Guang Hao understands the profound significance of a single set of lingerie for a woman. With unwavering resolve, he promptly purchased the only genuine silk lingerie set available at the supply cooperative for a mere 20 yuan, eagerly anticipating the moment his beloved wife would don it that evening. "Guang Hao, what brings you such merriment? Have you encountered some delightful news today?" A melodious voice interrupted Guang Hao's daydreaming. Looking up, he was greeted by the sight of his cherished wife returning home. "Wife, you have finally returned. Why did you take so long to finish work today?" he inquired, taking AI Xiaofang's hand in his own. With the busy farming season still some time away, this was the most leisurely period for the brigade. Typically, work would conclude by 3 or 4 in the afternoon, yet AI Xiaofang did not return until 6:30. I was slightly delayed by some matters," AI Xiaofang replied, refraining from disclosing her secret part-time job at the slaughterhouse, marking her first instance of deceit before Guang Hao. A hint of nervousness flickered across her, and she avoided meeting his gaze. Guang Hao was taken aback by AI Xiaofang's audacity to lie directly to him. In his previous life, she had never uttered a falsehood in his presence. "By the way, why do you carry a peculiar odor? It seems rather odd. What exactly have you been up to today?" His keen sense detected the unmistakable stench associated with slaughterhouses. As AI Xiaofang felt her secret on the verge of exposure, she broke into a cold sweat. Faced with Guang Hao's pressing inquiry, she lacked the courage to persist in her deceit and grasped her close friend Li Lu's hand, silently pleading for assistance. Li Lu had intended to reveal the truth to Guang Hao, believing that the work at the slaughterhouse was truly unbearable and that it was better for AI Xiaofang not to partake. However, upon witnessing her friend's desperate expression, she ultimately chose not to betray her. With a resigned sigh, Li Lu began to weave a story for AI Xiaofang. Enough of that. Today the production team leader assigned us to clean the pigsty, and we are both reeking of its odor. Xiaofang, let us go wash up. We are utterly foul. Upon hearing the mention of the pigsty, Guang Hao's suspicion vanished. What business do you have cleaning the pigsty? Very well, go wash up quickly, and then come out for dinner. There's no rush. I will prepare the evening meal first. AI Xiaofang was eager to return and cook for Guang Hao. He chuckled as he ushered his fragrant wife into the bathroom. I have already prepared dinner. Just hurry and wash up so you can eat. What? You made dinner at home? AI Xiaofang exclaimed in astonishment. The two young women spent half an hour in the bathroom, changing clothes and emerging with damp hair cascading down their shoulders. The moment they stepped out, Guang Hao found it difficult to tear his gaze away from AI Xiaofang. Her freshly washed skin glowed with a rosy hue, and a few stray strands of hair clung to her cheeks, adding an enchanting allure to her appearance. Recently, with an abundance of income, Guang Hao has naturally been generous towards her, purchasing one new outfit after another. Today, she dons a beige loungewear set, although the garment is loose. AI Xiaofang's flawless figure fills it out impressively, akin to cradling two precious treasures. In contrast, Comrade Li Lu appears rather flat. Hey, if you're going to look at your wife, then look at her. What else with that glance at me? She retorts. Don't gawk with those eyes, otherwise, even if you are Xiaofang's man, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. The sensitive nature of those who are less endowed is well known. And Guang Hao's fleeting glance is immediately caught by Li Lu. The young lady, flaring up, covers her own modesty with one hand while brandishing a fist threateningly at Guang Hao with the other. Guang Hao laughs heartily, promptly pulling his wife behind him for protection. Li Lu, you're overly sensitive. But it's all right. There's a preference for everyone. Some admire the generous, while others appreciate the petite. Like my brother-in-law. He clearly favors the smaller ones, doesn't he? AI Guohua, utterly oblivious to the unfolding drama, is captivated by the delectable food before him and instinctively nods in agreement. Yes, yes indeed. Upon hearing this, Li Lu's already flushed cheeks deepen in color. Nevertheless, her raised hand subtly lowers, and she emits a haughty huff. Humph. Witnessing Guang Hao tease not only Li Lu but also her brother-in-law, AI Xiaofang pokes his forehead in exasperation. You rascal. After a lively commotion among the family, they finally commence their meal, consisting of stir-fried chicken with matsutake mushrooms, braised fish, and pumpkin soup, with 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. The feast surpasses even that of a festive occasion. Not only is it abundant, but the culinary skills of Guang Hao are truly extraordinary. After just 1 bite, he has completely enchanted everyone present. Guang Hao, how is your cooking so exquisite? These dishes are absolutely delicious. Indeed, brother-in-law, had I known you possessed such talent, you should have showcased it earlier. What a loss it would have been. This stir-fried chicken is incredibly fragrant. I can hardly bear to spit out the bones. Your skills are exceptional. If you were to become a chef, those state-run restaurants would be clamoring for you. In his previous life, Guang Hao lived alone in Xiaofang village, relying solely on himself, which honed his culinary abilities. Now, having returned to life, his cooking has reached an unparalleled level, rendering his dishes even more delectable. If you like it, I'll cook for you every day. Guang Hao lovingly serves AI Xiaofang a piece of stir-fried chicken, his eyes brimming with affection. Surrounded by exquisite food and Guang Hao's tenderness, AI Xiaofang feels an overwhelming sense of happiness, nearly fainting from joy. Husband, you're wonderful. You are the best man in the world. Unable to resist, AI Xiaofang plants a fervent kiss on his cheek. The couple resumes their affectionate display, oblivious to the bemused expressions of Li Lu and AI Guohua. Brother Guohua, do you not think that we ought to refrain from sitting at the table? Perhaps we should crouch beneath it while we dine. Otherwise, I feel as though we are akin to glaring light bulbs, intruding upon the intimacy shared between the two of them. I am uncertain, yet it seems as if my mouth has been stuffed with feed, to the point where my teeth are nearly loosening. Chapter 45. Encountering a Colossal Creature. Guang Hao prepared a heartfelt dinner that moved AI Xiaofang profoundly. Throughout the meal, her large, expressive eyes remained fixed upon Guang Hao's face, brimming with overflowing affection, which left him feeling somewhat restless. Thus, shortly after they finished dining, before AI Guohua and Li Lu had the chance to digest, Guang Hao began to usher them out. The hour is quite late. Brother-in-law, you should promptly escort Li Lu home. AI Guohua glanced at the sky. It was summer, and darkness fell rather late. It was at most 7 in the evening, and the sun had not yet fully set. Isn't it still quite early? Let us converse a little longer before departing. By the way, I must tell you, while fishing today by the riverbank, I spotted a massive beetle. It was astonishing, truly as if it had transformed into a spirit, undoubtedly weighing over 20 pounds. When will you procure a larger fish trap for me? I wish to catch that creature. AI Guohua was evidently in high spirits today, gripping Guang Hao's hand and refusing to let go. Eventually, Guang Hao had no choice but to forcibly push him towards the door. Instead of fishing or seeking turtles, brother-in-law, you ought to relax. The true treasure lies beside you. AI Guohua appeared puzzled, unable to grasp the underlying meaning of Guang Hao's words. However, Li Lu perceived it. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she gently nudged AI Guohua. Enough searching. Guang Hao is merely jesting with you. Brother Guohua, let us depart. We should not intrude upon the affectionate moments of this couple. With Li Lu's insistence, AI Guohua, despite his reluctance, could only click his tongue and follow her out. Brother-in-law, do not forget, remember to get me a large fish trap. I am going to search for turtles. No, I mean that massive beetle. Understood, the large beetle. With the bothersome guests gone, Guang Hao dashed into the kitchen, embracing his fragrant and soft wife and whisking her away to their room. AI Xiaofang was washing the dishes when she was suddenly lifted and carried away, gasping in surprise. Honey, wait a moment. I have not finished washing the dishes. Leave them for tomorrow. I have brought you something delightful. Come and try it on. What is this? It is so embarrassing. I cannot wear it. Purchased for $20. It would be a waste if you do not wear it. I tell you, as women age, these treasures tend to sag. If you do not take care of them, they will not remain so perky in the future, and you could easily fall ill. Therefore, you must wear them properly every day when you go out. Guang Hao attentively imparted health knowledge to AI Xiaofang. Initially, she thought he was merely teasing, but upon realizing he was sincere, she nodded in understanding. Truly, you are not deceiving me. How could I ever deceive you? You are truly wonderful, my dear. Hee hee. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Come, recline comfortably, just like that. Do not remove your clothing. It heightens the sensation. Ah, I knew you were up to mischief, my mischievous husband. The twilight has yet to fully envelop the sky. Yet the room is already awash with the warmth of spring. By the time Guang Hao arose, Xiaofang had prepared breakfast. Upon seeing him awake, she handed him a washcloth and tenderly washed his face, as if attending to a lord. Guang Hao embraced his wife's delicate waist while leaning forward for her to cleanse him. This sensation was truly unparalleled, a blissful delight in life. In a previous life, how foolish was I to neglect such a beautiful, gentle, and virtuous wife. Instead, I married a venomous woman like Lin Wei, destined to wither away in solitude atop Ghost Head Mountain. Fortunately, fate has granted me another chance. In this life, I vow to cherish my wife and ensure our happiness together. After washing his face, Guang Hao still did not release Xiaofang. He nestled his head against her bosom, rubbing against her with great satisfaction, proclaiming, "Wife, I love you, and I shall treat you well for all my days." Xiaofang, her legs tingling from his affection, could no longer withstand his sweet nothings and melted into his embrace, responding, "Husband, I love you too, and I shall care for you for a lifetime." Tender kisses graced her cheeks. Despite the early hour, the two found themselves unable to restrain their affection. Xiaofang, what time is it? Why are you still in bed? What has been troubling you these days, causing you to rise so late? The voice of Li Lu echoed from outside, prompting Xiaofang to hastily get out of bed and dress. Look at the trouble you've caused. I told you these things should happen at night. If Xiao Lu finds out, I shall be the subject of her ridicule. Xiaofang had begun to refer to Guang Hao in two ways. In moments of joy, he was husband, spoken with great affection. In moments of irritation, she would downgrade him to Guang Hao Ji. Unfazed by her complaints, Guang Hao pressed a kiss upon her soft lips. "We are legally wed. Who would dare mock you?" After breakfast, Xiaofang and Li Lu set off for work, while Guang Hao stretched and prepared to head to Ghost Head Mountain. Today, he needed to procure over 100 pounds of meat. Lacking a hunting rifle, relying solely on traps to capture such a quantity posed considerable difficulty. Thus, Guang Hao decided against carving the headboard of the Luohan bed and made his way directly to Ghost Head Mountain. If I were to be granted a hunting rifle now, I could easily procure not just a mere 100 pounds, but even 1,000 pounds of meat. I must find time to visit the gun shop. Acquiring a hunting rifle is a priority. With such a weapon, my hunting efficiency would increase manifold, and I would have the courage to venture into the inner mountains. Navigating the path carved through the woods, Guang Hao arrived at the outer mountain of Ghost Head Mountain, where he spent half the day setting traps. At last, contact was made with Wang Fuguwei, and Guang Hao ceased his previous hesitations, directly crafting over 20 traps, significantly increasing their size to ensnare larger prey. Once the traps were prepared, Guang Hao did not linger idly. Instead, he ventured into the inner mountains armed with a curved knife. The day prior, he had set traps along the path frequented by the Tibetan antelopes, and today, in need of meat, he decided to check for any potential catches. If he could capture even a single Tibetan antelope, it would yield over 100 pounds of meat, fulfilling a substantial portion of his needs. As Guang Hao contemplated this, an unusual sound suddenly reached his ears from a nearby location. The noise was deep and resonant, likely produced by a large animal. Thud, thud. The closer he approached, the more profound the sound became, accompanied by a faint tremor in the ground beneath his feet. Such a commotion suggested that he was not merely encountering a sizable creature, but rather a colossal beast weighing over a ton. Such exaggerated noises could not be produced by anything less. Chapter 46. The disturbed hanging trap. With a firm grip on his curved knife and his body crouched low, Guang Hao cautiously advanced toward the enormous creature. After traversing a dense thicket, he emerged at a small mountain spring waterfall, where a pool had formed beneath the cascade. The massive beast was bathing in the pool, the thudding sound originating from its rolling in the mud. Upon witnessing this behemoth, Guang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a full-grown wild water buffalo, weighing over a ton. Its body length exceeded 2 meters 60, with a shoulder height surpassing 1 meter 70. Each of its two formidable horns measured over a meter in length, glinting ominously, suggesting an intimidating presence. In the 1970s, cattle were deemed invaluable, particularly in the intricate basin of Sichuan and Chongqing, where their significance surpassed that of horses. Only cattle could plow the rugged terrain of the region, as horses were ill-suited for the complex slopes. During this era, cattle were communal property. Individuals lacked the privilege to own one. A single buffalo was considered the collective asset of an entire production team, treated with utmost care. Utilized only during the busiest agricultural periods, Guang Hao had long harbored concerns about Xiaofang's daily labor. Had it not been for the production tasks assigned to each household, he would have been reluctant to allow his wife to work. Moreover, upon confirming Xiaofang's pregnancy, her ability to work would become even more challenging. She would need to rest at home, leaving Guang Hao to shoulder her responsibilities. In such a scenario, no one would be available to tend to Ghost Head Mountain, resulting in a substantial loss of income. To forfeit dozens of yuan in earnings for the sake of a few cents in labor points would be a foolish endeavor for Guang Hao. Thus, he had been contemplating finding a lighter job for his wife. Now, upon encountering this magnificent water buffalo, an idea sparked within Guang Hao's mind. If it were possible to cunningly lure this magnificent water buffalo back, with it, AI Xiaofang could earn a full quota of labor points even without lifting a finger. Why? Because the water buffalo represents sheer labor. It embodies the essence of toil. Once the buffalo is lent to the production team, AI Xiaofang would no longer need to toil in the fields, merely having to tend to the buffalo daily. As a herbivore, it would simply be led to the banks of the Mingjiang River to graze at its leisure. Contemplating this, Guang Hao felt a surge of emotion as he gazed into the buffalo's eyes, which glistened with a hint of red. The buffalo was blissfully wallowing in the mud when it suddenly sensed a gaze fixated upon it. Thinking it might be a predator, it hurriedly flipped over and stood up. After a moment of looking around, it saw no foe, only a hairless monkey staring intently at it. A mere monkey posed no threat to the buffalo, which lazily returned to its mud bath, swishing its tail in the water, exuding an air of leisure. At this moment, Guang Hao was pondering how to coax the buffalo back. A forceful approach was out of the question. This was no calf, but a fully grown creature weighing over a ton, capable of shaking the ground with a roll. In its presence, Guang Hao felt like nothing more than a tiny ant, knowing that even a slight push from the buffalo could send him flying. If force wouldn't work, he would have to employ a softer strategy. Venturing into the thicket, Guang Hao soon gathered a generous amount of the buffalo's favorite fodder, a delicacy not easily obtained by the creature. Approaching the buffalo, he offered the grass. "Come now, enjoy this feast, and you shall be mine." The buffalo tilted its head, puzzled by the monkey's words, yet the food appeared delectable. Unfamiliar with the concept of gratitude, it extended its neck, curled its tongue, and devoured the fodder. The taste was delightful. Content: the buffalo shook its head and rose from the pool, eagerly consuming the grass offered by Guang Hao. Seizing the opportunity, Guang Hao gently patted the buffalo's head, marveling at its docile nature. It remained still, unfazed by his touch. Once sated, the buffalo let out a low moo towards Guang Hao, almost pleading for more. No more, but if you wish to continue eating, follow me down the mountain. I have plenty of this fodder at home. Guang Hao began to entice the buffalo. The buffalo tilted its head, regarding him once more. In its clear eyes, Guang Hao discerned a flicker of hesitation. Could it be that a mere handful of grass might indeed persuade this majestic beast to return home? Excitement surged within Guang Hao as he continued to stroke the buffalo's head, producing his last handful of fodder. Come, follow me, and you shall have as much fodder as you desire. The buffalo took a few steps alongside Guang Hao, and just as he believed he had successfully enticed it, the buffalo suddenly halted. Although it seemed reluctant to part with the grass in Guang Hao's hand, it let out a long call and turned away, heading back towards the interior mountains without a backward glance. Guang Hao gazed at the departing silhouette of the water buffalo, feeling a pang of disappointment. He had naively thought he could easily coax the great beast to return, but reality proved more complex than his assumptions. However, surveying the surroundings, Guang Hao's spirits lifted once more. This pond appeared to be a favored bathing spot for the water buffalo, its edges worn into a distinct circular shape. He resolved to visit this place frequently, nurturing a bond with the gentle creature. Given time, perhaps he could indeed persuade it to return with him. What is destined to be mine will be, and what is lost is but fortune. Despite failing to capture the water buffalo, Guang Hao did not dwell on his disappointment. Instead, he continued on his path towards the territory of the antelopes, as if nothing had transpired. After a leisurely stroll of several minutes, he reached the boundary between the outer and inner mountains, a crucial passage for the antelopes. Upon arrival, however, his heart sank. The several traps he had set previously had failed to ensnare any prey. Most had been thoroughly dismantled. Crouching down to examine the area, Guang Hao discovered that this location served not only as a thoroughfare for antelopes, but also for a myriad of other creatures. Among the evidence were several distinct tracks resembling maple leaves, unmistakably the footprints of wild boars. If encountering a tiger on Ghost Head Mountain filled Guang Hao with dread, he found wild boars to be the most troublesome of all. Not only were they robust, but their insatiable curiosity led them to wreak havoc. The ruined traps bore testament to their mischief, as they had discovered these peculiar contraptions and played with them for hours. The traps, incapable of containing the hefty wild boars, had ultimately succumbed to their destructive antics. A band of vandals. Once I acquire a hunting rifle, I shall ensure you all pay for this, Guang Hao declared. Fuming at the wild boars, after venting his frustrations, he resumed the task of repairing the traps. This time, he employed a more strategic approach, placing them in more concealed locations to avoid detection by the inquisitive boars. Having replenished the traps, Guang Hao was suddenly startled by a soft bleat emanating from the nearby underbrush. Meh! The sound unmistakably belonged to an antelope. Chapter 47. Guang Hao would not let this opportunity slip away. Wang Fugui required over 100 pounds of meat today, and relying solely on the traps in the outer mountains would not suffice to meet such a demand. However, should he succeed in hunting an antelope, the task would be easily accomplished. The sound indicated that this antelope was relatively small, while he might struggle with one weighing over 100 pounds. A smaller specimen could be within his grasp. Parting the grass, Guang Hao's eyes fell upon an antelope kneeling on the ground. This creature was significantly smaller than the one he had encountered previously, likely weighing no more than 50 pounds. Its hind leg was ensnared by a grass rope, suggesting it had been trapped for quite some time. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, Guang Hao darted forward with the speed of lightning, his curved dagger poised for a swift strike. Upon noticing Guang Hao's sudden approach, the antelope instinctively attempted to flee. However, the rope binding its hind leg rendered it immobile, rendering all its struggles futile. Meh! This is the final sound emitted by the antelope. Guang Hao's hunting skills are already exceptional, and now he finds himself dealing with a motionless antelope. With ease, he brings the creature to its demise, and upon inspecting its hind legs, he discovers that the grass rope it is ensnared with is one he crafted himself. It turns out that his trap did yield results. This antelope must have been caught the previous night. However, due to the interference of wild boars, it managed to break free from the trap. Unbeknownst to him, The robust grass rope he had fashioned had inadvertently ensnared it once again in the underbrush. One can only say that Guang Hao's luck is truly remarkable, so much so that it seems unstoppable. Hoisting the antelope onto his shoulders, Guang Hao begins his return to the outer mountain. Weighing nearly 50 pounds, this antelope would suffice to complete Wang Fugui's task with just a modest haul from the outer mountain. Yet, upon his arrival, he is astounded by the sight of his traps. He was aware of the bountiful nature of Guitu Mountain, but he could hardly fathom it being this prolific. Over 20 traps are filled to the brim, not a single cage is empty, and several contain 2 animals each. Setting down the antelope, Guang Hao nearly becomes overwhelmed with the flurry of activity. He opens the cages, secures the grass ropes, and tosses the catches into his bamboo basket. This routine consumes a good half-hour before he finally manages to clear all the captured prey from the traps. Upon tallying his bounty, it is nothing short of astonishing. The predominant catch is the local chicken, which seems to dominate this area. Guang Hao feels as if he has stumbled upon a chicken coop, having captured over 20 of them, amounting to nearly 40 pounds. Additionally, he has caught 4 bamboo rats, each quite plump, totaling around 16 pounds. Lastly, and most precious of all, he has captured 3 hazel grouses. The hazel grouse, adorned in grayish-brown plumage speckled with spots, may not appear as striking as the local chicken. Yet it is renowned as one of the 8 delicacies. Nicknamed Flying Dragon, there is an old saying that goes, above, dragon meat, below, donkey meat, referring specifically to the delectable flesh of the hazel grouse. One can only imagine just how exquisite this delicacy is. It is a top-tier treasure. Not only delicious, but also highly nutritious. Guang Hao decides not to sell it, instead reserving it for a sumptuous evening meal for his wife. He ties the 3 hazel grouses to his waistband, then shoulders his bamboo basket and hoists the antelope, commencing his descent down the mountain. The antelope weighs over 50 pounds, and combined with the chickens and bamboo rats, he has amassed more than 100 pounds of meat, fulfilling Wang Fugui's requirement in just one morning. It is fair to say that Guitu Mountain truly lives up to its reputation, being bountiful enough to make one salivate. Upon reaching home, Guang Hao begins to worry about how to transport this 100-plus weight to Longkou Town. His brother-in-law can effortlessly carry over 100 pounds of fish, but Guang Hao lacks such strength. Although he has spent over a year in the countryside as a sent-down youth, he is still not quite adept at using a shoulder pole. With over 100 pounds resting upon his shoulders, AI Guohua appeared unfazed, whereas Guang Hao was far from the same. The moment the burden was placed upon him, it felt as though a knife were slicing through his flesh. Enduring the weight to Longkou Town was an insurmountable challenge. Over 100 pounds of meat was an alarming sight. Should the villagers catch a glimpse, they would undoubtedly swarm his doorstep the following day. Eager to discover how he procured such a bounty, after much contemplation, Guang Hao devised a clever plan. He would simply borrow a bicycle from the village chief. He could easily transport the antelope tied in burlap sacks on the rear seat, as long as he remained silent about the contents. Who would suspect the nature of the cargo? With determination, Guang Hao made his way to the village chief's residence, presenting a cigarette before articulating his request. Xiaofang, the village chief, was known for his benevolence towards the villagers, and without hesitation, he agreed to lend his bicycle. However, it was currently in use and would not be returned until the afternoon. Left with no choice, Guang Hao settled in to wait until then. Meanwhile, Wang Fugui was growing increasingly restless, akin to an ant on a hot stove. Today's banquet was of utmost importance, as it was attended by high-ranking officials from the city, accompanied by leaders of several state-owned enterprises. Individuals like Zheng Hongmei were not the minority. Rather, they represented the prevailing state of the 8 major officials. The previous year's incident involving expired pork had severely impacted not only Wang Fugui's prospects, but had also cast a shadow over Jia City, which remained a dilapidated backwater while other cities flourished. The significance of these officials necessitated an exceptional reception. However, as the leaders began to arrive, the promised meat from Guang Hao was still absent, igniting Wang Fugui's anxiety. Lu Gang, why don't you head to Xiaofang village and see why Guang Hao hasn't arrived yet? It's already 3 o'clock. After glancing at his watch, Wang Fugui could no longer contain his impatience and instructed Lu Gang to investigate. Lu Gang nodded and set off towards Xiaofang village. Wait, walking is too slow. Take my bicycle and hurry, Wang Fugui called out. Understood, Manager Wang, Lu Gang replied, hastening to the bicycle shed of the state-owned restaurant to retrieve Wang Fugui's bike. Just as he was about to set off in search of Guang Hao, he was intercepted by a woman with a scornful demeanor. Zheng Hongmei regarded Lu Gang with derision. "Ah, Lu Gang, where in such a hurry are you off to? Why hasn't your dear friend Guang Hao arrived yet? Ha ha ha. Could it be that he is unable to procure enough meat and is too afraid to show his face? I must say, your manager Wang is quite the joke. Trusting a mere country bumpkin over Zhang Tai to deliver goods. Now, with so many leaders arriving and no food to offer, it seems a calamity is imminent." Chapter 48. A Price Increase, Profit. Since the early hours of the morning, Zheng Hongmei had been eagerly anticipating the spectacle at the state-owned restaurant. It would take an extraordinary effort to gather over 100 pounds of meat in a single day, and unless Guang Hao resorted to surrendering his own catch, there was little chance he could steal such a quantity. It is now the 1970s, a time when people live frugally. To speak candidly, an ordinary family of 3 might manage to enjoy meat just once a month, which would be considered quite prosperous. Yet here is this rural fellow, boasting that he can procure over 100 pounds of meat in a single day. Who would believe such a claim? Thus, Zheng Hongmei stood vigil at the entrance, not merely to watch the commotion, but to ensure that the state-run restaurant accounted for her catch. That was rightfully hers, and no one else's hands were permitted to touch it, not even manager Wang from the state-run restaurant. "Step aside. I have no time to debate with you," Lu Gang insisted, eager to locate Guang Hao as a matter of utmost priority. As Lu Gang attempted to pass, Zheng Hongmei seized the frame of his bicycle. "Don't leave just yet. Wait for your brother Guang Hao to deliver the meat. Do not even think about slipping away. Or should my fish be used to substitute for your meat, I shall hold you accountable. Are you out of your mind, you foul woman? When have we ever exchanged fish for meat? I merely wish to check on where Guang Hao has gone. What right do you have to obstruct me?" Lu Gang glared at Zheng Hongmei, his indignation palpable. As a server, he stood on equal footing with Zheng Hongmei, a salesperson, and she was not intimidated by him. "How dare you speak to me like that? I have neither wronged you nor provoked you. By what right do you insult me? Come now. Accompany me to speak with Manager Niu and seek justice. Who do you think you are?" Lu Gang realized that this woman was clearly intent on causing a scene, trying to forcibly block his way, yet Zheng Hongmei refused to relent, leading to an impasse at the doorway. "Well, Lu Gang, you truly are famished, aren't you? Why are you still tugging at Zheng Hongmei?" A teasing voice interrupted their standoff. Lu Gang's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing those words. "Do not speak nonsense. I would never stoop so low as to desire her company. Guang Hao, you finally arrived." Upon raising his gaze, Lu Gang discovered that the one teasing him was indeed Guang Hao, prompting him to quickly sidestep Zheng Hongmei and approach him. "Guang Hao, how goes it? Have you brought the meat our manager requested? Today, all the high-ranking officials are present, and I hear they intend to discuss a matter of great significance for Jiaqing. Even the top leaders from the county will be arriving shortly. Therefore, this evening's banquet must not lack in grandeur." Having lived 2 lives, Guang Hao was acutely aware of the weight of the banquet that evening. He patted the burlap bag strapped to the back of his bicycle. Rest assured, everything has been arranged flawlessly. Guang Hao had finally arrived, and even manager Wang had come personally to welcome him. They treated him as if he were a high-ranking dignitary, escorting him to the kitchen of the state-run restaurant. Concerned that Guang Hao might misappropriate her catch, Zheng Hongmei followed him into the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen, Guang Hao unfastened the burlap bag. With a resounding thud, a fresh antelope tumbled to the floor. The sight of this antelope left everyone present utterly astonished. In these times, meat was classified into various tiers. The fish is fraught with bones and possesses a strong fishy odor, rendering it the least desirable of meats. Pork, while devoid of bones, offers a rather mundane flavor, placing it in the realm of mid-tier meat. The finest meats, however, are those of beef and lamb. Yet in these times of widespread poverty, only the affluent can afford pork, let alone the more exquisite lamb. Nonetheless, Guang Hao has brought forth the rare and esteemed mountain goat, a delicacy that surpasses even lamb in quality. Is this indeed the mountain goat? I thought they had become extinct. Brother Guang Hao, from where did you procure this? Wang Fugui, who runs a state-owned restaurant, has encountered all manners of meat, yet he stands astonished at the sight of the mountain goat. It is indeed a rare find. He had only glimpsed one during a visit to the provincial capital a few years prior. "Ah, Brother Wang, the hunting grounds are a closely guarded secret, not to be disclosed lightly," Guang Hao replied with a chuckle. "In addition to the mountain goat, I have also captured several rare chickens. Do you think that suffices?" With that, Guang Hao unfastened another bag, revealing over 20 rare chickens and 4 bamboo rats. The sight of such a bounty, akin to a pile of cabbages, left Wang Fugui utterly speechless. Moments later, a radiant smile illuminated his face. Enough, enough. Such a plethora of rare ingredients is truly more than sufficient. Brother Guang Hao, you have rendered me an immense service this time. I shall keep these meats for now, and we can settle the price and wait later. The leaders are arriving shortly, and I must hasten to prepare. He gestured for Guang Hao to sit and wait while he attended to his duties. Were it Zheng Hongmei making such a request, Guang Hao would have vehemently declined, as her demeanor suggested she was not to be trusted, and settling accounts face-to-face was imperative to avoid being shortchanged. However, he held a deep trust in Wang Fugui, a figure destined to become a prominent leader in the Southwest. Surely, he would not cheat him out of a mere trifle. Nodding in agreement, Guang Hao was about to respond when he suddenly felt his clothing tighten. Turning around, he found Zheng Hongmei had unexpectedly grasped his garment. Her eyes widened at the sight of the hefty mountain goat and the towering pile of rare chickens, as if they were coins before her. If I could get my hands on those premium mountain goods, I would make a fortune. Brother Guang Hao, Wang manager cannot afford such prices. Sell them to me. I can pay you cash right now. No, I can offer more than cash. I can provide receipts. I'll give you 2 for the rare chickens and 3 for the mountain goat. Please, I implore you, sell them to me. Zheng Hongmei pleaded, clutching Guang Hao's clothing. Remarkably, her offer was somewhat reasonable this time, though still unacceptably low. Guang Hao, however, had no intention of doing business with her. He waved his hand to refuse. At that moment, Lu Gang could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to pull Zheng Hongmei away. Enough, Zheng Hongmei. It is generous enough to share the catch with you. But you wish to lay claim to my brother Guang Hao's mountain goods as well? Do you not understand? Wang manager cannot afford the price, and the leaders are arriving. We must hurry to serve the dishes, so we will settle accounts later. Brother Guang Hao, rest assured. We shall provide you with 4 portions of the antelope and 3 portions of the tua chicken, ensuring it surpasses the offer made by Zheng Hongmei. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hongmei erupted in fury. Lu Gang, what the hell do you mean? Are you attempting to snatch my business in front of me? I am not intimidated. I shall offer 5 for the antelope and 3.5 for the tua chicken. It's a bidding war, is it? I am determined to compete with you today. Guang Hao couldn't help but chuckle at Zheng Hongmei, now provoked. It was a rare sight to witness her engaging in a price war. Higher bids, is it? I shall bid 6 for the antelope and 4 for the tua chicken. Do you wish to counter? Wang Fugui gazed coldly at Zheng Hongmei. Her repeated attempts to usurp business had crossed his threshold of tolerance. 6. What does that matter? Zheng Hongmei, in a fit of determination, prepared to continue her bidding, but suddenly froze mid-sentence. Had she lost her mind? The antelope was indeed precious, yet 4 was already a reasonable acquisition price. Anything above 6 would drastically diminish profits. Moreover, she noticed Wang Fugui's frigid gaze. He was the manager of a state-run restaurant, 2 ranks above her. Provoking him would not be wise. Reason returned, and Zheng Hongmei shrank back, like a timid quail. Fine, fine, I concede to you. It's not a significant matter. Though she uttered such words, her eyes greedily lingered on the antelope lying on the ground, wishing she could devour it whole. Guang Hao remained silent, bemused by Zheng Hongmei's inexplicable agitation, which had inadvertently raised her acquisition price to 6. Such a price was typically unattainable. How amusing, witnessing a rise in price without any effort on his part, an unexpected windfall. Chapter 49. Hurry and seize it, act swiftly. As time was of the essence, the staff at the state-run restaurant began to bustle with frantic energy. Guang Hao, with little to occupy his time, set a stool in the kitchen, cracking sunflower seeds while awaiting Wang Fugui and the others to finish their tasks. Has the dish for table 6 been prepared? It has been 10 minutes without service, and the leaders are already licking their plates. The tua chicken is still being prepped. Give it another 10 minutes. What of table 3? The main course hasn't even been served, and the leaders are left hungry. It's in progress, in progress. I'm still frying for table 5. Please don't rush. In truth, the state-run restaurant was not meant to be this frantic. Guang Hao delivered the ingredients at 3 o'clock, allowing ample time for the leaders to dine and converse. However, the problem arose because the ingredients Guang Hao brought were of exceptional quality. The tua chicken and bamboo rat were at their most succulent, and the produce from Ghost Head Mountain was renowned for its superior flavor compared to others, rendering the leaders utterly enamored. Once the dishes were served, they scarcely had time to converse. each seizing their chopsticks to commence feasting. Lu Gang's remark about licking plates was no exaggeration. The dishes were so delectable that one leader, reluctant to waste even a morsel, had licked his plate clean. The Dragon Kingdom has only recently celebrated its 33rd anniversary, a time characterized by numerous challenges and the need for revitalization. Not only do the citizens struggle to find sufficient sustenance, but the influential leaders themselves have scarcely indulged in anything of quality. Observing that the state-run restaurant would likely remain occupied for some time, and with an abundance of free time at his disposal, Guang Hao resolved to utilize the restaurant's kitchenware to prepare dinner for himself. After all, if he returned home too late, his wife would miss the opportunity to dine. Upon sharing his intentions with Wang Fugui, Guang Hao found a willing ally, as Wang was eager to reciprocate the favor Guang Hao had done for him earlier. With a casual wave, he granted Guang Hao permission to use any utensils and ingredients he desired. Guang Hao, however, was mindful and meticulous, ensuring that he accounted for every morsel of food he utilized. The array of seasonings available at the state-run restaurant far surpassed those at his own home, and with a few copper pots at his disposal, Guang Hao decided to prepare a sumptuous lamb hot pot. He sautéed the seasonings, then added water and brought it to a boil. Once the water was bubbling, he gently submerged the lamb slices, which were of exquisite quality. The lamb was tender and sweet, devoid of the characteristic gamey flavor typically associated with it, making it utterly delectable. The hot pot yielded a delightful aroma, and Guang Hao carefully stored the copper pot, slicing the lamb into perfect pieces. Upon his return home, he could simply reheat the broth and enjoy a delightful meal. What an enticing fragrance! Brother Guang Hao, what delectable dish are you concocting in that copper pot? Wang Fugui exclaimed, irresistibly drawn to the mouth-watering scent. Guang Hao, with his culinary prowess now at its zenith, had crafted a hot pot that was nothing short of enchanting. This is a hot pot, a straightforward dish where the lamb is briefly dipped to be savored, Guang Hao explained. Wang Fugui leaned in closer, inhaling the unique blend of spicy and savory aromas that immediately made his mouth water. Unable to resist, he seized a piece of lamb and dipped it into the broth before tasting it. The moment he did, he felt as though he had encountered divine culinary inspiration. My goodness, is it possible for hot pot to taste this extraordinary? Have you cast a spell upon it? Just then, the leaders at table 3 found themselves in need of a main course. Lu Gang, quickly, take this copper pot to the leaders, Wang Fugui urged. Lu Gang, without hesitation, reached for the copper pot. Guang Hao instinctively shielded it, protesting, wait, why should it be sent to the leaders? I prepared this for my wife. With a swift motion, Wang Fugui pulled Guang Hao aside and signaled to Lu Gang, hurry, seize it. We cannot delay the leaders. Lu Gang, apprehensive but compelled by authority, offered a sheepish smile to Guang Hao and dashed off with the copper pot, not sparing even the carefully sliced lamb. Come on, brother Guang Hao, you see how swamped we are? Practically spinning like tops. I beseech you, let me have this hot pot. Rest assured, I shall compensate you for the ingredients, Wang Fugui implored, his hands clasped in earnest supplication. With the copper pot now whisked away, it seemed the leaders were already indulging in the feast. What could Guang Hao do? Surely he could not reclaim the hot pot from their grasp. Truly, he was at a loss for words. Forget it, I'll prepare another pot myself. If the leaders find my cooking unpalatable later, don't blame me, Guang Hao said with a hint of annoyance. Haha, how could that be? I have tasted the flavor. It is absolutely exquisite. The leaders will be utterly enamored. Wang Fugui replied with a smile. Just as those words left his lips, Lu Gang rushed into the kitchen in a flurry. This is bad. This is terrible. A major incident has occurred. Upon witnessing Lu Gang's frantic demeanor, Guang Hao's heart sank. Could it be that his hot pot did not align with the leaders' tastes? Were they infuriated? This was precisely why he was reluctant to prepare it for Wang Fugui. Those prominent figures were notoriously hard to please. He had no desire to engage with them. Wang Fugui was equally anxious, yet he attempted to maintain his composure. What major incident? Speak slowly. What exactly has happened? They almost got into a fight. The leaders were on the verge of conflict. The hot pot at table 3 was so delectable that the other leaders, having missed out, are now in a furious uproar. Manager, you must go out and see for yourself. The mayor is currently trying to drag the vice mayor away from table 3. We are struggling to maintain control. Lu Gang, trembling with fear, painted a vivid picture of the chaos outside. Wang Fugui gulped hard upon hearing this. If you cannot control the situation, how can I? The place is filled with big shots, and I am merely a small restaurant manager. Am I supposed to assist the mayor in dragging the vice mayor away? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Grasping Guang Hao's hand earnestly, he implored, "Guang Hao, my brother, quickly, prepare several more pots of hot pot. Only your culinary skills can pacify them. Consider it a significant favor I owe you. If you assist me this time, I promise that, as long as you do not violate any rules, you may request anything from me in the future." Stunned, Guang Hao paused for a moment. Who was this man? The future leader of Southwest, undoubtedly a figure of great stature. To have him owe a favor was an opportunity beyond words. Guang Hao had always wished to connect with Wang Fugui, and now was the perfect chance. If he let it slip away, it would be a grave mistake. "Oh, if it weren't for your culinary appeal, I truly wouldn't help. Just this once, no second chances," Guang Hao declared. "Ha ha ha, fine, fine, fine. I am immensely grateful, my brother Guang Hao," Wang Fugui exclaimed, beaming with joy. What followed was Guang Hao unleashing his full culinary prowess, crafting 6 pots of hot pot in rapid succession, depleting over 50 pounds of antelope meat in the process. The leaders were thoroughly satisfied, and Wang Fugui's reception was a resounding success. As they departed, the mayor specifically commended Wang Fugui, saying, "You did exceptionally well this time. Keep up the good work, and soon the position of store manager will be yours." Having just been appointed as manager, he was now on the fast track to becoming store manager, quicker than a rocket. Overjoyed, he patted Guang Hao's shoulder vigorously. "Brother Guang Hao, you are truly my lucky star. Let us proceed, let us calculate. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly offer you a satisfactory price this time." Chapter 50, A Significant Gain. Wang Fugui escorted Guang Hao to the innermost part of the state-run restaurant, where he began to tally the day's acquisition prices using an abacus. The total weight of the antelopes amounted to 55 pounds, purchased at the rate of 6 yuan per pound, yielding Guang Hao a profit of 330 yuan for a single antelope. The total weight of the tua chickens was 46 pounds, acquired at 4 yuan per pound, resulting in a profit of 184 yuan. The bamboo rats weighed 16 pounds, procured at the rate of 2 yuan per pound, garnering a profit of 32 yuan. The grand total revenue reached 546 yuan. When Wang Fugui calculated this figure, he was utterly astonished. It must be noted that during the 1960s, most individuals earned only a few dimes a day from their labor, and even city workers earned merely a few dozen yuan a month. To think that Guang Hao could net over 500 yuan in a single day, was this truly human? It was akin to the earnings of livestock. After a brief moment of disbelief, Wang Fugui continued, "By the way, I almost forgot to account for 2 additional items. First, the kidneys of the antelope are of utmost importance. I intend to present them as a gift to a certain leader. This is a personal purchase on my part. And brother, I want to take advantage of you. Consider the kidneys priced at 20 yuan each, totaling 40 yuan. Second, your hot pot today has been a significant assistance to me. Thus, I shall compensate you with a labor fee of 5 yuan. Therefore, I will be giving you a total of 591 yuan shortly. Does that meet your approval?" Gazing at the figures on the abacus, Wang Fugui's eyes widened in disbelief. Guang Hao, too, had not anticipated such a lucrative day. Previously, his wife had been anxious about their inability to repay Wang Daqiang's debt of 500 yuan. Now, not only could they settle the debt, but they also had over 90 yuan to spare. Naturally, today as acquisition prices were not reflective of the norm. The antelope at 6 yuan and the tua chickens at 4 yuan were inflated prices following Zheng Hongmei's recent agitation. Under ordinary circumstances, the antelope would fetch no more than 4 yuan, and the tua chickens 3. Let it be, brother Wang, moving forward. We shall supply your state-run restaurant with meat at standard prices. Disregarding Zheng Hongmei's emotional outbursts, Guang Hao remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugui was momentarily taken aback. He had never imagined Guang Hao would voluntarily request a price reduction. It is essential to recognize that money holds significant value. A few yuan could sustain a family of 3 for several days. Calculating at regular prices would mean Guang Hao would lose over 100 yuan, a sum equivalent to the annual income of an average farmer. Are you suggesting that we should adhere to the agreed price? Do you believe our state-run restaurant cannot afford it? Wang Fugui inquired. Guang Hao shook his head and replied, "That is not my intent, nor am I questioning your capabilities, brother Wang. Rather, this price is simply unreasonable. Acquiring antelope at 6 yuan per pound, after deducting labor and expenses, leaves your state-run restaurant with nearly zero profit. I intend to establish a long-term business relationship with you. But if you do not derive any profit from my transactions, you will inevitably cease to require my meat supplies in the future. Thus, I cannot satiate myself alone. Nor can I even offer a morsel of soup to Brother Wang. If I were to act so selfishly, how could we ever continue as brothers? This heartfelt declaration genuinely moved Wang Fuguwei. The acquisition price was indeed exorbitantly high, beyond what he could reasonably bear. In the 1970s, prices were inherently modest, which rendered the fare at state-run restaurants quite affordable. An excessively high procurement price for meat would naturally escalate costs, ultimately compressing profits. While state-run restaurants are not overly concerned with profit margins, Wang Fuguwei is different. He aspires to ascend the ranks, and thus must manage the restaurant adeptly. In truth, he felt somewhat cornered. Having declared the price, he would face difficulty lowering it later. To publicly refer to someone as a brother, only to reduce prices once business stabilizes, such behavior seems ungracious. However, Guang Hao had already anticipated this and proactively requested a price reduction, thereby accommodating Wang Fuguwei's pride seamlessly. Wang Fuguwei placed a hand on Guang Hao's shoulder, his face brimming with gratitude. Brother Guang Hao truly understands the essence of camaraderie. In the future, we shall not merely be brothers, but rather closer than kin. Today, I have spoken my word and shall not retract it. 6 yuan is 6 yuan. When gentlemen speak, their words are as binding as nails. However, for future procurement, let us adhere to the standard pricing. What say you, brother? Guang Hao nodded with a smile, expressing his agreement. A trivial interlude had swiftly fortified the bond between Wang Fuguwei and Guang Hao. Even as Guang Hao prepared to leave, Wang Fuguwei personally escorted him out, treating him as a true brother. He earnestly advised Guang Hao to exercise caution on his way back and invited him to bring his wife next time to dine at the state-run restaurant. Such warmth was overwhelming. Guang Hao readily accepted, and after a prolonged farewell, he finally departed from the restaurant. Upon leaving the state-run restaurant, Guang Hao began to tally the day's earnings: 591 yuan from mountain goods and 90 yuan from fish sales. Guowa arrived at Longkou town around 5 in the afternoon. After selling the fish, he informed Guang Hao, who was still preoccupied with the restaurant, to return home and update Xiaofang. A net profit of 681 yuan in this era is almost unfathomable. Yet, the monetary gain is secondary. As a reborn individual with a vision spanning over 70 years into the future, Guang Hao cannot afford to fall short of becoming a billionaire. Hence, the several hundred yuan that left others agape holds little significance for him. Beyond the finances, the day's most profound achievement was genuinely forging a brotherly bond with Wang Fuguwei. Through mountain goods and hot pot, Guang Hao assisted Wang Fuguwei in serving a cadre of high-ranking leaders with utmost diligence, while inadvertently incurring a significant favor. Wang Fuguwei is destined to become a prominent figure in the Southwest, and as his brother, Guang Hao can anticipate innumerable advantages in the future. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Guang Hao were to do nothing at present, as long as he refrains from any wrongdoing, he could, in the future, rely on Wang Fuguwei's rise to prosperity for a helping hand, ensuring his own financial security. With this thought, Guang Hao is filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. It has not been long since his rebirth, yet he has already laid a solid foundation for his future. My dear wife, rest assured, our lives will undoubtedly flourish in the days to come. As he pedals his bicycle, humming the tune of Li Chuanbua's Xiaofang, Guang Hao does not head home immediately. Instead, he executes a graceful skid and deftly turns into a small gatehouse at the entrance of Longkou town. Outside the gatehouse, a man in black stands guard. Upon seeing Guang Hao's arrival, the guard scans the surroundings to ensure no one is following before cautiously closing the door behind him. A demeanor akin to that of spies meeting clandestinely. Chapter 51. The Zeton Inlaid Jade Treasure Box. Brother Hao, you're back. What can I do for you today? Inside the gatehouse, a young man named Xiaofang is eagerly serving Guang Hao tea, displaying an exceedingly warm attitude. There is no denying that Guang Hao has become his major client. He has spent nearly several dozen yuan on tickets in just a few days. This amount surpasses his earnings from the previous month. Moreover, due to the speculative nature of their dealings, manager Niu provides him with a generous commission, nearly splitting the profits evenly. Thus, it is no trouble for him to serve Guang Hao tea or even massage his shoulders and call him grandfather. Xiaofang, you have extensive connections. I came here today to inquire if you could help me acquire a firearm. Guang Hao said casually after sipping his tea. He has long coveted a hunting rifle. Currently, he can only roam the outer mountains, too apprehensive to venture into the inner ones. Why? Without a firearm in hand, he lacks the confidence. With a hunting rifle, the inner mountains would feel like home. Moreover, his methods for hunting are quite limited. Without a rifle, he can only set traps. Although he is currently experiencing a bountiful harvest, it is merely because he has just begun hunting, and the animals are yet unaccustomed to the traps. Once they become familiar, the yield will diminish significantly. The intelligence of these creatures surpasses one's imagination. Guang Hao has established a long-term partnership with Wang Fuguei, and to ensure a stable supply of meat. He is in urgent need of a hunting rifle. Brother Hao, if you need a gun, there is a firearms shop in Longkou Town. You can check it out. Xiaofang suggested. In the 1970s, the comprehensive ban on firearms had not yet taken effect, allowing one to purchase weapons openly. Even a subpar firearm would cost several hundred yuan at the shop, but if you have connections here, perhaps you could secure a better deal. If you can find the goods, that would be great. If not, I'll visit the firearms shop in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Xiaofang quickly nodded in agreement. That's true, but I currently lack that connection. I can keep an eye out for you, and if a suitable firearm comes up, I will inform you. Very well, that works for me, Guang Hao replied with a nod. As Xiaofang observed that Guang Hao was about to leave without making a purchase, he couldn't help but chuckle and inquired, Brother Hao, have you come all this way just to buy a gun and not to get something for your wife? You spent half a day at the state-run hotel. Surely, you've made a handsome profit. Aren't you going to indulge a little? Recently, Guang Hao found little worth buying. His household was well stocked with provisions, including mountain goods and fresh catches from the river. The supplies he exchanged with the villagers earlier were still plentiful. There was meat at every meal, a luxury that rivaled even the wealthiest landlords. He had also purchased ample daily necessities and clothing. In fact, just last night, his wife had been lamenting his extravagant spending. Thus, Guang Hao resolved to take a break from shopping. With his needs sufficiently met, he decided to wait until his supplies dwindled before making another purchase. Xiaofang, not wanting to let his esteemed client slip away, suddenly had a brilliant idea. Wait a moment, Brother Hao, I have something special you might like, he exclaimed, before hastily retreating to the back room. After a few minutes of rummaging, he emerged with an exquisite little box. I must tell you, Brother Hao, this is a treasure I went to great lengths to acquire. It's something outsiders can only dream of, but for you, I'm willing to part with it. As he spoke, Xiaofang opened the box to reveal an array of bottles and jars. Guang Hao leaned in and was astonished to discover a set of skincare products, an absolute rarity from the 1970s, typically reserved for the affluent young ladies of the big cities. Moreover, Xiaofang spoke true. This collection was indeed precious, crafted by the women of Shanghai, regarded as a luxury even in the bustling metropolis. Although AI Xiaofang possessed a unique constitution, her skin remained flawlessly fair and supple despite daily exposure to the elements. These skincare products could undoubtedly enhance her natural beauty. With this thought in mind, Guang Hao had already decided to acquire the set. He inspected the assortment of bottles and jars with a discerning eye, acknowledging that they seemed to encompass everything one might need, even if he wasn't entirely versed in skincare. What is the price? Guang Hao inquired. Observing his reaction, Xiaofang realized he was poised for a lucrative sale. This is from Shanghai, specifically designed for the elite of the Magic City, boasting exceptional quality. Hence the price is a tad steep. For the entire box, it's 120. 120. Guang Hao was nearly taken aback, almost dropping the box in shock. Given the current market, the audacity to price a skincare set at that amount was staggering. Although he recognized the markup was a result of Xiaofang's profit margin, it was still undeniably expensive. The saying rang true. Women's money was indeed easily earned. Was this crafted from gold or silver to command such a price? While Guang Hao could afford it, he felt compelled to negotiate. Xiaofang understood his intent, and after some back and forth, Guang Hao managed to lower the price by 20, ultimately securing the set for 100. With 100 yuan spent on a skincare set, even Guang Hao felt a twinge of pain in his wallet. However, just as he was about to make the payment, he suddenly stumbled upon a remarkable item. On the altar behind Xiaofang rested a small, jet-black box, its surface gleaming with a patina that suggested it had seen better days. Most striking was its shape, reminiscent of an antique Guang Hao had encountered in a previous life, a Zeton inlaid jade treasure box. Ah, the emperor's toy box, he mused. gazing at the little treasure with increasing fascination. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Xiaohizi, what is that little box behind you? It appears quite exquisite. Xiaohizi, having just closed a significant deal and in high spirits, tossed the box to Guang Hao upon sensing his interest. A while back, a broke fellow came here to purchase some items, but when he couldn't settle his debts, he left this behind. Just a shabby wooden box, really. If you like it, it's yours. Shabby wooden box, Guang Hao thought, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. The ignorance was astounding. This was a Ming Dynasty Zetan inlaid jade treasure box, and the subtle dragon patterns etched into its surface hinted at royal provenance. In his previous life, a similar Qing Dynasty treasure box had fetched several million at auction, and this one, being from the Ming era and of royal heritage, was bound to be worth a fortune, easily worth 10 million or more. Since you've offered, I shall graciously accept. I'll return when I need more items. Guang Hao replied as he picked up the treasure box, feeling its delicate, warm texture affirm its authenticity. In the 1970s, even finding a counterfeit antique was a difficult endeavor. Following the anti-pest campaigns, antiques were regarded as relics of superstition, plummeting in value to mere pennies, leaving no one interested in them. In such a climate, only the truly deranged would attempt to replicate such items, an endeavor fraught with futility. Thus, discovering genuine antiques in this era was akin to striking gold. With the treasure box in hand, Guang Hao discarded the original wooden box meant for the skincare products and filled the exquisite treasure box instead. There was no denying it. Items once touched by royalty exuded an air of sophistication. With everything tucked inside, its aesthetic appeal soared to new heights, shimmering with a radiant allure. The pale jade atop the box harmonized beautifully with the crystal bottles within. Although Guang Hao had little knowledge of jade and could not ascertain whether it was the famed Hetian jade, he was certain that the value of this Zetan inlaid jade treasure box was substantial. To purchase cosmetics and unearth an antique in the process filled Guang Hao with elation. As he pedaled his bicycle, buoyant as a kite released into the sky. Chapter 52. Do you fancy a big Casanova? The return journey to Xiaofang village took less than 20 minutes. Guang Hao first delivered the bicycle to the old village chief, accompanying the gesture with a pack of cigarettes as a token of goodwill. Though the bicycle was stored at the home of the elderly village chief, its ownership belonged to the production team. Thus, as long as one had a legitimate purpose, anyone could ride it. Typically, when villagers borrowed the bike, they would merely exchange pleasantries. None were as generous as Guang Hao, who even presented cigarettes. Moreover, the cigarettes he offered were rolled ones, a rarity costing over $1 per pack. Niushan Li's front teeth gleamed with delight. Why be so courteous? Next time you need the bike, just give me a heads up, and I'll have it ready for you. This was the primary reason for Guang Hao's gift of cigarettes. He had established a solid rapport with Wang Fugui, who required the bicycle almost daily. This shared possession was available to all. However, if the borrower returned late, like him, how could he deliver goods to Wang Fugui? By gifting a pack of cigarettes and securing the village chief's watchful eye, Guang Hao could enjoy the bicycle for personal use. With his connection to the village chief solidified, Guang Hao finally returned home, illuminated by the stars. As he neared his doorstep, he noticed a kerosene lamp aglow within. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his young wife, Xiaofang, standing at the entrance with the lamp in hand. She was on her toes, eagerly peering outside, clearly having waited for quite some time. When Guang Hao's figure appeared on the ridge, a radiant smile blossomed on Xiaofang's face. In her excitement, she momentarily forgot to hold the lamp, rushing towards him. With a soft thud, she enveloped him in a warm embrace. Husband, what on earth happened today? Why have you returned so late? Her voice was laced with concern. Having worked part-time at the slaughterhouse, she returned around 6 o'clock, only to find Guang Hao still absent. If it weren't for Guohua's visit, clarifying that Guang Hao was delayed due to matters at the state-run restaurant, she would have likely been frantic in her search for him. Yet, even with the knowledge of his safety, Xiaofang remained at the door, waiting intently from 6 until nightfall, lighting the kerosene lamp to continue her vigil. Gently stroking her silken hair, Guang Hao smiled softly. The state-run restaurant was bustling today. Knowing your husband's culinary skills, Manager Wang pressed me into service, which delayed my return. I apologize, my dear. Xiaofang shook her head vigorously in his embrace. I'm not upset. I was merely worried. The simplicity of her words nearly overwhelmed Guang Hao. In his previous life, he had lost Xiaofang, and since then, He had lived alone on Ghost Head Mountain, never receiving a single person's care until his dying day. Only through loss did he comprehend the preciousness of such concern. He held his wife tightly, whispering, "It's truly wonderful to have you by my side. Hee hee. The same goes for you." The couple shared a tender moment at the doorway before AI Xiaofang led Guang Hao inside for dinner. Guang Hao initially intended to prepare a hot pot for his wife, only to have the entire feast snatched away by Wang Fugui and Lu Gang, leaving him with nothing but a wad of cash. However, he did not return with the hot pot, as AI Xiaofang had already prepared a delightful meal, a dish of stir-fried chicken and a bowl of tofu and cabbage soup. The food remained warm in the iron pot, which was filled with hot water, and upon returning home, he was greeted by the comforting sight of a warm meal, a scene that felt like a dream from a previous life. Guang Hao eagerly picked up his chopsticks and savored the food. Halfway through his meal, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Wait a moment. Didn't I catch 3 flying dragons? Why didn't you prepare them as well, my dear?" "Oh, the flying dragons are quite expensive. How could I bear to eat them? I thought you intended to sell them, so I kept them caged," AI Xiaofang replied. Upon hearing this, Guang Hao playfully pinched her nose. "Flying dragons are a rare delicacy. We are not short on funds at the moment. The stove still has fire. I will prepare you a baked flying dragon that will surely make your mouth water." He set aside his bowl and chopsticks, ventured outside to gather a few lotus leaves, then processed the flying dragons from the cage, wrapping them in the leaves before burying them beneath the charcoal fire. By the time they finished their main meal, the baked flying dragons were nearly ready. Guang Hao tore open the lotus leaves, releasing an intoxicating aroma that enveloped him. The fragrance was so powerful that even though he was already full, he found himself swallowing several times in anticipation. "Since we cannot find any flying dragons, let us settle for a baked chicken instead, haha," he chuckled, placing the prepared flying dragon in AI Xiaofang's bowl. "Come, eat it while it's hot. Let us see how the flying dragon meat tastes." AI Xiaofang eyed the flying dragon meat with a gulp, hesitating to take her first bite. The saying "dragon meat from the heavens, donkey meat from the earth" not only reflects the exquisite flavor of the flying dragon, but also signifies its unparalleled value. It is no exaggeration to say that such a small flying dragon could fetch at least 5 yuan in a state-run restaurant. Considering that a single dragon weighs no more than 8 taels, definitely a precious delicacy. "Husband, you should eat it. This is far too valuable for me to waste," she insisted, pushing the flying dragon meat towards Guang Hao with a resolute gulp. "Are you being disobedient? If you keep this up, I might just head back to the city." Guang Hao feigned a stern expression, playfully chastising AI Xiaofang. Upon hearing his mock threat, she shivered and quickly stuffed the flying dragon meat into her mouth. No, I'll eat it. I'll eat it right now." The flying dragon meat was indeed delectable. Guang Hao even chewed the bones until they were pulverized. Both flying dragons disappeared into the couple's bellies, and once they had satisfied their hunger, and AI Xiaofang finished washing the dishes, Guang Hao took her by the hand and led her to their room. AI Xiaofang initially believed that Guang Hao intended to engage in an intimate encounter. Upon entering the room, she began to disrobe. By the time Guang Hao retrieved a Zeton-inlaid jade treasure box from the cabinet, AI Xiaofang was left clad in nothing but her undergarment. Holding the box, Guang Hao gazed at her, momentarily rendered speechless. "What are you doing?" Upon noticing the object in Guang Hao's hand, AI Xiaofang swiftly comprehended that his intentions were not what she had assumed, and her delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Flustered, she hurriedly began to dress. "It's not what you think. I'm just a bit warm." Yes, the weather has indeed been sweltering lately. If you're hot, why put on clothes? I rather enjoy the view." "Brother Guang Hao, you incorrigible rogue." "Indeed, I am a rogue, and in this lifetime, you are the sole object of my desires." "How do you feel about a rogue?" "I like it." Chapter 53. Do not speak, just kiss me. Guang Hao took AI Xiaofang's hand, and the couple sat upon the bed. He opened the box and presented the skincare products to her. "These are specially for you. The beautiful women in the city all use them. And it said they not only brighten the complexion, but also nourish the skin and combat aging. I'm not too clear on the specifics. You can take your time to study them." Initially, AI Xiaofang did not recognize the items, but as she examined the skincare products closely, realization struck her. Aren't these skincare products for women from Shanghai? She was momentarily taken aback, her mind blank. Though she was a simple village girl who had never ventured beyond Xiaofang village, it did not mean she lacked awareness. Li Lu had mentioned this brand during their conversations. stating that it was a luxury reserved for wealthy women in the metropolis. Not only did it leave one smelling delightful, but it also promised to render the skin more radiant and supple. However, the price was exorbitant, far beyond the means of village girls like herself. If anyone were to gift her such a bottle of skincare on her wedding day, she would gladly marry even a cripple. Of course, that last remark was merely a jest from Li Lu, yet it underscored the preciousness of the skincare set. While Li Lu had spoken of a single bottle, AI Xiaofang now held an entire set, comprising several exquisitely crafted containers. Each was a marvel of beauty. "Darling, how much did this cost you?" AI Xiaofang asked, her heart aching at the thought of its value. "Not much, just 100 yuan, Guang Hao replied with a smile. 100 yuan? Just that?" AI Xiaofang nearly swooned. She understood that Guang Hao hailed from the city and came from a well-off family, but she never expected him to regard money so casually. 100 yuan was the equivalent of what she painstakingly earned in a year. Currently, her part-time job at the slaughterhouse yielded only a few dimes a day. "Darling, this is too precious. It would be a waste for me to use it. You must return it. I don't need skincare." With great care, she placed the products back into the box, her reluctance evident, yet she resolutely closed the lid. Observing his wife's expression, Guang Hao instinctively understood her thoughts. He reached into his pocket and presented her with the fruits of the day's endeavors. Upon receiving the money, AI Xiaofang was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. The thickness of the cash far exceeded the usual amount, being 4 to 5 times greater than normal. "Where did all this money come from, darling? What did you do today?" she exclaimed. "Today was fortunate. I managed to gather quite a bit from the mountains. Just take a look at this." Guang Hao replied with a smile. The total earnings for the day, including his brother-in-law's share, amounted to a remarkable 681 yuan. After deducting the 100 yuan spent on skincare products, the net income still stood at a substantial 581 yuan. As she counted the money, AI Xiaofang's mouth fell agape, unable to comprehend the figure. 581 yuan. Am I dreaming? How could there be so much? Seeing his wife's adorable and bewildered expression, Guang Hao couldn't resist planting a firm kiss on her rosy lips. "See, your husband is quite capable. I can earn over 500 in a single day. I know you've been worried about Wang Daqiang's debt, but now you can settle that, right? Honestly, if it weren't for the work quotas every household has, I would let you rest at home while I hunt alone, providing us with a life free of worries. Thus, this little expenditure on skincare is trivial. I have plans to build a grand house, buy a large vehicle, and take you to explore the splendid landscapes of our country. Our future together will be filled with abundance, no more frugality, just bold enjoyment of life. Do you understand?" With the money in her hands and listening to Guang Hao's beautiful aspirations, AI Xiaofang could no longer contain herself. She wrapped her arms around Guang Hao's neck and kissed him passionately. "Be gentle, darling, be gentle. First, place this box carefully. I must tell you, the makeup worth over 100 yuan is cheap and not a concern, but this box is an antique. It might be worth tens of millions, even over 100 million someday. If it were to fall and break, it would be disastrous." With a soft thud, the box was placed on the bedside table. This morning, Guang Hao felt a slight unease. Last night, AI Xiaofang had been quite stimulated by the events. With over 500 yuan and 100 yuan worth of skincare products, coupled with Guang Hao's sweet promises, her joy was palpable. "Wait, something feels off. Something is definitely amiss," Li Lu observed, stroking her chin as she scrutinized AI Xiaofang's radiant face. "Xiaofang, tell me, what did you use? Your skin is not only fair and tender, but also exudes such a delightful fragrance." Had she been subjected to such scrutiny by her friends in the past, AI Xiaofang's face would have turned a deeper shade of crimson than a monkey's rear. Her improving complexion was a result of Guang Hao's comforting presence over the past few days. As a young woman herself, Li Lu felt it inappropriate to share such personal details. However, now she had found a perfect excuse. Guang Hao bought me a set of skincare products. Come, let me apply some on you," AI Xiaofang said, leading Li Lu into the room. Upon opening the exquisite Zeton wood box inlaid with jade, Li Lu was once again startled by the emblem of a Shanghai woman. "Good heavens, yet another Shanghai woman. Your family's generosity knows no bounds," she exclaimed. "Wow, this fragrance is simply divine. It feels extraordinary on the skin. I beg you, Xiaofang. I will serve you like a devoted servant for a month if you could spare me a bottle." AI Xiaofang quickly snatched back her skincare product. "No way. This was a gift from my husband. When you eventually marry, your husband can gift you something similar. Woe is me. How could I possibly find a husband who can afford such luxurious cosmetics? The following days passed without any remarkable events, settling into a comfortable routine. AI Guohua continued his daily ritual of fishing in the Mingjiang River with his specialized fishing traps, bringing in between 200 to 300 caddies, earning approximately 80 to 90 yuan each day. Guang Hao, on the other hand, would start his mornings by carving his golden silk Nanmu headboard before taking leisurely strolls on Ghost Head Mountain. The number of traps in the outer mountain had increased to over 30, yet the animals had grown more astute, making it difficult to catch prey in every trap. Nevertheless, capturing a few dozen caddies of game remained a manageable task. The large water buffalo in the muddy marsh had grown increasingly fond of Guang Hao over the past few days, to the extent that he could now ride it around the outer mountain. However, whenever Guang Hao attempted to lead it down the mountain, it resisted vehemently, as if something on the mountain held an irresistible allure for it. While yields from the outer mountain were diminishing, the harvest closer to the inner mountain was on the rise. After a wild boar had destroyed his hanging traps, Guang Hao devised several pit traps specifically to deal with these boars. A pit trap consists of digging a hole and covering it with a layer of camouflaging grass. Any wild boar that stumbles upon it would fall directly into the pit. This trap proved far more effective than the hanging traps, enabling him to catch a sika deer or wild boar almost every day. The state-run restaurant would buy wild boar, paying slightly more than for regular pork at 1 yuan 50 per caddy. Thus, Guang Hao's daily income fluctuated between 200 to 300 yuan, with wild boar yielding over 200 yuan and sika deer fetching over 300 yuan. With such bountiful earnings, Guang Hao's life became increasingly prosperous. Yet his happiness sparked envy in the eyes of some around him. Chapter 54, Wang Daqiang's Third Aunt. Wang Daqiang had been enduring a rather miserable time lately. After a quarrel with Guang Hao, he was struck on the head with a shoulder pole, leaving him not only with a gash, but also with both arms broken. Fortunately, a subsequent examination revealed only minor fractures, necessitating a cast and a month's rest for full recovery. However, with both arms in casts, even the simplest tasks like using the restroom required assistance from his friends, a situation he found exceedingly uncomfortable. Just wait, he grumbled. Once my month is up and I can't produce the money, I will have your wife come to tend to me. While Wang Daqiang was struggling in the outhouse, a younger associate burst in with great urgency. Bang! The younger brother failed to brake in time, colliding with the brother who was relieving himself, causing a tremor in his hand. Wang Daqiang began to fire indiscriminately around him. For heaven's sake, steady yourself. It's nearly splashed all over me. He shouted angrily at the younger brother, who hurriedly clasped with both hands to stabilize the situation. Having successfully finished his business, Wang Daqiang lifted a foot and kicked the younger brother who had rushed in. What a chaotic mess. You've spilled my urine everywhere. Now, tell me what on earth happened. The younger brother scrambled to his feet and replied, It's bad news. The villagers say that the Guang Hao family has struck it rich recently. AI Guohua has been catching hundreds of pounds of fish daily in the Mingjiang River. They are thriving, selling fish to the supply and marketing cooperative, enjoying a life of luxury. Every meal includes rice, and they even have meat. Every meal includes meat? Are they eating better than I am? How outrageous. They still owe me 500 yuan and dare to feast daily. Wang Daqiang fumed. The Mingjiang River is so deep, they must be exaggerating. Yes, there are indeed plenty of fish in that river, but jumping in 1T guarantee a catch. They'd be swept away in an instant. Who have you been listening to with such nonsense? Wang Daqiang was clearly skeptical. I didn't believe it either, but just yesterday, I saw AI Guohua and Wang Laosan hauling 4 full baskets of fish to Longkou town. They aren't boasting. It's the truth, the younger brother explained. Guang Hao sells mountain goods discreetly, with a burlap sack covering it. No one knows what he is carrying. But AI Guohua is different. He never conceals his baskets and greets people enthusiastically. Isn't this someone? Would you like some fish? I can give you one. He modestly claims, Oh, it's not my skill. It's all thanks to my brother-in-law. Of course, my brother-in-law is an intellectual, a city dweller, knowledgeable and impressive. Enough of this. I must hurry to deliver goods to the cooperative. They keep urging me. Previously, the AI family was the laughingstock of the village due to AI Xiaofang marrying a man who couldn't lift a finger. Now, witnessing AI Guohua's daily bounty of fish, who wouldn't commend Guang Hao for his prowess. Thus, it is no wonder that AI Guohua revels in his success. It is a moment of vindication. Upon hearing the younger brother's account, Wang Daqiang's expression darkened. AI Xiaofang owed him 500 yuan, and their relationship had soured. Wang Daqiang issued an ultimatum. The debt must be repaid within a month. In truth, he did not wish for AI Xiaofang to settle the debt. Why? Because he harbored unrequited feelings for her. Since childhood, Wang Daqiang had been fond of AI Xiaofang, yet she had never regarded him with any interest. No matter how he pursued her, she never even offered him a friendly glance. Given that AI Xiaofang did not like him, one would think he could simply move on to someone who did. However, Wang Daqiang was no ordinary man. He was exceedingly radical in his desires, yearning for AI Xiaofang even after she became Guang Hao's wife. His obsession remained unaltered, and he wished for her to be indebted for a lifetime. Believing that such a financial leverage would enable him to coerce AI Xiaofang into submission. Yet, as AI Guohua brought in hundreds of pounds of fish daily, how would Wang Daqiang manage to win AI Xiaofang's heart once they accumulated 500 yuan? Contemplating this, Wang Daqiang's demeanor turned cold. Let us go to the Mingjiang River immediately. I must see if he truly earns such a fortune. He hastened to the riverbank with his underlings, arriving just in time to witness AI Guohua retrieving his fish traps. Each trap was brimming with lively fish, shrimp, and crabs. As Wang Daqiang watched the bustling catch, his lips twitched in disbelief. Damn it, we toil endlessly in the Mingjiang River, fortunate to catch a single half-sized fish, and if luck is against us, we return empty-handed. Yet he casually hauls in dozens of pounds with each trap, and he possesses over a dozen of these traps. It's utterly absurd. Upon seeing AI Guohua's haul fill 4 large baskets, Wang Daqiang's doubts dissipated, replaced by a grim expression. Let us head to Longkou Town. They rushed to Longkou Town, where Wang Daqiang navigated with familiarity, heading straight for the supply and marketing cooperative without a moment's hesitation. Zheng Hongmei was busy arranging goods at the counter when she heard footsteps behind her, not bothering to turn. If you want to buy something, look for yourself. I'll tell you the price once you've made your choice, she retorted, her attitude still sour, as if someone owed her an enormous debt. Aunt, I haven't come to shop. I need to ask you something, Wang Daqiang called out to Zheng Hongmei. She paused, then turned around, her expression brightening as she recognized him. Stepping out from behind the counter, she exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this my little nephew? What brings you here? Here, try this beef jerky from Xinjiang. It's delicious." Zheng Hongmei offered him the jerky, but upon noticing that he did not take it, her gaze fell upon his hands, both encased in plaster, and her expression instantly soured. "What happened to your hands, little nephew? Who dared to harm a member of the Wang family? I shall have their skin." Zheng Hongmei was Wang Daqiang's mother's sister, and being the only male descendant of the Wang family, he was cherished by both the Wang and Zheng families. This injury was caused by a man named Guang Hao. The doctor said it would heal in a month or 2 with rest. I don't need Aunt's help with that. I can settle the score with Guang Hao myself. I came to find you just to ask if someone named AI Guohua is frequently delivering fish to you. Upon hearing Guang Hao's name, Zheng Hongmei gasped in shock. What? This injury was inflicted by Guang Hao? Little nephew, what on earth have you done to provoke him to such an extent? Chapter 55. What mischief is Zheng Hongmei up to again? After Wang Daqiang's narration, Zheng Hongmei finally comprehended the grievances between him and Guang Hao. It turned out he was enamored with another man's wife. How absurd. It is not difficult to find a 3-legged frog, yet 2-legged women are everywhere. Is it really worth causing such a commotion over a woman? However, upon further reflection, she recognized this as a potential opportunity for herself. Although Guang Hao had provided her with fish catches, the most precious mountain goods were continuously sent to the state-run hotel. She had long coveted these items. Due to the fish catches, her treatment had drastically improved recently. Even Manager Niu had been exceedingly polite towards her. If she could acquire the mountain goods as well, she could certainly bolster her position in the upcoming managerial contest. Yet Guang Hao remained obstinate as a stubborn mule, resolutely refusing to sell her the mountain goods, regardless of her threats or temptations. Now that Wang Daqiang had arrived, and Guang Hao owed him 500 yuan, she could leverage that debt as a means of coercion, compelling him to sell the mountain goods to her. In doing so, she would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. With this thought, Zheng Hongmei's heart raced with excitement. Nephew, let me be frank with you. Not only are AI Guohua's fish catches sold through me, but Guang Hao is also selling his mountain goods to the state-run hotel. He will undoubtedly manage to gather that 500 yuan within a month. So, Allow me to handle this matter with my third aunt. We can use that debt to entice him. If he agrees to sell us the mountain goods, we will absolve him of his 500 yuan debt. Wang Daqiang's intention was to prevent Zheng Hongmei from accepting AI Guohua's fish catches, thereby hindering him from settling the debt. To his astonishment, Zheng Hongmei not only had no intention of rejecting the catches, but also sought to procure the mountain goods while waiving the debt. With 200 yuan already invested, it was unreasonable to expect Wang Daqiang to agree without any gain. No, absolutely not. I want you, my third aunt, to create trouble for them, not to assist them. Are you with me or with them? Zheng Hongmei rolled her eyes dramatically in response to him. You foolish boy, you can only see the immediate, trivial benefits. Let me explain. Guang Hao sells fish catches through me and mountain goods to the state-run hotel. If you prevent me from accepting his fish catches, he will still sell his mountain goods to the hotel. Thus, refusing his goods is futile. However, if he grants us the purchasing rights, we can dictate the buying price. If we drive the price down to the lowest point, Guang Hao will be at our mercy. Wang Daqiang might be a scoundrel, but he was certainly not foolish. With a slight shift in perspective, he quickly grasped her strategy. Third aunt, I finally understand. This is a brilliant move. You truly are clever. Huh, it's obvious. Isn't it? Just look at who in the Chun family has achieved the most. That must be you, my third aunt. Remarkably, Guang Hao arrived in Longkou town almost simultaneously with AI Guohua. After exchanging greetings, Guang Hao headed to the state-run restaurant to sell mountain goods, while Guohua set off with a shoulder pole to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell his catch. Guang Hao was now as familiar with the state-run restaurant as if it were his own home, directly cycling to the back kitchen. Brother Gang, the goods have arrived today. Come and weigh them. Guang Hao called out to Lu Gang, who was busily engaged in the kitchen. The scales are over there. Weigh it yourself. After that, Manager Wang will come by to settle the payment. Lu Gang was preoccupied, stirring with a large ladle. Ever since Wang Fuguei established a connection with Guang Hao, the business of the state-run restaurant had been soaring at a remarkable pace. The meats Guang Hao delivered were of exceptional quality, ranging from wild boar to exquisite cocks, and occasionally, there would be an antelope. Such fine ingredients, particularly the antelope, were not only delicious but also highly nourishing. With these superior provisions, the reputation of the Longkou town state-run restaurant skyrocketed. Not only did the regular clientele noticeably increase, but many even traveled from the county town specifically for the delectable offerings. In the 1970s, with few entertainment options available, opera and shadow puppetry still in vogue, people were willing to pay any price for a good meal. As the state-run restaurant gained fame, business flourished, and everyone found themselves busier than usual. For instance, at this moment, Lu Gang had no time to attend to Guang Hao. Weighing the goods himself was a privilege only the state-run restaurant could afford Guang Hao. However, Guang Hao was meticulous, placing his mountain goods on the scale, precisely as they were, no more, no less. After weighing, it turned out just right as Wang Fuguei arrived in the kitchen. Upon seeing Guang Hao, they greeted each other, and Wang Fuguei smiled, asking, So, how much mountain goods do we have today? 40 pounds of antelope, 25 pounds of exquisite cocks, 20 pounds of bamboo rats, and several wild rabbits totaling 20 pounds. In total, 105 pounds, amounting to 295, Guang Hao replied. Without hesitation, Wang Fuguei pulled out 300 yuan from the cabinet and handed it to him. Here, S300. No need for change. After spending time together, they had become true brothers, allowing for a casual rapport in their dealings. Guang Hao accepted the money without formality, slipping it into his pocket. Occasionally, Wang Fuguei would cover the small change, but Guang Hao would adjust the weight slightly in Wang Fuguei's favor, making such trifles insignificant. After completing the transaction, Guang Hao did not leave, but continued to chat with Wang Fuguei at the restaurant, both bonding and waiting for Guohua to finish his sales. While Guang Hao's transactions were smooth and efficient, Guohua's situation was markedly more complicated. Firstly, Zheng Hongmei insisted on thoroughly inspecting all the fish caught. If there was excess water, she would complain, and if there were any shrimp or crabs, she would grumble as well. Despite their dealings usually involving hundreds of pounds, they would argue over mere ounces. Indeed, whenever Guohua went to sell to her, it would take no less than half an hour to finalize everything. However, this time, before Guang Hao had even settled himself comfortably, he witnessed Guohua emerge with a sullen expression. Oh, what a rare sight today. Zheng Hongmei has not troubled your brother-in-law, he remarked, as even Wang Fuguei found it curious. Guang Hao, however, immediately discerned something amiss from AI Guohua's countenance. Though his brother-in-law typically bore a dark expression, Guang Hao had come to understand its nuances over time. When AI Guohua was in high spirits, a hint of red would adorn his otherwise somber face, reminiscent of the legendary Guan Yu. Conversely, when displeased, he resembled Bao Zhang, his visage devoid of any color. Presently, his expression was even darker than Bao Zhang's by a considerable margin. Observing AI Guohua's face, darker than a pot's bottom, Guang Hao approached him. "Brother-in-law, what troubles you? Is Zheng Hongmei causing you more grief? Surely, she hasn't rejected your catch?" Upon seeing Guang Hao, AI Guohua's grim demeanor softened slightly. "No, it's Wang Daqiang who has come." Chapter 56. Kneel before me and swear an oath. Since the last incident where Guang Hao had struck Wang Daqiang on the head with a carrying pole, he had not laid eyes on him for several days. He had anticipated that Wang would only resurface after the month's end, yet here he was, emerging prematurely. One could only surmise that his injuries had not fully healed, yet he was eager to stir up trouble once more, displaying a reckless disregard for his own safety. Entering the supply and marketing cooperative, Guang Hao was undeterred and strode confidently inside, eager to discover what tricks this rogue might have up his sleeve. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Wang Daqiang seated in a chair. His condition appeared far from favorable. His head was wrapped in bandages, and both hands were encased in plaster. He required assistance from his underlings even to drink water. The underling, a burly fellow, clumsily spilled water everywhere, creating quite a mess. "Wang Daqiang, you haven't yet fully recovered, yet you seek to provoke me again. Are you itching for another beating?" Guang Hao scoffed. Startled by Guang Hao's voice, Wang Daqiang trembled, inadvertently knocking over the cup held by his underling, scalding tea spilling onto his lap, causing him to yelp in agony. It seemed that since offending Guang Hao, misfortune had relentlessly pursued Wang Daqiang. From choking on food to tripping on level ground, his string of calamities was almost comical. Earlier that morning, he had been drenched in urine, and now he was scalded by tea. His situation was indeed pitiable. As Wang Daqiang howled in distress, Zheng Hongmei brazenly approached Guang Hao. "Oh, dear brother Guang Hao, it's all a misunderstanding, I assure you. To be frank, I am actually Wang Daqiang's aunt. He came here today to purchase some goods. And it was during our conversation that I discovered the extent of the misunderstanding between you two. In truth, my nephew has a good heart. It's just that his mouth is as foul as a pit. He has always treated your family well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lent you so much money. Today, I encountered AI Guohua and was compelled to summon him to mediate between you and my nephew to dissolve the misunderstanding that has arisen." Do not heed her words. AI Guohua boldly stepped forward. "Brother-in-law, what kind of person is Wang Daqiang? Everyone in the village is well aware. He and this woman are undoubtedly scheming something sinister. Zheng Hongmei, are you going to accept this fish catch or not? If you intend to accept, do so swiftly. Otherwise, we shall take our leave immediately. Do not think you can deceive my brother-in-law while I am present." With hands firmly on his hips, AI Guohua stood resolutely before Guang Hao, resembling an enraged deity. Zheng Hongmei, upon seeing this troublemaker, felt an urge to deliver a couple of sharp slaps across his face. At this moment, Wang Daqiang had finished tending to his younger brother, who had suffered a burn, and upon hearing these words, his temper flared. "AI Guohua, what do you mean by that? What do you imply by insinuating that I am colluding with my aunt here? To speak candidly, I simply do not wish to contest with you five foolish brutes. Otherwise, I would have long since dealt with you harshly." Before he could finish, Zheng Hongmei shot him a fierce glare. Confronted by Zheng Hongmei's piercing gaze, Wang Daqiang remembered his plan with his aunt and hastily closed his mouth. Seeing that Wang Daqiang finally fell silent, Zheng Hongmei forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "We genuinely wish to reconcile. There are absolutely no ulterior motives. If you do not trust us, let us first demonstrate our sincerity. Did Daqiang not borrow 500 yuan from you? If you are willing to reconcile, we shall consider that 500 yuan settled. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Guang Hao could not help but raise an eyebrow, while AI Guohua's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. 500 yuan. It is indeed a significant sum, enough to sustain a family of 3 comfortably for 2 years. Such a generous offer from Zheng Hongmei and Wang Daqiang to absolve the debt. Are they truly prepared to reconcile? Are you serious? You genuinely wish to settle the account? Upon hearing the term settle the account, AI Guohua's demeanor shifted entirely. Of course, we are all relatives in the same village. We encounter each other frequently. You sell fish here daily. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds fondness. We have conducted numerous transactions by now. We are practically friends, are we not? Zheng Hongmei said with a beaming smile. Her words struck a chord with AI Guohua. His previously dark expression brightened slightly, and he felt a surge of joy. I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. I did not anticipate that you, Zheng Hongmei, could see through it so clearly. You are correct. We are all from the same village and see each other often. Guang Hao, since Zheng Hongmei and Wang Daqiang show such sincerity, shall we reconcile? Not only would we diminish one adversary, but we would also eliminate a debt of 500 yuan. What a remarkable gain. If reconciliation is what you desire, then present the IAU now, and from this point forward, we shall be good friends, Guang Hao replied, casually shrugging his shoulders, displaying an indifference that surpassed even AI Guohua's. Upon observing the attitudes of AI Guohua and Guang Hao, Zheng Hongmei exchanged glances with Wang Daqiang. The bait had been taken. Daqiang had left the IOU at home. How could such a trivial sum be treated carelessly? Rest assured, I, Zheng Hongmei, am a person of my word. Shortly, you shall accompany Daqiang back, and he will promptly return the IOU to you, Zheng Hongmei asserted. Haha, you people are quite amiable. AI Guohua was thoroughly taken in, scratching his head and revealing a silly grin. Noting that both men were completely ensnared, Zheng Hongmei decided to dispense with pretense and delve into the matter at hand. Guang Hao, since we are already friends, and we have even forgiven you a debt of 500 yuan, could you do us a favor? Guang Hao smiled noncommittally. Speak. As long as it is not illegal, I may consider it. Absolutely not illegal. We are not those kinds of people, Zheng Hongmei replied, her smile radiant. Recently, I have encountered several affluent businessmen from out of town who have a keen taste for exotic game. Would it be possible for you to sell us your mountain products in the future? Rest assured, this wealthy businessman is quite generous, and I guarantee that my purchasing price will far exceed that of state-run restaurants. With that, she discreetly signaled a 3 with her fingers, indicating that her offer was 30% higher than that of the state establishments. Upon hearing this, Guang Hao finally grasped her ulterior motive. The talk of reconciliation and wealthy patrons was merely a facade. The true aim was to secure the rights to sell his mountain products. Once he granted them this privilege, selling to state-run restaurants would become significantly more complicated. In due time, both the mountain goods and the fish catches would rest firmly in Zheng Hongmei's grasp, and she could dispose of him as she pleased. This woman was indeed a master of manipulation. Since your offer is enticing and you are my friend, I might consider selling my mountain products to you. However, previously, Wang Daqiang spoke ill of my wife, and I have yet to quell my indignation. Thus, I propose this. Let Wang Daqiang kneel before me and swear an oath that he shall never harbor any improper thoughts towards my wife. Should he dare to swear, then we can discuss further. Guang Hao crossed his arms, mockingly observing Wang Daqiang. In this chapter, indeed, I am toying with you. Oaths, if placed in modern society, would hold little weight. Sweet words and promises are easily spoken. However, in the 1970s, oaths bore considerable significance. People generally believed in a higher power that observed them. Thus, when Guang Hao uttered these words, Wang Daqiang nearly leaped from his seat. Damn it, Guang Hao, are you being too excessive? Forcing me to kneel before you is one thing, but making me swear such a vile oath. You are the one destined for sores upon your head and pus beneath your feet, never to stand tall again. Observing the agitated Wang Daqiang, Guang Hao's expression remained remarkably cold. Wang Daqiang, what is a vow to you? Have you forgotten the prerequisite? The condition is that you harbor no improper thoughts towards my wife. Your strong reaction now indicates what? It suggests that you have no desire to reconcile with me and that you still have thoughts about my wife. And yet, you expect to take my mountain goods? Dream on. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hongmei hurriedly pulled Wang Daqiang back and whispered in his ear, Wang Daqiang, why are you acting so irrationally? They asked you to swear not to have any thoughts about their wife, and why are you so agitated? Besides, as a rogue, what do you have to fear from a vow? Quickly agree to it. If you ruin this matter, you might as well forget about even touching AI Xiaofang's little finger in the future. Wang Daqiang's expression was extremely conflicted. Third aunt, how can I casually make such a grave vow? I've been having a streak of bad luck lately. Perhaps the heavens are displeased with me. If I make this vow, what if the heavens truly punish me? Suffering sores on my head and pus on my feet is one thing, but if I remain unable to rise for a lifetime, then it would be better to end my life. Zheng Hongmei kicked him squarely in the rear. I've told you repeatedly not to be superstitious. What nonsense about the heavens? Guang Hai is already suspicious of you. Quickly agree. Even if there truly is a heavenly deity, I will take you to burn incense and pray so that it doesn't count. Guang Hai observed Zheng Hongmei and Wang Daqiang whispering and feigned displeasure. What are you two discussing? Could it be that you are not genuinely reconciling, and this is all a ruse? If that is the case, we need not waste time. Brother-in-law, we are leaving. Upon seeing Guang Hai and Ai Guohua preparing to depart, Zheng Hongmei kicked Wang Daqiang once more and shot him a fierce glare. Wang Daqiang, propelled by the kick, knelt before Guang Hai, recalling his plan with Zheng Hongmei. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and lower his head. Brother Guang Hai, it was all my fault before. I acknowledge my errors now. I hope we can erase our past grievances here. I kneel before you and vow to the heavens. From this day forth, if I harbor even the slightest thought towards Ai Xiaofang, may I suffer sores on my head and pus on my feet, remaining unable to rise for a lifetime. After a prolonged moment of struggle, Wang Daqiang finally articulated his vow. Guang Hai, growing impatient, urged him, "What are you stalling for? Speak. Have you such a poor memory? You've knelt, you've apologized, and now that we have reached this point." Wang Daqiang gritted his teeth, steeling himself. "If I have even the slightest thought towards Ai Xiaofang again, may I remain unable to rise for a lifetime." Seeing Wang Daqiang finally complete his vow, Zheng Hongmei quickly came over to assist him to his feet and smiled as she approached Guang Hai. "Brother Guang Hai, do you see our sincerity now? I told you we genuinely wish to reconcile with you. Do you believe it now? Well, not bad. Since we have come this far, I will forgive him. As long as he does not trouble me in the future, I shall not seek him out either." "We have reconciled," Guang Hai replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hongmei chuckled, her laughter causing her forehead to wrinkle. "Ha ha ha, Brother Guang Hao is indeed magnanimous. Since we have reconciled, and Brother Guang Hao has agreed to our terms, why don't you deliver the mountain goods directly today? Rest assured, we are all friends here. I would never let Brother Guang Hao suffer any loss. The price will certainly be generous." Observing Zheng Hongmei's sycophantic smile, Guang Hao also grinned. "Why should I bring the mountain goods over?" he inquired. Zheng Hongmei's smile instantly froze on her face. "No, Brother Guang Hao, didn't we agree? We reconciled. And we won't ask you to repay the 500 yuan that Wang Daqiang owes you. From now on, any mountain goods or fish catches should be sold through our supply and marketing cooperative." "Who agreed to that? I only consented to reconciliation. I never promised to hand over the mountain goods and fish catches to you," Guang Hao replied coolly. "But we have reconciled, and you owe us nothing. As friends, we are offering a price even higher than that of state-run restaurants. Why wouldn't you sell to me?" Zheng Hongmei was taken aback. Everything had been unfolding according to her script. Even Wang Daqiang had knelt and sworn an oath to gain Guang Hao's trust. Now, with everything seemingly resolved, the mountain goods were still not available for purchase by them. What was the purpose of all her efforts? To play the fool. You are my friends. And Wang Fugui is also my friend. My collaboration with him has been quite pleasant. Thus, I have no intention of changing the management rights of the mountain goods at this time. Therefore, I must apologize, but the reconciliation is agreed upon. We accept Wang Daqiang's oath, and we thank you for the 500 yuan debt. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave," Guang Hao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Daqiang and Zheng Hongmei were utterly stunned. They had witnessed shamelessness, but never such unparalleled audacity. They had taken all the benefits and bait. Yet the most crucial purchase rights for the mountain goods were still withheld from them. Without that, who in their right mind would wish to reconcile? Who would want to settle accounts with him? "Guang Hao, what do you mean by this? I have knelt before you and sworn an oath, and now you wish to leave?" Wang Daqiang's face twisted in anger. "What else should I do? Why stay here? Are you inviting me to dinner?" Guang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Looking at his expression and recalling his attitude, Wang Daqiang and Zheng Hongmei finally regained their senses. "Wait, you can't possibly be toying with us?" Zheng Hongmei asked, somewhat dazed. "Ha ha ha, only now do you catch on. Indeed, I have been toying with you. You think I would hand over the purchase rights for a mere 500 yuan? Do you take me, Guang Hao, for a fool? Let me be frank. The only response to your request for the purchase rights is a resounding no way." Wang Daqiang recalled how he had just knelt like a dog before Guang Hao, swearing oaths, and he was nearly overwhelmed with rage. Shaking with anger and pointing a trembling finger at Guang Hao, he exclaimed, You scoundrel. You are truly going too far. And what if I am? Why not leap up and bite me?" Guang Hao retorted, giving Wang Daqiang the middle finger. This time, Wang Daqiang was truly infuriated to the point of spewing blood. Chapter 58. Just wait. You too will reap what you sow? Guang Hao. My nephew happens to be the son of your village's party secretary. Furthermore, I am a vendor in Longkou town, and all of you from the surrounding villages must procure your goods from me. Offending us will lead to dire consequences for you. Conversely, should you choose to collaborate with us, I assure you that your future days will be exceedingly comfortable. Guang Hao, I offer you one last opportunity. Will you continue to resist us, or will you obediently cooperate? At this point, Zheng Hongmei ceased her pretense. Her face darkened as she issued her final ultimatum. In truth, Wang Daqiang and Zheng Hongmei's status could indeed be considered lofty from the perspective of an ordinary farmer. The son of the village party secretary and one of the 8 vendors, offending either would certainly bring about repercussions. However, it was unfortunate for them that they were facing Guang Hao. As a reborn individual with extraordinary abilities, Guang Hao had no regard for these two. The son of a village party secretary and a mere vendor, this was barely worthy of being termed a novice village boss, at best a level 3 elite goblin. With such lowly status, they dared to force him into cooperation, to which Guang Hao responded succinctly, "Fool." The two sides had completely torn apart their facade. In a fit of rage, Wang Daqiang nearly commanded his subordinates to engage in a violent altercation. However, it was unfortunate that the state-run hotel was right next to the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon hearing commotion, Wang Fuguwei promptly arrived with everyone from the state-run hotel to support Guang Hao. With Wang Fuguwei's intervention, let alone Wang Daqiang, even if his father were to come personally, he would not dare to act. The two factions were compelled to return to the negotiation table. Very well, Guang Hao, since you are so openly disrespectful to us, do not expect to sell your catch at the supply and marketing cooperative in the future. After failing to entice, Zheng Hongmei resorted to threats, the classic 3-piece set. Oh, thank you. I have no intention of selling my catch to you anyway. It's just as well, I can sell it to my brother Wang. Guang Hao lounged in his chair, regarding her with a look of disdain, as if observing a fool. Let me tell you, if I refuse to buy, the state-run hotel cannot either. According to regulations, agricultural and sideline products should be purchased by our cooperative. The state-run hotel overstepped its bounds by accepting your mountain goods, if it dares to take your catch. Wang Fuguwei's reach will not extend that far. Zheng Hongmei glared with wide eyes, shouting in anger. Guang Hao furrowed his brow. What Zheng Hongmei stated held some truth. In fact, transactions, whether buying or selling, primarily occurred through the supply and marketing cooperative. Although the state-run hotel could also purchase, it lacked the official standing of the cooperative. Since both entities were state-run, they usually turned a blind eye to one another. Should Zheng Hongmei disregard the rules and escalate matters to the city, Wang Fuguwei might very well be reprimanded by his superiors. It's fine if my brother Wang cannot take it. I've been tired from fishing lately and could use a few days of rest with my brother-in-law. Guang Hao replied nonchalantly. Rest? It seems you have no time to relax. Since the masts have been torn off, return the money you owe me. I can no longer wait another day. You must repay me today, or I shall come to your home to claim something as collateral for the debt. Wang Daqiang revealed his final trump card. Repay me? Fine. Fine. I shall settle the debt today to spare myself the incessant nagging, Guang Hao declared. Upon hearing this, Wang Daqiang and Zheng Hongmei were utterly astonished. Their arrogance in pressuring Guang Hao stemmed from the fact that the 500 yuan debt was their last bastion of power. As long as Guang Hao owed them money, they stood impervious. However, if Guang Hao truly repaid the debt, they would find themselves utterly powerless against him. Wait, has it only been a few days, and you've managed to earn 500 yuan to repay your debts? Wang Donghai's mouth hung agape. 500? Guang Hao could only smile inwardly. Did it truly take days to earn such a sum? He had amassed that amount in a single day. Had it not been for the concern that Wang Daqiang might resort to tricks, Guang Hao would have repaid him long ago. But now, with hostilities fully unveiled, it was best to settle matters once and for all, to prevent any backtracking. Guang Hao specifically enlisted Wang Fuguwei as a witness and sent AI Guohua to retrieve 500 yuan from AI Xiaofang. Upon hearing that the debt was finally being repaid, AI Xiaofang's eyes sparkled with joy as she hurriedly handed over the 500 yuan to AI Guohua for Guang Hao. With a resounding clap, a thick stack of cash was laid upon the table. Wang Daqiang meticulously counted the bills, and to his astonishment, it was precisely 500 yuan. As he held the money, both he and Zheng Hongmei felt a chilling realization. It was over. With Guang Hao having repaid the debt, Wang Daqiang could no longer find any excuses. From now on, If he dared utter even a single word to AI Xiaofang, she could report him for harassment. As for Zheng Hongmei, Guang Hao had already harbored grievances against her, and now that the debt was settled, she had no advantage left to exploit. She was at a complete loss. Wang Daqiang and Zheng Hongmei sought excuses to refuse the money, yet upon seeing Wang Daqiang clutching the cash, Wang Fugui, acting as the notary, affixed his seal. Thus, the 500 yuan debt was entirely settled. After all their scheming, they ended up with nothing, and regret gnawed at Wang Daqiang and Zheng Hongmei's hearts. However, in their moment of remorse, they failed to notice Guang Hao exiting, regarding them with the demeanor of a predator appraising its prey. As a noble reincarnate, Guang Hao had never regarded Wang Daqiang and Zheng Hongmei as worthy of his attention. It was akin to Jack Ma fretting over a small shop opening near his doorstep to compete for business. They simply did not exist on the same plane. His indifference had emboldened them, leading to their audacity in threats and temptations. What would be their next move? Abduction? Jack Ma would not retaliate against a small shop. But if that shop were to incessantly proclaim that he was a fool, it would be a different matter altogether. Even Master Ma would not hesitate to crush this little creature. Currently, Guang Hao's attitude towards Wang Daqiang and Zheng Hongmei mirrors this sentiment. As long as you do not provoke me, all is well. However, if you continue to instigate me, I shall not shy away from obliterating you. My money is not easily obtained. What you take today, you shall return to me double tomorrow. Just wait. The two of you will reap the consequences of your actions. Guang Hao cast a penetrating glance at Zheng Hongmei and Wang Daqiang before departing with AI Guohua, heading home. As they exited Longkou town, a familiar figure clad in black intercepted them. This man, known as Xiao Haizi, was notorious for his dealings and speculation. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before greeting Guang Hao. Brother Guang Hao, I've managed to find a lead on the information you requested. Do you have time to come and take a look? Chapter 59. This is a 98K. The moment Guang Hao heard that Xiao Haizi had made progress, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had previously tasked Xiao Haizi with inquiring about the availability of firearms, and if Xiao Haizi was here, it could only mean there was a gun to be had. Guang Hao had long coveted a hunting rifle since his arrival at Ghost Head Mountain. He had yearned for a reliable firearm. As time passed, this desire only intensified. Recently, however, Guang Hao's traps had yielded diminishing returns. The wild creatures of Ghost Head Mountain had clearly grown more cunning. The success rate of his bird traps had plummeted to merely half, and just the other day, his pitfall traps had returned empty. In truth, such empty traps had become the norm. Capturing prey was not a simple endeavor. If other hunters were aware of Guang Hao's ability to catch hundreds of pounds of game solely through traps, they would likely be utterly astonished. Nevertheless, as the state-run restaurant business flourished, the demand for meat surged, prompting Guang Hao's urgent need for a hunting rifle. Now, it appeared that opportunity had finally presented itself. Yes, I have time. Where's the firearm? Let me there at once. Guang Hao rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. Ha, certainly. Please follow me, Xiao Haizi chuckled, gesturing for them to proceed. It seemed the firearms were not in Xiao Haizi's possession, as he guided Guang Hao through the residential area outside Longkou town. Eventually, they arrived at the front of a modest single-story building. Xiao Haizi approached the door and knocked in a specific rhythm. What do you want? A deep voice emanated from behind the door. Brother Jun, it's Xiao Haizi. I previously mentioned that I have a major client interested in viewing your firearms. Firearms, a term from the underworld referring to standard hunting rifles. Upon hearing Xiao Haizi's voice, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a lean man standing behind it. After briefly scanning Guang Hao and AI Guohua, Li Jun nodded towards the interior of the house. Since you're here to buy firearms, please come in. Guang Hao and AI Guohua stepped into the dwelling, and their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight that greeted them in the yard. The small courtyard, approximately 80 square meters, was packed with an array of weaponry. From ordinary shotguns to the Hanyang rifles currently wielded by the militia, even heavy weaponry such as grenades and crooked guns abound, creating an atmosphere akin to an arsenal that sends shivers down one's spine. The sheer volume of arms amassed by this individual marks him as a formidable character. Securing the door, Li Jun stepped into the courtyard, sifting through a pile of shotguns until he unearthed a fairly new one, which he tossed to Guang Hao. Although these are all second-hand items, rest assured, once you step through that door, no one will trouble you. This shotgun is quite decent, despite being somewhat used. It has hardly seen any action. If you fancy it, you can take it for 700 yuan. Typically, a standard shotgun would cost around 500. So Guang Hao frowned at the steep price. He had sought out a second-hand dealer with the expectation of finding a bargain, yet here the price was higher. He might as well purchase from a legitimate gun shop. Xiaohe quickly perceived Guang Hao's dissatisfaction and leaned closer, whispering, "Brother Hao, do not dismiss the price lightly. Jungu only sells top-notch goods, nothing like the shoddy wares from small workshops. Just look at this gun. It has emerged from a genuine military factory, vastly superior to those poorly made counterparts out there." Upon hearing Xiaohe's words, Guang Hao began to examine the shotgun more closely. Indeed, it was a fine piece. The entire barrel was crafted through mechanical stamping, far from the rudimentary handmade alternatives. In the 1970s, production efficiency was abysmally low, with most light and heavy industries relying on manual labor, including the creation of gun barrels. While some items benefit from human craftsmanship, in the case of stamped metal, machinery far surpasses human effort. A mechanically stamped shotgun like this could fetch nearly 1,000 on the market. AI Guohua, aware that his brother-in-law had long desired a firearm, took the shotgun to inspect it as well and arrived at the same conclusion. It was indeed a good item, and 700 yuan was not excessive. "This shotgun is quite impressive, but do you have anything with a bit more firepower?" Guang Hao inquired. "I've recently discovered a nest of wild boars, and I fear that even with this shotgun, I might struggle to penetrate their tough hides." Initially, Guang Hao had intended to purchase merely a shotgun, as it is the standard weapon for hunting. However, upon visiting Li Jun's impressive collection, which resembled a veritable armory, he felt it would be a waste to acquire only a shotgun. Instead, he considered opting for a more powerful hunting rifle. After all, let us not forget that the Ghost Head Mountain is home to tigers. A typical shotgun would hardly inflict significant damage on such a creature. As he planned to venture deeper into the mountains, it would be prudent to arm himself with a more formidable weapon. Li Jun, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Guang Hao but refrained from further comment. Instead, he turned to rummage through a pile of Hanyang rifles and soon tossed one over. The Hanyang Model 88 rifle, now the standard issue for the military. It has faced off against the Japanese and bested the Americans. Do not speak of wild boars. Even a great tiger, when targeted at its head, can be felled with a single shot, sending its crown flying. The Hanyang 88 rifle, a classic legend of its era, is the firearm predominantly wielded by the Red Army soldiers in anti-Japanese television dramas. As a celebrated weapon that has captured the public's imagination for half a century, the rifle in Guang Hao's possession is exceptionally well maintained. The sound of the bolt being pulled is crisp and resonant. As a military rifle, Guang Hao knows that if he aims true, few creatures on Ghost Head Mountain can withstand such a blow. This rifle is impressive, military brother. How much does it cost? 1,500. 1,500 for a Hanyang? That's quite steep, but as the saying goes, the firearms here at Li Jun's are of exceptional quality. Given that premium, this price is relatively fair. In recent days, Guang Hao has earned approximately 1,800 from mountain goods and fish catches. After deducting the 500 he owed to Wang Daqiang, he is left with about 1,300. He turned to his brother-in-law, AI Guohua, and inquired, "Brother-in-law, I am a bit short on funds to purchase the rifle. Could you possibly lend me a bit? I'll repay you once I sell the mountain goods." Upon hearing this, AI Guohua's expression darkened. "Brother-in-law, what do you mean by that? The fish-catching cage was provided by you. Without it, neither Wang Laosen nor I would have caught a single fish after a day's toil. We are family. If you wish to use the money for a legitimate purpose, how could I object? If you continue to be so polite, I might just get angry. I still have over 500. Take it and use it freely." A week prior, had Guang Hao sought a loan from AI Guohua, he would have undoubtedly refused, often idling away the days while spending money frivolously. However, now, AI Guohua has completely changed his perception of Guang Hao. Not only has he proven to be adept at making money, but he also treats his sister exceptionally well. This transformation has filled AI Guohua with joy, waking him up smiling from dreams. Therefore, now, Guang Hao need not worry about borrowing money. Whatever AI Guohua possesses, he is willing to share. With AI Guohua's support, the funds for the rifle are now sufficient. Just as Guang Hao was about to make the purchase, he suddenly noticed Li Jun emerging from the house, cradling another rifle for maintenance. At first glance, this rifle bears a striking resemblance to the Hanyang 88, yet when Li Jun disassembles it for servicing, Guang Hao realizes that its internal mechanisms are far more sophisticated than those of the 88. Most notably, this rifle is equipped with an optical sight, a rarity in the 1970s. Could this be the renowned German Kar 98K sniper rifle, famously recognized by future generations as the 98K in gaming circles? Chapter 60. He cannot be that Li Jun, can he? If the Hanyang 88 is a legendary rifle of its time, then the 98K is undoubtedly the legend among legends. This sniper rifle, conceived during World War II, continues to shine brightly even in contemporary times. In the 1970s, constrained by the industrial capabilities of the era, the Hanyang Type 88 rifle scarcely held any significance on the global firearms stage, while the Carabiner 98K was renowned as a distinguished sniper rifle. The version owned by Li Jun was a premium, fully equipped model, imported directly from Germany. Upon seeing the 98K, the Hanyang rifle in hand suddenly lost its allure. "Brother, is that the 98K you have?" Guang Hao inquired, his mouth watering at the sight of the 98K. Li Jun smiled, assembled the disassembled components, and pulled the bolt. A crisp click resonated, a sound that to a man was nothing short of heavenly. "Indeed, this is the 98K sniper rifle. I went to great lengths to acquire it. Fully equipped and imported, and most crucially, it's in pristine condition and used since its production." Guang Hao, already envious, felt an even stronger desire upon hearing this. Most firearms available now were secondhand. Given the low productivity of the 1970s, new equipment was first allocated to the military. As a result, the secondhand firearms were often of mediocre quality, leading to a high likelihood of malfunctions, with frequent misfeeds and even occasional barrel explosions. A pristine, first-hand firearm, fully imported, was akin to discovering a rare gem among a multitude of common stones. Guang Hao found it hard to tear his eyes away. "How much for this gun?" he asked. "This gun is worth at least 2,500, replied Li Jun. Upon hearing this price, Ai Guohua and Xiao Haizi gasped in astonishment. In the 1970s, rice cost 2 jiao per jean, pork 1 yuan per jean, and a beautifully constructed flat-roofed house was around 1,000 yuan at the very least. 2,500 could even buy a small house in the county. This price was beyond mere exaggeration. It was utterly outrageous. Yet, more astonishing was Guang Hao, who, upon hearing the price, did not hesitate for a moment. "All right, 2,500 it is, but I'm a bit short on cash. How about I reserve it and return in a week to buy it?" Upon hearing Guang Hao's earnest intent to purchase, Li Jun was momentarily taken aback. "This rifle is worth 2,500. If you're hunting, a simple shotgun would suffice. At most you could use a Hanyang rifle. Why buy a 98K for hunting? Are you planning to go after tigers?" Guang Hao chuckled. "Ah, Brother Jun, don't concern yourself with my intentions. Just tell me if it's possible. If you say it's not, I'll simply take a Hanyang rifle and leave. If you say it is, I'll gather the money within a week, I promise." Li Jun burst into hearty laughter. "Of course it's possible. Although many have inquired about this rifle, you are the only one determined to purchase it. Don't worry about waiting a week. If you can truly gather that amount, I would wait even half a month." After finalizing their agreement, Guang Hao tried the 98K once more. It was undeniable. This was indeed a man's dream firearm, with an exceptional feel. The only regret lies in the fact that this is a civilian area, thus only dry firing is permitted, and one cannot load the weapon with ammunition. Nevertheless, Li Jun assured Guang Hao that as long as he brought sufficient funds, he would personally accompany him to the mountains for a shooting trial, promising a full refund should any issues arise. Upon exiting Li Jun's residence, Ai Guohua could not restrain himself from tugging at Guang Hao's sleeve. "Oh dear brother-in-law, how could you have settled on such an expensive firearm in one fell swoop? For hunting, one does not require such a meticulous weapon. A simple shotgun would suffice. Or even a Hanyang model would be top tier. Yet you insist on acquiring that complicated 98K. What a mouthful. At 2,500 for a single piece. How many creatures must you hunt to recoup the cost of this gun?" Guang Hao was well aware of this rationale, yet when the 98K lay before him, he found it utterly irresistible. Firearms represent a man's romance, and when it comes to the illustrious 98K, it is simply unparalleled. Should he forego this opportunity, it would undoubtedly become a lifelong regret, with future gun restrictions looming. "Brother-in-law, the decision has been made. There is no point in further discussion. Moreover, the superior the firearm, the greater my chances of securing game. The 98K is equipped with an optical scope, a remarkable asset. From a distance of 1,000 meters, while the prey remains unaware, I can trace their movements. With this, my hunting prowess will ascend to new heights." In truth, Ai Guohua merely voiced a small complaint. The sum of over 2,000 was a staggering amount he had never encountered in his life, let alone spent in one go. However, with Guang Hao's choice already made, there was no room for dissent. He could only exhale deeply, reflecting on the significant nature of that sum. Under normal circumstances, with his brother-in-law's mountain goods and his own catch, he could earn several hundred in a single day. Yet now, due to his falling out with Zheng Hongmei, he could no longer sell his catch, resulting in a substantial loss of income. This thought weighed heavily on AI Guohua's mind. Guang Hao, with a perceptive glance, discerned AI Guohua's concerns. He patted his shoulder and remarked, "Worrying about my purchase and now fretting over the catch? Brother-in-law, with all this constant anxiety, isn't your mind weary? The catch could yield dozens of yuan each day. Losing that income is indeed disheartening. Besides, your gun purchase demands further funds. Perhaps I should approach Zheng Hongmei, soften my stance, and plead for her to accept the catch. Regardless, we must first gather enough to secure the firearm." AI Guohua spoke sincerely. This was the nature of AI family's brothers, always placing AI Xiaofang and Guang Hao at the forefront of their considerations, willing to endure hardships and injustices for their sake. No, absolutely not. Leave Zheng Hongmei to her own devices. It is her loss if she refuses the catch, not ours. If anyone is to kneel and plead, it shall be her. If she refuses the recent catch, then it is best you and Wang Laosan venture to the surrounding villages to barter for some supplies. I shall not claim any of those goods. Take them back to improve the lives of your brothers." Guang Hao expressed his gratitude, moved by the sentiment. "This is unacceptable. We agreed to split things evenly. And even if I exchange supplies, I will ensure you receive your fair share. I am a straightforward person, lacking the cleverness to navigate the complexities you all seem to manage. Since you have a way to deal with Zheng Hongmei, I shall not interfere. As always, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to inform me." AI Guohua patted Guang Hao on the shoulder. In his previous life, although several uncles had rescued Guang Hao from prison, they had never treated him kindly due to his role in AI Xiaofang's demise. In this life, having been reborn and choosing to remain in Xiaofang village, his eldest uncle's attitude towards him had noticeably improved. Their relationship, while not akin to that of biological brothers, had grown to be even more profound than that. Guang Hao nodded confidently, declaring, "Rest assured, I shall manage everything." Upon exiting Longkou town, Guang Hao bid farewell to Xiaozi, but before parting, he inquired, "By the way, Xiao, we always called him Jungu, but what is his full name?" "Ah, he is called Li Jun." "Why do you ask?" "Li Jun." Hearing this name, Guang Hao was momentarily stunned. This Li Jun could not possibly be the infamous figure he had in mind. Chapter 61. I just love eating with my wife in my arms. Li Jun, a legendary figure from the southwestern Sichuan region, transformed from an inconspicuous thug into the most formidable gang leader in Sichuan through sheer audacity and cunning. At the height of his power, he commanded thousands of subordinates, with interests sprawling across the entire region. It is no exaggeration to say that he was akin to a local emperor, wielding influence even greater than that of the Sichuan provincial secretary. However, no matter how powerful a gang may be, it cannot withstand the might of the state. In the early 1990s, as the government intensified its crackdown on organized crime, Li Jun's empire began to crumble. The final confrontation was particularly fierce, as Li Jun and his core members were cornered in a private villa by armed police. Remarkably, Li Jun had stockpiled heavy weaponry within the villa, and the police struggled to breach his defenses. Ultimately, military forces were summoned, deploying helicopters and tanks to subdue this extraordinary outlaw. In a world where many share names, this Li Jun could not possibly be the notorious figure that haunted Guang Hao's memories. Does Jungu have a brother named Li Wei as well? Guang Hao sought confirmation. Hey, how do you know? Are you acquainted with Wei Gu? Xiaozi chuckled. Goodness. It seems improbable that not only do they share the same name, but the brother's name aligns perfectly as well. This Li Jun is destined to be the most fearsome gang leader in all of Sichuan. I must steer clear of him. I cannot afford to get entangled with such a person. After purchasing the firearm, Guang Hao resolved to sever all ties with Li Jun. By the time Guang Hao returned home, it was nearly 5 o'clock, yet he still saw no sign of AI Xiaofang. Guang Hao has recently grown accustomed to the new routine. Xiaofang mentioned that the production team has entrusted her with the responsibility of managing the pig pen. Although her afternoons are relatively free, she must return after feeding the pigs in the evening, which extends her time away. He did not harbor any doubts. Merely reiterating the importance of completing enough work points before departing, cautioning her not to overexert herself. After preparing dinner, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Yet Xiaofang had yet to return. Guang Hao began to feel a twinge of impatience, his brow slightly furrowing. It seemed imperative to devise a plan to bring that massive water buffalo down. Those foul-smelling pigs had delayed my wife for far too long. Meanwhile, at the slaughterhouse, Xiaofang and Li Lu concluded their day's labor and collected their modest remuneration, 50 cents. The two young women were both clever and capable, especially Xiaofang, who quickly adapted to the work, resulting in a relative increase in wages. Yet, despite receiving a higher income, Li Lu's expression remained rather glum. Xiaofang, she began. Didn't Guang Hao already repay Wang Daqiang? You really should consider ceasing this part-time job. Just look at how many times you felt nauseous today. If this continues, your health will suffer. Xiaofang arched her brows with a smile and reassured, it's nothing to worry about. I suspect I've simply had a bout of indigestion from the past few days. I should be fine after I eat something lighter at home. Our skills have improved. Earning 50 cents a day amounts to 15 yuan a month, which is already on par with our work points. Li Lu rolled her eyes and remarked, 50 cents a day, 15 a month. While it appears to be quite a decent return, Guang Hao makes hundreds just selling mountain goods, and Guohua's fish catches yield dozens. Why toil so hard when they earn so much? The mention of Guang Hao brought a sweet smile to Xiaofang's face. Little Lu, they have indeed been earning more lately. But both mountain goods and fish catches are at the mercy of fortune. With good luck, they may reap such rewards, but what if luck turns against them? Should they fail to catch anything, I still have my income and can continue to support Guang Hao. Upon hearing this, Li Lu felt a pang in her heart. Honestly reflecting, if her husband could earn hundreds a day, she would hardly lift a finger, certainly not laboring as she was now. Of course, the amount I earn in a day doesn't even equate to a fraction of what my husband makes. Why should I expend so much effort? However, Xiaofang was entirely different. Even if Guang Hao's daily earnings dwarfed hers by hundreds or thousands, she remained focused on how to support him. It was as if Guang Hao had saved the world in a past life. How else could he have married such a devoted wife? Ah, Xiaofang, how can you be so wonderful? You truly move me. You should hurry and divorce Guang Hao, then marry me instead. I wouldn't want to share someone as adorable as you with anyone, not even with him. With a resigned smile, Xiaofang gently pushed away her friend's eager face. Enough, stop joking around. We're almost home, don't let Guang Hao see us. And if he does, do you think I would hesitate to undermine him in his presence? That evening, Li Lu did not dine at Guang Hao's home. After escorting Xiaofang back, she exchanged a brief greeting with Guang Hao before departing. Once Li Lu had left, Guang Hao noticed his wife's weary demeanor and the faint, unpleasant odor that clung to her. His heart ached with compassion. Working so late every day and looking so exhausted is unacceptable. I will speak to the production team leader tomorrow. We do not need the extra work points. I will arrange for you to have a lighter job. We are not lacking at home, so why exhaust yourself like this? Upon hearing Guang Hao's intent to speak with the team leader, Xiaofang grew anxious. If he approached the leader, her part-time job would surely be exposed. No. Why would you speak to the leader? Chairman Mao once said, we are but bricks in the revolution, moving wherever needed. Work is the same. We should do what we are assigned. If you change jobs at the slightest inconvenience, the other villagers will have their opinions. What opinions? As long as we complete our work tasks daily without competing for work points, they should be pleased. If anything, Guang Hao replied, visibly displeased. Calm down, dear. I know you are worried about me, but I only work hard in the evenings. During the day, I rest with Xiao Lu. Even the villagers with lighter workloads are envious. So, please, let me wash up and eat. Having grown accustomed to lying in front of Guang Hao, Xiaofang confidently reassured him. She planted a comforting kiss on his lips before heading off to shower, her alluring figure swaying as she left. Despite Xiaofang's repeated assurances that her work was not exhausting, Guang Hao sensed something amiss, particularly with the likelihood of her being pregnant. For her safety, he resolved to find time to visit the pig farm. Half an hour later, the freshly washed Xiaofang emerged with her hair damp. The enchanting scent emanating from her was irresistible, and Guang Hao could not help but pull her into his embrace. What are you doing? We should eat first. We can deal with that later. Xiaofang nestled in Guang Hao's warm embrace, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Well, I enjoy holding my sweet, fragrant wife while we eat. Is that so wrong? You really are impossible. Come, dear, try this. With Xiaofang cradled in his arms, Guang Hao had no free hands, relying on her to feed him. She did not mind the effort. ensuring he was well fed. As he savored her tenderness, an unparalleled satisfaction filled Guang Hao's heart. He tightened his embrace slightly and whispered, "By the way, my love, there is something I wish to report to you." AI Xiaofang's body tensed at Guang Hao's words. Report? What could possibly require such a discussion? A wave of fear washed over her at the thought that perhaps his father was once again seeking to bring him back to the city. In just over a week, Guang Hao seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. Not only was he attentive to himself, but he also ventured into the mountains daily to hunt, returning with bountiful rewards. Earning several hundred yuan each day, he not only cleared their previous debts, but also began to enjoy a more prosperous life. Why did AI Xiaofang, fully aware that her part-time job at the slaughterhouse would yield little profit, still choose to endure the labor? The crux of the matter was that these past days had been filled with immense happiness, so much so that she found it hard to believe. Thus, she felt compelled to contribute more to Guang Hao, lest her feelings of joy seem unreal. Then, Guang Hao suddenly uttered a statement that nearly brought AI Xiaofang to tears. "Brother Guang Hao, you don't need to report to me. You can do whatever you wish. All I ask is one thing. Please don't leave. As long as you stay, I have no objections to anything you want to do." AI Xiaofang clutched Guang Hao's hand tightly, as if grasping her most cherished treasure, fearing that he might vanish at any moment. Seeing her anxious expression, Guang Hao felt a mix of tenderness and amusement. He reached out and playfully flicked her snow-white forehead. "Come on, where would I go? We are married now. Why would you fear that I might run away? We possess a marriage certificate. If I were to sneak off, you could take it to the commune and accuse me of abandoning my wife and child. They would undoubtedly send someone to bring me back. So rest assured, I'm not going anywhere." AI Xiaofang continued to hold on to Guang Hao's hand, shaking her head vigorously at the notion of reporting him. "No, even if you leave, I won't go to the commune to accuse you, nor will I let anyone come after you. I can't bear it." Guang Hao felt a warm sensation in his heart at his little wife's words and couldn't help but kiss her delicate lips passionately. He continued, all right. I've said I won't run away, so stop worrying unnecessarily. I want to inform you about something. I plan to buy a hunting rifle. You know I've been hunting every day, but the animals in the mountains have become wary, making it difficult to catch them with traps alone. Hence, I intend to purchase a rifle for hunting." Upon hearing it was merely for hunting, AI Xiaofang finally relaxed. She turned her head, blinking her beautiful eyes. "You don't need to report such matters to me. Brother Guang Hao, if you wish to buy a rifle, then go ahead. How much does it cost? I'll get the money for you." With that, AI Xiaofang hurried to her room to retrieve her cherished little wallet. The wallet, which she had embroidered herself, was exquisite and beautiful. In the past, when their family was poor, it had remained flat and empty. Now, with Guang Hao bringing in several hundred yuan each day, the wallet had grown plump and round, nearly bursting at the seams. AI Xiaofang had never misused the money Guang Hao brought home. She meticulously stored every bit of it in her little wallet, neatly stacked. Observing his wife's small treasure chest, Guang Hao felt a twinge of guilt. With this expenditure, the wallet would once again become flat. The price of the hunting rifle is 2,500. Guang Hao initially believed his wife would be taken aback, prompting him to persuade himself to consider a less expensive option. After all, 2,500 was not a trifling sum for any family in the 1970s. It is important to note that during this era, individuals with savings exceeding 10,000 were regarded as affluent. Indeed, possessing such an amount signified substantial wealth, whereas now a single firearm commands 2,500. To Guang Hao's surprise, AI Xiaofang did not appear shocked. Instead, she contemplated seriously. 2,500, huh? That means we are still a bit short on funds. I could borrow some from my elder brother. He has saved quite a bit from selling fish recently. I have already repaid Xiao Lu and Ergo, but if you want, I can retrieve that money first. If you truly desire it, perhaps we should wait a few days. I'll gather some funds, and the monthly work points will be dispersed soon. We shall see if I can accumulate the 2,500 by then." Upon hearing AI Xiaofang's words, Guang Hao was momentarily stunned. "But, dear wife, do you not think that 2,500 for a hunting rifle is rather expensive?" "Indeed, it is somewhat costly," AI Xiaofang replied. "But do you like it?" "Do I like it? Of course. That is the legendary 98K. Guang Hao nodded earnestly. "Since you adore it, then it is not expensive at all. Money is meant to be spent, and if it pleases you, then we should purchase it." AI Xiaofang's radiant smile was sincere and devoid of any pretense. To be honest, AI Xiaofang's demeanor that evening deeply moved Guang Hao. In his 2 lifetimes, he had come to a profound realization of how modern women have been objectified. Capital continuously brainwashes them, transforming them into beings who merely extend their hands for financial support. Love requires money. Marriage necessitates money, bride prices, houses, cars, and cash. Rather than seeking a husband, it seems they are in search of a full-time provider. Yet AI Xiaofang was entirely different. Although she appeared somewhat rustic in the 1970s and her education was not extensive, her heart was pure and her love was genuine. To love someone is to give one's all. Such a woman. How could Guang Hao not cherish her to the core? He embraced his wife, showering her face with kisses akin to gentle raindrops. My dear wife, you are truly the best in the world. It is getting late. Let us retire for the night. Wait. I haven't washed the dishes yet after dinner. Those can wait until tomorrow. Oh, but it's not completely dark yet. And what of it? We are legally wed. Who could dare speak ill of us? The following day, Guang Hao proceeded to tidy the headboard of the Luohan bed at home, as usual. Initially, this task would take 3 to 4 days to complete, but due to various interruptions on Guang Hao's part, it had been delayed until now. However, the carving was nearly finished, and it was simply awaiting a coat of lacquer. Just as Guang Hao set down his carving knife, AI Guohua arrived. Brother-in-law, are we really not going to deliver the fish catch to Zhenghongmei today? I pondered over it for quite a while, and concluded that perhaps it's best to let it go. After all, it's merely a few dozen yuan a day. Why should we feel guilty over money? As the eldest, AI Guohua values money greatly. After all, he has 4 younger brothers who are yet to marry, and significant expenses will arise when they do. All of this will fall upon AI Guohua to prepare. Brother-in-law, do you still doubt my words? Rest assured, it is not us who are anxious, but rather Zhenghongmei and her family. You should focus on fishing and trading for supplies in other villages. Guang Hao remarked with a smile. Seeing his brother-in-law's resolute attitude, AI Guohua chose not to press the matter further and lowered his head to begin fishing. After bidding farewell to his brother-in-law, Guang Hao tidied up his belongings and set off for Ghost Head Mountain. Acquiring the 98K would require a considerable sum, so he needed to devote himself to earning money in the coming days. Chapter 63. The wild boar herd blocking the way. With a bamboo basket on his back and a curved knife in hand, Guang Hao returned to Ghost Head Mountain. Upon reaching the mountain, his first task was to set traps outside. However, this time he opted for a different location. Previously, the bird traps were placed in the territory of the Tua chicken, and after trapping them for several days, the population of Tua chickens had noticeably dwindled. As a competent hunter, Guang Hao was not one to deplete resources recklessly. If a population declines rapidly, its capacity for survival diminishes significantly, potentially falling below a critical threshold, which could lead to extinction. Thus, upon observing the marked reduction in the Tua chicken population, Guang Hao decided to shift his hunting focus to other species, intending to return to hunt Tua chickens once their numbers recovered. This approach epitomizes sustainable development. Ultimately, Guang Hao selected a hazel grove, flanked by verdant underbrush. Having served as a forest ranger at Ghost Head Mountain in a previous life, he was well acquainted with the distribution of wildlife in the area. The location he chose was a gathering place for the colorful mountain chicken. Similar to the Tua chicken, the colorful mountain chicken is a standard wild fowl, but it is considerably larger in size. Tua chickens typically weigh around 1 to 2 pounds, and aside from the chicken king Guang Hao captured previously, none exceed 3 pounds. In contrast, colorful mountain chickens can easily surpass 3 pounds, with larger individuals reaching 4 to 5 pounds. Due to their substantial size, colorful mountain chickens are among the most commonly domesticated wild fowl in later generations. After setting the bird traps and placing bait, Guang Hao had yet to leave when he spotted several vibrant figures darting through the underbrush. These figures were the colorful mountain chickens concealed among the shrubs. Compared to Guang Hao's first visit to Ghost Head Mountain, the Tua chickens now observed him with curiosity, tilting their heads in wonder at this hairless monkey. The colorful mountain chickens, despite encountering Guang Hao for the first time, were evidently more cautious. Though the allure of food beckoned, they remained concealed within the thickets. Animals possess their own communication systems. While not as intricate as human language, it effectively conveyed the message that this hairless monkey was formidable, often capturing many of their kin. Thus, the diminishing effectiveness of Guang Hao's traps was greatly influenced by their means of communication. Each time he pondered this, Guang Hao longed to acquire the 98K rifle. envisioning a scenario where he could eliminate any target upon sight. Without the barrier of communication, he could simply dispatch one after another. Standing there, the mountain chickens refused to emerge even from the underbrush. Guang Hao brushed off the dust from his hands and decided to investigate the inner mountains. The traps set in the outer mountains were strategically placed. The colorful mountain chickens, unable to resist, would inevitably fall for them. Following the path he had cleared, Guang Hao walked onward, gathering grass favored by the water buffalo along the way. By the time he reached the pond, his bamboo basket was brimming with the harvested fodder. Guang Hao had formed a close bond with the water buffalo. Each visit to Ghost Head Mountain was an opportunity to strengthen their rapport, hoping to eventually lead the buffalo down the mountain. Upon arriving at the pond, the water buffalo was already waiting for him. Spotting Guang Hao, it emitted a low moo and rose from the water, its massive form shaking off droplets. It ambled over, extending its rough tongue to lick Guang Hao, who gently brushed it away. Unperturbed, the buffalo plunged its head into Guang Hao's basket, savoring the delicious fodder he had brought. Guang Hao patted the buffalo, which showed no response. Even when he climbed onto its back, it remained indifferent. Once it had eaten its fill, Guang Hao feigned an attempt to lead it down the mountain. But the buffalo began to shake its head in refusal. Frustrated, Guang Hao delivered a sharp slap to its rear. "You rascal! After consuming so much of my grass, you refuse to accompany me. What on this mountain could possibly entice you?" The water buffalo tilted its head to regard Guang Hao before mooing in response. "There's nothing left for today. If you wish to eat, come down the mountain with me," Guang Hao retorted, exasperated. The clever buffalo, upon hearing Guang Hao's words, decisively turned its body, swished its tail, and ambled leisurely toward the inner mountain as usual. Watching the buffalo depart, Guang Hao could only sigh deeply, acknowledging that it might take ages to lure it back. With the rapport with the water buffalo completed, Guang Hao pressed onward toward the inner mountain. He was headed to the path frequented by the Sika deer, which promised the greatest rewards. After traversing a small grove, he needed only to ascend a slight incline to reach his destination. However, as he emerged from the thicket, Guang Hao keenly sensed that something was amiss. A cacophony of snorts and grunts emanated from behind the small hill, clearly indicating the presence of animals. Indeed, not just one, but a multitude, for the noise they produced was exceedingly raucous. In the jungle, one must tread with utmost caution when encountering wildlife, as the temperament of these creatures is often unpredictable. Guang Hao slowed his pace, carefully bending his body as he advanced, fearful that any sound he made might disturb the beasts lurking just beyond the slope. He ascended the hill with deliberate steps, peering over the crest. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine. Before him lay a substantial gathering of wild boars. A complete clan no less. A massive boar, exceeding 200 pounds, led 6 sows, each weighing around 100 pounds, accompanied by a dozen piglets weighing 3 to 4 pounds each. The wild boar clan was foraging behind the hill, their sharp tusks turning the underbrush and small trees with ease, revealing the treasures they sought, and they feasted heartily. Encountering such a herd filled Guang Hao with a sense of impending doom. Lacking a hunting rifle, he recognized that the wild boars were among the most formidable adversaries in the wild. Their inherently aggressive and irritable nature meant that even the slightest provocation could incite a frenzied attack. Moreover, each boar was not only robust but also covered in a thick layer of mud armor, providing formidable protection, impervious even to the average firearm. With only a curved dagger in hand, Guang Hao realized that even if he managed to strike, the thick skin of the boars would likely remain unscathed. Thus, upon spotting the boars, he resolved to circumvent them. Otherwise, entanglement with the herd could lead to dire consequences. Lowering himself, he began to retreat slowly, striving to avoid alarming the wild boars. Despite his careful movements, the dominant boar stood favorably positioned against the wind. A gust carried Guang Hao's scent directly to the beast, prompting it to sniff the air, detecting a strange odor. Wild boars possess a fierce territorial instinct. Any unfamiliar scent encroaching upon their domain could provoke an immediate assault. The dominant boar let out a fearsome bellow, summoning its kin. The foraging boars raised their heads in unison, their gaze fixated on Guang Hao's location. With a sharp grunt, the leader urged the entire herd into a frenzy, charging directly towards Guang Hao. Just as he was preparing to retreat, he turned to find himself discovered by the ferocious boars. As the 200-pound boar barreled toward him, Guang Hao felt paralyzed. What in the world? I have neither provoked nor threatened you. What is the meaning of this? The speed of wild boars far surpasses that of humans. Thus, fleeing is a futile endeavor when faced with such creatures, for one simply cannot outrun them. In his previous life, Guang Hao was a forest ranger, and he understood this principle well. Thus, the moment the wild boar herd detected his presence, he swiftly ascended a nearby large tree. Once atop the tree, he felt a slight sense of relief, as the wild boars could not follow him. However, his respite was short-lived, for the dominant boar began to raise its sharp tusks and ram against the trunk. Thud, 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 weighing over 200 pounds. Each impact sent tremors through the tree, compelling Guang Hao to cling tightly to the trunk to avoid being shaken off. Below him, 7 or 8 wild boars waited. Should he fall, the consequences would be dire. Damn it! How dare you ram the tree? Just wait until I get my hands on a hunting rifle. One shot for each of you, and I'll bring you all down. While firmly grasping the tree trunk, Guang Hao hurled insults at the wild boars below. Fortunately, the tree he had chosen was robust enough, after enduring the boar's assault for more than 10 minutes. Although the bark was stripped away, the tree remained steadfast. Exhausted, the dominant boar eventually laid down beneath the tree to rest, and the rest of the herd began foraging nearby, creating a rather awkward stalemate. Guang Hao initially believed the wild boars would depart within a mere 10 minutes, but he had underestimated their patience. After 2 full hours perched on the tree, his buttocks ached from the branches, yet the wild boar herd showed no signs of leaving. Good grief! Surely, they wouldn't stay here indefinitely. This could spell disaster. It was already 3 in the afternoon, and if they remained until nightfall, Guang Hao would struggle to endure the prolonged stay in the tree. No, he had to devise a way to drive away the wild boars. Deep in thought, he pondered how to evict the creatures below, yet aside from a curved knife, he had no other tools at his disposal. How could he possibly chase them off? Just then, he heard a familiar mooing sound from a distance. Peering intently, he recognized the large water buffalo ambling out from the inner mountains. This creature must have ventured out to drink. Its massive size required substantial hydration, necessitating daily water intake. Upon sighting the water buffalo, Guang Hao's eyes sparkled with hope. Weighing over a ton, the buffalo's horns exceeded a meter in length. It was not afraid of wild boars. With its assistance, he could certainly escape this predicament. With that thought, Guang Hao called out to the water buffalo, beckoning it closer. Hey, big brother buffalo, come here. I'm up here, hurry over. There's something delicious for you. The buffalo, swaying its head, emerged from the inner mountains, and upon reaching the outer slopes, it heard the familiar voice. Help me, brother buffalo. It tilted its head, searching for a while, until it finally spotted Guang Hao dangling from the tree. Oh, isn't this the hairless monkey that often brings me treats? What is he doing up there, and how did he climb so high? Ah, he is a monkey. After all, climbing trees is in his nature. Guang Hao had significantly raised the water buffalo's favorability towards him, and upon hearing Guang Hao's call, the buffalo rushed over without a moment's hesitation. Upon reaching the tree, the water buffalo immediately spotted a herd of wild boars. The boar, upon noticing the water buffalo, emitted a series of grunts, seemingly warning the buffalo that it had trespassed onto its territory and ought to vacate at once. The water buffalo glanced at Guang Hao perched in the tree, harboring a fondness for him and desiring to approach. Thus, it swiftly assumed a combat stance, lowering its head and forcefully exhaling a gust of hot air. Moo! Bang! The water buffalo advanced towards Guang Hao, its weighty form causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath its hooves. The boar, recognizing the futility of confronting the buffalo, let out a reluctant grunt before turning away and leading its kin in retreat. With the wild boars finally gone, Guang Hao hastily descended from the tree. Upon reaching the ground, he dared not stand, instead clutching the water buffalo's neck and hoisting himself onto its back. He patted the buffalo's shoulder, urging, "Brother bull, let us hurry. This place is not safe." Though the water buffalo did not comprehend Guang Hao's words, it sensed his urgency and, shaking its head, began to lumber towards the waterhole beyond the mountain. Lying upon the broad back of the buffalo, Guang Hao's heart raced furiously. Without any weapons and encircled by 5 or 6 wild boars, the peril was palpable. Had fortune not favored him with the timely appearance of the buffalo, the outcome could have been dire. The Ghost Head Mountain indeed brims with opportunities, yet risks and rewards have always coexisted. Thus, the crux remains the possession of a firearm. Had he wielded a 98K, it would have been the wild boars in peril today rather than himself. Clenching his fists, Guang Hao's yearning for the 98K soared to unprecedented heights. To acquire the 98K, he needed funds, and to earn money, he required more game. With the path frequented by the antelopes now dominated by the wild boars, and having recently encountered them alone, he dared not venture into the inner mountains again. Instead, he retreated to the outer mountains to assess the yield from his bird traps. After cutting some fodder for the buffalo as a token of gratitude for its timely rescue, Guang Hao hurried towards the front mountain to inspect his day's harvest. Upon arriving at the site of his traps, he felt as though he had entered a poultry farm, with the cacophony of wild chickens echoing around him. Although the colorful mountain chickens were wary of Guang Hao, they were encountering bird traps for the first time, resulting in a bountiful catch. Out of a total of 28 traps, Guang Hao successfully ensnared over 20 colorful mountain chickens, each plump and weighing approximately 3 pounds. Collectively, these 20 chickens amounted to over 60 pounds of meat. In addition to the chickens, Guang Hao also captured 2 wild rabbits, 3 squirrels, and 2 civets. These trifling items could merely be regarded as trifles. After casually bundling them up, Guang Hao stuffed them into his bamboo basket and prepared to descend the mountain with over 20 colorful pheasants on his back. 60-odd pounds of meat would be deemed an astonishing bounty by others. However, Guang Hao remained somewhat dissatisfied. The obstruction posed by wild boars had prevented him from reaching the migratory path of the gazelles today. Had he succeeded, he could have potentially acquired an additional 50 pounds of meat. The thought of this brought an ache to his heart. As Guang Hao sighed in resignation, a golden figure suddenly appeared before him. It leaped gracefully through the forest, its golden fur shimmering as if illuminated from within. Guang Hao was instantly captivated, his attention wholly seized, and he halted his steps. Chapter 65. One of the 8 delicacies, monkey head mushroom. Gazing at the sprightly creature bounding through the trees, Guang Hao recognized it as a golden, snub-nosed monkey. In truth, Guang Hao harbored a certain disdain for monkeys, particularly those from Ghost Head Mountain. The vastness of the Ghost Head Mountain forest fostered a wild and unruly breed of monkey. During his previous life as a forest ranger, these monkeys frequently invaded Guang Hao's home to pilfer his belongings, leading him to engage in numerous scuffles with them. Yet, there was one type of monkey that Guang Hao held in particularly high regard: the gentle, intelligent, and remarkably empathetic golden snub-nosed monkey. These creatures were fundamentally distinct from ordinary monkeys. Not only were typical monkeys rather unsightly, but they also had irritable temperaments. If one failed to provide them with treats, they would resort to thievery or outright robbery. In contrast, golden snub-nosed monkeys never engaged in such antics. They resembled charming little fairies. If offered food, they would eat it, and if not, they would merely gaze at you with longing eyes. In his previous life on Ghost Head Mountain, Guang Hao had formed a close friendship with a golden snub-nosed monkey. Having often treated it to food, the little creature displayed gratitude by bringing Guang Hao various forest delicacies, showcasing its remarkable intelligence. Thus, upon spotting the golden monkey, Guang Hao paused and whistled at it. The monkey, leaping among the branches, halted at the sound of his whistle, hanging upside down from a tree. Its beautiful eyes filled with curiosity as it regarded Guang Hao. Why does this fellow of my kind look so peculiar? Not only is it hairless, but why is it also walking on the ground? Seeing the golden monkey stop, Guang Hao smiled and rummaged through his pocket, producing a large white rabbit milk candy. This candy had been purchased for his wife, Xiaofang, who adored it. However, she insisted on sharing half with him. Guang Hao was not particularly fond of sweets and had kept it, intending to give it to her after she finished her portion. Unexpectedly encountering the golden monkey today, he decided to extend a gesture of friendship. The golden monkey eyed the white rabbit candy with suspicion, having never encountered such a thing in its life amidst the mountains. Tilting its head and observing for a while, it dawned upon Guang Hao that the golden monkey intended to offer him this peculiar item. Slowly, the golden monkey descended from the tree. Fearless of humans, it ambled directly to Guang Hao, who extended the large white rabbit milk candy once more towards it. Here you go. A delightful treat that is exceedingly sweet. The golden monkey, tilting its head in confusion, did not quite grasp his meaning. Yet, with clever intuition, it accepted the candy, unwrapping it not, but instead tossing it straight into its mouth. As it chewed, the golden monkey was momentarily entranced. The sweet, syrupy essence of the white rabbit melted in its mouth, unveiling a flavor it had never encountered before. Delicious, utterly delightful. I crave more. The monkey emitted a joyful squeak, widening its glistening eyes at Guang Hao, as if to inscribe the words, "I want more," upon its forehead. Guang Hao chuckled at the sight of the golden monkey, understanding why he cherished such creatures. Not only were they intelligent, but they were also remarkably gentle. They relished food without resorting to theft, but rather gazed earnestly, and if denied, they simply departed quietly. In contrast, those wild monkeys were truly vexatious. He often fantasized about turning them into delicacies. Guang Hao retrieved 2 more pieces of white rabbit milk candy from his pocket, unwrapping them before offering them to the monkey. "These are the last 2. The remainder is reserved for my wife. Once they're gone, there will be no more." To his surprise, the golden monkey seemed to comprehend, responding with a chirp. As he bestowed 2 more candies upon it, the monkey's eyes narrowed in bliss. After feeding the monkey, Guang Hao gently patted its head. "That is all. I must take my leave now. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again, and I shall bring you more treats. For now, I must hurry down the mountain. Farewell." Having said this, Guang Hao shouldered his bamboo basket and prepared to depart. The golden monkey, still savoring the sweetness of the white rabbit candy, suddenly noticed Guang Hao had taken several steps away. It seemed to have an epiphany, squeaking twice before seizing Guang Hao's backpack. Guang Hao, caught off guard by the monkey's grasp, furrowed his brow. "What's the matter with you? Didn't I just say the remaining candies are for my wife? If you continue to cling to me, I shall be displeased and will not bring you any treats in the future. Release me at once. I must descend the mountain." Yet, the golden monkey did not relinquish its grip. Instead, it tugged at Guang Hao's backpack, as though attempting to drag him back. Assuming this golden monkey was akin to the wild ones that sought to pilfer his belongings, Guang Hao's mood soured. He picked up a stick from the ground, holding it aloft. "I thought all golden monkeys were as well behaved as Xiaofang. Yet you have proven to be quite the rascal. Will you not let go? If you persist, I shall have no choice but to chastise you." Guang Hao turned, raising the stick as if to strike the golden monkey. The golden monkey was startled upon seeing the wooden stick in his hand, its dark eyes clearly reflecting fear. Yet, it surprisingly did not let go. Instead, it extended its hand, gesturing frantically towards something behind. After observing for a while, Guang Hao ultimately realized that the golden monkey was not attempting to seize his belongings, but rather wished to offer him something. "Do you want me to follow you to retrieve something?" Guang Hao inquired tentatively. The golden monkey, of course, could not respond to Guang Hao's question, but continued to rummage through Guang Hao's backpack, persistently pointing backwards. Deciding to follow the direction indicated, Guang Hao walked along. "All right, I understand now. Lead the way ahead." Seeing Guang Hao finally grasp its intention, the golden monkey joyfully leaped, nimbly climbing onto Guang Hao's shoulder, where it unceremoniously settled, pointing forward. The little creature was indeed eager to guide Guang Hao to a specific location. After following the golden monkey's directions for a considerable distance, Guang Hao began to grow impatient. But finally, the monkey halted, hopping up to a tree and chirping excitedly. Following its gaze, Guang Hao initially saw nothing remarkable. However, upon closer inspection of the white lion's mane mushroom mycelium on the tree trunk, he was utterly stunned. Lion's mane mushroom, wild and of exceptional quality. Previously, Guang Hao had caught a flower-tailed hazel chicken, which he could not bear to sell and had savored with his wife, the taste of which lingered delightfully in his memory. This is the allure of the 8 delicacies, and the lion's mane mushroom is indeed one of them. It is known as the vegetarian equivalent of meat, meaning that although it is a plant-based ingredient, its flavor is as rich as that of meat. Correspondingly, lion's mane mushrooms command a price comparable to top-tier meats, fetching as much as $5 per pound. Looking around, Guang Hao realized there were not just a single mushroom in the vicinity. This was a fir forest, where lion's mane mushrooms seemingly sprouted abundantly. Embracing the golden monkey, Guang Hao planted a kiss on its golden face. "Ha ha, you are truly my lucky star. I was worried about a meager harvest today, but you have gifted me with such treasures. Rest assured, once I sell the lion's mane mushrooms, I shall buy you a pack of white rabbit candy." The golden monkey, taken aback by the kiss, emitted a shy squeal. "Oh dear, I have been kissed by this hairless counterpart. I may never find a mate now." Indeed, this golden monkey was an unmarried female. Chapter 66. 60 pounds of meat is hardly sufficient. Today, a wild boar herd obstructed the path in the inner mountains, preventing Guang Hao from reaching the must-pass area for the antelopes. Without capturing any antelopes, today's harvest fell significantly short of the usual. Guang Hao was sighing deeply. utterly unprepared for the delightful surprise the golden monkey bestowed upon him. Within the fir forest, the abundance of lion's mane mushrooms was staggering. His casual foraging yielded nearly over 40 pounds. With the addition of the multicolored mountain chicken, Guang Hao's bounty exceeded 100 pounds once more. Contentment enveloped him as he began his descent from the mountain with his prized haul. In truth, the fir forest still held countless lion's mane mushrooms. And had he chosen to gather more, he could have amassed several hundred pounds. However, as a solitary forager, carrying over 100 pounds of mountain goods was already his limit. Any more would be unmanageable. Once he acquired a hunting rifle, he was certain that his daily harvest would surpass this current threshold. Take, for instance, the hefty boar he had encountered today. Once he secured a 98K, he would not hesitate to bring it down at the first opportunity. Guang Hao was no paragon of virtue, and therefore, he believed that revenge should never be delayed. However, the dilemma of transporting a 200-pound wild boar posed a significant challenge. In that moment, he recalled Wang Laosan, who had accompanied Guowa on fishing expeditions. Guowa consistently brought in over 300 pounds of fish daily, yet he could not reach Longkou town without Wang Laosan's assistance. It seemed he too required a helping hand akin to Wang Laosan's, but the treacherous Guitu Mountain was not comparable to the Mingjiang River. The river's swift currents could easily sweep one away if caution was not exercised. Thus, fishing there without a secure trap was nothing short of folly. Conversely, Guitu Mountain offered a different scenario, teeming with prey and a plethora of delectable treasures such as matsutake and lion's mane mushrooms. To put it bluntly, even a fool could gather a considerable bounty on Guitu Mountain. Should its riches be unveiled, the villagers would undoubtedly swarm, significantly impacting his hunting endeavors. Hence, until he achieved complete financial independence, the secrets of Guitu Mountain must remain concealed from others. While he required assistance in transporting his game, he pondered all the way down the mountain and found no suitable solution. Upon reaching the base, Guang Hao dutifully packed his mountain goods into burlap sacks and proceeded to borrow a bicycle from the village chief. With a cigarette offered, Niushan beamed as he lent Guang Hao the bicycle. Though it belonged to the production team, it had become indistinguishable from Guang Hao's personal property. Each afternoon, the village chief concocted various reasons to reserve it for him. Mounting the bicycle and securing his haul, Guang Hao set off towards Longkou town. In Longkou town, at the supply and marketing cooperative, Zheng Hongmei felt as if ants were crawling over her, overwhelmed by an unsettling sensation. Since forming a partnership with Guang Hao, the daily routine of buying and selling fish had become her norm. Fish purchased at 3 mao per pound could be resold for 1 yuan. Sturgeon, priced at 5 mao per pound, could fetch 2 or 3 yuan from certain city employees eager to buy. Consequently, her income from the fish harvest was nothing short of bountiful. As a result, since the rupture with Guang Hao yesterday, she has not sold a single fish. Today, she spent the entire day at the supply and marketing cooperative, besieged by countless regular customers inquiring about her catch. Hey, Hongmei, where are today's fish? Indeed. Aren't they usually displayed by now? Why are they still absent? It's my birthday today, and I was hoping to buy a couple of fish to celebrate. I heard there are sturgeons sold here. Their meat is far more tender than pork and devoid of bones. I specifically came from the city to purchase some. Why is there none available? Upon hearing these remarks, Zheng Hongmei felt her heart bleed. Without a catch, she could not conduct business with these individuals, and thus, she could not earn money. It was all Guang Hao's fault. Couldn't he just soften his stance a little? Why did it have to come to this? Zheng Hongmei had yet to realize her own shortcomings, instead directing her frustrations solely at Guang Hao. Just as she was mentally cursing him, fate intervened. A melodious bell chimed, announcing Guang Hao's arrival at the state-run restaurant on his bicycle. Guang Hao had now become a valued guest at the establishment, providing over 100 pounds of meat daily, effectively resolving the restaurant's operational issues. Moreover, the wild game he supplied was exceptionally delicious, causing the restaurant's business to flourish. Therefore, when Wang Fugui spotted Guang Hao, it was akin to seeing his own brother. Before Guang Hao could even dismount, Wang Fugui rushed over, throwing an arm around him. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Hongmei scoffed and spat on the ground. For the sake of a few wild goods, the dignified manager of the state-run restaurant behaved like a brothel keeper, utterly devoid of dignity. Wang Fugui took Guang Hao's bicycle and instructed the restaurant staff to carry in the burlap sacks that Guang Hao had brought. Although Zheng Hongmei had just disdainfully insulted them, upon seeing those 2 burlap sacks, Her eyes widened even more than Wang Fugui's. Unable to resist the allure of the wild goods, she stealthily slipped into the kitchen of the state-run restaurant. Inside the kitchen, Wang Fugui was opening the burlap sacks to inspect Guang Hao's bounty. As he opened the first sack, the cooing sounds emanating from within nearly overwhelmed him. Reaching in, he pulled out a plump and colorful mountain chicken, his face lighting up with delight. A colorful mountain chicken, and such a fat one at that. Truly a remarkable find. To be honest, the meat of a tua chicken is slightly superior to that of a colorful mountain chicken. However, the tua chicken is considerably smaller in size. Thus, for Wang Fugui, the colorful mountain chicken was clearly more appealing. After all, in these economically challenging times, the priority for everyone is to first fill their stomachs, and only then to savor good food. Weighing all the colorful mountain chickens, they totaled a hefty 65 pounds and 8 ounces, leaving Wang Fugui grinning from ear to ear. Brother Guang Hao, I will offer you 2 yuan per pound for the colorful mountain chickens, totaling 65 pounds and 8 ounces, amounting to 316 yuan. Do you see any issues with that? Wang Fugui inquired. Is there a problem? Of course not. The colorful mountain chicken is slightly cheaper than the tua chicken, with the usual purchase price hovering around 1.5 yuan. Wang Fugui generously offered 2 yuan, which is quite commendable. No problem, let us round it off. Brother Fugui, just give me 103. Guang Hao remarked. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugui felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Although the rounding was minimal, it signified Guang Hao's camaraderie and willingness to give him face. After weighing the colorful mountain chickens, Wang Fugui eagerly prepared to open another burlap sack. This was not their first collaboration, and Wang Fugui was well aware of Guang Hao's harvest situation. The colorful mountain chickens and tua chickens were merely trifles. The real bounty lay within this burlap sack. It contained either wild boar or the elusive blue sheep. If it were blue sheep today, that would be splendid. As a significant guest was expected at the state-run restaurant, necessitating an exceptional reception. However, as Wang Fugui lifted the burlap sack, the smile on his face vanished. The texture did not feel like blue sheep or wild boar, nor even that of any animal. Rather, it resembled a soft, spongy fungus. Wang Fugui's expression turned gloomy. Brother Guang Hao, this sack does not contain meat. We have guests at the state-run restaurant today, and 60+ gene of meat will not suffice. Guang Hao, observing his demeanor, could not help but chuckle. Indeed, this sack does not contain meat, but even if it isn't meat, I assure you it will not disappoint. Chapter 67, The Automotive Man, Transform. Upon learning that the burlap sack indeed contained no meat, Wang Fugui felt a chill run down his spine. In the 1970s, meat represented everything. In modern times, people pursue green and organic options, yet in an era where many struggled to fill their stomachs, the sensation of meat sliding down one's throat was the ultimate satisfaction. Everything else paled in comparison. In contemporary society, pork ribs command the highest prices, with pork generally costing around 10 yuan per gene, while ribs can fetch over 20 or even 30. However, in the 1970s, the best parts of a pig were those fatty cuts that modern individuals often shunned, the kind that rendered oil with just a bit of frying, leaving one wholly satisfied after a single bite. Thus, in Wang Fugui's eyes, nothing could rival the allure of meat. Yet, as he opened the burlap sack, it felt as though he had received a resounding slap to the face. This slap not only stung, but left him utterly bewildered. For within this burlap sack lay an abundance of fresh lion's mane mushrooms. My goodness, so many lion's mane mushrooms. Brother Hao, where on earth did you find these? Lu Gang and the others were equally astonished. Lion's mane mushrooms are a rare delicacy, typically found only in the deep mountains. Thriving in extremely harsh conditions, stumbling upon even a single mushroom is considered a stroke of luck. Yet, Guang Hao had discovered an entire sack. Simply outrageous. Just luck. I stumbled upon them while wandering the mountains. Guang Hao laughed, then turned to the still shocked Wang Fugui. Brother Wang, what do you think? Even if this isn't meat, it surely won't let you down. Wang Fugui finally regained his composure, gazing at the sack full of lion's mane mushrooms, and remarked with admiration. This is indeed the so-called meat of the vegetarian world, the monkey head mushroom, which is far more precious than meat. Brother Guang Hao, I am truly in awe of you. Are you perhaps the illegitimate child of the heavens, effortlessly discovering so many monkey head mushrooms? When weighed, they totaled exactly 42 pounds. The purchase price offered by Wang Fugue was 5 yuan per pound. To put this into perspective, the purchase price for the Tibetan antelope is only 4 yuan per pound. The monkey head mushroom is astonishingly more expensive than the Tibetan antelope. This is undeniably the legendary 8 delicacies. In truth, this price is already a bargain. If it were in modern times, the price of a pound of wild monkey head mushroom would be incalculable. If a true connoisseur encountered it, it would not be unusual for them to pay 1,000 or more per pound. The colorful mountain chicken sold for 65 pounds at 130 yuan, while the monkey head mushroom, at 42 pounds, fetched 210 yuan, resulting in a daily income of 340 yuan. Upon seeing this revenue, Zheng Hongmei, who had been secretly watching from the side, felt her eyes welling with tears. Today, Guang Hao brought nothing but top-notch mountain goods, especially that wild monkey head mushroom, which is truly a legendary ingredient. If she were to purchase it, she could even sell it for 7 or 8 yuan per pound. Such pure wild mountain goods are exceedingly rare. Yet, it was sold to the state-run restaurant, a sheer waste of precious resources. Moreover, it was bad enough to sell such valuable mountain goods to the state-run restaurant, but their own supply of fish had also been halted. Comparing the two, Zheng Hongmei felt as if she might transform into a transformer, ready to morph. After Guang Hao completed his transactions for the mountain goods, he carefully calculated that the entire batch of monkey head mushrooms from the fir forest would be sold out in less than a week at most. With even some left over, with financial matters settled, he could indulge in consumption without worry. Just as well, the milk powder at home was nearly finished. Having earned over 300 yuan, he decided to buy 2 more cans. Additionally, the household stock of sugar and condiments was also running low. Although he could exchange goods, the quality of the sugar and condiments received was subpar. The brown sugar was gritty, leaving residue at the bottom of the cup after dissolving, which Guang Hao found quite displeasing. As for the condiments, in an era where coarse salt was still the norm, these were simply inaccessible to the average person. With savings accumulating and serving no practical purpose, Guang Hao resolved to embark on a grand shopping spree. He first procured several receipts from Xiaofang and then entered the supply and marketing cooperative. Although he was reluctant to see Zheng Hongmei again, there was no alternative. This cooperative was the sole option for purchasing goods within 100 miles. Truly the only one of its kind. Thus, it was little wonder that Zheng Hongmei carried herself with such pride. She indeed had the capital to do so. Upon seeing Guang Hao enter, Zheng Hongmei was momentarily taken aback. Then her face erupted with surprise. What a pleasant surprise to see Guang Hao. Surely, he must have come to soften his stance and admit his mistakes regarding the fish catch. With this thought, Zheng Hongmei felt her previously twisted heart suddenly clear. She transformed. Feeling almost ethereal, adjusting her polyester shirt, she confidently approached Guang Hao. "Ah, is that not my brother Guang Hao? So, you've come to acknowledge your errors, have you?" "Ha ha, Zheng Hongmei, am not one to hold grudges. Since you recognize your mistake, I shall grant you forgiveness. Let us return to our previous arrangement. You may continue to sell your catch to me, though I must insist on a slight reduction in price, as we have incurred losses due to the delay of 2 days, which you shall bear." Observing her smug demeanor, Guang Hao felt as though what rested upon her shoulders was not a head, but rather a burdensome lump. Acknowledging my mistake? Perhaps in another lifetime. I have come to procure goods, so spare me your incessant chatter and let us proceed. I require 2 cans of malt extract, 1 pound each of brown and white sugar, 2 bags of fine salt and lotus-flavored MSG, and 1 pound each of cinnamon, star anise, and Sichuan pepper. Upon hearing that Guang Hao had not come to offer an apology but to make a purchase, Zheng Hongmei's expression soured dramatically. "Guang Hao, I admit that my previous collusion with Wang Daqiang against you was wrong. Therefore, I apologize, and we shall maintain the original purchase price. I will no longer assist Wang Daqiang in troubling you, and we can collaborate anew. How does that sound?" Though she was reluctant to bow to Guang Hao, the sharp decline in her performance within just 2 days left her no choice but to apologize. Yet, Guang Hao remained unmoved by her contrition. To think she could stumble upon her own missteps, offer a light-hearted apology, and expect matters to resolve themselves? Guang Hao possessed neither the magnanimity nor the inclination to allow Zheng Hongmei and Wang Daqiang to escape unscathed this time. He would not relent. "I beg your pardon, Comrade Zheng Hongmei, but I have come to your supply cooperative to purchase goods, not to engage in idle conversation with you." He presented the receipt. "Kindly gather the items I requested." "You," Zheng Hongmei exclaimed. "Guang Hao, don't push your luck." Being repeatedly ignored by Guang Hao, She appeared ready to unleash her fury upon him. "Ah, Comrade Zheng Hongmei, let me clarify. It is you who is overstepping, not I. I have come to buy goods, and it is you who persists in harassing me. Quickly fetch my items, and I shall be on my way. Let us not waste each other's time." "Very well, you wait. You will regret this, mark my words. You wish to purchase goods? You might as well forget it. Leave now, for while I am here at the cooperative, not a single item shall be sold to you." Zheng Hongmei's defenses crumbled as she pointed towards the door, demanding Guang Hao to leave. Chapter 68. The True Identity of Xiao Haizi. "Are you truly refusing to sell me anything and insisting I leave?" Guang Hao observed Zheng Hongmei, who was now in a state of exasperation, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Zheng Hongmei's irritation only intensified as she regarded Guang Hao. Over 100 pounds of exquisite mountain goods, which she would not receive, were instead sold to a state-run restaurant. Now, even after she had lowered herself to apologize, he still refused to sell her his catch. And now she was expected to purchase goods at her own supply cooperative? A futile endeavor. Indeed, it is not about selling you anything. It is about asking you to leave. Do you not understand human language? If you cannot comprehend, I shall resort to using a broom to expel you. After saying this, Zheng Hongmei truly fetched a broom from the entrance, brandishing it as if to strike. Guang Hao chose not to confront her directly, but retreated to the doorway of the supply cooperative. He pointed at the menacing Zheng Hongmei and declared, "Zheng Hongmei, your behavior is utterly outrageous. This supply cooperative belongs to the people, not solely to you. I possess all the necessary receipts and intend to make a purchase. You have no right to expel me. I will now seek redress from the People's Commune." As he spoke, Guang Hao glanced around at the onlookers gathered outside. "Comrades, you have all witnessed the situation. When the leaders of the People's Commune arrive, please bear witness for me. During this planned economy era, the supply cooperative catered to the material needs of numerous surrounding villages, bustling with activity. The conflict between Guang Hao and Zheng Hongmei caught the attention of many, and upon hearing Guang Hao's words, the crowd quickly responded. This comrade speaks wisely. This is the People's Supply Cooperative, not Zheng Hongmei's personal domain. What gives you the right to deny others the opportunity to shop? Zheng Hongmei, you are merely a sales clerk, not even the manager of the cooperative. Who bestowed upon you such authority? To expel someone is simply disgraceful. We must take this matter to the commune. Let the leaders see how unreasonable their chosen representatives are. In the 1970s, while villagers may have been impoverished, their rights were substantial. If they united to confront the People's Commune, in their fervor, Zheng Hongmei's position as a sales clerk could be jeopardized. The commotion at the cooperative soon attracted the attention of manager Niu, who descended from the second floor. Frowning at the scene of the crowd berating Zheng Hongmei. "What on earth is happening? Why are you scolding our sales clerk?" Witnessing manager Niu's presence, the crowd, without needing Guang Hao to speak, began to voice their grievances against Zheng Hongmei's excessive actions. Upon grasping the full extent of the situation, Niu's brow furrowed deeply. This is absurd. As a sales clerk, how can you utter such words to drive away customers? Zheng Hongmei, this is your fault. Promptly apologized to Comrade Guang Hao. Although Niu appeared to be defending Guang Hao's honor, he was subtly shielding Zheng Hongmei. The day's events could escalate significantly. If they reached the People's Commune, Zheng Hongmei would surely face severe consequences. Yet, Niu's casual dismissal reduced the conflict to mere verbal sparring. With this context, even if they proceeded to the People's Commune, the leaders would likely only reprimand Zheng Hongmei for her poor demeanor. The connections she possessed were formidable, evident even in the manager's staunch support of her. Realizing the crowd's indignation and acknowledging her misstep, Zheng Hongmei hastily set down the broom and bowed her head in apology to Guang Hao. "Comrade Guang Hao, I am truly sorry. My earlier words were spoken in anger. I sincerely apologize and hope you can overlook this incident." With Niu Ping's assistance, Zheng Hongmei managed to evade a calamity this time. However, Guang Hao remained unfazed, believing there was ample time to take things slowly. Ignoring Zheng Hongmei, who had bent over backwards to apologize, Guang Hao re-entered the supply and marketing cooperative. "Manager Niu, Zheng Hongmei's demeanor is utterly unacceptable. I hope she keeps her distance from me in the future. Moreover, I came here to purchase items. Kindly assign me a different sales clerk. I cannot allow someone like Zheng Hongmei to assist me." Niu Ping chuckled softly and beckoned a tall, slender young man over. "Xiaofang, come here. Assist Comrade Guang Hao with his shopping." After the sales clerk was replaced, the new attendant's attitude improved considerably. Within 10 minutes, Guang Hao had acquired everything he needed. It is worth noting that spices in this era are exorbitantly priced. A packet of refined salt costs 50 cents, and the Lianhua brand monosodium glutamate reaches a staggering 70 cents. The prices for cinnamon, star anise, and nutmeg have soared beyond reason, with each pound costing Guang Hao nearly 40 yuan. No wonder the older generation claims that spices can be exchanged for gold. In this age of scarcity, spices are indeed valuable. Speaking of which, there appears to be a grove of spices in the inner mountains of Guitu Mountain, renowned for both quantity and quality. Perhaps when the opportunity arises to venture into the inner mountains, he could procure some spices to sell. After completing his purchases and settling the bill, which amounted to over 50 yuan, Guang Hao was about to leave when he suddenly looked up and whispered to Xiaofang, "I had an inkling you had connections, but I didn't expect you to be a clerk here at the cooperative. You managed to keep it under wraps." Zhang Mo was taken aback for a moment. Then a faint smile graced his lips. Despite his efforts to disguise himself, including altering his voice, Guang Hao recognized him immediately. "What can I say? With family obligations, I have to make a living. Brother Hao, please spare me. Don't report me," Zhang Mo pleaded. Guang Hao had no intention of engaging in actions that would harm others while yielding no benefit to himself. Having collaborated with Xiao Haizi numerous times, despite the slightly higher prices, his service was impeccable, making the expenditure feel worthwhile. Not to mention, Xiao Haizi had connected Guang Hao with the influential Li Jun. As Guang Hao's wealth grew, there would likely be many more matters requiring Xiao Haizi's assistance, so he had no reason to betray him. Indeed, Xiao Haizi was Zhang Mo, and Guang Hao had recognized him at a glance. "Rest assured, if I were to report you, I would be implicated as well," Guang Hao said with a chuckle, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention before continuing in a hushed tone. "As you can see, my relationship with Zheng Hongmei at the cooperative is rather strained. Should I need anything in the future, I will contact you privately, and you can bring the items directly to me." Zhang Mo glanced at Guang Hao and then at the fuming Zheng Hongmei, smiling. "Deal." After securing his belongings to his bicycle, Guang Hao waved goodbye to Zhang Mo and vanished from the entrance of the cooperative. As Zheng Hongmei gazed at Guang Hao's departing figure, she silently vowed within her heart, "You insufferable scoundrel, how dare you disregard me so? The next time you visit the supply and marketing cooperative, if I don't make it so you can't afford even a pair of underpants, I shall no longer bear the surname Zheng." The sales clerks at the cooperative possessed a certain degree of pricing autonomy, and denying customers the opportunity to purchase was a cardinal sin that could lead to serious repercussions from the people's commune. However, if Guang Hao could not afford it, it would be futile to report the matter to the commune or to any higher authority. If he wished to put on airs, then I shall make it abundantly clear who truly holds the power. Zheng Hongmei resolutely solidified her determination. Chapter 69. AI Xiaofang, you truly are the #1 fool. Guang Hao returned home at 5 in the afternoon, but AI Xiaofang had yet to finish her work. After returning his bicycle, Guang Hao immediately set about preparing dinner. Today, he had procured all the necessary seasonings and was ready to make marinated chicken. In the collective perception of the Chinese, it seems that the people of Sichuan cannot enjoy a meal without spice. They could devour 2 or 3 bowls of plain rice with just a hint of chili. Should one dare to order a dual-flavor hot pot, they would be met with scorn from the Sichuanese for an eternity. However, there exists a dish that, even without a hint of spice, the people of Sichuan can relish with great delight: marinated delicacies. They can marinate anything, from the commonplace pig's head, pig's tail, and pig's trotter, to ducks, chickens, and geese. Once it enters the marinade pot, all are treated equally. Guang Hao had a penchant for marinated dishes, but lamentably, the ingredients required for such culinary creations were numerous. When he had just been reborn, his home contained only the essential salt, and not even a single bottle of soy sauce. Now, having finally gathered the spices, he was determined to prepare marinated delicacies. He heated oil in a wok and added spices like cinnamon and star anise, gently sautéing them over low heat. He waited for the aroma to be fully released before adding an appropriate amount of water and allowing it to simmer slowly. The fragrance of the spices intensified, enveloping the kitchen in the unique scent of the marinade. While Guang Hao was diligently concocting his marinade at home, AI Xiaofang was still working overtime at the slaughterhouse. Today, the catch had been plentiful, resulting in an abundance of work. It was now 6 in the evening, yet she knew that completing her tasks would take at least until 7. AI Xiaofang felt a pang of anxiety. If she returned home late, Guang Hao would surely become suspicious of her. She truly did not wish to deceive him, as each lie felt like a stab to her heart. With this thought, she hastened her movements, hoping to finish her work as quickly as possible. She was currently dealing with a skunk, referred to as a stinky mouse in the local dialect of Xiaofang village. The meat of this creature was notoriously unpalatable, bearing an unpleasant fishy odor that rendered it even inferior to fish meat. However, despite its unappetizing flesh, its fur was quite valuable, fetching $1 for each pelt. With deft hands, AI Xiaofang seized the skunk by the head and pulled downwards along the wound on its neck, effortlessly removing the skin. Yet, this skunk evidently had not finished expelling its foul gases. As the fur was stripped away, a noxious stench was simultaneously released. Instantly, a wave of repugnant odor assaulted AI Xiaofang. Upon catching a whiff of the foul odor, AI Xiaofang immediately furrowed her brow, her stomach churning violently. Ultimately, she could no longer withstand it and rushed to the drainage outlet, retching uncontrollably. The stench emanating from the flatulent mouse was indeed repugnant. However, the creature had long since departed this world, leaving behind only a remnant of its noxious gas. Though it was unpleasant, it wasn't enough to induce such overwhelming nausea. Nevertheless, AI Xiaofang felt a wave of revulsion rising from the depths of her being, and she knelt on the ground, nearly expelling her bile. Li Lu, who was also working part-time at the slaughterhouse alongside AI Xiaofang, proved to be a true friend. Although she did not relish the job, she felt compelled to stay and look after AI Xiaofang at Guang Hao's request. Li Lu hurried to AI Xiaofang's side, gently patting her back to ease her discomfort. Her face etched with concern. "Xiaofang, I sense something is amiss. Each time you vomit, it seems as though you might expel your very stomach. Perhaps we should visit the clinic. I am genuinely worried about you." Once AI Xiaofang had purged the contents of her stomach, she finally paused to catch her breath. Smiling as she reassured, "I know my body well. I am perfectly fine. I eat heartily and sleep soundly. It was merely that the mouse was exceedingly foul, which provoked my reaction." "That's not quite true," Li Lu countered, her brow knitted tightly. "You were sick at noon, then again at 2 in the afternoon. And now this makes 3 times in one day. If it were just the initial adjustment to the slaughterhouse's odor, that's one thing. But we've been here for nearly a week, and your vomiting persists. There must be an underlying issue. I cannot allow this to continue. I will inform Guang Hao, so he can take you to the clinic." Upon hearing that her dear friend intended to disclose her troubles to Guang Hao, AI Xiaofang's face paled with fear. Guang Hao would disapprove of her working too hard, and she had no choice but to deceive him. If he were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be upset. Therefore, it was imperative that she kept this matter from him. "Xiao Lu, my dear Xiao Lu, I implore you, please do not tell Guang Hao. I assure you, I am truly fine. I swear on my life. You see, Guang Hao wishes to purchase a hunting rifle and is short on funds. Once I help him gather enough for the rifle, I will resign. Please, my dear Xiao Lu, do not mention this to brother Guang Hao." Li Lu felt utterly helpless in the face of AI Xiaofang's pleas. With a deep sigh, she reached out and playfully poked AI Xiaofang's forehead. "Oh, you. What am I to say about you? You do everything for Guang Hao, yet you only think to take care of him in secret. Why must you be so foolish? The efforts you make, if unspoken, how will he ever know the extent of your struggles? AI Xiaofang, you truly are the epitome of a fool." Despite the reprimand, AI Xiaofang remained cheerful. "Brother Guang Hao earns several hundred yuan a day, while I barely make a few dimes. What need is there to tell him? My dear Xiaolu, let us cease this chatter and swiftly return to our tasks. If we tarry too long, Guang Hao will surely grow suspicious of me." Li Lu raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. "Comrade AI Xiaofang, you are beyond redemption. You are utterly ensnared by Guang Hao's charms." Hee. AI Xiaofang and Li Lu resumed their work with great agility, ultimately completing their tasks before 6:20. After delivering the furs, AI Xiaofang and Li Lu prepared to head home, when suddenly the inspector of the furs, a hunter, called out to AI Xiaofang. "Xiaofang, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." This hunter, named Sun Wei, was the head of the slaughterhouse and AI Xiaofang and Li Lu's direct superior. When Sun Wei summoned AI Xiaofang, she assumed he had work-related matters to discuss, so she asked Li Lu to wait for her at the entrance and approached him alone. "Brother Sun, is there something you need?" No. I merely wanted to commend you both for your outstanding work lately," Sun Wei said, beaming at AI Xiaofang. She nodded politely in acknowledgement. "Since there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave as I need to prepare dinner for my husband." Upon hearing AI Xiaofang mention her husband, Sun Wei's smile momentarily faltered. Nevertheless, he said nothing further and instead picked up a dove from a nearby table. Here, this is for you. You used to be so plump and adorable, but since marrying Guang Hao, look at how thin you have become. This dove is a fine delicacy. Take it home to nourish your health. Seeing you in this state truly pains me. As he spoke, he brazenly reached out to touch Xiaofang's cheek. She immediately stepped back, evading his hand. Her expression darkened, revealing her displeasure. Brother Sun, I address you with respect, but I implore you not to overstep your bounds. I am a married woman, and I wish for you to refrain from inappropriate advances. If this continues, I shall report your behavior to the village chief. Upon hearing her threat to inform the village chief, Sun Wei's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he hurried to clarify. I merely noticed something dirty on your face and intended to help you remove it. You have misunderstood my intentions. I never intended to be inappropriate. Xiaofang remained vigilant, regarding him with suspicion. If that is the case, I apologize for my misunderstanding, Brother Sunday. However, it is getting late, and I must be on my way. Farewell. Oh, of course, do take care on your journey. Sun Wei feigned a wave, but then suddenly remembered the dove in his hand. Oh, you've forgotten your dove? Thank you. But I shall decline. Brother Sun, keep it for your wife to restore her health. Xiaofang turned her back and walked away. A mere dove to attempt to gain my favor? How naive. My Guang Hao brings home a plethora of rare delicacies daily, which far surpasses this dove. Watching Xiaofang's alluring silhouette depart, Sun Wei couldn't help but grip the dove tightly in frustration. The young lady was surprisingly cautious. Chapter 70. The irresistibly fragrant braised mountain chicken. Xiaofang and Li Lu strolled home hand in hand, only to be greeted by an enchanting aroma as they approached the door. This aroma, rich with the essence of meat, was tantalizing, causing their appetites to stir and saliva to flow. What could this delightful scent be? Li Lu inhaled deeply, her mouth watering. It was simply divine, as if even the saliva had transformed into something delectable. This scent felt familiar, reminiscent of braised meat. When her father was still alive, he once brought back some braised meat from the city, a taste she could never forget. This aroma bore a striking similarity to that one, though it seemed even more alluring. Xiaofang, unable to resist, swallowed hard. In fact, her hunger surpassed that of Li Lu's. Having vomited 3 times earlier, her meager lunch had yet to digest, leaving her ravenous. What could be merely a resemblance was, in truth, unmistakably braised meat. Just then, a plump middle-aged woman approached. Her name was Min Hongying, the wife of the village butcher Zhang and a neighbor to Xiaofang. Compared to the hardships Xiaofang had previously endured, Min Hongying's life was considerably more comfortable. With her husband serving as the village butcher, not only did he earn money by slaughtering pigs and sheep, but he also brought home a bounty of offal, a treasure trove of meat. Thus, Min Hongying's household enjoyed meat almost daily, making them one of the wealthiest families in the village. In truth, Xiaofang had once envied Min Hongying's life, imagining the joy of having meat every day. However, that envy had dissipated, for her own circumstances had improved, surpassing even Min Hongying's. No, she was living a life even better than hers. The moment I caught a whiff of this aroma, I knew it was braised meat. The rich scent undoubtedly contained a generous amount of spices. Alas, I had warned old Zhang not to be extravagant or wasteful, yet here he was, secretly preparing braised meat at home. Eating meat every day had made me quite plump, and dieting had become a tedious endeavor. Although Min Hongying complained, her animated demeanor betrayed her pride. After all, she had every reason to flaunt her good fortune. Zhang, the butcher, had the talent to provide such delectable meals daily, and the braised meat he prepared was so enticing that one could hardly resist tasting it. Perhaps even soaring to the heavens with delight. Why shouldn't she boast? Indeed, she had every right to revel in her fortune. Old Zhang was impressive, truly capable of procuring such delicious food day after day. While he may be robust in stature, he had managed to keep his wife well fed, which was no small feat. My own household lacked meat, while others enjoyed braised delicacies. How enviable. Hongying, you are truly fortunate to have married such a capable man. At this mealtime, many villagers ventured out with bamboo baskets to gather wild vegetables. As they dined on greens, the sight of Min Hongying indulging in braised meat only intensified their envy. Min Hongying desired precisely this effect. As she basked in the admiration and envy reflected in the eyes of those around her, her head tilted almost skyward. Indeed, while Min Hongying may lack various talents, Her prowess in selecting a partner was unparalleled. With a sense of self-satisfaction, she suddenly shifted her gaze to the side, where AI Xiaofang stood. In the entire Xiaofang village, there was not a woman who did not recognize AI Xiaofang. Why, you may ask? It was because she was the renowned village beauty, with suitors lining up from Xiaofang village all the way to Jiaqing. Before her marriage, dozens of matchmakers from both within and beyond the village came knocking daily, nearly wearing out her doorstep. Even her husband, Zhang the butcher, had once sought AI Xiaofang's hand in marriage. Reflecting on this, Min Hongying couldn't help but adopt a sardonic tone. Xiaofang, you clearly lack the discerning eye of your older sister. With so many admirable men pursuing you back then, you chose to chase after that Guang Hao instead. A young master from the village, incapable of lifting a finger while you had to earn your own work points. Just look at how you're faring. It's quite the disarray. AI Xiaofang, taken aback by her inexplicable jibe, furrowed her brow. Hongying, life is much like finding the right pair of shoes. Only you can determine what fits you best. While you may perceive my independent pursuit of work points as a struggle, I find myself quite content. Oh, still defending yourself. Are we? Once upon a time, with your round face and prominent dimples, who could resist? Yet now, your visage has thinned to a shadow of its former self. Has Guang Hao not treated you to meat since your marriage? Min Hongying continued her playful mockery. Her teasing left AI Xiaofang distinctly displeased, and she was poised to engage in a more earnest discussion when a robust man approached from behind. Clad in a grimy apron with a butcher's knife hanging at his waist, his voice boomed, overpowering everyone present. What is that delightful aroma? My dear wife, have you returned with braised meat? The intruder was none other than Zhang the butcher, directing his inquiry at Min Hongying. What nonsense! I did not purchase anything, surely. This fragrant dish is what you prepared at home. Min Hongying replied, momentarily taken aback. How can you say such a thing? I've just returned from helping someone slaughter pigs in Wang. I certainly had no time to prepare braised meat. Whose home has produced this delicacy? It's making my mouth water. Go find out and bring some back for me to enjoy with my drink. Zhang the butcher declared, shaking his head as he ambled back home. With a command issued by the man, Min Hongying felt compelled to comply, while others believed she led a comfortable life. It was AI Xiaofang's words that rang true, only she knew whether her shoes fit. Though Zhang was capable of earning, men who excel in finances often possess volatile tempers. Especially after a drink, a single misstep could lead to violence. Moreover, if he desired something, he would have it, without exception. For instance, if Min Hongying returned home without the braised meat, she would undoubtedly face consequences. To avoid such a fate, Min Hongying began her inquiries, going from door to discover who had prepared the braised meat. After a thorough search, she found that no one had made any. Just as confusion clouded her face, Guang Hao emerged, carrying a large porcelain basin. In a porcelain basin, 2 marinated chickens exuded an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Friends who are not fond of spicy food must, upon visiting Sichuan, indulge in its delectable marinated delicacies. They are truly delightful. Witnessing this scene, Min Hongying's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Little did she dream that the mastermind behind such fragrant marinated dishes would be Guang Hao. AI Xiaofang and Li Lu were equally taken aback, though Li Lu quickly regained her composure. She abandoned her good friend for the first time, eagerly approaching Guang Hao. Brother Guang Hao, is this marinated chicken? It smells incredible and looks absolutely delicious. I can hardly contain my saliva. Guang Hao, upon hearing her call him Brother Guang Hao, felt goosebumps rise on his skin. If you wish to taste it, stay and stop making such a fuss. Your antics are giving me goosebumps, he said with a disdainful expression. Ha ha, I knew you were a good person, Guang Hao. Save the chicken, but for me, it's my favorite. Li Lu exclaimed joyfully, nearly bouncing with excitement. In contrast to Li Lu's exuberance, AI Xiaofang maintained a more reserved demeanor. She approached Guang Hao with a gentle smile and earnestly remarked, Darling, you're wonderful. The marinated dishes you've prepared smell divine. They must be delicious. Hee indeed. Here, have a taste of this chicken leg. How does it taste? Guang Hao affectionately tore off a piece of chicken leg for AI Xiaofang. Observing this, Li Lu hastily extended her hand. What about me? I want the chicken but too. Wait. It's still hot. I can't cut it yet. Oh, when you give AI Xiaofang a chicken leg, it's not too hot. But when it's my turn for a chicken butt, suddenly it's scalding. Why this unfair treatment? Well, you're not my wife, Guang Hao retorted, as she savored the sweet, succulent chicken leg while watching Guang Hao and Li Lu banter. AI Xiaofang felt as though she were enveloped in a jar of honey, blissfully content. Chapter 71. Morning Sickness. AI Xiaofang is pregnant. Min Hongying stood nearby, swallowing hard. The aroma of Guang Hao's marinated dishes was already enticing. And AI Xiaofang happily gnawed on a large chicken leg. With one bite, the tender meat of the mountain chicken was effortlessly shredded, leaving onlookers craving more. AI Xiaofang, no. Your family's marinated mountain chicken is truly exquisite. You heard it just now. Our men have a taste for this. Therefore, I wish to purchase some marinated mountain chicken to take home. As neighbors, could you give me a discount, AI Xiaofang? Min Hongying said, forcing a nauseating smile. Oh, now you want to buy marinated chicken, and suddenly you're calling her AI Xiaofang? Just a moment ago at the door, didn't you say our AI Xiaofang lacked discernment? If you're so discerning, why not have your husband prepare it for you? Before AI Xiaofang could respond, Li Lu stepped in to defend her. Earlier in the village, Min Hongying had been rather sarcastic. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, Li Lu was determined not to let it slip away. Haha, it's all in jest. Just jokes. Very well, I shall apologize to Xiaofang. I can offer 3 yuan per gene for the braised mountain chicken. Purchasing merely half a portion will suffice. Surely that is acceptable, Min Hongying said with a smile plastered on her face. Li Lu intended to continue her critique, but AI Xiaofang gently restrained her. Sister Min has already apologized. Let this matter rest, Xiao Lu. There's no need to pursue it further. After silencing Li Lu, AI Xiaofang turned her attention back to Min Hongying. Sister Min, as you can see, the braised mountain chicken is not my creation, it is prepared by my husband. Thus, the decision to sell or not lies solely with him. Min Hongying hastily directed a smile towards Guang Hao. Just as words escaped Guang Hao's lips, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Having referred to his wife, he now found it unacceptable to entertain the notion of selling their braised chicken. What gives you the right? Is it simply because of your imposing presence? My wife possesses a generous spirit, able to tolerate the idle chatter of you gossips. Yet I am renowned for my lack of patience. Should I hear anyone speak ill of my wife again, I shall not hesitate to confront them. Now leave. The astonishment was palpable among those present. They could hardly believe that the typically amiable Guang Hao had turned so swiftly. Min Hongying's face oscillated between red and pale as she contemplated retorting, yet the icy glare from Guang Hao quelled her bravado. She shrank away, retreating like a turtle into its shell. What in the world has come over Guang Hao? He was once so timid in our presence, and now he looks at me with fiery eyes, as if he seeks to tear me apart. I cannot provoke him. It would be wise to refrain from gossiping about AI Xiaofang in the future. After Min Hongying's departure, several seconds passed before Li Lu and AI Xiaofang regained their senses. Li Lu delivered a hearty slap on Guang Hao's back and raised her thumb in admiration. Bravo, brother Guang Hao. After knowing you for so long, you've finally shown your true colors as a man today. Well done. In the countryside, where entertainment is scarce, people often indulge in idle gossip. Without a figure to command respect at home, one is bound to become the subject of ridicule. Previously, Guang Hao had remained withdrawn, leaving AI Xiaofang vulnerable to such remarks. On numerous occasions, she had quietly shed tears over the harsh words, keeping her grievances to herself. However, with Min Hongying's mere insolence, Guang Hao had reacted fiercely. With such a stance, those gossips would think twice before speaking of AI Xiaofang again. A warmth enveloped AI Xiaofang's heart, but she gently tugged at Guang Hao's hand, advising him, Brother Guang Hao, do not be overly agitated. They merely enjoy exchanging words. It does not warrant such ire. No way. No one is permitted to speak ill of my wife. If anyone dares to utter a word against you, come and tell me, and I shall deal with them accordingly. Guang Hao's assertiveness was striking, and it made AI Xiaofang's eyes sparkle with admiration. After all, what woman does not cherish a man who stands resolutely in her defense? After the brief interlude involving Min Hongying, the Guang Hao family commenced their evening meal. The aroma of the braised mountain chicken was not only enticing, but also delectable upon tasting. Li Lu held a chicken's rear in her left hand and bit into the neck with her right, her mouth dripping with juices. This was not Guang Hao's way of teasing her by offering only the less desirable parts. Rather, the young lady simply relished these bits. Midway through dinner, however, AI Xiaofang felt a sudden wave of discomfort and rushed outside, unable to contain herself, and promptly vomited. The succulent chicken she had just consumed was now expelled, and tears welled in her eyes. Oh, how could she be so foolish, especially when Guang Hao had lovingly prepared such delicious braised mountain chicken for her? Seeing AI Xiaofang's distress, Li Lu anxiously set down her chicken parts. Despite AI Xiaofang's insistence that she refrain from informing Guang Hao, this marked the 4th time today she had been ill. How could one endure such repeated episodes? Regardless, she resolved to speak up, even if Xiaofang would resent her for it. She felt compelled to alert Guang Hao. Guang Hao, I believe you should take Xiaofang to the clinic for an examination, she urged. This isn't the first time she's been sick today. She has vomited 3 times already, indicating something must be amiss with her health. Upon witnessing AI Xiaofang's plight, Guang Hao was initially taken aback, scrambling for tissues and attempting to soothe her back. When he heard Li Lu's suggestion, he nodded without a moment's hesitation. All right, dear, rinse your mouth and rest for a while. We shall visit the clinic first thing in the morning. No, I'm truly fine, AI Xiaofang protested. Perhaps I've simply overindulged lately, and my stomach is reacting to the richness of the food. I can just make some congee later. There's no need for a clinic visit. AI Xiaofang was generally well, except for her aversion to hospitals. In her previous life, she had once suffered a high fever and, in a bid to avoid the hospital, pretended all was well and even went to work, only to faint and be taken to the clinic, nearly frightening her 5 brothers to death. Ultimately, Guang Hao found himself embroiled in the situation, receiving a reprimand from her brothers for failing to care for AI Xiaofang adequately. It was the first time he had ever been unjustly accused. To be candid, he had never anticipated AI Xiaofang would act so foolishly. Thus, upon hearing her refusal to visit the hospital, Guang Hao's eyes widened with concern. No, we must go. We will go first thing in the morning. You just vomited. You must be feeling unwell. I will help you to bed. Oh, I truly feel fine. I won't be able to sleep now anyway, AI Xiaofang replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Won't be able to sleep? What do you mean? Guang Hao pressed. Well, I'm actually quite hungry. Even though I just vomited, I still wish to eat something. Guang Hao, I promise I won't be sick again. Please, just let me have a little more to eat, AI Xiaofang pleaded. Her expression, one of vulnerability. Guang Hao furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. If she were genuinely unwell, she would have no appetite following her bout of vomiting. However, if her appetite remained robust, it generally indicated that her health was not in serious jeopardy. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The only circumstance that could elicit such a response was morning sickness from pregnancy. The timing aligns perfectly. Indeed, AI Xiaofang's health is impeccable. What she is experiencing is morning sickness. She is pregnant. Chapter 72. Brother-in-law, look at the treasure I've brought back. To confirm his suspicions, Guang Hao inquired about several signs of pregnancy, and to his delight, AI Xiaofang's symptoms matched perfectly. At this point, Guang Hao was entirely convinced that his wife was expecting. His worries dissipated, replaced by a broad smile. Based on the timeline, his wife had been pregnant for approximately 2 weeks, coinciding precisely with his return to this life. 2 weeks is still quite early, and given the outdated gynecological examinations, he decided to wait until their little one reached a month-old for a checkup. As for the morning sickness, it is a common occurrence in the initial 2 weeks, and it would soon pass. Hey, dear, there is nothing to worry about. We need not visit the hospital. However, do take care not to overexert yourself. Regarding the pigsty task assigned by the production team leader, let him know to assign you something else. If he resists, I will handle it, he reassured her. Knowing AI Xiaofang was pregnant filled Guang Hao with uncontainable joy. How could she be fine when she is throwing up like this? Li Lu questioned, perplexed. Really, there is nothing wrong. My ancestors were esteemed traditional Chinese doctors. I can discern her condition at a glance. In due time, you will understand. This is not just a trivial matter, but indeed, a great blessing, Guang Hao teased. His words left AI Xiaofang and Li Lu utterly bewildered. With such pronounced nausea, how could this possibly be good news? Yet, considering Guang Hao's lineage in medicine, perhaps there was merit to his claims. Moreover, seeing Guang Hao's concern for his wife's condition, if there were truly an issue, he would be the first to act. With this understanding, Li Lu chose not to press further, and they resumed their meal. AI Xiaofang's morning sickness made the oily Lu Shan chicken unappetizing to her, prompting Guang Hao to prepare a hearty bowl of lion's mane mushroom soup instead. Though light, the soup was both flavorful and tender, and crucially, after eating it, AI Xiaofang did not feel nauseous anymore. This reassured Li Lu that AI Xiaofang truly was all right. After dinner, Li Lu bid farewell and returned home, leaving the couple to tidy up the dining area. Guang Hao yearned to share the truth about AI Xiaofang's pregnancy with her, but ultimately hesitated. His wife had a strong aversion to hospitals. When the time came for a checkup, persuading her would likely be a challenge. It seemed wiser to wait until they were at the hospital to disclose the news, sparing her unnecessary anxiety. With this in mind, Guang Hao stifled his excitement, completed the household chores, and embraced his wife as they retired to bed. By 8 in the evening, while Guang Hao held AI Xiaofang, drifting in and out of slumber, he was suddenly disturbed by 2 beams of light flickering outside, preventing him from finding peace. Squinting, as he sat up in bed, a familiar loud voice called from outside. "Brother-in-law, are you asleep? Hurry and open the door. I've brought everything." Upon hearing that sound, Guang Hao's drowsiness dissipated considerably. What could his brother-in-law be doing here at such an ungodly hour? Fortunately, he had already had his fill today, so he wouldn't be disturbed. AI Xiaofang, still in a haze, stirred and softly inquired, "Why is my elder brother visiting at this late hour? Is something amiss?" Guang Hao lowered his head and gently pressed a kiss on his wife's sweet, tender lips. "I have no idea. I'll step outside to take a look. You haven't dressed yet, so just stay put." "All right," she replied. Throwing on some clothes and stifling a yawn, Guang Hao opened the door to the courtyard. As he did, 2 glaring beams of light shone directly into his face, nearly blinding him. "Ouch! Brother-in-law, are you a tiger? Don't shine that flashlight in my eyes." Guang Hao rubbed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. The flashlight from the 1970s was indeed quite formidable, the light painfully bright. "My apologies, I didn't realize it was so powerful," his brother-in-law said, quickly shifting the flashlight away as he entered, carrying a bamboo basket on his shoulder. Once the light was moved, Guang Hao could finally grasp the situation. Aside from his brother-in-law, Wang Laosan was also there. They must have just returned from another village, their pant legs caked with mud. Each of them was carrying 2 bamboo baskets. While the fish they had caught were gone, the baskets were still brimming with other treasures. "First, get me some water, and then something to eat. I'm famished and parched." Being family, his brother-in-law felt no need for pleasantries and promptly took a seat on a stool, directing Guang Hao. Unfazed, Guang Hao turned and entered the kitchen, soon emerging with a braised chicken and 2 large bowls of monkey head mushroom soup. "Everything's a bit cold. I didn't expect you to come by so late." "Make do with it," Guang Hao said as he handed the dishes to AI Guohua and Wang Laosan. Accustomed to hardship, the 2 rural men paid no mind to the temperature. They dug into the braised chicken and sipped the soup with the fervor of the famished, even swallowing the bones whole. "Wow, delicious. This is the best braised mountain chicken I've ever tasted," they exclaimed. "Indeed, Guang Hao, your culinary skills are remarkable. With this talent, you could easily be a chef at a state-run restaurant." They savored every bite, and within 10 minutes, the entire chicken and half a pot of soup had vanished. Satisfied and full, they pondered their departure. "It's late. You 2 can't stay here all night." Guang Hao, eager to return to the warmth of his bed and the fragrant embrace of his wife, had little desire to linger with these 2 solitary men. "Don't leave yet, brother-in-law. You haven't seen the treasures I brought back today," AI Guohua exclaimed, grabbing Guang Hao's sleeve as he attempted to leave. "What treasures? Can't we look tomorrow?" Guang Hao replied, uninterested. "Nothing could compare to the allure of my wife. Come on, just take a look." AI Guohua insisted with a chuckle. AI Guohua automatically disregarded Guang Hao's suggestion to defer until tomorrow, pulling him towards his basket and abruptly unveiling the waterproof cover that shrouded it. As the cover was lifted, the contents of the basket immediately came into view, brimming with a plethora of supplies: grains, oils, fabrics, shoes, and even a somewhat worn-out radio. "Where on earth did you scavenge this junk?" Guang Hao pondered. He wished to retreat to his slumber. Yet AI Guohua was resolute in his insistence that Guang Hao remain awake to hear the tales of these treasures' origins. With a rift having formed between Zheng Hongmei and Guang Hao, and her refusal to accept his catch, AI Guohua was left with no choice but to heed Guang Hao's wishes and venture to other villages to barter the fish for supplies. Initially, AI Guohua had little interest in the endeavor, as the residents of Xiaofang village were disinterested in exchanging fish, indicating that fish had become a decidedly lower-grade meat, unappealing to the masses. However, when he and Wang Laosan visited other villages and clarified the origins of the fish, they were nearly overwhelmed by the villagers eager to acquire them. The reason for the disinterest in fish within Xiaofang village stemmed from the fact that everyone had already tasted it. However, the residents of neighboring villages had not savored meat for several months. Consequently, AI Guohua and Wang Laosan found themselves besieged at the village entrance, engaged in trade until now, scarcely having paused to eat. Brother-in-law, just look at these 4 baskets of supplies. They are far more advantageous than my previous sales of fish to Xiaofang. And this radio, I traded 2 sturgeons for it. You adore such items, don't you? What do you think? AI Guohua exclaimed with fervent excitement. Seeing the enthusiasm on AI Guohua's face, Guang Hao, unwilling to dampen his spirits, nodded affirmatively. I like it. Is there anything else? If not, I'll return to my sleep. Like it? It's merely an old radio, hardly comparable to a single strand of my wife's hair. I yearn to return and embrace her in slumber. Ha! I knew you would appreciate it. Well, it's late. We shan't further intrude upon your couple's respite. These 2 baskets of supplies are yours. Please clear them out by morning so I can use the basket for fish. AI Guohua smiled. Wait, you can take these supplies. But I've already stated that the traded goods require no division. Keep them to enhance the lives of our uncles. I profit more from selling mountain goods than from your fish. I lack for nothing here, so take them back, Guang Hao replied. What do you mean by that? We agreed that the fish we catch would be divided equally. Your profits from mountain goods are your own affair. The division is a matter of principle that cannot be disregarded. We shall split the money, as well as the supplies. Accept them, or I shall be quite displeased. AI Guohua glared at Guang Hao with a dark expression, clearly displeased. This was the essence of AI Guohua. Despite his limited formal education and somewhat coarse demeanor, he adhered strictly to principles. What he said was absolute. Guang Hao found himself at a loss, ultimately accepting 2 bags of supplies. All right then, I shan't be polite any longer. Take your time on your way back. It's late, and I won't see you off. That's the spirit. Brother-in-law, make sure to rest early. I shall return tomorrow to exchange supplies and bring them over to you. Guang Hao's lips twitched in amusement. Bring more? There's barely any room left at home for this junk. Indeed, what others regarded as precious supplies held little value in Guang Hao's eyes, akin to mere refuse. Why was that? Because his life had ascended to an entirely different echelon. In this era, most people struggled to find sufficient food, let alone dine well. Their attire barely covered their bodies, with patched clothing considered fortunate. And mismatched sleeves were not uncommon. In stark contrast, Guang Hao's life was flourishing. Not only did he enjoy meat daily, but he also relished a variety of dishes. As for clothing, the patched garments that AI Xiaofang once wore had long since been discarded into the fire by Guang Hao, leaving her wardrobe brimming with new attire. Never mind. I'll wait for my wife to visit her family and let her take some back then. If I bring them myself, my eldest brother-in-law will surely be upset. If she takes them, her brothers will not dare to utter a word. The thought amused Guang Hao. The brothers of the AI family were fierce in the outside world. Yet before AI Xiaofang, they behaved like docile rabbits. It truly echoed the saying, one thing restrains another. In the ensuing days, Guang Hao's family continued to thrive. The wild boar herd from Ghost Head Mountain still lingered behind the hillside, preventing Guang Hao from venturing deeper into the mountains. Nevertheless, even without access to the inner mountains, his daily earnings, thanks to the monkey head mushrooms provided by the golden-haired monkey, remained no less than 200. Recently, AI Guohua had also been flourishing, daily collaborating with Wang Laosan to trade their fish catches with neighboring villages. Now, not only Guang Hao, but even his family enjoyed a daily serving of white rice. AI Guohua had become almost revered among his brothers-in-law. Naturally, AI Guohua often emphasized that this was not his achievement, but Guang Hao's, yet the brothers dismissed his claims with disdain. That pampered young master, incapable of lifting a finger, could catch so many fish? Ridiculous. Indeed, apart from the eldest brother-in-law, the others still held deep-seated stereotypes about Guang Hao. While Guang Hao's family thrived, others faced precarious circumstances, their fortunes dwindling day by day. Zheng Hongmei, initially a sales clerk who had secured her position through connections, was looked down upon by her peers. However, she unexpectedly stumbled upon fortune, taking over Guang Hao's fish business, which elevated her status within the supply cooperative significantly. Even manager Niu greeted her with a beaming smile. However, fate does not remain blind forever. It occasionally opens its eyes. Zheng Hongmei was oblivious to the circumstances that led to her falling out with Guang Hao. Consequently, her incompetence was laid bare. And even manager Niu's demeanor towards her grew increasingly unfavorable. Ha ha ha. One might wonder if this fellow is a fool, forsaking a lucrative fish business to sabotage others. Now, with everything gone awry, she resembles a deflated frog, which utterly amuses me. Indeed, During her partnership with Guang Hao, she believed he was the one seeking her favor, flaunting an attitude more grandiose than Manager Nio's. Now, however, he has completely disregarded her. Keep your voices down. She was just reprimanded yesterday. If she hears you whispering about her, it might infuriate her, someone cautioned. She deserves to be enraged. Always wearing a stern expression as if we owe her money. What a fool. At the supply and marketing cooperative, several salespeople were disparaging Zheng Hongmei, a testament to her poor reputation. Alone at the counter, she could overhear the gossip from the sales clerks, their voices slightly elevated. Yet, she remained silent, retreating into her shell, having already endured a severe tongue-lashing from Manager Nio. A single day without the fish business resulted in a loss of several hundred yuan. If not her, who else would be reprimanded? Nevertheless, Zheng Hongmei was perplexed as to why Guang Hao no longer came to purchase goods now that she had ceased their fish business. She had anticipated challenging him upon his return, demonstrating her capabilities to revive their previous fish dealings. Yet, Guang Hao now delivered mountain goods to the state-run restaurant and left without sparing a glance in her direction. Without his patronage, Zheng Hongmei found herself utterly powerless against him. From once being steadfast in her resolve to now feeling utterly disoriented, she had exhausted all means to influence Guang Hao. As she spiraled into her thoughts, Zhang Yimou suddenly approached. Sister Hongmei, Manager Nio is looking for you. He wants you to go to the second floor. The mention of Manager Nio made Zheng Hongmei's face pale instantly. Oh no, here comes another round of scolding. Reluctantly, she ascended to the second floor and cautiously glanced at Manager Nio, who wore a countenance as dark as a stormy sea, his gaze fixed on her as if she were a criminal. Zheng Hongmei, how should I address you? He began. Today, several clients inquired about the fish. Without Guang Hao's catch, we are losing at least several hundred yuan daily. Are you prepared to compensate for these losses? As expected, the moment Zheng Hongmei arrived on the second floor, Manager Nio wasted no time in berating her. She felt as though her head might vanish into her waistband as she softly replied, Manager Nio, you cannot blame me for this. I understand how crucial the fish business is. A few days ago, I approached Guang Hao and even apologized personally. But not only did he refuse to accept it, he incited onlookers to consider reporting me to the commune. What else could I do? Zheng Hongmei would have been better off remaining silent about the matter. Once she spoke, it provoked Niu Ping's ire to the point where he almost succumbed to the impulse of striking her. Acknowledging her mistake, yet daring to demand that others leave was beyond audacity. I had once thought Zheng Hongmei possessed intelligence, but it turns out she is merely a fool with a modicum of cleverness, utterly incapable of discerning right from wrong. You imbecile, may your foolishness consume you. Apologizing as you do is hardly commendable. Frankly, Zheng Hongmei, were it not for your cousin, I would have expelled you from the supply and marketing cooperative long ago. You are truly an insufferable liability. Niu Ping's frustration was palpable, his nostrils flaring with indignation. Upon hearing Niu Ping's intention to cast her out of the cooperative, Zheng Hongmei was immediately thrown into a panic. She hurried to his side, grasping his hand in desperation. I was wrong, truly wrong, Manager Niu. Please do not dismiss me. I would give all my family's possessions for this job. If you let me go, I will be left with nothing. Manager Niu, please. Tell me how to rectify this situation, and I shall comply with whatever you suggest. I promise to behave obediently from now on. Zheng Hongmei had secured her position as a saleswoman through her cousin's connections. It was ludicrous to think that after committing such a grave error, Manager Niu would still retain her. It was nothing short of a jest. Manager Niu felt an exasperation every time he laid eyes on Zheng Hongmei. Yet the thought of her cunning cousin brought a heavy sigh to his lips. Very well, I will assist you one last time. This time, I shall accompany you to apologize in person. You must earn Guang Hao's forgiveness and persuade him to sell us the catch again. Should you present yourself with that arrogant demeanor once more, you may as well gather your belongings and leave. Zheng Hongmei trembled violently, shaking her head fervently. I assure you, I won't display such arrogance again. As long as you don't dismiss me, I will do whatever you ask. Even if it means kneeling and calling Guang Hao daddy, I will comply. The village of Xiaofang was abuzz with excitement today, for a liberation truck had arrived, laden with supplies. However, the contents were of little significance compared to the individuals seated atop the truck. Cramped within were 3 people, aside from the driver. The other 2 were none other than Niu Ping and Zheng Hongmei. The villagers of Xiaofang were no strangers to these 2. Zheng Hongmei, originally from Xiaofang, had inexplicably struck a fortunate turn of fate, becoming a saleswoman at the supply and marketing cooperative in Shilong Town. With this coveted position, she had secured a stable livelihood that made the villagers envious. As for Niu Ping, his title as the cooperative's manager spoke volumes. In the absence of the store owner, he wielded the most authority within the cooperative. Given that this cooperative was the sole one serving the surrounding villages, it was evident how high his standing was in the eyes of the villagers. The arrival of these two prominent figures sent ripples of anxiety throughout Xiaofang, prompting Niu Shan to hastily summon several charming young women to ensure a proper reception, lest they offend such esteemed guests. Manager Niu and salesman Zheng, what brings you to our Xiaofang village today? Although Niu Shan holds the title of village head, in terms of hierarchical standing, he is actually a notch below Niu Ping. Coupled with the fact that he manages the supply and marketing cooperative, Niu Shan addresses him with a level of respect. We have come today to seek someone and would appreciate the village head guiding us, Niu Ping stated calmly. Upon hearing that they were looking for someone, the villagers of Xiaofang village were instantly taken aback. These two prominent figures had ventured from Longkou town to Xiaofang village to seek an individual who in Xiaofang village possesses such significance that these two would personally come to find them. Perhaps they were not merely searching for someone, but rather seeking trouble? The villagers exchanged glances, all sharing the same thought. Consider this. Niu Ping is the manager of the supply and marketing cooperative, a quintessential civil servant. Moreover, Xiaofang village falls under the jurisdiction of the Longkou town supply and marketing cooperative. If he needed to find someone, he could simply notify the cooperative without the necessity of coming in person. The villagers were not alone in their thoughts. Niu Shan harbored similar concerns. Who could Niu manager be seeking that warranted such a grand display? Niu Shan inquired uneasily. Niu Ping, oblivious to the speculations swirling in Niu Shan's mind, was solely focused on locating Guang Hao and reviving the fish trade. I am looking for Guang Hao. Just guide me there, he replied. Guang Hao. Niu Shan's eyes widened slightly. What trouble had that lad stirred up to attract Niu Ping's attention? Manager Niu, Guang Hao is not actually from our Xiaofang village. He is a youth sent down from the city, Niu Shan remarked, holding a favorable impression of Guang Hao, who frequently borrowed his bicycle and often slipped him a pack of cigarettes. Thus, he sought to protect Guang Hao by revealing his identity as a youth from the city, hoping to invoke some caution in Niu Ping. However, Niu Ping was not inclined to consider that. He frowned, growing increasingly displeased with Niu Shan's hesitance. What does his status as a youth have to do with anything? I am asking where his home is. Do you know him or not? If not, find someone who does. Does anyone know where Guang Hao's family lives? Step forward and guide us. The villagers had already misconstrued Niu Ping's intentions, and now witnessing his rising anger, they were even more convinced that he had come to confront Guang Hao. Even Guang Hao's identity as a youth from the city could not save him this time. He was in serious trouble. What has Guang Hao done this time to provoke Manager Niu into taking such action? I don't know, but he leaves early and returns late every day. His movements are indeed suspicious. By the way, do you remember how AI Guohua catches so many fish to sell? He claims he sells them to the cooperative. Yet he has been running around other villages these past few days. Now that Manager Niu has arrived, what could this mean? Damn it, what else could it mean? It's clear that Guang Hao and AI Guohua have been engaging in shady dealings, and Manager Niu has caught them in the act. I had warned him before. He could just catch a few fish for himself, but now he is in trouble for his speculative dealings. That could lead to imprisonment. Imprisonment? I heard someone mention that if caught, they might be executed on the spot. Is that true? Indeed, it is true. My aunt's elder uncle's sister-in-law's brother-in-law happens to be a police officer. This spells trouble. AI Guohua and Guang Hao are surely doomed to face execution. In a matter of mere sentences, the conversation spiraled into absurdity. I know where Guang Hao's family resides. Allow me to guide you. Just then, a plump middle-aged woman suddenly raised her hand amidst the crowd. Min Hongying, having been severely reprimanded by Zhang the butcher last night for failing to procure stewed chicken, was already displeased with Guang Hao. To her surprise, she discovered that Niu Ping had come to apprehend him. Without hesitation, she raised her hand to lead the way. Upon seeing someone willing to guide them, Niu Ping nodded with a smile. Come, step forward. Tell Xiao Tai how to get there. With Min Hongying at the helm, the liberation truck began its slow advance towards Guang Hao's home. Reflecting on Niu Ping's demeanor and the villagers' chatter, Niu Shan felt an acute sense of urgency. He waved his hand and called his son over. Quickly, ride your bicycle to inform AI Xiaofang and her brothers that someone is coming to execute Guang Hao. They must flee at once. Chapter 75. Who dares to harm my man? I shall fight back fiercely. Today, AI Xiaofang and Li Lu were weeding in the field. With the busy farming season still a ways off, their recent tasks were relatively light. Pulling weeds and turning the soil could be managed in half a day without much exertion. However, AI Xiaofang's focus was clearly elsewhere, her eyes frequently darting towards the ridge of the field. "What are you gazing at over there, Xiaofang?" "You've been staring since this morning," Li Lu inquired, intrigued by her distracted demeanor. "Nothing in particular," AI Xiaofang replied, glancing at the sun overhead and muttering softly. "Why hasn't it reached noon yet? I feel rather hungry." "Xiaofang, it's only 10 in the morning. How can you be hungry so soon?" Li Lu exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and a teasing expression crept onto her face. "Oh, I see. You're not hungry at all, are you? This morning, you arrived clutching a food container, grinning like a fool. Let me guess, did Guang Hao prepare lunch for you today?" AI Xiaofang's eyes widened, her rosy lips parted in shock, her expression adorably bewildered. If Guang Hao were present, he would undoubtedly want to steal a kiss from her. "How did you guess so accurately? Were you lurking outside my house, spying on me?" "Please." Li Lu waved her hand dismissively. "I have no interest in watching you and Guang Hao being all lovey-dovey. It's evident that your heart is solely occupied with him." A little thought would lead anyone to the same conclusion. AI Xiaofang chuckled foolishly. "What can I say? Today, Guang Hao has been exceptionally kind to me. He rose at 5 this morning, before dawn, to prepare porridge for me. I must tell you, the porridge he made today was simply delightful. The lion's mane mushroom stew was so exquisitely tender that with each bite, I felt an overwhelming desire to swallow my tongue along with it. Moreover, Brother Guang Hao truly possessed remarkable skills. The porridge he prepared was so delightful that I had not felt nauseous even once today." As I watched AI Xiaofang chatter incessantly, her eyes sparkling with excitement, Li Lu found herself at a loss for words. Typically, conversing with AI Xiaofang was akin to trying to extract a sound from a stone. She was notoriously tight-lipped. However, the mere mention of Guang Hao seemed to unlock a floodgate within her, leading to an unending stream of praise. Yes. We all know that Brother Guang Hao is the best, and his culinary prowess is unparalleled. Coincidentally, the white steamed buns I brought for lunch were rather bland. Perhaps you could spare me half of your lovingly prepared porridge?" AI Xiaofang immediately widened her eyes, resembling a small rabbit guarding its food. "No way. This was made by Brother Guang Hao, who woke up at 5 to prepare it for me. I can hardly bear to eat it myself." "You stingy creature. Just ask him to make you another batch when you return." "I simply cannot. We are such dear friends. I might consider sharing a single spoonful." As AI Xiaofang and Li Lu were engaged in their playful banter, a sudden, jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. The two friends turned to see Niu Bo, the fourth son of village chief Niu, anxiously calling out to AI Xiaofang from his bicycle. "AI Xiaofang, you must hurry home. Your Guang Hao and your brother AI Guohua have been discovered for engaging in illicit trade. The supply and marketing cooperative's Niu Ping is on his way to arrest them. And I heard they might even face execution. You need to go back and help them escape." Boom. It was as if thunder had struck from a clear sky. AI Xiaofang was rendered speechless by the sudden news. This morning, Guang Hao had risen early to prepare a nourishing lion's mane mushroom porridge for his wife, using a rich broth made from the colorful mountain chicken. Despite being just porridge, it was still highly nutritious. His wife was experiencing severe pregnancy symptoms and needed to avoid overly greasy foods, so their dietary habits had to change for the time being. He planned to venture into the mountains later to find suitable, nourishing foods for her during her pregnancy and provide her with proper care. Determined, Guang Hao did not head to the mountains immediately. Instead, he took his tools and began to work on the golden silk Namu wood. The Luohan bed was completed in its entirety, with intricately carved dragon and phoenix designs adorning its three-sided curtains, making it extraordinarily beautiful. In a few decades, this bed might very well become a priceless treasure, with plenty of golden silk Nanmu wood still remaining after finishing the Luohan bed. And adhering to the principle of not wasting materials, Guang Hao decided to craft a wardrobe from the leftover wood. Their current wardrobe was dilapidated, riddled with holes gnawed by mice. All of AI Xiaofang's old clothes had been burned, leaving only her new garments inside. If the mice were to invade and ruin them, AI Xiaofang would surely be heartbroken. With this thought in mind, Guang Hao skillfully began to gather wood to construct the wardrobe. Just as he was immersed in his work, a cacophony of noise erupted outside. Looking up, he saw a large liberation truck slowly approaching his direction, trailed by a number of curious villagers. They were animatedly gesturing and discussing something. But Guang Hao could not discern their words due to the distance and the truck's thunderous roar. Before long, a large truck arrived at Guang Hao's doorstep, swaying as it approached. The cabin door swung open, and 4 individuals emerged: Zhang Tai, Min Hongying, Zheng Hongmei, and Yo Ping. Leading the group was Min Hongying, her face adorned with a smug smile. "Guang Hao, you are done for this time," she taunted. Guang Hao, perplexed, wondered why he was supposedly doomed. However, he was even more puzzled by the presence of Zheng Hongmei and Yo Ping. Just as he was about to inquire about their intentions, a furious shout erupted from behind him. "You villains, step away. No one is allowed to harm my man." Accompanied by the shout, a long bamboo pole pierced through the air like a spear. The crowd quickly dispersed, but Min Hongying was caught off guard and was struck in the waist, collapsing to the ground in agony. Yet, AI Xiaofang, brandishing the spear-like bamboo pole, showed no concern for her well-being. With fierce determination, she swung the pole, forcing Yo Ping and the others to retreat, and then rushed to stand protectively in front of Guang Hao, baring her teeth like a mother tiger defending her cub. "Whoever dares to touch my man, I will fight to the death." With the bamboo pole held firmly, she shielded Guang Hao, sunlight casting a golden glow upon her, making her appear as if she were cloaked in radiant light, her dark braided hair billowing in the wind. In that moment, she resembled a legendary warrior goddess. It was remarkable. Ordinarily, AI Xiaofang was soft and meek, but now her fierce display created a striking contrast. If it weren't for the crowd's presence, Guang Hao would have pulled his little wife into his embrace and showered her with kisses. His valiant little wife was truly stunning. "Enough with the fighting. With me here. You won't need to risk your life." What on earth is happening? Guang Hao was still bewildered. AI Xiaofang gripped the bamboo pole tightly, akin to a general with her weapon. Tears streamed down her face, yet her voice was unwavering. "They are all bad people. They have come to execute you, Guang Hao. You must hurry and escape while I hold them off." "What do you mean, execute me? What have I done?" Chapter 76. If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? After over 10 minutes of communication between the two parties, the misunderstanding was finally resolved. Yo Ping, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, spoke up. "Comrade AI Xiaofang, could you please put down the bamboo pole? We are not here to execute Comrade Guang Hao. I'm merely a manager at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and I have no such authority." He continued, "We have come to apologize sincerely. Look at what's in the truck. These are all gifts we brought for Comrade Guang Hao as compensation." Upon hearing this, all the villagers present were astounded. Even Min Hongying, who was writhing on the ground in pain, momentarily forgot her suffering. "What? You are here to apologize? Is this for real?" someone exclaimed. "But you are Manager Nyo of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Why would you apologize to Guang Hao?" Another added in disbelief. "Exactly. What kind of identity does Guang Hao possess that would warrant an apology from Manager Nyo?" "Incredible, truly incredible." Min Hongying clutched her waist, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate a salted duck egg. Is it not astonishing that such a frail youth, incapable of bearing burdens, merits the personal apology of a figure of your stature? Who exactly is Guang Hao? Amidst the astonished murmurs of the villagers, Niu Ping approached Guang Hao with a broad smile. "Comrade Guang Hao, it is clear that our comrade Zheng Hongmei has erred. On one hand, she failed to provide an adequate price for your catch, and on the other hand, her service attitude left much to be desired. We understand that this situation has significantly impacted you, so I have brought her here to sincerely apologize. I hope you can overlook past grievances, and we can resolve this amicably. What do you say, Comrade Guang Hao?" After speaking, Niu Ping cast a glance at Zheng Hongmei, who promptly understood and stepped forward. Without hesitation, she stood before Guang Hao and bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Dear brother Guang Hao, I have come to fully recognize my mistakes regarding the last incident, and I sincerely hope you can forgive me. If you grant me your forgiveness, I assure you that I will never trouble you again. Your catches will be my priority, and I shall offer you the highest prices. Brother Guang Hao, please forgive me. I truly comprehend my errors." The manager of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative personally came to apologize, and Zheng Hongmei, as one of the 8 key personnel, bowed deeply in humility. This scene left the already astonished villagers even more astounded. Goodness, is this truly Zheng Hongmei? Every time I visited the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, she was as haughty as could be, yet now she is as meek as a child. Guang Hao is indeed impressive. Indeed, Zheng Hongmei pales in comparison. Niu Ping is the real heavyweight. Did you not notice how even our village chief treats him with utmost respect? The fact that he personally came to apologize to Guang Hao is nothing short of extraordinary. I had suspected that Guangxi was no ordinary individual. His first visit to our production team was in a vehicle, a privilege few enjoy. Just look at the gifts Niu Ping brought, items worth several $100s. We must treat Comrade Guangxi with the utmost courtesy. His capabilities are beyond what we, mere peasants, can comprehend. Amidst their astonishment, the villagers expressed deep envy towards Guang Hao. With Niu Ping's personal apology, Zheng Hongmei's bow, and the generous gifts, their sincerity was palpable. For an ordinary person, regardless of past grievances, such gestures would suffice to mend fences. However, for Guang Hao, these offerings held little value. Wang Daqiang's attempts to bully his wife had crossed Guang Hao's line. Zheng Hongmei's desire to act as an accomplice would demand a dire reckoning. Guang Hao was never one to exhibit saintly mercy. On the contrary, he adhered to a singular principle when dealing with enemies: to annihilate them utterly, ensuring they could never rise again. If you wish for my forgiveness, there is no need for such elaborate gestures. Simply agree to one condition, Manager Niu, and I shall immediately restore our cooperation with your cooperative, Guang Hao stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Manager Niu was visibly elated, his eyebrows dancing with delight. He raised an eyebrow at Zheng Hongmei, as if to say, see, with my intervention, this was effortlessly secured. Zheng Hongmei, not one to hold back, gave him a thumbs up, expressing her admiration. Although the matter was not yet finalized, the two of them began to celebrate. Comrade Guang Hao, what conditions do you desire? Rest assured, as long as I am able and within the bounds of the law, I shall agree to any terms, Manager Niu proclaimed grandly. Do not worry, you will certainly be able to comply with this, and it will be lawful as well. So please, state your request. My condition is simple. If you wish for me to sell the fish catch to you again, you must dismiss Zheng Hongmei. Dismiss her? That is a trivial matter. You can simply say the word. Niu Ping finally registered the gravity of Guang Hao's demand, his eyes wide with disbelief. Dismissing Zheng Hongmei, Manager Niu. Are your ears faulty? Can you not hear me even at this distance? Guang Hao reiterated. The smile on Niu Ping's face instantly vanished, while Zheng Hongmei's expression darkened to that of a brooding storm cloud. Comrade Guang Hao, we have come here today to offer our apologies and make amends. Surely our sincerity has been sufficiently demonstrated. Your grievances with Zheng Hongmei are not irreconcilable. Can we not simply step back and find a resolution without escalating matters to this extent? Niu Ping implored. If apologies were effective, then what purpose would law enforcement serve? If I were to stab you today, would a few gifts in the evening suffice for your forgiveness? That is utterly absurd, Guang Hao retorted, his gaze shifting to Zheng Hongmei. Zheng Hongmei, as the third aunt of Wang Daqiang, you should not expect my forgiveness. Unless she is dismissed, I shall never sell my fish catch to the supply and marketing cooperative again. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hongmei's heart sank. She dropped her facade and glared at Guang Hao, her temper flaring. You little brat, are you asking for trouble? Do you believe I want to have my nephew come over and deal with you directly? How dare you think you can have me? Zheng Hongmei dismissed. You should know I have connections. The cooperative will not falter without your fish catch. Just wait. I will make sure you regret this. In the face of Zheng Hongmei's fierce words, Guang Hao shrugged indifferently. See, such a capricious individual. One who turns on others at a whim, expects my forgiveness? Dream on. Niu Ping furrowed his brow tightly, unable to fathom that the animosity between Guang Hao and Zheng Hongmei ran this deep. Just as he weighed the pros and cons and pondered his next move, a bicycle sped towards them at breakneck speed. The rider, Zhang Yamo, shouted even before coming to a stop. Manager Niu, there is serious trouble. You must return at once. Something significant has occurred at the cooperative. Chapter 77, The Buddha's Hand Yam. What calamity had befallen the cooperative, Guang Hao did not know. But after a brief exchange of whispers with Manager Niu, the latter's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded Guang Hao and Zheng Hongmei, summoning Zhang Tai to drive away immediately. As Manager Niu and his companions departed, AI Xiaofang finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. She cast aside the bamboo pole in her hand and, as if fearing that Guang Hao might vanish, turned to embrace him tightly, holding him close. AI Xiaofang's grip was so fervent that Guang Hao felt a slight discomfort. Yet, he did not extricate himself from her embrace. Instead, he gently caressed her little head. Do not be afraid, I will be just fine. These people cannot harm me, and for the rest of my life, I shall take good care of you. So fret not. You said it yourself, we made a pinky promise. Aren't we just children, still needing to make pinky promises? I don't care. We must make a pinky promise. All right, pinky promise, 100 years without changing. Guang Hao and AI Xiaofang unabashedly displayed their affection, prompting the onlooking villagers to discreetly disperse. Even Min Hongying, who had been jabbed with a bamboo pole and was struggling to rise, found a stick to lean on as she made her way home. The situation was daunting. Guang Hao's status was truly intimidating. Not only did Niu Ping personally come to apologize, but Guang Hao also chose to disregard him completely. How foolish he had been to once belittle AI Xiaofang, claiming she lacked discernment by choosing a city-dwelling wastrel. Yet, it turned out that he was anything but a wastrel. He was indeed a true gentleman. Henceforth, Min Hongying resolved to keep her distance from AI Xiaofang. She simply could not afford to provoke her. After providing ample comfort to his beloved wife and uttering kind words, Guang Hao finally managed to free himself from her embrace. AI Xiaofang resumed her work, while Guang Hao seized the opportunity to hasten his way to Ghost Head Mountain. If he were to be entangled with his wife all day, he would be unable to provide anything for Wang Fugui. The state-run restaurant was flourishing, and if he were to take an unexcused day off, Wang Fugui would undoubtedly fix him with a mournful gaze the following day. Upon reaching Ghost Head Mountain, Guang Hao first set about redoing the bird traps outside and scattered some bait. After completing this task, he ambled toward the waterhole in search of the big water buffalo. The buffalo had developed a tacit understanding with Guang Hao. It awaited his arrival at the waterhole each day. Upon seeing Guang Hao finally approach, the buffalo eagerly ambled over, displaying affection akin to that of a domesticated pet. It did not resist being patted or even mounted. On one occasion, when Guang Hao whimsically tied a rope around its neck, the buffalo did not protest. Of course, while one could tie the rope at will and lead it around casually, the moment Guang Hao attempted to take it down the mountain, the buffalo would vehemently refuse, exhibiting various forms of resistance. Guang Hao, lacking the brute strength to contend with a creature weighing over a ton, had yet to succeed in bringing it down. He believed he merely needed an opportunity. If he could enter the inner mountain and discover the reason the buffalo lingered there, he should be able to lead it down. The inner mountain, just the thought of it made Guang Hao yearn for his 98K. Moreover, that wretched herd of wild boars was still occupying the hillside nearby. Last time, Guang Hao visited the area, he noticed that a group of wild boars had even excavated a nest, clearly indicating their fondness for the land and intentions to settle there. Without a hunting rifle, it would be impossible to capture even the previous antelope, let alone the formidable water buffalo. With this thought in mind, Guang Hao decisively abandoned the water buffalo and began to stride towards the spruce forest. The pursuit of fortune, the acquisition of a firearm. Upon arriving at the spruce forest, he found a friend awaiting him. The golden-haired monkey, Xiaolong, had recently developed a rapidly growing bond with Guang Hao. Having raised a golden-haired monkey in his previous life, he found the prospect of nurturing another in this lifetime utterly familiar. Each day, he would bring her treats, and now, upon seeing Guang Hao, the monkey erupted into exuberant leaps and bounds. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The golden-haired monkey jumped onto Guang Hao's shoulders and began to play with his hair, a sign of affection among monkeys, indicating that Xiaolong regarded him as family. Guang Hao affectionately patted her head and retrieved a bag of rice cakes from his pocket. In his past life, Xiao Wei had a fondness for them, and it turned out that Xiaolong shared the same delight, munching on the rice cakes with abandon, indifferent even to the offer of bananas in exchange. Delighted by Guang Hao's offerings, the golden-haired monkey appeared even more jubilant. After satisfying Xiaolong, Guang Hao embarked on his labor, diligently harvesting over 40 pounds of monkey head mushrooms in just 1 hour. Once he finished gathering the mushrooms, he noted that there was still ample time. So he refrained from immediately heading to the outer mountain to collect his traps and continued to explore the area. AI Xiaofang was pregnant and could not consume overly greasy foods, so he sought a balanced and wholesome mountain delicacy to nourish her. Strolling a few steps along the spruce forest, he quickly identified his target. It was a cluster of heart-shaped green leaves, growing along a vine that entwined through the lushness of the forest. Guang Hao recognized it at once as the vine of wild yam. Wild yam may not be considered a rare mountain treasure, but it is commonly found in many locales. Despite its ordinary status, wild yam is highly nutritious and suitable for consumption by individuals of all ages, from an 80-year-old grandmother to a 1-year-old child. Given AI Xiaofang's condition, this wild yam was an ideal choice. Following the vine, Guang Hao located the root and began to excavate with a small hoe he retrieved from his bamboo basket. The more he dug, the more he sensed something amiss. This wild yam was exceedingly large. He had already unearthed a pit with a diameter exceeding 1 meter. Yet he still had not reached the main body of the yam. I refuse to believe you can grow any larger. Guang Hao gritted his teeth and buried his head to continue digging. Xiaofang, having filled her belly, tilted her head and watched Guang Hao toil away at the earth. Finding it amusing, she even procured a small stick to join him in his excavation. Together, they labored for over an hour before finally unearthing the main body of the wild yam. Guang Hao's body ached. He realized that he had not encountered an ordinary yam, but rather the legendary high mountain Buddha's hand yam. Div data Fankiadip image source user. The Buddha's hand yam can now be cultivated artificially. The Buddha's hand yam, as its name suggests, resembles a hand. Aside from the main trunk, it possesses numerous branches. Typically, a Buddha's hand yam weighs about 3 to 4 pounds, while those weighing 5 to 6 pounds are referred to as the king of yams. However, Guang Hao's specimen, with its main trunk alone exceeding 20 pounds, promises to surpass 50 pounds once the remaining branches are unearthed. This is remarkably exaggerated. Much like ginseng, the medicinal properties of yams improve with age. To achieve a weight of over 50 pounds, how many years must it have taken to grow? Glancing at the sun, Guang Hao realized it was nearing 4 o'clock, leaving him little time. Reluctantly, he broke the main trunk of the yam and placed it into his bamboo basket, deciding to leave the branches behind, hoping they would continue to grow for future harvests. Together, the lion's mane mushrooms and yams weighed over 60 pounds, approaching 70. Upon reaching the outer mountain, Guang Hao found today's bounty to be equally plentiful. He had captured nearly 20 colorful mountain chickens, adding approximately 60 more pounds to his haul. Altogether, the mountain goods exceeded 130 pounds, presenting Guang Hao with a formidable challenge as he struggled to carry it all alone. In the end, Guang Hao devised a plan. He placed the wild yam at the bottom of the bamboo basket, followed by the lion's mane mushrooms. With no room left for the colorful mountain chickens, he had no choice but to string them together, dragging them back at a leisurely pace. After much toil, Guang Hao was exhausted but finally managed to return with his impressive collection, leaving some of the mountain goods at home. He hurried to borrow a bicycle from the village chief and quickly transported the goods to Wang Fugui. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the state-run restaurant, he discovered the nearby supply and marketing cooperative teeming with people. This time, not only was there a crowd, but he also spotted several police cars and even a black Hongqi sedan. The arrival of the Hongqi sedan signaled the presence of high-ranking officials from the city. And given the commotion, combined with the ominous news Zhang Yamo had brought earlier, Guang Hao couldn't help but feel curious about the scandalous events transpiring at the cooperative. Chapter 78, Expired Pork Kills. Guang Hao approached the supply and marketing cooperative, where Wang Fugui and a large group of employees were already waiting outside. Upon seeing him, they rushed over. "Ah, my brother Guang Hao, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting for your mountain goods to go into the pot. It's almost boiling over." "Oh, my apologies. This morning, I was delayed by Niu Ping and Zheng Hongmei," Guang Hao explained, gesturing toward the cooperative. "What has happened over there? Why are even the city officials here?" Wang Fugui, who was busy assisting with the mountain goods, trembled upon hearing that Niu Ping and Zheng Hongmei had come looking for Guang Hao. "Brother Guang Hao, Niu Ping and Zheng Hongmei came to find you today. What could they possibly want?" "There is nothing much to say. I have come here to offer my sincerest apologies, hoping that I might continue to provide them with my catch," Guang Hao explained. "However, I did not acquiesce. As long as Zheng Hongmei remains at the supply and marketing cooperative, I shall withhold my fish catch from them. I cannot believe that Niu Ping can endure this for Zheng Hongmei indefinitely. The income from the fish catch is substantial, nearly 100 yuan daily. In an era where the average wage is merely a few coins, the profits are tantalizingly enticing. Guang Hao is evidently lacking in funds to purchase firearms. Why, then, does he persist in suppressing the fish catch? His true aim is to ensure that Zheng Hongmei loses her position. He intends to deal with Wang Daqiang in the future, and Zheng Hongmei, being his close relative, will undoubtedly create obstacles for him. If he is to handle Wang Daqiang, he must eliminate all of his minions as well. Therefore, Guang Hao, even at the cost of forsaking short-term profits, must remove Zheng Hongmei. Upon hearing Guang Hao's explanation, Wang Fugui exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. It is good that he did not agree. Had he done so, he would have found himself in significant trouble today. Wang Fugui, quietly elucidated the reasons to Guang Hao. Ultimately, everything circles back to the expired pork incident from a week prior. Last time, Zhang Tai had delivered spoiled pork, which had begun to rot, prompting Wang Fugui to outright refuse acceptance. Zhang Tai had even threatened Wang Fugui, but fortunately, Guang Hao supported him, allowing Wang Fugui to evade the threat and successfully secure the rights to purchase mountain goods from Guang Hao. Subsequently, thanks to Guang Hao's fresh and delectable mountain products, the state-run restaurant thrived, receiving frequent commendations from higher authorities. However, while the state-run restaurant made the right decision, the supply and marketing cooperative stumbled grievously. The pork had spoiled, yet Zheng Hongmei, in her avarice for small profits, purchased all of it without any processing, selling it directly to the unsuspecting customers. The consequences were dire. Several individuals fell gravely ill after consuming Zheng Hongmei's expired pork, with a dozen being rushed to the hospital. Over a week later, among the patients, 6 were saved, while the remaining 7 perished. The sudden loss of 7 lives, even in that era, was a significant event. A special task force was established to investigate the matter. But in the 1970s, with medical knowledge still rudimentary, they struggled to determine the cause for quite some time. Ultimately, it was the coroner's autopsy of the victims that revealed the expired pork, and upon cross-referencing with the survivors, it was discovered that they had all purchased pork from the supply and marketing cooperative. At last, the truth emerged. Consequently, the task force and the Jiaqing City Bureau swiftly arrived to conduct rigorous interrogations of the cooperative. Anyone who had come into contact with the expired pork faced the sternest consequences. It is unjust. I am truly innocent. How was I to know that this pork could be fatal? Had I known, I would never have sold it to anyone. Please, do not apprehend me. I am genuinely wronged. Just as Wang Fugui clarified the circumstances to Guang Hao, 2 officers clad in olive green emerged, dragging the shouting and protesting Zheng Hongmei. Her hair was disheveled, and her wrists were shackled, struggling like a worm in desperation. Yet her efforts were futile. The officers treated her as if she were a mere chick, forcefully ushering her into the police vehicle. Be sensible, Mayor, who has already conducted a thorough investigation. You should just confess, they admonished. Zheng Hongmei continued to resist vigorously, and at that moment, her gaze fell upon Guang Hao, akin to a drowning person clutching at a last straw of hope. Without regard for whether Guang Hao could assist her, she reached out, pleading, Guang Hao, my brother. Please explain to the officers. I truly did not intend for this to happen. You were there that day. I had no idea that the pork would be fatal. Guang Hao, bewildered, could only respond with disbelief. What? You're calling for my help? Are you out of your mind? This has nothing to do with me. The officers forcibly placed the noisy Zheng Hongmei into the police vehicle and approached Guang Hao with stern expressions. Realizing he had become a suspect, Guang Hao hurriedly clarified, Officers, do not heed Zheng Hongmei's wild claims. I have no connection with her. I was present when they bought the pork, but I advised against it. This is not my fault. Wang Fugui understood the gravity of the situation. With 7 lives lost, the mayor himself had arrived. The supply and marketing cooperative faced imminent scrutiny. And if Guang Hao became embroiled in this mess, it would spell disaster. He quickly interjected, Indeed, that day Zhang Tai tried to force me into buying expired pork. But it was brother Guang Hao who stopped me and promised to provide me with mountain goods. I have had no contact with Zhang Tai since because of this incident. With Wang Fugui's explanation, the officer's demeanor softened somewhat, yet they still patted Guang Hao on the shoulder. Apologies, comrade, but this matter is of great significance. You'll need to accompany us for further clarification with the mayor. Guang Hao glanced at Wang Fugui, who nodded in affirmation, leaving Guang Hao with no choice but to comply. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, Guang Hao was struck by the oppressive atmosphere. The counters had been moved aside, and the sales staff huddled on the ground. Pallid and fearful, Mayor Hu and the director of the municipal police had both arrived, seated at the main table with faces as grim as thunder. Niu Ping and Zhang Tai knelt on the floor, clearly awaiting a fate not dissimilar to that of Zheng Hongmei. Upon seeing another young man brought in by the police, Mayor Hu's already dark expression deepened further. What is going on? Could there be additional individuals involved? He queried. Report. This comrade is named Guang Hao, a participant in the pork incident. According to him, he did not engage in the sale of expired pork, but rather advised manager Wang of the state-run restaurant against purchasing it. As a participant in this event, he has been brought in for your routine investigation. Mayor, the officer reported succinctly. Hearing this, Mayor Hu's expression softened slightly. As merely a bystander, it suffices to remain uninvolved in the matter at hand. This incident has wrought exceedingly detrimental consequences, and if too many individuals become entangled, even he must face criticism and admonition. Fear not, young man, simply recount for us the events of that day, as Mayor Hu calmly suggested. Guang Hao, without reservation, recounted the occurrences that transpired on that day. Upon hearing that he not only rejected Zhang Tai's proposal, but also firmly insisted that Wang Fugui refuse to accept his goods. The expressions of Mayor Hu and the police chief visibly softened, especially upon learning that Guang Hao had taken the initiative to deliver mountain delicacies to the state-run restaurant. Mayor Hu's demeanor instantly shifted to one of keen interest. I have some recollection of frequently delivering mountain goods to Wang Fugui. By the way, young man, a week ago, I dined at the state-run restaurant and savored a fine antelope hot pot, the flavor of which remains etched in my memory. Subsequently, I sought out Wang Fugui several times, but he claimed it was not prepared by his restaurant's chef, but rather by a friend of his. Could this friend possibly be you? Chapter 79, Speculation and Profiteering? During his previous visit to the state-run restaurant, Guang Hao, feeling rather bored, resolved to prepare a hot pot for his wife. However, just as he completed it, Wang Fugui and Lu Gang snatched it away from him. Later, they compelled him to serve as a chef at the state-run restaurant, where, to his surprise, one of the customers that day was none other than Mayor Hu. Indeed, Mayor Hu, the hot pot that day was indeed prepared by me, Guang Hao affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Mayor Hu's spirits soared. He rose from his seat and beckoned Guang Hao closer. Mayor Hu scrutinized him from head to toe. Excellent, truly excellent, youthful, vibrant, and most importantly, possessing such remarkable culinary skills. What a talent. Just so happens I have yet to dine with old Xing this evening. I wonder if you might have the time to prepare another meal for us today. To be candid, young man, I have long yearned for your culinary prowess. I have approached Wang Fugui numerous times, yet have never been able to replicate the flavors you create. It goes without saying that Guang Hao's culinary skills, honed and enhanced through rebirth, have reached unparalleled heights. In the entirety of the nation, one would be hard-pressed to find another who could rival his artistry. Under normal circumstances, even if the mayor requested Guang Hao's cooking, he would likely disregard the request. The mayor? He had never aspired to a career in politics, and thus, he held no regard for him. However, today as circumstances were different, as a participant in the pork incident, Guang Hao deemed it prudent to maintain a low profile. Very well. However, I have not hunted any antelopes recently, so I can only whip up a couple of simple dishes. If they do not suit your palate, I hope you will not take offense. Ha ha ha, how could we? Rest assured, old Xing and I are not picky eaters. Right, old Xing? Of course. During the war against the Americans, I survived on nothing but potatoes for over a month. This esteemed old Xing turned out to be the legendary volunteer soldier. And Guang Hao felt a surge of respect. With his own matters clarified, it was now time to announce the penalties for Zhang Tai and Yo Ping, two individuals, one selling expired pork and the other causing the meat to mutate due to gambling, ultimately forced the tainted product onto others, resulting in a tragic outcome that claimed 7 lives. Consequently, Zhang Tai was sentenced to 7 years in prison, while Yo Ping received a 3-year term. Zheng Hongmei had already been sentenced, though Guang Hao was unaware of the duration. However, as the principal offender, she was likely facing a minimum of 10 years. Observing Zheng Hongmei and her associates being apprehended, Guang Hao couldn't help but click his tongue in resignation. In truth, he had many methods yet to employ against Zheng Hongmei. The strategy of utilizing the catch was merely a rudimentary tactic. However, the plan unraveled unexpectedly, and before he could take action, Zheng Hongmei had already collapsed. Moreover, the downfall of Zheng Hongmei and Yo Ping presented him with a significant dilemma: how to sell his catch. The catch represented a vital source of daily income, and it was impractical to exchange it all for goods with his brother-in-law. Setting aside the fact that the value of the catch would diminish with each exchange, even if his brother-in-law and Wang Laosan were willing to venture into more distant villages, how far could they possibly travel on foot in a single day? Therefore, at its core, the catch ultimately had to be sold to the supply and marketing cooperative. The identity of the new manager at the cooperative posed a considerable issue. Ideally, it would be someone with foresight akin to Wang Fugui. Otherwise, the cooperative would still hold the power to purchase the catch. If the newly appointed manager were narrow-minded and as pedantic as Zheng Hongmei, selling the catch would become quite troublesome. This is the frustrating aspect of a planned economy. In later times, one wouldn't have to ponder such complexities. If one refuses to buy, there would always be others willing. But in this era, it was a matter of if I don't buy, neither shall anyone else, which is quite absurd. With the matters concerning the cooperative being resolved, Mayor Hu and Director Xing took the remaining police officers to dine at the state-run restaurant. Guang Hao, having been personally selected as the chef by Mayor Hu, busied himself in the kitchen. As he began his work, the entire kitchen staff at the state-run restaurant watched him with eager eyes, making him feel somewhat uneasy. "Why are you all staring at me? Don't you have anything else to do? Hey, Guang Hao, brother, why not teach us a few tricks? Mayor Hu and Director Xing are esteemed guests whom we can hardly entertain. Yet you're here, gracing our state-run restaurant with your presence. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable." Wang Fuguei exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Honestly, I don't possess any special techniques. It's merely a matter of practice." "Well, if you want to watch, then watch," Guang Hao replied, feeling quite at ease with the staff at the state-run restaurant. Thus, he took it in stride. Guang Hao agreed to prepare 2 dishes, one not more and one not less. The 2 dishes were yam braised with chicken and stir-fried lion's mane mushrooms. The staff were familiar with Guang Hao's cooking style, devoid of any flashy techniques. Yet, the meals he prepared were undeniably fragrant and delectable, whether it was the yam braised with chicken or the stir-fried lion's mane mushrooms. The aroma alone could entice one to devour 3 bowls of white rice. "Guang Hao, why not abandon being a hunter altogether and simply become a chef at our state-run restaurant? I could hand over the head chef position to you. What do you say?" Gazing longingly at the plates of yam braised chicken and stir-fried lion's mane mushrooms, Wang Fuguei felt an intense urge to swallow. If it weren't for the fact that these dishes were meant for Mayor Hu and Director Xing, he would have surely indulged himself. "Come on, as a chef here, can your monthly earnings surpass what I make in a single day?" Guang Hao chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Wang Fuguei fell into silence. Not only does the chef's salary pale in comparison to Guang Hao's daily income, but even his own earnings are overshadowed by Guang Hao's. This is sheer absurdity. Which hunter catches over 100 pounds of game every day? It is worth noting that this is the 1970s, a time when wild vegetables are nearly depleted, let alone the abundance of lively meat. As the meal was served, Lu Gang stepped out only to turn back and call for Guang Hao. "Brother Hao, Mayor Hu wants you to join us for dinner." At this moment, Wang Fuguei was truly taken aback. "Kid, it seems Mayor Hu genuinely favors you. You must seize this opportunity." "What opportunity?" Guang Hao was indifferent. In truth, he simply wished to return home. Dining with this group of solitary men held no allure compared to sharing a meal with his soft and fragrant wife. Dining with her meant he wouldn't even have to lift a finger. Nevertheless, being personally invited by the mayor, Guang Hao had no choice but to comply. Although Mayor Hu and Director Xing held high positions, they were remarkably easygoing. Especially after a few drinks, they relaxed their demeanor and began boasting, with Hu throwing an arm around Guang Hao's shoulder. "Back in the day at Shangimling, I manned a machine gun, holding off an entire regiment. Those Americans didn't dare show their faces. Last time he mentioned a battalion, and now it had escalated to a regiment. Next, would he claim it was a division? Hey, you can't just expose my shortcomings. Drinking with you is no fun." They laughed heartily. After a hearty meal, Director Xing, having indulged a bit too much, was escorted away by several police officers, leaving only Guang Hao and Mayor Hu at the table. "Guang Hao, you're quite impressive, very astute. It's remarkable how well you get along with Wang Fuguei and the others. By the way, I also heard you've been delivering fish catches to the supply and marketing cooperative. You seem to have a knack for business." Mayor Hu smiled warmly at Guang Hao, appearing to engage in small talk. However, Guang Hao's heart sank. He knew that the presence of a mayor at a dinner table could hardly bode well, and it seemed that his dealings in mountain goods and fish catches were the primary reason for Hu's visit today. Could it be that they suspected him of speculative practices? This was a grave offense, and Guang Hao found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 80. This is not an illegitimate child. I refuse to stoop so low. Seeing Guang Hao sitting there, his expression tense, Mayor Hu chuckled and continued, "Do not misunderstand. I am not here to trouble you, but rather to gain some insights. To be frank, there are plans from above to initiate pilot projects in our Jiaqing. They aim to ease restrictions, allowing everyone to operate without the constraints of economic planning." The conversation may have been excessive and perhaps unclear, yet it hinted at the potential for an unrestrained business landscape in the future. "You, my friend, embody the essence of a true entrepreneur, which compels me to engage you in a discussion regarding this matter." Upon hearing these words, Guang Hao felt a sense of relief. It turned out that the pilot program was set to take place in Jiaqing, and Mayor Hu sought to discuss his perspectives on the initiative, aiming to gauge public opinion, effectively conducting a rudimentary survey. As a reincarnate from the year 2070, I found myself invigorated by this discourse. I perceive this as a splendid opportunity, indeed a monumental one. I possess several insights regarding the pilot program. Consequently, Guang Hao spoke fervently for half an hour. Initially, Mayor Hu maintained a smile, but as time progressed, his expression grew increasingly grave. Ultimately, he interrupted Guang Hao, retrieving a pen and paper from his briefcase. "Comrade Guang Hao, please continue. I shall diligently record your thoughts." Half an hour later, as he gazed at the extensive notes he had compiled, Mayor Hu was profoundly astonished. It was true that he had summoned Guang Hao merely for a straightforward opinion poll to ascertain the general sentiments of the populace towards the pilot initiative. However, he was utterly unprepared for the depth of Guang Hao's insights. Not only did Guang Hao possess profound understanding of future economic prospects, but he also articulated solutions to potential challenges with remarkable clarity. Each of his arguments and suggestions resonated deeply with Mayor Hu. Initially, Mayor Hu harbored minor apprehensions about the pilot program's complete liberalization. With everyone engaging in commerce and speculation, he feared it might lead to a decline in agricultural productivity, potentially resulting in catastrophic famine. However, after absorbing Guang Hao's perspectives, he realized his worries were unfounded. Presently, the production landscape resembled a chaotic scene, with everyone cutting corners and wasting valuable resources. "Comrade Guang Hao, as the saying goes, in a group of three, there must be a teacher for me. Today, I have indeed received a valuable lesson from you. I never anticipated your economic acumen to be so profound. Coincidentally, I am in need of a confidential secretary. If you have the time, would you consider joining me in this capacity?" Mayor Hu inquired with a beaming smile. Should this proposition reach Wang Fugui's ears, he would undoubtedly endorse Guang Hao wholeheartedly. After all, who could claim the role of Mayor Hu's confidential secretary if not a person of considerable merit? Becoming such a secretary would not only grant entry into the system, but, if one excelled, could even pave the way for succeeding Mayor Hu himself. However, upon hearing this offer, Guang Hao displayed no interest. "I apologize, Mayor Hu, but I am merely a humble villager, unfit for city life and uninterested in holding any official position. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I must respectfully decline the position of confidential secretary." Seeing Guang Hao's refusal, Mayor Hu was initially taken aback, followed by a hearty laugh. "This is the first time someone has turned down my request. You are indeed impressive. Each individual harbors their own aspirations. Since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter further. However, if you cannot serve as my confidential secretary, surely you could assume the role of an honorary advisor. In the future, I may frequent the state-run restaurant for meals, and for any economic inquiries, I could consult you, my advisor. What do you think?" Guang Hao furrowed his brow, for he had no desire to even take on the advisory position. Engaging in work without compensation did not appeal to him. Yet, the prospect of gaining early insight into various matters with the onset of reform and opening up compelled him to ponder for a while before reluctantly nodding in agreement. "Very well, but I would prefer your visits to be infrequent, perhaps once or twice a month at most, as I must also devote my spare time to my wife." At this moment, Mayor Hu, who was sipping tea, nearly choked upon hearing this. "Wait a moment. Do you realize the significance of a mayor seeking your counsel? And you are suggesting I visit less frequently? Should I prioritize you or my wife?" Coughing vigorously, Mayor Hu managed to swallow the tea with great effort and cast a resigned glance at Guang Hao. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Ultimately, it depends on the circumstances. If all is well, I could go 10 days or half a month without visiting, but if issues arise, I may need to trouble you for a few extra days. This is for the greater good of Jiaqing, and I am certain your wife will understand." As Guang Hao engaged in conversation with Mayor Hu, a middle-aged man dressed like a secretary approached. "Mayor Hu, the matters concerning the supply and marketing cooperative have been resolved. To prevent disruption to the daily shopping needs of the populace, Manager Ma has been delayed in the city, and we need to promptly appoint a new manager. Who do you think would be suitable for the role? The supply and marketing cooperative in Longkou town is of utmost importance, catering to the material needs of dozens of surrounding villages. The recent pork incident has left the cooperative without leadership, necessitating the appointment of a manager to oversee operations. Otherwise, the normal lives of several villages may be adversely affected. Summon them here. I shall select one now, Mayor Hu instructed, beckoning for the secretary to call the remaining salespeople from the cooperative. Soon, all the remaining salespeople arrived at the state-run restaurant. They were aware that they had come to be considered for the managerial position, and their faces illuminated with anticipation, each standing tall, hoping that Mayor Hu would choose them. After surveying the assembly, Mayor Hu's gaze unexpectedly settled upon Guang Hao. You, who so hesitantly accepted the role of advisor, shall now experience the taste of authority. Otherwise, should such an excellent advisor slip away, I may never find another. I am not well versed in the affairs of the Longkou Town Cooperative, but Guang Hao, as a resident of its subordinate villages, you must possess considerable knowledge regarding its operations. Come now, you shall designate the new manager, Mayor Hu said with a smile. With these words, the room fell into a hush. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative is indeed a state-run entity, and the positions within it hold the weight of civil service. Civil service represents not merely a stable job and generous benefits, but also the intoxicating allure of power. Take Wang Fuguei, for instance. He dedicated countless efforts and immense diligence to attain the managerial position he desired. And now, with just a single word, Guang Hao possesses the authority to determine whether someone shall ascend to that role. My goodness, what is Guang Hao's true identity? Could he be the illegitimate son of Mayor Hu? All eyes shifted between the head nurse and Guang Hao, eventually reaching a consensus. Indeed, it certainly seemed plausible. Guang Hao, caught off guard, pointed to himself. Me? Mayor Hu? Do not jest. I am not joking, Mayor Hu replied, his smile unwavering. I am unfamiliar with this supply and marketing cooperative. But you are well acquainted with them and have collaborated for some time. You may select without issue. Mayor Hu continued with a charming grin. Such a doting smile confirmed it. If Guang Hao were not Mayor Hu's illegitimate son, I would gladly eat dirt. A collective thought surged among the vendors present. Chapter 81. Are you bribing me? Guang Hao scrutinized Mayor Hu, realizing there was no hint of jest in his eyes, only a gentle smile. He was indeed serious about allowing Guang Hao to select the manager of the cooperative. Guang Hao surveyed the vendors standing nearby, having sold fish a few times. He was familiar with them. While they did not exhibit the same arrogance as Zheng Hongmei, there was an innate pride among them. However, that pride had vanished. In the face of Guang Hao's gaze, the vendors appeared as humble as lapdogs, striving desperately for even a fleeting glance from him. A rush of power surged within Guang Hao, a sensation so intoxicating it was almost euphoric. Is this the taste of power that so many pursue relentlessly? Guang Hao smiled and pointed to a figure standing in the far corner. Since I am to choose, I select him, Mayor Hu. What do you think? Following Guang Hao's gesture, all eyes turned to the diminutive Zhang Yimou, who stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that such fortune could fall upon him. May I inquire, Comrade Guang Hao, why you have chosen him? Mayor Hu asked with a smile. I have interacted with Zhang Yimou on several occasions. Among all the vendors, his service attitude is the finest. The original intent of the 8 roles is to serve the people, thus we ought to select someone willing to do so. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. The final decision rests with you. The taste of power was indeed exquisite, though Guang Hao only indulged in it for a brief moment. Having lived 2 lives, he perceived matters with profound clarity. For him, the most important aspects of life were his wife, children, and a warm hearth. As for everything else, he had no time to spare. Mayor Hu, witnessing Guang Hao's remarkable clarity of understanding, felt an even greater surge of satisfaction towards him. Not the slightest bit swayed by power. He always addresses the core of the issue when confronted with problems. A true talent, undoubtedly. If this young man cannot be brought under my wing, it would be my loss as well as the loss of the entire Jiaqing. I must devise a way to recruit him. For the first time, Hu Guiqiang felt a profound yearning for another man. I have already said you could choose. A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot's reins. Young man, what is your name? Hu Guiqiang smiled warmly at Zhang Yimou, still in a daze, could hardly comprehend how such fortune had befallen him. Upon hearing the mayor's inquiry, he responded in a rather dazed manner. I am Zhang Yimou very well, Comrade Zhang Yimou. You shall henceforth be the new manager of the Longkou Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Regarding personnel adjustments, I will inform your store manager upon my return. Although significant events have transpired at the cooperative today, it is imperative that normal operations are not disrupted tomorrow. Do your best. and do not disappoint Comrade Guang Hao's expectations," Hu Guiqiang said with a smile. Beside him, Guang Hao was utterly bewildered, pondering what it meant to not disappoint someone else's expectations. What did it have to do with him? After selecting the manager, Hu Guiqiang wished to engage Guang Hao in further conversation. However, since he had arrived by car and Guang Hao had ridden a bicycle, he was conscious of the time. Delaying too long would result in returning home in darkness, risking a tumble into a ditch. Thus, Guang Hao politely declined and pedaled away, leaving no room for pretenses. Wang Fugui and the others stood in astonishment. Is this a love child? This could very well be a legitimate son, given such a temper. Upon exiting Longkou town, Guang Hao was cycling towards Xiaofang village when he heard someone calling from behind. Brother Hao, wait a moment. Don't ride so fast. Please wait for me." Guang Hao halted and turned to see Zhang Mo pedaling furiously towards him. With a screech, Zhang Mo's bicycle skidded to a stop in front of Guang Hao, clearly having rushed over after seeing Mayor Hu, now panting heavily. "What is the urgency? We can discuss this tomorrow, can't we?" Guang Hao was eager to return home. It was already 6 in the evening, and he longed to embrace his wife, Xiaofang, before her energy waned. "Brother Hao, how could you choose me as the manager of the supply and marketing cooperative today? I'm just a newcomer, still learning under Manager Niu. And yet you've appointed me to this position. I truly don't know what to say. My mind is a jumble. And I'm at a loss for how to thank you," Zhang Mo stammered, clearly still reeling from the shock of his promotion. Don't overthink it. Among everyone at the cooperative, I share the best rapport with you. If not you, then whom should I choose? Besides, you know the cooperative is currently holding my fish purchase rights. I had previously withheld fish from your cooperative due to my discontent with Zheng Hongmei. But now that she is gone, we shall certainly continue our collaboration. Hence, I needed someone with whom I could communicate effectively. You've been selected, and moving forward, just perform well and provide me with a fair purchase price, and I shall be satisfied." Guang Hao smiled and spoke candidly. "Brother Hao, please don't say that. You lent me a helping hand today, so from now on, you are like a brother to me. As for the fish catch, rest assured that regardless of when you bring it to me, I will purchase it at the highest price. Moreover, whenever you buy something, I will ensure you receive it at the lowest price." Zhang Mo finally caught his breath and spoke in a more coherent manner. "This is precisely why I chose you as the manager. Don't overthink it. Just focus on your work and learn from Wang Fugui. Observe how well the state-run restaurant is operating nowadays. All right, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave." Guang Hao was eager to depart. "Wait a moment. There is one more thing." Zhang Mo glanced around. It was already past 6 in the evening, and everyone had begun to return home for dinner, leaving the streets devoid of life. He pulled a small cloth bag from his pocket and handed it directly to Guang Hao. Guang Hao squeezed the bag, and his expression darkened instantly. Without needing to open it, he already knew what was inside. It was money, and a substantial amount at that. "Zhang Mo, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to bribe me openly?" Guang Hao said in a low voice. No, that is not my intention at all. Brother Hao, your fish catch has been sold at our supply and marketing cooperative, and Zheng Hongmei has consistently suppressed your prices. This is a compensation for the price difference. I assure you, this is not a bribe, but rather a gesture of goodwill. Indeed, it is a gesture, as long as I am at the cooperative. No one will dare to shortchange you on your fish catch," Zhang Mo said with utmost seriousness. This statement actually amused Guang Hao. The lad had a certain charm. Guang Hao weighed the small bag in his hand and ultimately chose not to return it to Zhang Mo, instead tucking it into his own pocket. After all, he was still a bit short on funds for a gun, and he figured he might as well take advantage of the situation. You may think whatever you like, but let me remind you of one thing. Don't assume that my relationship with Mayor Hu is particularly close. I merely cook to his taste. To clarify, I have no connections with Mayor Hu whatsoever, so trying to curry favor with me would be futile. Guang Hao said with a smile. Brother Hao, you truly misunderstand. My intentions are not due to Mayor Hu, but because of you. You are the first person to treat me, Zhang Mo, as a brother. It's getting late, and I won't keep you any longer. You should head home before it gets dark and the roads become difficult to navigate. Very well. I shall take my leave then. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Chapter 82. Darling, I'm scared. Guang Hao returned to Xiaofang village, first returning the bicycle to the village head. And as usual, he offered a pack of cigarettes. However, this time, village head Niu adamantly refused. Hey, the bicycle is public property. Guangsking can use it however he wishes. No need to be polite. Recently, it is not the busy farming season, and we have no pressing matters, so you could even take the bicycle home if you wish. There is really no need to give me cigarettes again." After much back and forth, village head Niu finally accepted the cigarettes but insisted on stuffing a basket of eggs into Guang Hao's hands, leaving him utterly bewildered. Upon returning, why is he treating himself with such courtesy? Could it be that he secretly witnessed my dinner with Mayor Hu? How peculiar. In an unexpected twist, a pack of cigarettes was exchanged for a basket of eggs, and rather than incurring a loss, Guang Hao has profited handsomely. As he strolled home, idly passing the time, Guang Hao retrieved a small cloth pouch from Zhang Yimou, eager to ascertain its contents. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Inside lay a colorful assortment of cash. At least 6 bills, each worth 100, a total exceeding 600. Zhang Yimou, this lad, has truly laid bare his resources for Guang Hao. A resigned smile crept onto Guang Hao's face, for he understood Zhang Mo's motivations. After all, despite being a mere salesperson, Zhang Mo's dealings were far from innocent. He assisted manager Niu in manipulating invoices and illicitly selling goods. Should either of these activities come to light, it would spell certain doom for him. In essence, he served as manager Niu's concealed accomplice, executing unsavory tasks. For someone like him, the best outcome would be to save enough to retreat to a secluded haven. The adage holds true: those who linger by the riverbank are bound to get their feet wet. Yet now, Guang Hao had chosen him as a manager, pulling him from the shadows. Zhang Yimou no longer needed to engage in unscrupulous activities. His future now gleamed with promise. Thus, it was no surprise that Zhang Yimou was willing to part with his entire fortune, even without complaint, if it meant offering Guang Hao his wife. Guang Hao patted the small pouch and chuckled. Initially, he was short on funds for purchasing a firearm, but with this newfound 600, he was more than equipped. Tomorrow morning, he would procure the coveted 98K. With the money finally secured, Guang Hao's steps became notably lighter. While he focused on the funds Zhang Yimou had provided for the firearm, he failed to recognize that his most significant gain today was the expansion of his social network. Prior to this day, his connections were limited to a close relationship with Wang Fugui's state-run restaurant, and he was even at odds with the supply and marketing cooperative in Longkou Town. However, with Niu Ping and Zheng Hongmei apprehended, and Zhang Yimou elevated to a position of influence through Guang Hao's endorsement, Guang Hao had transformed into a friend of both the cooperative and the restaurant. Coupled with Mayor Hu's favorable impression of him, Guang Hao's standing soared to unprecedented heights. In all of Longkou Town, one would be hard-pressed to find another with such formidable connections. Upon reaching the threshold of his home, Guang Hao spotted AI Xiaofang waiting at the door. She stood there, lost in thought, a small oil lamp flickering beside her, seemingly prepared to wait indefinitely. "Wife," Guang Hao called out, waving vigorously. AI Xiaofang's attention immediately shifted to him, her face lighting up with a joyful smile as she rushed toward him. In her warm embrace, Guang Hao felt the fatigue of the day dissipate entirely. He inhaled deeply, savoring the enchanting fragrance emanating from her tender neck. Xiaofang's energy replenished. He mused, "Take care. Don't trip. You must be cautious now. Be careful not to bump or hurt yourself. Do you understand?" Although it had yet to be a full month, Guang Hao had already begun educating AI Xiaofang on the nuances of pregnancy. Xiaofang buried her head deeply against Guang Hao's shoulder, responding with a muffled "meh." For a while, Guang Hao found himself at a loss for words, as Xiaofang unexpectedly clung to him without relinquishing her hold. She embraced him while washing her face, while brushing her teeth. And even when she went to the restroom, she refused to let go. "Dear wife, I'm not going anywhere. Why are you holding me so tightly?" With Xiaofang's grip, Guang Hao couldn't even remove his clothing. "Husband, I'm scared," she confessed, her embrace tightening further. "What are you afraid of?" Guang Hao inquired patiently. "Today, Niubo told me that you were going to be executed. I nearly died from fright." "Husband, you absolutely mustn't come to harm." By the end of her words, Xiaofang had started to cry. Guang Hao was taken aback. Even after the misunderstanding had been cleared, Xiaofang was still consumed by fear. Yet, that was Xiaofang, a woman who loved him to the core. Listening to her worried sobs, Guang Hao felt his heart breaking. While they were conversing, a sudden thunderous roar filled the air as rain began to pour. To his dismay, Guang Hao discovered that his humble abode was leaking. Throughout the latter half of the night, Xiaofang finally ceased her incessant clinging, but Guang Hao still struggled to find rest. With rain drumming outside and droplets falling inside, he spent the entire night cradling a basin to catch the leaking water. This wretched house was uninhabitable. Once he obtained a hunting rifle, he vowed to venture into the mountains, slay abundantly, earn a fortune, and construct a spacious dwelling that would not leak. The following morning, after the heavy rain, the air was imbued with a refreshing scent of wet grass, invigorating the spirit. When Guo entered with supplies and laid eyes on Guang Hao, he stared in astonishment. "Goodness, brother-in-law. What happened to you? Do you need to see a doctor? You look as if you might collapse at any moment." Hearing Guo suggest he might collapse, Guang Hao shot a fierce glare at the source of his predicament, Xiaofang. She blushed, realizing she had perhaps asked for too much the previous night. It was simply that it rained heavily last night, and the house has some leaks. Guang Hao spent the whole night trying to catch the rainwater and didn't get any sleep. Guo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Not sleeping for an entire night wouldn't leave you looking like this. You appear unwell. Brother-in-law, we have money now. Come, let me take you to the hospital." "Sick? I'm perfectly healthy. There's nothing wrong with me." Guang Hao trembled as he stood, waving his hand dismissively. "No need. I just didn't get a good night's rest. By the way, are you planning to exchange supplies in the neighboring village today?" Yes. Wang Laosan and I have decided to go to Tunghua village to trade supplies. I've heard there are many wealthy people in that village, so we plan to fish for just half a day and head over after lunch." This tactic proved effective, as Guo's excitement surged at the mention of the fishing venture. Tunghua village, that hamlet is quite far away, situated over 20 kilometers from Xiaofang village. To make the round trip on foot, my brother-in-law and Wang Laosan would require nearly 4 hours. No wonder they have been returning later and later. They must have ventured over there. There's no need to exchange supplies in the village anymore. The fish we caught today will be sent directly to the supply and marketing cooperative, where there is someone to receive it. Guang Hao gestured dismissively. "What? Someone is buying the fish? You reconciled with Zheng Hongmei?" Guo's eyes widened in disbelief, his face alight with joy. Although bartering the catch for supplies in the neighboring village is more profitable than selling to the cooperative, the excess supplies cannot be converted into cash. And now the journey has become increasingly arduous. Comparatively, selling to the cooperative is far more advantageous. Zheng Hongmei was apprehended yesterday, and Manager Niu from the cooperative followed suit. Now, the cooperative is managed by Zhang Yimou, who is quite capable, so I decided to entrust the catch to him once more, Guang Hao explained. Guo, having spent the past few days in other villages, was oblivious to yesterday's events and nearly jumped for joy at the news. "What?" Zheng Hongmei was taken in. "Oh, this is truly excellent news, a monumental stroke of luck. No, Wang Laosan and I have decided to catch fewer fish today. After all, Tunghua village is a bit far. Since the cooperative has resumed purchasing fish, I must go and catch some now." Ha, splendid. That old hag should have been caught long ago." Guo rushed off, barely stopping for breakfast. Not long after he left, Li Lu arrived. Naturally, she came to summon Xiaofang to work, but upon entering, she spotted Guang Hao and exclaimed, "My heavens, have you been drained by that old witch? What a frightful sight. Do you need to visit the clinic?" Guang Hao was too exhausted to retort. No wonder he favors my brother-in-law. Birds of a feather flock together, right? The raucous morning finally drew to a close, and Xiaofang and Li Lu set off for work while Guo went fishing. As for Guang Hao, he was determined to procure the coveted 98K. He borrowed a bicycle from the village chief as usual and pedaled his way to Longkou town. Upon arriving in Longkou town, Guang Hao noticed that the cooperative seemed to have transformed, as if a new staff had been introduced. Not only were they more welcoming, but many salespeople wore bright smiles. Zhang Yimou indeed possesses some skills, quite impressive. Zhang Yimou was busy assigning tasks to the staff when he spotted Guang Hao at the entrance and hurried over. Disregarding his own work, "Brother Hao, why are you here so early today? Come in, have a cup of tea." Guang Hao waved his hand and replied, "No need for tea. I came specifically to see Brother Jun and would appreciate it if Manager Zhang could take me there." Upon hearing that Guang Hao sought Li Jun, Zhang Yimou instantly grasped his intentions. "Wow, impressive, Brother Hao. In just a few days, you've managed to gather that much money. All right, wait for me 2 minutes. I'll arrange a few things, and then I'll take you there." Okay. Zhang Yimou had arranged the tasks for the sales staff at the supply and marketing cooperative. After completing the assignments, he casually picked up an object from the counter and approached Guang Hao, discreetly slipping it into the pocket of his trousers. "All right, we are done here. Let us proceed," he said. Guang Hao glanced at the blue box nestled in his pocket, momentarily taken aback. "What did you just give me?" Zhang Mo flashed a knowing smile, leaning closer to Guang Hao's ear to whisper, a fine item, beneficial for nourishment and health. Not only will it enhance your vigor, but it will also improve your overall well-being. Given how formidable your wife seems, it might be wise for you to take this. This stuff is quite useful. Take a bit daily, and when you run out, come back for more. A young man in his 20s like me certainly needs this. Guang Hao's lip twitched in irritation, and he grasped the blue vial, contemplating throwing it back. However, he reconsidered, thinking it might serve his brother-in-law if he found no use for it. Zhang Mo expertly led Guang Hao to Li Jun's residence. After a brief knock, Li Jun's head appeared from the door's crack. Upon recognizing Zhang Mo and Guang Hao, he managed to smile. "Ah, it's my brothers Guang Hao and manager Zhang. Please hold on a moment. I have 2 clients to attend to. Just a couple of minutes, and I'll be right with you." Li Jun was engaged in the arms trade, a business far from respectable, so upon hearing he had guests, Guang Hao and Zhang Mo retreated into the shadows of the corner, waiting. As they shared a smoke and made small talk, the door swung open moments later, revealing 2 men clad in dark robes. Their eyes met those of Guang Hao and Zhang Mo, and an unsettling feeling washed over Guang Hao. The intensity of the stranger's gaze was anything but benign. They were certainly not good men. Fortunately, their interaction was brief. They exchanged no words, merely tightened their hoods and departed hastily. Guang Hao barely caught a glimpse of their faces, but noticed one of them had a scorpion tattoo on his hand. "All right, the business over there is concluded. Brother Guang Hao, manager Zhang, thank you for your patience. Please, come in." Li Jun beckoned as he opened the door. Guang Hao, shaking off the unnerving encounter, extinguished his cigarette and entered Li Jun's home as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 84. Acquiring the 98K. Li Jun's home remained unchanged, with an array of firearms organized throughout the yard, resembling an armory. "Manager Zhang, I hear you've recently been promoted. Congratulations. Now that you're a manager, do take good care of the brothers," Li Jun remarked, his enthusiasm noticeably greater than during their first meeting, particularly towards Zhang Mo. "My promotion is largely due to the support of my brother Hao. So, if you need anything, go to him. His influence surpasses mine," Zhang Mo stated, positioning himself next to Guang Hao, adopting a demeanor that clearly signified he was his subordinate. This action startled Li Jun. The news of Zhang Mo's promotion to the manager of the supply and marketing cooperative had spread throughout Longkou Town today. He thought he must have been mistaken. Who would have expected that his underhanded associate could ever step into the spotlight? To his astonishment, it turned out that Guang Hao was the one pulling the strings behind Zhang Mo. If an underhanded operative could emerge so brazenly, who exactly was Guang Hao? With this realization, Li Jun's attitude towards Guang Hao underwent a complete transformation. Alas, how could my discerning eyes have failed me? Those in the underworld claim I possess a keen insight, yet I have proven to be blind to the obvious. The Buddha stands before me, and I cannot see him. Guang Hao, my apologies for my previous negligence. Please do not take it to heart. Guang Hao waved his hand dismissively, listening to Zhang Mo's foolish talk. "I am no great Buddha. I am merely a humble villager. Enough of idle chatter. I am here to see Brother Jun regarding the 98K. Now that the funds are gathered, the weapon is still available, correct?" "Of course, it is indeed available. Such an expensive firearm is not something just anyone can afford. Only you, Hao Gu, possess the means to acquire it. Just wait a moment. I shall retrieve the money for you." Li Jun maintained a respectful demeanor and turned to fetch the 98K. At last, Guang Hao held the coveted 98K in his hands, utterly enamored. After meticulously inspecting it to confirm it was indeed the same one he had seen previously and found no flaws, he pulled out a small wallet belonging to AI Xiaofang and counted out 500 yuan to hand over to Li Jun. "Brother Jun, please verify the amount. And if all is in order, I would appreciate it if you could arrange for someone to accompany me to test the firearm." "Absolutely, no problem. However, from now on, please refrain from calling me Brother Jun. You may simply call me Xiao Jun or my name directly. Additionally, while this firearm is indeed costly, I shall not offer you a discount, but I can include a few extra boxes of ammunition." Li Jun replied with a smile. Guang Hao was singularly focused on testing the weapon and paid little mind to such trivialities, nodding in agreement. After receiving the payment, Li Jun acted swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, he prepared the ammunition and completed the steel certificate. Provided the test firing went smoothly, Guang Hao could leave with the firearm. "This is my brother, named Li Wei. He will accompany you to test the gun." Li Jun introduced a sturdy young man who entered the room. "Hello, Brother Gua." Li Wei greeted Guang Hao with a respectful bow. Upon witnessing this, Guang Hao's lips twitched slightly. Li Wei, the future strongest enforcer of the Li group, was rumored to have taken dozens of lives during his exploits. A figure of such lethal prowess bowing before him. What a tale to tell in the future. Li Wei led Guang Hao and the others to a small grove in Longkou town for the test firing. Guang Hao, brimming with anticipation, loaded a bullet into the chamber, pulled back the bolt, and aimed at a poplar tree 20 meters away. Having served as a forest ranger in his previous life, he was no stranger to firearms. Due to the abundant resources of Ghost Head Mountain, poachers persistently disregard prohibitions, prompting forest rangers to arm themselves for protection. Moreover, the mountain is home to numerous ferocious beasts. Without a reliable weapon for defense, one would scarcely survive a few days. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Guang Hao pulled the trigger, causing a poplar tree 20 meters away to erupt. His aim was directed at the trunk. The 98K rifle's immense power shattered the wood, cleaving the tree as thick as a thigh in two. This is the legendary sniper rifle, capable of severing a trunk with a single shot. And no creature on land could withstand such force. Impressive, Guang Hao. Have you practiced your marksmanship? Li Wei exclaimed, applauding with a look of astonishment. A single shot, expertly aimed, had obliterated the tree trunk from 20 meters away. His skill was nothing short of miraculous. Just fortunate. I intended to shoot a nearby tree and accidentally hit that one instead. This rifle is indeed remarkable. It functions flawlessly. Please extend my gratitude to Li Jun, and I will return to patronize your business when I have the opportunity. Following his rebirth, Guang Hao's marksmanship had reached unparalleled heights. Though he chose not to reveal his full prowess, one must always retain a secret advantage. Revealing all one's cards too soon makes it far too easy for others to plot against you. One must never harbor malice, yet one must always be cautious. Li Wei mused, clicking his tongue in realization. It seemed that luck favored Guang Hao, as he had initially thought his shooting skill was exceptional. 20 meters. A single shot shattered the trunk, and he had not even utilized the scope. If he truly possessed such skill, he would certainly seek him as a mentor. Well then, I sincerely appreciate your assistance, Guang Hao. With the trial completed, Guang Hao's transaction with Li Jun was fully settled, and Li Wei bade farewell before departing. Guang Hao, eager to wield his new rifle, did not linger in Longkou town. He was excited to venture to Ghost Head Mountain and unleash his prowess. After saying goodbye to Zhang Yimou, he hoisted the rifle over his shoulder and pedaled his bicycle like the wind towards Xiaofang village. In Xiaofang village, on Niu Mountain, the distance from the village to Niu Mountain is no more than 10 miles. The slopes are gentle and the soil fertile, allowing the grass to flourish rapidly. Ai Guohua nearly every day herds sheep to graze on Niu Mountain. He takes excellent care of his flock, each sheep robust and well-fed. He calculated that in about a month, the sheep would be ready for market. If they exceed the standards set by Xiaofang village, he would receive a handsome reward. Upon receiving this reward, he would ensure that Ai Xiaofang's debts were settled first. Ai Xiaofang works tirelessly, even taking on part-time work at the slaughterhouse, accumulating unknown debts. No. When the time comes to give money to my sister, I must also have a serious conversation about Guang Hao. As a man, it is unacceptable for me to remain idle at home while my wife toils outside. This hardly reflects the qualities of a true man, even less so than a woman. Contemplating this, Ai Guohua felt a surge of anger. It is intolerable. I cannot wait any longer. This evening, I shall confront him. Xiaofang is exhausted from her daily work and still has to take on a part-time job. Does he not possess a shred of conscience? Just as Ai Guohua resolved to address Guang Hao after finishing work, a shadow stealthily approached the flock of sheep. Chapter 85. Guang Hao seeks to avenge. Ba. Ai Guohua was mulling over how to reprimand Guang Hao when a piercing scream erupted from the sheep. He immediately sprang to his feet. It was the 1970s, a time of extreme scarcity, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the value of these sheep exceeded even his own life. If any harm befell them, not even selling Ai Guohua would suffice to cover the loss. Grabbing a wooden stick from the ground, he stormed towards the flock, filled with righteous fury. How dare that blind beast touch my sheep? However, as he approached, his anger dissipated in an instant, leaving him frozen in place as if under a spell. Before him stood a large spotted leopard, measuring over 5 feet in length and weighing more than 150 pounds. This leopard, its belly gaunt and ravenous, was currently tearing into the flesh of a goat, its sharp teeth ripping and devouring chunks of meat with alarming ease. Upon noticing AI Guohua brandishing the stick, the leopard displayed an expression of utter impatience. With a powerful roar, the leopard unleashed a wave of putrid breath that nearly caused the towering man to falter in fear. This was a fully grown leopard, and its combat prowess was beyond what any human could withstand. Had it not been preoccupied with its feast, a single leap could have easily severed AI Guohua's throat. AI Guohua swallowed hard, then cautiously observed as the leopard gradually retreated. Once it saw him backing away, it lowered its head once again to resume its meal. Seizing the opportunity, AI Guohua swiftly turned and fled, shouting in desperation, "Help! Come quickly! There's a leopard on the mountain devouring the sheep." Meanwhile, Guang Hao remained blissfully unaware that his cousin had nearly been frightened senseless by a leopard. He was currently ascending Ghost Head Mountain, armed with his 98K rifle. Upon reaching the summit, he habitually sought out the water hole for the big water buffalo. After feeding the buffalo, which then prepared to return to the inner mountain, Guang Hao embraced its neck affectionately. Moo? The buffalo, seemingly imbued with intelligence, inquired what Guang Hao intended to do. "Brother Buffalo, let us not rush home today. Join me for a grand adventure." Guang Hao replied with a playful grin. "Moo." The buffalo responded with another call. "Last time, I was mercilessly tormented by that wretched group of wild boars, wasn't I? Today, however, I have procured something truly remarkable. I must return and reclaim my honor. Accompany me, and provide me with cover. Should the situation turn dire, hasten to my rescue. Rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Tomorrow, the fodder will double." Guang Hao chuckled mischievously. "Moo." The water buffalo, oblivious to his words, let out a half-hearted grunt. "Ha ha. Since you did not refuse, I shall take it as your agreement. Come on, come on. Shortly, you shall stand by to support me." Guang Hao led the water buffalo toward a small hillside. The water buffalo, unaware of his intentions, followed him affectionately, as if they were domesticated companions. As long as Guang Hao did not lead it down the mountain, the water buffalo was content to follow closely behind him. When it comes to dealing with wild boars, as long as one possesses a weapon, the odds are nearly insurmountable. Nevertheless, Guang Hao brought the water buffalo along as a backup. After all, it's better to be overly cautious than to regret later. The 98K cannot fire continuously, and even if one reloads swiftly, there are inevitable gaps. Should something go awry during one of those intervals, it would spell disaster. Thus, Guang Hao meticulously prepared for every eventuality. Moreover, there was the pressing concern that someone had frightened AI Xiaofang the previous day, leaving her in a state of distress. If he were to sustain any injuries, she would surely be devastated. Therefore, for his own sake and for his beloved wife, Guang Hao had no choice but to proceed with caution. Concealing the water buffalo behind the thicket, Guang Hao ascended a small tree with good visibility, shouldering the 98K. Loading the bullet into the chamber, he began scanning for the wild boar's whereabouts through the optical scope. The herd was blissfully unaware of the impending threat, leisurely foraging behind the hillside. Guang Hao quickly identified a mother boar with piglets and squeezed the trigger. Boom! The 98K erupted with a fiery tongue, the 7.62mm bullet piercing straight into the wild boar's body. Wild boars are known for their formidable defenses. Not only are their hides tough and their flesh thick, but they are also covered with a layer of mud armor. Consequently, in the treacherous terrain of Ghost Head Mountain, they have virtually no natural enemies, reproducing at an astonishing rate. In just a week, the piglets that once weighed only 4 or 5 pounds had doubled in size. However, before the 98K, any defense was but a farce. The bullet penetrated as if it had encountered no resistance, and the mother boar did not even have time to emit a cry. Her limbs tightened, and she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Truly, the 98K is a marvel, though it is merely hunting wild boars. The sensation it provides has captivated Guang Hao. Pulling back the bolt to eject the spent cartridge, Guang Hao set his sights on the next wild boar. The tremendous noise and the sudden demise of their companion startled the herd, causing them to become agitated and restless. They began to dart around their territory, as if evading an invisible foe. For an ordinary hunter, targeting moving wild boars amidst the dense trees would be nearly impossible. However, Guang Hao's marksmanship had reached unparalleled heights. Boom! The gunshot, heralding death, resonated through the mountains once more, and yet another wild boar fell to the ground. The scent of blood pervaded the air, driving the wild boar herd into a frenzy. Grunt, grunt, grunt. The boars roamed aimlessly in search of their adversary, and at last, guided by their acute sense of smell, they discovered Guang Hao perched upon a tree. Humph! The massive boar, weighing over 200 pounds and serving as the leader of the herd, was the first to spot Guang Hao and emitted a thunderous roar of rage. This was not the first time this intruder had trespassed into its territory. Now, not only had he invaded once more, but he had also slain members of its kin. The great boar, consumed by fury, charged violently toward the tree where Guang Hao was perched. With its formidable bulk and terrifying strength, the boar's collision with the tree was so forceful that Guang Hao, despite gripping the trunk tightly, nearly lost his grip and was thrown from his perch. Humph, humph, humph. The enraged boar continued to roar and ram the tree with reckless abandon, causing Guang Hao to struggle to maintain his balance, rendering him incapable of taking aim effectively. Moreover, in pursuit of precision, Guang Hao had chosen a slender sapling with sparse branches, which creaked in agony under the boar's assault, clearly unable to withstand much more before succumbing to the onslaught. Observing this dire predicament, Guang Hao inwardly lamented his earlier impulsiveness. Had he not left himself an escape route, he would certainly have met his demise had he rushed headlong into confrontation with the wild boars. "Niu Gu, come quickly and save me. I'll double the fodder for you tomorrow." Guang Hao clung desperately to the tree, pleading for assistance from the massive water buffalo behind him. Moo! Responding to Guang Hao's familiar call, the water buffalo, weighing over a ton, lumbered forward like a tank. Chapter 86. Goodness, there's still hope. The great boar relentlessly battered the tree, threatening to dislodge Guang Hao at any moment. Even armed with a 98K rifle and possessing exceptional marksmanship, Guang Hao found it impossible to aim accurately under such tumult. Fortunately, assistance arrived in the form of the water buffalo. The colossal creature, with its impressive horns exceeding a meter in length, confronted the boar with a fierce glare. Moo! The water buffalo glared at the boar with eyes ablaze, its message clear: back off, do not harm Guang Hao. Grunt. Under the pressure of the water buffalo, the irate boar finally ceased its furious attacks. Yet, it did not retreat. Wild boars are known for their grudges, and the conflict with Guang Hao had escalated to a point of no return. Grunt, grunt, grunt. The furious boar called upon its kin, attempting to drive the water buffalo away. A dozen wild boars began to encircle them slowly. Although the water buffalo was formidable one-on-one, even unafraid of the great tiger lurking in the jungle, it was most vulnerable to coordinated attacks. Its horns could only defend the front, leaving its sides and rear exposed. Should the boar's tusks find their mark, it would be disastrous. Nonetheless, the water buffalo stood its ground, incessantly mooing at Guang Hao, seemingly urging him to flee. Yet would Guang Hao abandon his position? Not a chance. With a decisive click, the 98K was reloaded, and as he aimed at the lead boar, Guang Hao unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. After troubling me time and again, it's time for you to meet your end. Bang! The sound of death echoed once more. Whenever Guang Hao fired, no creature on Ghost Head Mountain stood a chance against him. A piercing howl erupted as the powerful bullet struck the boar's head, cleaving it open, and it fell lifelessly to the ground. With the leader of the wild boar herd slain, chaos ensued among the remaining boars. They were lost without their commander. Seizing the opportunity, Guang Hao swiftly operated the bolt. Bang! Another bullet found its mark, and yet another wild boar, weighing over 150 pounds, collapsed. The consecutive deaths instilled a palpable fear in the herd, prompting them to flee frantically towards the inner mountain. Before Guang Hao could even fire a fifth shot, the entire herd had vanished from sight. Once the wild boars had retreated, Guang Hao descended from the tree. Gazing at the scattered carcasses, he couldn't suppress a grin. He had fired 5 shots, hitting 5 wild boars, all among the largest in the group, each nearly 150 pounds. The leader boar, in particular, exceeded 200 pounds. For boars at 150 pounds each, plus one at 200 pounds, resulted in a staggering total of over 800 pounds of meat harvested that day. At the lowest market price of 1 yuan per pound for wild boar meat in the 1970s, this haul would yield over 800 yuan. Given that rice cost merely 2 jiao per pound and a monthly salary was only a few dozen yuan, 800 yuan could even fund the construction of a small house. This exemplified the efficiency of hunting enhanced by firearms. Guang Hao beamed with delight, realizing that earning 800 yuan in a day translated to over 20,000 yuan in a month. In just 2 months, He could become a wealthy individual and even build a two-story villa. Yet, amid his excitement, a pressing dilemma arose. How would he transport the 800 pounds of wild boar down the mountain? Alone, it was a daunting task. Dragging a single boar weighing over 150 pounds down the mountainside would exhaust him. Moreover, if he couldn't transport the meat quickly, the blood would attract other predators, rendering his hard-earned catch futile. Enlisting the help of villagers was not an option. Guang Hao had resolved to keep the secrets of Ghost Head Mountain to himself. Despite the mountain's bountiful resources, no amount of abundance could withstand human greed. Once the truth about Ghost Head Mountain spread, it would only take a year or two before not even a single chicken would remain. Thus, he was determined to guard the mountain's secrets fiercely. As he pondered his predicament, a sudden series of chattering sounds caught his attention. Looking up, he was surprised to see the golden-haired monkey, Xiaofang, approaching. The little creature, upon encountering Guang Hao today, wore an expression of discontent, even crossing its arms and deliberately turning its tail away from him. What could have caused such a demeanor? Who has upset our little darling? Guang Hao gently patted Xiaolan on the head, which finally calmed it down. The little monkey jumped around, chattering insistently. But Guang Hao appeared only partially comprehending until Xiaolan squatted down and began to groom its fur, making its intentions clear. This little one was upset that Guang Hao had not come to find it upon arriving at Ghost Head Mountain. It considered itself family, yet Guang Hao had not sought it out. Eventually, it had followed Guang Hao's scent to find him. Wait a minute, family. An epiphany struck Guang Hao. Indeed, inviting outsiders could pose a risk, revealing the true state of Ghost Head Mountain. But having family over would not carry such concerns, especially the several elder brothers from the AI family. Having lived two lives, Guang Hao was profoundly aware of their character. They regarded family above all else, making them reliable allies. With this thought, Guang Hao could not help but kiss the golden monkey affectionately. Ha ha ha, Xiaolan, you truly are my lucky star. Keep an eye on things with Dahaniu for a while. Don't let any other animals take away my prey. And I shall return shortly. Xiaolan, an exceptionally intelligent golden monkey, had spent enough time with Guang Hao to understand his words. Nodding, it flipped over and perched atop Dung, chattering to Guang Hao, as if to say, leave this to me, go ahead. With Xiaolan and Dahaniu guarding the wild boar carcass, Guang Hao did not ascend the mountain immediately. Instead, he followed the previous path towards the route frequented by the gazelles. Let us not forget, Guang Hao had previously set several traps here, but a blockade of wild boars had prevented him from checking on them for a week. Now that he had finally hunted the wild boar, he was determined to assess the situation. Upon reaching the gazelle's pathway, Guang Hao's eyes fell upon the remains of 3 gazelles. The traps had evidently ensnared them, but alas, Guang Hao was too late. The gazelles had been entirely consumed by other predators, leaving behind only bleached bones. This was Ghost Head Mountain, where, apart from Guang Hao, predators were plentiful. Sighing, he lamented having provided others with a feast. Just when he thought all the gazelles had perished, he suddenly heard 2 faint bleats emanating from within the pit trap. What? Could there still be some left for me? Chapter 87. Ascending the Mountain, the Cheetah. After a week of neglect, the traps had been thoroughly ravaged by the animals. Even the pit trap was layered with fallen leaves. Clearing away the leaves, Guang Hao discovered that there indeed was something within the pit. Inside were 3 gazelles, 1 large and 2 small. The larger one was a doe, nursing the 2 little ones. The mother and her 2 young ones have likely been trapped for several days now. The ewe has noticeably lost weight, and coupled with the demands of nursing, she appears almost skeletal. In contrast, the 2 little ones are quite spirited, bleating incessantly as they huddle beside their mother, reacting to the rustling of fallen leaves. What a stroke of fortune. A delightful surprise indeed. Guang Hao chuckled heartily as he extricated the ewe from the pit, securing her with a length of grass rope before gently lifting the 2 kids out one by one. Each kid weighed around 15 or 16 pounds. Still in their early youth, so Guang Hao decided against tethering them, allowing them to roam freely. Off you go, little ones. Come back when you've grown plump, he said. Today's provisions were already plentiful, and the kids were far too small. Thus, he set them free to continue their growth. Yet, to his amusement, the 2 little ones made no move to leave, instead choosing to stay close to their mother, bleating persistently. What is this? I set you free, and you wish to accompany me down the mountain? Holding the ewe by the rope, Guang Hao began his descent. After a moment's hesitation, the 2 kids followed dutifully behind her. Though Guang Hao initially intended to let them go, their reluctance left him with no choice. with the ewe in tow. He realized he had no time to set traps on the front mountain today. Instead, he headed directly to his brother-in-law's house, intending to enlist their help in retrieving a wild boar. Meanwhile, as Guang Hao descended from Ghost Head Mountain, AI Guamin rushed back to the commune, breathless and agitated. This is dire news. We have a serious problem. A large spotted leopard has appeared on Bullheart Temple Mountain, and it has devoured our village's sheep. We must gather the militia immediately. If we delay, I fear our sheep will be entirely ravaged. Upon hearing AI Guamin's words, Xiaofang, the village chief, was struck dumb. There are 5 production teams in Xiaofang village, and the most valuable asset among them is the flock of goats that AI Guamin has been tending for a year and a half. They are all well-fed and robust, just on the verge of being ready for market, which would significantly enhance the villagers' livelihoods. If the leopard were to destroy them, the villagers would surely be incensed. Quickly, ring the bell, assemble the militia at once, and head to Bullheart Temple Mountain. Bong, bong. The deep, resonant toll of the bell echoed throughout Xiaofang village. Whether in the fields laboring, foraging for wild vegetables on the mountains, or playing by the roadside, every villager halted their activities and promptly made their way to the commune. As the bell of Xiaofang village tolled, it heralded a momentous event within the village. What could it be? Why is the village chief ringing the bell? It has been over a decade since it last rang, and the sudden sound nearly startled me to death. I thought the Japanese invaders had returned. Enough of this nonsense. If they dared to come again, we would surely vanquish them. I heard that a large spotted leopard has descended from Yoshin Temple Mountain, wreaking havoc upon our flock of sheep. The village chief is summoning the militia, preparing to ascend the mountain to hunt down the beast. Good heavens! Our sheep are about to be sold. If that leopard destroys them, the losses will be substantial. Village chief, arm me with a rifle. I shall go and slay that wretched leopard right now. Indeed, I shall join as well. How dare it threaten our communal property? Regardless of its species, we shall eliminate it. 1 leopard or 2, we shall vanquish them all. The goats represent our collective economy, and once sold, every villager will reap the benefits. Thus, upon hearing that the goats are being ravaged by the leopard, indignation surged through the villagers, and they clamored to ascend the mountain and hunt the beast. Xiaofang was resolute. Each capable individual would receive a shotgun, while the militia wielded their old Type 88 rifles. Hundreds of villagers, a formidable force, surged toward Yoshin Temple Mountain. Upon arrival, Xiaofang led the militia in a thorough search of the area. Yet, to their dismay, there was no sign of the leopard, not even a single hair. The goats continued to graze peacefully on the mountain, as if time itself stood still in tranquility. Guamin, you claimed there was a leopard on Yoshin Temple Mountain. Where is it now? Are you merely jesting with us? Wang Dagong frowned, visibly displeased as he cast a stern glance at Guamin. Wang Dagong, the village secretary of Xiaofang, is also the father of Wang Daqiang. I did not deceive you. I truly encountered a large spotted leopard. If you do not believe me, follow me. The leopard appeared right before me, pouncing upon a goat and devouring it before my very eyes. Guamin led the group to the place where the goats had been grazing. Upon arrival, they found nothing amiss. Beyond a large pool of blood on the ground, not a single goat carcass was in sight. Look, there are bloodstains. This is where the leopard hunted the goats. I witnessed it myself, feasting upon our goats. Guamin pointed at the bloodstains, explaining. Observing the bloodstains, the crowd murmured among themselves. How infuriating! Just as these goats were about to be sold, this beast has ravaged them. Where is that leopard? I shall shoot it dead. Who knows where it has fled? Leopards are quite cunning, and given the proximity of Yoshin Temple Mountain to Ghost Head Mountain, it could have easily slipped away to the latter. Goodness, what if it has indeed retreated to Ghost Head Mountain? We would dare not pursue it there, leaving us utterly powerless. Indeed, your words ring true. That wretched beast. The villagers hurled furious curses at the spotted leopard. Yet Wang Dagong merely glanced at the bloodstains on the ground before raising his gaze to AI Guamin, a smirk playing upon his lips. Is there truly a leopard to question? Chapter 88. Where did the leopard come from? You deceiver. Upon hearing Wang Dagong's words, AI Guamin's expression shifted dramatically. Village secretary, what do you imply? Do you truly believe that I, AI Guamin, am deceiving you? Wang Dagong shrugged nonchalantly and replied with a cold smile. One cannot be certain. A goat fetches 2 yuan per gene, and with the goats nearing market weight, each could weigh around 80 to 90 gene, potentially amounting to over 100. Nearly 200 yuan. Who knows if you, AI Guamin, have harbored any ulterior motives. After all, if all the lost goats could be attributed to the spotted leopard, that some could easily find its way into your pocket. AI Guamin, unjustly doused with accusations, felt his face flush crimson, his fists clenched tightly as he trembled visibly. Wang Dagong, do not slander me without reason. I have been raising goats for the village for quite some time. If I had any ill intentions, would it have taken this long? Today, if a spotted leopard has indeed attacked the flock, you need only search the vicinity to find traces of that beast. Wang Dagong, who do you think you are speaking to in such a disrespectful manner? I am your village secretary. Wang Dagong glared, discontent evident in his eyes. Why accuse me unjustly? I merely presented an alternative hypothesis. Do you understand the concept of a hypothesis, you illiterate fool? I may be uneducated, but how many days of schooling have you had? Wang Dagong, to lecture me? The two exchanged heated words, and Xiaofang, pained by their bickering, quickly intervened. Enough. What are you two arguing about? The most pressing matter now is to locate the spotted leopard that AI Guamin mentioned. That creature poses the greatest threat. If it continues to roam around our village, not only will our goats be at risk, but even our lives may be endangered. Each production team leader should take their team and thoroughly search for traces of the leopard. With Xiaofang mediating, Wang Dagong and AI Guamin reluctantly set aside their quarrel. Xiaofang village comprised 5 production teams, and each leader, accompanied by their members, diligently scoured Xiaofang mountain. However, they found no sign of the leopard, nor even the carcass of a goat. The ground bore no tracks whatsoever. Apart from the bloodstain pointed out by AI Guamin, nothing else was discovered. Initially, the villagers had not overthought the situation, but after 2 fruitless searches and influenced by Wang Dagong's speculations, their suspicions towards AI Guamin began to mount. Isn't it peculiar? Such a large leopard, yet it has left not a single trace behind. Indeed, aside from the 2 missing goats, nothing else seems amiss on Xiaofang mountain. No traces were found, yet there should be plenty of bloodstains. How come other areas are utterly clean? You all imply that I, AI Guamin, have taken the sheep? What nonsense! Am I truly that kind of person? AI Guamin exclaimed vehemently in defense of his innocence. Even if you didn't take them. These goats were under your care, and now that they are fewer in number, shouldn't you, AI Guamin, bear some responsibility? Wang Dagong sneered. Responsible? How could I be responsible? That was a leopard over 1.5 meters long. I had no weapon to rescue the sheep from its jaws. Do you expect me to march to my death? AI Guamin's forehead was throbbing with anxiety. The leopard, the leopard. You've spoken of this leopard for ages. Where is it? Wang Dagong retorted coldly. I have no idea where it went. I saw it kill a goat and was too terrified to stay. So I hurried back to the village to call for help. AI Guamin replied candidly. Enough, AI Guamin. Do not continue to quibble. I now have ample reason to suspect that you yourself have hidden the goats away and are framing the non-existent leopard for this. Hand over the goats now, and, considering your long-standing care for the goats of Xiaofang village, we shall refrain from severe punishment. However, if you persist in your stubbornness, do not blame us for being merciless. Wang Dagong issued his final ultimatum. Upon hearing this, AI Guamin felt a chill deep within. He glared fiercely at Wang Dagong, bewildered by the unjust slander. Suddenly, he recalled that a month ago, Wang Dagong had approached him about changing his work assignment. He had outright refused, having nurtured the goats for over a year, and could not simply relinquish them to another. Consequently, he had brought several brothers from the AI family to the commune to protest, humiliating Wang Dagong, who, under pressure from the 5 brothers, had ceased to pursue the matter. Now, with this opportunity to frame him, it was no wonder that Wang Dagong sought to ruin him. Wang Dagong, you are pursuing personal vendetta? You harbor resentment against me for refusing to switch jobs last month, and now you falsely accuse me. AI Guamin pointed vehemently at Wang Dagong. Accuse me of slander, will you? Then find the leopard. If you cannot locate the leopard, at least produce the carcass of the goat. If the goat is alive and the body is unseen, the outcome rests solely on your words, AI Guamin. Do you truly believe we are so easily deceived? Wang Dagong scoffed. AI Guamin was at a loss, having no knowledge of the whereabouts of the leopard or the goatess remains. The moment he spotted the leopard, he fled, completely unaware of what transpired afterward. However, his hesitation only served to convince the villagers that he was guilty, and one by one, their attitudes began to shift. AI Guamin, you cannot possibly be hiding the goats in secret, can you? Remarkably, The AI family and the Guang Hao family have recently experienced a sudden elevation in their standard of living. One cannot help but wonder from whence this wealth has originated. Goodness, upon your utterance, it does seem quite plausible. AI Guamin, you scoundrel, these goats belong to our collective. And who are you to embezzle them? My family is impoverished, barely able to put food on the table, subsisting on wild vegetables, eagerly awaiting the goats to be sold so we might savor a warm meal. Yet, you have the audacity to commit such an act, you beast. To think that this village bestowed upon you such a simple opportunity, allowing you to tend to the sheep, and yet you dare to steal. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. In this day and age, the value of a goat can rival that of a human being. A single goat can fetch nearly 100, while a wedding only requires a mere handful of coins. With 2 goats missing, each person stands to lose several dimes. Hence, the villagers were incensed, and even Xiaofang could not quell their fury as they surged toward AI Guamin, delivering a barrage of blows. AI Guamin clutched his head, and despite being bruised and battered, he shouted defiantly, "I did not hide them. I have never engaged in such despicable acts." Chapter 89, It is in the woods. Stop. Do not bully my second brother. What do you intend to do? Cease this at once. Do not fear, second brother, we have arrived. Just as the villagers were mercilessly attacking AI Guamin, several brothers of the AI family, alongside AI Xiaofang, desperately plunged into the throng. The formidable quartet of the AI family stood at the forefront, while AI Xiaofang maneuvered through the crowd, forcibly dragging the battered AI Guamin out. Upon witnessing the wounds on AI Guamin's body, tears streamed down AI Xiaofang's face. "You are bullies. My second brother said he did not do it. Why do you continue to strike him? A leopard has come down from the mountains and harmed our livestock. This is not my second brother's fault. You are being unreasonable." Embracing AI Guamin, AI Xiaofang protested. "A leopard, huh? If there truly were a leopard, we might let this matter rest. But where is this leopard now?" Wang Dagong clearly had no intention of letting AI Guamin off the hook. Indeed, AI Guamin claims to have seen the leopard. Yet we searched high and low and found not a single hair of it. Do not heed his excuses, AI Guamin. Hand over the goats immediately. My entire family depends on these goats to survive the winter. If you cannot produce them, I will drag you down with me. Precisely, surrender the goats, or this matter will not conclude. The villagers, completely swayed by Wang Dagong's rhetoric, were convinced that AI Guamin had concealed the goats. Hundreds of people pressed toward AI Guamin, while his brothers struggled valiantly to shield him. Yet, how could they possibly withstand such a multitude? Quickly, go summon Guang Hao. He is the only one who can save AI Laudi now. If this escalates further, they will beat him to death. Wang Erniu urgently implored his daughter-in-law. Wang Erniu's family once lived in dire straits, to the extent that their grandson was on the verge of starvation due to a lack of milk. However, ever since they forged a connection with Guang Hao, their lives have markedly improved. The daughter-in-law now frequently borrows fish from Guang Hao, ensuring not only an ample supply of milk, but also providing the family with nourishing fish soup. Although their meals still lack variety, the situation has improved significantly compared to before. Thus, when Guang Hao's uncles were besieged, not only did she send word to him, but she also rallied her sons to aid the AI family brothers in their defense. Fellow villagers, let us remain calm. There may be a misunderstanding here. Can we not sit down and discuss this slowly? Why must we resort to violence? Who the hell wants to talk slowly? If we don't bring out the goat today, I will end AI lair. The chaos escalated, and eventually, even Li Lu's family and Wang Laosan's family joined the fray. The village of Xiaofang was starkly divided into 2 factions, one determined to extract a confession from AI Guohua, and the other fervently defending him, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market. On Niuxin Temple Mountain, the fighting raged on, while Guang Hao hurriedly led a gazelle toward AI Xiaofang's ancestral home. This residence was even more dilapidated than Guang Hao's own. The thatched roof was sparse, and the walls bore several large, weathered holes. Through these openings, Guang Hao could glimpse the interior, where a single wooden plank served as the bed for AI's 5 brothers, crammed together as there were no individual beds. The household possessed almost no furniture, the only valuable items being supplies that AI Guohua had recently procured from a neighboring village. Meticulously locked away by the eldest brother in a rickety cabinet, through which Guang Hao could see the contents. Witnessing this scene, Guang Hao felt a pang of sorrow. In this lifetime, his eldest brother had fared remarkably well, earning dozens of coins daily and supplemented by supplies exchanged from other villages. Despite the dilapidation of their dwelling, they should not lack for provisions. Yet in the previous life, AI's brothers had nothing. Even so, they continued to support him selflessly. They endured hunger and cold, generously sharing a significant portion of their monthly earnings with AI Xiaofang. These brothers truly loved their sister to the core. It is unfathomable to consider the despair they would have faced upon her tragic suicide after Guang Hao abandoned her. Nevertheless, honoring their sister's wishes, AI's brothers exhausted every means to champion Guang Hao, striving to exonerate him and extricate him from prison. Among them, only the fifth brother had attended elementary school. The others were illiterate. Yet, these 5 unsophisticated farmers managed to overthrow the malicious Lin Wei, demonstrating the immense effort and dedication they invested in their endeavor. Every time he contemplated this, a tide of guilt surged within Guang Hao. Fortunately, fate bestowed upon him another opportunity for rebirth. Uncles, rest assured, throughout my life, I shall never wrong AI Xiaofang, and I will ensure that we all live well. Guang Hao vowed silently to himself. After this reflection, a sense of perplexity enveloped him. At this midday hour, why was it that none of AI's brothers were at home? Not only was there no one in their household, but it seemed as though the entirety of Xiaofang village was deserted. Could it be because of the recent tolling of the bell? As merely a youth sent to assist in the development of Xiaofang village, Guang Hao was unaware of the significance the bell held. With no one at his uncle's home, Guang Hao resolved to visit the commune to ascertain the situation. His second brother was tasked with herding sheep, and the commune would surely know his whereabouts. Having made up his mind, Guang Hao led the antelope towards the commune. However, after taking only a few steps, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something fleeting in the thicket by the roadside. It was a colorful creature of considerable size, and a chill ran down Guang Hao's spine. He swiftly retrieved his 98K rifle from his back, chambered around, and began to scrutinize his surroundings. The village was eerily silent, devoid of life, while the roadside was lined with towering poplar trees, their dense foliage casting a shadowy gloom. Suddenly, Guang Hao noticed several striking red spots on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were drops of blood. Instantly, his heart plummeted. He slowly raised his gaze towards the robust poplar trees above him. To his horror, he spotted 2 goat carcasses hanging from the dense canopy. The remains were gruesomely mangled, blood trickling down the trunk, dripping precisely in front of Guang Hao. Yet, this was not the most alarming aspect. Perched atop the carcasses was a large leopard, exceeding 1.5 meters in size. It was licking its blood-soaked paws, its amber eyes fixated on Guang Hao without a blink. Upon realizing it had been discovered, the leopard emitted a thunderous roar. How could this happen to my once clear conscience? Fortunately, Guang Hao had already prepared his weapon and chambered around. Thus, the moment he laid eyes on the leopard, he raised his rifle and fired. Bang! Although the shot was fired in haste, Guang Hao's extraordinary marksmanship allowed him to strike the leopard accurately. However, whether by fate's design or mere chance, the bullet first struck the goat carcass beneath the leopard before penetrating its left leg. The bullet's momentum was significantly diminished, resulting in a violent spray of blood from the leopard's injury, yet it did not succumb immediately. The leopard, struck precisely, let out a piercing cry of pain. Realizing it could no longer remain in its position, it leaped down from the tree and sprinted towards Ghost Head Mountain. This leopard, known for baring its teeth at humans and dwelling near the village, posed a grave danger. Guang Hao initially intended to hunt the creature directly. However, after a single shot struck its left leg, the spotted leopard darted away, quicker than a rabbit. Its agile form vanished into the poplar grove in mere turns, leaving Guang Hao unable to pursue. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the escape of the wretched beast. It was imperative that he inform the village chief and the others. Otherwise, the creature's presence near their village would inevitably lead to harm. Stowing his firearm, Guang Hao exited the forest and quickened his pace towards the commune, eager to relay the news to Chief Xiaofang. Yet, before he could reach the commune's entrance, he spotted Wang Erniu's daughter-in-law stumbling towards him, her voice raised in alarm. "This is bad. An incident has occurred, an enormous one. AI Urge's goat has gone missing, and the village secretary insists he has hidden it. The villagers demand that AI Urge return the goat, or they threaten to harm him. Guang Hao, you must think of a way to save him." Upon hearing this, Guang Hao's eyes reddened instantly. The AI family had always treated him with great kindness, and he felt indebted to his brothers-in-law. In this lifetime, aside from caring for his wife and daughter, Guang Hao's remaining aspiration was to ensure a prosperous life for his brothers-in-law. The thought of anyone daring to harm them ignited a fierce rage within him. Where are they now? He inquired urgently. At Niuxin Temple Mountain. You must hurry. Understood. Niuxin Temple Mountain. Xiaofang village comprised 5 production teams and hundreds of villagers. The AI family, with only 5 brothers, could not possibly withstand such overwhelming numbers. Even with the addition of Li Lu and Wang Laosen's family, their makeshift defense was precariously fragile, threatening to crumble at any moment. Chief Niushan furrowed his brow at the unfolding chaos. Wang Zhishu, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for violence. Let us keep the villagers from becoming overly agitated. Despite being the village chief, Niushan's authority was overshadowed by Wang Dagong, the village secretary. Chief. It's no issue to calm the villagers. As long as AI Guamin surrenders the goat, they will naturally cease their aggression, Wang Dagong sneered. At this moment, there was no evidence to prove that AI Guamin had concealed the goat. Niushan continued to defend AI Guamin. Indeed, there is no proof that AI Guamin hid the goat. But the absence of 2 goats, especially those ready for market, equates to a loss of over 200. Chief, surely someone must bear this loss. If you wish to protect AI Guamin, then you should compensate the 200, Wang Dagong retorted. At this, Niushan fell silent. 200 was an amount he could not afford. As chief, his monthly additional pay was merely a few coins, and this sum represented several years of his earnings. The situation grew increasingly chaotic, culminating in Wang Erniu's youngest son being the first to falter, pushed aside by the enraged villagers. The furious crowd surged past the makeshift defense, storming towards AI Guamin. Upon witnessing the scene, AI Xiaofang swiftly extended her hands to shield her elder brother. In that very moment, Wang Daqiang from the crowd seized the opportunity and aimed a kick at AI Xiaofang's abdomen. Had that strike landed, it could have jeopardized the child she had just conceived. At this critical juncture, a thunderous gunshot rang out, halting all actions in an instant. The shell was ejected with a sharp clatter as Guang Hao, his face steely, reloaded his 98K rifle. The optical sight remained fixed on Wang Daqiang's head. Wang Daqiang, if you dare to advance another inch, I shall blow your crown clean off. Wang Daqiang, intimidated by the cold barrel directed at him, trembled in fear. Reluctantly, he withdrew his foot and retreated several steps, trembling. Guang Hao, don't act recklessly. Be cautious not to misfire. This time, it's not my provocation. Your second uncle has erred, and he must face the consequences. Lower your weapon. Yet Guang Hao did not lower the gun. Instead, he maintained his aim at Wang Daqiang while stepping closer to AI Xiaofang. Upon seeing that she had not sustained any harm, he exhaled a sigh of relief. What had transpired for them to treat her second uncle in such a manner? As Guang Hao approached, AI Xiaofang felt a surge of reassurance and embraced him from behind. Guang Hao, they not only wronged my second brother, but also intended to resort to violence. They are utterly outrageous. With a quivering voice, she recounted the events to Guang Hao in detail. After absorbing her account, Guang Hao inhaled sharply. Wang Dagong, this is a classic case of misplacing the blame. Using my second uncle as a scapegoat, is it? Very well. If you enjoy making others bear the brunt, let us see who will carry that enormous burden in the future. As he secured his 98K, Guang Hao crouched before AI Guamin and spoke in hushed tones, audible only to the two of them. Second uncle, I know you have been wronged. The big flower leopard you mentioned. I have seen it near the poplar forest by our village. Upon hearing this, AI Guamin's face lit up with excitement. Then brother-in-law, you must, he began, eager to urge Guang Hao to testify on his behalf. However, before he could finish, Guang Hao swiftly covered his mouth. Second uncle, be patient. If I clarify the situation now, your beating would be in vain. Wang Dagong is targeting us. We cannot let this slide. Trust me, follow my lead, and I promise to give them a substantial surprise. What do you say? AI Guamin gazed into Guang Hao's eyes, which radiated confidence and wisdom, compelling him to believe in Guang Hao's words. Surely, his brother-in-law would not wish him harm. Thus, he decided to trust him this once. With that thought in mind, AI Guamin nodded decisively. Very well, I shall follow your plan. Having gained AI Guamin's consent, Guang Hao stood up and surveyed the crowd, proclaiming loudly, I have just clarified the situation with my second uncle. The 2 sheep were indeed lost by him inadvertently, prompting him to falsely claim that they were devoured by a leopard. We are now prepared to compensate the full value of these sheep, and my uncle has voluntarily relinquished his responsibility for herding. I hope everyone can forgive him for this mistake, and I sincerely apologize on his behalf. After speaking, Guang Hao bowed to the villagers of Xiaofang village. AI Guamin had anticipated some grand scheme from Guang Hao, but to his astonishment, he straightforwardly accepted the blame, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Trembling as he pointed at Guang Hao, "My brother-in-law, this tarnishes my reputation." Chapter 91, A Heavy Loss. The antelope compensates the goat. Guang Hao's admission of fault caused the villagers to calm down. If only he had confessed sooner, he could have avoided a beating. Indeed, I had suspected AI Lar of harboring ulterior motives. I never imagined he would stoop to such acts. AI Lar, what can we say about you now? The villagers berated AI Guamin, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. He wished to explain himself, but recalling Guang Hao's earlier words, he could only swallow his indignation, feeling as if he were a bloated toad, utterly uncomfortable. Now that AI Lar has acknowledged his error, this matter can be put to rest. Even if the two goats weigh 80 pounds each, at a purchasing price of $1.50 per pound, the total amounts to $240. Since Guang's hiking is willing to pay, once the $240 are settled, no further issues should arise regarding AI Lar. Seeing Guang Hao take the lead, Xiaofang promptly stepped forward to finalize the decision. An average goat weighs about 80 to 90 pounds. In good years, they can fetch $1.50 per pound, while in poorer years, they have sold for $1 per pound. Thus, Xiaofang's pricing is quite reasonable, and the villagers voiced little dissent. Very well. This price seems quite fair. No objections from me. I can accept that. As long as the village head agrees, it is settled, with everyone in agreement. And Guang Hao ready to pay, Wang Dagong suddenly emerged. Wait a moment. Guang Hao coldly regarded Wang Dagong. I merely wish to inform you that your calculations are flawed. I have just counted the flock and discovered that the sheep AI Guamin lost were breeding ewes. Ewes can bear lambs, which in turn grow into sheep, thus perpetuating the cycle. Therefore, this sum is inadequate. We do not seek money, we demand sheep. Compensate us with sheep, Wang Dagong declared. In truth, his words bordered on unreasonable. Even if the two lost goats were breeding ewes, there remained several sheep in the flock. Acquiring two new breeding ewes is entirely feasible. To invoke the notion of ewes birthing lambs is a specious argument. By that logic, no one would ever dare purchase his sheep. Wang Dagong, are you intentionally causing trouble for our family? Guang Hao could not overlook the malice Wang Dagong displayed. Wang Dagong made no effort to conceal his disdain, responding with a scoff. Was it not you, Guang Hao, who sought trouble with my family first? My sister was wronged by you, and you had her imprisoned for 10 years. Guang Hao, I am unafraid to speak the truth. You dare to treat my kin in such a manner, I shall not let you off lightly. Today is merely the beginning. You shall face the consequences in due course. Wang Dagong glared at him coldly. Very well, let us see how this unfolds. Whether you, Secretary Wang, shall be the one to end me, or I shall send you along with your sister into confinement. Would Guang Hao be intimidated by his threats? He met the challenge head-on without hesitation. Enough, enough, let us refrain from further escalation. Secretary Wang, according to your assertions, these goats have become priceless treasures, which is utterly unrealistic. The matter has transpired. We are all neighbors, and there is no need for continued strife. How about this? Guang Hao will compensate an additional 20 yuan, which should suffice. The village head, Xiaofang, intervened as a mediator to ease the tension between Wang Dagong and Guang Hao. 20 yuan is but a pittance. I refuse. I demand the goats. Wang Dagong was resolute in confronting Guang Hao today. Wang Dagong, do you not realize the gravity of your actions? My brother lost the goats, and we are willing to compensate, yet you persist in this quarrel. Do you dare to challenge us? The elder, AI Guohua, was already seething with anger. His brother-in-law had agreed to the compensation, yet Wang Dagong continued to press the matter. Unable to contain himself any longer, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. The other brothers of the AI family shared similar sentiments, rolling up their sleeves in solidarity behind AI Guohua, prepared to charge forth at their eldest brother's command. Enough. It is not worth the effort to engage with such a fool. Does he not desire the goats? Let us simply give them to him. Guang Hao, unwilling to squander time on Wang Dagong, knew he would have ample opportunity to deal with him later. He strode to the back of the crowd and retrieved the gazelle he had brought from Wang Erniu's daughter-in-law. You wanted goats, did you not? I present this to you now. This is a gazelle. You all recognize its worth, do you not? Its value requires no further elaboration, 4 yuan per pound. and state-run restaurants will gladly accept it. Here is one female and 2 kids, sufficient to cover the 2 goats my brother lost. You have no objections now, I trust? Guang Hao proclaimed. This is not merely a lack of objections. The moment Wang Dagong laid eyes on the gazelle, his eyes widened in astonishment. A gazelle? A creature he had not seen in over a decade. Not only is its meat tender and devoid of the usual goatiness, but its kidneys are particularly prized for their nourishing properties. Wang Dagong's throat tightened. He wished to create further discord, yet the words simply would not come. No problem. No problem at all. This is a gazelle. We have struck it rich this time. Indeed, the female is of little consequence. Here are 2 gentle kids, which may be raised for future benefit. If they can be cultivated, they will be far more valuable than goats. Oh dear. It has been over 10 years since I last beheld a gazelle. Guang Hao, where did you procure this gem? The exchange of goats for the antelope was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. Regardless of what the village headman had to say, I was resolute in my agreement. With the appearance of the antelope, the villagers had already reached a unanimous decision without needing Wang Dagong's approval. The incident involving the leopard had finally come to a close. With Guang Hao and AI Xiaofang assisting AI Guamin back home, Guang Hao had summoned the families of Li Lu, Wang Erniu, and Wang Laosan. Had it not been for their efforts in safeguarding AI Guamin, he might have sustained far worse injuries. This debt of gratitude weighed heavily on Guang Hao. Thus he invited everyone to a meal at his home to express his appreciation. Upon returning home, Guang Hao personally administered some medicine to AI Guamin. It must be said that the medicinal remedies of the 1970s were remarkably effective. After a dose of safflower water, AI Guamin sprang back to life. Regaining his vigor, he fixed his large, expressive eyes upon Guang Hao and inquired, "Brother-in-law, what was your intention today? The goats were never lost through my negligence. So why must I bear the brunt of this blame? Ultimately, we ended up compensating with 3 antelopes. My goodness, those 3 antelopes are far more valuable than the 2 goats. Not only have I taken the blame, but you have also incurred a loss of 3 antelopes, an utter disaster. Why did you act in such a manner?" In truth, AI Guamin had long wished to pose this question when they were atop Neo-Exine Mountain. But the presence of others had restrained him. Now, in the comfort of their own company, he could no longer contain himself and unleashed his inquiries in full force. Guang Hao chuckled softly, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The reason for AI Guamin's predicament was straightforward. The leopard would return. Chapter 92. The Emperor of Fengdu fancies me. The rationale behind Guang Hao's decision to have AI Guamin shoulder this burden, even adding the loss of 3 antelopes, was simple. The leopard would indeed return. In his 2 lifetimes, Guang Hao had heard tales of the leopard's exploits in Xiaofang village. However, as he had already departed from the village at that time, the specifics of the incidents remained unclear to him. For instance, he was entirely oblivious to the unjust accusations against his second brother. What he did know was that the leopard, after feasting on goats, had developed a taste for these docile creatures, regularly preying upon them and eventually even daring to attack several villagers. The incident garnered significant attention, making headlines, and ultimately led to the formation of a hunting team dedicated to eradicating the leopard. After several arduous days of pursuit, they finally succeeded in slaying it. Therefore, upon encountering the leopard for the first time, Guang Hao had taken no mercy and fired his weapon, intent on nipping this predatory thread in the bud. Yet, to his astonishment, the beast evaded capture and fled. Subsequently, the wrongful accusations against Wang Dagong ignited Guang Hao's fury. Their true objective was to usurp the position of the second uncle, thereby placing their own kin in charge of the grazing duties. With the goats soon to be ready for market, the one who tended to them would effectively replace the second uncle's entire year of labor. However, according to the impending trajectory, the leopard would continue its pursuit of the goats. Thus, the occupation of herding sheep is not merely a delightful endeavor. Rather, it is a treacherous pitfall, potentially fraught with peril. When misfortune strikes, Guang Hao will observe how Wang Dagong attempts to cover up this monumental debacle. However, Guang Hao refrained from divulging the subsequent developments to the AI brothers, instead informing them that the leopard had returned, and that herding sheep had become a formidable trap. Whoever ventured forth would inevitably fall victim. When the elusive leopard finally reveals itself, the injustices suffered by Erjiu will be thoroughly vindicated. Upon hearing Guang Hao's explanation, the AI brothers exhibited expressions of dawning comprehension. Look, it is indeed my brother-in-law who possesses the sharpest wit. Very well, Erdi, Do not overthink. My brother-in-law's words are undoubtedly correct. The current eldest brother-in-law had completely transformed into Guang Hao's ardent admirer, believing every word he uttered. Indeed, when the leopard appears, Heir Ji's grievances will naturally dissipate. And we shall have the opportunity to confront Wang Dagong again, remarked Sangu Ai Guozhong with a smile. Though he wore a grin, the coldness in his eyes rivaled that of Guang Hao. It was evident that he was a cunning individual, a smiling tiger. Yes, my brother-in-law has made the right call this time. Ergo, you can endure a little discomfort for now. It is of little consequence, nodded Si Gu Ai Guoqiang in agreement. Only Wu Gu Ai Guofu cast a discerning glance at Guang Hao, sensing that there were undisclosed matters lingering beneath the surface. Yet, since Guang Hao chose not to reveal them, Ai Guofu refrained from inquiring further, merely offering a slight smile in his direction. With all 5 brothers of the Ai family gathered, Guang Hao had no intention of allowing them to remain idle. After all, there lay 800 pounds of meat awaiting them on Ghost Head Mountain. With the appearance of the spotted leopard outside, even more formidable predators awaited within. If they tarried too long, the mere presence of the water buffalo and golden monkeys would not suffice to deter these hunters. Contemplating this, Guang Hao called out to Ai Xiaofang, who was busily engaged in the kitchen. Xiaofang, I shall venture out with my uncles to procure some meat. Please bring the water in the pot to a boil so we can cook once we return. Ai Xiaofang, along with a group of women discussing the evening's meal, nodded eagerly at his request. All right, I shall prepare some side dishes. By the way, Guang Hao, did you manage to catch a substantial amount of meat today? Our numbers for dinner are quite considerable. If there isn't enough, we could bring some fish from Big Brother's unsold catch. Guang Hao chuckled heartily. No need for that. Tonight's meat will be plentiful. We can bring back a couple of sturgeons, but the other fish have too many bones and are not worth the effort. Having finished his instructions to Ai Xiaofang, Guang Hao led the 5 Ai brothers towards Ghost Head Mountain. Ai Guohua was particularly animated, chattering excitedly along the way. He was filled with curiosity about the hunting grounds of Guang Hao. Marveling at the prospect of obtaining over 100 pounds of meat, such a bountiful place was rare in the entirety of Xiaofang village. The other brothers, however, displayed little reaction, remaining unaware of Guang Hao's clandestine dealings with the state-run restaurant concerning mountain goods. Guang Hao's discretion had been exemplary. The 6 of them conversed cheerfully until they soon arrived at the foot of Ghost Head Mountain. Upon gazing at the ominous aura surrounding the mountain, Ai Guohua was the first to halt his steps. Brother-in-law, have you perhaps wandered into the wrong place? We are nearly upon Ghost Head Mountain. We cannot proceed any further. If we do, we may rouse the ire of the Emperor of the Underworld. Ai Guohua stated with utmost seriousness, as if he had witnessed the Emperor himself. Have you not always been curious about where I procure my game? Today, with just our family present, I shall not conceal the truth any longer, dear brother-in-law. I have indeed been hunting on this very Ghost Head Mountain. It is merely an ordinary primordial mountain, devoid of any presence of the Emperor of the Underworld. Come, let us move along. Guang Hao tugged at Ai Guohua, urging him towards the mountain. What are you talking about? You have been hunting on Ghost Head Mountain? My heavens, are you out of your mind? Ai Guohua exclaimed, startled, then clasped his hands together, bowing repeatedly towards Ghost Head Mountain, muttering fervently, Oh, great Emperor of the Underworld! I beseech you, do not hold my brother-in-law accountable. He is merely a fool, and I humbly ask that you do not take offense. Young Ai Guohua extends his apologies to you here. During the next Ghost Festival, I shall surely burn extra offerings of gold and silver paper for you. Please, do not trouble my brother-in-law. If you are truly displeased, come to me instead. I am willing to shoulder all responsibility for my brother-in-law's actions. Listening to Ai Guohua's fervent supplications, Guang Hao felt both speechless and touched. It was bewildering that, at such an age, he still put stock in these beliefs. And yet his conviction was unwavering. It was heartwarming to see him take upon himself the burden of any potential repercussions. The phrase a brother is like a father is not merely a saying. Ai Guohua truly embodies its essence. Enough of this, dear brother-in-law. You need not bow any longer. If the Emperor of the Underworld truly disdained me, I would have faced his wrath long before now, having spent so much time on Ghost Head Mountain. Instead, I have not only remained unharmed, but have also enjoyed bountiful harvests daily, indicating that the Emperor not only bears no ill will, but rather favors me. Thus, accompanying me up the mountain guarantees safety. In regard to his brother-in-law's demeanor, Arguing against his superstitions would prove futile, for he had long been a firm believer. If one were to acquiesce to his beliefs and adopt a different perspective, it might yield some benefit. Indeed, at this moment, his brother-in-law regarded Guang Hao with a mixture of skepticism and belief. According to your account, it does seem plausible. Absolutely, my physique is rather unique. These entities have always taken a liking to me since childhood. Ha ha ha, you rascal. If you take offense at being called plump, rest assured that since the emperor favors you, you should be safe. However, remember to pay your respects during the ghost festival and express your gratitude to him. All right, understood. Thus, through the guise of superstition, Guang Hao successfully lured his most obstinate brother-in-law to Ghost Head Mountain. As for the other 4 brothers-in-law, they posed no such challenge. They shared Guang Hao as staunch atheism. Chapter 93, The Apology of the Second Brother-in-Law. Guang Hao led the 5 brothers of the AI family up Ghost Head Mountain, navigating with ease to the location where they hunted wild boars. Upon arrival, they looked up to find the water buffalo and the golden-haired monkey, Xiaofang, waiting patiently. Xiaofang was elegantly enjoying a banana, exhibiting a refined demeanor. The great water buffalo, akin to a creature with nails embedded in its rear, restlessly paced in place, its head occasionally glancing towards the inner mountain, embodying a conflict of desire to leave while fearing it may impede Guang Hao's affairs. You two have worked hard. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead, Guang Hao said as he approached the water buffalo and gently patted its head. Upon seeing Guang Hao finally arrive, the water buffalo let out a couple of low moos before galloping towards the inner mountain, as if it had discovered a treasure hidden within. Meanwhile, Xiaolan climbed onto Guang Hao's shoulder, munching on a banana, her curious gaze fixed on the 5 brothers of the AI family. Oh, why are there 5 monkeys without fur? The 5 brothers of the AI family were utterly astonished by the sight. Wait, did I just see that correctly? Is that a massive water buffalo? It must weigh an enormous amount. At the very least, it has to be a ton. Isn't there also a cow in the herd? That one weighed around 500 pounds, yet it pales in comparison to this great water buffalo. Goodness, brother-in-law, why do you seem so close to this water buffalo? If you could bring it down, it would be a fortune. I see now, brother-in-law, are you bringing us up here to hunt this great water buffalo? A water buffalo weighing over a ton could yield an incredible amount of meat. I'm going to borrow a gun right now. The brothers were practically beside themselves with excitement at the sight of the water buffalo, with the 3rd and 4th brothers even turning to head down for hunting rifles. Calm down, uncles, please maintain your composure, Guang Hao urged. This great water buffalo is not my prey. Strictly speaking, it should be considered my friend. I did not bring you here to hunt it. Our quarry lies ahead. He quickly restrained his uncles. The water buffalo had saved him twice, and although it refused to descend the mountain with him, Guang Hao had already come to regard it as a companion. If his uncles were to kill it, he would be profoundly saddened. What do you mean? This great water buffalo is not prey. What exactly have you caught? AI Guohuo inquired. Just ahead. You'll see when we get there, Guang Hao replied, leading his uncles onward, successfully diverting their attention from the water buffalo. After a few steps, a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds suddenly appeared before them. Before they could fully register their astonishment, they spotted another nearby, and then another. A total of 5 wild boars stood before them, the smallest weighing over 100 pounds and the largest an impressive 200 pounds, leaving the brothers in sheer disbelief, their jaws dropping to the ground. In Xiaofang village, aside from sheep, a few pigs were also raised. However, in this era, everyone had to subsist on wild vegetables, making one ponder how well the pigs in the village were fed. The pigs in the village, raised for more than a year or two, barely tipped the scales at 100 pounds and appeared emaciated, clearly lacking in substantial fat. Yet, the wild boars Guang Hao was hunting were an entirely different story. Each one was robust and well-fed, particularly the leader, whose hind legs were as powerful as an adult human's. If this creature were to be stewed, the aroma would surely be exquisite. Merely contemplating the situation made the mouths of several uncles water. Guang Hao, did you single-handedly hunt all of these? After a prolonged moment of astonishment, AI Guamin was the first to regain his composure, incredulously inquiring. Indeed. The purpose of summoning you today is to assist in transporting these wild boars. As you can see, I cannot manage such a number alone, Guang Hao replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, AI Guamin felt a flush of heat spread across his face. Not long ago, AI Xiaofang had approached him seeking job introductions, and at that time, he had derided Guang Hao, calling him a young master from the city, incapable of lifting a finger, merely indulging in a life of leisure. Yet here was Guang Hao, presenting 5 wild boars, which, when exchanged at the supply and marketing cooperative, could yield more profit than AI Guamin had earned in several years. Realizing that he had belittled someone who accomplished so much in a single day, AI Guamin's embarrassment deepened. "I apologize, brother-in-law," he mumbled, his face reddening with shame. Guang Hao was taken aback, perplexed by his second uncle's unexpected apology. "What troubles you, uncle? Why the apology? The elder brother had previously told us you had transformed. I was skeptical, and even when Xiaofang sought me out, I secretly mocked you, labeling you as an inept young master. I never anticipated your remarkable prowess. I truly regret my words." Bowing his head in apology, AI Guamin was too ashamed to meet Guang Hao's gaze, fearing ridicule. However, Guang Hao had no intention of mocking him. Instead, he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and earnestly replied, "Uncle, you need not apologize. You spoke the truth. I was indeed a young master with no skills, deserving of criticism. I understand now that your rebuke stemmed from a place of concern. I have awakened to the realization that Xiaofang is a woman worthy of my lifelong devotion. Henceforth, I shall cherish my life with her and will not allow her to endure hardship any longer. Uncles, you are welcome to hold me accountable. Should I falter in the future, I invite your reprimands, even physical reprimands, without any resentment." Upon hearing this, AI Guamin and his 4 brothers were momentarily taken aback, gazing intently into Guang Hao's eyes. There was no trace of insincerity. Only determination and sincerity resided within them. Recognizing this, the brothers understood that Guang Hao was genuine in his commitment to live well with Xiaofang. Exchanging glances, they all broke into smiles. "Good lad, with your words. I can rest easy," the eldest brother proclaimed. "I too am reassured," the second brother added, "confident that you will treat our sister well. She truly adores you, and you must not let her down. As long as you are dedicated to her, I will assist you in any challenges you may face. Moreover, do not forget the 4th brother. I will also lend my support. Treat her well, for to her, you are everything. Bread will be plentiful, and wealth shall follow. Guang Hao, rest assured, we will undoubtedly achieve great success in the future, and you shall never regret marrying my sister." Regret? Guang Hao has already endured a lifetime of remorse. In this life, he shall not regret. Enough. Dear uncles, please refrain from further words. Your kindness nearly brings tears to my eyes. Let us hasten to transport the wild boars, for the ferocious beasts of Ghost Head Mountain are numerous, with many resembling the large spotted leopards. We must swiftly carry these wild boars down. We shall keep one for ourselves and sell the rest to the state-run restaurant." Wiping the moisture from his eyes, Guang Hao called upon the 5 brothers of the AI family for assistance. Naturally, the 5 uncles did not decline. United, the 6 brothers managed to transport 5 large wild boars to the foot of Ghost Head Mountain before 5 o'clock. Chapter 94. A home is true happiness. Having brought down over 800 pounds of meat, even the strong brothers of the AI family were left breathless. Yet, there was no time for rest. They needed to keep 1 wild boar at home, while the remainder had to be delivered to the state-run restaurant. Guang Hao took the smallest wild boar back home, and then hurriedly led his brothers to ensure the wild boars reached the restaurant by 6 o'clock. Wang Fugui had been waiting for quite some time. Guang Hao typically delivered the meat around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Arriving at 6, the timing was impeccably aligned with the restaurant's peak hours. However, due to delays caused by the matters concerning AI urge, the delivery was made later than usual. Fortunately, the ample supply of rich wild boar meat appeased the customers, allowing Wang Fugui to serve a plate of stir-fried intestines without complaints from the patrons. The state-run restaurant remained bustling until 7 o'clock, providing Wang Fugui a moment to catch his breath. "Guang Hao, my brother, could you possibly deliver a bit earlier next time? By 6, when the meal hasn't even begun, I feel overwhelmed by the pressure. My apologies, I shall strive to come earlier. Speaking of deliveries, I may need to trouble you for a favor, Brother Wang," Guang Hao replied with a smile. "Trouble? Nonsense. We are brothers. Whatever you need, just ask." Wang Fugui genuinely regarded Guang Hao as a brother. Not only did Guang Hao supply the state-run restaurant with substantial quantities of meat daily, but his close relationship with Mayor Hu and their compatible personalities further solidified their bond. "Well, I recently acquired a hunting rifle. With this new tool, my harvest will undoubtedly increase. For example, I hunted these wild boars by noon, but their weight made transportation challenging, hence the late delivery. I would like to request your assistance in securing a truck driver who could come every afternoon to help with the transport. I will cover the expenses. What do you think? Guang Hao inquired. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugui did not immediately agree, but furrowed his brow slightly. Brother Guang Hao, you know that the trucks responsible for transportation do not belong to my supply and marketing cooperative. Sometimes I must navigate their moods. Zhang Tai entered, and I had yet to meet the new driver. However, since you, Brother Guang Hao, have a need, I shall muster the courage to inquire. If this driver proves to be as difficult to get along with as Zhang Tai, then I shall be at a loss. In the 1970s, transportation resources were exceedingly scarce, and drivers were as rare as giant pandas. Brother Guang Hao understood this principle and nodded, saying, "It's all right. If we have a truck to assist in transporting goods, it will certainly make things easier on my end. If that is not possible, I can always procure a cart. It may be slow, but it will suffice for delivery." Guang Hao and Wang Fugui exchanged a few casual remarks, during which Wang Fugui earnestly invited Guang Hao to dine at the state-run restaurant before returning home. However, with a large family awaiting him, Guang Hao graciously declined Wang Fugui's kind offer. Just as they exited the state-run restaurant, Zhang Mo from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative had been waiting nearby for quite some time. Due to Zhang Mo's recent promotion, the fish trade had resumed, and after many days of anticipation, the fish arrived only to be swiftly snatched up, despite Zhang Mo raising the price for Guang Hao's fish catch by nearly half. He soon realized just how lucrative this business truly was. Thus, he had been waiting outside specifically to present gifts to Guang Hao. He brought an abundance of items: white sugar, brown sugar, cloth, snacks, and various other odds and ends. Guang Hao initially refused, but Zhang Tai interjected, "Brother Hao, this isn't for you. The sugar is for sister-in-law. Beneficial for her health and during her monthly cycle. These are truly good things." Unable to withstand Zhang Tai's enthusiasm, Guang Hao reluctantly accepted the offerings. When they returned home, laden with goods, the AI brothers were left astounded. "Eldest brother, is this our brother-in-law? How is it that in just a few days, he has forged such strong ties with the manager of the supply cooperative and the state-run restaurant?" Indeed, another added, the restaurant manager invited him to dine, and the cooperative manager rushed to present him with all these gifts. What exactly has our brother-in-law been up to? While you are fixated on his connections, have you forgotten his earnings for the day? The wild boar sold for 975, and with the fish catch and these gifts, his total income for the day exceeds 1,000. Upon hearing this, the AI brothers were utterly dumbfounded. What? Over 1,000? Is that truly the case? My goodness, I have never seen so much money in my life. 1,000 a day amounts to 30,000 a month. Good heavens. That would make 3 households of millionaires in a month. Our brother-in-law is destined for greatness. The AI brothers regarded Guang Hao as if he were a rare marvel, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Is 1,000 a day truly so extraordinary? Were it not for the constraints of the planned economy, which prohibits free trade, I could easily earn 10,000 a day. Heh, uncles, are you envious? If so, would you care to join me? I am in need of hands, and we could split the spoils evenly. Guang Hao regarded his uncles with a grin reminiscent of a cunning matchmaker from ancient times, luring innocent souls into a perilous venture. The brothers of the AI family exchanged glances, and in the end, it was only AI Guamin who raised his hand discreetly. Brother-in-law, you truly lack manpower. My current work of herding sheep has come to an end, and I find myself at a loss for what to do. I could accompany you on your hunting ventures. However, I must preface this by saying that I am not well versed in the art of hunting, so you would need to teach me. As for the division of spoils, I shall forego that. I merely seek something to occupy my time. Indeed, Guang Hao is in dire need of assistance. With a 98K in hand, his hunting territory would extend beyond the outer mountains, advancing into the inner mountains. The biodiversity within the inner mountains far exceeds that of the outer, promising a bountiful harvest. Relying solely on his efforts, he could manage to transport only 150 pounds of game daily. Beyond this limit, he would find himself overwhelmed. The need for help is acute, something I dream of constantly. Second brother, you need not possess extensive hunting skills. Simply assisting me in transporting the game would suffice. Third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, do join me if you are available. Guang Hao extended an olive branch to the other brothers-in-law. The remaining brothers exchanged glances before responding. I have yet to complete my current tasks. It is best to see things through to the end. Once I finish my work, if you still require assistance, I shall come to aid you. said third brother Ai Guazhong with a smile. I too am occupied. The busy farming season is upon us, and I am responsible for the harvest of 3 acres. I must at least finish my work in the fields to earn my labor points. Otherwise, our family will face criticism for not meeting our quotas. Fourth brother Ai Guoqiang concurred, expressing his current inability to assist. After the farming season, third brother and fourth brother can come up to help you, but I shall not. I have my own plans and aspirations. Brother-in-law, perhaps in the future, the money I earn will rival yours. Fifth brother Ai Guofu said cheerfully. Fifth brother Ai Guofu is the most astute among the 5 brothers of the Ai family. In the previous life, he played a pivotal role in Guang Hao's redemption. Despite his promising future, for reasons unknown, after Guang Hao's release from prison, fifth brother became severely paralyzed from the waist down. He never revealed the cause of his condition to Guang Hao, but this time, he would ensure that fifth brother Ai Guofu would not be left disabled. All 5 brothers of the Ai family are destined for a bright future. Very well. My brothers-in-law have their own affairs, and I shall not press them. They can come to assist after the busy farming season, Guang Hao concluded. By the way, I must reiterate a crucial reminder regarding the events at Ghost Head Mountain. This information must not be disclosed to anyone. Guang Hao spoke with utmost seriousness. In truth, he had already issued this warning countless times, to the point that the brothers had grown accustomed to it. Even Ai Guohua, who was typically the most talkative, understood that this matter must not be spoken of recklessly. Thus, all 5 brothers nodded in unison, pledging their silence. As the brothers laughed and chatted, they soon found themselves at Guang Hao's doorstep. From a distance, they could see the house ablaze with light. The presence of numerous guests rendered the atmosphere lively and boisterous, with a continuous murmur of conversation filling the air. As he gazed at the flickering candlelight, listened to the lively conversations around him, and inhaled the delightful aroma of dinner, Guang Hao found himself immersed in a scene he had long yearned for, but had only ever glimpsed in dreams. The sensation of belonging to a home was, indeed, the epitome of happiness. Chapter 95, Testing Li Lu's family's attitude with light steps. Guang Hao entered his home and pushed open the door, only to discover that the small courtyard was already brimming with guests. In the 1970s, with the absence of family planning policies, every household resembled a brigade of overachievers in reproduction. Take Li Lu's family, for instance. She had 3 brothers and 2 sisters, making a total of 6. This was still a modest number for Xiaofang village. Even the Wang Erniu family, struggling to support their grandchildren, managed to gather 5 or 6 members in total. Indeed, people of that era were truly prolific. With the combined presence of Li Lu's family, the Wang Erniu family, and the Wang Laosan family, there were easily over 20 individuals, filling Guang Hao's courtyard to the brim. Ai Xiaofang busily attended to the women in the kitchen. Upon seeing Guang Hao return, she hurried to him with a warm smile, exclaiming, "After a long day, you must be tired. Come, sit down. Dinner will be served shortly." Guang Hao gently grasped Ai Xiaofang's delicate hand and replied with a smile, "You've worked hard too. Let us dine together." "All right, there are still 2 dishes in the pot. I will bring them out," she responded. Tonight's feast was exceptionally lavish, for Guang Hao had provided an entire wild boar for the family, leading Ai Xiaofang to prepare a grand pig banquet, with braised pork, twice-cooked pork, and cold-sliced pork. The table was adorned with 3 substantial dishes that made the guests' eyes nearly bulge with desire. In this era, simply being able to fill one's belly was considered a good life. To indulge in meat was akin to celebrating the new year, and to eat one's fill of it was to live in a dream. Now, within Guang Hao's home, their dreams had materialized. The hefty wild boar, weighing over 150 pounds, allowed them to feast freely. As everyone began to eat, decorum was cast aside. Even Li Lu abandoned her ladle-like facade, gnawing on a trotter with grease adorning her lips. Damn it, being with Guang Hao means 3 hearty meals a day. It's truly worth it. Whatever comes next for this family, I shall lead the charge. As they savored the delectable meat, nearly everyone entertained this thought. The joyous laughter and the tantalizing aroma of food wafted throughout Xiaofang village. The news of the over 800 pounds of wild boar could not be concealed. Everyone in the village was aware that Guang Hao had struck it rich, even going so far as to slaughter a wild boar to entertain friends. The scent of meat lingered in the air, stirring the appetites of the villagers. That Guang Hao, indulging in meat, why make it so fragrant? It's making my mouth water. Indeed, just earlier, he had seen Wang Laosan flaunting a plate of braised pork, marbled with fat, and lean. The mere whiff of it was heavenly. Had I known, I would have helped AI Guamin today, and my family could have enjoyed a meal of meat as well. Indeed, I too harbor regrets. Had I lent my assistance to AI Guamin today, I would have partaken in the feast as well. Wait a moment, my brothers, have you all noticed something? The Guang Hao household indulges in sumptuous meals daily. Today, they even hosted a banquet after slaying a wild boar. Do they truly lack for those 2 goats? Goodness, your words resonate with truth. AI Guohua exchanges so many fish for goods daily. Logically, his family thrives and has no need to procure communal goats. Moreover, do you recall when Guang Hao mentioned he would incur losses? Not a single blink betrayed his resolve. If he genuinely required funds for the goats, how could he have been so untroubled by the prospect of losing money? In the end, Guang Hao even sacrificed 3 gazelles, which are far more valuable than goats. So why did Guang Hao concede that AI Lauer had acquired goats on Yoshin Temple Mountain? By refusing to acknowledge it, we would have resorted to violence against him. It seems he was coerced into confession. Thus, it appears we have wronged him. I suspect Guang Hao never anticipated that merely sharing a meal would lead numerous villagers to unravel the truth. After satisfying their appetites, the Wang Erniu family and the Wang Laosan family took their leave, with Guang Hao bidding them farewell one by one. To have allies at this juncture is indeed a mark of friendship. The Li family also finished their meal, and Li's father prepared to depart with Guang Hao. Yet upon seeing the Li family ready to leave, Guang Hao playfully kicked his brother-in-law. Li Lu is heading home. You should see her off. The brother-in-law, rubbing his rear, stood up, bewildered. Why must I accompany them when there are so many of them? Observing his brother-in-law's confusion, Guang Hao felt a mix of exasperation and disappointment. If you remain this oblivious, don't weep when your wife runs off with another. Enough, just go and see them off. Must you question everything? AI Xiaofang glared at AI Guohua. For AI's brothers, her words were akin to royal decrees. Although AI Guohua was left puzzled, he dutifully escorted Li Lu home. With her trailing obediently behind, her head bowed and cheeks flushed like a bashful bride. Li's parents exchanged knowing glances. As seasoned individuals, they understood the implications of the situation. Their daughter clearly harbored feelings for the simple-minded AI Guohua. Previously, even if they were aware of their daughter's affections, they would have staunchly opposed the match. The AI family was notoriously poor, and AI's brothers were notorious for their favoritism towards AI Xiaofang, leaving their own family in dire straits. Marrying into such a household would surely subject Li Lu to a lifetime of hardship. However, the perspectives of Li's parents had shifted entirely. Firstly, AI Guohua now earned a substantial daily income from his fishing business, a sum unparalleled in the entire Xiaofang village. Secondly, Guang Hao had transformed significantly. Not only was he earning handsomely, but his social standing had also soared to heights previously unimaginable. The manager and sales staff from the supply and marketing cooperative had come personally to apologize to him. What sort of status must one possess to receive such treatment? They had also visited the supply and marketing cooperative in Longkou town, aware of the dismissive attitude of the sales staff there, who held their noses high and barely acknowledged customers. Yet, the Guang Hao family was notably generous. Today, they were compelled by their daughter's pleas to assist AI Guamin. Upon returning, Guang Hao organized a lavish feast featuring an entire pig, and the family enjoyed their meal with great satisfaction. This exemplifies grandeur and generosity. If Li Lu were to marry into their family, she would undoubtedly experience a life filled with joy. Contemplating this, both Li's father and mother exchanged knowing smiles, not only refraining from opposing AI Guohua and Li Lu, but deliberately lingering at the back to grant the couple some privacy. Observing the attitude of Li's parents, Guang Hao and AI Xiaofang sensed that the matter was nearly settled. Guang Hao smiled and quickly invited Li's parents to stay, then retreated to fetch 5 pounds of brown sugar and a piece of fine fabric. The brown sugar was meant to nourish Li Lu, while the fabric was intended for her to craft a beautiful garment. Of course, this was not a bridal gift. It was merely a small token of goodwill. Should Li Lu genuinely accept her brother-in-law in the future, the bridal gift would undoubtedly be more substantial, ensuring that she would never face any grievances. Li's parents exchanged glances, their smiles widening. Guang Hao's generosity was indeed remarkable. Brown sugar was a rare commodity, and the kind he offered was of the finest quality, valued at no less than 10 yuan for 5 pounds. The fabric was also of high quality, starting at a similar price. Such offerings for mere friendship made one wonder about the bridal gifts. The elderly couple accepted the items with smiles, expressing their gratitude. "Oh, you are too kind. I thank you on behalf of Xiao Lu. However, I must clarify that while we will accept these gifts and present them to Xiao Lu, her feelings must ultimately be her own decision. We cannot impose our will upon her, as she is quite assertive." Of course. Even without the matter of the brother-in-law, Li Lu is our dear friend, and we will certainly respect her wishes, Guang Hao replied. "With your reassurance, we are at ease. Rest assured, we will discuss this with her." AI Guohua is indeed quite commendable. Chapter 96. The feast. The lively courtyard gradually returned to tranquility. After completing his evening routine, Guang Hao reclined on his bed. He felt somewhat fatigued today and soon drifted into a state of semi-consciousness. At that moment, he suddenly heard a soft call. "Husband, are you asleep?" Guang Hao pretended to be asleep until he felt the gentle, warm body of AI Xiaofang slip under the covers, at which point he swiftly turned over. "How long does it take to wash a bowl? Let us see how you handle this, my dear." AI Xiaofang, startled by Guang Hao's sudden movement, quickly regained her composure, her arms stretching gracefully as she gazed at him with alluring eyes. "My husband not only treats me well, but also shows kindness to my brothers. Even concerning my eldest brother's marriage. You are the best husband in the world, capable of indulging me as you please." On that bright summer night, bathed in moonlight, Guang Hao could clearly see AI Xiaofang's visage. After a period of nurturing, the oval face gradually began to revert to its former egg-shaped visage, with even the dimples starting to make a subtle appearance. The Guo family was thriving, enjoying a rich and fulfilling life, while the Wang family also had a pleasant evening. The Guo family indulged in a feast featuring a whole pig, and although the Wangs did not partake in such lavishness, they did enjoy a bit of drinking, continuing until the present moment. "Secretary, I'll take care of the goats. I assure you I will look after them even better than our parents." A young man raised his glass and offered a deep toast to Wang Dagong. This young man, named Sun Ming, was a distant cousin of Wang Dagong. "There's no need for that. These goats will soon be ready for market. As long as you don't lose them like AI Lauer did, everything will be fine," Wang Dagong replied, taking a gentle sip from his cup. "That will certainly not happen. These goats are my lifeline. Rest assured, Secretary," Sun Ming replied with a smile. Observing Sun Ming's focus on drinking rather than addressing the matter at hand, Wang Dagong frowned slightly, feeling displeased. "The hour is late. You should head home soon. Come by early tomorrow. Herding goats is a coveted position, and many are eager for it. I'll reserve a good spot for you on the list." Wang Dagong gently admonished Sun Ming. As expected, upon hearing this, the jovial Sun Ming was abruptly sobered up. "What? Secretary, didn't we agree that I would give you 50 yuan for the herding job? You promised me that a month ago." "Indeed, I did promise. But you must understand that was a month ago. Those goats have grown considerably since then. They are now quite robust and will fetch a higher price," Wang Dagong replied, his eyes glinting with greed. Sun Ming, fully grasping Wang Dagong's implication, gritted his teeth and responded, "I understand, uncle. Once this batch of goats is sold, I will give you 50 more. Is that acceptable? Even if the goats are ready for market tomorrow, my bonus 1T amount to 50 yuan. I genuinely want this job. Please do me the favor and grant it to me." Herding goats is a rather easy task. One simply needs to guide them to Xiaofang Temple Mountain for grazing, and the rest of the time is yours to manage as you please. One could even sleep without any concerns. Hence, Sun Ming was willing to offer 100 yuan to secure this position. Seeing the boy finally willing to raise his offer, Wang Dagong's face broke into a smile once more. "Ha ha ha, look at you, getting all anxious over a little jest. Very well, come by tomorrow to report." "All right. Thank you, uncle," Sun Ming replied as he departed. Wang Dagong then gazed at his disappearing figure into the night and suddenly asked, "By the way, Dad, should we consider relocating Sun Ming for herding? Today, AI Guomin mentioned that there are leopards on Xiaofang Temple Mountain. If there truly are leopards up there, it could spell trouble for the goats." Wang Dagong scoffed dismissively at the mention. "Leopards? Don't be ridiculous. We can barely feed ourselves. If there were leopards, they would starve just like the rest of us. It is undoubtedly that fellow AI Guomin who lost the goat and then concocted some grand scheme involving a leopard. Do not dwell on such trivial matters. Instead, you would be better off investing your time in reaching out to Manager 1 at the state-run hotel. I have heard that Director He of the Longkou Town state-run hotel has resigned, and now Managers 1 and Wang are set to vie for the position of director. Whoever ascends to that role will hold the power of recruitment at the hotel. By cultivating a good relationship with Manager 1, should he rise to prominence, you may secure a position there, which would surely be preferable to languishing idly in the village. Wang Daqiang listened to his father's ramblings and replied curtly, "I understand." The following morning, Guang Hao stretched lazily and rose from his bed. As he shuffled out of his room, he was greeted by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Having a surplus of leftover meat from the previous day, AI Xiaofang had skillfully combined these ingredients to prepare a pot of special kongfan. Kongfan involves cooking rice to a semi-done state, layering it over the ingredients, and then covering it to steam for a while. Once the rice is fully cooked, it absorbs the delightful flavors of the ingredients, creating a dish beloved by the people of Sichuan. However, as technology has advanced and people have grown accustomed to using rice cookers, kongfan has gradually faded from common view. Indeed, to create an authentic kongfan, one must use a large pot over an open flame. Only then does the dish achieve a perfect balance of color, aroma, and flavor. The kongfan prepared by my wife is incredibly fragrant, making my mouth water in anticipation. Guang Hao generously praised AI Xiaofang, who, beaming with joy at his compliment, served him a generous bowl of kongfan and cheerfully remarked, "My skills may not compare to yours, as long as you do not find me lacking." "How could I ever find you lacking? I cherish you for a lifetime." By early morning, Guang Hao felt as greasy as if he had been immersed in an oil vat. AI Xiaofang placed the kongfan before him and turned back to the kitchen to fetch a plate of fried small fish and pickled vegetables. The fried fish had been prepared just the day before, and the pickles were freshly made, crisp and refreshing, making for an exquisite accompaniment to the meal. With such delectable offerings before him, Guang Hao did not immediately dig in. Instead, he fixated on his wife. Today, AI Xiaofang had risen early to prepare breakfast for him, leaving her signature braid unkempt. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and Guang Hao realized just how beautiful and lengthy her hair truly was, flowing down to her waist and as smooth as silk. Not only was her hair stunning, but AI Xiaofang now radiated vitality, her complexion glowing with health. The gradual fullness of her figure and the increasing fairness of her cheeks aligned perfectly with Guang Hao's aesthetic. Watching her busily attend to him, he found himself momentarily entranced. His wife was truly beautiful, a sight that would remain enchanting for a lifetime. Chapter 97. Into the Inner Mountains. AI Xiaofang tidied up her belongings and, holding her bowl of rice, sat down beside Guang Hao. Upon settling in, she noticed that Guang Hao had not taken a single bite, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Though they had been together for many years, such unwavering attention made AI Xiaofang feel a twinge of shyness. She scooped a generous amount of rice with her chopsticks and directly fed it to Guang Hao's mouth. "Enough staring, eat quickly before your meal goes cold." "Oh, I simply admire my wife, and what can you do about it?" Guang Hao replied playfully, like a cheeky child. Feeling flustered under his gaze, AI Xiaofang, in a moment of exasperation, planted a heavy kiss on Guang Hao's cheek. "Darling, eat up. When you come home tonight, you can gaze at me all you want." "Is that all right?" "That's more like it, but you only kissed my left cheek." The right one deserves equal attention. Guang Hao shamelessly pointed to his right cheek. Unable to resist his insistence, AI Xiaofang leaned in and bestowed another kiss upon that side. The couple unabashedly displayed their affection. Oblivious to the three onlookers at the doorway, AI Guohua, AI Guamin, and Li Lu. AI Guohua had come to retrieve a fish trap, as two of his were damaged during yesterday's fishing expedition and needed replacing. AI Guamin, planning to join Guang Hao for a hunting trip, had decided to accompany his brother, unsure of Guang Hao's schedule. As for Li Lu, her presence was purely coincidental. She had come to share a meal and to summon AI Xiaofang for work. Upon their arrival, the trio was met with the overly intimate scene, feeling much like hapless bystanders witnessing a romantic overture. "Brother, is this how they behave every day?" AI Guamin remarked, his eyes twitching in disbelief. "Pretty much, sometimes even more so," AI Guohua replied, already accustomed to their antics. "More so? Just how excessive can it get?" AI Guamin was taken aback. "In the early morning, they are this lovey-dovey? Do they have no shame?" "Indeed, they are openly affectionate in front of us," Li Lu added, her expression devoid of amusement. "I can't believe this. Thankfully, they are a married couple. Otherwise, one could accuse them of indecency." After the family finished breakfast, Li Lu and AI Xiaofang linked arms as they headed to work. AI Guohua carried his cherished fish trap towards the Mingjiang River, leaving AI Guamin staring incredulously at Guang Hao, who was chopping wood. "Brother-in-law, aren't we supposed to hunt at Ghost Head Mountain? What are you doing?" I'm making a wardrobe. The ones at home are full of holes, making it easy for mice to get in. I've promised my wife a new wardrobe for quite some time, Guang Hao explained. After dedicating over an hour to the wardrobe, by around 10 in the morning, Guang Hao finally set aside his carving knife, shouldered his gun, grabbed his knife, and set off with AI Guamin towards the mountain. It was AI Guamin's first time hunting at Ghost Head Mountain, and he was as wide-eyed as a child entering a grand garden, exclaiming excitedly upon spotting a dove along the way. "Brother-in-law, look, there's a plump dove over there. We must act quickly." Guang Hao raised his gaze and indeed spotted a robust dove, weighing at least 5 taels. However, he dismissed it entirely. To elaborate, a dove of such weight would be obliterated by a single shot from a 98K rifle, leaving little more than a splintered remnant. For any creature weighing less than 20 jin, employing a 98K is simply not worth the effort. Let that small dove be. The mountain is abundant with prey. Accompanied by AI Guohua, Guang Hao arrived at a waterhole on the outer mountain. After feeding a large water buffalo, he whistled. Within moments, a golden figure bounded through the forest. Xiaofang had arrived. Upon realizing that Guang Hao had finally remembered to greet her, she leapt about joyfully, even mimicking Guang Hao's demeanor, pouting and planting a kiss on his cheek. Guang Hao was charmed by her adorable antics and chuckled heartily, offering her a piece of rice cake. This was AI Guamin's first encounter with such a clever and beautiful golden monkey, prompting him to reach out, yearning to touch her. Yet, upon noticing his outstretched hand, Xiaofang frowned in discontent, leaping onto the back of the water buffalo, refusing to be touched. "Humph, I am not just any monkey. I only cozy up to Guang Hao." AI Guamin's face betrayed his disappointment at not being able to touch the golden monkey. "Brother-in-law, what have you fed these animals? They adore you so. They won't even let me have a moment with them." Guang Hao laughed. "There's no magic potion involved. Xiaofang is quite perceptive. If you spend time with her, she'll naturally grow fond of you." "All right then, but where exactly are we hunting today? I've encountered so many creatures on the way, yet you seem uninterested in any of them. Where are we headed?" AI Guamin asked, visibly perplexed. Although they merely traversed the outer mountain, AI Guamin was already astounded. There were numerous 2-jin pheasants scattered about, and colorful mountain chickens weighing over 3 jin. Along their path, he had also spotted 3 wild rabbits, 2 bamboo rats, and a civet cat, valuable prizes for hunters, yet Guang Hao disregarded them entirely. "These little creatures hold no intrigue for me. Today, we venture into the inner mountain." Guang Hao replied with a smile. The Ghost Head Mountain is divided into 3 distinct zones: the outer mountain, the inner mountain, and the main peak. Among them, the outer mountain is the most barren, while the main peak is the most fertile, due to the presence of ferocious beasts. Guang Hao had long confined his activities to the outer mountain in the absence of suitable weaponry. Now equipped with reliable arms and accompanied by AI Guamin as a capable ally, remaining in the outer mountain would be a squander of potential. Thus, Guang Hao resolved early that day they would journey to the inner mountain. The inner mountain. I've heard tales of wolf packs there. With just 1 rifle between us, won't that be perilous? AI Guamin expressed his concerns. Rest assured, 1 rifle is sufficient. Moreover, should we encounter a pack of wolves, our hunt for the day will surely be rewarding, Guang Hao reassured him. Although the taste of wolf meat is rather ordinary, the pelt of the wolf is undeniably a prized possession, Guang Hao remarked with a smile. In the 1970s, not only was the hunting of wild animals unregulated, but the fur trade was also overlooked, and due to limited production capacity, the value of furs was exceptionally high. It is no exaggeration to say that a top-tier wolf pelt could be worth as much as half a plump pig, mounted on a formidable water buffalo. With the golden-haired monkey Xiaolan perched on his shoulder and accompanied by A Guamin, Guang Hao finally ventured into the long-anticipated inner mountains. Chapter 98. Habitat of the Gazelle. Upon entering the inner mountains, Guang Hao immediately felt a marked drop in temperature. While the outer mountains hovered around 27 to 28 degrees, the inner mountains stabilized at a cooler 25 to 26 degrees. This 3-degree difference sent shivers down his spine. Additionally, aside from the temperature change, visibility diminished significantly. The trees in the inner mountains were more lush, many being centuries-old giants whose canopies obscured the sky. Once inside the inner mountains, Guang Hao became notably more cautious. Not only was his 98K rifle loaded, but he also spoke considerably less. A Guamin, as a native, had certainly heard of the dangers of Ghost Head Mountain, and stepping into the inner mountains for the first time made him quite anxious. The high plateau, dense forests, and ground enriched with humus provided an ideal environment for mushrooms to thrive. Thus, upon entering the inner mountains, it felt as though Guang Hao had stepped into a veritable paradise of mushrooms. The ground was strewn with a variety of fungi, including edible mushrooms, matsutake, and the rare monkey head mushroom. Guaman was utterly astounded by the sight, momentarily forgetting his earlier apprehension. My goodness, so many treasures. Matsutake monkey head mushrooms. Brother-in-law, wait for me a moment while I gather these. They are top-tier mountain goods. Guaman bent down enthusiastically to collect mushrooms, reveling in the abundance. It goes without saying that with mushrooms as plentiful as picking up money, who wouldn't be delighted? He decided to forego the common mushrooms, which wouldn't fetch much, and he intended to take only a small amount of matsutake for personal consumption. The edible mushrooms and monkey head mushrooms were worth gathering in abundance, while the less valuable varieties were left behind. Guaman busily filled his basket as if scavenging for refuse, haphazardly tossing everything inside. Guang Hao, however, discarded the less valuable mushrooms, focusing instead on the monkey head mushrooms, which were in high demand. Guaman became completely absorbed in his mushroom gathering, while Guang Hao and Xiaolan searched the area. Although the monkey head mushrooms were precious, Guang Hao clearly had something specific in mind. Suddenly, Xiaolan emitted a series of chirps, indicating a new discovery. Navigating through the dense forest, Guang Hao followed the direction of Xiaolan's calls, and in an instant, a look of sheer delight spread across his face. He had found it at last. Before him lay a stone forest, where the majority of the landscape was composed of rock, resulting in a scarcity of trees. Yet, despite the lack of foliage, countless gazelles roamed this stony terrain. As Guang Hao gazed into the distance, he discerned no fewer than 5,000 antelopes dwelling amidst the stone forest. They frolicked and raced upon the rocky terrain, occasionally venturing out of the forest into the dense thicket to forage, exuding an air of serene contentment. Guang Hao had long harbored the desire to discover the habitat of the antelopes. However, it was evident that they resided within the inner mountains. Thus, he ultimately set traps along their migratory paths. Now, at last, Guang Hao had unearthed their sanctuary. Thousands of antelopes had transformed into a veritable natural larder for Guang Hao, allowing him the opportunity to hunt them at his whim. Moreover, due to their thriving population, his modest consumption would scarcely impact their numbers. With a bullet chambered, Guang Hao aimed at the nearest antelope. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed, and the antelope collapsed, as effortless as playing a shooting game at a night market. The noise startled Guaman, who was foraging for mushrooms. He reluctantly raised his gaze from the ground. Brother-in-law, what prey did you hit? Goodness, there are so many antelopes. We are bound to strike it rich. Emerging from the thicket, Guaman beheld the antelope habitat and was rendered utterly speechless. The vast stone forest teemed with over 5,000 antelopes foraging. Even though Guang Hao had just shot one, the remaining antelopes merely observed him from a distance, unfazed and unalarmed. In such a large herd, several antelopes naturally perished each day. The loss of one would hardly draw the attention of the group. Come, brother-in-law. Let me have a go. I want to see if I can hit one. Guaman exclaimed, his hands itching with excitement as he yearned to try his hand at shooting, far more thrilling than mushroom gathering. All right, but let us limit ourselves to 2 antelopes today. We must not overhunt. Additionally, do not shoot nursing or pregnant females, nor the herd leader, and avoid the immature young ones. You may hunt the others freely. Guang Hao handed the 98K rifle to Guaman. Although he was a hunter, Guang Hao adhered strictly to the hunter's code. Hunting was permissible for sustenance and wealth, yet it must be conducted with restraint and rules. This was a principle he had upheld during his previous life as a forest ranger. Of course, the prior incident involving the wild boar leader was an exception, for that species exhibited considerable aggression and posed a severe ecological threat. Thus, it was preferable to cull them when possible. Understood. That one with the white fur on its head doesn't fall under your 3 no-kill principles, right? Guaman pointed to an antelope not far ahead. Guang Hao looked closer, recognizing it as a mature male antelope, wholly compliant with the hunting criteria. Yes, that is acceptable. Guaman took aim for an extended moment before finally pulling the trigger, during which the antelope remained still, gazing at him with a quizzical tilt of its head. What is this hairless monkey doing, pointing a stick at me? Bang! The 98K erupted with a flame, the bullet striking a stone beside the antelope like a bolt of lightning. The powerful force shattered the stone, startling the antelope, which promptly ceased its foolish gaze upon AI Guamin and swiftly dashed towards the stone forest. What on earth is that, making such a ruckus? Nearly scaring a sheep to death. After missing a shot, AI Guamin's face flushed crimson. The most crucial aspect was that the antelope had cocked its head to observe him for quite some time, essentially presenting itself as a stationary target. Failing to hit even a stationary target was utterly humiliating. Accustomed to using a shotgun that would take down a whole flock, he found this bullet-firing rifle quite perplexing. Never mind, I shall procure a shotgun next time and demonstrate my prowess. Not wishing to suffer further embarrassment, AI Guamin returned the 98K to Guang Hao. Guang Hao chuckled heartily, choosing not to puncture his uncle's modest dignity, instead raising his weapon and firing. Bang! The fiery tongue of the gun erupted, and the fleeing antelope was instantly struck down. Witnessing this, AI Guamin felt even more humiliated. He couldn't hit a stationary target, while others could effortlessly take down a moving one. How mortifying! Although he may have failed to hit his quarry, transporting the prey was indeed AI Guamin's forte. After the antelope bled out, he hoisted it onto his back. The 70 to 80-pound creature felt as light as a feather on his shoulders. As he prepared to replicate this feat with a second antelope, a gray-brown shadow suddenly sprang from the side of the stone forest. It seized the lifeless antelope in its jaws and bared its teeth at AI Guamin. Upon seeing this gray figure, AI Guamin was drenched in cold sweat, for the creature attempting to claim his prize was none other than a massive gray-brown wolf. Chapter 99. The Giant Wild Wolf. A wolf suddenly emerged from the stone forest, prompting Guang Hao to quickly eject the spent shell and chamber a new round, taking aim. The proximity of AI Guamin to the wolf filled Guang Hao with trepidation. He feared that a single shot would not suffice to kill the giant wild wolf and might instead incite its ferocity. Thus, he urgently called to AI Guamin, "Uncle, crouch down and do not turn your back to it. Slowly back away. Do not be afraid, keep your eyes on it. I will cover you as you retreat." The unexpectedly emerged giant wild wolf measured over 1.7 meters in length and weighed an estimated 60 to 70 pounds. This wolf was significantly larger than the average. Exuding an aura of dominance and power, it would undoubtedly be a leader within any pack. This wolf was exceptionally fierce, and AI Guamin nearly abandoned the antelope to flee. Fortunately, Guang Hao's timely warning fortified his courage. Following Guang Hao's advice, he maintained eye contact with the giant wild wolf and began to step backwards cautiously. The giant wolf emitted low, menacing growls, its front paws restlessly shifting, clearly poised to pounce, yet it hesitated in the face of AI Guamin, resulting in a tense standoff. AI Guamin gradually retreated to a safe distance, where even if Guang Hao misfired, he would still have the opportunity to take a second shot. Guang Hao squinted, preparing to shoot and eliminate the colossal wolf that had dared to seize his prey. Yet, at that moment, the enormous creature seemed to sense something. Its gaze shifted from AI Guamin and settled upon Guang Hao. In an unexpected turn, the giant wolf ceased its menacing display. Perhaps it was Guang Hao's imposing presence or the pressure exerted by the 98K rifle, but the wolf slowly rose, relinquished its claim on Guang Hao's quarry, and, like AI Guamin, locked its gaze onto Guang Hao, beginning to retreat cautiously. With his finger poised on the trigger, Guang Hao hesitated upon witnessing the wolf's demeanor. What a remarkably astute creature. Adept at assessing the situation, he gradually lowered his rifle, scrutinizing the magnificent beast before him. The wolf's fur was a mottled gray-brown, its length exceeding 1.7 meters, and it weighed approximately 60 to 70 pounds. Typically, an adult wolf weighs around 40 to 60 pounds. Thus, a 70-pound wolf could indeed be classified as a giant. Such a large specimen was likely the alpha of a pack. Wolves harbor a profound sense of vengeance. Unless absolutely necessary, one should avoid hunting the alpha, for it may invoke the wrath of the entire pack. As Guang Hao lowered his weapon, the giant wolf retreated more rapidly, and it was then that Guang Hao noticed its right leg appeared severely injured, hindering its movement, with crimson blood oozing slowly down. The alpha, blood, injury, within a fleeting glance. Guang Hao comprehended the situation. This creature was indeed the alpha, but one that had failed in its bid for dominance. No wonder it had hidden behind the rocky outcrop to snatch prey. Its hind leg was likely gravely wounded, rendering it incapable of normal hunting behavior, prompting it to resort to stealing Guang Hao's catch. Recognizing this creature as a defeated outcast, Guang Hao felt no compunction. He raised the 98K once more. Wolf pelts are exceedingly valuable, especially from such a grand specimen. As the dark barrel of the rifle once again aimed at it, the wolf's pace slackened, and sensing the intent to kill, it ultimately came to a halt. It lay on the ground, lowering its head, emitting soft whimpers. Others might not comprehend the wolf's actions, but Guang Hao, having once served as a forest ranger, understood the instincts of animals. In that instant, he realized that the wolf was submitting to him. Wolves are profoundly social creatures, exhibiting unwavering loyalty to their leaders. This explains why domesticated dogs, no matter how much they are mistreated, typically do not retaliate, as they view their owners as their leaders. Conversely, should a dog dare to retaliate, it signifies a challenge for leadership. At such a moment, it is essential to establish who the true alpha is. Brother-in-law, what are you hesitating for? Quickly put an end to this wretched beast. Such a colossal wolf. If it were to conceal itself in the shadows and launch a surprise attack on us, we would be utterly defenseless. AI Guamin, having returned, remains haunted by the encounter. It is understandable. The sheer size and ferocity of that monstrous wolf are truly terrifying. However, let us pause for a moment. There seems to be something intriguing about this beast. Rather than firing his weapon, Guang Hao relaxed his grip on the trigger. Nevertheless, he maintained a vigilant stance, firmly holding the 98K in his hands, ready to fire without hesitation should the wolf make any sudden movements. To his surprise, the giant wolf seemed inclined to submit to Guang Hao. Even as Guang Hao approached, the creature remained motionless, lying flat on the ground. Guang Hao reached the side of the gazelle and beckoned to the massive wolf. "Come here," he called out. Witnessing Guang Hao not only refraining from shooting the wolf, but also extending a hand in invitation left AI Guamin petrified. This immense creature weighed at least 60 to 70 pounds. If it charged, AI Guamin feared that his brother-in-law would not even have a chance to pull the trigger. Determined to protect Guang Hao from any potential harm, AI Guamin swiftly drew his curved knife, bravely standing behind Guang Hao despite his fear. He was resolute. His brother-in-law could not be harmed, for that would undoubtedly devastate his sister. Hearing Guang Hao's call, the giant wolf lifted its head, emitted a soft growl, and wagged its tail. Although the wolf's tail rested on its rear, it did not imply that the giant wolf was incapable of wagging it. It only did so for its leader. The giant wolf approached Guang Hao, limping slightly. The closer it came, the more tense AI Guamin became, his grip on the knife turning white with anxiety. "Do not be afraid. Come here," Guang Hao encouraged again. The wolf hesitated momentarily before cautiously taking a step closer, stealing a glance at AI Guamin, yet ultimately moving to Guang Hao's side. Having decided to submit, it chose to trust its leader, a fundamental tenet of pack mentality. As the giant wolf stood before him, Guang Hao realized just how enormous it truly was. Weighing over 70 pounds, it resembled a small calf. In a direct confrontation, without firearms, no one would stand a chance against such a beast. Extending his hand, Guang Hao gently rested it on the wolf's head. The texture of its fur was starkly different from that of a dog. While dog fur is soft and pliable, wolf fur is coarse and bristly. Nevertheless, Guang Hao affectionately ruffled the wolf's head and chuckled. "You have quite the discernment, my friend. Join me, and I assure you a future filled with abundant sustenance." To Guang Hao's astonishment, the giant wolf suddenly lifted its head and opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. AI Guamin's expression shifted dramatically, ready to act. Yet the wolf chose not to attack Guang Hao. Instead, it extended its large tongue and began to lick Guang Hao's face enthusiastically. A woo! A woo! Upon encountering the colossal wild wolf, resembling a pug in its demeanor, AI Guamin was utterly taken aback. Could it be that Guang Hao was a natural-born druid? The journey had already introduced them to monkeys and massive water buffaloes, and now even a gigantic wolf had been subdued. This was simply outrageous. Chapter 100, Amputation and Healing. Guang Hao successfully tamed the giant wolf, only to realize the reason for its swift capitulation. Its injuries were grievously severe. Its back was marred with numerous wounds, and its right leg bore a gaping wound over 10 centimeters wide, through which one could glimpse the suppurating flesh and stark white bone. Having suffered such debilitating injuries, it was evident that this creature had been cast out from its pack after failing in a bid for dominance. Wolf packs exhibit an extraordinary loyalty to their alpha. Thus, following a challenge for leadership, they often attack the vanquished to demonstrate their allegiance. Most defeated challengers meet their demise at the hands of the pack. Clearly, The giant wolf Guang Hao had tamed was a fortunate soul. Despite its grievous wounds, it had managed to preserve its life. However, given the condition of its injuries, had it not encountered Guang Hao, its days would have been numbered. Stay put here for a moment. I shall procure some herbs to tend to your wounds. With the giant wolf now submissive, Guang Hao could not bear to see it perish. So he and AI Guamin ventured into the inner mountains in search of medicinal herbs. Brother-in-law, how on earth did you manage that? AI Guamin inquired, still enthralled by the astonishing feat. Do you possess some supernatural ability that allows you to tame animals with mere utterances? His astonishment was entirely understandable, for Guang Hao's actions were indeed remarkable. A wild wolf weighing over 70 pounds had willingly submitted to him with a mere touch. Ha ha ha, I possess no supernatural powers. The truth is, this alpha wolf was simply too intelligent, which led to its choice of submission. Guang Hao replied with a smile. Too intelligent? What does that mean? I'm still perplexed. AI Guamin confessed, still in a fog of confusion. Indeed, wolves, especially the alpha, are exceptionally astute creatures. Their intelligence is akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, making them the only animals capable of tactical hunting. This wolf, gravely injured, could not venture far. Thus, it initially hid behind the stone forest and witnessed us hunt 2 antelopes. Therefore, when I aimed my 98K at it, it understood that pulling the trigger would mean its certain death, prompting it to surrender. Moreover, another crucial factor was that it had once been the alpha wolf, suffering severe injuries in a struggle for dominance. Alone, even if it seized our prey, it would not survive long, so it gambled, hoping that I, as its new leader, might save it. In summary, my ability to tame this colossal wild wolf was purely a stroke of luck. Do you understand now? Guang Hao tirelessly elucidated the situation to AI Guamin. Upon hearing his explanation, AI Guamin, though still somewhat bewildered, nodded vigorously. So that is how it is. Thankfully, I didn't act rashly. Just a moment ago, I was contemplating taming a wild giant wolf like you. Had I inadvertently encountered such a creature, I would likely have ended up as mere fodder for it. Not likely, but certain, Guang Hao retorted. As a forest ranger of Ghost Head Mountain, Guang Hao possessed extensive knowledge not only of the fauna, but also of the flora within this vast expanse. This mountain harbored numerous herbs renowned for their remarkable healing properties. In his previous life, Guang Hao spent his latter years dwelling alone in Ghost Head Mountain. Due to the underdeveloped transportation in the area, he had to rely on herbal remedies for his ailments. Remarkably, his knowledge of herbal medicine had been elevated to an extraordinary level upon his rebirth. With just a glance, he could discern which herbs would mend the injuries of a giant wolf. After wandering the inner mountain for over 20 minutes with AI Guamin, Guang Hao's backpack brimmed with an assortment of herbs. He returned to Shilin, casually picked up a stone, and crushed the herbs to extract their medicinal juice. The wounds on the giant wolf appeared alarming, yet with Guang Hao's herbal concoction applied, it would, without a doubt, regain its vitality within a week. However, a significant challenge loomed. The wounds on the wolf's hind leg had become necrotic and festering. Merely applying the medicinal juice would not suffice, as the rotting flesh would prevent any absorption of the remedy. To harness the full potential of the herbs, all necrotic tissue would need to be excised. Removing the decayed flesh was a torment akin to the legendary scraping of bones by Guan Yu to cure poison. Guang Hao lacked anesthesia, forcing him to proceed with sheer determination. Should the giant wolf's ferocity be provoked during treatment, the consequences could be dire. Despite the wolf having just submitted, Guang Hao could not guarantee that even a faithful companion raised by him would resist the urge to bite under immense pain. I am about to treat your wounds. They have rotted, so I must scrape away the necrotic flesh. You must endure this. Do not bite me. If you dare to do so, I will shoot you without hesitation, understand? Guang Hao earnestly communicated the gravity of the situation to the giant wolf. Brother-in-law, it won't comprehend your words. Tie it securely with a rope, and I will keep watch with your rifle. Should this beast dare to show its teeth, I will shoot it without a second thought. AI Guamin asserted, brandishing his 98K rifle, which was already loaded. His marksmanship may not have been exceptional, but at such close range, it was improbable he would miss. Although the giant wolf had displayed signs of submission to Guang Hao, it remained a wild creature. And neither Guang Hao nor AI Guamin could afford to jeopardize their safety for the sake of saving a wolf. However, to their astonishment, the giant wolf seemed to understand Guang Hao's words. It lay down on the ground, extended its injured leg, and turned its head to the side, presenting itself in a manner that suggested, do as you wish. Upon witnessing the remarkably spirited movements of the colossal wild wolf, Guang Hao could not help but utter another admiring exclamation. You truly are imbued with a unique vitality. Rest assured, encountering me today is fortuitous for you. This minor injury is nothing to worry about. Although the giant wolf willingly lay down, necessary safety measures still had to be taken. Guang Hao fashioned a hemp rope with his own hands, binding the giant wolf to the ground like preparing a zongzi. His cousin, Ai Guamin, stood guard with a 98K rifle. And once all was in readiness, Guang Hao drew forth his trusty knife to begin excising the necrotic flesh from the wolf's leg. As the blade sliced through, pus and blood slowly oozed out, and Guang Hao worked quickly and decisively, making swift cuts that removed large chunks of decayed tissue. The wolf howled in agony, its entire body trembling. Despite the wound being festering, the nerves still registered pain vividly, nearly driving it to madness. Hold still. If the necrotic tissue isn't thoroughly removed, that hind leg will be rendered useless. Endure it, Guang Hao commanded, pressing down on the wolf's right leg and denying it any respite as he continued his grim task. The wolf's mournful cries echoed throughout the inner mountains, even startling the wolf pack deep within. What is that infernal sound? What misfortune has befallen that creature since it was cast out? After meticulously cleaning the necrotic flesh and applying Guang Hao's specially crafted herbal salve, the giant wolf's voice was rendered hoarse. Yet, despite its cries, it never once attempted to bite Guang Hao, thereby passing his initial test of willpower. What a fine specimen. With proper care, it may well become the finest hunting dog, or rather, a hunting wolf. Indeed, Guang Hao's willingness to take in this colossal wolf stemmed not only from its evident spirit, but also from his ambition to train it as a hunting companion. A top-tier hunter ascending the mountains requires not only weapons, but also their loyal hound. As previously mentioned, animals are astute and possess their own means of communication. On Guang Hao's inaugural outing with firearms, most wildlife remained oblivious to their nature, allowing him to effortlessly claim one prey after another. However, as they became familiar with the threat, they would undoubtedly avoid him in the future. For instance, the gazelle, upon seeing Ai Guamin take aim, would never remain foolishly stationary as it did today. Animals learn, evolve, and acquire strategies to evade hunters. When that day comes, even the vibrant Ghost Head Mountain will see all creatures flee at the mere sight of Guang Hao, rendering his current ease of hunting a distant dream. At that juncture, Guang Hao would desperately require a capable hunting dog to pursue prey. However, the cost of training a hunting dog is exceedingly steep, and given the current struggles for sustenance, few can afford the luxury of raising a hound. In this era, finding a suitable hunting dog is akin to reaching for the stars. Yet now, with this colossal wild wolf, all notions of elite hunting dogs must take a back seat. Whether in terms of investigative prowess or hunting skills, can even the most formidable hound rival a colossal wild wolf? It is a jest. Thus, the reason why Guang Hao is so devoted, even risking his safety to save a single canine life, is that once the giant wolf regains its health, it will become the epitome of a hunting dog. With such a companion, Guang Hao would have no trouble tracking any prey. After tending to the giant wolf's wounds, he secured its movements with several wooden planks. Having accomplished this, Guang Hao did not depart immediately. Instead, he proceeded to dissect the gazelle, discarding the less desirable innards for the giant wolf. These should suffice for 2 days. Focus on healing, and I shall return tomorrow, he said while gently stroking the wolf's head. Upon seeing the offal on the ground, the giant wolf emitted an excited howl and limped over, devouring the entrails with fervor. With such a hearty appetite, it seemed the innards posed no issue, merely some external injuries that would mend with a few days of rest. Take care of this foolish wolf for me. I'll come back to check on you tomorrow. Guang Hao rummaged through his pocket, producing a rice cake which he tossed to the little Lan, who had been perched on his shoulder. Lan eagerly accepted the treat, nodding its head like a chick pecking at grain. Guang Hao chuckled, uncertain whether it understood, before beckoning to Ai Guamin and descending the mountain. Today's expedition proved fruitful, yielding at least 60 pounds of gazelle and over 100 pounds of assorted mushrooms and mountain goods, causing their backpacks to creak under the weight. Yet, these bounties were secondary. The paramount achievement was Guang Hao's discovery of the gazelle's habitat. With a known habitat, an endless supply of meat would be at his disposal. Should he desire, he could hunt thousands of gazelles at will. As he contemplated the habitat, Guang Hao slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten another crucial matter. The water buffalo had formed a close bond with him, now indistinguishable from the domesticated ones at his home. Guang Hao had long intended to lure the buffalo down the mountain to surprise his wife. However, the buffalo resisted every attempt to lead it away. As if guarding some hidden treasure within the mountains, Guang Hao had resolved that once he ventured into the inner mountains, he would uncover what it was that captivated the buffalo. Yet today, tending to the giant wolf had consumed so much time that he completely forgot about the buffalo. Never mind, he sighed. We are already at the foot of the mountain. Climbing back up would be exhausting. I shall leave it for next time, when I can accompany the buffalo into the inner mountains. Guang Hao and Guowa each bore over 100 pounds of mountain goods as they descended. Confronted by a pressing dilemma, how to transport the more than 200 pounds of goods to Longkou town. The village chief owned a bicycle, which could carry one backpack. But with only one bicycle available and 2 full backpacks, one of them would have to walk. Longkou town is situated over 20 kilometers away from Xiaofang village. The thought of walking while carrying more than 100 pounds of mountain goods left Guang Hao feeling somewhat breathless. It's merely over 100 pounds of goods. This weight is nothing to me, he reassured himself. My elder brother carries over 100 pounds of fish daily to Longkou town. You can ride your bicycle. I'll carry it myself. I won't be slower than you. Without a moment's hesitation, Guamin willingly relinquished his bicycle to Guang Hao. To demonstrate his strength, he jogged a few steps while carrying the mountain goods, appearing exceptionally at ease. Guang Hao, not wishing to feign politeness with his second uncle, had been hunting daily since his rebirth, which had significantly enhanced his physical fitness over the past week. However, despite his improved condition, he still found tasks like carrying baskets somewhat challenging. It wasn't a matter of lacking strength. Rather, the hemp rope digging into his shoulders was quite painful, as he had yet to develop calluses. All right, second uncle, I shan't hold back any longer. I'll deliver this basket first, and then come back for you, Guang Hao declared. What do you mean come back? I told you, riding a bicycle might not even be faster than me. Shall we have a race? Oh, come on, second uncle. How could you possibly compare to me on my bike while you're barefoot? Ha ha ha, you underestimate me. Let us wager. Whoever loses treats the other to an ice pop. What do you say? Fine, since you've firmly decided to treat me, I'll take you up on that. Thus, Guang Hao and his second uncle, Guamin, engaged in a race to see who could reach the state-run restaurant faster. To Guang Hao's astonishment, Guamin completely outpaced him. Even while carrying over 100 pounds of goods, his second uncle moved with astonishing speed, while Guang Hao exerted all his effort but still couldn't catch up. As expected, the brothers from the AI family were indeed extraordinary in terms of physical prowess. Upon reaching Longkou town, Guang Hao, fully convinced, treated his second uncle to an ice pop. As the brothers enjoyed their treat and were about to deliver goods to the state-run restaurant, they noticed a familiar figure stepping into the restaurant ahead of them. What is he doing at the state-run restaurant? Guamin muttered while chomping on his ice pop, his gaze fixed intently on the figure that had vanished inside. Chapter 102. The Recruitment of Wen Guoyang. The individual entering the state-run restaurant was none other than Li Daqiang, the son of the village secretary, Li Dagong. Previously, at Niuxin Temple Mountain, Guamin had been attacked by villagers for losing 2 sheep, and the one who had struck him the hardest was this very grandson. With old grievances and new animosities intertwined, Guamin naturally held a deep-seated resentment toward Li Daqiang. Forget him. In the surrounding area, apart from going to Jiaqing, the only state-run restaurant is in Longkou town. Perhaps he is merely here for a hearty meal. We're here to sell our mountain goods. Let's not provoke him. When the big flower leopard returns, we can settle both the old and new scores then. Guang Hao patted Guamin on the shoulder. Rest assured, I won't jeopardize your plans. But I must ask once more, this time, can we truly bring down his family? Guamin inquired earnestly. There is a high probability. Perhaps even if their family were to be a touch more avaricious, they might encounter a fate far grimmer than Zheng Hongmei's, Guang Hao remarked. Upon hearing this, Guamin finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. With your assurance, I am at ease. As long as we can manage them, I am willing to comply with any task you assign. The 2 brothers disregarded Li Daqiang, who had entered the state-run restaurant, and instead followed their usual practice of delivering mountain goods to the kitchen. Once the goods were delivered, Guang Hao and Guamin observed a middle-aged man with a goatee reprimanding the restaurant's attendants. The staff were scolded as if they were mere children, not daring to utter a word. Even upon seeing Guang Hao and Guamin arrive with the goods, They refrained from stepping forward to assist. Who is this man, wielding such authority? AI Guamin gazed at the goateed figure, perplexed. In truth, not only was AI Guamin bewildered, but even Guang Hao felt a hint of confusion. Despite having lived 2 lives in his previous existence, Guang Hao had already departed for Jia City by this point. Thus, he recognized only Wang Fugui among the personnel at the state-run restaurant. I do not know who he is either, but given his ability to scold the staff, he must at least hold the position of manager, possibly even the restaurant director. Let us wait until he concludes his business, Guang Hao said with composure. As the goateed man chastised the attendants, Guang Hao and AI Guamin stood to the side, watching. After more than 10 minutes of lecturing, the goateed man finally concluded his lengthy discourse. He took a sip from his thermos and cast a disdainful glance at Guang Hao and AI Guamin. You too, yes. I mean you. This is the kitchen of a state-run restaurant. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted. What are you two doing here? The goateed man's contempt caused Guang Hao to furrow his brow slightly. However, considering Wang Fugui's reputation, Guang Hao chose not to react aggressively and patiently explained, I am Guang Hao, and this is my uncle AI Guamin. We are here to deliver mountain goods to the state-run restaurant. All the mountain goods are procured from us. Surely you are aware of this, esteemed leader? Indeed, Manager 1. This is the Guang Hao I mentioned to you before. Our state-run restaurant relies entirely on him for meat supplies, Lu Gang chimed in to clarify. Upon hearing Lu Gang's explanation, Wen Guoyang's face transformed, revealing an expression of enlightenment. He then approached Guang Hao with brisk steps, enthusiastically shaking his hand, and continued, So you are Comrade Guang Hao. I have long wished to meet you in person, but regrettably, I was always learning alongside Manager Ma and never had the opportunity. I have heard that Comrade Guang Hao is quite remarkable. Not only are your hunting skills formidable, but you are also an excellent cook, garnering praise even from Mayor Hu. It is truly a pity that someone of your caliber has not joined our state-run restaurant. Therefore, I ask, when you find the time, please come directly to the state-run restaurant. With my recommendation, I assure you, you will undoubtedly succeed in becoming one of the 8 esteemed attendants. Wen Guoyang wore an expression that promised a life of indulgence should one choose to follow him. Yet Guang Hao merely smiled in response. I appreciate your kindness, but I have grown accustomed to the life of a humble villager. Serving in a state-run restaurant is not a role I can easily adopt. My primary purpose here is to sell mountain goods, so I would appreciate it if you could focus on that instead. Wen Guoyang was momentarily taken aback by Guang Hao's polite refusal. He never anticipated that even the offer of a serving position would leave Guang Hao entirely unfazed. It seemed this rustic fellow had quite the appetite for independence. Nonetheless, this young man was not only vital to the state-run restaurant, but also favored by Mayor Hu. It was imperative to win him over. Ha ha ha, dear Comrade Guang Hao, your eagerness is palpable, but do I seem like someone who would overlook your worth? Wen Guoyang called for Lu Gang to assist in weighing the goods. Together, they assessed the total weight of the 125 pounds of antelope, which, at a purchase price of $4 per pound, amounted to a substantial sum of $500. The other prized mountain goods, including the premium monkey head mushrooms, brought the total to $462, culminating in a grand total of $962. While Guang Hao found little significance in this day's earnings, Wen Guoyang, upon disbursing the payment, felt his hands tremble. My heavens, this fellow is extraordinarily adept at generating profit. A day's earnings nearing $1,000 surpass my salary for several months. This individual must be brought under my wing, with his mountain goods. Not only will my position as store manager be secure, but I shall also amass considerable wealth. With this thought in mind, Wen Guoyang's demeanor grew increasingly enthusiastic. Brother Guang Hao, I cannot quite explain it, but from the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your extraordinary nature. How about we become sworn brothers? To be frank, I am the manager of the state-run restaurant, and with the retirement of Manager Ma, I am on the brink of becoming the true store manager. If you join me, I will be the store manager, and you can serve as my manager. Together, we shall expand and strengthen the state-run restaurant. What do you say? Wen Guoyang extended numerous olive branches to Guang Hao, yet Guang Hao remained dismissive. What is the significance of being a manager at a state-run restaurant? Mayor Hu has offered me a position as a confidential secretary in Jiaqing, which I find far more appealing. I appreciate your good intentions, Manager 1, but I am genuinely uninterested in such matters. Once we settle today's accounts, we shall take our leave. With that, Guang Hao and AI Guomin disregarded Wen Guoyang's earnest entreaties, shouldering their empty baskets and preparing to depart. As they exited the kitchen, just before reaching the entrance of the state-run restaurant, they encountered Wang Fugui, arms crossed, wearing a broad smile as he awaited their arrival. Manager Wen's offer is rather tempting. Why did you not even consider it before turning him down? Guang Hao was puzzled as to why Wang Fugui had remained absent for so long during his visit to the state-run restaurant. It turned out he had been eavesdropping outside all along. Because he is your competitor. If I were to assist him, it would be tantamount to undermining you, Brother Wang. After all, we are brothers, and I, Guang Hao, would never engage in such duplicitous behavior, Guang Hao replied with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Wang Fugui was momentarily taken aback. But soon his face lit up with emotion as he patted Guang Hao on the shoulder. Good brother, truly a good brother. Rest assured, the bond we share today, Wang Fugui, will cherish for a lifetime. From now on, you are my true brother. Should I ascend to the position of store manager, the state-owned restaurant will operate just like ours. If you wish to join the state-owned restaurant, whatever position you desire, merely speak the word. Chapter 103. The primitive man unfamiliar with the allure of stockings. Wen Guoyang and Wang Fugui were vying for the position of manager at the state-owned restaurant, leaving everyone unsure of where to align themselves. Wen Guoyang, an experienced manager with over a decade at the state-owned restaurant, was well respected. Guang Hao had not crossed paths with him before, as the previous manager had been occupied in Jiaqing, where he had been attending to matters closely. Logically, with his extensive experience and knack for winning over superiors, the position of manager at the state-owned restaurant seemed destined for Wen Guoyang. However, since Wang Fugui had connected with Guang Hao, the restaurant's business had visibly surged. Even local leaders frequented the establishment, with Mayor Hu expressing his approval of manager Wang on multiple occasions. Thus, the outcome of the managerial contest remained uncertain to the restaurant staff, with even Lu Gang observing the situation without knowing whom to curry favor with. Yet, these dilemmas posed no concern for Guang Hao. Did the identity of the manager truly matter? Not even the mayor of Jiaqing held any significance in his eyes. During the planned economy era, power was firmly held by individuals like these. But once the economy was liberated, it would be those with wealth who would reign supreme. Moreover, as someone who had been reborn, Guang Hao was acutely aware of just how far Wang Fugui would go in the future, even a mere Wen Guoyang was unworthy of carrying his shoes. Thus, while the staff at the state-owned restaurant were uncertain of their positions, Guang Hao's mind was as clear as day. As Guang Hao and Wang Fugui engaged in light conversation, on the second floor of the state-owned restaurant, Wang Daqiang was meeting with Wen Guoyang. Manager 1, greetings. I am Wang Dagong's son, Wang Daqiang. I have long wished to visit you, but you have been busy in Jiaqing. Upon hearing of your return, I rushed over. Please accept this small token of appreciation from my father and me. Wang Daqiang showered flattery upon Wen Guoyang, much like Wen Guoyang had done to Guang Hao in the kitchen. Wen Guoyang stroked his goatee and unobtrusively accepted the small cloth bag presented by Wang Daqiang. A gentle squeeze revealed its contents to be no less than 100 yuan. The smile on Wen Guoyang's face softened, and his demeanor became notably more amiable. I recall your father is the village secretary of Xiaofang village. We met once before, and I have a good impression of him. Now, tell me, what brings you here today? Upon seeing Wen Guoyang accept the gift, Wang Daqiang chuckled. Well, Manager 1, now that I am no longer a child, I am seeking a stable and reliable job. Manager 1, are you not about to be promoted to the manager of the state-run restaurant? Thus, I would like to request your assistance in securing a position as a server there. Should you be willing to help, I will personally come to thank you with my father. The meaning behind my words is quite straightforward. The sum of over 100 yuan is merely a deposit. If you can secure me that position, I shall bestow upon you a generous gift later. Wen Guoyang, being a shrewd individual, naturally comprehended my intent. After a feigned moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, Very well, it poses no issue. You, being such a spirited young man, deserve a position without a doubt. However, I do require your assistance in investigating a matter. What is it? Whatever I can do, I shall certainly assist you, Manager 1. Wang Daqiang responded, his face lighting up with joy at the prospect of success. It's quite simple. You hail from Xiaofang village, and your father is still the village secretary. I need you to look into a fellow named Guang Hao from your village. Where exactly does he go hunting? And how is it that he manages to procure nearly 1,000 yuan worth of wild goods daily? Manager 1 inquired. Upon hearing this, Wang Daqiang was momentarily taken aback, subsequently jumping as if he had seen a ghost. What on earth? To acquire nearly 1,000 yuan worth of wild goods in a single day? Manager 1. I know who Guang Hao is, but surely you jest. We have stripped the surrounding areas of Xiaofang village bare of wild vegetables. Securing a single dove would be considered a significant achievement. Obtaining nearly 1,000 yuan worth of wild goods is utterly impossible. Noticing Wang Daqiang's exaggerated reaction, Wen Guoyang furrowed his brow in displeasure. I personally collect the wild goods. Do you think I would be unaware? If I ask you to investigate, then do so without all this unnecessary chatter. Will you do it or not? There are plenty of others who would. Seeing that Manager 1 was somewhat displeased, Wang Daqiang quickly lowered his head in apology. I apologize, I was overly excited just now. Rest assured, Manager 1, starting tomorrow, I will keep a close watch on Guang Hao, ensuring I gather even the minutest details of his day-to-day activities. When Guoyang nodded, that's more like it. Now, is there anything else? If not, you may leave. Come back and inform me of your findings at any time. Yes, Manager 1. As Wang Daqiang turned to leave, when Guoyang's face broke into a sinister smile. Humph. You little rascal, reluctant to follow me. What are you so proud of, merely because you can find wild goods? Once I uncover where you acquire so many, you will be of no use to anyone. Aspiring to compete with me for the manager's position? Perhaps in another lifetime. Unbeknownst to Guang Hao, he had already caught Wen Guoyang's attention, as he was currently at the supply and marketing cooperative purchasing items. Hey, Zhang Mo, do you have that kind of thing? Guang Hao winked at Zhang Mo, casually touching his thigh, conveying a knowing expression. Zhang Mo, initially taken aback, soon broke into an understanding smile. Yes, we certainly have. Brother Hao, take a look at this, a purely imported Spanish large fly. I assure you, once you indulge, you will become a dragon emerging from the water, commanding the winds and rains, with everything at your fingertips. Nonsense. I have no need for such things. My body is in perfect condition. What I truly wish to inquire about is whether you have any stockings, specifically those worn by women. Guang Hao shot him a bewildered glance. What the hell does that mean? Do I need to consume large flies? I am already quite strong. If I were to consume any more, that little girl AI Xiaofang wouldn't be able to handle it. Stockings, what even are those? A look of confusion spread across Zhang Mo's face. Stockings, you know, the kind of hosiery that women wear on their legs. But they are longer and more delicate than ordinary socks. Do you have any here? If not, please procure some for me next time you visit the city. Guang Hao stated. Oh, if you had said they were just socks. Look here, these are the stockings you seek. Zhang Mo opened the counter, revealing a plethora of socks for Guang Hao to choose from. Eventually, Guang Hao did find a pair of flesh-colored stockings among them. In the 1970s, stockings were not yet in vogue. For people of that era, they were utterly impractical, difficult to wear, and prone to damage. Furthermore, there was a significant stigma attached, despite being merely a pair of socks. They evoked a sense of impropriety when worn, hence no one would buy such items. Little did they know, if employed during nighttime, their effect could be quite extraordinary. These styles are far too unattractive. They will have to suffice for now. When will you venture into the city to bring back some more fashionable designs? Primarily, I prefer white and black colors. Goodness, Brother Hao, it's just a pair of stockings. Why are your standards so high? Huh? You primitive beings who do not understand the pleasures of life, you wouldn't grasp it even if I explained. Just as Guang Hao was chiding Zhang Mo, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Manager Zhang, the bicycles you requested have arrived. Should we leave them outside or bring them in directly? Chapter 104, a new bicycle purchase. Leave them outside for now. I will tidy up and arrange them shortly. Zhang Mo called back. All right then, you have bicycles in stock? Can this supply and marketing cooperative really sell such items? Guang Hao was somewhat astonished upon hearing the conversation between Zhang Mo and the salesperson outside. In the 1970s, bicycles were indeed considered a significant commodity. Their value at that time was not dissimilar to that of a small automobile today. Not only were they quite expensive, but they also required an industrial ticket for purchase. Consequently, most bicycles were bought from specialized stores, as supply and marketing cooperatives did not engage in their sale. Haha, you wouldn't understand. Just a few days ago, the higher-ups informed us that our Jiaqing will be initiating a pilot program where purchases will no longer require documentation. This batch of bicycles is the latest result of that initiative, priced at 300 yuan each, without the need for an industrial ticket. Zhang Mo replied with a smile. 300 yuan for a bicycle is somewhat steep. Generally, a regular bicycle costs just over 100, at most 200, but requires an industrial ticket. The industrial tickets are quite a challenge to obtain, requiring a plethora of procedures for application, and the quotas are exceedingly scarce. Consequently, in the entire Xiaofang village, only the village chief possesses a bicycle registered under the commune's name. Now, without the necessity of an industrial ticket, it seems one could procure a bicycle for oneself. If tickets are unnecessary, then I'd like one. Guang Hao exclaimed with a smile. Absolutely, Brother Hao, just pick the one you fancy, and I'll offer you an internal price of 250 for it. Zhang Mo replied with a chuckle. 250? You must be joking. I'll give you 251. No need to haggle, Guang Hao declared, unwilling to settle for 250, and selected a bicycle. He had long desired to replace his old bicycle, as the village chief was in a state of disrepair, with severely worn tires and a frame that swayed precariously under the weight of any load. However, the cumbersome process of applying for an industrial ticket had kept him from pursuing this idea. Now that he had the opportunity to acquire a ticket-free bicycle, he resolved to pay in full without hesitation. Ultimately, he chose a sleek black 28-inch permanent bicycle, commonly referred to as the 28 bike. Upon mounting the pristine 28 bike, Guang Hao was immediately struck by its vigor. With a firm push on the pedals, the wheels spun rapidly, propelling him forward with exhilarating speed. Of course, the bicycle itself was not the main attraction. It was the envious glances from those around him that truly mattered. As Guang Hao rode his new bicycle, several young women cast flirtatious glances his way, and a few even summoned the courage to approach him. Such is the allure of the 28 bike. It was akin to a Rolls-Royce of the 1970s. This bike is fantastic, Uncle Air. I'll return the village chief's bicycle to him. I must hurry back to show off my new ride to my wife. Noticing the approaching young women, Guang Hao felt a surge of urgency. He pedaled away, the 28 bike whisking him off like the wind. Guamin, left behind, chuckled at the sight of Guang Hao pedaling away with such exuberance. Look at him, a grown man behaving like a child now that he has a bicycle. In the Xiaofang village slaughterhouse, Xiaofang contemplated resigning. On one hand, Guang Hao's acquisition of a hunting rifle alleviated her need to toil for income. On the other hand, Sun Wei's incessant harassment had become quite bothersome. Wow, look! Sun Wei has bought a bicycle. My goodness, it's a permanent 28 bike. Though it's second-hand, it appears to be at least 80 or 90 new. It must be worth over 100. How impressive! Young and wealthy, and his hunting skills are commendable. One would never go hungry by his side. If I had a daughter, I would surely want her to marry him. A group of women working at the slaughterhouse exclaimed excitedly, prompting Xiaofang to instinctively glance up. Sun Wei appeared, riding a second-hand bicycle of unknown origin, executing a stylish drift as he halted at the entrance of the slaughterhouse. Amid the enthusiastic praises of the onlooking women, he approached Xiaofang and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a wild chrysanthemum from behind his back. I spotted this exquisite flower on my way back and thought it perfectly compliments you, so I picked it for you. I hope you like it. The combination of a handsome man, a beautiful woman, and flowers instantly ignited excitement among the women at the slaughterhouse. Who would have thought that Sun Wei not only possesses wealth and talent, but also knows how to charm a lady? They chuckled. However, a nagging thought lingered. Wasn't Xiaofang already married? Was it appropriate for him to so boldly pursue a married woman? What's inappropriate about it? That useless young master of hers is nothing but a pretty face. He lounges at home all day, and not only does Xiaofang have to earn her own merits, but now she even has to take on a part-time job. One of the women remarked. She should just leave him and enjoy a life of luxury with Sun Wei. This sentiment resonated with the others, who lamented Xiaofang's poor choice in a partner, questioning how she could have overlooked so many good men in favor of him. Listening to their gossip and glancing at the wild chrysanthemum before her, Xiaofang's delicate features hardened, turning colder than the frost of midwinter. You are not to speak ill of my Guang Hao. He is not worthless. He is the best man in the world. After reprimanding the women, she turned her gaze to Sun Wei. Sun Wei, I must remind you to keep your distance. I am married now. I belong to Guang Hao. So, please refrain from these frivolous gestures, or I will have my brothers come and teach you a lesson. With that, she snatched the wild chrysanthemum and crushed it underfoot, reducing it to a mere pulp. Observing the remnants of the flower on the ground, Sun Wei's expression soured. He harbored feelings for Xiaofang, and it could be said that no eligible bachelor within 10 miles could resist her charm. Not only was she beautiful and possessed an enviable figure, but she was also remarkably capable. Despite her marriage, Sun Wei continued his fervent pursuit. Ever since AI Xiaofang began her part-time job at the slaughterhouse, he had brought her gifts daily, either prey or flowers. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he had never even received a smile from her, which only fueled his frustration. AI Xiaofang, I simply cannot comprehend what makes that useless young master from the city more appealing than I am. He is incapable of carrying anything, and he relies on you to earn your merits. If you were with me, not only would you not have to toil for your merits, but with my hunting skills, I could ensure you a feast of meat every day. Why, then, do you refuse to even glance my way? Why? Chapter 105. You're working part-time without telling me. AI Xiaofang, you truly are something. As AI Xiaofang gazed at the frenzied Sun Wei, her desire to resign reached its peak. Wherein lies your inferiority compared to Guang Hao? Let me enlighten you. From beginning to end, you possess no qualities that could even remotely align you with him. My esteemed Guang Hao is more handsome than you, possesses a kinder heart, and his abilities surpass yours by a multitude. While you take pride in catching a few minor doves each day, the fruits of Guang Hao's hunts would surely astound you. I wish to refrain from further trivial discourse. Henceforth, I implore you to cease your entanglements with me. I officially tender my resignation, effective tomorrow. Should you persist in your unwelcome advances, do not expect my forbearance to consider our shared origins. Upon hearing those 3 words, Sun Wei was rendered speechless. Ever since AI Xiaofang joined the slaughterhouse as a part-time worker, Sun Wei had been overjoyed. Not only did he get to see the one he admired daily, but AI Xiaofang was remarkably efficient, her productivity rivaling that of 3 other women combined. Thus, upon learning of her intention to leave, Sun Wei hastily bowed his head in apology. I am truly sorry, I acted impulsively. Please forgive me. From now on, I shall refrain from bothering you. Just continue your work here. I've even raised your daily wage to 1 yuan, over 30 yuan a month, which far exceeds the meager earnings you would make elsewhere. So please do not be upset. Stay and work diligently. Seeing his sincere apology softened AI Xiaofang's previously hardened heart. She was the type who responded better to gentleness than to force. If confronted aggressively, she would stand her ground, but kindness would often coax her into agreement, provided it wasn't too excessive. What should I do, resign or not? AI Xiaofang found herself in a quandary. Little Lu, at such a critical moment, why must you go to the restroom? She lamented. Meanwhile, Guang Hao had returned home on his new bicycle, only to find the house empty, as was customary. Ever since AI Xiaofang took charge of the pig farm, she had not returned home before 6 o'clock in quite some time. Sighing, he resolved to visit the inner mountain tomorrow to bring back the large water buffalo and find his wife a new job. Working so late was truly exhausting. Despite his grievances, Guang Hao dutifully made his way to the kitchen. He hated the thought of his wife cooking for him late, especially now that she was pregnant. Though it had not yet been a month, he was doing his utmost to lessen her burdens. Just as Guang Hao had finished washing the rice and was about to prepare it for cooking, AI Guamin came bustling in. Observing Guang Hao's task, he strode over with purpose. Leave it. Such labor is not suitable for you. Allow me to handle it. With that, AI Guamin took over the task and commenced with earnest diligence. What's wrong with you, brother heir? In the past, you would never come when I asked. But today you not only took the initiative to visit, but also offered to help me cook. There must be something amiss. Speak up. Do you have a favor to ask of me? Guang Hao looked at AI Guamin with a smile. AI Guamin, having been seen through, felt a slight flush on his face. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was family. There was no need for embarrassment in speaking directly. Nothing escapes your keen eyes, brother-in-law. From tomorrow onwards, could you teach me how to shoot? AI Guamin said with a cheerful demeanor. Teach you to shoot? Why do you want to learn that? Guang Hao inquired. If you don't teach me to practice shooting, I feel guilty accepting this money. You hunted the game and discovered Ghost Head Mountain. I merely followed you to carry some things, and yet you want to give me a third. A third amounts to 300 yuan, which feels quite burdensome in my hands. Therefore, either you teach me to shoot, or you should share less with me, AI Guamin stated earnestly. Today, the harvest from the mountain amounted to nearly 1,000 yuan, and Guang Hao initially intended to split it evenly with AI Guamin. However, AI Guamin adamantly refused, insisting that it was unjust to take half for merely assisting in carrying a few items. No, absolutely not. His stance was unwavering, leaving Guang Hao no choice but to reduce the share to 1/3. Even then, AI Guamin found that too generous and urged Guang Hao to lower it further. It was rare to encounter someone like AI Guamin who felt their share was too high. Most people lamented about receiving too little. Observing AI Guamin's serious expression, Guang Hao eventually nodded and said, "All right, since you wish to learn, we shall go buy a gun tomorrow." "Ha ha ha, splendid. I'll come over early," AI Guamin exclaimed, beaming with joy, and made to leave. "Hey, are you really going to run off after agreeing? Since you're already here, why not stay for dinner? After all, brother is coming over soon, and I bought some wine from the supply store. It would be perfect for the three of us to share a drink." Guang Hao smiled. "Ha ha. I can't do that. I fear I might be a third wheel, disrupting your time with Xiaofang. This morning, I witnessed your affectionate interactions. It was truly embarrassing." Compared to AI Guohua's clumsiness, AI Guamin appeared much livelier, engaging in more conversation and even sharing jokes with Guang Hao. The two brothers quickly grew closer, chatting and laughing in the kitchen. As their conversation unfolded, AI Guamin unexpectedly began reminiscing about past events. "Brother-in-law, you truly seem like a different person. Just recently, when my sister asked me to introduce her to a part-time job, I thought you were still the same, insisting she work hard in the fields. And now you want her to toil at a part-time job as well. It appears that you are not the person I once thought you to be. Not only have you achieved great success, but you have also been exceptionally kind to my younger sister. Indeed, it is truly commendable, and my admiration for you is unwavering. During our upcoming gathering, I must raise a toast in your honor." Initially, Guang Hao wore a cheerful smile, but upon hearing these words, his expression darkened instantaneously. "Second uncle, what are you saying? Xiaofang asked you to introduce her to a part-time job? When did this happen? How long has it been?" Ai Guamin, oblivious to Guang Hao's discomfort, pondered seriously. "It seems to have been over a week. I can't recall the exact date." Over a week? Guang Hao's realization struck him like lightning. No wonder he had felt something amiss. Working at the pig farm, why did his clothes always carry a faint scent of blood? It turned out that she had been secretly taking on additional work without his knowledge. Rather than reducing her workload, she had doubled it. "Excellent, just excellent, AI Xiaofang. You truly excel at this." Suddenly, Guang Hao leaped to his feet and mounted the bicycle parked by the door. Observing his sudden departure in silence, Ai Guamin curiously inquired, "Brother-in-law, where are you headed?" "To bring my disobedient wife home." Guang Hao gritted his teeth, and the bicycle sped away like an arrow aimed at the slaughterhouse. Chapter 106. Is that the break? Li Lu rubbed her belly and softly lamented. "It seems my daily visits to Xiaofang's house for free meals have finally caught up with me. After feasting on rich delicacies, I was met with a day of distress from a dinner of wild vegetable porridge." She mused, "Perhaps I should concoct an excuse to indulge in another meal later, otherwise, the little weight I gained will be lost." As she spoke, Li Lu emerged from the makeshift toilet, ready to return to the slaughterhouse, only to find someone standing firmly in her path. While most women would feel intimidated being cornered outside a restroom, Li Lu was not one to be easily daunted. With hands on her hips, she launched into a tirade against the figure blocking her way. "What is your problem? Why are you loitering outside the women's restroom in broad daylight? Speak. Are you trying to peep at women, or are you merely up to no good? If you can't explain yourself, I will escort you to the commune." "Damn, how could it be you?" The fierce Li Lu froze as the figure turned, revealing none other than Guang Hao. His expression was stern, and he gazed at her with evident displeasure. "Why can't it be me? Li Lu, have I not treated you well lately?" Not merely well. Guang Hao had been exceptionally generous to Li Lu during this time. He had repaid all the debts of rice and flour he owed her, and even more. Whenever there was something delicious at home, he would always invite Li Lu to join, be it tender chicken, colorful mountain fowl, or wild boar meat, indulging her to the point of spoiling. Last night, after an extended period without indulging in wild vegetable porridge, I found myself regrettably afflicted with a day-long bout of discomfort. In the end, aside from providing material support, Guang Hao also extended his emotional assistance to her. Aware of her fondness for her endearing brother-in-law, he created an environment conducive to her affections, making every effort to impress her parents. Upon returning home that night, to her astonishment, Li's parents inquired if she would consider marrying Ai Guohua, leaving the delighted Li Lu sleepless throughout the night. Having done so much for her, Guang Hao found it necessary to confront Li Lu at the restroom door. The normally bold Li Lu found herself suddenly subdued. With a smile that sought to appease, she spoke softly, "Ah, Guang Hao, your unwavering support during this time has been nothing short of remarkable. I, Li Lu, shall forever remember your kindness." "Since you remember my kindness, Why did you conceal AI Xiaofang's part-time job from me? Guang Hao's voice grew increasingly frosty. Guang Hao, you cannot blame me. I have long advised her against taking that job. Yet she refused to listen. You know how stubborn your wife can be. Once she sets her mind on something, it is as if 9 oxen could not drag her back. I did not intend to keep this from you. It was truly Xiaofang who forbade me from telling you. Li Lu, in an effort to shift the blame, sought to absolve herself. Dear friend, it is not that I have betrayed you, but rather that your man is rather intimidating. Please help me out this time, and I promise to return the favor in the future. Li Lu offered a silent apology to AI Xiaofang in her heart before decisively attributing all the issues to her. If AI Xiaofang forbade you from telling me, then you shall not inform me. Very well, in the future, let AI Xiaofang handle matters concerning your brother-in-law. I shall no longer involve myself. Guang Hao crossed his arms, casting a cold gaze at Li Lu. I was wrong. I truly was. I shall never again assist Xiaofang in keeping secrets from you. Dear Guang Hao, please let me off this once, Li Lu pleaded, her hands clasped together, her expression one of feigned innocence. Only this once. There shall be no next time. If I discover you aiding AI Xiaofang and deceiving me again, I shall introduce a beautiful city girl to your brother-in-law tomorrow, Guang Hao retorted. Please, don't. I promise I won't do it again. I swear to the heavens, from now on, I shall be your most loyal supporter and will never again be swayed by AI Xiaofang, Li Lu declared, raising her right hand in a solemn vow. Very well. Remember the words you have spoken today. As Guang Hao cornered Li Lu at the restroom door, AI Xiaofang had already completed her tasks and was preparing to head home. However, after waiting for some time, she noticed Li Lu had yet to arrive. Oh, Li Lu, have you fallen into the restroom? Perhaps I should go check on her. AI Xiaofang murmured softly before turning towards the latrine behind the slaughterhouse. As work hours concluded, the women from the slaughterhouse departed in haste, leaving only Sun Wei and AI Xiaofang behind. Seizing this rare opportunity for solitude, Sun Wei approached AI Xiaofang on his bicycle. Xiaofang, the hour grows late, and it may be unsafe for a young woman like you to return alone. Come, allow me to escort you home. Sun Wei revealed his gleaming white teeth, presenting a smile he believed to be amiable. However, AI Xiaofang continued to regard him with disdain, coldly retorting, no need. I dislike riding bicycles. It gives me a sore rear. Walking is far more comfortable. Sun Wei reached out, attempting to pull her closer. Xiaofang, are you still angry? Haven't I already apologized? Rest assured, I will never put you in a difficult position again. I will behave. Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Wei felt as though someone had kicked him in the kidneys. With tremendous force, he was propelled, along with his bicycle, into the air, nearly plunging headfirst into a foul sewage ditch. He was mere centimeters away from the repugnant waters, the noxious stench nearly causing him to faint as he desperately scrambled backward, shouting, "Who the hell dares to collide with me? Do you believe I want to make you pay? Oh dear, my apologies, brother Sun. Please be careful. It's my first time riding a bicycle, and I can't control the direction." Sun Wei turned around in haste, only to see Guang Hao glaring at him from atop a brand new bicycle, careening towards him. The front wheel swayed from side to side, reminiscent of a novice cyclist. Sun Wei found himself pinned beneath his own bicycle, unable to escape, and as the approaching wheels drew nearer, he cried out in terror, "Don't come closer. This is a sewage ditch. Squeeze the brakes, you fool, squeeze the brakes." The brakes? Is this the brake? Guang Hao pretended to fumble with the handlebars, then rang the bell with a grin. Is it this? Bang! In the midst of his words, Guang Hao's bicycle accurately rolled over Sun Wei's, the tremendous force propelling him forward. With a splash, Sun Wei's entire head plunged into the foul waters. While he was cursing Guang Hao, he found himself submerged, his words swallowed by a series of bubbling sounds. Chapter 107. Guang Hao is angry. The slaughterhouse processes dozens of animal carcasses daily, with blood and waste being expelled through this narrow ditch. Years of accumulated blood and refuse have rendered the stench of this little channel even more terrifying than that of a cesspool. Now, as Sun Wei was knocked into the mire by Guang Hao, he inadvertently opened his mouth to cry for help, allowing the vile mixture to pour in. The taste was unbearable. After emerging from the filthy waters, Sun Wei clawed at his throat, desperately retching until he expelled every last bit of bile from his stomach. Even so, he could still perceive a stench within his mouth that defied description. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. Just the thought of it makes me nauseous. Exhausted from the heaving, Sun Wei lay sprawled on the ground, glaring viciously at Guang Hao. You, Guang Hao, had the audacity to throw me into that sewage ditch. This matter is far from over. Mark my words. One day, I will personally push you into that very ditch. Upon hearing Sun Wei's threat, Guang Hao let out a cold snort. He approached Sun Wei and placed his foot firmly upon his face. Come on, push me down if you dare. You, a mere slaughterhouse manager, truly believe yourself to be something of significance, do you? To dare to flirt with my wife, today? Shoving you into a stinking ditch would be a mere kindness. And should you dare to do it again, I will not hesitate to end your life. Even the commune would not utter a word in your defense. Do you believe me? When did I ever flirt with your wife? Sun Wei, his face pressed down, struggled wildly. However, having just vomited, he had exhausted his strength and found it impossible to free himself from Guang Hao's hold. When did I ever flirt with your wife? Surely you must possess some self-awareness. Very well, Li Lu, go fetch village chief Neo at once. Let him conduct a thorough investigation and ascertain whether this scoundrel has indeed made any advances towards my wife. Guang Hao pressed down slightly harder, causing Sun Wei to howl in agony. No, I was wrong. I admit my previous actions were excessive, but I have since reformed. We are all from the same village. There is no need to tear each other apart, is there? Please, don't press down harder, Guang Jiqing, I implore you. Upon hearing the mention of the village chief, Sun Wei instantly capitulated. There was no other option. The laws regarding criminal offenses were exceedingly strict. If AI Xiaofang were to press charges against him, coupled with the evidence from the slaughterhouse's employee identification, it would spell disaster for him. Guang Hao, I admit I did harbor inappropriate thoughts towards sister-in-law. But can you blame me? She is exceedingly beautiful. Every man in the 10-mile radius cannot help but admire her. However, I truly understand my mistake now. I swear, I will never again make advances towards sister-in-law. If I do, may the heavens strike me down. Guang Hao, let us consider this matter settled for today, Sun Wei pleaded desperately. Humph. Guang Hao snorted, delivering a harsh kick to Sun Wei. For the sake of our shared hometown, I shall spare you this time. Should there be any further incidents, prepare yourself for a lengthy stay in prison. I wouldn't dare. You can rest assured, Guang Hao. I will maintain my distance from sister-in-law in the future and guarantee that I will not disturb her. Sun Wei's demeanor was now that of a submissive fool. Although AI Xiaofang had indeed been flirted with by Sun Wei, it had only been verbal and lacked any physical contact. Thus, Guang Hao found himself limited in his options. A beating was the extent of his recourse. Consequently, he delivered one last kick to Sun Wei before leading AI Xiaofang and Li Lu home. A bicycle can indeed accommodate two young women simultaneously. One can sit in front while another can perch on the rear frame. However, given that Li Lu was still an unmarried woman, Guang Hao chose not to take her along, opting instead to ride alone with AI Xiaofang. But he did invite Li Lu to join them for dinner later. AI Xiaofang sat on the back seat of the bicycle, obediently wrapping her arms around Guang Hao's broad waist. She felt a sense of unease within her heart, not due to Sun Wei's flirtation being discovered, but rather because her secret part-time job at the slaughterhouse had been exposed. Is my husband angry? Why has he been wearing such a stern expression? Though his demeanor is somewhat intimidating, he remains my husband, and even his angry visage is captivating. With a mind swirling with such thoughts, AI Xiaofang embraced Guang Hao and returned home. Upon their arrival, her elder brother AI Guohua and second brother AI Guamin had already gathered, prompting AI Xiaofang to swiftly dismount her bicycle and head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After an hour of diligent effort, a sumptuous feast was laid out on the table, a platter of marbled pork belly, a rich mushroom chicken soup, and a braised fish. All hearty dishes with not a single vegetable in sight. Despite AI Guohua and Li Lu being accustomed to Guang Hao's culinary delights, they found themselves salivating, especially AI Guamin, who rarely visited. The standard of living here bore no resemblance to that of the former landowners. Guang Hao even brought home a modest amount of wine. And with both food and drink, AI Guohua and AI Guamin felt they were dining better than during the New Year celebrations. However, despite the enticing aroma of the meal and the exquisite taste of the wine, an air of tension permeated the table, as Guang Hao remained largely silent throughout. AI Guohua and AI Guamin attempted to engage him in toasts, and though he raised his glass, he uttered not a single word. When they inquired about Li Lu's circumstances, she candidly revealed AI Xiaofang's secret part-time job to the brothers. Upon learning the truth, the brothers, who initially contemplated advising Guang Hao, obediently fell silent and continued their meal. It was clear that AI Xiaofang deserved to face the consequences of her clandestine endeavors. Though they cared for her, they would not indulge her excessively. Before long, everyone had eaten their fill, and observing Guang Hao's demeanor, Ai Guohua and the others decided not to linger, bidding him farewell. Wait a moment, Xiao Lu. I just remembered I have some needlework I need your advice on. May I come by later to learn? In truth, the one bearing the greatest burden in the household was Ai Xiaofang. Since she met Guang Hao, this was the first time he had worn such a stern face, leaving her anxious and wishing to escape the home for a while. Li Lu, understanding her best friend's unspoken worries, nodded in agreement. However, as her gaze fell upon Guang Hao's somber expression, she hesitated and shook her head instead. It seems I'm quite busy today. Hee. My mother has asked me to return home early, and it's getting late, so I'll take my leave now. With that, Li Lu disregarded their friendship, hunching her shoulders and hastily departing. Hey, Li Lu, don't run off so quickly. Ai Xiaofang turned to her two brothers for assistance. Had this been earlier, they would have promptly confronted Guang Hao for his behavior towards Ai Xiaofang. Yet now, Ai Guohua and Ai Guamin casually strolled away, pretending not to notice. Hey, why are there two moons in the sky? It seems so. We must have drunk too much. Let us hurry back to rest. I think so too. Ai Guohua and Ai Guamin have departed, leaving the forlorn Ai Xiaofang all alone. Guang Hao turned around and walked directly into the house, leaving behind a single directive: close the door and go inside. Chapter 108. Ai Xiaofang faces consequences. My dear husband, I was wrong. Ai Xiaofang sat obediently on the bed, holding Guang Hao's hand, earnestly admitting her fault. Realizing there was no escape, she chose to humbly acknowledge her mistake. It must be said, Ai Xiaofang's awareness was commendable. Where did you err? Guang Hao maintained a stern expression, refusing to show her any kindness. Today, he was genuinely angry and felt the need to teach Ai Xiaofang a lesson. I was wrong for sneaking out to find a part-time job without telling you. Ai Xiaofang's voice dwindled, eventually becoming no more than a whisper. Slap. Guang Hao's fingers snapped sharply against Ai Xiaofang's smooth forehead, causing her to wince in pain and cry out. My anger does not stem from your secretive pursuit of part-time work. It arises from the fact that you deceived me. Ai Xiaofang, think carefully. Have I ever lied to you during this recent period? I have discussed every household matter, great and small, with you. Yet you chose to disregard my advice, taking on more work and lying to me. Ai Xiaofang, you have truly become quite audacious. Guang Hao said, his voice brimming with irritation. I was wrong. Dear husband, I genuinely recognize my mistake. Please forgive me this once. I promise I shan't dare to do so again. If you're still upset, you may punish me as you wish. Just please don't maintain that stern expression. I'm willing to accept whatever you decide. Ai Xiaofang gazed at Guang Hao with pleading eyes. Punishment will certainly come, but not at this moment. The crucial matter now is for you to comprehend the gravity of this situation. As spouses, we are a united front. Whatever transpires, we must face it together. Should you continue to conceal things from me and deceive me in the future, I will return to the city and sever our ties. In truth, seeing Ai Xiaofang's pitiful expression softened Guang Hao's heart. However, given her pregnancy, she truly could not continue to engage in strenuous tasks. Yet, her restless spirit necessitated a firm approach, compelling Guang Hao to steel himself. No, please don't go. I swear to the heavens, I promise I will never deceive you again. I have genuinely realized my mistakes. Please grant me another chance. Ai Xiaofang, now genuinely distressed, shed tears, her hands clutching Guang Hao tightly, fearful he might slip away. With his wife in such a state of distress, Guang Hao found it increasingly difficult to continue reprimanding her. Nonetheless, the lesson imparted today was profound enough that she should not repeat her mistakes. Since we have openly discussed this, there is something I shall no longer keep from you. My dear wife, do you understand why I have consistently emphasized that you should focus solely on completing your tasks at work without striving for additional credits? That is because, my dear wife, you are pregnant. Upon hearing this, Ai Xiaofang was initially taken aback, then abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with astonishment. What did you just say? I'm pregnant? Indeed. Remember when you were feeling unwell recently and vomiting everything you ate? That is, in fact, a typical symptom of pregnancy. I kept it from you partly because I was uncertain, and partly because I wanted to wait until the pregnancy was more advanced before taking you to the city hospital for a checkup. However, now that we have discussed it openly as a couple, I promise to keep no secrets from you, and I expect the same in return, Guang Hao said earnestly. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, husband, I will never deceive you again, AI Xiaofang declared, raising her left hand as if taking an oath. After making her pledge, she widened her sparkling eyes, staring intently at Guang Hao. But am I really pregnant? You're not tricking me, are you? Seeing AI Xiaofang's adorable expression, Guang Hao couldn't resist and playfully pinched her pert nose. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. However, I cannot be entirely certain. I can only say there is about a 70 to 80 chance that you are indeed pregnant. By the way, isn't your period due on the 8th of next month? If you haven't had it by then, it's highly likely you are pregnant, and we can visit the hospital to confirm. Upon hearing this, AI Xiaofang's face lit up with a foolishly joyful smile. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, and her lips curled up into a grin that was hard to contain. She gently caressed her flat belly, continuously murmuring, "Haha, I'm pregnant. I'm going to give you, my husband, a little baby. By the way, dear husband, do you prefer a boy or a girl? What if the baby isn't of the gender you desire?" Seeing his wife's innocent demeanor, Guang Hao couldn't help but give her forehead a light flick. This time, he was gentle enough that AI Xiaofang barely felt any discomfort. Whether it's a boy or a girl, as long as it's your child, I will cherish it. You are so wonderful, husband. AI Xiaofang pouted and planted a big, affectionate kiss on Guang Hao. Upon returning home, Guang Hao was enveloped in a blissful atmosphere. In contrast, Sun Wei's situation was far less fortunate. With his stomach filled with blood and waste, and even bile expelled, he was overwhelmed by a foul stench. To make matters worse, there was a large footprint on his face, size 42. Each time he saw that mark, he was reminded of Guang Hao stepping on him. The humiliation of having someone tread on his face was unbearable. As he recalled the events of the day, Sun Wei trembled with rage. He was determined to seek revenge, and it had to be severe. As he sat at home, contemplating how to deal with Guang Hao, he suddenly noticed a beam of light approaching his house. Shortly after, there was a loud knocking at the door. "Open up, it's Wang Daqiang." Chapter 109. What is the meaning of women? The slaughterhouse in Xiaofang village is a rare opportunity, as it is not bound by labor points, and because of the ability to sell meat and hides, the chances to make a significant profit are quite substantial. Thus, Sun Wei had paid a significant price to obtain this position from Wang Daqiang. Therefore, upon hearing Wang Daqiang calling for him from outside, Sun Wei promptly opened the door. "Ah, young Master Wang, what brings you to my humble abode?" he inquired. "Please do not mind the simplicity of my home. Do take a seat." Sun Wei ushered Wang Daqiang into the inner room, diligently serving tea and water. However, upon entering, Wang Daqiang covered his nose, expressing his disdain by fanning the air. "What is that smell? It is quite foul. Sun Wei, has your latrine not been properly maintained?" Sun Wei's expression turned grim. It was not a matter of the latrine's upkeep, but rather his own careless words. "Indeed, my latrine has long been full, and I have forgotten to have it cleaned. I will ask the villagers to assist with it tomorrow. I apologize for the odor, young Master Wang." Enough about that. Sun Wei quickly changed the subject. "What urgent matter brings you here so late, young Master Wang?" Wang Daqiang sensed that the smell was perhaps not solely due to the latrine, but now was not the time for such reflections. He had serious business to discuss with Sun Wei. "I actually have a very important task for you. I need you to keep a close eye on Guang Hao and find out where he is hunting and how he manages to acquire so much mountain produce." Upon hearing this, Sun Wei was taken aback. "What nonsense! Guang Hao can hunt. That is laughable. Everyone in Xiaofang village knows he is nothing more than a good-for-nothing young master, incapable of lifting a finger. He relies entirely on his wife to earn his share of labor points, and even then, he has to work 2 jobs. A person like him understands hunting? That is utterly ridiculous." Sun Wei laughed derisively at Guang Hao. "Is it amusing?" Wang Daqiang retorted, unyielding. "You think Guang Hao is useless? You are the true waste. Do you not call yourself the best hunter in Xiaofang village? You boast about catching a few doves each day. Yet do you know how much Guang Hao earns from mountain produce daily? The figure will astound you." Sun Wei was momentarily stunned. "How much?" he inquired. 1,000. What? The revelation left Sun Wei dumbfounded. "He earns nearly 1,000 daily from mountain produce. Do you understand?" Wang Daqiang's words astonished Sun Wei. As a hunter, and the most formidable one within a considerable radius, Sun Wei believed his daily hunting achievements were unmatched. Most hunters returned empty-handed, and although he could only catch a few doves, it was a symbol of prowess. Yet now, there was Guang Hao, raking in 1,000 in a single day. How many doves was that worth? 10,000. He could not catch that many doves over several years. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Sun Wei exclaimed. Not only in Xiaofang village, but I have scoured the nearby Baila village and Ui village as well. I am well aware of where the game is plentiful in this area, earning over 1,000 daily from mountain goods. If such a place truly existed, it would have long been stripped bare by us, leaving no opportunity for him, Guang Hao. Hence, it must be someone deceiving you, young Master Wang. You must not believe it, Sun Wei asserted with unwavering conviction. Deceive me? What motive would he have to mislead me? The information was relayed to me by manager one of the state-owned restaurant. Whether you believe it or not, starting tomorrow, you shall do nothing but follow Guang Hao to his very end. Wherever he goes, you shall follow, be it to the restroom. Ensure you ascertain how many stalls it contains. Do you understand? Wang Daqiang issued a resolute command. I understand, young Master Wang. Rest assured, I shall fulfill the task. Though Sun Wei remained skeptical, he dared not defy the orders of Wang Daqiang and could only obediently nod in agreement. At dawn, Guang Hao stretched luxuriously. He descended from his bed, opened the window to let in some fresh air. After opening the window, he tidied up the battle-worn stockings that lay at his bedside. Stockings are indeed a fine item, albeit not very durable. They had succumbed to ruin overnight. Having cleaned up, Guang Hao stepped into the courtyard, only to find Ai Guohua, Ai Guamin, and Li Lu already present. The trio was savoring a bowl of porridge, relishing every bite, with 2 golden, crispy youtiao resting on the table. In the 1970s, youtiao was a rare delicacy, requiring not only refined flour but also copious amounts of oil, both precious commodities that one would hesitate to squander on such a treat. However, with the rising standard of living in Guang Hao's household, while others still consumed coarse flour, his family had long since upgraded to premium white flour. As for rapeseed oil, the last time Ai Guohua exchanged fish, he brought over 100 pounds, sufficient for more than a year. Thus, this morning, Ai Xiaofang indulged in the luxury of preparing youtiao. Without even washing his hands, Guang Hao seized a youtiao and stuffed it into his mouth. His wife's youtiao was simply delightful, crispy, and delicious. There was no need to wash up first. No one would snatch it away. Ai Xiaofang brought out a plate of pickles, casting a disapproving glance at Guang Hao for his lack of hygiene before pulling him to wash his hands. Uncleanliness leads to illness, she admonished. Despite her words, Guang Hao chuckled, refusing to wash. The women's director had said that illness comes from the mouth. He needed to be more cautious. Since he refused to wash, Ai Xiaofang took it upon herself to assist him, lathering soap and scrubbing between his fingers until they sparkled. In the courtyard, Ai Guohua and the others observed this scene. And suddenly, the youtiao that had once seemed so delectable now appeared less appetizing, even somewhat sour. To be honest, at first, witnessing Xiaofang's attentiveness made me somewhat apprehensive about marriage. Now, however, I find myself eager to marry and return the favor, showering affection in equal measure. No matter how Guang Hao showers his love, one day, I too shall reciprocate. Li Lu bit into the youtiao with fervor, as though it were Guang Hao himself. You know, seeing my sister and brother-in-law so affectionate makes me yearn for a wife as well. By the way, elder brother, you're not getting any younger either. Why had this aspect never been considered? Or perhaps you have long cherished someone in secret, merely choosing to conceal it. Ai Guamin nudged Li Lu with a playful wink, encouraging her subtly. In response, Li Lu discreetly gave Ai Urge a thumbs up beneath the table. A splendid assist. Once married, I shall reward you with an extra piece of wedding candy. What is the allure of women anyway? It pales in comparison to the excitement of fishing. All right, I have had my fill. I shall seek out Wang Laosan now. Farewell, everyone. However, Han Baigui remained as oblivious as ever, as straightforward as a rebar. Fishing, fishing. All he ever thinks about is fishing. Indeed, from now on, you ought to accompany Wang Laosan daily on his fishing escapades. Just as Ai Guohua stood up, Li Lu lifted her foot and playfully kicked him in the rear. Bewildered by the sudden action, Ai Guohua looked up at the fuming Li Lu as she stormed out. Perplexed. What was that about? Why did you kick me for no reason? What have I done? Ai Urge chose not to respond, quietly sipping his porridge and munching on his youtiao. Brother, with such a demeanor, how do you expect to marry a sister-in-law in the future? Chapter 110. First, let's buy a gun. After breakfast, Guang Hao did not accompany Ai Guamin to hunt at Ghost Head Mountain. Instead, he rode his bicycle with Ai Xiaofang to the slaughterhouse to complete her resignation process. Ai Xiaofang was pregnant, although not yet full term. Guang Hao could not bear the thought of her being overworked. The reason he toiled tirelessly at Ghost Head Mountain was to ensure AI Xiaofang could enjoy a comfortable and blissful life. So the idea of part-time work was out of the question. Guang Hao pedaled the bicycle with AI Xiaofang seated behind him. He did not ride swiftly, partly due to the unpaved mountain village roads that were riddled with potholes, and partly because carrying AI Xiaofang was an experience he had never indulged in before. Thus he wished to savor it slowly. Both Guang Hao and AI Xiaofang reveled in the moment. The bicycle's pace was leisurely enough for her to maintain her balance. Yet she chose to tightly embrace Guang Hao's waist. Sitting on the bicycle, wrapped around her beloved, the cool breeze carried the scent of her man, a fragrance that left AI Xiaofang utterly captivated. Guang Hao was like her poison. Just a drop could intoxicate her to the core. Lovers, sweetness, bicycles, everything felt like a beautifully printed poster upon a white wall. As Guang Hao and AI Xiaofang rode through, they unwittingly shared a hearty dose of affection with all the villagers of Xiaofang. Early in the morning, as the villagers set off to work in groups, Guang Hao, riding his brand-new bicycle, passed by with the stunning AI Xiaofang at his side. Both the young and the old gazed on with deep envy. Oh my, look, Guang Hao has bought a bicycle, and it appears to be brand new. But what is a bicycle compared to the sweet sight of AI Xiaofang embracing him? Truly, it was a spectacle to behold. Previously, it was mentioned that Guang Hao harbored no affection for AI Xiaofang. Yet here they are, exuding sweetness and warmth. How delightful it is to witness their joy. It seems that happiness is indeed contagious, as Guang Hao and AI Xiaofang bask in their bliss. The smiles of those around them multiply. Upon arriving at the slaughterhouse, Guang Hao made no attempt to hide his intentions. He confidently took AI Xiaofang by the hand and approached Sun Wei, requesting that he facilitate her resignation. After giving Sun Wei a thorough dressing down the previous day, Guang Hao expected him to be obstinate. However, to his surprise, Sun Wei was remarkably agreeable, promptly processing AI Xiaofang's resignation and signing the necessary documents with a faint smile. As though it were not he who had been unceremoniously knocked into the stinking ditch by Guang Hao, but rather his twin brother. Though Guang Hao sensed something amiss with Sun Wei, he could not discern his ulterior motives. Nonetheless, he resolved to disregard him. After all, as a reincarnated individual, he would not allow this scoundrel to thwart his plans. With a haughty snort, Guang Hao completed the resignation process and, with AI Xiaofang in tow, departed amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. However, once Guang Hao left, Sun Wei's cheerful demeanor swiftly vanished. It appeared that young Master Wang's words rang true. Guang Hao had indeed struck it rich, managing to afford a brand new bicycle. This clever lad had discovered a lucrative hunting ground and kept it under wraps. Sun Wei was determined to uncover the source of such wealth. With that thought, Sun Wei donned an inconspicuous gray coat and discreetly followed Guang Hao. True to his reputation as the most skilled hunter in Xiaofang village, Sun Wei exhibited exceptional tracking skills, trailing Guang Hao without being detected. After finalizing the resignation, Guang Hao promptly delivered AI Xiaofang to the brigade, repeatedly instructing her not to linger and to leave once her tasks were complete. Having suffered greatly the previous night, AI Xiaofang dared not defy Guang Hao, nodding vigorously and assuring him of her compliance. While Guang Hao remained somewhat apprehensive, his gaze shifted to Li Lu. Understanding the unspoken cue, Li Lu responded with a knowing glance. With this dual assurance, Guang Hao finally felt at ease and departed the brigade, pedaling his bicycle to find AI Guamin. At last, you're done. Let us hurry to Ghost Head Mountain. I can hardly contain my excitement. Hunting can indeed become addictive, especially in such an abundantly rich locale as Ghost Head Mountain. A mere glance reveals an abundance of game, making it seem as effortless as picking up money. Thus, AI Guamin had dreamed of conquering Ghost Head Mountain the previous night. Now that Guang Hao was finally free, he could hardly contain his impatience, urging Guang Hao to ascend the mountain at once. Patience. We still need to acquire a firearm. Guang Hao replied with a smile. Alas, had you mentioned the need to purchase a firearm sooner, I would have retrieved my funds from our elder brother. Come, let us seek him out. AI Guamin, intrigued by the prospect of acquiring a weapon, insisted on accompanying Guang Hao to find AI Guohua. However, their brother-in-law was hardly affluent enough for such an expense. Fear not, I shall front the cost of the firearm for you. And you can repay me when you are financially able, Guang Hao offered. The treacherous terrain of Gatushan is teeming with formidable beasts, such as the 200-pound wild boar Guang Hao had previously hunted. In the presence of such game, typical firearms are rendered ineffective. Thus, the acquisition of at least an 88-style rifle is imperative. The price for such a rifle starts at over 1,000, a sum clearly beyond their second uncle's means, prompting Guang Hao to cover the initial expense. What? This is unacceptable. You have already accompanied me on hunts and instructed me in marksmanship, and now you wish to fund my purchase? AI Guamin swiftly declined Guang Hao's generous offer. No, I am capable of purchasing it myself. I have my own funds. Second uncle, do not presume that by accompanying me on these hunts, you are at a disadvantage. Understand this. I invited you to join me. Thus you are merely assisting me. Furthermore, this money is a loan. We are brothers, and we shall keep our accounts clear. When you are able, you shall repay me. Guang Hao continued, you are my second uncle, and in times of my own inadequacy, you provided us with substantial support, even hand-weaving the thatch for our roof. At that time, you did not hesitate to lend a hand. We are family. Let us not speak as if we were strangers, Guang Hao implored earnestly. The AI brothers, devoted to supporting AI Xiaofang's family, had even earned the village's moniker of the Brotherhood of Aid. Although their actions were entirely voluntary, AI Guamin felt a swell of emotion at Guang Hao's heartfelt gratitude. Ah, young man, when my sister chose you for a husband, I vehemently opposed, considering you a mere layabout. Now, I stand corrected. You are not a failure, but rather the finest brother-in-law and husband in the world. My sister possesses a discerning eye. Since you regard me as your own brother, I shall not stand on ceremony. In summary, should you, Guang Hao, encounter any difficulties, whether scaling mountains or plunging into the depths of the sea, if I, AI Guamin, furrow my brow, then I am no man, he declared with resolute conviction. All right, second uncle, enough of this chatter. Let us hasten to borrow a vehicle from the village chief, lest we fall behind schedule and face the ire of Manager Wang. Guang Hao urged. Haha, very well. Chapter 111. A little tale follows you. AI Guamin borrowed a bicycle from the village chief, and the two brothers adeptly made their way to Longkou town. This time, Guang Hao did not seek out Zhang Yimou. First, he had just been promoted to manager and was inundated with responsibilities at the supply and marketing cooperative. Second, having visited this place before to purchase firearms, he was already well acquainted with the process. Upon arriving at Li Jun's door, Guang Hao knocked in a rhythmic pattern, 3 short knocks followed by 1 long. Soon, a narrow crack appeared in the door, and the occupant within was peering through it to observe the situation outside. Upon recognizing Guang Hao, the door swung open swiftly, revealing Li Jun, who welcomed him with a beaming smile. Ha ha ha, my left eye has been twitching since early this morning. I knew a significant business opportunity was on the horizon, and here it is. Brother Guang Hao, what brings you here today? Guang Hao nudged his bewildered brother-in-law and gestured towards the arsenal displayed in the courtyard. Take your pick. Aguinman, still in shock from his first visit to Li Jun's home, was taken aback by the sheer volume of weaponry surrounding him. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally pointed to a flamethrower on the ground. May I have a look at that? Of course, brother, feel free to inspect, Li Jun said, casually lifting the flamethrower with ease, demonstrating his deftness. Aguinman examined the weapon closely, his fingers exploring its features. Li Jun's collection consisted of premium-grade firearms, virtually free of any imperfections. Unsurprisingly, Aguinman quickly became enamored with the flamethrower and excitedly discussed it with Guang Hao. Sister's husband, what do you think of this flamethrower? It's nearly new, I just checked. And the barrel appears to be forged. Truly a remarkable piece, perfect for hunting. Indeed, the flamethrower was impressive. However, it was limited to firing buckshot, its effectiveness diminishing beyond a range of 10 meters. Moreover, reloading it was a cumbersome task, requiring a meticulous process to refill with gunpowder and projectiles, which could take several minutes. In the cunning landscape of Ghost Head Mountain, such a delay could mean the quarry would vanish without a trace. This flamethrower lacks a certain finesse. Brother Jun, may I have an 88-style rifle instead? Guang Hao believed a rifle would be a superior choice. Certainly, Li Jun replied, rummaging through the selection before tossing an 88-style rifle over. It's 90% new, a genuine factory piece, reliable and robust, a splendid choice. Taking the rifle into his hands, Guang Hao inspected it before nodding and passing it to Aguinman. What do you think of this one? Do you like it? Do I like it? Of course. This is not a mere flamethrower. It's an authentic military rifle, Aguinman exclaimed, recognizing the rifle's immense power. Capable of bringing down even a fully grown wild boar with a single shot, far superior to the flamethrower. Caressing the 88-style rifle with admiration, Guanmin turned to Li Jun and inquired, "How much for this rifle?" "It's originally priced at 1,500, but since you're an old friend of Brother Guang Hao, I can let it go for 1,200. Li Jun replied with a cheerful demeanor. 1,200. Guanmin was taken aback. The most he had ever earned was from selling goats in Xiaofang village, where each goat fetched just over 100. He would need to sell 10 goats to amass that sum. Previously, while on Yoxinsi Mountain, he had lost 2 goats and nearly faced the wrath of an incensed mob. Now, the prospect of spending 1,200 on a rifle felt akin to having flesh stripped from his body. Hastily placing the Type 88 rifle down, Guanmin shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. No, it's far too expensive. A firearm of such caliber is beyond my means. Brother-in-law, perhaps we should consider this shotgun instead. Observing Guanmin's expression of trepidation, Guang Hao could not suppress a chuckle. He retrieved the Hanyang Type 88 rifle from the ground, aimed at the courtyard wall, and pulled the trigger. The merchandise presented by Li Jun was devoid of ammunition. Naturally, Lungkou town was bustling compared to Xiaofang village, and discharging a firearm here would be tantamount to courting disaster. Though lacking bullets, the crisp sound of the firing pin igniting still stirred the blood. Second uncle. For a hunter, a firearm is akin to a second life. The mountains harbor numerous dangers, and we hunters are perpetually in the company of ferocious beasts. Thus, whenever the opportunity arises, we must select a fine weapon. Money can be earned again, but a lost life is irreplaceable. Guang Hao's words resonated deeply with Guanmin. Indeed, yesterday's excursion to the mountains with his brother-in-law had been so effortless that he had momentarily forgotten they were venturing into Ghost Head Mountain, a place not only home to wild wolves, but also to tigers. A several hundred-pound tiger charging forth could easily withstand a shot from a mere shotgun, barely grazing its hide. While his own demise might be inconsequential, should anything happen to his brother-in-law, his sister would be heartbroken for a lifetime. With this thought in mind, Guanmin resolutely seized the Type 88 rifle. I understand now. This shall be the weapon for me. However, brother-in-law, I currently lack sufficient funds. I will borrow from you for now and repay you once I have the means. Guang Hao smiled. No problem. As longtime customers, our transactions are always seamless. After completing the payment and affixing the steel stamp, the Type 88 rifle belonged to Guanmin. With the rifle slung over his shoulder, Guanmin could not help but stand tall with pride. A rifle worth 1,200, what a thrill. He was eager to ascend Ghost Head Mountain immediately and personally test the power of this firearm. While Guanmin was filled with excitement, Guang Hao felt a twinge of regret. Prior to the payment, he had felt no sense of loss, even suggesting that Guanmin invest in a better weapon. However, after parting with 1,200, his already thin wallet felt even more depleted. In recent days, Guang Hao's earnings had been remarkable, nearly 1,000 each day. Yet, despite earning more, his expenditure was even greater. The bicycle cost over 200, the Type 88 rifle consumed another 1,200, and with various other purchases, Xiaofang's small purse had dwindled to a mere 300. Guang Hao intended to save money for house repairs, with summer giving way to autumn. Jiaoqing would soon be beset by relentless rain. His thatched cottage would not withstand the onslaught, so he needed to earn money for repairs before autumn arrived. Glancing at the meager sum remaining in his wallet, Guang Hao clenched his fists. I must earn, and earn relentlessly. Everyone is an old friend here, so we shall forego testing the firearm. However, if any issues arise, Brother Jun, I will rely on your assistance with the after-sales service. Guang Hao said with a smile. That is a must. If any problems arise, just come find me. Although Li Jun is an arms dealer, he is quite generous. Once everything was settled, Guang Hao, accompanied by Guanmin, prepared to return to Ghost Head Mountain. Just as they were about to depart, a figure unexpectedly entered through the door. Guang Hao focused his gaze and recognized it was Li Jun's brother, Li Wei. Brother Guang Hao, have you stirred up some trouble? It seems there's a little tail following you. Li Wei entered and smiled at Guang Hao. Little tail? Following? What is going on? Guang Hao was utterly bewildered. Chapter 112. Releasing him to eradicate the roots. Sun Wei is the premier hunter of Xiaofang village. Although his character leaves much to be desired, his hunting skills are indeed remarkable, making him an adept tracker. Thus, Guang Hao was followed without ever noticing a flaw. Of course, this also relates to Guang Hao's own carelessness. Having lived 2 lives, apart from his wife and children, He hardly places value on other matters. Zheng Hongmei, Zhou Daqiang, and naturally, Sun Wei are no exception. A bunch of clowns. Dealing with them would be a matter of mere moments. Otherwise, had Guang Hao been more vigilant, with his pinnacle hunting prowess, it would be a mere dream for anyone to follow him. Originally, Sun Wei's tracking exhibited no flaws and went unnoticed until Guang Hao entered Li Jun's residence. What does Li Jun do? He is a speculative arms dealer. As a figure entrenched in the underworld, Li Jun naturally has a network of eyes surrounding his territory. Thus, the moment Sun Wei stepped into Li Jun's domain, he was promptly discovered by Li Wei. Seeing the lad still trying to scale the wall was intolerable, and they swiftly apprehended Sun Wei on the spot. Inside the small, dark room, Sun Wei was bound tightly, his mouth stuffed with his own foul socks, his eyes obscured by a strip of cloth, and even his ears plugged securely. This ensured that no matter how he was dealt with, he would be unable to see, hear, or call out. This is what professionalism looks like. What the hell? Why is it Sun Wei? Why was he following us? AI Guomin instantly recognized Sun Wei. His face filled with suspicion. So you know him? Is he one of your friends? What a mess. The flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. A family does not recognize its own, Li Wei exclaimed, urging for Sun Wei to be untied. Upon seeing AI Guomin recognize Sun Wei, Li Jun initially thought they were friends and intended to release Li Wei. However, Guang Hao swiftly intervened, saying, "No, he is not my friend. Yesterday at the slaughterhouse, I witnessed this scoundrel attempting to harass my wife, and I dealt with him quite severely." Upon hearing this, Li Jun's demeanor instantly shifted, and he kicked Sun Wei harshly in the stomach. "How dare you lay hands on my brother Guang Hao's wife? What a despicable scoundrel. Brother Guang Hao, you dealt with him just yesterday, yet today he is stealthily following you, harboring no good intentions. Would you like me to take care of this fellow for you? Rest assured, our services are quite affordable. For merely 1,000 yuan, I can guarantee that he will vanish without a trace." Li Jun grinned, revealing a somewhat chilling smile. At the sight of this grin, AI Guomin couldn't help but shudder, feeling goosebumps on his arms. What kind of person is he? And why does his smile seem so unsettling? Eliminating Sun Wei was indeed a tempting proposition for Guang Hao. In the 1970s, not only were criminal investigation methods woefully outdated, but the police force was also severely understaffed. Some towns relied entirely on self-governance. Hence, the disappearance of a couple of individuals was not an uncommon occurrence in those times. Take the incident involving Zheng Hongmei's pork. Had it not resulted in 7 deaths and caught the attention of Mayor Hu, the matter could have easily been hushed up, even by Manager Niu, if only 1 or 2 had perished. I'm not in a rush to deal with him. I'm more curious about his motives for following me. Is it merely revenge, or is there something more sinister at play? Guang Hao remarked. So, Brother Jun, could you do me a favor and pry open his mouth? I wish to uncover his true intentions for shadowing me. Ha ha ha, no problem. In this line of work, we are professionals, Li Jun replied with a sinister grin. I can assure you that soon, we'll even know the color of his mother's undergarments. Li Jun led Guang Hao into the inner room for tea, while Li Wei and his gang commenced a rigorous interrogation. As a future kingpin of chaos, Li Jun's methods were well known. In less than half an hour, Li Wei entered the room with a beaming smile. He confessed, "This fellow has revealed everything." Under the professional scrutiny, Sun Wei divulged even the most trivial of details, such as the time he had peeped at Widow Zhou bathing when he was 6, let alone the true reason for tailing Guang Hao. He spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. Upon learning that Wang Daqiang had specifically sent him to follow in search of hunting grounds, Guang Hao was drenched in cold sweat. His greatest secret was not the truth of his rebirth, but rather the existence of Ghost Head Mountain. The mountain was an unimaginable treasure trove, brimming with resources. With Ghost Head Mountain, even during the planned economy era, Guang Hao could swiftly amass original wealth. When the wave of development arrived, he would achieve financial independence through these primordial resources. Therefore, he could not allow anyone to uncover the true secret of Ghost Head Mountain in the short term. Despite his meticulous precautions, he had not anticipated Wang Daqiang employing the tactic of stalking. If Li Jun and the others had not noticed something amiss today, he might have foolishly taken Sun Wei for a tour of Ghost Head Mountain. Once Sun Wei witnessed the internal conditions of the mountain, the secret would be irrevocably exposed. Countless individuals would flock to Ghost Head Mountain, just as in his previous life, where it would be completely divided within 2 years. The audacity of that scoundrel, who not only dares to flirt with the young lady but also follows us to ascertain our hunting grounds, is infuriating. Brother-in-law, this rascal must not be spared. Let Brother Jun deal with him. If you are short on funds, I shall seek assistance from the elder brother. Otherwise, this fellow shall undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future. AI Guamin is acutely aware of the troubles that Sun Wei could cause and is determined to eliminate him at any cost. However, Guang Hao furrows his brow, deep in thought. Fear not, Brother Guang Hao, Li Jun said with a smile. His demeanor so relaxed it seemed he was merely dealing with a chicken or a duck rather than a human life. I am proficient in both eliminating targets and conducting arms dealings. Rest assured, if you entrust this task to me, no one will ever trace it back to you. I do not question your expertise, Brother Jun, but I believe that disposing of this person is ultimately futile, Guang Hao replied, shaking his head. He then turned his gaze to Li Wei beside him and inquired, by the way, Wei Gu, you haven't divulged any of my information during the interrogation of Sun Wei, have you? Li Wei chuckled, of course not. That scoundrel still believes he has inadvertently encountered a formidable figure and is currently kneeling in the small dark room, kowtowing to us, utterly unaware of your involvement. Very well. In that case, I would appreciate it if Brother Jun could give him a good beating and then release him. There's no need to keep him locked up, Guang Hao stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. AI Guamin even seized Guang Hao's sleeve, exclaiming, no, brother-in-law, now is not the time for leniency. If you release Sun Wei, he will undoubtedly continue to track us. Should he discover our hunting location, he will surely come to seize our prey. Such a person must be eradicated completely. Guang Hao's gaze turned colder as he looked towards the small dark room. Releasing him is precisely to eradicate the root of the problem and eliminate future threats. Chapter 113. Dealing with one Sun Wei, there are countless others. Having procured the weapons and bid farewell to Li Jun and the others, Guang Hao departed with AI Guamin. Watching Guang Hao's retreating figure, Li Jun couldn't help but express his admiration. He is quite a character. If he were to join us, he would undoubtedly become a legendary figure. Wei, you should cultivate a good relationship with Guang Hao. This fellow is a true dragon lurking in a small pond. When the storm comes, he will ascend to the heavens in an instant. Li Jun rarely praises anyone, let alone liken someone to a dragon, leaving Li Wei momentarily stunned. Brother, is this guy really that formidable? Isn't he just an ordinary hunter? An ordinary hunter? Huh. Do you truly believe that if you dared to scheme against him, the next day I would be left to collect your remains from the filthy gutter? Remember, individuals with such cleverness and cunning are best left undisturbed. In this world, it is not merely fists and weapons that prevail, but wit. That is why I urged you to study more, yet you refused to listen. All right, brother. Why must we return to the topic of studying? Did Guang Hao not say we should take care of things and then toss that fellow out? I shall go and entertain him properly now. All right, remember not to exert yourself too much while playing, for it would be difficult to explain to Brother Guang Hao if something were to go awry. Understood. Upon exiting Li Jun's residence, AI Guohua anxiously tugged at his hair. Observing Guang Hao's nonchalant demeanor, he could no longer restrain himself and leaned closer to inquire, Brother-in-law, why did you release Sun Wei? What are you truly thinking? You must share your thoughts with me. Your silence and the mere act of letting him go makes me feel as though ants are crawling all over me. It is utterly uncomfortable. Please, spare the suspense and tell me promptly. Guang Hao glanced at AI Guamin and replied coolly, it is quite simple. While we can deal with one Sun Wei now, countless others will inevitably emerge later. We cannot possibly eliminate them all. Guang Hao's explanation left AI Guohua even more bewildered. What do you mean by dealing with one Sun Wei and numerous others appearing? Guang Hao, pushing his bicycle along the streets of Longkou town, lowered his voice and said, is this reasoning so difficult to grasp? Allow me to pose a question. Did Sun Wei track us on his own, or was he instructed by someone behind the scenes? Of course, he was manipulated from behind. Li Wei has already clarified this through interrogation. The mastermind behind Sun Wei is Wang Daqiang and that manager Zhou. Damn it. Wang Daqiang has been opposing us at every turn. Should I catch him off guard, I will ensure he meets his end in a sack. AI Guamin recalled the incident when Wang Daqiang brought people to Neo Xian Temple Mountain to wrongfully accuse him, thus harboring an intense hatred for Wang Daqiang. Indeed, Sun Wei is merely a pawn. Behind him lies Wang Daqiang and manager Zhou. Now that we can deal with Sun Wei, how do we confront Wang Daqiang and manager Zhou? Guang Hao replied apathetically. At this moment, AI Guamin finally realized that matters were far more complex than he had imagined. Moreover, Even if we were to eliminate Wang Daqiang and manager Zhou, Sun Wei would not simply vanish. We earn a substantial income daily, and despite our caution, there are no secrets that remain hidden indefinitely. Others will eventually discover that our wealth stems from selling mountain goods. Currently, my brother-in-law is fishing in the Mingjiang River, and every day, individuals come to learn the crafting methods of the exclusive traps. One can only imagine how many will seek to accompany us in our pursuits of mountain goods. Eventually, the entire Xiaofang village will be covertly observing where we source such abundant mountain products, and we will find ourselves followed by hundreds, unable to manage the situation. As Guang Hao's words hung in the air, AI Guamin was left in a stupor. He had not considered such a multitude of factors, merely adhering to basic logic. The riches of Ghost Head Mountain could not be discovered by Sun Wei. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly lead others to hunt there. AI Guamin had never thought that, following such a hunting pattern, the villagers of Xiaofang would eventually track them as Sun Wei had. With the prospect of everyone struggling to make a living, earning several thousand a day, who would not feel envious? What then shall we do? AI Guamin was utterly perplexed. One Sun Wei can be managed. But in a village with hundreds of people, all of whom are related by blood or kinship, how can one exert control? Moreover, one must consider that Guangtu Mountain does not belong to them. What right do they have to prohibit others from ascending? Therefore, I assert that not only must we refrain from dealing with Sun Wei, but we must also release him outright. Only in this way can we eliminate future troubles. All right, we've arrived. Second uncle, I kindly ask you to gather the other uncles as well. In order to safeguard Guangtu Mountain, your assistance is imperative. Guang Hao halted his bicycle in front of a funeral home. Very well, I shall fetch the other brothers immediately. However, are we not supposed to discuss how to protect Guangtu Mountain? What purpose does a visit to a funeral home serve? AI Guamin was utterly perplexed. Because here lies our solution for preserving Guangtu Mountain. Guang Hao strode confidently into the funeral home. Sun Wei felt as though he had not consulted the almanac before venturing out. He had been tailing Guang Hao diligently, only to unwittingly find himself in a den of thieves. After merely brushing against the wall, he was struck from behind and rendered unconscious. Upon awakening, he discovered not only was he bound, but his eyes, mouth, and ears were also covered. Enveloped in darkness, unable to see or hear, and even unable to call for help, Sun Wei nearly succumbed to terror. Thus, Li Wei employed minimal tactics. After a few straightforward inquiries, Sun Wei divulged everything. Today, consider yourself fortunate, for our leader is in a good mood and does not wish to take a life. Hence, be gone at once and keep your distance from Longkou town. Otherwise, if I see you again, I will undoubtedly end you. As Li Wei spoke, he slapped Sun Wei's face, producing a resounding echo. Yet, Sun Wei dared not utter a word, instead forcing a fawning smile. Rest assured, Brother Wei, I will certainly flee far away. I shall depart immediately and never return to Longkou town, even if it costs me my life. Sun Wei's subservient demeanor resembled that of a dog. Li Wei, losing any desire to torment such a spineless individual, treated him like pliable clay, easily manipulated to his whims. With a swift kick, he sent Sun Wei tumbling out of the small dark room, glaring at him as he did so. Hurry and get lost. Realizing he was indeed being released, Sun Wei dared not linger, scrambling to his feet and bolting away. Damn it, these people clearly belong to a ruthless criminal organization. Run. Without looking back, Sun Wei sprinted from Longkou town to Xiaofang village, breaking the record for the fastest return on foot, achieving it in a mere 20 minutes. Puffing and panting, he exclaimed, Young Master Wang, I will never follow Guang Hao again. Today, I nearly lost my life. Chapter 114. It turns out to be right at Guangtu Mountain. At Wang Daqiang's home, Wang Daqiang listened to Sun Wei's rambling, his brow furrowing tightly. You say you arrived in Longkou town only to be struck from behind. Could it be that Guang Hao has already discovered you, and the assailant was one of his men? How could this be? I am the foremost hunter of Xiaofang village, and my tracking skills are unparalleled. How could a worthless playboy like Guang Hao possibly discover that I am following him? Upon witnessing Wang Daqiang's doubt in his professional abilities, Sun Wei immediately responded with fervor. Huh. You dare claim to be the best hunter, yet you were caught off guard. Wang Daqiang mocked mercilessly. That is different, young Master Wang. The one who struck me from behind was undoubtedly a master. I could sense it. They are not mere petty thugs, and could very well be the military figure mentioned previously in Longkou town. The memory of the small, dark room made Sun Wei tremble with fear. Li Wei's gaze was ice cold. Fortunately, he had merely been knocked unconscious while attempting to peek over the wall. Had he seen something he should not have, he was certain he would now be buried in the ground. Are you suggesting that Guang Hao has connections with that military figure? What a joke. How could he possibly associate with someone like that? Wang Daqiang stood up abruptly, clearly terrified of this so-called military figure. It should not be the case. Guang Hao likely just happened to pass by. After all, one must go through that path to reach the state-run restaurant or the supply and marketing cooperative. Sun Wei continued. The reason I was discovered by the military figure was simply my own foolishness for wanting to peek over the wall. He withdrew his head, feeling disheartened. Had he not mentioned this, Wang Daqiang would not have known that this fool almost brought upon himself a formidable enemy, infuriating him enough to deliver a kick to Sun Wei's chest. You idiot. You dare touch someone else's wall without even knowing who they are? If you don't die, who will? Wang Daqiang scolded. Forget it. Having offended that military figure, you need to keep a low profile. Avoid Longkou Town for now. I will personally handle the business at the slaughterhouse for you. However, even if you don't go to Longkou Town, you must keep an eye on Guang Hao's movements in Xiaofang village. If you cannot find out where he hunts for even a single day, you will be on watch for the entire day. Do you understand? Wang Daqiang bellowed. In truth, Sun Wei did not wish to continue tracking Guang Hao. The man was like a harbinger of misfortune. Ever since encountering him, a series of unfortunate events had befallen him. Yet, with Wang Daqiang insisting, he could only nod in reluctant agreement. After all, who could defy the son of the village secretary? Having been reprimanded by Li Wei, Sun Wei dared not venture into Longkou Town, opting instead to quietly wait along the road between Longkou Town and Xiaofang village for Guang Hao's return. As summer approached, the weather grew increasingly sweltering. Lying in the grass felt akin to being in a sauna, sweat pouring from his body, soaking his undergarments. Fortunately, as a hunter, Sun Wei excelled at remaining hidden. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have succumbed to the heat long ago. Damn it! What is Guang Hao doing? Why is he taking so long to return? Didn't Wang Daqiang say that this kid has hunting tasks every day? It is nearly noon. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Sun Wei continued his incessant grumbling. As he was venting his frustrations, a sudden clattering sound echoed down the rural path. It was the unmistakable noise of a bicycle traversing the uneven mountain road. Originally, Xiaofang village possessed but a single bicycle, that of the village chief's household, yet now there were three, one belonging to Sun Wei and another to Guang Hao. Sun Wei crouched amidst the grass, and the rider approaching was undoubtedly Guang Hao. Reviving his spirits, Sun Wei peered through the foliage and spotted a brand new bicycle gliding toward him. The rider was handsome and striking. Who else could it be but Guang Hao? Damn it. I finally waited for you. I thought you weren't coming back. Sun Wei muttered under his breath. As Guang Hao pedaled along the country road, he remained blissfully unaware of Sun Wei lurking in the grass. It was only after Guang Hao had traveled some distance that Sun Wei emerged from his hiding place and began to jog after him. However, Sun Wei failed to notice an important detail. When Guang Hao had previously gone to Longkou Town, he was accompanied by his second uncle, Ai Guamin. Now, upon returning, there was no trace of Ai Guamin to be found alongside Guang Hao. Upon arriving back in Xiaofang village, Guang Hao secured his bicycle at home. After locking it, he shouldered his backpack and hunting rifle, preparing himself without delay, and headed directly toward Ghost Head Mountain. Navigating the familiar path to Ghost Head Mountain, Guang Hao abruptly halted just before entering. His sudden stop startled Sun Wei, who was trailing behind. Damn it, has he spotted me? Sun Wei quickly concealed himself behind a nearby tree, stealing glances at Guang Hao by the mountain's entrance. Guang Hao, however, did not turn around. He merely paused to scratch his back before continuing onward into Ghost Head Mountain. He simply stopped to scratch an itch. I thought I had been discovered. Sun Wei sighed with relief, patting his chest before stepping out and gazing at the lush expanse of Ghost Head Mountain. As a native of Xiaofang village, Sun Wei was no stranger to the tales surrounding this mountain. Throughout his life, he had heard countless stories about its ominous reputation. Legends spoke of it being the domain of the king of hell, Fengdu, where any who dared ascend would be whisked away by the ox-head and horse-face to lose their 3 souls and 7 spirits. Other tales told of wolf and tiger spirits, towering several meters high, who could devour a hunter without leaving a bone behind. In short, to the villagers of Xiaofang, Ghost Head Mountain was an absolute forbidden zone. To venture there was to invite certain death. Yet now, Guang Hao ascended the mountain without a trace of hesitation. What did this signify? It suggested that Ghost Head Mountain was not a forbidden territory at all. Rather, it might well be a land of fortune. I've always said that within the surrounding mountains for dozens of miles, there isn't a peak I haven't explored. To expect to hunt 100 pounds of game in a day is laughable, entirely unfeasible. But Ghost Head Mountain? That's a different story altogether. It has been centuries since anyone has ventured up there. The game upon that mountain is undoubtedly abundant beyond counting. Sun Wei was a hunter, and a remarkably seasoned one at that, capable of discerning the rich biodiversity of Ghost Head Mountain at a glance. However, due to previous superstitions, he had subconsciously excluded Ghost Head Mountain from his considerations. Upon witnessing Guang Hao ascend the mountain, everything became clear to him. Originally, Ghost Head Mountain was devoid of pathways, shrouded instead in dense woods and thickets of thorny bushes. Yet Guang Hao, frequently traversing the terrain, had carved a narrow path using his curved blade. Realizing Guang Hao had ventured into the mountain, Sun Wei followed the path, eager to assess the situation. The moment he stepped onto Ghost Head Mountain, he felt the temperature plummet several degrees. A chilling breeze gave him goosebumps. Years of exposure had instilled in Sun Wei a profound fear of Ghost Head Mountain. Now, spurred by this eerie wind, he retreated hastily. Damn it, this place truly felt sinister. While it was scorching outside, within it was frigid. Ascending alone made him feel uneasy. Perhaps it would be wise to bring Wang Daqiang along for companionship, ensuring that should anything arise, there would be someone to rely upon. With this thought in mind, Sun Wei quickly turned back, hurrying to find Wang Daqiang. As he pivoted to leave, he remained oblivious to Guang Hao's penetrating gaze fixed upon him from the depths of the forest. The roles of hunter and prey had, in this moment, been irrevocably reversed. Chapter 115. Since Guang Hao can ascend, what reason do we have to be unable to? I found it, young Master Wang. I have finally located Guang Hao's hunting grounds. Sun Wei exclaimed, racing towards Wang Daqiang's home. Really? You actually found it? Wang Daqiang stood up in excitement upon hearing the news. Sun Wei, slightly parched from running, took several gulps from Wang Daqiang's teapot, wiping his mouth before continuing. Yes, I found it. After you instructed me to keep an eye on Guang Hao, I stationed myself at the village entrance. I waited there until nearly noon, and finally, that rascal returned. Once he was back, I followed him, and ultimately, he ascended the mountain to hunt, revealing his hunting location. Wang Daqiang burst into hearty laughter, patting Sun Wei on the shoulder with delight. Well done. Where exactly does he hunt? Come, let us partake in some of the spoils. Yes, Guang Hao hunts on Ghost Head Mountain. If we head there now, we can catch him off guard. Sun Wei replied with a grin. What? What did you just say? Where does Guang Hao hunt? The smile on Wang Daqiang's face froze. Ghost Head Mountain. I saw him ascend with my own eyes. He is undoubtedly hunting there, no doubt about it. I should have realized it sooner. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers, every other peak has long been overrun. It's impossible to gather over 100 pounds of meat in a day. Even if one were to catch a couple of doves, within 2 days, there would be no feathers left in that area. Only Ghost Head Mountain remains, as the locals believe it to be haunted, and thus, for centuries, no one has dared to ascend its slopes. After centuries of thriving and reproducing, the mountain must be teeming with game. Young Master Wang, let us embark on an expedition to the mountain at once. Sun Wei's excitement grew with each word, almost yearning to drag Wang Daqiang up the mountain without delay. In stark contrast to his enthusiasm, Wang Daqiang appeared somewhat timid, even fearful. Are you out of your mind? That is Ghost Head Mountain. How dare you suggest I venture there? Not only are there ghosts, but also tigers and wolves. If we recklessly ascend, even if we do not disturb the Lord of Fengdu, what if we encounter venomous serpents or wild wolves? Wang Daqiang was the quintessential bully at home. He could easily intimidate Sun Wei, but upon hearing about Ghost Head Mountain, he immediately cowered. Oh, my dear young Master Wang, what supernatural beings could possibly inhabit Ghost Head Mountain? Moreover, what are serpents and wolves to us? We possess firearms. Gather your subordinates. The village secretary has excellent relations with the militia. We could borrow a few guns from them. What serpents and wolves? Should we encounter them, they would merely be our quarry. Currently, there is a high demand for furs, with prices rising daily. A wolf pelt fetches over $100. And if we were to hunt a serpent, the rewards would be even greater. A serpent's skin is worth several thousand. Sun Wei passionately tempted Wang Daqiang with the prospect of adventure on Ghost Head Mountain. As a hunter, he knew well that with a gun, Any beast could become mere prey. Wang Daqiang was evidently swayed, though still hesitant. While that may be true, the last time Wang Laojiu's youngest son ventured to Ghost Head Mountain for fun, he returned with a high fever that lasted for weeks, leaving him quite simple-minded. What if we, in our numbers, anger the emperor of Fengdu and all become fools? That would be a tremendous loss for us. Sun Wei could not help but roll his eyes and retorted. Indeed, Wang Laojiu's youngest son became a fool, but why didn't he Guang Hao? He goes to Ghost Head Mountain daily and remains unscathed. Wang Laojiu's youngest son is merely a child, with little vitality. But we are different. We are numerous and full of vigor. What malevolent spirits could dare approach us? Wang Daqiang pondered this notion, realizing it held some truth. However, ingrained superstitions still made him hesitant. Observing his demeanor, Sun Wei decided to deliver a potent jibe. Young master, at the end of the day, could it be that you are simply afraid? Who is my young master Wang, to be frightened by such supernatural entities? Wang Daqiang was indeed afraid, but feeling exposed. He blushed and stubbornly retorted, I, Wang Daqiang, have never known fear. Is it merely a trip to Ghost Head Mountain? I fear nothing. I shall call upon others now. Fear, when we ascend, I will lead the way, and you shall witness what true valor looks like. Upon witnessing Wang Daqiang finally falling into a trap, Sun Wei revealed a radiant smile. I had always asserted that my esteemed young master Wang, a figure of great stature, would never be intimidated by such trivialities. With Sun Wei's goading, even if Wang Daqiang was filled with trepidation, he began to suppress his fear and mobilize his forces. He summoned a total of 12 subordinates, and then proceeded to borrow firearms from Wang Dagong. After borrowing over 10 guns in one go, Wang Dagong, fearful that Wang Daqiang might engage in folly, eventually felt reassured upon learning that they intended to use them for hunting, and thus supplied him with 10 Type 88 rifles. Although these rifles were of the same Hanyang Type 88, the ones in the militia's possession were in stark contrast to those held by the regular troops. The militia's firearms were not only antiquated but also poorly maintained. Some of the springs were even rusted, leading to frequent incidents of barrel explosions. Unfortunately, the militia had no effective means to rectify this. Composed of farmers, the militia members had to balance their patrol duties with agricultural labor to earn their share of work points, leaving them little time to maintain their weapons. Moreover, a crucial factor was at play. Despite being militia, there was little need for firearms in the absence of conflict, which further contributed to their negligence and upkeep. Having secured firearms, Sun Wei led Wang Daqiang and his companions towards Ghost Head Mountain. Upon reaching the narrow path leading up to Guang Hao, the initially boisterous Wang Daqiang suddenly faltered. Oh dear, I think I've sprained my ankle. Ermatsi, Taidan, come support me. He concocted a flimsy excuse, discreetly retreating to the middle of the group. Sun Wei regarded him with disdain, curling his lip in derision, while he too harbored some fear of ascending Ghost Head Mountain. The thought that Guang Hao could procure over 100 pounds of meat in a single day ignited a gluttonous desire within him, overshadowing his trepidation. Gripping his hunting rifle, Sun Wei steeled himself and marched to the fore. Why should we, who hail from Xiaofang village, be unable to ascend Guang Hao? He is not even a native here. Thus, should the emperor of the underworld take offense, it would be Guang Hao who faces the consequences, not us. Young Master Wang, follow my lead onward. Chapter 116, There are Ghosts. With unwavering resolve, Sun Wei plunged into Ghost Head Mountain, and as his figure vanished into the dense foliage, Wang Daqiang gritted his teeth and commanded his subordinates. Sun Wei is right. We are the locals. If the emperor of the underworld is to take retribution, it shall be upon Guang Hao, the outsider. Brothers, forward. If they could uncover Guang Hao's hunting grounds, they could earn over 1,000 yuan daily from the mountain goods. With such profits, securing a position as a waiter in the state-run restaurant would become a certainty. Not only that, but they could also seize Guang Hao's quarry, condemning him to continue living in the wretched poverty he had endured. With these fantasies swirling in his mind, Wang Daqiang ultimately resolved to charge up Ghost Head Mountain. Although the mountain initially lacked a path, Guang Hao had personally carved out a small trail. Following this path, Sun Wei and his companions quickly entered the outer mountain. Upon their arrival in the outer mountain, they were utterly astonished. The mountains are teeming with a myriad of animals, 2-pound touted chicken, 3-pound colorful mountain pheasants, and rabbits leaping incessantly through the underbrush, not to mention the plump bamboo rats, each weighing at least 5 pounds and moving languidly. No matter the species, out in the wild, they would be fiercely contested, But on Ghost Head Mountain, they are abundant, seemingly endless. We have struck gold. This is our opportunity for great fortune. These Tauta chickens are of exceptional quality, fetching at least $3 per pound. And the Matsutake mushrooms, hundreds of pounds of them, are worth a small fortune. A mere handful of dollars seems trivial. Look ahead, isn't that a herd of antelopes? These creatures command over $4 per pound. And this particular one weighs dozens of pounds. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let us seize our weapons and act. The bountiful offerings of Ghost Head Mountain plunged Sun Wei and his companions into a frenzy, their firearms erupting like popcorn as they fired indiscriminately. Any prey that came into their sights, regardless of its nature, was not spared. Although Guang Hao was also hunting on Ghost Head Mountain, he adhered strictly to the rules of hunting. He refrained from killing nursing or pregnant animals, the leaders of the herds, and immature creatures. Even when a population was rapidly dwindling, Guang Hao would cease hunting that group, adhering to principles of sustainable development. In stark contrast, Sun Wei and his group showed no regard for such ethics. They operated under a ruthless doctrine of extermination. Kill everything, take everything, strip it bare. The outer mountains lay strewn with corpses, hundreds of various animals sprawled in pools of blood. Not only did animals suffer this calamity, but plants were also unable to survive. Any plant of even the slightest value was uprooted without mercy, leaving not a trace behind. Within mere hours of their incursion into the mountains, the ground was soaked in blood, and the topsoil had been stripped away. Countless prey were heaped together, and even when they could carry no more, they continued to pillage, relentless in their greed. How much is this worth? Looking at the mountain of prey accumulating, Wang Daqiang could hardly contain his glee. Just these animals alone are worth a fortune. Sun Wei gestured with his fingers, indicating one, representing 10,000. With a dozen or so individuals tirelessly raiding the front mountain, the harvest was astonishing. $10,000. Wang Daqiang was nearly breathless with excitement. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that I, Wang Daqiang, would see a day of wealth? To become a $10,000 household in a single day, and here I am, once a mere servant, destined to transport these spoils to the county town and sell them to the state-run restaurants. In no time, I could become a wealthy man. And then I would buy a dozen guns to strip this entire Ghost Head Mountain bare. My heavens, I can hardly fathom the riches I could amass. I am rich. I am rich. I shall become the wealthiest person in the whole of Jiaqing. Wang Daqiang was lost in his daydreams, unable to extricate himself from the vision of his newfound fortune. Brothers, let us press on with renewed vigor as we venture deeper into the mountains. Today's bounty remains insufficient. Let us aim for a grand total of 20,000. Wang Daqiang's insatiable greed knows no bounds. The prospect of immense rewards has ignited an exhilarating fervor among the hunters, who brandish their firearms and erupt in ecstatic cheers. No problem. I'm in the thick of it now, they exclaim. Ha ha ha. This is the legendary Ghost Head Mountain. It is not a mountain of phantoms, but a veritable mountain of gold and silver. I haven't had meat in a week. The game I've harvested today could sustain me for a year. Kill, kill, kill. Brothers, charge forward alongside me. Everything here belongs to us. This mountain and all it holds are ours. Sun Wei and his companions succumbed to a frenzy of exhilaration, advancing like a swarm of locusts, leaving desolation in their wake. As Sun Wei and his group continued their hunt, several pieces of paper suddenly fluttered through the trees. One piece fortuitously landed on Ermazui's face, prompting him to rip it off. What the hell is this sticking to my face? He exclaimed. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not merely paper, but rather a yellow sacrificial paper, traditionally burned for the deceased. Bewildered and terrified, he cast the paper aside and scrambled toward Wang Daqiang. Brother Chong, something feels off. There is something foul afoot. Wang Daqiang was deeply engrossed in his hunt. Although his marksmanship was not particularly impressive, the sheer abundance of game on Ghost Head Mountain made it easy to score hits, providing him immense satisfaction. Just as he was reveling in his success, Ermazui's frantic interruption shattered his focus. What's wrong? Can't you see I'm hunting birds? You've startled them all away, now you owe me. He cursed. Brother Chong, this isn't the time for hunting birds. I just saw several pieces of yellow paper over there. Besides us, there's no one else in these mountains. Why would there be sacrificial paper for the dead? Ermazui's panicked cries gradually dulled Wang Daqiang's excitement. Turning to the direction Ermazui had indicated, he was instantly gripped by fear. A torrent of yellow paper money cascaded down from the depths of the forest, seemingly drawn toward them by an unseen force. As if the fluttering yellow paper alone were not disconcerting enough, the shadows of numerous paper figures emerged from the thicket. These figures resembled the eerie paper effigies sold at funeral homes, each one appearing more sinister than the last. With blood-red eyes, marked with cinnabar, they stared unblinkingly at Wang Daqiang and his band. The chilling combination of yellow paper, spectral figures, and the mournful whispers of the cold wind enveloped them in an oppressive atmosphere of traditional Chinese horror. Wang Daqiang's heart sank with a sudden jolt, followed by a piercing scream. Ah, there's a ghost. Chapter 117. The Arrival of the Great Emperor of Fengdu. Wang Daqiang's outcry startled everyone present, and they all turned to look at him in unison. A ghost? In broad daylight. Where could there be a ghost? Why are you all staring at me? Look over there. Wang Daqiang tremblingly pointed towards the direction of the yellow paper and paper figures. As everyone followed his gesture, a wave of cold sweat broke out among them. The yellow paper and paper figures intended for the deceased were indeed indicative of a supernatural presence. Something was amiss. Far too peculiar. Could it be that the great emperor of Fengdu had arrived? The yellow paper and paper figures might very well be the emperor's doing. What should we do next? What should we do? Run. The sight of the scattered yellow paper and paper figures terrified the group, prompting them to instinctively retreat, while some of the more timid individuals turned to flee outright. What are you running for? Clearly, someone is playing tricks. Don't forget, on Ghost Head Mountain, we are not alone. Guang Hao is here too. This must be his handiwork. Guang Hao, I know it's you. Show yourself. Sun Wei, a hunter accustomed to the wilderness, often spent nights in the mountains guarding his prey. Thus, he possessed considerably more courage than Wang Daqiang and the others when it came to supernatural matters. Who dares intrude upon my domain? Depart at once. As Sun Wei finished speaking, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed through the dense forest. This voice sent chills down their spines, and the already frightened Wang Daqiang and his companions felt their legs tremble with fear. It was the voice of the great emperor of Fengdu, unmistakably so. I knew this Ghost Head Mountain was the emperor's domain. We mere mortals should not trespass here. Now that the emperor is enraged, we must flee. Indeed. My great-grandmother warned me that after the yellow paper and paper figures, the ox head and horse face would come to claim lives. Everyone run. The terror was palpable, overwhelming. I must leave at once. Initially, Sun Wei's emergence had rekindled the group's morale, but upon hearing that deep, resonant voice, Wang Daqiang and the others were nearly paralyzed with fear. A few of the most frightened individuals grabbed their quarry and fled as though fearing they would be pursued by the ox head and horse face if they lagged behind. You dare enter my domain, slay my followers, and now attempt to carry away their flesh and blood? Such a crime deserves punishment. The deep, resonant voice resounded once more, accompanied by a cacophony of harsh, jarring sounds from the forest. Amidst this tumult, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air as the fastest among them stumbled, his right leg exploding in agony, causing him to collapse to the ground. This sudden turn of events rendered the scene as if time had paused. No one dared to move further, exchanging fearful glances filled with trepidation. What had just transpired? How had Tai Dan's leg been shattered? I was at a loss. Amidst the jarring clangor of the gong, when Tai Dan's leg was suddenly torn apart, it became clear to me that the emperor of Fengdu had just declared that these creatures were his followers, and Tai Dan's attempt to seize the flesh and blood of his devotees had invoked divine retribution. Brothers, quickly put everything down, put it down. As the crowd witnessed Tai Dan's gruesome fate, they hastily discarded their catches to the ground. Strangely enough, once all the prey was relinquished, the cacophonous sound faded into silence. Wang Daqiang and his companions were utterly petrified by this bizarre spectacle, and none dared to linger on the mountain any longer. Each of them, in a state of panic, scuttled backward, their legs tightly pressed together. They were torn between the fear of angering the emperor of Fengdu by fleeing too hastily and the dread of being pursued by the ox head and horse face if they moved too slowly, leaving them in a state of torment. Sun Wei was equally terrified, especially at the moment when Tai Dan's right leg was violently obliterated. The sight of flesh and blood flying about made his heart race. Yet, amid his fear, he also detected an anomaly. The previously thunderous clang seemed to drown out all other sounds, but the keen ears of a hunter allowed Sun Wei to perceive a gunshot amidst the din. A gunshot indicated the presence of a human, not a ghost. Drawing back the bolt, Sun Wei fired a shot into the dense woods. then quickly concealed himself behind a tree. You think you can play tricks, Guang Hao? Don't presume I'm unaware of your lurking presence. No matter how loud your gong sounds, I can still hear the gunfire. To target one of our own, you are doomed. If you have the guts, kill me. If you fail, I shall descend the mountain and report you to the commune. As the adage goes, an eye for an eye, a leg for a leg. You have severed Tai Dan's limb. You must repay him in kind. Sun Wei crouched behind the tree, nervously swallowing. In truth, he couldn't ascertain whether it was Guang Hao or the Emperor of Fengdu lurking within the thicket. However, he leaned towards believing it was Guang Hao conjuring illusions. For if the Emperor of Fengdu truly resided in that forest, then Ghost Head Mountain would indeed become a forbidden zone, and he would never set foot on it again. But if it was merely Guang Hao hiding in the thicket, then everything in Ghost Head Mountain would belong to Sun Wei. Guang Hao firing at one of his own was no trivial misstep. It was a grave mistake that warranted imprisonment. Once Guang Hao was confined, Ghost Head Mountain and AI Xiaofang would all be within Sun Wei's grasp. Thus, he fervently recited in his mind, Heavenly Lord, bless me. It must be Guang Hao in that forest, absolutely Guang Hao, 100% Guang Hao. Impudent wretch, daring to question my identity. Oxhead and Wolfguard. Drag this madman's soul into the underworld. The deep, resonant voice echoed once more, as the sound of divine retribution began to reverberate through the woods, accompanied by the clanging. Two colossal creatures slowly emerged from the forest, and upon seeing them, the crowd was struck with sheer terror. A gigantic ox head and a wolf head materialized, the ox adorned with a white banner and the wolf with yellow paper, resembling the legendary ox head and horse face from myth. The only difference was that the horse's head had been replaced by that of a wolf, and this fearsome giant wolf felt even more terrifying, didn't it? Oh my goodness. There truly are spirits. There are debts to be settled, and vengeance to be exacted. It was Sun Wei who led us here. If you seek retribution, direct your wrath toward him. Indeed, we are utterly ignorant of the situation and certainly did not mean to provoke your esteemed dignity. We shall take our leave immediately, leaving Sun Wei to your discretion. Run, don't concern yourselves with that fool. At the first sight of the bull-headed and wolf-headed apparitions, Wang Daqiang trembled, and without a moment's hesitation, he lost control. He tossed his firearm to the ground and turned to flee up the mountain with reckless abandon, as if wishing for a third leg to aid his escape. With their leader retreating, the remaining subordinates dared not linger, each one crying out in desperation as they fled rapidly. In a short span of time, the dense forest was left with only Sun Wei. Indeed, even the crippled Tai Dan crawled down the mountainside with sheer determination, fearful of being ensnared by the bull and wolf heads. Alone in the eerie silence, the cacophony of the grotesque sounds drove Sun Wei to the brink of madness. The bull and wolf heads drew ever closer, an invisible pressure threatening to crush him. This is all a farce, an elaborate trick. I refuse to believe in ghosts. With a frenzied pull of the trigger, Sun Wei dashed from behind a tree, aiming his weapon at the bull-headed figure. Bang! The rusted spring failed under the strain, resulting in an explosion before the bullet could even leave the chamber. Sun Wei's 88 type rifle burst apart unexpectedly, sending shrapnel flying into his face. In that moment, the tension in his nerves snapped. He perceived this coincidence as a divine intervention. Ignoring the blood streaming down his face, he discarded the gun and sprinted down the mountain, laughing and weeping simultaneously. Ghosts, ha ha ha. There are indeed ghosts. Chapter 118. Such a bounty of prey is indeed unfortunate. Wang Daqiang, terrified, soiled himself, while Sun Wei was even worse off. The explosion of his rifle shattered his mental fortitude, driving him to madness. A throng of people rushed down the mountain, and soon, the ghostly Mount Ghost Head returned to its eerie calm. As the dust settled, several figures re-emerged from the depths of the forest. Upon closer inspection, these figures were Guang Hao and his 5 older brothers. At that moment, Guang Hao held aloft a 98K rifle. It was he who had fired the shot that severed Tiedan's right leg. The 98K possessed tremendous power, creating a vacuum effect upon impact that would tear the human body apart, resembling divine retribution. Following Guang Hao was his brother-in-law, Ai Guohua, brandishing a metal horn. It was evident that the resonant voice that had echoed moments before emanated from this very instrument. Behind Ai Guohua trailed several other brothers, each clutching broken gongs, paper money, and spirit-calling banners. The so-called Emperor of Fengdu was nothing but a fabrication, a ruse meticulously orchestrated by Guang Hao and his brothers. Laughter erupted as they witnessed the spectacle. Wang Daqiang, that rascal, had nearly wet himself in fear. What a sight it was, with Sun Wei alternating between tears and laughter, leading me to suspect he was utterly terrified. Ah, surely this is my doing. My imitation of Fengdu Emperor's voice was remarkably convincing, wasn't it? Oh, brother. Now you seek to take credit. Initially, when I asked you to play the role of the Emperor, you flatly refused. How dare you undermine me? Do you not know who reigns supreme in this household? The group thoroughly examined the area and confirmed that Wang Daqiang and his companions had vanished from Ghost Head Mountain. Immediately, everyone relaxed and began to frolic. Honestly, it is remarkable how effective an educated mind can be. Brother-in-law, what inspired you to employ such a method to frighten Wang Daqiang and his crew? After such a scare, even if we were to bind those rascals and take them back to Ghost Head Mountain, I doubt they would dare return. It's quite simple, Uncle Ai Guamin cheerfully remarked. Everyone fears those supernatural beings, which is why they have refrained from ascending Ghost Head Mountain for centuries. To eradicate their curiosity about the mountain entirely, we must leverage this fear. It appears to have been quite effective. However, we must remain vigilant. When ascending and descending the mountain, we should take care not to be seen. Human greed knows no bounds. Once others learn of the riches of Ghost Head Mountain, even the most desperate individuals will not fear the supernatural. The uncles understood the gravity of the situation, nodding in agreement and committing Guang Hao's words to memory. Having successfully frightened away Wang Daqiang and his companions, Guang Hao and the others began their descent along a narrow path. Upon reaching the outer mountain where Wang Daqiang and his group had hunted, the Ai brothers, along with Guang Hao, were left utterly astonished. The once bountiful outer mountain now resembled a scene of carnage, with blood flowing like a river. And even the very soil had been stripped away by Wang Daqiang and his crew. The corpses of various hunted creatures piled high, forming a small mountain, and most distressingly, many of these were juvenile animals. For instance, the colorful mountain chickens, which can weigh 4 to 5 pounds as adults, were mostly slaughtered in their juvenile state. Some even still featherless. To think, such young creatures were taken. They should have been left to mature. Indeed, when we first ascended the mountain, it was teeming with wildlife. Yet now they have decimated the entire population. It is imperative that we do not permit these individuals to roam freely on the mountain. They act like bandits. And no matter how bountiful Ghost Head Mountain may be, it cannot withstand such reckless slaughter. The uncles expressed their sentiments, and Guang Hao, gazing upon the mountain of prey, felt a profound sense of unease. In a previous life, such devastation persisted for 2 long years. After the exploitation of Ghost Head Mountain began, countless hunters flocked to the region, exhibiting a fervor akin to that of Wang Daqiang, if not more frenzied. Over the course of 2 years, Ghost Head Mountain has been ravaged repeatedly. By the time the municipal government finally recognized the need for protection and enclosed the area, a staggering 80% of its species had already vanished. In his previous life, Guang Hao served as a forest ranger on Ghost Head Mountain for several decades. Yet, even after his rebirth, the ecological system had not recovered to half its former glory. Nature possesses its own intricate ecosystems and food chains, with each creature playing an immensely vital role within this delicate balance. The disruption of any single food chain leads to profoundly serious repercussions for the ecosystem. Presently, the Tauta chicken and the colorful mountain chicken face the threat of relentless hunting, which will undoubtedly impact the ecosystem of the front mountain. It is imperative to cease hunting in the front mountain for the time being. Not only must we refrain from capturing more, but we must also devise a method to restore the populations of the Tauta chicken and the colorful mountain chicken. However, rather than ruminating on these concerns, it may be more prudent to consider how we shall transport such a bounty of prey to the state-run restaurant. Wang Daqiang and his companions have procured an impressive amount of game, likely amounting to several thousand pounds. Relying solely on 2 bicycles, I fear we shall not complete the transport before nightfall. If we cannot move all this game, it will spoil on the mountain by morning. Moreover, even if it does not rot, there are numerous poachers lurking about Ghost Head Mountain, and they would certainly seize the opportunity to claim our spoils. What should we do now? 5th Uncle Ai Guifu spoke solemnly. As the most astute among my uncles, he possesses a clear perspective on matters. He was correct. It is not the time to dwell on these issues. Our priority should be to find a way to deliver this game to the state-run restaurant. Let us proceed this way. Uncle, if you and the others could kindly transport the game to my home sequentially. I will go to the supply and marketing cooperative in Longkou town to borrow a cart. A single cart can carry 1,000 pounds of game. With it, we can make a couple of trips and successfully deliver all the game to the state-run restaurant. Guang Hao's mind whirred with a solution. This is an excellent plan. Transporting the game via cart is far more efficient than using bicycles. Very well, brother-in-law. You should hasten to borrow the cart from the cooperative, and we will assist you in bringing the game down the mountain first, AI Guohua said. With a plan in place, Guang Hao and his uncles busied themselves. Guang Hao first released the water buffalo and the giant wolf. The water buffalo was of little concern. Within the mountains lay its treasures. He lowered the soul-calling banner, and it immediately began to trot towards the inner mountains. Guang Hao had always been curious to follow it, but the events of recent days had left him no time to spare. As for the giant wolf, Guang Hao inspected its wounds. One must admire the resilience of wild animals. Having administered medication just yesterday, the giant wolf was nearly able to walk today. Of course, it was far from ready to run and hunt. Yet its recovery speed was still astonishing. After tossing 2 wild mountain chickens to it for dinner and ensuring the well-being of his animal companions, Guang Hao finally set off down the mountain, intending to visit the cooperative. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Xiaofang village was on the verge of erupting in chaos. Chapter 119. The truck finally arrived. Wang Daqiang and his companions descended from Ghost Head Mountain, their voices echoing with terror, startling the entire populace of Xiaofang village. The sight of their disheveled appearance, particularly Iron Egg with a broken leg and Sun Wei whose face was disfigured by a shattered gun, prompted Wang Dagong, accompanied by the commune officials, to rush over. What happened to you? How did you end up on Ghost Head Mountain in such a state? Wang Dagong furrowed his brow and shot a fierce glare at his son. Damn it, one with a broken leg, the other with a ruined face. This little rascal must have stirred up a great mess. Wang Daqiang, terrified, felt as though he had lost control, but upon seeing his father approach, he rushed into Wang Dagong's embrace, weeping like a child. There are ghosts. There are ghosts on Ghost Head Mountain. We encountered Emperor Fengdu, and we met the ox-headed wolf. They seek to claim our souls. Help me. Dad, please save me. Hearing this, Wang Dagong's frown deepened. What nonsense is this? In this day and age? Still believing in such things? What on earth transpired? Explain it all to me in detail. The commotion caused by Wang Daqiang and his group was so great that nearly every villager in Xiaofang village gathered. Even Wang Laosan, who was fishing in the Mingjiang River, hurried back to witness the spectacle. The crowd encircled them tightly, and seeing so many people calmed Wang Daqiang's fear somewhat. Taking a deep breath, he began to recount the events that transpired on Ghost Head Mountain. After hearing Wang Daqiang's tale, the villagers who had surrounded him suddenly dispersed, regarding the group with the same apprehension one might reserve for a plague. Even Wang Dagong, who had always dismissed such supernatural beliefs, subtly extricated himself from his son's embrace and stepped back several paces. Have you all lost your minds? Since childhood, we have warned you that Ghost Head Mountain is the domain of Emperor Fengdu and that you must not venture there. Yet you chose to ignore our warnings. Now, you have disturbed Emperor Fengdu. Prepare yourselves for his retribution. The youngest son of Wang Lar had recently been cursed and turned into a fool. The precedent was clear. Yet still, you refused to believe. Now, with Sun Wei's soul taken and Iron Egg injured, do you finally comprehend the gravity of the situation? Oh, what a calamity! How dare you provoke Emperor Fengdu? Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, every grievance has its source. If Emperor Fengdu is displeased, he will surely seek out Wang Daqiang. We are not to blame. Indeed, indeed. Emperor Fengdu, during the Ghost Festival, I shall burn extra paper money for you. Please do not involve others. The elders in the village, with great seriousness, acted as though they had personally witnessed Emperor Fengdu. A few particularly superstitious individuals had even knelt in prayer towards the direction of Ghost Head Mountain. Witnessing this scene, Wang Daqiang felt his trousers dampen once more. Dad, I realize my mistakes. I truly understand my errors. Please save me. I do not wish to have my soul claimed by Emperor Fengdu. I do not want to become a fool. I beg you, save me. Wang Dagong's furrowed brow remained tense. As a public servant, he had always been skeptical of the supernatural, just as he was about to encourage his son to adopt a more positive mindset. Dismissing the existence of the Emperor of the Underworld, before he could utter a word, Sun Wei, in a frenzy, lunged at Wang Daqiang. He sank his teeth into Wang Daqiang's ear, gnawing at it with fervor, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. Ha ha! It was you who urged me to provoke the emperor of the underworld. It's all your fault. Now that the emperor is angered, you must face the consequences with me. Boo-hoo. Sun Wei was both laughing and crying, his bloodied face rendering him utterly terrifying. Consequently, even with all the villagers of Xiaofang village present, none dared to intervene in this chaotic display. Help! Help! My ear! Ah, my ear! Wang Daqiang felt as if his ear were about to be severed, the pain driving him into a mad struggle. The two rolled on the ground like battling dung beetles, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. Had everyone gone mad? It was only then that Wang Daqiang snapped back to reality and hurriedly called for Wang Daqiang's companions to separate the two. Witnessing his son with half an ear gruesomely torn away, Wang Daqiang quickly pressed his hand against the wound. Let us go, let us go? To the clinic, right now? Oh, and Mao Dan, go find Granny Long and summon her from Ui village, and do it quickly. Granny Long, the last remaining witch in the area. Wang Daqiang took his son to the clinic, and with the mention of Granny Long, Wang Daqiang's companions hurriedly followed. This left Sun Wei alone at the scene, having experienced a severe shock that led to a profound cognitive disarray. He lay on the ground, rolling about, alternating between laughter and tears, a truly eerie sight. The villagers, hesitant to assist him, could only watch helplessly as he descended into madness. I told you not to go to Ghost Head Mountain. It connects the realms of the living and the dead. Yet you refused to heed the warning, and now look where it has led you. These fools, each braver than the last, truly deserve a lesson. Let us all make sure to advise our children against venturing to Ghost Head Mountain. Indeed, they must learn from this cautionary tale. Thus, the terrifying legend of Ghost Head Mountain spread fervently. The mere thought of approaching it filled people with dread. Guang Hao, however, had no time to dwell on the commotion involving Wang Daqiang and Sun Wei. After descending the mountain, he hurried home to prepare for his trip to the supply cooperative to fetch a cart. This cart, a rudimentary transport device comprising a large wooden board mounted on two wheels, was commonplace in the north, where it could be pulled by livestock, making it quite convenient. However, in the mountainous south, where suitable animals were scarce, it relied solely on human strength. As Guang Hao mounted his bicycle, he was suddenly met with the sound of a rumbling engine approaching along the rural road. Guang Hao raised his eyes and beheld a somewhat familiar Liberation brand truck slowly making its way along the narrow country road. As the truck approached his doorstep, he finally recognized it. Wasn't this the very vehicle that Zhang Tai had driven previously? It was the same truck that manager Niu and Zheng Hongmei had used to come and apologize to him. Who could it be coming to see him today? While he pondered this, the door of the Liberation truck swung open, and Wang Fugui clambered down. He approached Guan Hao's side and heartily patted him on the shoulder. Ha ha. Brother Guan Hao, didn't you mention last time that transporting mountain goods was quite a challenge, asking if I could arrange a truck to assist you? Well, today comrade Wu Jiming has taken over Zhang Tai's driving duties, and I mentioned your situation to him. He is more than willing to lend you a hand. Now that you have a truck for transporting goods, you can no longer delay my tasks, can you? Wang Fugui had resolved a significant dilemma for Guan Hao and appeared exceedingly pleased, his smile revealing a set of gleaming teeth. Chapter 120. An abundance too great for the state-run restaurant to accommodate. Guan Hao gazed at the Liberation truck before him, feeling an overwhelming urge to embrace Wang Fugui in gratitude. He had been fretting over how to transport thousands of pounds of mountain goods down from the hills to the state-run restaurant. With this truck now at his disposal, the issue had been effortlessly resolved. Using manual carts was not only time-consuming, but also laborious. Now, with the Liberation truck, he could transport everything in one go, convenient and swift. Ha ha ha. Brother Wang, you truly are my savior. I was just lamenting the transportation problem, and you've brought me a truck. Remarkable, simply extraordinary. Guan Hao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. His praise made Wang Fugui feel elated, puffing out his chest and grinning as he replied, Ah, your matters, Brother Guan Hao, are indeed my own. I shall always keep them close to my heart. However, I must inform you in advance that Comrade Wu Jiming cannot come without compensation, as his vehicle requires fuel, which is not inexpensive these days. Therefore, for his trip, you will need to provide him with $1 for gas. That should not be an issue, right? Wu Jiming, the driver, had originally been tasked with transporting supplies for the supply and marketing cooperative and the state-run restaurant. Now that Guan Hao needed the vehicle, he would have to make a special detour from Longkou town. It was only fair to offer him some fuel money. Ha ha. No problem at all, of course. Guan Hao responded generously. I'll give you $10 for gas, given that today's cargo is rather substantial. 10. No, that's unnecessary. I wouldn't even spend $10 on fuel transporting goods from the city to Longkou town, Wu Jiming remarked, meeting Guang Hao for the first time. He was a tall, slender young man, often adorned with a bashful smile, evidently a newcomer to the workforce. Although he was one of the 8 staff members, he bore none of the vices associated with Zhang Tai and Zheng Hongmei, exuding a pleasant demeanor. This truly reflected the authentic essence of youth in this era. Yes, indeed. I do have quite a bit of cargo today, Guang Hao candidly expressed. Isn't it merely a matter of transporting some mountain goods? What is the big deal? My truck can carry over 10 tons. A little mountain cargo hardly makes a difference. Well, perhaps I do have a bit more than expected. Oh, it's truly not much. Wu Jiming, brimming with enthusiasm, resolutely refused to accept any fuel reimbursement. In fact, had it not been for Wang Fugui mentioning that this was a long-term arrangement, he might have been disinclined to accept even a single coin for gas. Assisting the local populace in transporting mountain goods felt akin to embodying the spirit of Lei Feng, with an ever-brightening badge of honor upon his chest. Money was of no concern. However, this notion was swiftly dispelled once Guang Hao loaded over 1,000 jin of mountain goods onto the truck. In Wu Jiming's recollection, how much could mountain goods really amount to? Perhaps 2 wild chickens and a basket of wild vegetables at most. Yet, when Guang Hao finished loading, it turned out to be a full truckload. As he beheld the liberation truck piled high, he was left utterly astonished. Several thousand jin of mountain goods. Had they wiped out all the wildlife within 100 miles? How could one acquire so much? In truth, it wasn't he, just Wu Jiming left dumbfounded. Even Wang Fugui's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Guang Hao wasn't he the sole supplier of mountain goods to the state-run restaurant. Hunters from surrounding villages would also bring in their catches in exchange for money. However, those deliveries typically consisted of a mere handful of items, a single mountain chicken or a wild hare, perhaps with a few additional mountain yams and mushrooms. Yet, when it came to Guang Hao, it was not uncommon for him to bring in over 100 jin of meat. After receiving such an abundance of mountain delicacies daily, Wang Fugui thought he had become desensitized to surprises, even remaining unflappable when Guang Hao previously delivered 800 jin of wild boar. Yet, gazing at a truckload of game now, he was utterly overwhelmed. Are these wild animals? Or are they from your own backyard? How on earth did you manage to gather so many? This is simply outrageous. Several thousand jin, indeed. Wang Fugui felt dizzy at the sight of the truck filled with game. Just good fortune, merely good fortune. Guang Hao replied with a grin. By the way, Comrade Xiao Zhou, you really should accept this fuel cost. It feels rather awkward not to, given all these goods. Guang Hao flashed a friendly smile towards Wu Jiming, whose youthful face flushed with embarrassment, realizing he could no longer dismiss the mountain goods as mere trifles. A few thousand jin of mountain goods delivered to the state-run restaurant, with just 10 yuan for fuel, truly not excessive. Once on the road, Guang Hao, along with Wu Jiming and Wang Fugui, headed towards Longkou town. The 3 were cramped in the cab, and Wang Fugui couldn't help but sigh. Brother Guang Hao, what do you plan to do with this batch of goods? My state-run restaurant is rather small and cannot accommodate such a large volume. I can only manage to take 1,000 jin at most. The rest, you may need to find another solution. Upon hearing Wang Fugui's words, Guang Hao's heart sank. He had developed a habitual way of thinking from regularly supplying the state-run restaurant. After catching his prey, he instinctively thought of Wang Fugui, completely overlooking the limited capacity of the establishment. The state-run hotel in Longkou town, despite encompassing numerous villages under its jurisdiction, ultimately serves only a select few in this era. Moreover, a critical point to consider is that there are no refrigerators or cold storage facilities during these times, and with May fast approaching, the weather grows increasingly warmer each day. Any surplus meat left at the hotel is bound to spoil, rendering it unusable, a cautionary reminder from the last incident involving expired pork. Brother Wang, if you cannot manage this, could you possibly assist me in contacting the city's state-run hotel? Guang Hao expressed anxiously. Given the current weather, the meat cannot be kept for long. It must be swiftly consumed. Wu Jiming interjected. I just delivered over 500 pounds of pork to the city's state-run hotel today. They only receive deliveries once a day, sufficient for immediate needs. Therefore, even if we head to the city's state-run hotel now, they likely cannot accommodate such a substantial amount of mountain goods. Comrade Xiao Zhou was correct. State-run hotels typically receive their supplies in the morning to meet daily dining demands. If business is particularly brisk, they might have a slight surplus for meat. But if the day's sales are lackluster, there may still be considerable leftovers by now. Thus, they could only feasibly accept a few dozen pounds of mountain goods, let alone thousands, Wang Fugua added thoughtfully while stroking his chin. With the state-run hotel in Longkou unable to take in more, the city's establishments were similarly stocked for the day. Guang Hao now found himself in a dire predicament. The thought of wasting thousands of pounds of mountain goods was heart-wrenching, and he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Wang Daqiang and his associates. Their reckless hunting not only severely impacted the ecological balance of the outer mountains, but also led to an overabundance, rendering sales nearly impossible. What a foolish bunch. Brother Wang, do you have no other alternatives? These mountain goods are exquisite. It would be a shame to let them spoil, Guang Hao implored, urgency evident in his tone. Here's what we can do. We will offload the mountain goods at the state-run hotel first, and then I will accompany you to the city. We can visit each state-run hotel, and whatever can be consumed will be sold. If all else fails, we can resort to selling them at a discounted price to the city slaughterhouse, though the price they offer is quite low, Wang Fugua suggested, using very cheap as a euphemism for the slaughterhouse's notoriously low purchase rates. All right, I appreciate your assistance, Brother Wang and Comrade Xiaozhou. Rest assured, I will cover the fuel costs when we head to the city, Guang Hao assured. Sure, I have no pressing engagements today, so just let me know where you need to go, Xiaozhou responded readily. Wu Jimin smiled and nodded. As the three conversed, a liberation truck arrived at the entrance of the state-run hotel. Wang Fugua called upon Lu Gang and others to assist in transporting the mountain goods. The sight of the truck brimming with produce left everyone astonished, and it was only after Wang Fugua's reminder that they regained their composure and began unloading the goods. Once they had finished unloading and closed the truck's tailgate, Guang Hao and Wang Fugua were preparing to head into the city when a Hongqi sedan approached from a distance. As the vehicle came to a halt, Hu Guiqiang stepped out of the car. Upon seeing Guang Hao standing beside the truck, whose face broke into a smile. Haha. I always say, it's better to arrive at the right moment than to arrive early. The moment I stepped out of the car, I spotted you, Guang Hao. Old Xing, you're in for a treat tonight. Oh really? Young man, you must come and drink with me again. It was rather dull when you slipped away last time. Director Xing remarked with a pout. What do you mean slipped away? You were the one who got too drunk, Guang Hao thought to himself, then replied. I'm rather busy today, Mayor Hu, Director Xing. Perhaps we can arrange it for another time. Seeing Guang Hao attempt to leave, Hu Guiqiang quickly grasped Guang Hao's hand. His purpose for coming down today was not solely to dine with Xing Tianming. He was primarily eager to discuss economic issues with Guang Hao. After their last meal at the state-run hotel, Guang Hao had engaged him in a lengthy conversation about economic matters. Hu had taken note of the points discussed and reflected upon them meticulously after returning home. The more he pondered, the more he marveled at Guang Hao's insights. Despite being merely a rustic villager, Guang Hao's perspective was infinitely broader than that of a city mayor. It was as if he were a living embodiment of the legendary strategist, Zhuge Liang. Therefore, after accumulating several queries, Hu Guiqiang hurriedly made his way to Longkou town. His main objective today was to converse with Guang Hao regarding pilot economic issues. Accompanying Xing Tianming for a meal was merely incidental. Now, however, Guang Hao seemed intent on escaping, and if he did, who would address his questions? Mayor Hu. I truly have pressing matters to attend to. Please let me go this time. Can we reschedule? Guang Hao tugged at his hand, attempting to depart, but to no avail. What could possibly be more important than this? Hu Guiqiang adopted an expression that suggested he was determined to keep Guang Hao from escaping. Today, I'm particularly fortunate. Having accumulated a substantial bounty, several thousand jin of meat, Manager Wang can only handle 1,000. I must rush to the city to deliver the rest. Otherwise, if they spoil, all this game will go to waste. Faced with no other option, Guang Hao resigned himself to explain the situation. What on earth? Several thousand jin of meat? Where did you procure such a bounty? The well-informed Hu Guiqiang was taken aback. Hee, just fortunate, Guang Hao chuckled. Noticing Guang Hao's reluctance to elaborate, Hu Guiqiang refrained from pressing further. He turned to Xing Tianming and said, by the way, old Xing, didn't you mention last time that your police department hadn't had a hearty meal in quite some time? Let us proceed in this manner. I shall acquire all the mountain goods from Guang Hao, which I will then deliver to your esteemed public security canteen, thereby enhancing the dining experience for our dedicated police comrades. Xing Tianming was momentarily taken aback, but soon his countenance radiated with joy akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. How splendid! In our quest for meat, that group of youngsters had caused quite the commotion, leaving me quite dazed. Now, with the transition from military to police, a significant number of comrades have joined our ranks, and I was worried about being unable to provide them with a decent meal, which might lead them to feel unwelcome. The minds of people in this era are rather simple. They do not seek extravagant lives, but merely wish for a meal that includes meat to bring them joy for an extended period. Is that truly so? This batch of mountain goods weighs at least 3,000 pounds. Can we truly take them all? Guang Hao's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Indeed, when one is at their wits' end, a new path often emerges. He had previously fretted over the prospect of unsold mountain goods spoiling overnight, but now, Mayer who had stepped in to acquire the entire lot. Not only was there no longer a concern about spoilage, but Guang Hao was also relieved from the hassle of running from one state-owned restaurant to another, thus his spirits soared. Certainly, I will take all of it. Do not mention 3,000 pounds. Should it be 5,000, I would still manage to consume it. However, let me clarify beforehand that our municipal budget is somewhat limited, so I would appreciate a more favorable price for these provisions. Hu Guiqiang replied with a cheerful demeanor. During the negotiation, he bore no resemblance to a lofty mayor, but rather appeared akin to a shrewd merchant. As long as Mayer who could secure the entire supply, the price was negotiable. After all, these mountain goods were not self-produced and bore no cost. The most crucial factor was that these provisions were intended for our police comrades. So Guang Hao had no reservations regarding the pricing. With Guang Hao's readiness to proceed, Mayer who wasted no time. He promptly utilized the scales from the state-owned restaurant to weigh the goods, agreeing on a uniform price of 2 yuan per pound for 3,500 pounds of meat, ultimately handing Guang Hao a sum of 7,000 yuan. The majority of these mountain goods consisted of tua chickens, as Wang Daqiang and his group had fortuitously found themselves in the territory of these birds. Had all been sold to the state-owned restaurant, the average price would have reached over 3 yuan. Nevertheless, even with just 7,000, Guang Hao felt immensely satisfied. Without exerting much effort, merely intimidating Wang Daqiang once, he had earned 7,000 yuan, in addition to 2,000 from the state-owned restaurant, bringing his total for the day to nearly 10,000. 10,000. In this era, when the monthly salary hovers around 30 yuan, Guang Hao had managed to amass the wealth of a 10,000 yuan household in a single day. Should this news reach others, even with his marriage to AI Xiaofang, those wishing to entice him would undoubtedly trample his doorstep. Who wouldn't he be enamored with a man who is both prosperous and handsome? Chapter 122. 10 guns, 3,000. With the mountain goods matter resolved, Guang Hao felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart, leaving him immensely stable and at ease. Thus, when Hu Guiqiang expressed a desire to once again savor his culinary skills, Guang Hao graciously obliged, heading to the kitchen to prepare a much-anticipated gazelle hot pot for him. As the hot pot was served, Hu Guiqiang bore no semblance of a mayor. He eagerly grasped his chopsticks and began to snatch the freshly cooked lamb from the pot. "Hey, leave some for me," he exclaimed. "You've been nursing that bottle of wine, so I won't save any for you." After relishing their meal, Hu Guiqiang engaged Guang Hao in an extended discussion about the pilot economic issues. To the inquiries he raised, Guang Hao provided thorough responses. Although he was not a professional politician, as a reborn individual, Guang Hao possessed a clear vision for future planning and development. He simply stated, "It's all very clear." Thus, even if he were to follow the established patterns, every word he spoke rang with truth. Hu Guiqiang was once again captivated by Guang Hao. As he considered the suggestions and ideas presented, Hu Guiqiang could distinctly sense that the comprehensive advancement of the pilot economy would elevate the living standards of the people significantly. "Guang Hao, why not come and be my confidential secretary?" he proposed earnestly. "I won't hide it from you. By the end of this year, our city will commence pilot work. Your insightful understanding of this matter would surely lead to great success in the initiative. The accolades for such an achievement would be monumental, and with my endorsement, your intelligence and talent would undoubtedly propel you far in the future. Think about it. This is far more significant than languishing in this small village." Hu Guiqiang extended yet another olive branch to Guang Hao. Despite having met only twice, he held a genuine fondness for him. It is no exaggeration to say that should Guang Hao agree to become his confidential secretary, Hu Guiqiang would gladly assist him in any way possible. He recognized a true genius in Guang Hao. Regrettably, Guang Hao had no interest in the political sphere. Holding an official position entailed countless responsibilities, a lifestyle he found unappealing. Moreover, the most critical factor was that being an official often required extensive travel, sometimes for years at a time. After being reborn, he had finally found happiness with AI Xiaofang. The thought of separation was unbearable for Guang Hao. I sincerely appreciate Mayor Hu's kindness, but I am genuinely uninterested in pursuing an official position, he stated. It's getting late, and my wife is waiting for me at home. I must take my leave. With that, he disregarded Hu Guiqiang's earnest attempts to retain him and departed from the state-run restaurant. Upon exiting, Guang Hao remained oblivious to the intense gaze fixed upon him from the second floor of the establishment. There, when Guoyang seethed, clenching his teeth as he watched Guang Hao's retreating figure. Initially, when Guoyang had dismissed Guang Hao as merely a rustic villager delivering mountain goods, fortunate enough to have caught a few prey, he thought to himself that once he discovered Guang Hao's hunting grounds, he would surpass him in success. However, today's encounter with Hu Guiqiang had dramatically altered when Guoyang's perception of Guang Hao. The esteemed mayor of Jia City had placed such significance on him, even extending multiple invitations for him to serve as his confidential secretary. When Guoyang was acutely aware of what such a position entailed, and should he be appointed as a confidential secretary, leveraging his connection with Wang Daqiang, the position of the state-run hotel manager would undoubtedly elude me. No, it is imperative that he falls out of favor with Mayor Hu. He must not be allowed to remain so cunningly versatile. When Guoyang pressed his hand against the doorframe, his teeth grinding audibly, Guang Hao exited the state-run hotel, but did not return home immediately. He strolled through Longkou town, ensuring no one was trailing him, before swiftly heading to Li Jun's residence. Today, aside from several thousand pounds of mountain goods, he had made a significant acquisition, the 10 rifles abandoned by Wang Daqiang and his associates. An 88-style rifle, if procured from Li Jun, costs 1,200 each. Although the rifles in Wang Daqiang's possession are far inferior to those Li Jun has, they can still fetch several hundred yuan apiece. 10 rifles would amount to several thousand yuan in profit. As for why these rifles, belonging to the militia, would not be returned to them, Guang Hao merely thought to himself that the money was borrowed by Wang Daqiang. It had nothing to do with him. If the militia desired their weapons back, they should approach Wang Daqiang directly. Arriving at Li Jun's doorstep, he knocked on the door, which was opened by Li Wei. Upon seeing Guang Hao, Li Wei's face instantly broke into a respectful smile. "Brother Hao, you have finally arrived. Please come in. My brother has been waiting for you for quite some time." Upon entering Li Jun's home, Guang Hao made his way straight to the living room, where his second uncle, Ai Guamin, was enjoying tea. Seeing Guang Hao, Ai Guamin immediately stood up in excitement. Brother Jun has agreed to take this batch of goods, and he calculated 300 yuan for each rifle. 10 rifles. 3,000 in total. Ai Guamin gestured a 3 with his fingers, unable to conceal the joy on his face. 3,000. That is truly a significant sum. When I was herding sheep on Yoshin Temple Mountain, selling all those sheep would not have even amounted to 3,000 yuan. However, upon hearing this price, Guang Hao's brow furrowed slightly. 3,000. Honestly, it seems a bit low. Noticing Guang Hao's apparent dissatisfaction, Li Jun hastily explained, "Brother Guang Hao, we are old friends, and I would not deceive you. Although your 88-style rifles are in poor condition, I can refurbish them and sell them for 700 or 800 each without issue. The purchase price of 300 is indeed low. The normal acquisition price would be around 500. However, these rifles are from the militia, after all." Guang Hao did not conceal his thoughts and nodded in inquiry. "Indeed, they are from the militia. What of it?" Li Jun responded with a wry smile, "Brother Guang Hao, although the militia is referred to as such, they are still equipped like a standard military unit, and thus their firearms are military grade. While I engage in the illicit trade of arms, I generally do not dare to handle military weapons. Moreover, considering your rifles bear steel stamps, dealing with such items requires considerable effort." Li Jun's explanation provided Guang Hao with a clearer understanding. Ultimately, the issue lay with the identity of the firearms themselves. Each weapon bore a steel stamp, akin to a serial number. Anyone who inquired would readily ascertain the origins of these guns. The items delivered by Guang Hao this time were military firearms. A simple inspection of the steel stamp would reveal the truth, necessitating Li Jun to invest a substantial sum in acquiring a new set of steel stamps, which, of course, resulted in a lower price. "Let us settle on 350 for each firearm. For 10 guns, I offer you 3,500. This is my utmost sincerity," my dear brother Guang Hao. What do you think? Li Jun proposed. Agreed, 3,500 it is. I feel quite assured doing business with you, brother Jun, Guang Hao replied, his furrowed brow easing as he nodded with a smile. Upon witnessing Guang Hao relent, Li Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. In truth, under normal circumstances, Li Jun would not even consider accepting firearms priced at 350. However, Guang Hao's offering was distinctly different. Guang Hao maintained close relationships not only with the manager of the supply and marketing cooperative and the state-run hotel manager, but also with the renowned mayor Hu. Such connections were a testament to his influence. Cultivating friendships with individuals like him was undoubtedly a wise choice. Chapter 123, The Magnificence of the Official. Having sold mountain goods for 9,000 and firearms for 3,500, Guang Hao's total earnings for the day reached an impressive 12,500 yuan. Just the day before, AI Xiaofang's modest wallet had been nearly empty, yet today it was bulging at the seams. With so much money tucked away, even Guang Hao felt a surge of exhilaration. Just yesterday, he lamented about the abundance of his expenses in contrast to his earnings, wondering when he would gather enough funds to renovate his new house. Now, with 12,500 yuan in hand, he could not only renovate but even construct a small villa, which was more than adequate in this era. Extracting 100 yuan, Guang Hao handed it to AI Guamin. Brother, please head to the supply cooperative and purchase some wine and snacks, then gather a few uncles to come over for a drink. I have some matters to discuss with you later. Upon receiving the money, AI Guamin nodded. All right, but won't you come with me? We can return together after shopping. After giving AI Guamin the money, Guang Hao hopped on his bicycle and rode off. I want to wait for you. I have important business to attend to. AI Guamin couldn't help but roll his eyes. What important business could you possibly have? Just showboating. With over 10,000 yuan in his possession, Guang Hao pedaled his bicycle with the speed of a whirlwind. Upon arriving home, he immediately spotted AI Xiaofang waiting for him at the door. Despite his repeated reassurances, she always stood there, as if her world would crumble if she didn't see him for even a moment. Upon his return, AI Xiaofang waved her hands joyfully, her happiness palpable. Though they were seasoned spouses, Guang Hao couldn't help but feel a deep affection for her exuberance. What is the significance of being an official? It pales in comparison to my wife. Riding back home, Guang Hao lounged in a chair with an air of self-satisfaction. Ah, what a tiring day it has been. My dear wife, come here and massage my shoulders. Noticing his demeanor, AI Xiaofang instantly understood that he had been holding something back. She smiled and obediently walked behind Guang Hao, extending her soft little hand to knead his shoulders. Oh, my dear husband, you must have had quite a tiring day. I wonder what kept you so busy. You needn't concern yourself with that. The shoulder massage is quite satisfactory. Here, allow me to give you a little tip. Guang Hao, with an air of pretentiousness, pulled out a stack of cash from his inner pocket. AI Xiaofang rolled her eyes at him, then took out some money from her own pocket, smoothing it out before counting carefully. 1,100 yuan. No wonder Guang Hao wore an expression of unparalleled pride. It turns out he had earned such a substantial amount in just one day. AI Xiaofang tucked the money away and planted a heavy kiss on Guang Hao's cheek. You are truly remarkable, earning 1,001 today. Oh, 1,001 is impressive indeed. Come, knead my legs. Perhaps there is more tip in store for you. Guang Hao lifted his leg, visibly pleased with himself. AI Xiaofang felt a bit speechless, but still fetched a small stool to sit upon. Continuing to massage Guang Hao's legs for a while, Guang Hao desired to play, and AI Xiaofang joined him in merriment. Once finished, AI Xiaofang took the initiative to bow deeply before Guang Hao and, in a high-pitched voice, sweetly inquired, My lord, how does my massage fare? If it pleases you, might you reward me with a few taels of silver? Her words sent a shiver down Guang Hao's spine. Little did he know, this playful banter would reveal a surprising skill of AI Xiaofang's. He pulled her onto his lap and planted a fervent kiss on her rosy lips. From his inner pocket, he produced yet another handful of money. I am thoroughly satisfied. This is your reward. In the courtyard, only AI Xiaofang and Guang Hao remained, and she decided to remain seated on his lap. With a flirtatious glare at him, AI Xiaofang took out all the money from her collar, laid it flat, and began counting. The more she counted, the stranger her expression became. By the end, her eyes widened in shock, and her rosy lips formed an O shape. 4,300 yuan. Wait, dear husband, what on earth did you do today to earn so much money? AI Xiaofang was utterly astonished. Guang Hao, eager to continue the playful interaction, planted another kiss on her face. What husband? Call me my lord. Moreover, AI Xiaofang's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Guang Hao returned with 2 bundles of cash, one containing 1,001 and the other 4,003, together surpassing 5,004. Such a sum was a first for her. With so much money, AI Xiaofang felt a twinge of fear. Guang Hao shot her an annoyed glance. All right, my lord. Could you at least tell your little lady where this money came from? She is feeling a bit frightened. AI Xiaofang gently wrapped her arms around Guang Hao's, her tone dripping with sweetness. Unable to resist, Guang Hao embraced his beloved little lady and kissed her fervently for several minutes until she was nearly breathless. Only then relenting to release her and pulling out all the money from his inner pocket. Rest assured, all this is the money I made from selling mountain goods. Today, I was fortunate enough to go up the mountain with my uncle, which is why the amount is particularly substantial. I doubt I'll have such luck again in the future, Guang Hao explained. Seeing Guang Hao continue to pull out money, AI Xiaofang was utterly stunned. She stood there in a daze for several seconds before Guang Hao gently roused her from her stupor. Gazing at the more than 10,000 yuan in her hands, she felt slightly dizzy. It's astonishing. How can mountain goods sell for so much? Hee, your husband is just lucky, Guang Hao replied with a playful grin. We have enough money at home now, so you needn't work so hard. You always tell me to take it easy, and I wish the same for you. I don't want you to exhaust yourself chasing after money. It pains me to see that. AI Xiaofang gazed at him dreamily. Upon hearing her words, Guang Hao felt a warm glow in his heart. While most girls would lament their husband's inability to earn, AI Xiaofang seemed unhappy when he earned too much. Gently caressing her smooth braid, Guang Hao smiled and said, Rest assured, hunting in the mountains is not tiring at all. It's quite easy. But let us not dwell on that. With all this money, I wish to build a new house. What do you think? Although our current house is relatively new, the thatched roof has lost many strands, and it leaks when it rains. The rooms are small and damp, making it uncomfortable to live in. I plan to construct a spacious 2-story villa with many rooms. By then, the roof will be tiled, eliminating the need for thatch. No matter the weather, the house will remain dry, and there will be plenty of rooms for our future little one, as well as for your uncles when they visit. What do you think? AI Xiaofang looked at Guang Hao, her eyes filled with affection for him. The money you earn can be spent however you wish. And what about the money I earn? That can be spent on you too. Seeing AI Xiaofang's silly expression, Guang Hao couldn't help but kiss her lips tenderly. My silly girl. The couple shared a sweet and affectionate moment, creating an atmosphere of harmony, although outside, a few uncles felt they had arrived at an inopportune time. All right, you two have been cuddling for nearly half an hour. It's time to stop. With 5 uncles present, Guang Hao knew he could no longer indulge in intimate moments with AI Xiaofang. He set the table and invited his uncles to sit down. Second Uncle AI Guamin brought out the food and drinks, and everyone settled down to eat and drink together. AI Xiaofang noticed her husband appeared to have something important to discuss, so she refrained from interrupting and went to the kitchen to prepare some crispy fried peanuts. The fragrant, crunchy peanuts were far more appetizing than the snacks AI Guamin had brought. Not long ago, Guang Hao had faced significant criticism from his uncles. Ever since marrying AI Xiaofang, they felt he had become lethargic, lounging at home and doing nothing, akin to a lord. Even earning work points required AI Xiaofang to hustle on his behalf. At that time, Guang Hao's relationship with several of his brothers-in-law was exceedingly strained, not to mention sitting down for a drink together. Even encountering each other on the road without exchanging glares was considered a positive outcome. However, ever since Guang Hao decided to stay, his transformation had not gone unnoticed by anyone. Not only had he begun to earn a living, but he also displayed a newfound tenderness towards his wife, and most importantly, he remembered to share any delicious food or useful items with his brothers-in-law. Consequently, the 5 brothers of the AI family had completely revised their opinion of Guang Hao. Their sister's husband was not only handsome but also kind-hearted, making him a source of comfort to behold. With the barriers of estrangement dissolved, the family atmosphere naturally became harmonious, filled with laughter and joy as they gathered together to eat and drink. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Guang Hao sensed that it was about time and raised his glass to toast his brothers-in-law. Today, I would like to share our harvest with you all. I managed to sell a batch of mountain goods at the state-run restaurant in Longkou town, and the remaining stock was purchased by Mayor Hu at an average price of 2 yuan per pound. In total, the mountain goods brought in 9,000 yuan. As for the firearms, I sold them to Li Jun, who paid me 350 yuan apiece, totaling 3,500 yuan. Altogether, that amounts to 12,500 yuan. The brothers of the AI family had already been aware that the day's gains were extraordinarily impressive, but they were astounded by the sheer magnitude of it. 12,500 yuan. Which family in the entire Xiaofang village could boast such wealth? Moreover, this was merely the profit from a single day, truly remarkable. Good heavens, is earning money really this easy? 12,000 yuan. Brother-in-law, let me see it. I have never laid eyes on such a sum in my life. Laughter erupted. I always hear people talk about becoming a 10,000 yuan household. And now our brother-in-law has achieved that in just one day. Quite impressive. Indeed, just look at who our sister chose as her spouse. Out of all the talented young men, she picked him at a glance. That's true insight. The brothers-in-law praised Guang Hao with enthusiastic gestures and compliments. Even though Guang Hao had lived 2 lifetimes, he felt somewhat euphoric from the accolades. The brothers-in-law were genuinely supportive, and their admiration was delightful. Guang Hao then took out AI Xiaofang's almost bursting little wallet and laid out all 12,500 yuan on the table. However, not all of this belongs to me. During this trip to the mountains, you brothers-in-law contributed significantly, so we will split the earnings equally. Half of this belongs to you as well. Upon hearing this, the previously lively and amicable gathering abruptly cooled. Even AI Guohua, who had been jovial, wore a somewhat grim expression. Brother-in-law, what do you mean by that? We didn't do anything on this trip. Why should you give us so much money? Yes, I barely made a sound with my broken gong. I don't want any. Brother-in-law, we appreciate your kindness, but now that the eldest brother's fishing income is stable, and the second brother is also reaping considerable rewards alongside you, there's no need to share your money with us. You and your wife should keep it for your life together. Exactly. We rough men can manage however we like. But my sister deserves to be well taken care of. Seeing the earnest faces of his brothers-in-law, Guang Hao felt a surge of emotion within him. In 2 lifetimes, he has witnessed families torn asunder over the inequities of inheritance. Yet in the AI family, the brothers are eager to bestow upon one another all manner of good fortune. The 5 brothers of the AI family are undoubtedly the finest uncles in the world. However, this time, I have resolved that the spoils of our mountain excursion shall be evenly distributed. Thus, dear uncles, there is no need to persuade me otherwise. Nonetheless, I have summoned you not merely for the purpose of sharing, but rather to solicit a loan from you. This sum will be considered a temporary advance. As I wish to save it for home renovations, I wonder if you would acquiesce to this request. Loan? Nonsense. Take what you need. We are family. So there should be no formalities, declared the eldest uncle, AI Guohua, with a grand gesture of generosity. However, he soon shifted his tone, inquiring, "But why do you wish to renovate when your house was built only a few years ago?" As Guang Hao popped a peanut into his mouth, he replied, "Do not even mention it. Though it is a new house, when it rains heavily outside, it feels as if it is raining inside as well. The mixture of clay used during construction seems to have been flawed, and there are numerous cracks in the walls. Most importantly, Xiaofang is pregnant now. With some funds available, I wish to secure a larger home. This cramped and damp place will be unbearable for her during the confinement period." Upon hearing this, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. AI Guohua was so taken aback that he dropped his chopsticks to the floor. After a prolonged pause of several seconds, his eyes turned red, and his face flushed with emotion. "What did you just say? I did not catch that. Please repeat it." "I said, Xiaofang is pregnant. And since we now have some money, I wish to move to a larger house. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for her during the confinement period." "Xiaofang is pregnant? I am to become an uncle?" AI Guohua's voice soared with excitement, nearly shattering the ceiling. "Is this for real? My heart cannot handle such news. Do not jest with me. My little sister is expecting. Ha ha ha. The AI family shall welcome a little treasure. Uncle. Ha ha ha. I am to be the 5th uncle. No, no, this means I must start saving money, lest I fail to present a generous red envelope when my niece or nephew arrives. That simply cannot be allowed." The news of Xiaofang's pregnancy left the AI brothers in a state of joyous disbelief. The 5 brothers leapt and danced in the courtyard, their exuberance unrestrained. After a half-hour of unbridled excitement, they finally began to regain their composure, though the smiles on their faces remained radiant. "Since my sister is expecting, the house must be renovated. No, it must be transformed into the finest and largest abode, so as not to shortchange my niece. Indeed, brother-in-law, you focus on the construction. If you find yourself short on funds, simply let me know. I have saved a few hundred yuan, and I will gladly contribute. Tomorrow, I shall invite my good friend over. He is an expert in home renovations throughout the region, and he will personally oversee the work. Oh, you must be referring to Xiao Chui. His craftsmanship is indeed exceptional. Very well, we shall enlist his services. Yes, it is Chui Wang. He will ensure that my sister's house is magnificent and beautiful. In matters concerning the child, the 5 brothers of the AI family unanimously agreed, raising both hands and feet in support of the endeavor. Indeed, my dear brother-in-law, Xiaofang, and I have been married for over a year now, and we even have a child. As for you, I believe you have turned 27 this year. When will you introduce us to his sister-in-law? Everyone is currently discussing the renovation of the house, yet Guang Hao subtly directed the conversation towards you. Recently, Li Lu has been quite compliant. Let us assist her today. Chapter 125, Mixed Doubles. Yes, indeed, elder brother, you are not getting any younger. Your peers are already raising children, while you remain single. In the past, our family was impoverished, and no one deemed us worthy, but that has changed. You now earn a steady income selling fish daily. Just the other day, I noticed Xiaoqing from the second team casting glances your way. Did you take notice? Indeed, elder brother, in just a couple of years, you will be nearing 30. Becoming an older gentleman. It is imperative that you resolve your personal matters swiftly. Guang Hao initiated the banter, and the other brothers-in-law began teasing Guowa, causing his face to redden with embarrassment. Stop joking. I have nothing going on with Xiaoqing. She has someone she likes. As for finding a partner, I am not in a hurry. Why are you all so anxious? What if I turn 30? So what? I could very well choose to remain single and live my life just fine. Guowa was clearly evading the topic. What does it mean to live alone and be fine? My elder brother is honest and diligent. Aside from his darker complexion, he possesses few flaws. No, I shall visit matchmaker he from the 3rd team tomorrow and have her find a suitable match for my brother. Excellent. Matchmaker he is renowned in these parts. With her assistance, I am certain my brother's predicament will be resolved. Ha ha, elder brother, leave this matter to us. By the time the new year arrives, we will ensure you have a bride to bring home. The brothers-in-law grew increasingly animated, even suggesting they find a matchmaker for Guowa. Guang Hao had been wanting to interject and suggest Li Lu, but the others did not afford him the opportunity to speak. Thus, the brothers-in-law continued their jovial conversation until the drinking session concluded, leaving Guang Hao no chance to introduce Li Lu. Observing Guowa, who was blushing furiously from the teasing, Guang Hao felt a sense of unease. If they truly sought out matchmaker he for Guowa's matchmaking, would Li Lu become exceedingly upset? For some reason, I desire to witness Guowa being reprimanded by Li Lu. After all, he has a penchant for being a rather oblivious gentleman. Perhaps enduring a lesson would help him comprehend Li Lu's feelings for him. With this thought in mind, the cunning Guang Hao resolved to pretend he had not heard anything and allowed the brothers-in-law to continue their antics. While Guang Hao enjoyed a light-hearted atmosphere filled with laughter, the situation at Wang Daqiang's home was starkly different. Here, the air was thick with tension, and Wang Dagong, seated on a chair, wore an expression twisted by fury. Wang Dagong clutched a bamboo stick, its end splintered and twisted, now a glaring shade of red. It was evident that he had just used this stick to deliver a harsh beating to Wang Daqiang. Wang Daqiang knelt on the ground, his upper garments stripped away, revealing a body marred by vivid red welts. The Queen Mother held him tightly, weeping breathlessly. I merely intended to discipline him a little, yet you shield him relentlessly. Look at the tremendous mess he has created this time. Your constant protection will eventually lead to his ruin. Wang Dagong thundered at the Queen Mother. But you truly intend to kill him. She sobbed in response. If he dies, he deserves it. I warned him not to go to Ghost Head Mountain, yet he insisted. Now, look at the consequences. Taiden has a broken leg, Sun Wei's face is disfigured, and he has lost his sanity. Now these two families are demanding an explanation from us. What should we do? Wang Dagong's anger escalated as he grasped a bamboo stick, preparing to strike Wang Daqiang again. We can just compensate them. It's not the end of the world. If he lost a leg, we could easily pay 20 yuan. As for Sun Wei, at most 50. Let us not forget, we are the ones who facilitated his position as the slaughterhouse manager. Why should the Sun family cause us trouble? The Queen Mother continued to defend Wang Daqiang. All right, we will pay. I have the means to do so. However, he also lost 10 rifles, which belong to the militia. Each rifle is worth at least 600. 10 rifles amount to 6,000. How do you expect me to compensate for that? How can I? Wang Dagong's voice seemed to reach the heavens. The mention of 6,000 left the Queen Mother startled. She looked at him apprehensively. How can a broken rifle be worth 600? Are they trying to swindle you? Swindle me? These are military rifles, stamped with steel marks. Enough of this. You wouldn't understand. Regardless, they are priced at 600 each, and they didn't even swindle me. They gave me the lowest price considering my position as village secretary, Wang Dagong scoffed. Hearing this, the Queen Mother's expression shifted drastically. After a moment, she snatched the bamboo stick from Wang Dagong's hand and began to strike Wang Daqiang mercilessly. You foolish child. How could you let 6,000 yuan worth of rifles slip away? Go retrieve them immediately, or I will beat you to death. Wang Daqiang, overwhelmed by the blows, fled in terror. The rifles lay abandoned on Ghost Head Mountain, and after experiencing such a harrowing scene, he wouldn't dare return, even if it cost him his life. Please, stop hitting me. I truly want to go back to Ghost Head Mountain again. If you aren't afraid, you can go search for them yourselves. You dare suggest I go to Ghost Head Mountain? I will beat you senseless. Wang Daqiang endured a brutal assault from both parents, his cries echoing through half the village. Inside, chaos unfolded, oblivious to the figure lingering outside. Sun Ming returned late with the sheep today. While tending to them, he discovered that one had gone missing. It is worth noting that he secured this job of herding sheep only because AI Guamin had lost 2 sheep. Had those sheep not gone missing, even Wang Dagong would not have been able to forcibly oust AI Guamin from his position. Yet, barely 2 days into the job, he too had lost a sheep. Losing a sheep was a grave matter. If things went awry, the 100 yuan he spent to buy this job would be for naught. After much contemplation, Sun Ming found himself with no effective solutions, ultimately deciding to approach Wang Dagong. However, upon reaching Wang Dagong's doorstep, he was met with the harrowing sounds of wailing emanating from within. The pitiful cries of Wang Daqiang, coupled with the furious outburst of Wang Dagong's mother, extinguished any notion he had of revealing the unfortunate news about the lost sheep. Perhaps the sheep had merely strayed away while grazing in the mountains. Never mind, he thought. He would search again tomorrow, and if unsuccessful, he would deal with it then. Shrinking his neck, Sun Ming ultimately opted for the role of the timid turtle. The next day, before Guang Hao had even risen, he was roused by the commotion taking place in the courtyard. Rubbing his eyes, he slipped on his slippers and stepped outside. Wife, who has come to visit? He inquired. It's 4th brother, bringing Chui Wang along to show us some houses. Hurry and freshen up. See if you have any requests to discuss with him, replied AI Xiaofang, kindly bringing him a basin of water for washing. Dear, you're pregnant now. Let me handle these matters, Guang Hao insisted, snatching the basin and hastily splashing water on his face before making his way to the courtyard. Upon arrival, he was astounded to see a considerable gathering. His brothers-in-law, elder brother, 2nd brother, 4th brother, along with Li Lu, and a tall, slender young man with a distinctive mole on his forehead stood there. This young man must be Chui Wang. Wait a moment, Chui Wang. The mole on his forehead, Guang Hao froze, struck by an uncanny realization. Could it be that this Chui Wang was indeed the legendary figure of the same name? Chapter 126. Chui Wang is following me. In the small city of Jiaqing, 2 individuals have earned national renown. The first is, of course, our very own Li Jun, the formidable leader. As the most powerful crime lord following the establishment of the New Dragon Nation, he has been repeatedly summoned to face justice, achieving a reputation that has lingered in infamy for years. The other nationally recognized figure is Chui Wang. Following the economic boom in Longhua, the fastest growing sector has undoubtedly been real estate, and Chui Wang stands as the nation's south largest real estate developer. Indeed, while others were still preoccupied with trading goods, old Chui had already devoted himself entirely to the property market. With his exceptional skills and keen insight, this once impoverished lad ascended rapidly within the real estate industry. By the time Guang Hao became a forest ranger at Ghost Head Mountain, Chui Wang had already claimed the top spot in Longwa's South real estate sector, raking in profits exceeding $1 trillion in a single year, truly a titan among titans. Thoughtfully stroking his chin, Guang Hao scrutinized Chui Wang. In his previous life, he had never crossed paths with Chui Wang. Their lives had been completely separate. However, this time, he had encountered a powerhouse still in the novice stage. Failing to seize this opportunity would be a squander of his reincarnated identity. Comrade Guang Hao, do you think I'm too young and unworthy of being entrusted with your property as construction? Chui Wang earnestly introduced himself. Please don't underestimate me. I have had a passion for building since childhood and have worked in this industry for several years. Due to the strict regulations of the planned economy, I only worked for friends, but I assure you, my skills are exceptional. You must trust me. In jest, when my fourth brother AI Guoqiang visited today, I informed him that this is a project worth over 10,000 yuan. The sheer scale of the project nearly left Guang Hao in shock. However, once the initial surprise subsided, he found himself engulfed in profound joy. His mother has recently fallen ill, and the local clinic was unable to diagnose her condition, advising him to seek treatment at a reputable hospital in the city. Yet, the expenses of traveling to the city are substantial, not to mention the potential costs of hospitalization should illness strike. Thus, Cui Wang is in dire need of funds. If he can secure this lucrative project, his financial troubles would be alleviated. Consequently, he is eager to prove himself, fearing that Guang Hao might overlook him and miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's not that I doubt your skills. After all, you were recommended by my fourth brother. If I cannot trust you, how could I ever trust him? Guang Hao replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Cui Wang felt a weight lift from his heart. Gratefully, he glanced at AI Guoqiang and straightened his posture, declaring, "Rest assured, Comrade Guang Hao, I will not let you down. I promise to construct the most beautiful house in the entire Xiaofang village. No, in all of Jiaqing." Guang Hao truly did not question his craftsmanship. After all, a future real estate mogul should have no trouble building a modest two-story villa. What he cared about was establishing a connection with him. At last, Guang Hao turned his gaze towards his fourth brother, AI Guoqiang. "Brother, given your close relationship with Cui Wang, have you never considered joining him in this endeavor? Assisting others in building houses seems like a promising venture." Guang Hao inquired with a smile. "I would love to work alongside him, but isn't that a form of speculation? I fear it might bring trouble to everyone, which is why I have refrained from helping Cui Wang. In truth, my skills are quite commendable. Cui Wang even praises me as a genius in construction," AI Guoqiang proclaimed, folding his arms with an air of self-satisfaction as he mentioned his talents. "Haha, if you truly are a genius, then such a talent should not be squandered. Moreover, since you are assisting me in building my house, even if someone reports it, no one can raise objections. You aiding your brother-in-law hardly qualifies as speculation. You know, I have a few connections with Mayor Hu, and he mentioned that by the end of the year, economic pilot projects will commence. At that time, no restrictions will hinder anyone from conducting business. You and Cui Wang can work openly without fear of repercussions." Guang Hao continued to persuade. Upon hearing these words, AI Guoqiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He has always had a keen interest in construction, and the prospect of collaborating with his good friend was nothing short of double joy. "Brother-in-law, you're not deceiving me, are you? This is all true, right?" "Of course. How could I possibly deceive you?" "Very well. Then I entrust my house to you and Cui Wang. I assure you, it will be beautifully constructed." "Haha, splendid. Moving forward, work diligently with him. I sense he is a talented individual from whom you can learn a great deal. This is the future real estate tycoon. Following him, my fourth uncle will undoubtedly lead a life of luxury, free from worries for all eternity. It is not merely that I am diligently following his lead. Rather, it is he who should be diligently following me. In fact, when it comes to home renovation, my skills surpass his. He often comes to me with various questions." AI Guoqiang wears a proud expression. Though we share a close friendship, he still holds a certain disdain for the future magnate. Upon hearing this, Guang Hao's eyes nearly bulged from his sockets. "Are you saying that Cui Wang learned home renovation from you?" Guang Hao's voice rose, catching the attention of Cui Wang, who was measuring the foundation. He smiled and nodded. "Indeed, while I entered the field after you, my capabilities are actually superior. Many times, it is I who teach you. In the realm of home renovation, I am the true genius." Guang Hao stood in shock at this revelation. "How splendid. I initially intended for you to cling to the future mogul's coattails, allowing him to elevate you to new heights. However, I never expected that you would be the true powerhouse, with the future real estate tycoon as your subordinate. Third uncle, you are truly impressive." With the future real estate tycoon and his superior handling home renovations, Guang Hao felt completely at ease. He entrusted AI Guoqiang with a sum of 12,500 yuan, stepping back from the renovation process entirely. Whatever materials or labor were needed, he would take care of it all. Guang Hao would not concern himself with any details. AI Guoqiang, touched by this trust, promised with a pounding heart that he would make Guang Hao's home the most exquisite. With the renovation entrusted to fourth uncle, Guang Hao continued his ascent of Ghost Head Mountain with second uncle AI Guamin. Earning 12,000 yuan in a single day, Guang Hao had quickly become a wealthy individual. Yet, within just one day, he had spent it all. The speed at which money flowed out was enough to give him a toothache. Fortunately, there was Ghost Head Mountain. Otherwise, even a family with a mind could not sustain such extravagant spending. Never mind, I won't dwell on that. I shall continue my ascent, hunting to earn some living expenses. Guang Hao and AI Guamin navigated their way to the outer mountain, unaware that, at that very moment, a tempest was brewing within the inner recesses of Ghost Head Mountain. Chapter 127. The Treasure of the Great Water Buffalo. Within the inner mountain of Ghost Head, a large pack of wolves resided, numbering over 60. In this domain, aside from the 3 formidable tigers, this pack of wolves stood at the pinnacle of the food chain. Originally, the wolves inhabited the area near the main peak, where the foliage was lush and the flora and fauna abundant, providing an ideal environment for their propagation. However, the anguished cries of the giant wild wolves from the outer mountain caught the attention of the keen-eared pack. Upon hearing the sounds, the alpha wolf nearly led the pack out of the inner mountain at once to pursue this formidable foe. For this creature was indeed a worthy adversary. Although it had triumphed in the battle for dominance among wolves, it had done so by a stroke of luck, relying on years of combat experience to secure its victory. The colossal wild wolf possesses strength far surpassing that of the current alpha, exhibiting heightened agility as well. Given sufficient time, should it return to challenge the alpha once more, victory would undoubtedly belong to the giant wild wolf. However, the previous conflict had left the alpha gravely wounded, compelling it to exercise patience and await recovery before seeking out the giant wild wolf. Yet, on the following day, a cacophony of immense sounds echoed from the outer mountains, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood. The alpha, upon detecting the sanguine aroma, realized that formidable predators were ruthlessly hunting prey in the outer mountains. Though the inner mountains are significantly more bountiful, the competitive pressures therein are exponentially greater than those of the outer regions. Apart from a few tigers, which are utterly formidable, the inner mountains also harbor grizzly bears, leopards, and jackals, among others. Furthermore, with the wolf pack's numbers being exceedingly vast, the alpha could not assure that the pack would be well fed, even in the affluent inner mountains. Nevertheless, the blood sent from the outer mountains signified the demise of thousands of prey, ample enough for the pack to feast gloriously. Fueled by a blend of hatred towards the giant wild wolf and the allure of food, the alpha could no longer restrain itself. It let out a resounding howl and, accompanied by the pack, began to approach the outer mountains with measured steps. In the inner mountains, there lies a serene waterhole, reminiscent of the one where the great water buffalo had once bathed in the outer mountains, though this one is larger and more inviting. Such a comfortable environment is ideally suited for the great water buffalo, yet one wonders why it would exert effort to venture to the outer mountains. The answer lies within this pond, where another great water buffalo resides. This buffalo is slightly smaller than Guang Hao's and possesses less formidable horns that curve inward, resembling a charming little crown. Its belly is round and plump, notably larger than that of a typical water buffalo. Guang Hao's buffalo circles around her, eager yet cautious, clearly apprehensive of bumping into her belly, for she is indeed pregnant and nearing the time of delivery. It appears that the inner mountains conceal a treasure of the great water buffalo, for here lies his beloved mate and the child soon to be born. Amidst the anticipation, the mate remains in the waterhole, as the great water buffalo vigilantly guards her. However, in the midst of their tender moments, an urgent cry from Xiaofang pierces the air. Upon hearing the call, the great water buffalo instantly shifts its gaze towards the mountain, its eyes filled with alertness. Xiaofang slides down from the towering thicket and promptly seats herself atop the buffalo's back, animatedly gesturing to convey her message. Having spent time with Xiaofang, the great water buffalo has surprisingly begun to comprehend some of her expressions. In a state of urgency, it begins to dig at the sandy ground, raising its head to emit anxious calls towards its mate. The mate, urged by these calls, reluctantly emerges from the waterhole, taking a deep breath before releasing a soft, delicate sound. Moo. Thus, the 2 cows and the golden-haired monkey, Xiaolong, departed from the large waterhole, embarking on a relentless migration towards the outer mountains. Less than 10 minutes after their departure, a group of gray-brown figures materialized around the waterhole. The alpha wolf of the pack approached the edge of the waterhole with a steady gait, lowering its head to drink. Once satiated, It suddenly sensed the scent of prey. Lifting its head, it sniffed intently. A howl erupted from the alpha, prompting the pack to divide. With a small team of 7 wolves tracking the scent towards the direction the large water buffalo had taken. Meanwhile, Guang Hao remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil brewing in the inner mountains, busily erecting a fence in the outer mountains. Upon entering Ghost Head Mountain, Guang Hao chose not to hunt immediately, but instead opted to assist his second cousin in constructing the fence. The area where Wang Daqiang and his companions were hunting was the territory of the Tua chickens. Guang Hao had previously noted a significant decline in their numbers and had deliberately changed his hunting location, hoping to allow the Tua chicken population to stabilize before returning for a hunt. Unexpectedly, he encountered Wang Daqiang and his party, who lacked Guang Hao's awareness and proceeded to slaughter the Tua chickens mercilessly. In total, they amassed over 4,000 pounds of prey, with approximately 3,000 pounds being Tua chickens. Adult Tua chickens weigh around 2 pounds, while the chicks weigh mere ounces. Wang Daqiang and his team showed no restraint, resulting in the demise of nearly 4,000 Tua chickens, which constituted about 80% of the entire population in the outer mountains. This severely jeopardized the survival of the Tua chickens. It is essential to recognize that in the wild, a drastic reduction in a population often leads to extinction, as the chances for normal reproduction and evasion from predators diminish significantly. Consequently, upon witnessing such devastation, Guang Hao promptly collaborated with AI Guamin to erect a fence to safeguard the remaining Tua chickens. They aimed to provide a buffer against predation until the population could recover. After securing the fence, Guang Hao scattered the grains he had brought into the territory of the Tua chickens. The surviving chickens hesitated, regarding Guang Hao with suspicion. Guang Hao chuckled softly, reassured them, "This time, there are no traps, eat freely. Once your population is restored, I shall return for a feast." The Tua chickens emitted a series of clucks, leaving it uncertain whether they were expressing gratitude or reproach towards Guang Hao. With the fence established and provisions regularly replenished, Guang Hao's intervention would soon facilitate a rebound in the Tua chicken population. Having completed this task, Guang Hao brushed the dirt from his hands. "Well, this matter is finally settled. Let us ascend the mountain to check on the large water buffalo. Today appears to be uneventful. We shall follow it into the inner mountains to discover what treasures it cherishes so dearly." AI Guamin, aware that the large water buffalo was becoming an obsession for Guang Hao, smiled and nodded in agreement. "All right, I will follow your lead." Chapter 128, The Wolf Pack's Hunt. Inner Mountains. The mighty water buffalo anxiously urged his mate, emitting desperate lowing sounds and gently nudging her from behind with his head, hoping she would hasten her pace. However, the female buffalo was already in labor. Her abdomen contracted rhythmically, and amniotic fluid streamed forth. The agony of childbirth slowed her movement to a crawl. Ultimately, the female buffalo could bear no more and collapsed in a patch of grass by the roadside, uttering pained cries. With a heart-wrenching moo, her contractions intensified, and a pair of fragile legs began to emerge. She was giving birth. Even in the animal kingdom, the pain of labor is excruciating. And despite the lurking presence of predators, the female buffalo could not muster the strength to move. Witnessing her plight, the male buffalo halted his advance, positioning himself protectively behind her, his sharp horns aimed toward the encroaching forest, exhaling hot breaths and bellowing fiercely. Suddenly, the forest echoed with the sound of light footsteps, and 2 wolves sprang forth from the thicket. Their eyes immediately locked onto the laboring female buffalo, drool dripping from the corners of their mouths. For predators, there is nothing more enticing than prey in the throes of childbirth, as such victims possess no means of self-defense, akin to meat laid bare upon a butcher's block, vulnerable to their whims. Moreover, the freshly born offspring would be the most tender and delectable. With a chilling growl, the wolves, armed with their sharp fangs, advanced step by step toward the water buffalo, their intent clear. "Clear the way and do not obstruct our hunt." The male buffalo, however, would not yield, for behind him lay his wife and their unborn calf. He bellowed defiantly, faced with his adversaries. The buffalo not only stood his ground, but even took a couple of bold steps forward, wielding his formidable horns and forcing the wolves to retreat momentarily. In response, the wolves emitted a piercing howl, summoning 3 or 4 more comrades from the woods. They encircled the buffalo, circling relentlessly, seeking to exploit any vulnerable spot unprotected by his horns. The buffalo's horns were indeed sharp, and his massive size made him unafraid of a one-on-one encounter. However, with 6 wolves now surrounding him, a sense of anxiety began to swell within him. In past encounters of such a siege, the buffalo knew he had to break free quickly. If the wolves completed their encirclement, his unprotected abdomen and hindquarters would become prime targets for their assault. Under the wolves' tactical maneuvers, even a creature weighing over a ton could fall prey. Yet today, the buffalo did not retreat. Instead, he charged fiercely toward the wolf pack. As if seeking a fierce confrontation, the wolves engaged him in a fierce struggle. Nevertheless, as apex predators, the wolves' cunning tactics proved formidable. Despite the buffalo's immense weight and stamina, he was still at a disadvantage against their coordinated onslaught. Soon, the great water buffalo was covered in bloodstains inflicted by the wild wolves. This was merely the beginning. Once it was utterly exhausted, these wolves would employ their sharp teeth to tear open its belly. Moo, moo. Just as the great water buffalo was entangled in battle with the wolves, another wolf leapt out from the dense thicket. This wolf appeared to be the small leader of the pack, as it was not only considerably larger, but also bore sharper fangs. Upon emerging from the underbrush, it did not immediately join the fray against the great water buffalo, but instead approached the laboring female buffalo step by step. The female buffalo, sensing the wolf's approach, desperately wished to rise and flee, but despite her frantic attempts, she could not stand. The process of giving birth consumed all her strength, leaving her no energy to escape. Howl! The wolf seized this opportunity and lunged for the female buffalo's neck. A bite from it could potentially tear out her windpipe. Moo! Upon witnessing this scene, the great water buffalo's eyes turned red with rage. It charged recklessly toward the female buffalo, intent on saving its mate. However, the wolf drove it far away. And even if it managed to break through the wolf's encirclement, it would not have enough time to return. In that critical moment, a giant wolf, comparable in size to a calf, leapt from in front of the female buffalo. This colossal wolf clamped its jaws around the neck of the attacking wolf, its powerful jaw muscles snapping with a loud crack, severing the intruder's neck in a single bite. Discarding the lifeless body, the giant wolf stood before the female buffalo, nursing its wounded leg. Grr! The giant wolf bared its sharp fangs, intimidating the wolves that were surrounding the great water buffalo. The pack, frightened by its presence, began to retreat, finally releasing the great buffalo. The great buffalo galloped towards the female buffalo and the giant wolf. Moo! It nudged the giant wolf and attempted to lick it with its tongue. However, the giant wolf responded without mercy, delivering a sharp swipe. With the giant wolf's appearance, the hunting pack dared not continue their assault on the great buffalo. Just as the buffalo felt a glimmer of hope for its mate, a series of footsteps echoed from the depths of the thicket. The buffalo turned its head to peer into the dense forest. There, countless pairs of emerald green eyes emerged, an even larger pack of wolves than before. The footsteps grew nearer, and the pack finally revealed itself. Over 60 wolves emerged in unison from the thicket, led by a dominant wolf whose size rivaled that of the giant wolf. With 6 wolves attacking, the great buffalo was already overwhelmed, let alone facing a staggering 60 wolves. Moreover, among them was a leader resembling the giant wolf. Not only did they outnumber it, but their strength was overwhelmingly superior. This time, it was truly doomed. Guang Hao and AI Guamin had just finished cutting the fodder when they arrived at the watering hole, only to discover that the great water buffalo was absent. It is worth noting that Guang Hao had developed a tacit understanding with the buffalo, which would typically appear at this very spot, awaiting his arrival. Moreover, not only was the great water buffalo missing, but Guang Hao also noticed that the golden monkey, Xiaofang, and the giant wild wolf were nowhere to be found. How peculiar. Where could those 3 have gone? Guang Hao pondered aloud. Wild creatures often wander off. They are likely off playing somewhere. Let us place the fodder here and attend to our own matters for now, returning later to search for them, suggested AI Guamin. That sounds reasonable, Guang Hao agreed, nodding as he deposited the fodder at the edge of the watering hole. Although he had earned over 10,000 yuan the previous day, today that money was all spent on his uncle's house repairs, leaving Guang Hao once again in dire financial straits. Thus, he planned to hunt a few antelopes in the territory of the antelope to earn some living expenses. With a 98K slung over his shoulder and accompanied by AI Guamin, Guang Hao was about to depart when a golden figure shot out of the forest like a bolt of lightning. Eek, eek, eek. Xiaolan, the golden monkey, spotted Guang Hao and, in her excitement, tumbled from the tree. Ignoring her injuries, she emitted a series of frantic cries. Chapter 129, Slaying the Alpha Wolf. In the inner mountains, the giant wild wolf and the great water buffalo stood resolutely before a formidable pack of over 60 fierce wolves, confronting them. In terms of numbers, they were clearly at a disadvantage, 2 against 60. In a battle of stamina, the giant wild wolf's right leg was still unable to exert full strength, while the herbivorous great water buffalo was no match for the ferocious pack. By all accounts, the giant wild wolf and the water buffalo should have fled in fear. Yet, they chose to stand their ground, unwavering in their determination to protect the female buffalo. The essence of all beings is intertwined. Awoo! The alpha wolf let out a low growl, seemingly offering one last chance to the giant wild wolf and the great water buffalo. The female buffalo weighed over a ton, and with a calf in her womb, she would provide a hearty meal for the wolf pack. Thus, the alpha sought to drive the giant wild wolf and the buffalo away, intending to feast on the buffalo before hunting the two of them. However, the alpha's threats were of no consequence to the giant wild wolf and the great water buffalo. One was defending its master's livestock, and the other was safeguarding its wife and child. Together they formed an unyielding barrier akin to an impregnable fortress. Awoo! The alpha wolf, clearly losing patience, declared, "If you refuse to yield, then prepare to meet your demise." With the alpha's command, the pack erupted into chaos, lunging at their foes. Just as an army of ants can bring down an elephant, so too could the 60 wolves overwhelm their adversaries. In an instant, the great water buffalo and the giant wild wolf were brought to the ground, sharp fangs poised to strike at their throats. Boom! At that critical moment, a deafening gunshot reverberated through the dense forest, and the very wolf attacking the giant wild wolf was struck down with a single shot to the head. Blood and brain matter burst forth like ephemeral blossoms. The wild wolf scarcely had time to emit a cry of anguish before succumbing before its companions. The abruptness of death left the pack in a state of shock. They immediately released the giant wild wolf and the large water buffalo, forming a defensive formation, their gaze fixed warily on the dense forest from which the bullet had been fired. The sound of footsteps echoed, and soon, Guang Hao emerged from the thicket, his expression as grim as the depths of the ocean. He surveyed the water buffalo and the wild wolf, relieved to see that while they bore superficial wounds, they were ultimately unscathed, mere scratches that would heal by the following day, given the resilience of such robust creatures. Having confirmed their safety, Guang Hao aimed his 98K rifle at the alpha wolf, bellowing a warning. "Get lost. Take your pack and flee, or I shall put you down with a single bullet." Wolves are notoriously vengeful beings, unless absolutely necessary. Guang Hao had no desire to make enemies of them. Provoking them would invite relentless retribution. Armed as he was, he felt confident in confronting these wolves one-on-one, or even against several. Yet, the cunning nature of a wolf pack, capable of ambush and coordinated attacks, made them formidable adversaries. The saying "the lead wolf feigns sleep to lure the enemy" aptly captures their guile. Despite Guang Hao's reluctance to engage in conflict, the alpha wolf was unwilling to let him go. It was a rare opportunity not only to hunt the Overton-weighted water buffalo, but also to eliminate a rival that posed a threat to its dominance. Although the nature of the weapon wielded by the intruder was unknown, the capability to slay a wolf in an instant was evident. And with over 60 wolves remaining in the pack, they were more than capable of dispatching all the prey in the vicinity. The alpha wolf emitted a piercing howl. Even though Guang Hao could not comprehend their language, he discerned its intent from the tone, an eagerness to strike. "Fine, I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. Since you do not value it, prepare to meet your end." Though wary of trouble, Guang Hao was unafraid to confront it should it arise. With a resounding bang, the rifle fired again, a flame belching forth as the metallic bullet, propelled by Guang Hao's remarkable marksmanship, penetrated the alpha wolf's skull. Its head exploded, and the leader of the pack, having commanded for over 6 years and engaged in countless battles, fell lifelessly. The pack stood momentarily paralyzed. However, their thirst for vengeance swiftly ignited. They turned their furious gazes upon Guang Hao. A low growl emanated from their throats as they crouched, poised to attack. Guang Hao exchanged a knowing glance with AI Guaman, and they both pressed against a sturdy tree, ready to ascend should the wolves charge, prepared to systematically eliminate the pack. Though Guang Hao adhered to a principle of not killing, wishing to preserve the ecological balance of the Ghost Head Mountain, he was no bleeding heart. If the wolves dared to attack him, he would annihilate them utterly. After all, his life took precedence above all else. As the wolf pack was about to launch an assault on Guang Hao, a colossal wild wolf suddenly emerged. With a deep and resonant howl, it instilled fear throughout the entire pack. Its ability to contend for the position of alpha with the pack leader signified that this giant wolf was, apart from the alpha, the most formidable member of the group. In the realm of wolves, strength dictates respect. If one possesses great power, they reign supreme. Conversely, weakness leads to abandonment by the pack. With the alpha having been dispatched by Guang Hao's bullet, the giant wolf stood as the mightiest of the pack, naturally capable of commanding their allegiance. The wolves emitted low growls, seemingly hesitating on whether to advance. Observing this, Guang Hao decisively loaded another bullet and aimed at the most vociferous wolf, pulling the trigger. The shot rang out, and the creature was instantly felled, its skull shattered. "Brother, fire!" he commanded, ejecting the spent shell and rechambering. Having established enmity, there was no room for mercy. Guang Hao plunged into a relentless killing spree. AI Guamin, somewhat taken aback, understood the gravity of the situation. With over 60 wild wolves present, any prudent hunter would instinctively flee. Yet, it was only Guang Hao, undeterred by the peril, who dared to fire. However, with the gun already discharged, there was no turning back. They were now embroiled in a life-or-death struggle against the pack. Resolving that Guang Hao must survive, AI Guamin found a sudden calm, employing Guang Hao's shooting technique, aligning his sights, taking a deep breath. A shot rang out, piercing the belly of a wild wolf, which fell with a mournful cry. Without time for exuberance, he reloaded, focusing once more on his target. The giant wolf, with its remaining authority, continued to intimidate the pack as Guang Hao and AI Guamin unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Finally, after the sixth wolf succumbed to their onslaught, the pack could no longer withstand the pressure. With tails tucked, they began to retreat, vanishing swiftly into the dense forest. Upon witnessing the wolves' retreat, Guang Hao and AI Guamin exchanged a glance, exhaling in relief. Two men with two guns had faced down over 60 wild wolves. A moment's lapse could have resulted in chaos. And should the wolves have charged, they would have been powerless to maintain control. Death awaited them if the wolves breached their proximity. AI Guamin sank to the ground, his palms slick with cold sweat, even struggling to steady his weapon. "Brother-in-law, you were far too impulsive this time. Next encounter with wolves, we must refrain from firing first. We should seek a secure position. Our safety is paramount," AI Guamin advised. Guang Hao understood this wisdom. Yet they had just arrived to find the wolves poised to attack the giant wolf and the water buffalo. After a brief moment of hesitation, the colossal wolf and the great water buffalo were on the brink of demise. Both creatures possessed a remarkable vitality, and given that they were domesticated by Guang Hao himself, he could not bear to witness their untimely end at the jaws of the wolf. Thus, without a second thought, he drew his weapon and fired. I am acutely aware that under normal circumstances, I would not have been so hasty to shoot. All right, dear uncle, let us swiftly skin the wolf. It is indeed a valuable prize. Though wolf meat holds little worth, being both sour and astringent, it is regarded as the lowest tier of meat, fetching no more than a few dimes per pound. Conversely, wolf pelts are undoubtedly prized possessions. In this era, the scarcity of sustenance and warmth poses significant challenges. With industrial production lagging, cotton garments offer inadequate insulation, causing fur prices to soar. Guang Hao and AI Guamin had hunted 6 wolves, the alpha boasting a physique akin to that of the giant wolf. The skin of such a creature could command a minimum of 100 yuan. AI Guamin, well aware of the value of wolf pelts, cheerfully brandished his knife to commence skinning. However, as he approached the great water buffalo, his peripheral vision caught sight of a female water buffalo nestled behind it, in the throes of childbirth, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Goodness! Guang Hao, come quickly! There is another great water buffalo here, and wait, what is that beneath her? My heavens, she is giving birth to a calf." The female water buffalo had been concealed within the grass, completely obstructed from view by the male water buffalo and the giant wolf. It was only as AI Guamin went to skin the wolf that he fortuitously discovered the birthing buffalo. Upon hearing AI Guamin's exclamation, Guang Hao hurried over to witness the scene. Indeed, it was a female water buffalo in labor, with the male steadfastly guarding her, merely extending its tongue to gently lick Guang Hao in acknowledgement of his presence. In that moment, Guang Hao grasped the situation. No wonder the creature had remained hidden in the mountains. It turned out that it had a mate and offspring. After satisfying its hunger, it would hastily return to the mountains, undoubtedly for this reason. Guang Hao playfully patted its massive head. Brother Bull, you are doing quite well. I thought you were a lone bachelor, yet here you are with a family. The water buffalo, upon receiving the affectionate pat, let out a joyful moo, seemingly responding to Guang Hao's words. Just as Guang Hao engaged with the buffalo, the laboring female suddenly emitted a pained cry, as the calf had become lodged halfway through the birth canal. Alarmed, the male buffalo sprang to its feet, issuing frantic moos and darting about like a headless fly. Yet, despite its urgency, it was merely a buffalo, unable to assist the female in alleviating her plight. Oh no, it appears she is experiencing a difficult labor. What shall we do? If the calf does not emerge, not only will it face suffocation, but the female water buffalo may also perish from the complications of childbirth. What a tremendous water buffalo! It would be a great pity if it were to perish in such a manner. Ai Guamin sighed in lament. In this era, if one were to acquire a bicycle, envy would abound. Yet, should one procure a buffalo, jealousy would surely ignite in the eyes of all. For a buffalo signifies labor and harvest. In the mountainous region of Shu, a buffalo is unequivocally the most cherished possession of a family. This is no exaggeration. Thus, witnessing an adult female water buffalo on the brink of death naturally filled Ai Guamin with regret. However, Guang Hao, upon observing this dire situation, felt no such sorrow. He simply set down his 98K rifle and rolled up his sleeves. There is no time for regret, brother-in-law. Come help me. We must assist the water buffalo in giving birth. What? Assist in childbirth? Brother-in-law, you can do that? Ai Guamin was utterly bewildered. No, but if we do nothing, it is certain to die here. If we lend a hand, perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. Guang Hao approached the female water buffalo, grasped the small hooves that were already visible, and began to pull. The female buffalo let out a cry of pain, and the previously agitated male buffalo became even more restless. It moved in front of Guang Hao, nudging him with its head, as if to say, "You are hurting my wife." Guang Hao raised his hand and gave the male buffalo a firm slap on its head. "Get away. I am trying to save her, trust me." The buffalo, momentarily taken aback by the slap, hesitated in its fury, recognizing Guang Hao's serious demeanor and standing still in confusion. Just then, the weak female buffalo turned and called out to the male. Moo. It seemed to admonish him, or perhaps convey something else entirely. Regardless, after her call, the male buffalo ceased its aggression towards Guang Hao, even retreating several steps. Witnessing this, Guang Hao could not help but reflect on the wonders of Ghost Head Mountain. Not only was it rich in resources, but the animals here possessed remarkable intelligence. The female buffalo evidently understood that Guang Hao was there to save her and actively restrained the male buffalo. "Since you place such trust in me, I will ensure you do not perish here. Brother-in-law, use your hands to help position the calf. I am about to exert myself." "What? How do I use my hands for this? And what is positioning? I cannot find it." "Feel through the belly for the calf's head and guide it outward. Do you understand?" "I'm still confused, but I will do my best." Assisting a cow in childbirth, this is truly a first for me. Enough with the chatter. Quickly, let us exert our strength together. All right. On Ghost Head Mountain, Guang Hao and his brother-in-law were laboring diligently to assist the water buffalo in childbirth, while outside the mountain, Ai Xiaofang and Li Lu were engaged in their own fervent activities. Today, May 1st, the village of Xiaofang held a production mobilization meeting. Under the leadership of village head Wang Dagong, the 5 production teams of Xiaofang village had outlined their respective production tasks. Once the production tasks were announced, it signified the onset of the most arduous farming season of the year. Chapter 131, My Buffalo. Farming season. To the urban dwellers, this term may seem somewhat foreign. However, for a farmer, it embodies the weight of 2 profound characters. The farming season signifies not only the most diligent labor, but also the most primal hope. The vast expanse of Longhua exhibits significant disparities between its northern and southern regions, resulting in varied farming periods. In the Sichuan region, the busy farming season generally spans from May to June. During this time, farmers toil to cultivate the fields, channel water for irrigation, and prepare for the impending rice planting. Rice, the very essence of sustenance, is the family's most vital staple throughout the year. In the 1970s, the absence of mechanized farming meant that the arduous task of tilling the land relied solely on human and animal power. The land in Xiaofang village, predominantly rocky, posed a formidable challenge. One could easily strike a stone with a hoe, an experience beyond description. Ai Xiaofang and Li Lu were assigned to work together, and within half an hour, their hands were covered in blisters. Yet, undeterred by their suffering, they persisted in their labor. Such is the spirit of farmers, who toil relentlessly as long as they are able. AI Xiaofang was pregnant, but the burden of work remained unchanged. In those days, it was common for women, regardless of their pregnancy stage, to labor alongside their peers, with some even giving birth while working, resuming their tasks immediately after. This land is exceedingly difficult to till. All stones, Li Lu exclaimed. If only our team had an ox like the first team. She gazed enviously at the old yellow ox diligently plowing the first team's fields. In all of Xiaofang village, there was but a single ox, owned by the leader of the first production team. Thus, this ox was treated with the utmost reverence and care, rarely allowed to work the fields, and only permitted to do so during the busy farming season. Even then, it brought considerable prestige to its owner. At that moment, while other team leaders labored in the fields, the leader of the first team stood proudly atop the ridge, surveying the work. No one dared to voice discontent, for the ox belonged to him, and its efficiency surpassed that of several men combined. An ox could be worth several thousand yuan. How could the meager assets of their fifth team ever afford one? All right, enough of this idle chatter. Let us focus on our work. Once we finish, we can rest over there, AI Xiaofang urged. Indeed, while our fifth team may be impoverished, your family is well off. Li Lu quipped. Guang Hao earns a considerable sum from selling mountain goods. Why hasn't he considered purchasing an ox? If your family had one, you could stand and watch like the leader of the first team. Ah, how splendid that would be. Li Lu chuckled. Guang Hao works hard to earn his money. Why waste it on an ox? Besides, my production tasks are not heavy, and I find it manageable. If I had an ox, I would feel uneasy resting every day. Came the reply. Never mind. Even if I had the money, I wouldn't sell it. I don't care for such things, AI Xiaofang stated. Ha ha ha, a stubborn duck? Came the retort. I see you don't truly disdain the cow. Rather, you can't bear to part with the hard-earned labor of your family, Guang Hao. It's hard to fathom someone so foolish as to take on a part-time job for a meager 50 cents a day just to buy Guang Hao a gun. A single gun costs over 2,000. How long would you have to starve to save that much? You are the epitome of a lovesick fool, with nothing in your head but Guang Hao. As a close friend, Li Lu knew AI Xiaofang intimately, and her words struck with precision. With her thoughts laid bare by her dear friend, AI Xiaofang felt a surge of indignation and reached out with her delicate hand to pinch her. Stop talking nonsense. I am not solely preoccupied with Guang Hao. The two friends engaged in playful banter in the fields, drawing the ire of Wang Dagong, who already held a disdain for Guang Hao's family. Given that it was the busy farming season, their frolicking in the fields was particularly inappropriate. Wang Dagong's face darkened as he approached the ridge where AI Xiaofang and Li Lu were laboring. Li Lu, AI Xiaofang, have you completed the production tasks set by the team leader? During this busy season, while everyone else is working diligently, you still have the time and energy to fool around? If the tasks remain unfinished, I will deduct your work points. This is utterly unacceptable. Chastised by Wang Dagong, AI Xiaofang and Li Lu quickly restrained their playful antics and began to work earnestly. Ordinarily, this would have been the end of the matter. It was normal for team members to chat and share laughter while working, and most would turn a blind eye. Moreover, both AI Xiaofang and Li Lu were cooperative, promptly correcting their behavior and focusing on their tasks. However, Wang Dagong chose to vent his frustrations upon the two, using them as his emotional outlet. You two fools. Can't you even dig properly? Grip that hoe tightly. Why are you working so slackly? Look at your hands. Do you see any blisters? Everyone else has them. Do you think you're so special? Put in some effort. Haven't you eaten? At this rate, you won't finish before dark. If I don't keep an eye on you, you will slack off. You are the collective pests of this team. I will deduct all your work points today. Look, what are you staring at? Do you want to bite me too? Li Lu could no longer endure the berating. Wang Dagong was simply stirring up trouble. Fine. If you intend to deduct all our points today, then I quit. You can dig this field yourself. With that, the irate Li Lu threw her hoe at Wang Dagong's feet. What an audacity! You, a mere villager, how dare I speak to you like this? I am the village secretary. I have every right to reprimand you. Wang Dagong glared at the hoe at his feet, furious. You claim we are the problem. Yet Wang's secretary, you cannot continually seek fault with us. What have we two sisters done to offend you? Just say it plainly. There is no need to nitpick every little detail. Even AI Xiaofang could no longer contain herself and began to speak sarcastically. The two young villagers dared to confront him. The village secretary and Wang Dagong felt his authority was being challenged. Are you two attempting to rebel? You fail to complete your assigned tasks and yet dare to defy the village secretary. Not only will you forfeit today as work points, but all your future points will be deducted as well. By the end of the month, without work points, you will have no food, and I will let you starve. The quarrel between Wang Dagong and Li Lu escalated, eventually drawing the attention of the village head, Xiaofang. Upon witnessing the scene, he hastily set aside his tasks and approached, skillfully assuming the role of mediator. What is going on here? During the busy farming season, the workload is already heavy. Let us all refrain from speaking too much. Wang Dagong, you are a village secretary. Why argue with two young girls? Li Lu and Xiaofang. You must also recognize that no matter how Wang Dagong behaves, he is still the village secretary and deserves your compliance. All right, everyone calm down. Li Lu and Xiaofang. Finish this piece of land, and today's work points will be counted. Wang Dagong, stop fixating on the young girls. It seems there is a slight issue with the third team's production tasks. Go over and lend a hand. With Xiaofang mediating, Li Lu and Wang Dagong finally ceased their hostilities. Li Lu, still fuming, continued to dig with her hoe, muttering under her breath. This guy is deliberately targeting us. He is so annoying. Frustrated, she dug with more force than usual, and the hoe struck a large stone. The powerful recoil even sent the pin flying off the hoe. The hoe was propelled upward, striking the leg of the old ox, which had just finished its plowing task and was preparing to take a break. The old ox let out a pained bellow and collapsed by the roadside. With a couple of dull thuds, it rolled down and was struck again by stones, leaving it unable to rise due to the pain. Witnessing this, all the villagers were stunned. After a brief silence, the leader of the production team finally let out a sharp cry, "My ox!" Chapter 132, Bullying Upon Examination. The veterinarian concluded that while the old ox was not in mortal danger, it had sustained multiple fractures and would not be able to work during this busy farming season. It is crucial to note that the first production team had the largest population and the most arable land due to the old ox's presence. If the old ox were unable to plow this year, the first production team would undoubtedly fail to meet their production targets. Consequently, many from the first team would face starvation. Contemplating this outcome, the leader of the first production team felt an overwhelming urge to confront Li Lu. Li Lu, what is the meaning of this? Now that our old ox cannot work, our team will absolutely fail to complete its tasks. If the autumn harvest is jeopardized, many of us will go hungry. What are we to do now? You, Li Lu, need to come up with a solution. The team leader glared fiercely at Li Lu, with the other villagers from the first team casting unfriendly looks her way. Li Lu found herself under the intense scrutiny of those around her, and despite her usual composure, she could only lower her head, at a loss for words. At that moment, AI Xiaofang stepped forward, sincerely addressing the captain of the first team. Captain, I apologize for Xiao Lu's carelessness just now. However, as everyone witnessed, it was not intentional. The captain, clearly unyielding, retorted with ire. You think a mere apology will suffice? I assure you, it is not that simple. If you do not propose a solution today, we will not let this matter rest. Indeed, we won't let it go. The villagers of the first team chimed in, their voices rising. The old ox is our most vital production resource, and your fifth team is simply envious, prompting this incident. Without the old ox, we cannot fulfill our production tasks, and come winter, we will all go hungry. You must take responsibility for this. Yes, responsibility is a must. The villagers clamored, effectively placing Li Lu in the proverbial hot seat. Everyone, let us remain calm. We are not denying our responsibility, AI Xiaofang interjected. Although Li Lu did not act with intent, she did injure the old ox, and we will certainly take responsibility. How much production has the old ox contributed? What will be the impact on future grain yield? Captain, please specify a figure, and we shall compensate you accordingly. Initially, the captain remained incensed, understandably so, given the injury inflicted upon his prized old ox. However, upon hearing AI Xiaofang's words and observing Li Lu's innocent demeanor, he sighed heavily in resignation. Very well. You may compensate with 100 gene of grain. The old ox has a significant production burden, and its current state will certainly affect several hundred gene of yield. Yet, considering you are young girls and it was unintentional, I will not make this difficult for you. But do take care in the future. One cannot afford to be so careless. 100 gene of grain translates to roughly 20 or so yuan, a sum representing more than a month's income for an average villager, Yet it was a trivial amount for AI Xiaofang. She promptly expressed gratitude to the captain, saying, "Thank you, Captain. We will certainly be more cautious moving forward. This incident is entirely my fault, and I apologize to you and the entire first team." The two young girls bowed deeply, and any lingering anger among the villagers began to dissipate. "Just be more attentive next time, and you'll find our captain is quite reasonable," they remarked, recognizing their fortune in this instance. "Consider yourselves lucky this time. Let there not be a next." The villagers of the first team forgave AI Xiaofang and Li Lu, believing the matter concluded. However, unexpectedly, the village secretary, Wang Dagong, interjected. He had long harbored a dislike for AI Xiaofang's family and, by extension, for Li Lu. Just moments ago, Li Lu had dared to retort, tossing her hoe at his feet, a blatant affront to his authority as village secretary. At this moment, Li Lu had broken the leg of the old ox, presenting a rare opportunity that he could not afford to overlook. How could this matter simply be dismissed? As the village secretary, I have yet to voice my thoughts. Wang Dagong cleared his throat and stepped forward from the crowd. He approached Li Lu and AI Xiaofang, casting a condescending gaze upon them. Each team has its own production tasks, as mandated by higher authorities. The two of you have caused the old ox to be injured, which severely impacts our production quotas. Therefore, the unfinished tasks will fall upon your shoulders. The captain of the first team will compile the production responsibilities assigned to the old ox. Once completed, AI Xiaofang and Li Lu will need to work overtime to fulfill your team's production tasks as compensation. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The old ox was livestock, and the production tasks assigned to it were beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. This beast was responsible for plowing 5 acres of land each day. If AI Xiaofang and Li Lu were to take on this task, they would be unable to complete it even with 2 hoes over the span of a week. Working overtime to compensate meant they would be driven to exhaustion. Village secretary, let it go. Comrade Li Lu has already recognized her mistake. Compensating us with 100 gene of grain would suffice, pleaded the captain of the first team, unable to bear the sight of Li Lu's plight. Indeed, village secretary, let it be. We can all manage a bit of extra work. Let us not make it difficult for these 2 young ladies. That's right. She has acknowledged her fault. So it should be fine now. The old ox is tasked with several acres of land. Let us not forget how much work that entails for the 2 young women. Chimed in the villagers of the first team. When one errs, one must bear the consequences. Li Lu and AI Xiaofang are not the only ones involved. Li Lu's family has 8 members, and AI Xiaofang's family has 7. Together they amount to 15 people, yet they cannot compare to a single ox. Wang Dagong scoffed. Why should I include my parents and siblings for my own mistakes? Fine, if you are targeting me, I shall toil until I drop dead in this field. And then you shall not fare any better. Li Lu, known for her fiery temperament, could hardly endure such injustice. Grasping a hoe, she marched to the first team's land to begin her toil. As she dug, tears streamed down her cheeks, falling to the ground in heavy drops, stirring the hearts of those who witnessed her sorrow. After all, she was merely a newly adult young woman. Demanding her to plow 5 acres was an egregious act of bullying. Wang Dagong, let it go. The first team has already forgiven her. Why do you persist? Declared Xiaofang, stepping forward to defend Li Lu and AI Xiaofang. Today, Wang Dagong was resolute in punishing them, disregarding even Xiaofang's standing. Xiaofang, understand this. I am the village secretary of Xiaofang village, and I hold the ultimate authority here. The production tasks are non-negotiable orders from above, and each production team must fulfill them. If even a fraction is missing, who among you can bear that responsibility? If you wish to assist, the hoe is over there. Anyone willing to lend a hand may take it and join in. Now, everyone should return to their own tasks. During this busy farming season, lingering about will only lead to a shortage of grain this autumn, and we shall all face starvation. Although the village secretary holds an equivalent position to the village head, it is the former who wields the true authority within the village. Witnessing Wang Dagong's outburst, no one dared utter a word. The villagers silently returned to their duties, casting sympathetic glances at AI Xiaofang and Li Lu as they toiled in the fields. 5 acres of land. This is enough to exhaust a person. Chapter 133. Off to show off again. On Ghost Head Mountain, Guang Hao and AI Guamin were busy assisting in the delivery of a female water buffalo. Both were novices, and after much effort, they had yet to see any results. Finally, Guang Hao gritted his teeth, and with a determined stomp, he managed to pull the stuck calf out. Upon its arrival, both Guang Hao and AI Guamin were taken aback. No wonder it had difficulties during birth. This calf was remarkably plump, significantly larger than an average newborn calf. Seeing her calf finally born, the female water buffalo turned her head with great effort and began to lick the afterbirth off her offspring. The calf, not only robust, but also full of vitality, managed to stand and run shortly after birth, scampering eagerly behind its mother to nurse. Its carefree demeanor elicited a chuckle from AI Guamin, who couldn't help but exclaim how resilient it was. This little one is truly tough. It was stuck for quite a while, yet it emerges so spirited. Ha ha ha, wild animals are surely hardy. Well, since the calf is born, let us hasten to skin the wolf pelts and descend the mountain. The wolf pack holds grudges. I fear they may retaliate if we linger. With his words spoken, AI Guamin, not daring to delay, wiped his blood-stained hands on the surrounding wild grass and promptly began skinning the wolves. His skill in this task was unparalleled. Having previously tended sheep for the commune, and Guang Hao having worked part-time at a slaughterhouse, within mere minutes, 6 wolf pelts were meticulously removed. Carrying the pelts, AI Guamin inquired, "Is that sufficient, brother-in-law? Shall we descend now? The state-run restaurant delivered 1,000 pounds of meat just yesterday, so we are not lacking in provisions for the next few days. With these 6 wolf pelts, we have more than enough. Indeed, let us descend. But I shall attempt to bring the water buffalo down with us," Guang Hao replied. He had long coveted the water buffalo, wishing to surprise AI Xiaofang with it. However, no matter how affectionate he was towards the creature, it always refused to follow him down the mountain. Guang Hao had assumed it was hiding treasures in the inner mountain, but in truth, it was because its wife and offspring resided there. Now, with its family present, it would likely agree to accompany him down. Contemplating this, Guang Hao fashioned 2 grass ropes, securing one to the water buffalo's nose and the other to the female water buffalo. Since the male water buffalo cherished its family so dearly, Guang Hao was determined to ensure their reunion. At the outset, as the rope was secured, the male water buffalo exhibited a rather displeased demeanor, snorting and attempting to rid itself of the grass tether. In contrast, the female water buffalo displayed remarkable docility as Guang Hao fastened the rope around her. She frequently extended her tongue to affectionately lick him. She was acutely aware that had it not been for Guang Hao's presence today, both she and her calf would not have survived. Despite their brief encounter, the female water buffalo's fondness for Guang Hao was palpable, while the male, with its sullen expression, prompted Guang Hao to remark on its ingratitude, feeling that his kindness was wasted on such a brutish creature, which paled in comparison to its mate. Though the female had recently given birth, she was in excellent health, quickly recovering to a state of normalcy, while the calf displayed an exuberance that belied its recent arrival into the world, bounding about with unrestrained energy. Leading the female, Guang Hao found her to be exceedingly compliant, trailing closely behind him wherever he ventured. The male, however, despite having accompanied Guang Hao the longest, exhibited a rebellious spirit, stubbornly following its mate when she halted. No amount of coaxing from Guang Hao would persuade it to move. Ultimately, Guang Hao relinquished his efforts with the male and continued onward with the female, who obediently trotted alongside him, while the male trotted behind, seemingly quite content. The calf, newly born, was brimming with curiosity, exploring its surroundings with wide-eyed wonder, often becoming so engrossed in its discoveries that the male would nudge it with its head to prompt it to move along. The trio of water buffalo followed Guang Hao out of the inner mountains, and he felt a surge of exhilaration at having secured these 3 magnificent creatures. He imagined how thrilled AI Xiaofang would be that night, likely unable to sleep in her excitement. Before descending the mountain, however, Guang Hao took a moment to attend to his animal companions. Thanks to the timely warning from the golden monkey, Xiaolong, he had narrowly avoided a hunting expedition with his second uncle that could have ended in tragedy for the water buffalo and the giant wolf. The giant wolf had performed admirably. Had it not been for its final act of scaring off the pack, Guang Hao, along with AI Guamin, might have found themselves in peril. Guang Hao first examined the giant wolf's wounds, which were healing remarkably well, with new tissue and scars developing, a sign of recovery, albeit unsightly. After administering another round of medicine, he resecured the splint and provided the wolf with 2 plump wild rabbits for dinner. It was recovering splendidly, though it would be prudent to refrain from using its right leg for a few more days. Soon enough, it would be active and sprightly once more. The giant wolf, munching on the rabbits, responded with a non-committal grunt, leaving Guang Hao uncertain if it fully understood. Having tended to the giant wolf, Guang Hao produced some candies and rice cakes for Xiaolong. Her eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the treats, and upon receiving them, she even bestowed a gentle kiss upon Guang Hao, a far more endearing gesture than the giant wolf's singular focus on food. Once all his mountain companions had been cared for, Guang Hao led the female water buffalo down the mountain, at which point the male suddenly turned to glance back at the giant wolf, who was still enjoying its meal. After a moment of contemplation, it suddenly approached the colossal wild wolf with its hooves. The giant wolf tilted its head in confusion, unsure of its intentions. "Are you here to eat my hair? But wait, aren't you a herbivore?" Just as the wolf pondered this, the great water buffalo unexpectedly extended its tongue and gave the wolf a lick. The wolf, taken aback, swatted the buffalo's large head with a paw and let out a couple of bewildered growls. Unfazed by the rejection, the buffalo turned and ran away after its affectionate gesture. Guang Hao, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but break into a brilliant smile. The great water buffalo was not a mere brute. It showed an understanding of gratitude, which was rather amusing. The subsequent moments unfolded without any complications, as Guang Hao effortlessly led the family of water buffaloes down the mountain. Upon reaching home, he noticed that his fourth uncle and Shui Wang had already begun working, and the household was bustling with activity. When they saw Guang Hao returning with the 3 majestic water buffaloes, the onlookers were utterly astonished. The sheer size of the buffaloes, each weighing over a ton, dwarfed even the old yellow cow by an impressive margin. With such strength, they could plow at least 10 acres in a single day. After securing the buffaloes, Guang Hao turned to Ai Guoqiang and inquired, "Fourth uncle, why haven't Xiaofang and the others returned yet? It's already 3 in the afternoon. She should be nearly finished by now." "Not yet. Today marks the start of the busy farming season, and there's a plethora of work to be done in the fields. I reckon they won't be done until 5 or 6, replied Ai Guoqiang. So, the farming season has indeed begun. Guang Hao felt time had flown by, and before he knew it, they were deep into the busy season. However, it was fortuitous. With the arrival of the great water buffalo, it would surely alleviate the arduous task of plowing for his wife, making her exceedingly happy. With that thought in mind, Guang Hao could hardly contain his excitement to share today's harvest with Ai Xiaofang. "Second brother, take these wolf skins directly to sell to Zhang Mo at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I'll skip that and check on Xiaofang and the others." "Haha, you're going to see the girl, but you just want to show off, right?" Guang Hao had only mentioned showing off once, yet Ai Guamin had remembered it. "Ha, truly. You know me well, second uncle. You, my boy, sometimes seem as wise as an elder, yet at other times possess the innocence of a child. Go on. When you return tonight, regale me with tales of your supposed gallantry." Ha, will do. Chapter 134, Heat Stroke. Although Guang Hao had never participated in collective labor, he was well aware of the production tasks assigned to Team 5. Leading the great water buffaloes, he made his way to the fields. Upon reaching the flatland, he suddenly recalled something and stealthily concealed the buffalo family in the grass by the roadside. "Wait here for me. I'll call for you shortly," he said, patting the buffalo's head. The buffalo, however, ignored him completely, focusing instead on grooming its mate and offspring, until the female buffalo gently called out to Guang Hao. In frustration, he kicked the buffalo's rear. Useless beast. During the busy farming season, nearly all the villagers found their production tasks doubled, as they worked together in pairs throughout the fields. From the elderly of 80 to children in their teens, everyone toils diligently in the fields to reap the autumn harvest. Yet, the little ones, blissfully unaware of the hardships of farm labor, frolic about with their bare bottoms, resembling playful little monkeys. After a long day's work, their weary parents will undoubtedly find themselves in a state of mixed emotions. After all, a childhood untouched by the sting of discipline is but an incomplete one. Navigating through the fields, Guang Hao made his way to the 5th team. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed the conspicuous absence of Ai Xiaofang. Not only was Ai Xiaofang missing, but so was Li Lu. Both girls belonged to the 5th team and were inseparable best friends. It was puzzling that they were not present. Standing upon the ridge of the field, Guang Hao waved to an elderly woman he recognized. "Granny Kong, where is my wife? Why isn't she working here?" Granny Kong was busy plowing the earth and did not initially see Guang Hao. Upon hearing his voice, she looked up and recognized him. "Oh, it's Guang Hao. Xiaofang and Li Lu have gone to the 1st team," she replied. "To the 1st team? What are they doing there?" Guang Hao asked, his curiosity piqued. Each production team had its designated tasks, so it was unusual for Li Lu and AI Xiaofang, members of the fifth team, to be elsewhere. Well, it's not something easily explained. You might want to go see for yourself, Granny Kong suggested, hesitant to speak ill of the village leader. Noticing her reluctance, Guang Hao refrained from pressing further, though an unsettling feeling settled in his heart. His wife's presence at the first team was surely not a good sign. Thank you, Granny Kong. I shall go check on my wife now, Guang Hao replied, his expression serious as he hurried toward the first team. Upon arriving, Guang Hao immediately spotted AI Xiaofang and Li Lu laboring intensely in the fields. They were bent over, swinging their hoes with remarkable speed under the sweltering sun. The heat was oppressive, causing many villagers to seek refuge in the shade until the temperature cooled slightly. However, the two young women were drenched in sweat, showing no signs of respite, driven by the watchful eye of Wang Dagong, the village leader, who stood like a taskmaster at the ridge. Pick up the pace. There are still over 4 acres to complete. At this rate, you won't finish until the dead of night. Want to take a break? Then call your family to help. If you don't finish today's tasks, don't even think about resting. The mistakes you've made are yours to bear, he barked, his words sharp and relentless. Under the scorching sun and the strain of labor, AI Xiaofang and Li Lu felt increasingly lightheaded, their vision blurring, an ominous sign of impending heat exhaustion. While Li Lu managed somewhat better, AI Xiaofang, pregnant and having previously suffered from malnutrition, was struggling despite Guang Hao's efforts to nourish her since his rebirth. The intensity of the work proved to be overwhelming for her. Dazed, she stumbled forward into the field. Xiaofang, be careful, Li Lu exclaimed, alarmed, as AI Xiaofang was digging, the hoe lying directly in her path. A fall at that moment could certainly lead to a painful encounter with the tool. Thud. Fortunately, AI Xiaofang did not collide with the hoe, for in the final second of her descent, Guang Hao arrived just in time. Observing AI Xiaofang, drenched in sweat and with a pallid complexion akin to parchment, Guang Hao's expression darkened, resembling the chill of ice, despite it being May. Guang Hao, what brings you here? AI Xiaofang, still somewhat disoriented, managed to force a smile upon seeing him. Do not speak. I am taking you to rest now. You have suffered from heat stroke. Remain still. I will prepare some saline for you. Guang Hao carried AI Xiaofang to the shade of a tree. Witnessing her faint, a group of villagers grew anxious. Hastily coming to her aid, some fetching water, others spreading out blankets, all striving to alleviate her condition as quickly as possible. Fortunately, Guang Hao's timely arrival meant AI Xiaofang required only a brief respite and a sip of water before she was nearly restored. Observing this, Wang Dagong approached, arms crossed. What are you all doing here? Has the production task been completed? You seem to be idling about. He continued, and you, AI Xiaofang, lying around for so long. Why aren't you up and working? Your 5 acres are still far from done. Despite his wife nearly collapsing from heat stroke, Wang Dagong continued to push her to work. Inciting Guang Hao's fury, he rose abruptly, seizing Wang Dagong by the collar, his eyes ablaze with rage. Wang Dagong, are you out of your mind? Can't you see my wife is suffering from heat stroke? How dare you assign her work? If you wish to perish, just say so. Do not think that just because you are a mere village secretary, you are invulnerable. Provoke me, and I shall not hesitate to end you. When Guang Hao first reincarnated, he was akin to a scholar, lacking any strength. However, after daily hunting on Ghost Head Mountain and nourishing himself with meat, his strength had grown considerably. At that moment, he nearly lifted Wang Dagong off the ground with a single grip. Wang Dagong was taken aback by Guang Hao's volatile demeanor, primarily due to the terror radiating from his gaze. The redness in his eyes and the veins protruding from his forehead made Wang Dagong feel that a single word could provoke Guang Hao into violence. Guang Hao, do not act impulsively. The 5 acres of work is your wife's responsibility. It is her actions that have impacted the entire team's production. Seeing Guang Hao's ferocious expression, AI Xiaofang was startled. Regardless of Wang Dagong's flaws, he was still the village secretary, a position of authority. As the saying goes, the common folk should not challenge those in power. Thus, witnessing the brewing conflict, AI Xiaofang quickly pulled Guang Hao away from Wang Dagong. Guang Hao, do not be rash. It is not as you perceive. Li Lu clung to Guang Hao's arm, tugging him backward. Witnessing his distressed state and recalling how her dear friend nearly fainted from exhaustion while assisting her, she could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears as she pulled him. It's all my fault, Guang Hao. If you must place blame, Let it be on me. Had I not involved Xiaofang, she would not be in such a dire state. Woe is me, it is all my wrongdoing. Chapter 135, 2000 Gene of Grain. Labor tasks abandoned. With one hand grasped by his wife and the other by the sobbing Li Lu, Guang Hao's anger dissipated, rendering him incapable of further action. He retreated slightly, first soothing AI Xiaofang back to rest before turning to the weeping Li Lu, his brow furrowed as he inquired, "What on earth transpired? Speak plainly and recount every detail." Li Lu wiped her tears, yet her sense of injustice only seemed to provoke more. She choked back sobs as she recounted the events of the day, how she had injured the old yellow ox, how they had initially reached an agreement for compensation with the first team, only for Wang Dagong to intervene, compelling her and AI Xiaofang to complete the plowing task, monitoring them like a foreman and denying them any respite. Upon hearing Li Lu's account, Guang Hao's rage surged. "You shameless old rogue! Li Lu harmed the old ox, affecting the harvest. She shall compensate with the grain due. The first team had consented, so why do you meddle? As the village secretary, instead of resolving issues, you create them. You are utterly unworthy of this position." His vitriol was sharp, surpassing even the most quarrelsome villagers in their disputes. Wang Dagong, now the target of Guang Hao's scathing rebuke, felt his blood pressure soar. Since his election as the village head of Xiaofang, villagers had treated him with utmost deference. Yet, Guang Hao repeatedly disrespected him, culminating in this public condemnation. "How dare you, Guang Hao? You still consider yourself one of our educated youth, yet your language is rife with filth." Li Lu and AI Xiaofang injured the first team's old ox. Production tasks have stipulated requirements. This cannot simply be resolved with monetary compensation. If the tasks remain unfulfilled, we all face repercussions. Hence, it is reasonable for you to bear the responsibilities of the old ox's work, Wang Dagong retorted loudly. "Reasonable, my foot. You son of a wretched creature. All these production tasks boil down to one thing, grain. How much can the old ox yield? 300 gene? 500 gene? I'll even grant you 1,000 gene. Is that sufficient?" Guang Hao continued his tirade, showing no regard for decorum. The mention of 1,000 gene left the production team members aghast, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. In the 1970s, before the great Yuan Longping's revolutionary hybrid rice, crop yields were notably low. If the year is blessed with favorable weather, a single acre can yield approximately 400 pounds of grain. Conversely, in the face of adverse conditions, 300 pounds is a common occurrence. Presently, Guang Hao is liable for a compensation of 1,000 pounds, which equates to the harvest from several acres of land. It is essential to recognize that the old yellow ox is solely responsible for plowing the fields. The subsequent tasks of planting, irrigating, weeding, and pest control are numerous and labor-intensive, all necessary to achieve a harvest from an acre of land. 1,000 pounds, let alone whether it suffices for compensation, would be more than enough to utilize. Indeed, it is abundantly sufficient. 1,000 pounds of grain is more than adequate. Let us put this matter to rest. Our production team will not pursue it further. You should hurry back to rest, in such inclement weather, and with such young girls. It pains us to see you all toil so hard, said the team leader of the first production team with a beaming smile. Enough? I never said it was enough. This is not your place to speak, Zhao Dejing. Wang Dagong, having clashed with Guang Hao, was indignant. How could he allow a mere youth from the educated youth cohort to best him? As the village secretary, he could not afford to lose face. The production quotas were set by higher authority. The stipulated amount was the stipulated amount. If they sought grain to compensate, they would find no leeway. Ah, very well. If it's about production quotas, Zhao team leader, I will compensate your team with 2,000 pounds of grain. You will assist with the production quotas for both my wife and Li Lu. Can we agree on that? Guang Hao was determined to use money to crush Wang Dagong. That wretched fellow. 2,000 pounds of grain. Zhao Dejing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The first team had contracted a total of 20 acres. And based on a yield of 400 pounds per acre, the total harvest would amount to 8,000 pounds. In this era, grain taxes must be paid, constituting 20% of the total yield, which translates to 1,600 pounds. After deducting this from the 8,000 pounds, the production team would ultimately receive only 6,400 pounds. Now, Guang Hao alone was liable for 2,000 pounds, which constituted a full third of the total harvest. Zhao Dejing's eyes reddened. Guang Hao, 2,000 pounds of grain amounts to a substantial $400. Can you truly afford that? Of course. If I cannot pay it when the time comes, you may have this gun. With that, Guang Hao flung his 98K rifle to the ground with a resounding thud. The 98K is no ordinary hunting rifle. The precision optical sight alone is worth a considerable sum. $400 is certainly within reach. Come on. It's merely an additional 2 production tasks. We can handle it. Secretary Wang, please do not make things difficult for AI Xiaofang and Li Lu. We will cultivate our own fields, and we will take on the production tasks of these 2 young ladies in their entirety. What do you all say? Zhao Dejing waved his hand towards the members of the first production team. Upon hearing that Guang Hao would compensate with 2,000 pounds of grain, the team members of the first production team nearly leaped with excitement. After toiling for half a year, yielding only 400 pounds per acre, the prospect of assisting 2 young women with their production tasks could yield them a net profit of 2,000 pounds of grain. Only a fool would decline such an offer. Consequently, the members of the first production team raised their hands in enthusiastic agreement. Let us do it. We will gladly take on the production tasks of these 2 young ladies and secure 2,000 pounds of grain. We will take as many of these opportunities as we can. Cease your prattle. Where are the fields belonging to AI Xiaofang and Li Lu? I shall turn the soil myself at once. Indeed, let none dare to contest with us. We, the first team, shall claim the tasks of these 2 young ladies. Anyone who dares to oppose us shall feel our wrath. Wang Dagong, witnessing the unfolding situation, was positively seething with indignation. What are you doing? This is a blatant violation of propriety. Labor tasks are mandatory obligations for each individual. How can you permit others to fulfill them at your whim? Guang Hao, you are openly engaging in bribery. Do you not fear that I shall report you to the authorities and have them send someone to apprehend you? Wang Dagong declared with fierce intensity. Oh, if my wife assists the first team in fulfilling their production tasks, that is permissible. Yet if the first team aids my wife, it is deemed bribery? It appears all matters of right and wrong hinge solely upon your words, Wang Dagong. Do you aspire to emulate Yuan Shikai and impose a feudal dictatorship? If that is indeed your intention, then by all means, report to the higher-ups and let them witness firsthand how you, Secretary Wang, orchestrate feudalism. Guang Hao retorted coldly. In this exchange, Wang Dagong, whether in debate or mere insult, could not hold a candle to Guang Hao. With but a few incisive remarks, Guang Hao left Wang Dagong speechless and adorned him with the mantle of feudal despotism. Wang Dagong, refrain from making such absurd accusations. When have I ever sought to establish a feudal dictatorship? Wang Dagong's brow was slick with cold sweat. Such matters were no trifling jest. They could cost him dearly. Why can I not have the first team assist my wife in completing her labor tasks? Guang Hao pressed, leaving Wang Dagong momentarily speechless. Enough already. Let us all speak less. Secretary Wang interjected. Your actions today have indeed crossed the line. How could 2 young ladies possibly accomplish the arduous task of cultivating 5 acres? And you, Guang Hao, how can you propose to exchange grain for labor tasks? What distinguishes this from capitalism? Very well, I shall make one final statement. Let us dismiss the 5-acre task. Xiaofang and Xiao Lu have toiled long enough and shown clear contrition. We shall let the matter rest here. Furthermore, Guang Hao, refrain from offering 2,000 pounds of grain to have others fulfill your labor obligations. Just attend to your own responsibilities. Is that understood? Ultimately, it was the esteemed Niu Shan who came forward to mediate the situation. Although Guang Hao yearned to continue vexing Wang Dagong, he recognized the need to concede to Niu Shan's authority. With AI Xiaofang persistently urging him to let it go, he relented with a huff and a nod. Wang Dagong, incensed by Guang Hao, felt as if his heart might seize with the intensity of his agitation. Wishing to provoke further conflict, but wary of being labeled, he could only grumble. Humph, you lot, with your cunning and deceit, cannot accomplish anything worthwhile. Initially, Guang Hao had intended to let the matter rest, but Wang Dagong's remarks reignited his ire. What do you mean by that? Wang Dagong, are you resolutely intent on opposing us today? Guang Hao glared fiercely at Wang Dagong. Have I spoken incorrectly? Today, old Huang Niu has a task of plowing 5 acres of land, yet it ultimately falls upon the shoulders of another team. What other skills do you possess besides being a hindrance? Are you not merely worthless scoundrels? Wang Dagong snorted disdainfully. Very well. If I do not show you the consequences today, you may remain oblivious to the reason behind the blooming flowers. Is it not merely 5 acres of land? If we complete it today, how will you respond? Guang Hao replied. Should you manage to plow the land, you may say whatever you wish. Excellent. You have uttered these words. If we finish the plowing, you shall kneel and apologize for all your words and actions today. What nonsense! I am the village secretary. You cannot expect me to kneel an apology. Wang Dagong's eyes nearly bulged with indignation. Indeed, dare you to accept? And what if you fail? Then I shall gift you this rifle. Guang Hao pointed to the 98K lying on the ground. Wang Dagong, having a good rapport with the militia, possessed a slight understanding of firearms. Although he was uncertain of the model, the craftsmanship alone indicated its considerable value, at least over 1,000 yuan. If he could win this rifle and present it to the militia captain, perhaps the incident of losing 10 rifles could be resolved with minimal repercussions. With this thought, Wang Dagong's gaze towards the 98K brimmed with greed. Very well, but remember, one must bear their own responsibilities. Since AI Xiaofang and Li Lu caused this trouble, you three shall be the only ones to cultivate the 5 acres. No outside help is permitted. If you succeed, not only will I kneel and apologize, but I shall also kneel and call you grandfather without hesitation. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Manual plowing is inherently slow, especially considering the stony terrain of Xiaofang village. Each strike of the hoe sends vibrations through the body, severely hampering efficiency. 3 people would find it exhausting to plow even 1 acre in a day, let alone 5. Wang Dagong seemed to be playing the fool. Do not agree. His conditions are utterly unattainable. We 3 could not manage it even in a week, let alone a day. Guang Hao, let us not engage. We should leave, AI Xiaofang urged, concerned for her husband. Yet Guang Hao remained firmly planted, unyielding. Very well, but it shall be just the 3 of us. I may use any tools at my disposal. Yes? Guang Hao unexpectedly conceded to Wang Dagong's terms. Wang Dagong had hoped to negotiate, perhaps increasing the number to 5, as this particular plot was among the most challenging. Even with 5, 2 days would barely suffice. However, Guang Hao's sudden agreement meant he could acquire this exceptional hunting rifle with ease. You have made this declaration to prevent you from reneging. Let village chief Xiaofang serve as a witness. If you can complete this within a day, I shall kneel and apologize to you, calling you grandfather. If you cannot finish digging, then you must give this shotgun to me. Wang Dagong hurriedly agreed. Guang Hao, don't act rashly. The stones in this land are far more numerous than those in other fields. Even 10 people would struggle to complete the task, Xiaofang advised. Oh, village chief Niao, spare me your counsel. Today, I am determined to claim victory over that scoundrel Wang Ji. Not even Jesus can stop me. You merely bear witness. And pray that no one resorts to deceit later, Guang Hao declared. Haha, I would never stoop to dishonesty. With so many villagers watching, how could I, a respectable village secretary, act dishonorably? Wang Dagong chuckled, feeling confident in his triumph. Guang Hao, you are being foolish. There is no way the 3 of us can finish digging 5 acres. Li Lu exclaimed, nearly in tears. Today, her dear friend had fainted from exhaustion trying to help her, and if Guang Hao lost his precious shotgun worth over 2,000, she would feel like a historical villain. Everyone urged Guang Hao not to agree, except for AI Xiaofang. Upon hearing Guang Hao's agreement, she immediately sprang to her feet, mustering her strength, and grabbed a hoe to begin digging. She was uncertain whether the 3 of them could complete 5 acres. But she knew one thing. She could not allow Guang Hao to lose. Everything else was inconsequential. Seeing his wife's earnest determination, Guang Hao was profoundly moved. He embraced AI Xiaofang and insisted she lie back down. Whatever your husband sets out to accomplish, he shall complete. Just rest here. I am about to show my prowess. Though AI Xiaofang did not understand what he meant by showing off, she believed him wholeheartedly, drawn by his confidence. Yes, my husband is always the best, she affirmed, as Guang Hao affectionately patted her head before standing up and shouting, Niolai. Chapter 137, The Mighty Water Buffalo. A hush fell over the crowd, everyone staring at Guang Hao as if he were a fool. A gentle breeze rustled the grass and flower petals danced in the air, leaving a surreal silence. What was happening? Is he out of his mind? Who is Niolai? Villagers whispered amongst themselves, causing Guang Hao's face to flush with embarrassment. He quickly dropped his overly dramatic gesture, almost forgetting that the dull-witted buffalo would not grasp the reference. Brother Niao, come quickly. There is something delicious over here, Guang Hao shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth towards the hefty water buffalo. The buffalo, engrossed in a romantic moment in the grass, initially ignored Guang Hao's call. He was basking in the warmth of family life, having reached the zenith of his bovine existence. Who was Guang Hao? He did not recognize him. Well, Brother Niao truly is a dull buffalo. However, while he may be a simpleton, the female water buffalo is quite the opposite. The voice of the creature that saved both herself and her child resonated clearly in her memory. Thus, upon hearing Guang Hao's call, the magnetic bull approached without a moment's hesitation. Observing that his mate had already departed, the large bull had no choice but to swish its tail and follow closely behind her. The rhythmic sound of hooves striking the ground echoed, and the three figures, two large and one small, grew ever closer. Following the sound, the female bull made her way to Guang Hao, affectionately nudging him with her head upon arrival. The male bull, seemingly aware that he had somewhat neglected Guang Hao, extended his tongue in an attempt to lick him, only to be met with a firm rejection. His tongue, adorned with barbs, could inflict pain. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. After a prolonged silence, Li Lu finally broke the stillness with a sharp exclamation. "My goodness, such an enormous bull. Guang Hao, could it possibly belong to you?" Her outburst roused the villagers from their stupor, and as they gazed upon the colossal creature weighing over a ton, envy glimmered in their eyes. The significance of such a bull is immeasurable. The production team with an old yellow bull was deemed the happiest in Xiaofang village. And now Guang Hao had produced 3 bulls, albeit one was merely a calf, while the other 2 were astonishingly large. The male bull stood an impressive height of 1.8 meters and exceeded 2 meters in length, tipping the scales at over a ton. Its mighty presence left deep imprints in the earth as it trod upon the fields. In comparison, an old yellow bull typically weighs around 500 gene. The difference in stature was akin to that of a heavyweight champion like Tyson facing a kindergarten child. The sheer size of the bull translated to unmatched strength and endurance. While an old yellow bull could manage a mere 5 mu of land in a day, Guang Hao's colossal bull could easily handle over 10 mu daily. This remarkable feat was equivalent to the labor of many hands, and astonishingly, he possessed 2 of these titans. Together, they could accomplish over 20 mu in a single day, effectively completing a month's worth of work for an entire production team in just one day. Oh my goodness! This is simply delightful. In the midst of the villagers' envious and covetous gazes, Guang Hao leisurely harnessed the plows to the 2 large bulls. Although this was their first experience plowing, the bulls showed no resistance. Guang Hao had cultivated an immense rapport with them, ensuring their unwavering loyalty as long as he treated them kindly. "Li Lu, do you know how to use a plow?" After securing the equipment, Guang Hao inquired of her. Still captivated by the 2 bulls, Li Lu's appetite for farming was ignited. With such powerful beasts, tilling the land during the busy season would become as effortless as play. "Of course I can. May I have a turn?" "They won't ignore my commands, will they?" Bulls are known for their loyalty, typically recognizing only their master, making it quite challenging for others to command them. Guang Hao gently entrusted the amiable female bull to her while he took the reins of the male bull. "Rest assured, it is quite gentle, with the slightest tug. It comprehends your intent." The female water buffalo possesses a remarkable spirit, seemingly able to sense the close bond between Guang Hao and the young girl. It turned its head and affectionately nuzzled her, as if to say, "Do not be afraid. Simply command me." Li Lu had long harbored a dream of becoming a skilled cultivator. She envisioned herself steering her water buffalo, issuing a gentle call, and effortlessly turning the most stubborn soil. Now, that dream was manifesting before her eyes, filling her with exhilaration. With a slight shake of the reins, Li Lu tentatively called out, "Let us go." The female water buffalo responded to the command, beginning to stride forward. Although it had recently given birth, the buffalo's inherent endurance was remarkable, and with its robust strength, it pulled the plow as if it were a mere trifle, toiling in the fields without a hint of fatigue. Before the sheer force of nature, even the stoniest ground seemed but a jest. The sharp plow blade penetrated the earth, and with a gentle tug, the water buffalo effortlessly overturned both stones and soil at a breathtaking pace. While Li Lu's plowing progressed astonishingly, Guang Hao could only describe his own experience as one of sheer terror. The male water buffalo was even larger than the female, possessing greater strength and stamina. The plow that left the old yellow buffalo gasping for breath felt weightless upon its back. Ultimately, the water buffalo even grew weary of walking, breaking into a light trot. Its speed leaving Guang Hao struggling to keep up. 5 acres of land, when dug manually by 5 individuals, would take at least a week. Yet, with the 2 water buffalo, the entire expanse was turned over in less than 2 hours. The most astounding part was that after completing a full 5 acres, the 2 buffalo remained as unperturbed as ever, leisurely grazing along the field's edge without even a hint of breathlessness. Witnessing this, the villagers were nearly driven to madness. My goodness, what kind of buffalo is this, so immense and so powerful? Plowing seems like child's play. If we had these creatures, our remaining dozens of acres would be tilled in no time. What do you mean by your team? These belong to Guang Hao's family. They are ours to use. With these 2 buffalo, not only can we complete our labor tasks this year, but we can also cultivate additional land. Ha ha ha. This year, our team will not go hungry. In addition to plowing, the water buffalo excelled at land reclamation. Xiaofang village may lack many things, but it has an abundance of wasteland. The reason for the extensive uncultivated land is not due to a lack of effort. Rather, industriousness and bravery are hallmarks of the people of Longhua. The soil in Xiaofang village, however, is notoriously poor, with rocks beneath the surface, making it difficult to cultivate even an acre of land through manual labor, thus hindering large-scale reclamation. But now, with the strength of these 2 powerful water buffalo, increased yields were no longer a distant dream. For the farmers of this era, grain is everything. They would sacrifice anything for it. Please let us use them too. I implore you. If you could lend them to our team for just 1 week, we would wholeheartedly support whatever you wish to undertake in the future. Indeed, if you wish to become the village chief, we would elect you without hesitation. Furthermore, our 4th team, we are indeed quite impoverished. We implore your assistance for our team. If you could lend us a hand, rest assured that when matters arise at your home, we shall be the first to respond. The same goes for our 2nd team. We are equally in need. All eyes turned toward Guang Hao, imbued with hope and fervor. The mighty water buffalo could cultivate the land. As long as enough land was cleared, they would have food to eat and avoid hunger. This represents their most fundamental and sincere aspiration. However, Guang Hao stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on the timid Wang Dagong amidst the crowd. We shall discuss the matter of borrowing the buffalo later. For now, Secretary Wang, the 5 acres have been plowed. Shouldn't you fulfill your earlier promise? Chapter 138. To apologize or not to apologize. Wang Dagong had sensed something amiss the moment he saw the water buffalo approaching. Human labor alone could never plow 5 acres in a single day. However, with the assistance of a buffalo, the situation would be entirely different, especially since Guang Hao possessed 2. Indeed, while the old yellow buffalo required a full day for its work, the water buffalo completed it in less than 2 hours. Ahem. Guang Hao, today's events were somewhat poorly considered on my part. Thus, I have matters at home that require my attention. Let us defer our agreement. I shall personally resolve it with you later. How does that sound? Wang Dagong forced a radiant smile, repeatedly throwing obstacles in Guang Hao's path. It would be a surprise if Guang Hao were to let him off the hook. While others might grant him, the village secretary, some leniency, Guang Hao was a reincarnated individual. He would not spare even the mayor's face if truly provoked. Moreover, in just a few days, the incident with the spotted leopard would unfold, bringing into question whether this village secretary would even retain his position. Seizing the opportunity, Guang Hao pressed on mercilessly. You have matters at home, do you? No problem. Kneel down, call me grandfather, and apologize. After you have apologized, feel free to leave as you please. No one will stop you. Wang Dagong's countenance darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. At over 50 and nearing 60, being the village secretary of Xiaofang village at such an age, kneeling before a young man like Guang Hao to call him grandfather and apologize would be tantamount to discarding all semblance of dignity. If Wang Dagong were to do so, he would forever be unable to hold his head high in Xiaofang village. Guang Hao, I admit my fault this time. I shall provide you with appropriate compensation. Let us forego the kneeling and calling me grandfather. After all, I am still your village secretary. It is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Don't you agree? Wang Dagong threatened in a low voice. Had Guang Hao been an ordinary villager, he might have let such words slide. The village secretary possesses significant authority. To make an enemy of him could spell trouble in the days to come. However, Guang Hao had no intention of bowing to a village secretary. How laughable. Old dog, kneel before me. With your demeanor, you are unworthy of being our village secretary. That you would wield your small authority to bully me is utterly ridiculous. I shall now convey to you that unless you kneel and express your sincerest apologies today, the 2 oxen, which are the lifeblood of Xiaofang village, shall remain utterly inaccessible to us, leaving us to witness this calamity with helpless eyes. The moment Guang Hao uttered these words, the countenance of the villagers shifted dramatically. These two mighty water buffaloes symbolize the collective hope of the village. Their presence not only facilitates the arduous farming season, but also ensures the cultivation of new lands. With them, the specter of hunger during the winter would be averted. Should Guang Hao refuse their use, all hopes would evaporate, and villagers would once again toil relentlessly with mere hoes to unearth their sustenance. Instantaneously, the villagers of Xiaofang erupted in outrage. As the village secretary, how can you be so disingenuous? One cried, indeed, if your words are but wind, who among us will heed you henceforth? Another urged, hasten to kneel and apologize. A true man must bear responsibility. They recounted how Xiaofang and Li Lu had shed tears while laboring to cultivate 5 acres of land, questioning why a simple apology posed such a challenge. An apology is imperative. A leader must embody the essence of leadership. Do not make us lose respect for you. As long as the dispute did not touch upon their own affairs, the villagers typically refrained from interjecting into the quarrels between Guang Hao and the village secretary. After all, they feared that the clash of titans might inadvertently ensnare innocent bystanders. However, with the secretary's refusal to apologize, Guang Hao's water buffaloes remained withheld, jeopardizing the villagers' fundamental interests. In such circumstances, who cared if one held the title of secretary? They pointed accusingly at Wang Dagong, demanding he kneel and repent. Wang Dagong's face paled in indignation, and ultimately, with no recourse left, he grasped Niu Shan's hand tightly. Village chief, I acknowledge my fault. After all, I am but a secretary. What is kneeling to apologize? Urge the villagers to remain calm, and let Guang Hao also find composure. When the time comes, I shall invite him to my home and extend my apologies privately, whatever he desires. I shall accommodate. This time, I implore you for a favor. Niu Shan, as the village chief, often mediated conflicts among villagers. However, this time, he not only refrained from aiding Wang Dagong, but also forcibly withdrew his hand. When Guang Hao approached previously, I advised you to avoid provocation, yet you chose to antagonize him. Now, you find yourself ensnared and wish for me to sacrifice my dignity. Look at his demeanor. Does my face hold any value now? Furthermore, he possesses 2 water buffaloes. And with our old ox injured, our entire farming this year hinges upon him. Thus, apologizing and admitting fault is not a daunting task, Secretary Wang. Niu Shan's words caused Wang Dagong's eyes to bulge in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Niu Shan, who had consistently maintained neutrality, would now align with Guang Hao. In that instant, he felt as though he had become a class enemy, standing in stark opposition to the entirety of Xiaofang village. Secretary, if it is so arduous to extend an apology, it appears your spine is quite unyielding. Very well, I did not genuinely intend to adopt you as a subordinate. I shall take my leave, and the 2 water buffaloes shall remain out of our reach. Our esteemed secretary's spine is indeed formidable, as you toil in the fields. Exert yourself with vigor, and ensure the secretary's spine remains upright. May it not falter. As he spoke, Guang Hao did not afford anyone else a chance to consider the situation, instead embracing his wife and leading the water buffalo home. Witnessing this scene, the villagers of Xiaofang were filled with indignation. The water buffalo was essential. It was the key to their sustenance. Without adequate food, any further discussion was utterly pointless. To hell with it, the apology is yours to make. You must take responsibility for the mess you've created. If the water buffalo cannot be borrowed back, I shall report you to the commune. Team leader Zhao Dagan forcefully pressed Wang Dagong's shoulder, demanding he kneel and apologize. Zhao Dagan, have you lost your mind? Let go of me at once. Wang Dagong, startled, began to struggle fiercely, refusing to kneel. Our production team consists of over 80 individuals, each receiving less than 100 jin of grain per year. We must cultivate land. We must increase our grain production, and not even the village secretary can stand in our way. Therefore, apologize. The second team's leader was even more direct, delivering a swift kick to Wang Dagong's knee, compelling him to the ground. Liang Yi, how dare you kick me? Just wait. Wang Dagong, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, continued to threaten the second team leader, to risk everything to bring down an emperor. If you deny us our sustenance, it matters not if you are the secretary. Even the mayor would kneel before me. His struggling limbs were pinned down by the leaders of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th teams. Those who had once shown him utmost respect now collectively chose to betray Wang Dagong. This time, not only was he kneeling on the ground, but 5 team leaders also pressed down upon him, forcing him into a humiliating position. Despite his desperate struggles, The 5 leaders held him firmly to the ground, and the shameful Wang Dagong was on the brink of explosion. However, no matter how he fought against them, they remained steadfast. Guang Hao observed this spectacle, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Secretary Wang, I offer you one final chance. Will you apologize or not? Chapter 139. What right do you have to be lenient? Just because her chest is small? Wang Dagong lay pinned to the ground, his adversary Guang Hao standing before him. The humiliation made his eyes redden with fury. Gritting his teeth, Wang Dagong attempted to maintain his defiance, only to feel an unknown foot stomp on his back. Apologize. Yes, apologize quickly. Wang Dagong, if you are a man, then give me your apology. The majority of Xiaofang's villagers pressed Wang Dagong, with some hot-headed individuals resorting to physical force. With a foot pressing him down, he endured both mental and physical torment. Ultimately, Wang Dagong could no longer withstand the pressure. He lowered his head, his teeth biting so hard that blood threatened to spill. I apologize. I am at fault. Today is all my mistake. Guang Hao, please forgive me. Upon seeing this, Guang Hao lightly kicked his head with his foot. Have you forgotten to call me grandfather? Clenching his fists tightly, Wang Dagong, now merely pinned by the 5 team leaders, would have leapt up to confront Guang Hao otherwise. This scoundrel is truly overstepping his bounds. Hurry up, are you mute? Shout out. Once you finish digging, you must call me Grandpa, the villagers urged once more. Grandpa, I was wrong. Wang Dagong finally managed to utter the word Grandpa through gritted teeth. Humph, with a grandson like you, I wouldn't even bother to accept you, Guang Hao retorted, squatting down and gently patting Wang Dagong's weathered face. If you wish to play, feel free to make your move. I shall accompany you to the very end. If you seek revenge, come forth. Grandpa is here waiting for you. However, should you dare lay a hand on my family. Guang Hao extended his index finger and thumb, forming a gun shape, which he pressed against Wang Dagong's forehead. I would take you out with one shot, and I mean it. Though it was merely a fingertip, Wang Dagong felt as though it were the barrel of a real gun. Guang Hao's actions sent a chill of dread coursing through him, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow as he lowered his gaze, unable to meet Guang Hao's eyes. I won't target AI Xiaofang and Li Lu again, he stammered. After thoroughly humiliating Wang Dagong, Guang Hao placed his wife on the back of the water buffalo and led it home. Several production team leaders watched him enviously and even followed partway, hoping to borrow the buffalo. Guang Hao offered no clear answer, merely stating, if you wish to borrow the buffalo, speak to my wife tomorrow. The decision lies with her regarding these 3 buffalo. He intentionally phrased it this way. If he were to lend the buffalo to the team leaders now, knowing his wife's restless nature, she would likely insist on working the fields. However, if the authority over the buffalo rested with AI Xiaofang, even if she wished to toil, the team leaders would never allow her to wield a hoe. The labor of 1 buffalo surpassed that of 10 men, and with 2 more buffaloes in AI Xiaofang's possession, would she truly be required to work in the fields? Absurd. Upon returning home, AI Xiaofang and Li Lu remained enveloped in excitement, still reeling from the day's events. It had been an exhilarating day for both of them. First, Li Lu had accidentally injured the old yellow cow, and then they were forced by village secretary Wang Dagong to plow 5 acres of land. Frankly, while they were digging, both endured excruciating pain. They were exhausted, parched, and their hands ached. Yet Wang Dagong refused to grant them a moment's respite, clearly intent on tormenting them. Thankfully, Guang Hao had appeared like a divine savior. Not only did he compel Wang Dagong to kneel and apologize, but he also returned with 3 buffaloes. These were magnificent water buffaloes, weighing over a ton, an extraordinary prize. With these buffaloes, they would no longer have to toil so laboriously in the fields. Guang Hao, how much did you spend on these buffaloes? AI Xiaofang asked, perched on the back of the docile female water buffalo, while Li Lu led the way. She was utterly enamored with these magnificent creatures, caressing and stroking them even after reaching home, unable to tear herself away. Spent. Not a single penny. I brought them down from the mountain, Guang Hao replied with a smile. What nonsense. You captured them from the mountain? You must be jesting without a care. Li Lu retorted incredulously. If you really could capture such massive water buffaloes, when will you take me to catch one? I'd do anything you ask. Her expression was one of disbelief. Whatever you ask, I'm willing to do it, you said. Tomorrow, I will surely bring another one over. Guang Hao chuckled. Sounds good. Li Lu, unaware of any underlying implications, nodded eagerly. However, she soon sensed a hint of ambiguity in his words. her eyes widening in surprise as she instinctively crossed her arms protectively over her chest. Wait a moment. Why would you help me catch a water buffalo? What are you planning? I must inform you that I am Xiaofang's closest confidant. If you dare to harbor any ill intentions towards me, not only will I not let you off the hook, but Xiaofang will not either. Upon hearing this, AI Xiaofang also grew anxious, realizing Guang Hao's tone seemed rather suggestive. She grasped his hand firmly. Darling, you don't mean it that way, do you? Guang Hao nearly fainted at their naivete. He gently flicked his wife's forehead, then playfully did the same to Li Lu. The flick to his wife was light, akin to a tender massage, but the one to Li Lu was delivered with a bit more force, leaving a blush on her forehead. What nonsense are you thinking? Do you really think your figure can compare to my wife's? I meant that if I were to give you a water buffalo, you could accomplish anything. Thus, I could simply catch one and present it to you as a dowry from your brother-in-law, saving a considerable sum of money. To think you could have designs on me. Your aspirations are grander than your earnings. Upon realizing her misunderstanding, Li Lu's face turned crimson. I misinterpreted your words. Why flick my forehead? You could have just spoken nicely. Flicking me with such force is uncalled for. You stay right there. I must retaliate. With that, she lunged at Guang Hao, who promptly hid behind AI Xiaofang. Wife, save me. Your friend has gone mad. Seeing the playful chaos between them, AI Xiaofang couldn't help but chuckle. All right, enough of this silliness. If Li Lu truly comes over, she will be your sister-in-law. You should be more accommodating. Guang Hao sulked at his wife's defense of Li Lu. Why should I accommodate her? Just because she has a smaller bust? Guang Hao, how can you be so venomous with your words? AI Xiaofang, hold him down. I must settle this with him today. Li Lu, breaking her composure, chased after Guang Hao. In the ensuing days, Xiaofang village resembled a festive celebration, bustling with activity. The two large water buffalo officially joined in the farming efforts. As they returned to the fields, the villagers of Xiaofang realized their previous estimates of the water buffalo's capabilities had been woefully conservative. Cultivating 10 acres in a day was hardly their limit. The male buffalo plowed 15 acres effortlessly. Their strength and endurance were astonishingly formidable. With the two water buffalo at her command, AI Xiaofang ascended to the highest status in the village. No one dared assign her work anymore. Even during breaks, everyone ensured she had the most comfortable spot, all in hopes of having AI Xiaofang lend them the buffalo for their own use. Not only has AI Xiaofang's status experienced a meteoric rise, but even the brothers of the AI family and Li Lu have also reaped numerous benefits. In essence, the family of Guang Hao, now endowed with the might of the water buffalo, wields more influence in Xiaofang village than the village secretary, Wang Dagong. Such is the allure of the water buffalo. Chapter 140. The eldest brother's marriage proposal. Wang Dagong sat at home, having refrained from work for several days, claiming to be suffering from a cold and in need of rest. Yet, everyone knew the truth. He was merely afraid of facing ridicule from others. After his failed attempt to confront AI Xiaofang, he was instead forced by Guang Hao to kneel and apologize, a moment that nearly drove him to despair. Damn it, Guang Hao. If I ever find the opportunity, I will surely make you pay. With a fierce kick, he sent the table flying. It was yet another in a long line of tables he had demolished. The members of his household dared not approach him in his sudden fury. Ever since his last return, his temperament had been volatile. Provoking him could lead to a scathing reprimand or, worse, a violent beating. Father, please don't be angry. If you truly wish to deal with Guang Hao, perhaps I have a solution, Wang Daqiang said cheerfully as he entered the room. In a fit of rage, Wang Dagong, seeing his son's cheerful demeanor, hurled a stool at him. What solution? What can you possibly do? Guang Hao has acquired 2 powerful water buffalo, and in just a few days, they have completed all the labor required for the busy farming season. Now, everyone in the village is begging them for favors. They have more pull than I. The village secretary. What can you possibly do to confront him? Dad, while the villagers cannot handle Guang Hao, there are others outside the village. Wang Daqiang deftly dodged the flying stool and leaned in closer to whisper to his father. You've been urging me to cultivate a good relationship with manager Wen Guoyang. And as luck would have it, I happened to meet Brother Hu, a notorious figure in these parts. Dealing with Guang Hao would be a trivial matter for him. Wang Dagong furrowed his brow. Brother Hu? Who is this Brother Hu? I've never heard of him. Hee. Dad, you're a man of the upright world, so naturally, you wouldn't know Brother Hu. But if I mention military master, you should recognize that name. Wang Daqiang chuckled. At the mention of military master, Wang Dagong's expression shifted dramatically. You mean the military master from Longkou town? Indeed, Wang Daqiang confirmed. Brother Hu is one of his subordinates. Absolutely. Wang Dagong's face lit up with elation as he clapped Wang Daqiang on the shoulder, the previously oppressive atmosphere dissipating entirely. Haha, I thought you only associated with unsavory characters. But it seems you have even managed to connect with military master. If Brother Hu is truly aligned with him, then Guang Hao is as good as finished. However, the man from the military is not one to act cheaply. Should he come to assist us, his price is steep. Wang Daqiang chuckled. Brother Hu said, for a leg or an arm, it's 100. If we want him to disappear entirely, it's 1,000. This pricing left Wang Dagong gasping in disbelief. It was the 1970s, with monthly wages barely reaching a few dozen yuan. As a village secretary, his salary amounted to a mere 50 yuan each month. This price truly felt exorbitant. After pondering for several moments, Wang Dagong made up his mind. He rose and entered the room, rummaging around before producing a small cloth pouch. Here are 200 yuan. Have Brother Hu cripple Guang Hao's hands. He is a hunter, relying on his hands for his craft. Without them, he is rendered useless. Wang Daqiang accepted the money, patting his chest confidently. Rest assured, it will be done reliably, and within a week, I guarantee the task will be completed. With that, Wang Daqiang took the money and turned to seek Brother Hu, only to find Sun Ming loitering outside his door like a headless fly. Startled by his presence, Sun Ming appeared flustered. What are you doing here, jumping around like a nervous wreck? Wang Dagong inquired, his brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. I was just... Never mind, just passing by, Sun Ming stammered, hesitating to reveal the truth. You're acting crazy. If there's nothing going on, just scram. Didn't my father assign you the task of herding sheep? What are you doing here instead? Those sheep can be sold next month. Be sure to save a fat one for me. Wang Daqiang, oblivious to Sun Ming's unease, waved him off and departed. After he left, Sun Ming lingered at the doorway for a long time, ultimately deciding against entering. Losing one sheep might be forgivable, but 10? If the village secretary found out, his fate would be sealed. No, this matter must remain a secret. But what to do about the sheep? What should I do? Sun Ming stood at Wang Dagong's door, his face etched with despair. Guang Hao had descended from Ghost Head Mountain early that day. Recently, his focus had shifted from hunting to raising the Taotaos. After Wang Daqiang's large-scale slaughter of the Taotaos, their population had dwindled rapidly. Fearing their disappearance from Ghost Head Mountain, Guang Hao had spent the past few days with AI Guamin building enclosures and providing nourishment for the remaining Taotaos. Through their efforts, Guang Hao successfully established a protected area exceeding 50 acres, clearing it of nearly all predators. With this sanctuary and ample food supply, the severely depleted Taotaos could finally catch their breath. Under Guang Hao's care, the surviving Taotaos grew increasingly plump by the next breeding season. Their enhanced nutrition would surely lead to an explosive increase in their population. Meanwhile, Guang Hao also discovered that the practice of enclosed breeding would greatly benefit the future of hunting. By adapting to local conditions, the enclosed breeding of wildlife resulted in rapid increases in both their numbers and sizes. As long as the domesticated wildlife was plentiful, he might not even need to hunt in the future, ensuring a continuous supply of meat. Therefore, in addition to raising the tortoise chickens, Guang Hao planned to establish a protected area for colorful pheasants when time permitted. This approach was quite similar to artificial breeding, albeit on a larger scale and in a more favorable environment compared to the confines of a conventional farm. Just as Guang Hao was envisioning the future, he and his second brother arrived home. No sooner had they settled in to quench their thirst than their third brother, Ai Guozhong, rushed over excitedly. Sister-in-law, second brother. Come quickly, we need to head to the old residence. Guang Hao had hunted 2 antelopes and gathered several pounds of mountain goods that day, and was still waiting for Wu Jiming to deliver the goods to the state-run restaurant. Thus, he chuckled and inquired, what is the urgent matter? You can just tell me. I still need to wait for Wu Jiming to arrive with the delivery. Upon hearing this, Ai Guozhong lowered his head in contemplation for a few moments before replying. Here's the thing, you should come with me first. Let the second brother handle the delivery. You must go help the eldest brother with this matter. It is of utmost importance. What is it about? Guang Hao asked, intrigued. It's regarding the eldest brother's marriage proposal. Chapter 141. I haven't provoked her. Upon hearing that it was about his brother Ai Guohua's marriage proposal, Guang Hao was momentarily taken aback before a radiant smile spread across his face. So, this fellow has finally awakened and wishes to propose to Li Lu. Truly, I have not been in vain trying to bring them together. To be honest, Li Lu is indeed remarkable. Not only is she beautiful, but she also works diligently and possesses a kind heart. Aside from being somewhat lacking in bust size, she has hardly any other flaws. In this regard, the contrast with Xiaofang is stark, as Xiaofang is utterly flawless. Ha ha ha, since it concerns the eldest brother's marriage, I shall go and assess the situation. Second brother, I appreciate your effort in delivering the mountain goods to Wu Jiming, Guang Hao said with a smile. Not a problem. You all go ahead, and I will join you after I finish up, the second brother replied. With that, Guang Hao followed AI Guozhong out of the house. After taking only a few steps, they encountered AI Xiaofang and Li Lu returning with 2 large water buffaloes. These buffaloes had been working tirelessly during the busy farming season, with the female buffalo even nursing a calf, appearing quite worn out. Yet, rather than losing weight, both buffaloes were thriving, plump and well-fed. In the village, everyone sought to utilize the water buffaloes, leading them to go to great lengths to curry favor with AI Xiaofang. Whether working or resting, AI Xiaofang and Li Lu were surrounded by a throng of young women and wives. Those in the know understood that AI Xiaofang was working, while those unaware might mistake her for a young lady accompanied by a retinue of handmaidens on holiday. The crowd surrounding AI Xiaofang was so dense that some clever individuals sought alternative ways to gain favor. If I can't get close to AI Xiaofang, surely I can win over the water buffaloes. Thus, the couple of water buffaloes indulged themselves in a sumptuous buffet, requiring no effort to move, as the tender aquatic grasses were relentlessly stuffed into their mouths by the villagers. With such daily indulgence, how could they possibly avoid gaining weight? Oh, where are you two headed? Upon seeing Guang Hao and Sanggu, AI Xiaofang hurried over, her braided hair dancing in the wind, looking exceedingly lovely. We are going to the ancestral home. Would you care to join us? Guang Hao said with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. As long as she could accompany Guang Hao, AI Xiaofang was willing to follow him anywhere. With an ease that spoke of familiarity, she looped her arm around Guang Hao's, resembling a clingy Siamese cat. Since Guang Hao and AI Xiaofang were headed to the main residence, there must be some matter at hand, prompting Li Lu to bid them farewell. Since you have matters to attend to, I shall return home with the buffalo. See you tomorrow, Xiaofang. AI Xiaofang also extended her hand to bid farewell to her friend. Guang Hao chuckled at the scene. Today, they were visiting the main residence to discuss his brother-in-law's marriage proposal, and as the female lead, it was only fitting to bring AI Xiaofang along. This way, she could voice any request directly. Ahem, Li Lu, why don't you join us? After all, this matter concerns you as well. Huh, what does it have to do with me? Li Lu appeared bewildered. Come along and you'll find out, Guang Hao teased. Sang Ji's cousin, Ai Guozhong, was equally perplexed. Indeed, what does the matchmaker's introduction of a young lady to the elder brother have to do with Li Lu? Precisely. The AI family's straight-laced bachelors extend beyond just AI Guohua. Thus, Guang Hao and his companions, with Li Lu in tow, proceeded directly to the main residence. Upon arrival, Guang Hao was taken aback by the liveliness. The main house was bustling with activity. A multitude of aunts and cousins had gathered, whispering amongst themselves, and though Guang Hao did not listen intently, he discerned they were engaging in comparisons. My niece is more beautiful than yours. My daughter has a larger rear than yours, making her more desirable for childbearing. These old aunts were unabashedly conversing in front of several single uncles, seemingly unbothered by the awkwardness. Guang Hao chuckled softly and stepped inside the house. To his surprise, the commotion inside was even greater. Seated at the head was an elderly woman with a prominent mole at the corner of her mouth, the famous matchmaker of Xiaofang village. It was said that among the 10 families in Xiaofang village, at least 5 had been introduced by her. Flanking the matchmaker were his brother-in-law, AI Guohua, and an unfamiliar middle-aged woman. AI Guohua kept his head down, his dark complexion betraying his embarrassment. To those aware, it was evident he was seated in discomfort. To the unknowing, one might mistake him for being on a tiger bench. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman nodded continuously, seemingly quite pleased with AI Guohua, while the matchmaker's smile radiated like a blooming chrysanthemum. How about it, AI Guohua? She is willing to agree to anything, as long as you nod. Little Hua can marry you tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Hearing this, Guang Hao keenly sensed that something was amiss. This atmosphere bore an uncanny resemblance to an arranged marriage meeting. Gently tugging at his uncle's sleeve, Guang Hao inquired in a hushed tone, Uncle San, what are you all up to? Surely, you are not arranging a blind date for Uncle Da? He lowered his voice, wary of being overheard by Li Lu nearby. However, Uncle AI Guoqiang had no such reservations. Proclaiming loudly, "Can't you see? Just yesterday, I sought the matchmaker, and today, she has come with a plethora of potential brides for your elder brother to choose from. With so many candidates, your uncle is quite overwhelmed, and that's why I need your assistance in advising him. My dear brother-in-law, being a man of experience, could you discern which of these young ladies would suit him best?" Upon hearing this, Guang Hao felt a sense of dread wash over him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Li Lu's reaction. True to form, after a moment of astonishment, she raised an eyebrow, wrinkled her nose, and her bright eyes seemed to blaze with fervor. AI Guohua is seeking my assistance in selecting a partner? I did not anticipate such trust from everyone. Thus, I shall not shy away from the task. Without affording either Uncle San or Guang Hao a chance to respond, Li Lu strode boldly out of the room. Ouch! Li Lu, what are you doing? Release me. You're stepping on my foot. As she advanced, AI Guozhong emitted a piercing cry. Guang Hao glanced down to find AI Xiaofang fiercely trampling on AI Guozhong's foot, clearly incensed, as she continued to grind her heel into it, prompting AI Guozhong to cry out in distress. Why, in such a spacious area, must you insist on placing your foot upon mine? Li Lu replied with a stoic expression. Please, release me, it truly hurts. AI Guozhong pleaded, desperately tugging at his foot. After a considerable struggle, he finally extricated his foot from beneath Li Lu's shoe, only to discover that the skin was reddened from her relentless pressure. What is her problem? I have not provoked her. Why is she stepping on me? AI Guoqiang lamented, his face marked by grievance. Guang Hao, upon hearing this, silently embraced AI Xiaofang standing beside him, discreetly hiding his foot behind her heel. Chapter 142, Not a Suitable Match. Li Lu strode purposefully to AI Guohua's back and, lifting her foot, delivered a sharp kick that sent him tumbling from his seat. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? AI Guohua exclaimed as he rose from the floor, bewildered. How is it that I come to assist you in selecting a partner, and you dare to scold me? Do you have no conscience? Li Lu retorted, her anger surpassing his, her neck taut and her eyes glistening with indignation. Overwhelmed by her formidable presence, AI Guohua could only retract his head slightly. All right, it is entirely my fault. I confess I am at a loss regarding such matters. If you wish to help, then please take the lead. Having subdued AI Guohua, Li Lu then turned her icy gaze towards the matchmaker, her tone frigid as she demanded. Now, which eligible young ladies are willing to participate in this matchmaking? Present them to me, that I may have a thorough understanding. Li Lu, cease your antics. This is AI Guohua's matchmaking event, and you share no ties with him. Why do you insist on creating a commotion here? He Mei Pe, as the matchmaker, possesses an intricate understanding of the relational web within Xiaofang village. She is well aware that Li Lu and the AI family are merely good friends, devoid of any familial connection. To have a close friend assist in selecting a partner is nothing short of folly. Who says I have no stake in this? I am AI Xiaofang's bosom companion, akin to a sister. AI Guohua is AI Xiaofang's elder brother, and thus, I possess the right to aid my brother in choosing a woman, do I not? If you doubt this, you may inquire with Guang Hao or the AI family to confirm my authority. Li Lu, an outsider, exuded an air of confidence that rivaled that of the family members themselves. He Mei Pe surveyed the gathering of the AI family, and all, including Guang Hao, could only nod in agreement. There was no escaping the fact that Li Lu was akin to a powder keg. Any opposition would surely ignite her wrath. Observing the unanimous agreement from the AI family, He Mei Pe, despite feeling an oddity in the situation, maintained her professional composure and began to introduce the eligible ladies she had brought along. The first was Xiao Lan from Team 3, whom you may have encountered. Not only is she beautiful, but her temperament is also gentle. Most importantly, she has an elder brother who is employed, making her a commendable match for your elder brother. As He Mei Pe spoke, her smile was radiant and her tone soothing. Even in the absence of a prior meeting, she managed to convey that Xiao Lan would be a fitting match. Truly, she was a professional in her field. Oh, if it would be a hardship for her, perhaps we should move on to the next candidate. However, regrettably, she was met with the unreasonable Li Lu. No, hardship is but a descriptor. She is very much willing to marry AI Guohua. Next, Li Lu's expression remained impassive. Very well, then how about Xiaofang from Team 1? She is beautiful, possesses a good character, and is perfectly suited for your brother. Most importantly, she is aware that the suitor is AI Guohua and would require only a token bride price of $10. I know Xiaofang. She is far too slender. And AI Guohua prefers a more robust figure. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Lu declined once more. AI Guohua, overhearing, felt his face flush with embarrassment. When did I ever express a preference for the robust? I was unaware. All right, what of Xiao Yangtao from Wang? She boasts a voluptuous figure, particularly her posterior, which could surely ensure a son in the future. He may continued her introductions. I have seen Xiao Yangtao. While she is indeed ample, she is frightfully unattractive. Bringing her home would likely frighten AI Guohua into submission. Li Lu idly rubbed her nails, resolutely passing once again. AI Guohua thought to himself, what does frighten into submission even mean? You must believe I have never visited Wang or seen Xiao Yangtao. Yet, witnessing Li Lu's demeanor, he found himself silently critiquing her, too intimidated to utter a word, opting instead to stifle any protests. I have navigated the realm of matchmaking for many years and have yet to encounter someone as discerning as you. I refuse to believe I cannot find a match that satisfies you. He may invigorated by Li Lu's tenacity, resolved to scour her roster of quality candidates. In Hohot village, there resides a young woman named Xiaoqin, who possesses an exquisite appearance, physique, and character. At one time, she was even renowned alongside AI Xiaofang as two radiant blossoms. However, Xiaoqin is not merely a widow. Her son is already 3 years old. What? Am I to be made a father by my elder brother? Li Jing from Fangliang village has scant hair. Helan from Dongai village has rather short legs. Wang Shu from Longkou town has an unpleasant odor. He Min from Minjiachi has excessively long nails. The matchmaker, he, has mentioned countless unmarried girls, nearly encompassing the entire region. Yet Li Lu consistently manages to identify their flaws and unhesitatingly dismisses them. You are deliberately causing trouble. Long nails and foul odors are indeed reasons for rejection. The matchmaker feels utterly exasperated. Why is this so? Our elder brother is quite particular about personal hygiene and does not fancy such women. Does he, AI Guohua? Li Lu turned back and flashed a sweet smile at AI Guohua. Upon seeing this smile, AI Guohua shuddered. Yes, you are entirely correct. Unreasonable and absurd. It seems you are not here for matchmaking, but rather to cause chaos. The matchmaker, angered, stood up and intended to leave. In a typical matchmaking scenario, individuals usually consider appearance and shared values, unlike Li Lu, who scrutinizes foul odors and nail lengths. Seeing the matchmaker's frustration, the three loyal patriots quickly attempted to rise and intervene, but as soon as they spoke, Li Lu shot them a murderous glare. One of them attempted to say more, but Guang Hao silently pulled him back. As a seasoned matchmaker, he has successfully united countless couples in the area, her keen eyes discerning. Just a moment ago, she was flustered by Li Lu, but now, it dawned on her. No wonder Li Lu is dissatisfied with everyone. It turns out she has feelings for AI Guohua. When matching someone she adores, it is no surprise she struggles to find a suitable partner. Realizing this, the matchmaker suddenly smiled. She sat down again and cheerfully announced, I know of a girl who is guaranteed to be a perfect match for AI Guohua. You can start preparing the betrothal gifts right away. Upon hearing this, Li Lu's anger flared once more. How is it that so many are interested in a mere AI Guohua? It truly infuriates me. Who? Li Lu asked through gritted teeth. The fifth daughter of Li Changshu, the matchmaker replied with a grin. Li Lu pondered for a moment and realized that the fifth daughter of Li Changshu would not do. She could not find a single flaw in her, for the fifth daughter was none other than herself. Chapter 143, Clarifying Intentions. She is not suitable. I absolutely refuse to marry that wretched man. Li Lu's eyes glistened with tears as she abruptly rose from her seat and stormed out. After her departure, the matchmaker also stood up, dusted off her clothes, and approached the third brother, AI Guozhong, with a hint of displeasure. AI Laosan, can we not engage in more sensible matters next time? Your elder brother has already found his beloved, yet he still sought me out for a matchmaking session. What is this? Do you enjoy making a fool out of me? The matchmaker, he, expressed her displeasure. No, that was not my intention. Moreover, I had no idea when my brother found someone special. Third brother AI Guozhong is still rather muddled in his thoughts. Never mind, considering your demeanor. Rather than worrying about your elder brother, you ought to focus on yourself. Your brother is as dense as a log, and it appears you are not much better. I wonder how you will manage to marry a wife. With a sigh, the matchmaker he departed from the room. After she left, she took along the curious onlookers. leaving only the AI family in the old residence. Since they were already at the ancestral home and the hour was late, Guang Hao and AI Xiaofang decided to dine there. Younger sister and brother-in-law stayed for the meal, as this was indeed a joyous occasion. Brother-in-law AI Guohua personally cooked, while second brother AI Guamin rode his bicycle to procure some liquor from the supply and marketing cooperative. At 6 o'clock in the evening, dinner was served punctually. Although brothers' culinary skills could not rival Guang Hao's, the table was replete with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, making for a sumptuous feast. Brother, after so many introductions by the matchmaker today, did none of them catch your fancy? Third brother AI Guazhong inquired while savoring a piece of chicken. You truly are relentless. I have already stated that I am not currently considering such matters. Yet you insist on having the matchmaker introduce me. And now, alas, none are to my liking, leading others to think our family is excessively discerning. AI Guohua replied earnestly, in truth, I simply have no such aspirations. At present, my sole focus is to earn more money. After the new year, we will renovate this old home, and then we shall address other matters. However, by the time the renovation is done, you will be 28. In a few more years, if you remain unmarried, your options may dwindle to widows. There's no rush to renovate. The old home is still livable. You must prioritize resolving your personal issues first, AI Guamin also advised. Enough. I am well aware. No need to dwell on these matters. It is a rare occasion for my younger sister and brother-in-law to visit. Come, let us drink. AI Guohua raised his glass, clinking it with Guang Hao's. Since Li Lu's departure, AI Guohua had felt an undeniable sense of melancholy. He could not quite understand why. Simply recalling Li Lu's red-rimmed eyes stirred discomfort within him. Particularly when she had assisted him with matchmaking, it left him with an unsettling sense of having erred. The entire situation felt peculiar. Consequently, AI Guohua lacked enthusiasm at dinner, drowning his sorrows in drink. Guang Hao and AI Xiaofang exchanged knowing glances. The brothers of the AI family were all steadfast and straightforward men, thus oblivious to Li Lu's feelings for AI Guohua. Yet Guang Hao and AI Xiaofang were well aware. Most importantly, today's commotion instigated by Li Lu had evidently struck a chord with AI Guohua. The brother-in-law must now be contemplating his sentiments towards Li Lu. This was indeed the opportune moment for candor. What do you think? You are their sister. They heed your words above all. Guang Hao discreetly nudged his wife sitting beside him. Oh dear, I'm at a loss for words, she replied. Darling, perhaps you should take the lead. AI Xiaofang felt hesitant to broach the topic of her eldest brother's romantic affairs in front of the others. The couple whispered to each other, catching the attention of fifth brother AI Guofu, who inquired with a warm smile. If there's something to discuss, please do. We are all family here. There's no need for secrecy. Upon hearing this, Guang Hao cleared his throat and continued, since the conversation has reached this point, I shall speak candidly. What do you think of the last matchmaker's suggestion for a blind date, brother-in-law? The mention of the final prospective partner plunged everyone into reminiscence. Li Changshu's fifth daughter. Who is she? Someone mused. I recall that Li Changshu is from our fifth team. Li Changshu, that name rings a bell. You fools. Li Changshu is the uncle we often call Uncle Li. His fifth daughter is Li Lu. In rural areas, people seldom use given names, typically opting for nicknames. For instance, the AI brothers are known from AI Laoda to AI Laoyao. Similarly, they frequently referred to Li Changshu as Uncle Li. So it took a moment for them to connect the dots upon hearing his name. It was only with AI Guofu's reminder that they realized the matchmaker was speaking of Li Lu. Li Lu is quite lovely, albeit a bit fierce, someone remarked. That girl is innocent and gets along very well with our little sister. Indeed, she is charming and hardworking, a perfect match for our elder brother. The AI brothers turned their gaze toward AI Guohua, making his face flush with embarrassment. What jest is this? How could someone like Li Lu possibly take an interest in me? I am 27, while she is merely 21. There are plenty of young, handsome lads who would catch her eye, certainly not someone like me. AI Guohua repeatedly insisted that he was unworthy, yet he downed 2 cups of liquor immediately afterward. Clearly, he harbored feelings for Li Lu but lacked the confidence to express them. Guang Hao and AI Xiaofang exchanged a knowing glance, both sharing a suppressed smile. As long as he had feelings, that was what mattered. It would be troublesome if their brother-in-law were indifferent. Indeed, at 21, Li Lu would hardly be interested in someone who is 27, they acknowledged. However, she has reached a marriageable age. And I heard that Uncle Li is already arranging her marriage. They speculated on which handsome young man might win her heart, anticipating an invitation to the wedding. When the time comes, brother-in-law, do remember to be generous with your gifts. Oh, and besides the wedding, there will also be the celebration for the baby's first month. As friends, we must be quite generous. Guang Hao raised his cup with an air of anticipation, as if Li Lu were to marry the next day and bear a child the day after. Xiaofang gazed at her husband's antics, her large eyes wide with disbelief. You are trying to matchmake our brother with Li Lu, yet you have him attending her wedding and the celebration for her child? What nonsense is this? Guang Hao simply squeezed her hand, wearing a look that said, "Leave it to me." Guohua was already in a rather gloomy mood today, and now, being tempted by Guang Hao, he couldn't help but indulge in fantasies about the scene of Li Lu's wedding. The thought of her marrying another man and starting a family only deepened his discomfort. The wine glass in his hand creaked under pressure, and with a sudden crack, it shattered. The sharp glass shards jolted him back to reality, and he looked up, uncertainly inquiring, I should perhaps try. It seems I might have feelings for Li Lu." Guohua's face was an alarming shade of red, and he stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Yet, for Guang Hao, this was already sufficient. Guohua harbored feelings for Li Lu, though he remained oblivious to them, perhaps suppressing them due to his own insecurities. In such situations, mere persuasion is futile. The best course of action is to make him understand the sensation of losing Li Lu. Only through loss can he overcome everything and muster the courage to express his feelings. Ha ha ha. Of course, there's no problem. Brother, think carefully. If you confess to Li Lu and she rejects you, the outcome wouldn't differ much from your current situation. So why fear? Be brave and pursue her. Guang Hao said with a smile. Well, I shall give it a try. Most people probably look down on me. Guohua said this. Yet a smile began to grace his lips. Chapter 144. Xiaofang. I shall challenge you. Finally, Guohua unraveled the knots in his heart, transforming into a different person. Not only did smiles adorn his face, but his appetite also surged remarkably. Everyone indulged in food and drink until around 7 or 8 in the evening. Xiaofang had eaten her fill, and Guang Hao, having been slightly intoxicated by several of his brothers-in-law, felt a bit dazed. Noticing the late hour, Xiaofang bid farewell to her brothers and took Guang Hao home. Upon returning, Guang Hao felt utterly drained. The liquor of the 1970s was genuine grain alcohol, smooth in flavor but potent in its after-effects. Unable to move, he found Xiaofang meticulously attending to him, washing his face, undressing him, and washing his feet with great care. Although he was drunk, his mind remained alert. Witnessing his wife's thoughtful care filled him with profound emotion. He pulled Xiaofang into his embrace and planted a heavy kiss on her rosy lips. My dear wife, you are truly wonderful. You are the best wife in the world. Hearing Guang Hao's compliments, Xiaofang chuckled and playfully nuzzled against him. Really? Do you truly think so highly of me? Guang Hao nodded vigorously. Indeed, the best in the world. Then, how about showing some appreciation for your wife? In the hazy twilight, Xiaofang's eyes seemed to sparkle. How should I do that? Guang Hao, intoxicated, found his thoughts less agile than usual. Well, love and desire have always been intertwined. Guang Hao cherished Xiaofang, constantly yearning to be close to her. Similarly, Xiaofang loved Guang Hao deeply, longing for his company each evening. After some playful antics, Guang Hao, content, held his wife close, ready to sleep. Yet, today, Xiaofang was particularly spirited, twisting and chatting with him, refusing to sleep for quite some time. Husband, isn't it peculiar? She mused. Previously, when we attempted to arrange a marriage for our elder brother, not only were there no suitors from other villages, but even in our own Xiaofang village, few deemed him worthy. Yet now, when the third brother sought the matchmaker, an astonishing number of young ladies are eager to meet him. Guang Hao chuckled softly in response. Isn't that obvious? Just reflect on the life our brother once led compared to his current circumstances. In the past, he struggled, often providing for us despite his own meager existence, which undoubtedly deterred any potential brides. Now, not only has our situation improved, but our brother also earns a decent income from his daily catch. A few dozen yuan each day amounts to over 1,000 a month, a sum that rivals that of high-ranking workers. Under such favorable conditions, which girl wouldn't be captivated? Upon hearing this, Xiaofang instantly grasped the truth. Indeed, her elder brother had transformed. His earnings alongside Guang Hao were significant. Moreover, their household status had risen dramatically, boasting a bicycle, and a water buffalo. In just 2 weeks, the AI family had become renowned as one of the wealthier households in the area. Now, even the villagers spoke to her with newfound respect, leaving her feeling somewhat unaccustomed. However, rather than joy, a profound sense of foreboding washed over her. With her brother earning substantial daily wages, young women eager for courtship would soon be knocking at their door. If others learned that her beloved Guang Hao earned over 1,000 yuan daily, with some days exceeding 10,000, they would undoubtedly covet him fiercely. Despite being in the 1970s and in a rural setting, the community was anything but conservative. In fact, it was remarkably liberal. Young women openly discussed matters that made AI Xiaofang blush with embarrassment. No, I cannot allow them to take my Guang Hao. AI Xiaofang was generous by nature, willing to share everything, except for Guang Hao. He was hers alone. Husband, I find myself yearning anew. Let us indulge once more, she said, her voice dripping with affection, as if she wished to draw Guang Hao into her very essence. AI Xiaofang, you must exercise restraint. I am not a Superman, capable of enduring such fervor every night. I truly find it overwhelming, Guang Hao replied, gripping his blanket tightly in trepidation. In a world so cold towards men, this blanket was his only source of warmth and security. Yet, despite his resolve, AI Xiaofang was a temptress in bed, and even if Guang Hao were a reincarnated golden cicada, he would succumb to temptation. Ah, AI Xiaofang, I shall fight you for this, he exclaimed. The following morning, Guang Hao lingered in bed, refusing to rise even when AI Guamin personally urged him to get up. He remained nestled until around 11 o'clock, finally dragging himself from the covers. After a combined breakfast and lunch, Guang Hao and AI Guamin ventured into the eerie Ghost Head Mountain. The enclosure for the Tua chicken is nearly complete. All that remains is to maintain vigilant patrols, repairing any broken sections of the fence as needed. Thus, the primary task for the day for the two brothers is to secure the territories of the colorful mountain chicken and the flower-tailed hazel chicken. The colorful mountain chicken, as one might expect, is the wild animal most suited for domestication. In later generations, the vast majority of artificially bred mountain chickens are variants of this species. As for the flower-tailed hazel chicken, its rarity and exquisite flavor are the main draws. If the decline of the Tua chicken's population is attributed to Wang Daqiang's relentless hunting, the flower-tailed hazel chicken scarcity is a natural phenomenon. With low reproductive capabilities, a small size, and numerous predators, their survival in the environment of Ghost Head Mountain has always been precarious. If this species could also be successfully domesticated, one could indulge in their delightful meat every day. Not only is it delicious, but it is also a highly nutritious treasure. While Guang Hao and AI Guamin busied themselves with the enclosure, the golden monkey, Xiaolong, and the giant wolf, drawn by the aroma, approached. Over time, the bond between the golden monkey and the giant wolf had grown remarkably close. With the giant wolf as a companion, Xiaolong seldom ventured into the trees. Golden monkeys typically ascend trees to evade terrestrial predators, but with the giant wolf by her side, what predator would dare to threaten her? Thus, Xiaolong perched daily upon the giant wolf's back, her small head held high, exuding an air of confidence reminiscent of a monkey commanding a wolf. As for the giant wolf, after a prolonged period of care, its severely injured hind leg had nearly healed. Guang Hao inspected the condition of its leg. The wounds had all scabbed over, and although the fur had yet to regrow, the wolf's mobility was no longer hindered. You've made a remarkable recovery. Soon, I shall remove the splint, and you will once again frolic with vigor, Guang Hao remarked, patting the wolf's head with a smile. The giant wolf responded with excited howls, seemingly comprehending Guang Hao's words. What a remarkably perceptive creature. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Daqiang hurriedly made his way to Longkou town. He approached Hu Ji's residence directly, lowering his voice as he spoke. Hu Ge, I have a significant business proposition for you. Will you accept it? Chapter 145, A Major Incident in the Village. Hu Ge, whose full name is Shun Hu, is a subordinate of Li Wei, responsible for handling various affairs and holding a minor leadership position within Li Jun's faction. Upon hearing of a business opportunity, a glimmer of interest appeared in Shun Hu's eyes. Ha ha ha, I shall certainly entertain any business that comes my way, young Master Wang. I wonder what magnitude of venture you bring to me today. Wang Daqiang, without any pretense, produced a bundle of cloth from his embrace and handed it to Shun Hu. 200 yuan, for 2 arms. Shun Hu accepted the cloth, unfurling it before Wang Daqiang's eyes. He counted the money inside with precision. 200 yuan. Neither a penny more nor less. Precisely. With the money tucked into his pocket, Shunhu's smile widened even further. Young Master Wang is quite generous. Just say the name of the person you desire, and their arm shall belong to you. Guang Hao. Wang Daqiang declared fiercely. Upon hearing that name, Shunhu was momentarily taken aback, and then a sudden realization dawned upon him. Guang Hao, why does that name sound so familiar? Is it the Guang Hao from our Xiaofang village, the one who came down as a sent-down youth? He is indeed easy to find. He is the only person with the surname Guang in our village, Wang Daqiang confirmed. Guang Hao, the sent-down youth from Xiaofang village. In that instant, Shunhu comprehended who this Guang Hao was. His expression became somewhat peculiar as he scrutinized Wang Daqiang before responding, "No problem. Dealing with Guang Hao is a matter of mere minutes. However, I have a few matters to attend to at the moment. Young Master Wang, please rest here for a while. I shall return shortly." Shunhu had painstakingly built a connection with Wang Daqiang, so he naturally harbored no suspicions against him. Yes. Brother Hu, attend to your business first. Once you are done, we can discuss how to deal with Guang Hao at our leisure. Wang Daqiang's eyes blazed with fury at the mention of Guang Hao, as if he wished to devour him alive. Shunhu merely smiled, said nothing further, and exited the room. Once outside, Shunhu signaled to his two subordinates to keep a close watch on Wang Daqiang, ensuring he did not leave. The two understood his intent, nodded, and firmly secured the door. Having completed this, Shunhu departed and made his way to Li Jun's location. Upon reaching Li Jun, Shunhu wasted no time in relaying Wang Daqiang's intentions towards Guang Hao, even presenting the 200 yuan that Wang Daqiang had sent. Damn it! This bastard dares to target our brother Guang Hao. Where is he now? I will go and take care of him myself. Guang Hao is a close friend that Li Jun had instructed to maintain good relations with, so naturally, he was eager to assist. Wang Daqiang is currently detained at my place. If Brother Wei wishes to deal with him, he can do so at once, Shunhu respectfully stated. Well done. I shall commend you for this. Lead the way. Li Wei replied, eager to confront Wang Daqiang. However, just as Li Wei was about to step out, Li Jun suddenly called out to him. Hold on. Do not act against Wang Daqiang just yet. Release him and inform him that we are accepting this job. Inquire about his plans and extract the details, then report back to me. But, brother, what do you mean? Are we truly going to take on this task against Brother Guang Hao? Li Wei was taken aback. While Guang Hao may seem like just a rustic villager, in reality, he wields significant influence. The manager of the state-owned restaurant is his brother, the manager of the supply and marketing cooperative is his subordinate, and he can converse with Mayor Hu from the city. Most importantly, his remarkable hunting skills yield over 1,000 yuan a day, a fact that even Li Wei found enviable. Such a distinguished, influential, and wealthy client is worth infinitely more than the miserly Wang Daqiang. When did I ever say I wanted to confront the Guang Hao brothers? Li Jun chuckled lightly. This future magnate exuded an air of cunning wisdom. You are well aware of the status and identity of the Guang Hao brothers. Individuals of such stature are to be courted, not opposed. However, this brother seems to look down upon us, mere rats in the gutter, so no matter how much goodwill I extend, he rarely reciprocates unless absolutely necessary. The arrival of adversaries for him presents a splendid opportunity. Now, if we can deal with this Wang Daqiang, it would merely be a delightful embellishment. Yet, if we were to discern Wang Daqiang's plans and, at the most critical juncture, stand in support of the Guang Hao brothers, it would be akin to providing timely assistance in a snowstorm. An embellishment is but a minor favor, whereas timely aid will be remembered for a lifetime. I do not seek for the Guang Hao brothers to remember me eternally. I merely wish for them to grow a tad closer to us. Do you understand now? Li Wei and Shunhu exchanged glances, each perceiving admiration for Li Jun in the other's eyes. Truly, he is a learned individual. His intellect and ideas are indeed exceptional. No wonder people outside only know of the military lord. It is for this very reason. Remarkable, indeed. The elder brother is worthy of his title. His thoughts soaring above ours. Very well, I shall go and release Wang Daqiang, and inform him that we shall take on this task. Li Wei declared, filled with admiration. Yes, go ahead. At Ghost Head Mountain, Guang Hao and AI Guamin had worked diligently for most of the day. The enclosure for the colorful mountain chickens was nearly complete, and within a few more days, it should be entirely finished. He even took the time to inspect the territory of the Taoteji chickens. Noticing that with the added protection of fences, they appeared significantly more relaxed. Coupled with Guang Hao's ample provisions, the Taoteji chickens were visibly plumping up. Such animals grow swiftly. and they should be nearing the point of laying eggs. Guang Hao picked up one of the Taoteji chickens and felt several round, bulging objects in its lower abdomen. These must be the eggs. Provided they thrive healthily, the Taoteji chicken population will flourish. The enclosure work proceeded remarkably well. Together, Guang Hao and AI Guamin hunted two prey in the territory of the gazelles before descending the mountain with some wild goods. The giant wolf, although not yet fully recovered, could run quite well after the splints were removed. It joyfully dashed through Ghost Head Mountain, releasing its pent-up excitement. Upon witnessing Guang Hao prepare to leave, it insisted on accompanying him down the mountain. For the master who had saved its life and healed its leg, the giant wolf had become utterly devoted. It longed to spend every moment by Guang Hao's side, feeling lonely whenever he took too long to return to the mountain after each descent. Guang Hao rubbed the coarse head of the giant wolf. "Why are you following me? You should stay on the mountain." The colossal wolf is of such immense size that, despite being merely a wolf, it resembles a calf. Should such a creature unexpectedly appear in Xiaofang village, it would likely terrify the villagers to death. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Guang Hao was reluctant to take it down the mountain. Witnessing his master's refusal to allow it to accompany him, the giant wolf's demeanor visibly soured. Just as the man and beast were engaged in their tug-of-war, a sudden and urgent peal of bells resonated from the direction of Xiaofang village. Upon hearing the tolling, AI Guamin's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. The village chief is sounding the alarm. Brother-in-law, we must hurry back. Something grave has occurred in the village." Chapter 146. For Dead. The alarm bell of Xiaofang village has stood for many years, originally erected during the anti-Japanese war. Its initial purpose was to evade the pursuit of the enemy. Even after the war concluded, the bell remained, serving as a means of urgent communication for the entire village. The bell is not rung lightly. Only in the face of significant events does it toll. The last time it was sounded was when AI Guamin reported the presence of a large leopard, prompting the villagers to band together to protect their sheep by hunting the beast. What could necessitate the tolling of the bell this time? With the alarm ringing, Guang Hao and AI Guamin hastened down the mountain with all possible speed. Wu Jiming awaited them at Guang Hao's doorstep, preparing to load the antelope and mountain goods onto the truck. "Comrade Xiao Wu," AI Guamin urged anxiously, "there is an urgent matter in our village. Please, assist us by delivering the goods today. We shall not accompany you." Typically, either Guang Hao or AI Guamin would accompany Wu Jiming on deliveries, as payment for the meat brought back required their presence. It would be unreasonable to trouble Wu Jiming to make a second trip solely for the sake of payment. "You go on with your business. However, what shall we do about the proceeds from selling these goods? Should I bring the money back to you?" Wu Jiming inquired. Wu Jiming had cultivated a strong rapport with Guang Hao's family, largely due to Guang Hao's adeptness in interpersonal relations. Wu Jiming served as a dedicated transport driver, responsible for delivering goods to the state-run restaurant and supply cooperative in Longkou Town. As Guang Hao was the primary supplier of meat to the restaurant, Wu Jiming only needed to make deliveries to the cooperative daily, allowing him ample time to rest. Due to the complexities arising from Guang Hao's mountain goods transport, Wang Fuguei had sought Wu Jiming's assistance. Initially, they had agreed upon a daily fuel reimbursement of 1 yuan, yet Guang Hao had never actually given him a single yuan. When the cargo was plentiful, Guang Hao would compensate him with 3 or 4 yuan, or even 5 or 6 yuan. Conversely, during lighter loads, he would still provide at least 2 yuan along with a pack of cigarettes. Consequently, Wu Jiming found himself earning more from assisting Guang Hao than from his usual wages. This mutual benefit fostered a strong camaraderie between them, ensuring that even when faced with extra trouble requiring multiple trips, Wu Jiming remained cheerful. "Thank you, Comrade Xiao Wu. However, there is no need for you to make 2 trips. Just 1 delivery will suffice. As for the payment, you can tally it up and have Brother Wang keep a record," Guang Hao said with a smile. He shared a close bond with Wu Jiming, and his friendship with Wang Fuguei from the state-run hotel was akin to that of brothers. He was unconcerned about the mere few hundred yuan involved. Meanwhile, Guang Hao and AI Guamin gathered with Zhong Sheng at the entrance of the commune, and upon lifting his gaze, he noticed that the entire population of Xiaofang village, young and old alike, had assembled. Guang Hao quickly spotted AI Xiaofang and Li Lu whispering in the crowd. Li Lu had previously caused quite a stir at the ancestral home, disrupting AI Guohua's matchmaking event. However, that evening, Guang Hao made AI Guohua recognize his true feelings. Consequently, the following day, AI Guohua sought Li Lu out to apologize and confess his affections. Their mutual feelings had already been apparent, and this confession effectively shattered the final barrier between them. Of course, Li Lu had yet to agree to a romantic relationship due to her anger over AI Guohua's matchmaking efforts. Nevertheless, AI Guohua's gentle grasp of her small hand indicated that she was beginning to relent. It was evident to onlookers that this was merely a couple's quarrel, which would soon be resolved. Wife, what on earth has transpired? Why is the village head sounding the alarm again? Guang Hao inquired as he approached AI Xiaofang from behind, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Startled by the sudden embrace, AI Xiaofang initially feared it was an unwelcome suitor. Just as she was about to express her indignation, she recognized the familiar voice behind her, and her anger dissipated into tenderness. Nestling against Guang Hao, she shook her head and replied, I have no idea. I just arrived with Xiao Lu. Despite the alarm, they remained relaxed, oblivious to the unfolding events. He turned to Li Lu with a smile. By the way, Li Lu, are you still giving your brother-in-law the cold shoulder? Isn't it time to ease up a bit? He has been pestering me daily for advice on how to win you over. I'm nearly at my wit's end. Would you consider showing him some mercy this once? Upon hearing this, Li Lu crossed her arms, feigning annoyance as she turned her head away. What do you expect? He organized a matchmaking event with over 100 girls for him to choose from. If he is so appealing to women, he should pursue someone else instead of me. Ah, those are your words. Very well, if your brother-in-law approaches me again today, I shall suggest he seek out other women, considering you have no interest in him. Guang Hao teased. Hey, how can you say that? I never claimed to be uninterested. No, he must not seek out other women. He has confessed to me. Once he has declared his feelings, he must remain devoted to me. Otherwise, he is behaving inappropriately. Li Lu exclaimed in a flurry, revealing her true feelings. Xiao Lu, rest assured, I shall never pursue another woman in my lifetime. My heart will forever belong to you. Just as Li Lu grew increasingly flustered, a dark figure unexpectedly appeared behind her. Recognizing the familiar voice, she needed no turn to know who stood behind her. Guang Hao and AI Xiaofang stifled their laughter as they observed her giggling, and even Li Lu, despite her naivety, realized that the two were being deliberately mischievous. Frustration bubbled within her, revealing her small, sharp teeth. Guang Hao, you tricked me again. If I marry AI Guohua, you'll be my brother-in-law. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you then. Xiao Lu, you're willing to marry me? Really? I am utterly overjoyed. Ugh, how annoying. I'm not talking to you. I'm addressing Guang Hao. Hee. As long as you're willing to marry me, you can converse with anyone you please. This jest successfully shattered the Cold War between the brother-in-law and Li Lu, prompting Guang Hao and AI Xiaofang to exchange knowing smiles, concealing their triumph. At that moment, the village head, Xiaofang, emerged holding a metal megaphone. Everyone, please quiet down. I have a matter of utmost importance to announce. If you have young children, kindly take them aside. Upon hearing Xiaofang's serious tone, the villagers, who had been laughing moments before, fell silent. Even Guang Hao and AI Xiaofang's expressions turned grave. It seemed something truly serious was afoot, especially with the directive to remove the children. What could possibly be happening? AI Xiaofang furrowed her brow. Worry etched across her face as she gazed at Xiaofang on the podium. The villagers respected the village head's words, and those with children promptly called them away. Once all the children had been escorted out, Xiaofang nodded towards the back. Soon, several villagers emerged carrying 4 rudimentary stretchers, each covered with a white cloth, obscuring whatever lay beneath. As a seasoned hunter, Guang Hao immediately detected the pungent scent of rust upon the unveiling of the stretchers. The overwhelming stench of blood led him to a horrifying realization. Could these be corpses? Chapter 147, A Heinous Murder Incident. Comrades, I must convey a deeply sorrowful announcement, and I hope you are prepared for what is to come. The village head continued, gripping the megaphone tightly. Earlier this morning, my youngest son was working at Neo Xian Temple when he stumbled upon a trail of blood on the mountain. Sensing something was amiss, he followed the trail. Ultimately, he discovered this. With that, Xiaofang lifted the white cloth from the stretcher, revealing the body beneath. Rather than a corpse, it resembled a dismembered mass. Aside from the upper skeletal structure indicating a human form, the limbs lay severed and scattered. The face had been violently mangled, with hollow eye sockets and a bloodied visage rendering identification impossible. What in the world is this? Who could commit such an atrocity? To murder is one thing, but to mutilate the body in such a manner, who could be so wicked? That clothing, I recognize it. Isn't that Sun Ming? Their family has always been honest and never provoked anyone. Who could have perpetrated such a brutal act? This is too cruel, too barbaric. We must report this immediately, contact the city bureau, and summon the police to ensure the murderer is brought to justice. The fragmented corpses instilled a profound sense of unease among the majority of the villagers present, while simultaneously igniting a fire of rage within their hearts. They were all inhabitants of the same village, familiar with one another, and yet, one day, someone was brutally murdered, their remains desecrated in such a horrific manner. If the perpetrator were not apprehended, they would find it impossible to eat or find solace. Everyone, please remain calm, Xiaofang implored. I have already reported this to the authorities, and the police from the city are en route. The reason I have gathered you all here is to offer the murderer one final chance. The slaughter of the 4 members of the Sun family is beyond comprehension. I do not know the depth of your enmity, but the crime has been committed, and dwelling on it is futile. I urge you to confess and submit to justice. If you turn yourself in, the police may show leniency. If you persist in your obstinacy, only death awaits you. Xiaofang's voice resonated thunderously from the podium. Although Xiaofang village was impoverished, it had remained free of homicides for over a decade. Now, they were confronted with 4 lost lives, each body grotesquely mutilated. Witnessing the scene chilled Xiaofang to the core. The murderer was a savage beast, and such a presence in the village was akin to a ticking time bomb. Thus, upon discovering the bodies, he had immediately sounded the alarm, gathering the villagers with the intent of unmasking the lurking demon. This was not only to provide the arriving police with an account, but also out of fear that this malevolent force might strike again. As these words were spoken, a suffocating silence enveloped Xiaofang village. Villagers exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that the Sun family had met their demise at the hands of one of their own. The Sun family, though not particularly genteel, had no notable enemies. Who could be so cruel as to commit such a heinous act? Village chief. This crime could not have been committed by someone from our village, a villager interjected. There was no substantial animosity between Sun Ming and us. The most severe conflict involved a dispute over a drainage ditch with Xiao Laosan, who is not the kind to hold grudges. We argued, and that was the end of it. Murder and dismemberment are certainly not actions of our community. Amidst the silence, Ai Guofu, the 5th uncle, raised his hand to speak. Indeed, I had a disagreement with Sun Ming, but it was over something trivial, and I have nearly forgotten it. I assure you, I am not the culprit. Xiao Laosan quickly affirmed his innocence as well. This could not have been done by anyone from our village. We are all honest farmers. How could we commit such an atrocious act? If it wasn't us, then who could it be? The villagers murmured among themselves. The Sun family rarely ventured beyond the village. How would I know? Perhaps they encountered a murderous fiend? Enough. Let us maintain our composure. Now is not the time for idle chatter, since everyone believes that the perpetrator is not from our village. Has anyone seen anyone entering or exiting Neo-Xian Temple Mountain today? Sun Ming's family met their tragic fate on Neo-Xian Temple Mountain. Anyone who has traversed this area is a suspect. Xiaofang spoke in a grave tone. The villagers immediately fell into contemplation. I was not laboring there today. I spent the day in the fields. What about you? I did not go there either. It's desolate land, rarely frequented. I did work at the foot of the mountain for half the day, but I saw no one ascend. I have passed that way before, yet I observed no one. With such a heinous murder occurring and not a single clue in sight, Xiaofang furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Let's wait for the police from the county to arrive. Just as he contemplated this, 2 military jeeps approached. A dozen armed police officers disembarked from the vehicles. Leading them was an elderly man with graying hair. Despite his age, he moved with resolute determination, exuding vigor. Guang Hao instantly recognized him as the police chief of the municipal bureau, Xing Tianming. Clearly, the city bureau regarded the violent incident in Xiaofang village with utmost seriousness. Sending Xing himself to the scene, Xing Tianming, his expression as cold as ice, approached Sun Ming's side. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, he could not suppress his clenched fists. The act of murder was one thing, but dismemberment was utterly heinous. Containing his fury, he unveiled the remaining 3 white cloths one by one. When all the bodies lay exposed before him, even the seasoned Xing Tianming trembled uncontrollably. For corpses, none intact, the most horrifying was Sun Ming's mother, whose body was not only mutilated, but her abdomen was gouged out, intestines laid bare. Covering the bodies with white cloth, Xing Tianming slammed his fist down on the podium. What on earth is happening? Who could commit such an inhumane act? I will see to it that justice is served. As a soldier, Xing Tianming was imbued with a sense of righteousness, and witnessing the innocent people he was meant to protect suffer such atrocities filled him with an all-consuming rage. Chapter 148. Not human, but a great flower leopard. After gathering the situation from Niu Shan, Xing Tianming promptly began investigating all of Sun Ming's family relations. Anyone who had even the slightest disagreement with Sun Ming was subjected to police interrogation. Furthermore, villagers who had passed through Niu Xian Temple Mountain today were taken into custody for questioning. Amidst the rising tension, Guang Hao suddenly stepped forward. He approached Sun Ming, lifted the white cloth, and carefully examined his wounds. Then, looking up at the interrogating Xing Tianming, he declared, "Director Xing, there is no need for questioning. This incident was not a result of human malice. Sun Ming and the others fell victim to a tragic accident." Guang Hao's words left everyone present in a state of shock, particularly one of the police officers who approached him with a furrowed brow, attempting to dismiss him. "What nonsense are you spouting, you young fool? What kind of accident could lead to such a state?" Guang Hao pointed to the jagged wounds on Sun Ming's body and asserted, "If you do not believe me, you may summon a forensic expert for examination. Such serrated wounds are typically inflicted by the sharp teeth of a wild beast. It is nearly impossible for a human to create such injuries. Furthermore, if the corpse had been tampered with, even if it were reduced to fragments, there would be evidence of the dismemberment. However, if I am not mistaken, all the remains from the entire Niu Xian Temple Mountain are right here. If this were the result of human action, where are the remaining fragments of the body? Thus, it is evident that a ferocious beast is responsible for this incident." At last, Guang Hao's remarks captured the attention of Xing Tianming, who turned to see Guang Hao squatting beside the corpse and instantly recognized him. "So it's you, boy? Right. You mentioned earlier that you hail from Xiaofang village. You speak with such conviction. Can you determine which beast inflicted these wounds?" Without hesitation, Guang Hao replied, "Indeed. The devastation we see today was wrought by an adult leopard, commonly referred to as the big spotted cat." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise appeared in Xing Tianming's eyes. If this were a human-caused incident, the ramifications for the surrounding area would be quite severe. However, if it were the work of wild animals, the impact would be significantly lessened. "You claim it is a big spotted cat. What is your evidence?" Xing Tianming pressed. "My second uncle, Ai Guamin, encountered a similar situation while herding sheep on the mountain. He reported it to our village's secretary. Yet not only did the secretary refuse to believe him, but he also falsely accused my uncle of losing 2 goats himself, inciting the villagers to beat him mercilessly until he confessed," Guang Hao recounted coolly. Upon hearing this, Xing Tianming's anger ignited. It was the 1970s, and most forests had yet to be developed. Thus, large wild animals often ventured forth to hunt livestock. However, these occurrences were considered minor since every village had its own militia. Some militias boasted over a dozen firearms, while the least equipped had at least 5 or 6. With such an arsenal, no matter how ferocious the beast, it would meet its demise when confronted by the militia. Consequently, upon discovering wild animals, as long as they were reported to the militia in a timely fashion, they rarely caused significant disturbances. However, it was utterly unexpected that a problem would arise in Xiaofang village. A fierce wild animal appeared, and instead of addressing the issue, the village chose to suppress the report and intimidate the informant, ultimately leading to this horrific tragedy. This was simply appalling. How could such a thing occur? Where is your village secretary? Bring him to me at once. Xing Tianming thundered in fury. Soon, the village secretary Wang Dagong and his brother-in-law Ai Guamin were brought in by the police. Xing Tianming pointed at the lifeless body of Sun Ming on the ground and demanded, "Wang Dagong, as the secretary of Xiaofang village, what have you been doing? A wild leopard appeared on Niuxin Temple Mountain, and you failed to promptly organize the militia for a hunt, instead choosing to slander your own villagers. Now, this wild leopard has once again wreaked havoc, claiming the lives of 4 villagers. What do you have to say for yourself?" Wang Dagong had been at home, engaged in self-cultivation these past few days. After being forced to kneel and apologize by Guang Hao, he had lost all face in front of the villagers, so this time, even when the village chief sounded the alarm, he did not come. As fate would have it, he was dragged out of bed by the police while taking a short rest. Hearing that Director Xing intended to hold him accountable, he was so frightened that he fell to his knees. "This is unjust, Director Xing, unjust. There are no leopards on Niuxin Temple Mountain. When the sheep went missing from the village, AI Laonyo told us it was a leopard, and we immediately organized the militia to search the mountain. We scoured the area several times and didn't find even a single strand of leopard fur. It's all nonsense spread by Guang Hao. Director Xing. You may not know this, but Guang Hao is the biggest troublemaker in Xiaofang village. Now, relying on his good connections with the supply and marketing cooperative and the state-run restaurant. He looks down on even me, the village chief. You must not take his word for it. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Dagong not only refused to admit his culpability, but also launched into a tirade of slander against Guang Hao. Anyone unaware would think Guang Hao was tyrannizing the village. Xing Tianming found Wang Dagong's explanation amusing. Although he had only met Guang Hao twice, he was well aware that Guang Hao was indifferent to fame and fortune. Mayor who had invited him multiple times, all of which he had declined. If Guang Hao were truly a person of such tyrannical nature, he would have eagerly accepted the mayor's invitation. With the position of the mayor's secretary, he could easily lord over Wang Dagong without consequence. Guang Hao, I didn't realize your relationship with the village secretary was so strained, Xing Tianming remarked with a smile, turning his gaze to Guang Hao. This isn't about my relationship with the village secretary. It's about how poorly he relates to us all. My second brother has seen the leopard with his own eyes. You can ask him about it, Guang Hao responded, unfazed by Wang Dagong's attempts to tarnish his reputation. The leopard had begun to prey on humans, and it could not be allowed to remain. Once the leopard was sighted, the truth would be glaringly obvious. What exactly is this leopard like? Please, tell me. Xing Tianming shifted his focus to AI Guamin. Previously, AI Guamin had been coerced by Guang Hao into admitting he was responsible for the lost goats, a matter that had weighed heavily on his conscience. Now, as the truth was about to be revealed, AI Guamin felt no hesitation and recounted in detail everything that had transpired on Nyoshin Temple Mountain that day. That leopard was both fierce and enormous. I was nearly scared to death. If it truly is what we suspect, we must swiftly eradicate it, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 149. Is the melon really that large? AI Guamin, without the slightest concealment, recounted to Xing Tianming all the details of witnessing the spotted leopard hunt a goat. Upon hearing AI Guamin's narrative, Xing Tianming immediately believed a substantial portion of it. His account was so vivid that even the leopard's size and demeanor were described with remarkable precision. Such meticulousness could only stem from first-hand experience. Yet, the inept village head, Wang Dagong, not only dismissed AI Guamin's words, but also conducted a perfunctory search for the leopard, merely wandering a few circles in the mountains before hastily attributing the loss of the goat to AI Guamin. Wang Dagong, you possess an audacity beyond measure. AI Guamin articulated his observations so clearly, yet you failed to thoroughly investigate the surrounding woods, hastily concluding after merely examining the scene of the incident. This is a quintessential display of negligence. With a village head like you, Xiaofang village is indeed doomed. I hereby revoke your position. Reflect on your actions. Xing Tianming, a soldier who cannot abide any form of incompetence, promptly stripped Wang Dagong of his title. Startled by his inexplicable dismissal, Wang Dagong clung desperately to Xing Tianming's leg. Director Xing, this is truly not my fault. AI Guamin claimed there was a spotted leopard, yet we searched thoroughly and found no sign of it. Not only did we fail to see the leopard, but we did not even discover the carcass of the goat. Thus, I suspect that AI Guamin must have misplaced it himself. Moreover, during those days, the living standards of the AI family and the Guang Hao family rose unreasonably, providing ample grounds for my suspicions. Director Xing, you cannot dismiss me over such trivial matters. In his final plea, Wang Dagong wept profusely, clinging to Xing Tianming's leg, appearing so pitiful that one might wish to inscribe the word tragedy upon Xing Tianming's limb. Xing Tianming found Wang Dagong's relentless clinging quite vexatious. Let go of me. You wronged me. I will not release you. If you do not let go, do you believe I won't strike you? Even if you beat me, I will not release you unless you reinstate my position. Just as Xing Tianming and Wang Dagong were engaged in this tug-of-war, a woman suddenly charged out from the crowd. Her hair was disheveled, and she appeared frenzied, clutching a sharp kitchen knife in her hand. The woman rushed directly towards the podium, her target unmistakable, Wang Dagong, who was still clinging to Xing Tianming and rolling on the ground. Wang Dagong, you despicable scoundrel. My husband has informed you that there is something on Nyoshin Mountain. Yet you chose not to believe him. Now, my husband's entire family has perished in search of that goat, and you must pay for their lives. as she shouted. The woman brandished the kitchen knife, poised to butcher Wang Dagong alive. Startled, Wang Dagong immediately sought refuge behind Xing Tianming, even pushing him forward as a shield against the blade. Caught off guard, Xing Tianming was unexpectedly pushed and stumbled, colliding headfirst into a kitchen knife. Observing this alarming situation, Guang Hao acted swiftly, steadying Xing Tianming while simultaneously gripping the woman's wrist, which held the knife. "What are you doing? Stop immediately." The woman had surged forth from the crowd without any prior indication, prompting the police station near the podium to finally notice the commotion and rush over to subdue her. She was pinned to the ground, the knife wrested from her grasp, yet she remained frenzied, desperately writhing in an attempt to crawl towards Wang Dagong. "Wang Dagong, you must pay for Sun Ming's life. You shall pay." Despite her struggles, several police officers, all robust veterans just returned from military service, held her firmly in place. Once the assailant was subdued, Wang Dagong finally rose to his feet. He approached the woman and delivered a fierce kick to her face, knocking out several of her teeth. "You wretched creature, daring to commit such an act in front of so many witnesses. You are utterly mad. Take her away. She is beyond reason. We must not frighten Director Xing. Find a place to confine her." The police shared this sentiment, recognizing the woman's violent tendencies made her a significant threat. They promptly lifted her, dragging her towards a holding area. At that critical moment, Guang Hao suddenly extended his hand towards the officers. "Wait, do not confine her just yet. She seems to possess knowledge of something significant. Let her come forward and explain why she attempted to attack Wang Dagong." Upon hearing Guang Hao's plea, Wang Dagong's expression shifted to one of alarm, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He leapt to his feet, positioning himself protectively in front of Guang Hao, obstructing his view of the detained woman. "Guang Hao, you are merely a humble villager. You have no authority to command these officers. This woman is deranged, a threat to anyone she encounters. She must be confined. Such individuals are a menace to society." He then turned back, anxiously urging the police officers, "Hurry and take her away. We cannot let Director Xing be unsettled." The two officers exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. Ultimately, they directed their gaze towards Xing Tianming, awaiting his decision. With Guang Hao's support, Xing Tianming managed to stand, having narrowly avoided a severe injury from Wang Dagong's earlier push. Although he was once a celebrated Red Army soldier, the toll of countless battles had left his body marred with scars, and age had diminished his strength, rendering him vulnerable to Wang Dagong's unexpected assault. Feeling a pang of humiliation at this realization, he shot Wang Dagong a fierce glare before addressing the two officers. "Listen to Comrade Guang Hao. Bring her over here. We must ascertain the depth of animosity that could provoke such a violent act." Upon witnessing Xing Tianming's intention to summon women to clarify the situation, Wang Dagong was so terrified that he nearly lost control of himself. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly lunged towards the woman, unleashing a barrage of fists and kicks upon her. "You lunatic! How dare you frighten Director Xing? Just wait and see how I deal with you." It was evident that Wang Dagong intended to silence the woman through violence. Guang Hao, wise from his 2 lifetimes, quickly discerned the thief's anxiety and forcefully shoved him away from the woman. "Wang, what heinous act have you committed that you dare not allow her to speak?" As he spoke, he gently brushed the woman's disheveled hair aside and earnestly reassured her. "Do not fear, we are here for you. Wang Dagong cannot harm you. Speak freely." The woman revealed her true identity, eliciting a collective gasp from the onlookers. "Isn't that Xiaofang? Why does she want to harm Wang Dagong? Indeed, isn't she Sun Ming's wife? Wait, did she just claim that she wants Wang Dagong to pay with his life? Could it be that the demise of the Sun family is entirely Wang Dagong's fault? My heavens, is this scandal so vast?" Chapter 150. So you are the culprit. The woman who had suddenly emerged from the crowd was named Xiaofang, Sun Ming's wife. Earlier that morning, Xiaofang had felt unwell and thus did not accompany Sun Ming and the others to the mountain to search for sheep. After using the restroom and resting, she intended to call them back for a meal, only to be met with the harrowing news of their deaths. Upon seeing the lifeless body on the podium, Xiaofang felt as though she were losing her mind. Her entire family had perished, leaving her utterly alone. Rage and sorrow obliterated her sanity, prompting her to return home and seize a kitchen knife, intent on confronting Wang Dagong. "Indeed, what transpired among you? Why did you attempt to murder Wang Dagong? Speak clearly and truthfully." Xing Tianming, without a hint of his authoritative demeanor, sat down casually on the podium. Do not heed her ramblings. She is merely a mad woman. Wang Dagong was acutely aware that as soon as Xiaolan spoke, his doom would be sealed, and he desperately sought to prevent her from revealing the truth. Guang Hao, observing the old scoundrel's intent to strike Xiaolan again, swiftly executed a shoulder throw, pinning him to the ground. Wang, he who has no guilty conscience fears not the knocking of ghosts at the door. Just how many misdeeds have you committed that you dare not let her speak the truth? Wang Dagong struggled mightily beneath Guang Hao's grip. Get off me, you brat. If you release me, we can put our grievances to rest. But if you continue to hold on, we shall be sworn enemies henceforth. Sworn enemies? How terrifying, Wang. In truth, we have been enemies from the very beginning. You simply failed to realize it. Guang Hao's grip on Wang Dagong grew increasingly forceful. Ha ha ha. Wang Dagong. So this is your fate. I tell you all, you have all been deceived by Wang Dagong. He was well aware of the dangers lurking on Yoshin Mountain. He simply could not bear the loss of a few sheep, which is why he coerced my husband to venture up the mountain. He is the murderer. All blame lies with him. Xiaolan, in her despair, decided to reveal all the secrets. It turns out that just 2 days prior, Sun Ming could no longer endure the daily losses of goats and reluctantly confided in Wang Dagong about the situation. Upon hearing this, Wang Dagong erupted in fury and immediately struck Sun Ming. After the altercation, they proceeded to inspect the goat pen. To their shock, they discovered that out of more than 30 goats, only a mere handful remained. Wang Dagong's heart sank. These goats were communal property. Although they had been lost under Sun Ming's watch, Sun Ming had been recommended by him. Thus he, as the village secretary, bore a significant portion of the responsibility. Losing those goats equated to a financial loss exceeding 1,000 yuan. Previously, when Wang Daqiang had lost a gun at Ghost Head Mountain, he had already owed the militia over 1,000 yuan. Now, with the goats gone, he faced another hefty debt. This was a dire predicament for him. Consequently, Wang Dagong forced Sun Ming and his family to recover the lost goats. Failure to do so would result in severe consequences for them. Sun Ming pleaded with Wang Dagong, asserting that it was not due to a lack of effort. There was indeed something on the mountain. It preyed upon the goats daily. And he now suspected that AI Laoi's claims were true. A large spotted leopard resided on Yoshin Temple Mountain. This enraged Wang Dagong further. What nonsense about a spotted leopard? Let me tell you, Sun Ming, if you cannot locate those goats, not only will your family suffer, but I will sell your wife and children to repay the debt. With no other options, Sun Ming, under Wang Dagong's coercion, took his entire family to Yoshin Temple Mountain in search of the missing goats. This led to the current predicament. After hearing Xiaolan's explanation, Xing Tianming trembled with rage. He approached Wang Dagong and kicked him fiercely. The villagers warned you repeatedly about the dangers on the mountain. AI Guamin even witnessed the spotted leopard himself. The evidence is right before your eyes, yet you remained indifferent. How clever of you. I once thought you were merely negligent. But it appears this tragedy was entirely of your making. Guards, lock Wang Dagong up. I shall interrogate him thoroughly. I want to uncover the depths of his hidden secrets. Upon hearing Xiaolan's words, Wang Dagong realized his doom was sealed. When Sun Ming had approached him, he had genuinely been alarmed by the losses. The disappearance of so many goats was a burden he could scarcely bear. Moreover, if there was indeed a leopard on the mountain, it would mean AI Guamin had been wronged. He had only just been humiliated by Guang Hao, forced to apologize publicly. If another scandal were to arise, where would he hide his face? Thus, Wang Dagong shifted all the blame onto Sun Ming, compelling him to find the goats, leading to the current situation. To speak candidly, Wang Dagong is presently engulfed in remorse. If heaven were to grant him another chance, he would never again speak recklessly atop Xian Temple Mountain. Even if he chose not to pursue the leopard, it would have sufficed to entrust the matter to the village chief, Shan, without uttering a word. Alternatively, he could have refrained from harboring prejudice against the Guang Hao family, avoiding confrontation altogether. Reflecting upon this, Wang Dagong's regret deepens. I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistakes. This is all my fault. Director Xing, I implore you to be lenient in your judgment. I have elderly parents and young children depending on me. I cannot afford to lose this job. Wang Dagong began to plead fervently for Director Xing's forgiveness. Still aspiring to be the village secretary? You must be joking. Just as he lamented, a clump of mud landed squarely on his face. Indeed, we placed our trust in you, only for you to falsely accuse AI Lauer for monetary gain. AI Lauer himself declared the presence of a leopard, yet you refused to believe him. Despite Sun Ming's pleas for assistance, You turned a deaf ear. You are indeed the perpetrator. And you still wish to be the village secretary? You should perish. As the villagers hurled dirt, some even picked up stones to throw at Wang Dagong. Wang Dagong, battered and howling in despair, was swiftly taken away by the police. Fearing the wrath of the enraged villagers, after venting their fury upon him, the villagers exchanged glances, ultimately converging before AI Guamin. AI Lauer, we apologize, we misunderstood you earlier. Indeed, I even laid hands on you back then. What a disgraceful act that was. We should have believed you, yet we placed our trust in that beast Wang Dagong, suffering the loss of numerous goats as a consequence. This is a punishment from heaven. AI Lauer, I sincerely apologize. Will you forgive me? The villagers collectively bowed in contrition, especially those who had once been violent, nearly burying their heads in their laps. AI Guamin, who had returned to relay news, was met with disbelief and was even beaten. Guang Hao had to compensate for 3 gazelles. Now that the truth about the leopard has emerged, the villagers feel a burning shame upon their faces. Perhaps they are naive. Perhaps they are ignorant. Yet, upon the vast land of Longhua, these humble farmers remain the most genuine souls. Upon hearing the villagers' apologies, AI Guamin felt a weight lift from his heart. The feeling of being wronged is indescribably painful. Ha ha ha, it's all in the past. I have nearly forgotten it. Now that the truth is revealed, I shall not dwell on bygone events. Moreover, given the tragedy that has befallen the Sun Ming family due to the leopard, our foremost priority is to avenge them and eliminate this man-eating beast, AI Guamin declared. Indeed, our immediate concern is to eradicate that predatory creature. I shall return to fetch my hunting rifle. This time, I will thoroughly scour the surrounding mountains and forests. Absolutely. Let us all arm ourselves and confront this leopard. Chapter 151. The cheetah strikes again. The menace posed by the spotted leopard is no trivial matter. During the 1970s, families relied on agricultural toil to sustain themselves, spending the majority of their days outdoors. With ferocious beasts lurking in the shadows, no one could predict when they might spring forth from the thickets. To alleviate their anxieties and ensure the safety of their loved ones, the villagers of Xiaofang once more banded together. Those armed took up their firearms, while those without weapons brandished their hoes, ready to join the fray. Under the guidance of the local militia, 5 production teams and hundreds of villagers commenced a meticulous search through every mountain and valley. Even Xing Tianming participated in this grand hunt. They launched a comprehensive search, embodying a relentless determination to uncover the spotted leopard. Guang Hao accompanied the militia on their expedition through the mountains. He had even stealthily ventured into the very woods where the leopard had previously sought refuge. However, aside from the 2 goat skeletons long turned to bones, there was no sign of the elusive creature. The leopard proved to be exceedingly cunning. After being wounded by Guang Hao in the forest, it had not ventured near the poplar grove again. I found it. I found it. This must be the leopard's lair. A villager's voice suddenly captured the attention of all. Eagerly, they rushed towards the source of the sound, only to find a sight that chilled their hearts. Nestled in a secluded hollow, not far from the Neo-Xian temple, they discovered the leopard's hideout. It was evident that the leopard had been residing here for an extended period. The underbrush had been shaped into a nest, littered with the carcasses of goats. Cheetahs possess the instinct to hoard food after capturing their prey. They do not consume it immediately, but rather drag it back to their lairs to relish at their leisure. These goats, robust and well-fed, were ready for market but had fallen prey to the leopards, who would seize several daily from the Neo-Xian mountain. 1 goat would suffice to sustain a leopard for days, yet this particular beast exhibited insatiable greed. The goats were easily captured, almost always yielding a successful hunt. As a result, the leopard had amassed a significant stockpile of goats, allowing them to rot and decay as they remained uneaten. Within the leopard's den lay over a dozen goats, with only 1 or 2 having been fully consumed. The majority had merely been nibbled upon before being left to decompose. Swarmed by flies. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the villagers' eyes turned red with fury. These goats represented collective property. Each villager had a stake in them. They were on the verge of market readiness, poised to yield a handsome reward, yet now they lay in such ruin. Piles of decaying flesh lay carelessly scattered, with flies and maggots crawling over them. Goats worth more than 1,000 yuan had now become worthless refuse. It is all the fault of that wretched leopard and the selfish Wang Dagong. Ah, where is that leopard? I shall end its life at once. So many goats have been ravaged. It is truly a beast. Everyone, search diligently. It must be in this vicinity. Once we find it, I will surely skin it, drink its blood, and feast upon its flesh. As for Wang Dagong, he must face severe punishment. If it were not for his slander against old AI heir, we would have uncovered the leopard's lair much sooner. At most, we would have lost only 2 goats, not faced this dire situation. Indeed, Director Xing, you must impose harsh retribution on Wang Dagong. If it were not for him, the Sun family would not have met such a tragic end. The villagers were incensed, wishing nothing more than to tear the leopard and Wang Dagong apart. Witnessing the devastation, Xing Tianming clenched his fists. As a soldier, one who had fought in 2 wars, he understood the hardships faced by the common folk. After enduring years of struggle, their pursuit of a life of security, warmth, and nourishment is their utmost desire. Though he had only recently arrived in Xiaofang village, he had observed the dire state of affairs. The villagers wore tattered clothes, patched repeatedly, and lived in thatched cottages. They depended on the goats to improve their living conditions, which had now been jeopardized by a negligent village chief and a lawless leopard. Fear not. Upon our return, I will personally oversee Wang Dagong's public trial. I shall ensure that everyone witnesses the justice meted out to him. Therefore, there is no need for concern. Our immediate priority is to locate the leopard, as it poses a significant threat to our lives and livelihoods. We must eliminate it first. Xing Tianming spoke with a solemn tone. Very well. We shall heed Director Xing's words. With that, the crowd began to search meticulously for the leopard's lair. After more than 20 minutes of searching, the villagers finally spotted the leopard, lazily resting on a branch of a large tree, gnawing on what appeared to be an arm. Look, what is it consuming? That is a hand, a human arm, undoubtedly a remnant of the Sun family. This beast not only injures but also devours human beings. This has crossed a grave line for the villagers, and upon seeing the leopard, they immediately raised their firearms and began to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted in the woods like popping beans, startling the resting leopard, which tumbled from the tree. Most of the villagers wielded shotguns, typically used for hunting small game such as sparrows and doves. While effective at close range with a spread of metal pellets, the shotgun's power is insufficient at greater distances, where its effectiveness diminishes significantly. The magnificent leopard perched high upon the tree, its distance from the ground exceeding 10 meters. Coupled with the considerable space between it and the surrounding trees, the barrage of gunfire, though startling, scarcely inflicted any harm upon the beast. Disturbed from its midday slumber, the leopard bared its formidable teeth in wrath. Having tasted human flesh, its fear of humanity had significantly diminished. To it, these hairless primates were mere prey. Just as it prepared to pounce, baring its fangs in a menacing display, it caught sight of Guang Hao amidst the crowd, brandishing his 98K rifle. Though the leopard exhibited arrogance, it was also astute. With a mere glance, it recognized Guang Hao as the individual who had previously wounded it. A single gunshot had left a gaping hole in its leg, a wound that had taken considerable time to heal, still causing it pain even during swift pursuits. Thus, upon spotting Guang Hao, the leopard emitted a furious roar and turned to flee deep into the forest, its agile form darting left and right, evading any chance of being targeted by Guang Hao. Chapter 152. The Retreating Turtle. The creature has escaped. Quickly pursue it. You with the firearms, cease firing. Your shots cannot kill it, only serve to frighten it away. Wait for the militia to arrive before resuming fire. Team 5, prepare yourselves. The leopard is heading your way. Block its path. Several hundred villagers from Xiaofang village began to encircle and chase the leopard through the mountains. However, the leopard, nimble and sprightly, easily navigated the dense thickets, eluding capture. Moreover, it exhibited a keen awareness of firearms. When faced with the spray of bullets, it displayed little fear, at times daring to charge through the villagers' defenses. Yet, the moment it encountered an 88 type rifle, it immediately adopted a zigzagging maneuver, moving at high speed in erratic patterns. No marksman could hope to hit such a target. Thus, in a simultaneous pursuit and evasion, the villagers and the leopard found themselves at the foot of Ghost Head Mountain. First and second teams, halt this beast immediately. It must not ascend Ghost Head Mountain. The village chief, Niu Shan, shouted urgently. Ghost Head Mountain was notorious. Not long ago, Wang Daqiang had led a reckless group up the mountain, resulting in Iron Egg breaking a leg, while Sunwei had been spirited away by the Emperor of Hell. Now wandering the village disheveled, alternating between laughter and tears, instilling fear in all who encountered him. Should the leopard reach Ghost Head Mountain, they dared not pursue it there. Understanding the urgency of the situation, the villagers of the first and second teams swiftly formed a human barricade to obstruct the leopard's path. Guang Hao continued to trail closely behind the leopard, his hunting skills and marksmanship unparalleled, ensuring that even the leopard could not shake off his pursuit. With the crowd obstructing its path, the leopard's frantic speed diminished drastically. Cautious of the multitude, it sought to veer off in another direction to escape. It was merely a fleeting moment of hesitation, unnoticed by others, yet it provided Guang Hao with a splendid opportunity. With a resounding crack, he executed a flawless shot with his 98K rifle. A piercing scream erupted from the magnificent leopard as Guang Hao's bullet struck true and severed one of its hind legs. Injured once more, the leopard could hardly expect mercy from Guang Hao this time. He pulled the bolt, ejected the spent shell, and aimed anew. The specter of death loomed ominously over the leopard, which, cornered and desperate, displayed an unparalleled ferocity. Ignoring its bleeding leg, it charged directly towards the wall of men formed by teams 1 and 2. With a fearsome roar that reeked of blood and despair, the leopard momentarily froze the onlookers in terror. Wang Daqiang, shoot. Take down this beast. The leopard's escape route was precisely where Wang Daqiang stood guard. To elude Guang Hao's aim, the leopard adopted a zigzag maneuver. Despite Guang Hao's extraordinary marksmanship, he feared inadvertently harming Wang Daqiang and thus urged him to fire. Wang Daqiang was no more than a few meters from the leopard, a distance where the zigzagging proved futile. With just a modicum of composure, even a shotgun blast could have obliterated the leopard. Yet, trembling with fear, Wang Daqiang's legs quaked uncontrollably. Having tasted human flesh, the leopard's visage had morphed into an utterly grotesque form, and the foul stench it emitted left Wang Daqiang paralyzed with terror. In a shocking turn of events, he crumpled to the ground, discarding his weapon, resembling a turtle retreating into its shell, pleading, "Please spare me, great leopard. My flesh is not worth your while. I beg you, do not eat me." The magnificent leopard had been driven to Guang Hao's gunpoint, poised for retribution. Yet, at this critical juncture, Wang Daqiang faltered. He knelt before the leopard, opening a gaping hole in their ironclad encirclement. The leopard, fixated solely on survival, seized the moment without hesitation. Leaping over the supplicating Wang Daqiang and vanishing into the dense woods of Ghost Head Mountain. Within moments, it had completely disappeared from sight. Wang Daqiang, I will make you pay for this, fumed Zhao Dagan, the leader of Team 1, delivering a vicious kick that sent Wang Daqiang, still on his knees, rolling several times across the ground. How dare you strike me? Are you seeking death? Wang Daqiang, once paralyzed by the fearsome leopard, now found courage in confronting his own comrades. He sprang to his feet, thrusting his rifle's barrel against Zhao Dagan's temple. Bam! Just as he aimed his weapon at Zhao Dagan, Xing Tianming, who had been closely observing the unfolding events, swiftly executed a kick that sent Wang Daqiang staggering backward. Xing Tianming's kick was far more forceful than that of Zhao Dagan, and the targeted area was chosen with great care. With a single blow, Wang Daqiang could not even rise, reduced to a quivering heap on the ground. You worthless fool, just moments ago Guang Hao ordered you to fire, yet you cowered in fear. Brought to your knees by a mere leopard. Now, against your own kind, you exhibit such bravado, daring to point an unloaded weapon at someone's temple. You are nothing but a colossal waste of space. Wang Daqiang's actions incited the villagers' fury, who unleashed a torrent of curses upon the scoundrel. It was then that Wang Daqiang realized his grave misstep, opting instead to huddle on the ground like a turtle retreating into its shell. Curse me as you please. I shall pretend I do not hear. Enough. This is not the time for scolding. That leopard is cunning and ferocious, having been struck by Guang Hao. It surely cannot venture far. Production team leaders, please assess the skilled members of your teams. We must ascend the mountain and continue the pursuit of this beast. Xing Tianming, discerning the gravity of the situation, began delegating tasks to the production team leaders. They exchanged anxious glances at the ominous Ghost Head Mountain, neither daring to respond. I instructed you to identify capable hands. Do you not comprehend? We have no time to lose. Hasten the pursuit. If we let this opportunity slip, the leopard will escape, and tracking it down will become exceedingly difficult. Xing Tianming urged. Yet, the team leaders remained silent, exchanging wary looks, without a single one willing to step forward. Xing Tianming, his brow furrowed in frustration, was on the verge of erupting when Guang Hao stepped in to offer an explanation. Director Xing, please do not be angered. This mountain is Ghost Head Mountain, which, according to our traditions in Xiaofang village, is the sacred ground of Emperor Fengdu. Ordinary individuals are forbidden to enter. To trespass without caution invites the emperor's wrath. Therefore, we should not ascend hastily. It would be wise to retreat and contemplate our next steps. Upon hearing Guang Hao's explanation, Xing Tianming's frown deepened to an almost comical extent. What nonsense are you spouting? Emperor Fengdu's sacred ground? The notion of not ascending the mountain is mere superstition. We cannot entertain such beliefs. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall ascend the mountain and hunt the leopard. As a soldier, Xing Tianming could not fathom believing in the supernatural. Director Xing, we truly cannot ascend the mountain. There are indeed malevolent entities present. Yes, indeed. Last time, Wang Daqiang brought along a few miscreants, and they offended Emperor Fengdu. As a result, Tai Dan lost a leg, and Sun Wei went completely mad. Indeed, if you do not believe me, you may inquire with Wang Daqiang. We cannot approach the mountain lightly. It is genuinely the domain of Emperor Fengdu. Seeing his determination to ascend, the villagers began to dissuade him. Hearing their words, even the skeptical Xing Tianming felt a flicker of trepidation. Could there truly be something sinister present? Surely not. Wang Daqiang, tell me clearly what lurks on Ghost Head Mountain. Xing Tianming demanded. Upon the mere mention of Ghost Head Mountain, Wang Daqiang transformed as if by magic. His complexion turned an ashen white, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his face as he knelt on the ground, trembling in terror. There are ghosts on Ghost Head Mountain. Truly there are. If you do not believe me, go see for yourselves. I, for one, shall never return, not for anything. I want to go home. I want to go home. I absolutely cannot go back to Ghost Head Mountain. With that, Wang Daqiang scrambled to his feet and stumbled away in panic. Witnessing his distress, Xing Tianming felt an unsettling chill creep over him. As the director of the Public Security Bureau, he had encountered all manners of individuals, and it was clear to him that Wang Daqiang was genuinely terrified of Ghost Head Mountain. There might indeed be something sinister lurking there. Director Xing, no one has ventured onto Ghost Head Mountain for hundreds of years, and we are entirely ignorant of what lies above. Moreover, aside from demons and specters, it is said that fierce tigers and wolves roam the mountain. If we recklessly ascend, we may not only fail to find the elusive leopard but also provoke other ferocious beasts, which would be a grave miscalculation. Let us do this. I struck the beast's hind leg, so it will not be capable of descending for some time. Instead, we can take turns keeping watch here, while I find an opportunity to scout Ghost Head Mountain. As a professional hunter, I will assess the situation first, Guang Hao proposed. Xing Tianming, upon hearing this, felt immensely satisfied with Guang Hao's plan. Given that no one had traversed Ghost Head Mountain in ages, the unknown circumstances could prove perilous if they attracted other wild predators. Entrusting this task to Guang Hao seemed prudent. After all, he had successfully injured the leopard, suggesting the others were ineffectual. Should anyone else, like Wang Daqiang, succumb to fear and kneel in submission before the beast, it could lead to dire consequences. After considerable contemplation, Xing Tianming patted Guang Hao's shoulder decisively. Very well. The matter of the leopard is now in your capable hands. You are the expert when it comes to hunting. This creature has a history of human predation, and it must not be allowed to remain at large. You must find a way to eliminate it. If you succeed, I shall personally award you a medal. Furthermore, all game from Xiaofang village, including the militia, will be under your command during the hunt. You must ensure that this vile creature is dealt with. Although Xing Tianming was the head of the Public Security Bureau, he was an outsider when it came to hunting leopards, and thus he entrusted this responsibility to the more knowledgeable Guang Hao. Without hesitation, Guang Hao accepted the task. Director Xing, rest assured, I will personally deliver the leopard to you. You need not worry. With the leopard having entered Ghost Head Mountain, the villagers of Xiaofang dared not pursue it, and this matter could only rest for the time being. As Guang Hao observed the others begin to pack their belongings to return to the village, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. To speak frankly, upon witnessing Wang Daqiang kneeling in fear and pleading for mercy after the Dawabatsi entered Ghost Head Mountain, Guang Hao felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate him with a single shot. The entry of Dawabatsi into the mountain was a trivial matter. However, should Director Xing steadfastly decide to lead the villagers into the mountain for a search, it would spell disaster. Once they ventured into Ghost Head Mountain, its secrets would be swiftly unveiled. Previously, he had managed to frighten Wang Daqiang away with his antics, yet this time, he could not employ the same tactics on Director Xing. Wang Daqiang was an ne'er-do-well, a societal outcast. Thus Guang Hao felt no qualms about taking action against him. Even if he were to eliminate him within Ghost Head Mountain, it could merely be seen as ridding society of a menace. However, Xing Tianming was different. He was not only the head of the Public Security Bureau, but also a revered Red Army soldier. As one of the most admirable figures in Longhua, Guang Hao would never direct his weapon at him. If he truly intended to ascend the mountain, Guang Hao would find himself powerless. Fortunately, Wang Daqiang and the villagers were reasonable enough to dissuade Xing Tianming. Ultimately, Xing Tianming even entrusted the task of hunting the Dawabatsi to Guang Hao, who immediately resolved within himself to confront the wretched creature. That audacious leopard, not only daring to harm and consume humans, but also to retreat to Ghost Head Mountain, would soon face his reckoning when Guang Hao found the time to deal with him. The hunt for Dawabatsi concluded hastily, and everyone returned home to their respective families. Although the leopard had not been eliminated, life must go on, and with the evening approaching, preparations for dinner were in order. Xing Tianming and his party returned to the commune, planning to stay in Xiaofang village for a couple of days. The situation regarding Wang Dagong was quite serious. Having promised the public a fair trial, it was imperative to thoroughly investigate his crimes overnight. Additionally, the man-eating leopard loomed over them like an invisible sword, a constant threat that Director Xing feared would re-emerge to inflict harm. Director Xing, it's getting late. Why not come to my home for a meal? After dining, we can proceed to question Wang Dagong at our leisure, Guang Hao suggested softly upon seeing Director Xing's immediate intent to interrogate Wang Dagong in the small dark room. Given that Director Xing was of an advanced age and had spent the day pursuing the Dawabatsi without even a sip of soup, Guang Hao found it difficult to watch him plunge back into work. No need. We can manage a quick meal at the commune later. Thank you for your kindness. But you all should head back. Director Xing waved his hand, resolutely declining Guang Hao's offer. Despite Guang Hao's persistent insistence, Director Xing remained stubborn in his refusal. Although he was already a director, he continued to remain grounded, placing work above all else. At that moment, Guang Hao felt a profound respect for this boastful elder. Chapter 154, Immediate Execution. The following day, around 10 in the morning, the alarm bell in the village rang once again. Guang Hao initially intended to accompany his brother Ai Guamin, armed, to Ghost Head Mountain to assess the situation with the Dawabatsi. Upon hearing the alarm, they exchanged glances and turned back, heading straight to the commune. Upon arriving at the people's commune, other relatives, along with Ai Xiaofang and Li Lu, were already present. After inquiring about the situation, Guang Hao and Ai Guamin quickly grasped the circumstances. Last night, Director Xing spent nearly the entire night interrogating Wang Dagong, ultimately uncovering even the most personal secrets of Wang, including that he wet the bed at the tender age of 12. After grasping the full extent of the situation, Xing Tianming resolutely decided to hold a public trial the following day. He sounded the alarm and summoned the villagers of Xiaofang village. Despite the weariness etched upon his face from the sleepless night, it was overshadowed by a palpable anger and disappointment at the state of affairs. As the villagers gathered, Xing Tianming ascended the podium, holding a metal loudspeaker. Villagers of Xiaofang, today we shall conduct a public trial for our former village secretary, Wang Dagong. Now, Wang Dagong, please take a moment to present your own transgressions. With that, he handed the loudspeaker to Wang Dagong, who, after just one night, appeared transformed. He exuded an aura of despair, and his countenance, aged a decade in mere hours, stooped over and flanked by two armed police officers, the barrels of their guns ominously directed towards him. It was evident that Wang Dagong was in serious trouble. I apologize, esteemed villagers of Xiaofang. I, Wang Dagong, am unworthy of serving as your village secretary. I acknowledge my wrongs and seek forgiveness, imploring you all to spare my life. I am willing to pay any price for your mercy, he pleaded. Instead of articulating his crimes as instructed, he fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly in repentance. The police officers, witnessing this, struck him with the butt of a rifle. Enough of this nonsense. State your crimes, and the people shall render a fair judgment, one admonished. After the blow, Wang Dagong emitted a pained cry and, no longer hesitating, began to confess his misdeeds while still on the ground. The villagers had initially believed that Wang Dagong was merely negligent in his duties, deliberately concealing the losses incurred from goat herding, which led to the tragic demise of the Sun family at the hands of a ferocious leopard. However, as he spoke, the villagers soon realized their naivety. The tragedy befalling the Sun family was but a minor infraction among a multitude of sins. As village secretary, he had engaged in rampant corruption, manipulating every lucrative position within the village to his advantage. If the price was right, or if someone could satisfy him in bed, he would grant them the position. Moreover, he had embezzled collective assets. Despite the government's recent policies to reduce the grain quota to 15 units, Xiaofang village continued to pay at the old rate of 20, pocketing the surplus of 5 units for himself. To add to his transgressions, several years prior, in a bid for the village secretary position, Wang Dagong had even orchestrated the murder of his rival, disguising it as an unfortunate accident down a cliff, thereby securing his position. Secrets, one by one, were laid bare before the villagers, leaving them in a state of stunned disbelief. Even Guang Hao appeared momentarily taken aback. The Wang family's brazen provocation elicited no counter-strategy from Guang Hao. This was not a sign of weakness. Rather, he had long anticipated that this day would arrive for Wang Dagong. In his previous life, the scandal surrounding the Dawabao incident had prompted an investigation from the Municipal Bureau, which ultimately uprooted Wang Dagong entirely. At that time, the severity of the case discovered was merely half of what it was now. This old rogue was indeed insatiably greedy. As a mere village secretary, he had embezzled over 30,000 yuan. When the hard-earned money of the farmers was unearthed from his home, the villagers' fury reached a boiling point. "I'll kill you, you scoundrel! How dare you betray my trust and accept the position of village secretary, only to treat us this way?" they cried. "Indeed, over 30,000 yuan. This is our blood and sweat. You deserve to die, to perish. Our families are starving, gnawing on tree bark and roots. And yet you embezzled 30,000 yuan. Not 300, nor 3,000, but 30,000. We were truly blind to have elected you as our village secretary." Guang Hao was right. "You are nothing but an old dog. Go to hell." The villagers were incensed, picking up stones and dirt to hurl at Wang Dagong, who knelt on the platform. His heart ashen, indifferent to the assault. He knew that once the public trial commenced, his fate was sealed. "All right, everyone, let us all calm down. I have yet to announce today's verdict," Xiaofang proclaimed through the metal megaphone. "What verdict is needed? Just kill him." "Exactly, eliminate this parasite. What purpose does he serve?" The cries for his execution grew louder, as nearly all the villagers raised their fists, urging Xiaofang to impose the death penalty without hesitation. At the mention of death, Wang Dagong shuddered violently. "No, please don't kill me. I beg you, do not take my life. I am willing to return every penny I embezzled, my house, my fertile land, all my wealth. I will surrender it to you. Just grant me a chance to live." Wang Dagong wept earnestly on the podium, truly terrified, to the point where he had soiled himself. "If you spare me this once, will my husband come back to life?" cried Xiaolan, Sun Ming's wife, her voice raw with anguish. "Wang Dagong, you must compensate him, die?" Ultimately, the verdict of the public trial was pronounced. Every individual associated with Wang Dagong faced downfall. Due to bribery and complicity, Wang Dagong's associates were sentenced to imprisonment, with terms ranging from 10 years to 3 or 4 years for the lesser offenders. As for the principal offender, Wang Dagong, due to the substantial amount of bribes received and his convictions for intentional homicide, corpse destruction, and embezzlement, he was sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. Upon hearing this announcement, the villagers erupted in applause while Wang Dagong's family wept inconsolably. Since it was a public trial, the execution took place in front of the villagers. With a black hood placed over his head, the law enforcement officer aimed the execution rifle directly at his chest. Wang Dagong, in a fit of tears, pleaded for forgiveness. However, his crocodile tears held no weight. With a single gunshot, the malignant presence in Xiaofang village was extinguished forever. Chapter 155. In poverty, one upholds integrity. In wealth, one benefits the world. The public trial concluded with Wang Dagong's execution and the apprehension of numerous accomplices. Following the verdict, Xing Tianming and his team prepared to depart. Although the predatory leopard had yet to be captured, Xing Tianming, as the police chief, had an abundance of responsibilities and could not remain in Xiaofang village indefinitely in pursuit of the beast. As the tasks concluded and noon approached, Guang Hao extended another invitation. "If it's not too much trouble, Chief Xing, why not join my family for a simple meal before you leave?" Observing the weary Xing Tianming, who was rubbing the corners of his eyes, Guang Hao reflected on the passage of time. In his youth, during the Korean War, he could endure 3 days and nights under enemy fire without sleep, Yet now, after a single sleepless night, he felt his strength waning. Fine, since the work is done. I'll go to your place for lunch and take a moment to rest, Xing Tianming agreed, eager to converse with Guang Hao. With the chief coming to dine, Guang Hao took charge of the kitchen, preparing several dishes and sending his brother-in-law, Ai Guam in, to procure some liquor from the supply cooperative. The family gathered to enjoy a feast with Xing Tianming. As always, the spread at Guang Hao's home was abundant. Braised wild chicken, yam stew with ribs, and a large braised carp, all hearty dishes that left Xing Tianming astonished. You've really outdone yourself. This meal surpasses that of a police chief, he remarked. This wild chicken is exquisite, tender and savory, and the rib soup is delightful. Save the fish roe for me. It's my favorite. Despite his position, Xing Tianming displayed no airs, behaving like a spirited child at the table. His amiable demeanor quickly endeared him to Guang Hao's family, to the point where even Ai Guohua felt comfortable enough to drape an arm over his shoulder and engage in playful banter. Truth be told, had it not been for the public trial earlier that morning, Guang Hao's family would never have imagined associating this jovial old rogue, flushed from drink, with a high-ranking police chief. After a satisfying meal, Xing Tianming sipped some tea to clear his head and smiled. Guang Hao, with your village head now apprehended and many positions vacant, are you interested in pursuing a minor official role? Guang Hao, preoccupied with a bamboo skewer, casually waved his hand, not interested. Director Xing, you are aware that I have never had an inclination towards holding an official position. Even mayor whose attempts to recruit me have failed to pique my interest. I find contentment in tending to my modest plot of land, leading a comfortable life. What purpose does holding a position of authority serve? Xing Tianming observed Guang Hao's languid demeanor and could not suppress a sigh. Within the municipal bureau, he often heard Hu Guiqiang express his regret over Guang Hao's reluctance to enter politics. Having collaborated with Hu Guiqiang for many years, Xing Tianming had never witnessed such admiration for a young individual from him. In Hu Guiqiang's eyes, Guang Hao resembled the legendary strategist of Longzhou. With his assistance, the entire Jiaqing could undergo a remarkable transformation. Indeed, living well is of paramount importance. Yet there exists an old adage. In poverty, one cultivates oneself. In prosperity, one aids the world. I hope that in the future, should you possess the means, you will extend a helping hand to those around you. Xing Tianming remarked with a gentle smile. Help others? Guang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Since his rebirth, his aspirations had been straightforward: to ensure a happy life for his wife and children and to alter the fates of a few of his brothers-in-law. Once he had amassed sufficient capital, he would confront that malicious woman, Lin Wei, in the city. The notion of aiding others had never crossed his mind. As long as I am comfortable, what concern is it of mine to assist others? I am but an ordinary citizen, striving to live my life without causing trouble for the state. As for the idea of aiding the world, I am simply not capable of that, Guang Hao bluntly rejected. You young man, I have never encountered someone so capable yet so indolent. Guang Hao, your family enjoys a feast almost daily. Yet do you know what we typically eat at the commune canteen? Xing Tianming inquired. How would I know what you eat? Besides, I have earned my lavish meals through my own efforts. That is not unlawful, is it? Guang Hao replied with a cheeky grin. You rascal. Xing Tianming lightly tapped Guang Hao's head and continued. I am not suggesting that your meals are extravagant. All the poultry and fish you consume are rightfully earned. However, Guang Hao, do you realize that in the commune canteen, everyone still eats coarse bread and stir-fried vegetables devoid of meat? Even congee is rationed to 2 bowls per person. Beyond that, there is none to be had. Guang Hao felt a twinge of regret for having invited Xing Tianming to dine with him. Why discuss these matters when one could simply enjoy a meal? Director Xing, what exactly do you wish to convey? Speak plainly, if you would. Sensing Guang Hao's displeasure, Xing Tianming grasped his hand and spoke apologetically. I do not intend to accuse you of extravagance. Rather, I wish for you to assist others more frequently. Upon arriving in Xiaofang village, I witnessed the profound poverty firsthand, and it weighs heavily on my heart. We, who have grown old, have dedicated all our efforts to create a safe environment for you, desiring to provide you all with a life free from worries about food and clothing. We find ourselves quite unable to fulfill this aspiration. Hence, I sincerely hope that you young individuals can rise and take up our mantle. Guang Hao, you are remarkable and possess great capability. I have never witnessed Hu Guiqiang praise anyone as he has praised you. If you are willing, you can certainly lead others to a prosperous life. If one day I can see that every household enjoys meals as abundant as yours, I would consider it a fulfillment of my life's wishes, even if I were to pass away immediately. Guang Hao, the future belongs to you. I merely hope to entrust this future to your capable hands. This serves as the final exhortation from an elder. Guang Hao, enter politics and assist us in transforming this impoverished nation, will you? To be honest, this is the first time Guang Hao has been entrusted with such heartfelt earnestness. The critical aspect lies in Director Xing's identity. He is a great soldier of the Red Army, one of those who rescued our nation from despair. Now, as they age, they wish to pass the torch to a more vibrant generation. Guang Hao feels the weight of this responsibility, yet it carries the purest hopes of the older generation. Gazing into Director Xing's steadfast and expectant eyes, Guang Hao finds it difficult to refuse him outright. Just as he grapples with his indecision, Sangu, Ai Guozhong, profoundly moved, stands up resolutely. If my brother-in-law is unwilling, I am, he declares. He may not wish to enter politics, but I do. Director Xing, I yearn to change this country, to assist everyone. I aspire to enter politics, if that is permissible. Chapter 156. I want to buy his life. Guang Hao harbors no interest in a political career. Having lived 2 lives, he is fully aware of the nature of the political arena. Currently, things are somewhat better. Although life is modest, the people hold faith, and the political scene in our nation remains relatively clean. Yet, even in this environment, individuals like Wang Dagong still emerge. After the reforms and opening up, as wealth increases, the number of people like Wang Dagong will only proliferate. In summary, Guang Hao does not wish to squander his precious time battling these parasites. However, he cannot dismiss the earnest request from the Red Army soldier, Xing Tianming, leaving him feeling as if he is being grilled over an open flame. Fortunately, at this moment, Sangu, Ai Guozhong, steps forward. Observing Ai Guozhong's flushed face, brimming with emotion, and his body trembling slightly with conviction, Guang Hao realizes that Sangu genuinely desires to enter politics. To his astonishment, he never expected Sangu to possess such awareness. Several of his elder brothers are now engaged in their own endeavors alongside Guang Hao. The eldest, Ai Guohua, oversees fish catches, and it has been reported that the supply and marketing cooperative's fish sales are thriving. Zhang Tai hopes he can increase production and plans to recruit 2 more individuals like Wang Laosin to assist him, aiming for a minimum of 500 pounds of fish per day. The second brother, Ai Guomin, hunts alongside Guang Hao, with the abundant resources of Ghost Head Mountain. Guang Hao earns at least over 1,000 daily from mountain goods, and naturally, his second uncle profits handsomely as well. The fourth uncle, Ai Guoqiang, is working alongside the future real estate mogul, Cui Wang, in construction. Cui Wang praises his uncle as a genius in building, a talent that Guang Hao had previously overlooked. It is only now, with his own house entrusted to Ai Guoqiang, that Guang Hao realizes the exceptional skill his uncle possesses. Far from merely being a genius, he is indeed a prodigy among prodigies, crafting not only aesthetically pleasing structures, but also demonstrating unparalleled craftsmanship. In the presence of the future tycoon Cui Wang, Ai Guoqiang appears almost as a master in his field. One can only imagine the remarkable achievements that await him if he continues on this path. As for the fifth uncle, Ai Guofu, Guang Hao has never felt the need to interfere with his affairs. This is not due to any preferential treatment. Rather, in terms of intelligence, Ai Guofu far surpasses Guang Hao. Thus, it is best to allow him to chart his own course. Among his uncles, Guang Hao harbors the greatest concern for the third uncle, Ai Guozhong, who is yet to determine his direction in life. However, that uncertainty has now been resolved, as Ai Guozhong has expressed a desire to enter politics. A man of integrity and a profound sense of justice, if he were to embark on a political career, he could undoubtedly become a commendable public servant dedicated to the nation and its people. Contemplating this, Guang Hao beams with a radiant smile. Excellent. Since his third uncle has such aspirations, Director Xing, why not appoint him as the village secretary? My uncle's loyalty to the party and the people, coupled with his strong sense of justice, would make him far more suitable for the role than I, Xing Tianming. Seeking to entice Guang Hao into the political arena with a sense of responsibility and hope, employs somewhat dubious methods. Yet, this lad is truly a talent. The means are irrelevant as long as he can be persuaded to step forward. However, just as the pressure mounts, Ai Guozhong unexpectedly intervenes. Observing the fervent enthusiasm radiating from Ai Guozhong, Xing Tianming can certainly appreciate his passion for the people and the future. Yet, mere enthusiasm lacks substance. What truly matters is capability. AI Guozhong's ambition to enter politics is commendable, and we shall give it serious consideration. However, Guang Hao, do not underestimate the role of village secretary. It may seem minor, yet it serves as an excellent stepping stone. If you can effectively manage a village, you can manage a town, or even a district or province. I hope you will reflect on this. I understand, but I truly lack interest. How about this? Consider my third uncle more seriously, and should he encounter any challenges in his role as family, he can certainly seek my advice. What do you think? Guang Hao responds with a grin. Seeing his attitude, Xing Tianming realizes that this meal has been in vain. With a pat on his backside, he rises from his seat. The previous intoxication has vanished, replaced by a clear-eyed demeanor. This stubborn lad, uninterested in politics, is not easily swayed, even if Hu Guiqiang attempts to persuade him. It is futile. I have made my point, yet he remains unmoved. This irritating boy vexes me. I shall take my leave. With that, Xing Tianming turns and strides toward the police car at the entrance. Thus, Guang Hao's reluctance to enter the political arena stems from the pervasive presence of cunning individuals, akin to old foxes, within the corridors of power, making it tiresome to engage with them behind a facade. Very well, Director Xing, take care. And do come by for a drink when you find the time. Humph. With that, Xing Tianming departed with the remaining comrades from the Public Security Bureau, and Xiaofang village was once again enveloped in tranquility. However, for one family, the descent from prosperity to despair occurred overnight, leaving them gasping under the weight of grief and hopelessness. In the Wang family, Wang Daqiang had previously wielded considerable influence in Xiaofang village. His father held the position of village secretary, and their household was among the wealthiest in the community, earning him the title of Young Master Wang. Each day, he roamed the hills with his entourage, reveling in the flirtations with young maidens, living a life of unrestrained indulgence. Yet, ever since he crossed paths with Guang Hao, his fortunes began to dwindle. Initially, Guang Hao had inflicted a grievous injury upon him, and after nursing his wounds, Wang sought revenge. However, he followed Guang Hao to Ghost Head Mountain, only to be terrified nearly to the point of death. In an attempt to defend his son, Wang Dagong found himself coerced by Guang Hao into kneeling and admitting fault. Now, their situation has deteriorated further. The Dawabao incident has brought Xing Tianming's full attention to Wang Dagong. After a series of interrogations, all of Wang Dagong's past misdeeds were unearthed. Not only were all their assets confiscated, but Wang Dagong himself was executed. The once vibrant Wang household now stands desolate, reduced to a mere remnant of its former self, with only the widow and her children left to mourn. Others either faced arrest or kept their distance, avoiding any association with the family out of fear. Wang's mother wept inconsolably before her husband's portrait, her heart shattered. I warned you. The heavens are always watching. I advised you against being so greedy, against your avarice. You refused to heed my words, and now, not only have you gained nothing, but you have also paid with your life. How can you leave us, a widowed mother and her children, to fend for ourselves? As she spoke, her cries intensified, driving Wang Daqiang to the brink of madness. All you do is weep. What good does your crying do? Will your tears bring my father back? It is all Guang Hao's fault. He is the architect of our misery. Had that Dawabao taken him in one bite, we would not be entangled in this mess. I vow to seek vengeance. I must have my revenge. Mother, do you have any money left? If so, give it all to me. I shall buy his life. In the morning hall, yellow paper money swirled in the air. And amidst this eerie and cold atmosphere, Wang Daqiang's expression darkened profoundly. Money? What money do we have left? Yesterday, Xing Tianming and his men thoroughly searched our home. We are left with not a single cent. As this thought crossed her mind, tears streamed down Wang's mother's face once more. I remember you once secretly hid a luminous pearl. I have heard this pearl is a rare treasure. Give it to me, and I shall use it to procure Guang Hao's death. In the span of a single night, their family was shattered, and Wang Daqiang now resembled a man driven to madness. His mind was clouded, consumed solely with the desire to eliminate Guang Hao. That luminous pearl was indeed a precious gem, and once the storm had passed, it would fetch a considerable sum. This was the only hope for the two of us to survive. You cannot entertain thoughts of it now. Not only would it yield little in the present, but if you were to sell it for Guang Hao, how would we manage to live on? Wang Mu tightly grasped Wang Daqiang's clothing, attempting to prevent him from seizing the luminous pearl. We shall address future matters later. My immediate demand is for Guang Hao's demise. Where is the luminous pearl? Hand it over at once. Wang Daqiang had completely lost his sanity. No, I cannot surrender it to you. It is our last hope. Will you yield, or must I resort to force? You have lost your mind. Do you dare to strike me? I would do anything to ensure Guang Hao's end. In Longkou town, at Li Jun's residence, he was meticulously examining a pearl of remarkable value. Firstly, this pearl was substantial. While most pearls measure only a few centimeters in diameter, this one reached over a dozen centimeters, akin to the size of a fist. Secondly, its roundness was exceptional, as the worth of a pearl is directly proportional to its smoothness. The more spherical the pearl, the greater its value. This pearl was perfectly rounded, devoid of any blemish. These two attributes alone were sufficient to establish its immense worth, yet they did not encapsulate its true essence. This pearl emitted a soft glow, its faint luminescence enchanting like that of a siren from the depths of the abyss. A mere glance would captivate one utterly. With all three qualities combined, this transcended mere treasure. It was indeed a priceless gem. Li Jun carefully placed the pearl into a wooden box, and once secured, he inquired nonchalantly. So you claim this pearl was sent by Wang Daqiang, intending to exchange it for my brother Guang Hao's life? Shen Hu, seated opposite Li Jun, nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Jun Ge, he is still at my home, awaiting my response. This luminous pearl is a rare treasure. Even someone as unrefined as I can recognize its worth. Should we not consider eliminating the entire Wang family and claiming this pearl for ourselves? I have heard whispers from Xiaofang village that Wang Daqiang's father was executed by Xing Tianming for corruption and premeditated murder. Consequently, the Wang family has been thoroughly investigated, and they are now loathed by all. If we were to act against them, it would surely go unnoticed. Li Jun hesitated for a dozen seconds upon hearing this. The luminous pearl was undoubtedly a remarkable item, although currently, due to a planned economy, antiques and pearls held little value. He had received hints that Jiaqing might soon open its economy. Once that occurred, the worth of such treasures would soar, and this pearl would undoubtedly be worth a fortune. However, after a brief pause, Li Jun resolutely closed the wooden box and stated, "No, let us adhere to the original plan. We will accept Wang Daqiang's request and, at the most critical moment, emerge to save him. As for this luminous pearl, let us present it to my brother Guang Hao." Shen Hu was taken aback. He could comprehend the original plan, for it was well known that Jun Ge had always sought to foster a good relationship with Hao Ge. However, bestowing such a precious treasure upon Guang Hao seemed rather extravagant. Although Shen Hu remained silent, Li Jun discerned everything from his astonished expression. He chuckled softly. "Ah, Xiao Hu, you still do not grasp the significance Guang Hao holds for me. In any case, remember this, aside from my brotherly way, I would willingly offer even you lot to appease Guang Hao. Henceforth, when you encounter Guang Hao, show him the respect he deserves. Do you understand? Should any insolent wretch dare to offend my brother?" Li Jun's countenance turned icy, his hand gliding lightly across his neck. "Do you comprehend what must be done?" Startled by this gesture, Shen Hu swallowed hard and finally nodded with great difficulty. "Jun Ge, I understand what I must do." Meanwhile, the state-run hotel was buzzing with activity. The long-absent manager Ma had returned, and the staff began to warmly welcome him. When Guoyang displayed the utmost enthusiasm, attending to manager Ma with such fervor that one might think he was more devoted than Ma's own grandson. Especially when Wang Fugue sought to converse with manager Ma. He went to great lengths to obstruct him, fearing that Wang Fugue might usurp his attention. On the second floor of the state-run hotel, when Guoyang was pouring tea for manager Ma, "Xiaowen, how long have you been with me?" Manager Ma leisurely inquired while sipping his tea. "Manager Ma, I have been with you for 10 years, when Guoyang replied sincerely. 10 years, indeed. 10 years ago, I was the manager of the state-run hotel. And you have served me for a full decade, yet your accomplishments do not compare to those who have worked for merely a month. Do you not feel a sense of shame?" Manager Ma cast a glance at Wen Guoyang, causing him to nearly buckle at the knees in submission. "This is not my fault, Manager Ma. Wang Fugue seems to have stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, having made the acquaintance of a fellow named Guang Hao. This individual is truly remarkable. Not only does he consistently deliver several hundred pounds of meat daily, but he also has the ear of Mayor Hu and Director Xing. With his assistance, Wang Fugue has transformed the state-run hotel into a thriving establishment. If only I had such an impressive ally, I would undoubtedly surpass him." Observing Wen Guoyang's demeanor, Manager Ma could not help but let out a deep sigh. You do not seek the root of your shortcomings, but rather attribute your failures to external factors. It is no wonder that your elevation within the city has been limited to manager, given your abilities and vision. Being appointed as the manager of a state-run hotel is quite sufficient. Nevertheless, you have indeed been with me for 10 years. 10 years, after all, brings with it not only toil but also merit, does it not? I have returned specifically to evaluate the position of manager. Originally, this position was destined for you. However, Wang Fugui's recent performance has been exceptionally impressive, leading the higher-ups to favor him for the role of store manager. Manager Ma, being of advanced age, speaks slowly, nearly causing Wen Guoyang to despair. This is unacceptable. Manager Ma, I have always been by your side, and you previously assured me of the manager position. Moreover, Wang Fugui has only recently joined us, and now he is being promoted to manager. This is profoundly unfair. Wen Guoyang exclaimed in a state of agitation. The selection of a manager is not solely my decision. The opinions from above hold greater significance. Manager Ma shot a glare at Wen Guoyang. Then you must devise a way for me. I have followed you for so long and have finally waited for such an opportunity. Manager Ma, you must assist me. Wen Guoyang was on the verge of tears. After over a decade in the state-run hotel, he was so close to a promotion, only to have it snatched away by others. His heart could hardly bear it. Sigh, very well, I will provide you with one last suggestion. There is a director in charge of personnel management who has a great fondness for his wife, who in turn has a penchant for exquisite furs. If you can devise a way to present a fine fur to him, as long as it catches his eye, the manager position will likely be yours. Manager Ma, having navigated the organizational hierarchy for decades, was well aware of the temperament and disposition of his superiors. Upon hearing this, Wen Guoyang quickly dried his tears and broke into a smile. Thank you, Manager Ma, thank you. I will immediately think of a way to procure a more exquisite fur. You truly are like a second father to me. Manager Ma smiled slightly, graciously accepting Wen Guoyang's praise. Having finally settled matters with Manager Ma, Wen Guoyang wiped the sweat from his brow and exited the room. Darn Wang Fugui, darn Guang Hao. If it weren't for you two, I wouldn't have to part with a precious fur. Furs are not cheap. Ordinary ones cost several tens, while exquisite ones can easily exceed 100. And some even reach into the thousands. Just wait until I become the manager. I will show you both. We will see how this unfolds. Chapter 158, The Cheetah of Ghost Head Mountain. Guang Hao remained oblivious to the fact that he was simultaneously on the minds of two formidable men. He was currently busy packing with AI Guamen, preparing to ascend the mountain to hunt the cheetah. The large spotted beast had not only injured people, but had also developed a clear taste for human flesh. Such a ferocious creature must not be allowed to roam free. Additionally, this beast had already been reported to Director Xing. If Guang Hao failed to deal with it, once Director Xing became available, he would likely come with a military force for a crackdown. Should the military enter the mountains, the secrets of Ghost Head Mountain would be fully exposed. A scenario Guang Hao could not accept. Thus, hunting the cheetah had become of utmost importance. Guang Hao was determined to take action today. Brother-in-law, please allow me to accompany you. That beast has already killed 4 people. Having an extra person would enhance safety. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, I can protect you. It has come to my attention that Guang Hao intends to ascend the mountain in pursuit of a leopard. Guowa, today, has refrained from fishing and instead lingered at the doorstep, eager to accompany Guang Hao, fearing for his safety. Indeed, I share your concerns about your journey with the second brother. I am not at ease either. Since I currently have no pressing matters, I shall join you. The third brother, Guazhong, hastily expressed his desire to accompany them as well. Ultimately, all 5 brothers of the AI family wished to partake, each apprehensive about Guang Hao encountering danger. Xiaofang holds Guang Hao in such high regard that she values him more than her own life. Should he sustain even a minor injury, she would undoubtedly weep for half the day. These elder brothers are most fearful of their younger sister's tears. Even the most astute 5th brother finds himself defenseless against Xiaofang's sorrow. Once she begins to cry, they are all rendered helpless. However, ascending the mountain to hunt for leopards is not a matter of increasing numbers. The terrain is intricate, and a greater number of people would only create more noise, potentially startling the elusive leopard. Moreover, aside from myself, I have several animal companions on the mountain, more than capable of handling a leopard. Were it not for your incessant clamoring, I would not even consider bringing the second cousin along. Guang Hao expressed his exasperation. reiterating that hunting leopards is not improved by sheer numbers. This cunning leopard, particularly wary after having been hunted recently, has heightened its vigilance. Any significant noise from a crowd would surely prompt it to flee. The Guang mountain spans thousands of acres, with dense forests, should the leopard be determined to escape. No amount of effort from the group would allow them to catch up. Furthermore, while my uncles are undeniably brave, none possess firearm proficiency. Approaching Guang mountain unarmed would merely serve as a feast for the leopard. Hence, Guang Hao firmly resolved not to take them along, fearing they might become a burden rather than an asset. Enough of your antics. You are merely familiar with playing with a shotgun, while specialized hunting rifles elude your understanding. The leopard's hide is tough and its flesh thick. A shotgun offers no efficacy against it. Do not complicate matters, with my brother-in-law accompanying me. I assure you that capturing the leopard will be a simple endeavor. The second uncle, Guang, displayed the most enthusiasm, as he was the sole one permitted to accompany Guang Hao on this hunt. Through Guang Hao's recent training, Guang may not have become a sharpshooter, but his marksmanship has undoubtedly improved. He frequently traverses Guang mountain with Guang Hao, becoming quite familiar with the terrain, which is why Guang Hao specifically approved his inclusion. Observing the second brother's triumphant demeanor, the other uncles felt a pang of envy. Nevertheless, he was not wrong, and they could only sulk and retract their earlier aspirations. Do not adopt such a flippant attitude. That leopard has claimed several lives. Safety must be paramount during your ascent, and most importantly, you must protect my brother-in-law. Guowa admonished Guang, delivering a firm punch to his chest. Rest assured, elder brother, should the leopard seek to harm my brother-in-law, it shall have to pass over my lifeless body first. Guang vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Enough with the talk of corpses. Let us speak more positively, patriotically. Guiqiang muttered a complaint. With their preparations complete, Guang Hao and Guohua were ready to embark on their journey, accompanied to the door by several uncles. Just as they were about to ascend the mountain, Xiaofang suddenly burst forth from her room. Realizing that Guang Hao intended to venture into the mountains alone with Guang to hunt leopards, Xiaofang confronted him with her first display of anger. To her, the secrets of Ghost Head Mountain and the safety of the villagers paled in comparison to the well-being of her beloved Guang Hao. Thus, she vehemently opposed his perilous expedition to hunt leopards. Even as Guang Hao attempted to reason with her, she raised a considerable uproar, resolutely refusing to allow him to go. Ultimately, unable to sway him, she retreated to her room, silently shedding tears. Now, seeing Guang Hao preparing to leave, her heart ached with reluctance. She hurriedly emerged from her room and embraced Guang Hao tightly. Darling, the leopard is ferocious. Can't you take the militia along? She pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Director Xing said you can command them at will now. I've already stated that the secrets of Ghost Head Mountain must remain undisclosed, he replied. Enough, my dear. I must ascend the mountain now. Rest assured, I promise to return safely. A mere leopard cannot harm a single hair on my body, Guang Hao declared confidently. Observing his demeanor, Xiaofang understood that she could not persuade him further. She turned her gaze sternly towards her second uncle, Guang. Brother, I entrust Guang Hao to you. If he suffers even the slightest injury, I shall never acknowledge you as my brother again. Guang was taken aback. What do you mean you won't acknowledge me? What heinous act have I committed? Besides, I am not the one hunting leopards. As her devoted brother, her threat struck him like a thunderbolt. Rest assured, should any danger arise, I will ensure Guang Hao's safe return without a scratch, he assured her once more. Very well. Xiaofang nodded, her eyes pleadingly searching Guang Hao's. Guang Hao. Can you? At the sight of her expression, Guang Hao felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Xiaofang loved him deeply, to the very core of her being, fearing even the slightest harm would befall him. In his previous life, he had abandoned her here, and without him, he could only imagine her despair. Each thought of this pierced his heart with pain. In this life, no matter the sacrifices he made for her happiness, Guang Hao felt they would never be sufficient. He owed her far too much. He embraced her tightly, pressing a fervent kiss upon her crimson lips. They lingered in this kiss for several minutes until Xiaofang began to feel breathless, prompting Guang Hao to finally release her. Stay home and wait for me. With you and the children here, I assure you I will be safe. With that, fearing Xiaofang might attempt to detain him, he departed with Guang towards Ghost Head Mountain. Watching Guang Hao's retreating figure, Xiaofang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her hands clasped in prayer. The Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Tathagata Buddha, and the Emperor of Fengdu, I implore you to bless my brother Guang Hao with a safe return. As long as he returns unharmed, I, your devotee, am willing to sacrifice everything. Chapter 159. At last, I have found you. Guai-Tu Mountain. Guang Hao and Ai Guamin have visited Guai-Tu Mountain countless times. Yet this ascent brings an inexplicable sense of tension. A large spotted leopard, having sustained injuries, has taken refuge within the mountain's embrace. This beast, known for its ferocity and having tasted human flesh, poses an extraordinary threat. Once an animal has consumed human flesh, its aggression towards humans escalates dramatically. Coupled with the leopard's inherent cunning and savagery, a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Guang Hao and Ai Guamin approach each thicket with trepidation. Xiaolan Dehui, come out quickly. Upon reaching Guai-Tu Mountain, Guang Hao and Ai Guamin did not immediately commence their search for the leopard. In the realm of tracking, humans fall significantly short compared to animals. Their olfactory and auditory senses far surpass those of mankind. Should they proceed to seek the leopard's trail directly, it is likely they would be discovered before ever catching a glimpse of its fur. In this dense and primal forest, the first to detect the other's presence gains a considerable advantage. With the balance of power shifting, the roles of hunter and prey remain uncertain. Guang Hao called out, and after a few moments, hurried footsteps echoed through the foliage. Suddenly, a gray figure leapt from the underbrush, rushing towards Guang Hao with exuberance. Ow! A massive wolf pinned Guang Hao to the ground, its broad tongue lavishing affection upon his face. Dehui, get off me. You're crushing me. With great effort, Guang Hao managed to dislodge the enormous wolf. This creature, having healed from its prior wounds, now weighed over 80 pounds and exerted formidable pressure. At this moment, as the wolf's paws pressed down upon him, Guang Hao found himself utterly immobilized. The giant wolf displayed an affectionate exuberance, longing for Guang Hao's company after a day's absence. Despite being pushed away, it continued to circle him, eagerly seeking opportunities to nuzzle him with its tongue, leaving him dampened with slobber. In stark contrast to the wolf's exuberance, the golden monkey, Xiaolan, exhibited a more tranquil demeanor. Delighted by Guang Hao's arrival, it perched on his shoulder, wrapping its arms around his neck. Unable to contain its affection, it bestowed a gentle kiss upon him, while otherwise remaining like a silent plaything, neither noisy nor disruptive. After ruffling the giant wolf's fur and offering a rice cake to the affectionate golden monkey, Guang Hao produced a bloodied sleeve and presented it before Dehui. Help me sniff this out. Find this wretch's whereabouts. We are on a mission to hunt it down. Be vigilant and do not make a mistake. This matter is of utmost importance. The sleeve in question belonged to Sun Ming, whose injuries were inflicted by the large spotted leopard. Thus, the bloodied fabric retained the scent of the very beast they sought. Guang Hao allowed the colossal wolf to scent his sleeve, intending to utilize its keen senses to track the elusive flowered leopard. The expanse of Ghost Head Mountain spans thousands of acres, and with only Guang Hao and Ai Guamin, even a year would likely prove futile in their quest to locate the leopard. The primary reason for not enlisting others to assist was the presence of wolves. As creatures with the most acute olfactory senses, they can discern thousands of scents indiscernible to humans and are capable of persistently tracking these aromas to their source. This is why hunting has historically relied on hounds. With their aid, hunters can pursue their quarry with unparalleled success. The flowered leopard, concealed within the depths of Ghost Head Mountain, would be nearly impossible for Guang Hao and Ai Guamin to capture alone, but with the immense wolf tracking it, escape would be impossible for the leopard. The colossal wolf, imbued with remarkable intuition, had not undergone formal tracking training, yet upon receiving the cloth, it instinctively understood Guang Hao's intent to pursue prey. Bowing its head, it began to meticulously inhale the scent embedded in the sleeve. After a good 10 seconds, the wolf abruptly lifted its head and bolted towards the inner mountain. A howl echoed through the trees, signaling its discovery of the leopard's scent. Observing the wolf's intelligence, Guang Hao swiftly chambered a round into his firearm. Second uncle, the bullet is loaded. Let us follow the gray beast. Ai Guamin adeptly loaded his weapon and closely trailed Guang Hao. With the colossal wolf leading the way on the leopard's trail, Guang Hao and Ai Guamin followed closely behind. For an entire hour, they pursued, until the wolf, gray, suddenly halted beside a dense thicket. This area was a quintessential coniferous forest, where every tree stood tall, many several centuries old, their trunks reaching skyward. The ground was carpeted with fallen needles, creating a soft but uncomfortable surface underfoot. The wolf's pace slowed, and its vocalizations shifted in tone. Guang Hao understood this as a warning that they had entered the leopard's territory. He immediately signaled to AI Guamin. They positioned themselves back to back, one in front and the other behind, advancing step by step, firearms ready and primed, prepared to fire at the first sign of danger. The coniferous forest was enveloped in a profound silence, save for the occasional wail of the mountain breeze. The scent of the leopard was overwhelmingly potent, so much so that Gray struggled to discern its exact hiding place, resorting to low growls to alert Guang Hao that it was nearby. With the keen gaze of a hawk, Guang Hao scanned the serene surroundings. The confrontation between predator and prey often unfolds in an instant. Should he spot the flowered leopard, a single shot would suffice to seal its fate. However, should he miss, the leopard would surely pounce, leaving no opportunity for a second shot. As Guang Hao and AI Guamin meticulously searched for the traces of the magnificent leopard, he suddenly felt a droplet of water land upon his back. Encountering droplets in the forest is a commonplace occurrence. The verdant canopy, lush with foliage, retains moisture that hasn't fully evaporated. When a gentle breeze stirs, it is entirely normal for droplets to fall. Yet, this time, Guang Hao felt an acute sense of foreboding. He swiftly aimed the barrel of his rifle at the crown of a coniferous tree. Sure enough, perched atop the dense foliage was a bloodied and ferocious leopard. Poised with its sharp fangs bared, its muscles taut and coiled. Clearly, the leopard had detected their presence upon their arrival in the coniferous forest, yet rather than fleeing, it chose to conceal itself in the tree, waiting for the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack on Guang Hao. To his astonishment, the blood from its hind leg, wounded in a previous encounter with Guang Hao, dripped onto his back. At last, I have found you, you cunning leopard. Chapter 160. The hunt is successful. Guang Hao raised his rifle with determination, unwavering, and fired a shot at the leopard. The crack of the gun echoed as the bullet from the 98K flew like an arrow towards its target. Initially, the leopard intended to ambush Guang Hao from its perch, but upon seeing him raise his weapon, it instinctively veered to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Having been hit multiple times, the leopard was now acutely aware of the danger. The formidable force of the 98K penetrated the tree trunk, and had the leopard not twisted its body at the critical moment, the bullet could have pierced both it and the tree. Although it evaded a fatal blow, the projectile grazed its back, leaving a deep gash. A howl of agony erupted from the leopard. It had already suffered a gunshot wound to its hind leg and had consumed numerous sheep in an effort to recuperate. Just as it had begun to heal, it encountered Guang Hao once more, only to be shot in the same leg again. The leopard, now driven to the precipice of desperation, had retreated to Ghost Head Mountain, intending to recover fully before venturing out again. Yet, Guang Hao relentlessly pursued it, delivering yet another shot. 3 bullets. Even a creature of clay would be roused to fury, let alone a fierce and cunning leopard. Enough of this torment, you hairless monkey. I shall feast upon you. The leopard roared, its wounds igniting its primal ferocity. In a reckless display of defiance, it charged at Guang Hao, intent on avenging the pain inflicted by the human who had shot it thrice. Be careful, brother-in-law. Upon witnessing the leopard's reckless descent from the conifer, AI Guamin swiftly pulled Guang Hao behind him and raised his weapon to fire. The 88-style rifle unleashed a fiery breath, its bullet racing towards the speeding leopard. Despite AI Guamin's recent improvements in marksmanship, he could not transform into a sharpshooter overnight. The target, whether stationary or moving at a slow pace, posed no challenge for him now. However, when confronted with the lightning-fast speed of the leopard, he miscalculated, resulting in a shot that struck the tree trunk, barely grazing a hair on the leopard's coat. The jarring gunfire incited the leopard into a frenzy, its gaping maw opening wide as if prepared to engulf both Guamin and Guang Hao in one bite. Its razor-sharp claws extended fully, promising dire consequences should they make contact. Both the 98K and the 88-style rifles were commendable weapons, yet their most significant flaw was the inability to fire in rapid succession. Each shot required the tedious action of pulling the bolt to eject the spent cartridge, followed by the reloading of a fresh round. While this process did not consume an excessive amount of time, it still wasted several precious seconds. Clearly, the leopard would not grant them such an opportunity. It had already dashed to the base of the tree, mere meters away from Guang Hao and Guamin. The leopard's speed was astonishing, covering the short distance in a heartbeat. They were doomed, caught in the thrall of this savage beast. The proximity was alarmingly close. Guang found himself with no time to fire a second shot, instead opting to use his body as a shield to protect Guang Hao. "Brother-in-law, I'll distract this wretched leopard. Take your shot," Guang shouted, gripping the stock of the 88-style rifle and swinging it towards the leopard like a makeshift club. With no time to fire, he resorted to using the firearm as a melee weapon, determined to buy Guang Hao the time needed to reload, confident that the leopard would meet its demise. His own safety was secondary. He valued his brother-in-law's life far more. Guang engaged the leopard, a mere ordinary man against a beast weighing over 100 pounds. The collision would undoubtedly favor the leopard. Guang Hao, in a state of frantic urgency, worked swiftly with his hands. Ejecting the spent cartridge, he loaded a new bullet. Preparing to fire. "Cousin, don't engage directly. Just buy me 3 seconds," he implored. Battling a ferocious beast was no trivial matter, especially one that had tasted human flesh. A moment's inattention could result in Guang being fatally mauled. "Rest assured, a mere leopard poses no threat to me," Guang replied, though trembling with fear. The leopard was now within arm's reach, and he could smell the foul stench emanating from its mouth, which was stained with blood from licking its recent wounds. The sight of its bloodied, white fangs conjured horrific images of the recently devoured Sun family, sending a chill through Guang's core. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the leopard lunged at Guang, who clutched the rifle stock tightly, intending to strike the beast. Yet, his movements were sluggish in comparison to the leopard's speed. If this continued, he would be bitten before he could land a blow. Panic surged within him. At this critical juncture, the gray wolf sprang up from the side. The citizen of AI often accompanied Guang Hao to Ghost Head Mountain, and on certain occasions, it feasted on prey that was hunted by AI. Thus, the wild giant wolf was acutely aware that AI was akin to one of its own. Since he was considered kin, it was imperative to ensure that the leopard did not inflict harm upon him. With a swift movement, the gray wolf seized the neck of the spotted leopard and forcefully knocked it away from AI. Taken by surprise, the leopard, already enraged by the taste of blood, thrashed its head and freed itself from the wolf's grasp, opening its gaping maw to lunge at the gray wolf. The leopard was significantly larger than the gray wolf, and a single bite could prove fatal. Just then, a gunshot rang out. Within a distance of less than 10 meters, Guang Hao's marksmanship was impeccable. A bullet struck the leopard's head, piercing cleanly through to the other side. The leopard had no time to cry out in anguish. It could only stand there, mouth agape, as brain matter mixed with blood slowly oozed from the 2 wounds. With a thud, the malevolent leopard finally met its demise at the hands of Guang Hao. Upon witnessing the leopard's fall, AI finally regained his senses and plopped down onto the ground. The events that had transpired felt prolonged, yet in reality, it had all occurred in less than 10 seconds. Guang Hao fired. The leopard lunged from the tree. AI fired his weapon in vain, attempting to buy time for Guang Hao to reload, only to miscalculate and swing his gun too slowly. Just as he was about to be struck by the leopard, the gray wolf intervened, and Guang Hao successfully reloaded, delivering a fatal shot. "Gray, if it weren't for you, my handsome face would have been disfigured. I truly thank you." AI, having narrowly escaped danger, vigorously rubbed the gray wolf's head. Although the wolf recognized they were family, it was not particularly affectionate towards him. Much like the golden monkey, Xiaofang, who would gladly accept rice cakes from AI, but would not allow him to stroke her. Indifferent to AI's attempts at closeness, the gray wolf approached Guang Hao. The aloof lone wolf transformed into an affectionate creature in Guang Hao's presence, nuzzling and licking him with great fondness. "You performed splendidly this time. Let us have a special treat tonight," Guang Hao remarked, patting the wolf's head. Upon hearing his master's praise, the wolf's tail wagged exuberantly, resembling a husky in its delight. Observing this scene, AI felt as though he were steeped in vinegar from jealousy. "You ungrateful creature, you resist my touch, yet when my brother-in-law pets you, your tail nearly lifts off the ground. What's this? Are wolves also enamored with looks?" Upon hearing AI's complaints, the gray wolf glanced back at him. And just when AI thought the wolf might reconsider, it merely huffed in indifference. This only fueled AI's irritation further. As a solitary figure engaged in a lively escapade with a wolf, Guang Hao suddenly caught sight of an animal adorned in a coat of mottled gray-brown, tilting its head curiously in his direction. With a pair of coral-like antlers gracing its head, It possessed a lithe form that exuded an undeniable elegance. Guang Hao gazed at the creature, and in return, it regarded him with a similar inquisitiveness, evidently drawn by the gunfire that had recently echoed through the air. Gulp. Fixated on those coral-like antlers, Guang Hao swallowed hard. To his astonishment, he recognized this magnificent being as the legendary prison breaker, the wild Sika deer. Chapter 161, The Precious Antler. In the northeastern region, there are 3 treasures: ginseng, deer antler, and marten fur. The term deer antler refers specifically to the antlers of the wild Sika deer. However, the antlers from the northeast pale in comparison to those from the high mountains of Ghost Head Mountain, which are of a far superior quality. The antlers of the highland wild Sika deer are indeed the pinnacle of treasures. Deer antler possesses potent properties for nourishing the yin and enhancing kidney vitality. Unlike the kidneys of the Tibetan antelope, which yield effects akin to a powerful aphrodisiac, igniting uncontrollable desires. Conversely, while deer antler does not induce such immediate effects, its long-term consumption can significantly bolster one's vigor over time. Thus, in a previous life, upon discovering the presence of highland wild Sika deer on Ghost Head Mountain, it took a mere 2 months for the entire population to be eradicated, with none escaping their fate. Indeed, during his tenure as a forest ranger in that past life, Guang Hao never again encountered these woodland spirits. To his surprise, he now beheld one before him. Incredible! There exists a wild Sika deer here, a true gem among gems. Not only are its antlers of immense value, but the entirety of the creature is a treasure trove. This deer weighed approximately 100 pounds, and its sumptuous antlers alone could fetch over 500. Brother-in-law, let me take this one, AI Guomin exclaimed excitedly, seizing a nearby Type 88 rifle in preparation to hunt the Sika deer. Wait, don't shoot, uncle, Guang Hao implored, placing a hand to restrain AI Guomin's weapon. The voices and movements of the 2 men evidently startled the Sika deer, which had just witnessed the lethal might of firearms. The roar of a gun had pierced through the head of a fierce leopard, a natural enemy of the deer, whose demise had been as effortless as slaughtering a chicken at the hands of these 2 hairless monkeys. Now, with the same weapon directed at it, the Sika deer felt an instinctual urge to flee. Without a moment to ponder, the deer emitted a startled call and, with legs as spring-loaded as a coiled mechanism, bounded away into the coniferous forest. As the Sika deer vanished from sight, AI Guomin let out a sigh of regret. Why did you stop me? That was a wild Sika deer, a creature brimming with treasures, especially those antlers. The apothecary in Longko town has designated personnel for procurement. A single antler can fetch at least 50, and 2 would amount to 100, in addition to over 100 pounds of deer meat. A single Sika deer is worth no less than 500. The thought of it escaping makes my heart bleed. Speaking of bleeding, AI Guomin dramatically tapped his chest. On Ghost Head Mountain, one can hunt any creature, but these Sika deer are off limits. Their population is exceedingly sparse, not exceeding a few hundred individuals. If we were to hunt them indiscriminately, they would soon vanish forever from Ghost Head Mountain. If we desire deer antlers, we can collect them in their habitat. Sika deer shed their antlers annually, and the discarded antlers possess similar properties. Eventually, we can protect this group of Sika deer just as we would raise the local chickens, ensuring a limitless supply of antlers in the future. Thus, not a single Sika deer should be hunted, Guang Hao asserted earnestly. Wild Sika deer are inherently rare, and most crucially, they possess a pair of exceptionally valuable antlers, leading to a surge in hunters targeting them. Furthermore, with the absence of legislative protection for these wild animals in Long Kingdom, the total wild Sika deer population did not exceed 2,000 in the 1980s. 2,000. Indeed, at one point, the number of wild Sika deer was even lower than that of giant pandas. Although Guang Hao is a hunter, his many years as a forest ranger have instilled in him a profound understanding of the importance of harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature. While hunting for sustenance is acceptable, the indiscriminate slaughter driven by personal desires is intolerable. Guang Hao would never engage in actions that deplete resources recklessly. Seeing Guang Hao's serious demeanor, AI Guomin recognized his resolve. Following Guang Hao on this hunting expedition, AI Guomin submitted entirely to his guidance, as he did this time. All right, since you discovered Ghost Head Mountain, you may manage the animals here as you see fit. However, when shall we go collect the deer antlers? I've heard they are truly remarkable. Consuming them regularly can transform one into a robust man in no time. AI Guomin winked at Guang Hao. Wait a minute. Uncle, do you have a partner? Are you so eager to become a robust man? If you consume too much and find yourself brimming with energy, where will you channel it? In the mountain. There were only the two of them, and Guang Hao spoke candidly. Moreover, he was not one to shy away from teasing AI Guamin whenever the opportunity arose. Hey, look who is talking. I currently have no partner, but who has to say I want tea in the future? My earnings are comparable to the eldest brother's, and I am certainly more handsome. Finding a partner would be a matter of moments. Besides, it's never too early for a man to supplement this. If I truly have no outlet, I could always make my own. AI Guamin was far more cunning than AI Guohua, and his humor was quite spirited. Ha. Too much of that is not good for your health. Isn't there a place in Longkou town that specializes in such businesses? Last time, that rascal Zhang Tai mentioned it to me. If you can't resist, I'll take you there next time, Guang Hao chuckled. Is that for real? AI Guohua's eyes widened in disbelief. Absolutely. 5 yuan for a single encounter, and 10 yuan for an entire night. The next time you go to Longkou town, take me along. Let me make it clear beforehand that I am not that kind of person. I am merely curious and wish to see for myself. Ha. We are all men here. Why put on an act? Guang Hao and AI Guamin exchanged banter, employing a bamboo pole to hoist the large spotted leopard as they prepared to descend the mountain. Once lifted, Guang Hao realized just how extraordinarily heavy the creature was. Initially estimated to weigh around 150 pounds, the reality struck him. It was nearly 200 pounds. The bamboo pole bent under the weight, and his shoulders ached painfully. Having successfully hunted the large spotted leopard, Guang Hao and AI Guamin made no effort to conceal their prize, bringing it directly to the entrance of the commune. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the villagers erupted in excitement, rushing to spread the news and crowding the entrance to behold the fallen leopard. As they gazed upon the creature, its weight exceeding 200 pounds, a collective gasp echoed among the villagers. My goodness, during the hunt, its true size had escaped their notice, seeing it up close. They were astonished by its enormity. Moreover, look at those razor-sharp teeth. It was no wonder that none of Sun Ming's family managed to escape. Who could withstand such a bite? Indeed, we owe a great debt to Guang Hao. Had he not killed this beast, it could have ambushed us from the underbrush at any moment. Guang Hao, you have solved a monumental problem for us. Yes, indeed. For the past few days, I have been working in constant fear, dreading that this creature might suddenly appear. Guang Hao, you are truly remarkable. You are our hero. Chapter 162, A Lesson Learned. The threat posed by the large spotted leopard is self-evident, especially considering that the bodies of Sun Ming's family have yet to be buried. A ferocious beast like this prowling nearby has left the villagers in a state of trepidation. Not only have they been hesitant to venture out for work, but in recent nights, they have secured their doors and windows tightly, terrified that this cunning and savage leopard might slip inside undetected. In the midst of such anxiety, Guang Hao carried the leopard's carcass back, and the villagers' enthusiasm was palpable. In short, it was unclear who first shouted hero, but soon all the villagers of Xiaofang were chanting for Guang Hao. Surrounded by the crowd, Guang Hao felt a surge of fervor as their deafening cheers enveloped him. Initially, he had scoffed at the notion of being a hero, believing that only those with nothing better to do would aspire to such titles. However, in that moment of public adulation, a sense of belonging and pride welled up within him. He felt a connection to this impoverished little mountain village. Make way, make way. Let me see Guang Hao. Suddenly, a disheveled woman emerged from the crowd, cradling something in her arms as she navigated through the throng to reach Guang Hao's side. Aunt Xiaolong, what brings you here? Aren't you busy with Uncle Sun Ming's funeral? Guang Hao quickly extended his hand to greet her. The figure of Xiaolong appeared fragile within a single day. Her entire family had perished, leaving her as the sole survivor. Alone, she was responsible for arranging the funerals of 4 family members. Although the villagers sought ways to assist her, their efforts could not alleviate her profound sorrow and despair. At just over 30, she now bore the appearance of a woman in her 40s or 50s. Guang Jiqing, thank you for avenging my family. I possess nothing now, and this is for you. I hope you accept it without disdain. I am truly grateful to you. Xiaolong's body weakened, and she knelt before Guang Hao. He hurried to raise her, but she resisted, insisting on kneeling and bowing 3 times in gratitude. Aunt Xiaolong, this fierce creature has brought calamity upon our village. Slaying him is a responsibility we all share in Xiaofang village. You need not go to such lengths. We mourn for Uncle Sun Ming's fate, but the deceased are beyond our reach. We, the living, must look forward. I appreciate your kind intentions, But please take the offering back. We lack for nothing, Guang Hao replied. Recognizing the old hen Xiaofang offered, a hen known for laying eggs. In this era, a hen that consistently produced eggs was a rare treasure, providing not only daily sustenance, but also a source of income. Each egg could fetch 10 cents at the supply and marketing cooperative, a considerable sum indeed. Thus, this hen was undoubtedly the most valuable possession Xiaofang had. Guang Hao returned the hen, displaying an expression of firm refusal. Guang Jiqing, I understand you may not regard this hen as valuable. However, this is but a small token of my gratitude. I truly cannot offer anything else. Please accept it. I beg you. Xiaofang, overwhelmed with emotion, attempted to kneel again. Guang Hao felt utterly helpless until the village chief, Niu Shan, approached. Accept it, Guang Hao. You have avenged Xiaofang's family. If you refuse this hen, she may never find peace. By accepting it, you grant her the release she so desperately needs. Upon observing Xiaofang and then Niu Shan, Guang Hao comprehended the gravity of the situation. With a heavy heart, he accepted the old hen. Very well, Aunt Xiaofang, I will take the hen. And with Uncle's son Ming avenged, they may now rest in peace. At these words, Xiaofang collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her face as she wept uncontrollably. This outpouring was unlike any before. It was a release, a catharsis, signaling her final surrender to grief. Having narrowly escaped due to a stomach ache, Xiaofang felt engulfed by guilt upon witnessing the bodies of her husband's family. If only I had not been unwell and had accompanied them up the mountain. Perhaps the outcome would have been different. Those who remain alive often find themselves relentlessly tormenting their own souls, and Xiaofang is no exception. Even at night, gazing at the coffin that still rests in the hall, she contemplates seeking a fateful confrontation with the leopard on Ghost Head Mountain. Death seems a trivial matter. It would allow her to join her companions in their eternal rest, sparing her from this agonizing existence. If this torment continues unabated, Xiaofang fears she might drive herself to madness. Fortunately, at this juncture, she encounters Guang Hao, who successfully slays the leopard, slightly alleviating the regret that weighs upon her heart. The old hen has indeed become the only precious possession of her family, serving as her penance. Only in this way does she feel that the Sun Ming family can finally find peace. Holding the hen in his hands, Guang Hao observes the weeping Xiaofang, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. Despite having lost everything, she insists on offering him her best. This prompts a recollection of a saying from Xing Tianming. In times of poverty, one should focus on self-cultivation. In times of prosperity, one should help others. If one possesses the means, it is imperative to assist those around them. The future belongs to them. Standing on the platform, Guang Hao surveys the villagers of Xiaofang. They are ignorant. They are naive. They even turned against Urge when Wang Dagong falsely accused him. Yet, they are also pure-hearted and unsophisticated. Having successfully hunted the leopard, they regard themselves as heroes. Despite their innocence, they offer their last remaining hen to atone for their perceived wrongs. This is the plight of the common folk in Longhua. As he gazes upon the tattered villagers and the malnourished children with their jaundiced skin, Guang Hao cannot help but shake his head gently. Xing Tianming, you have triumphed. As a reincarnated soul, I have received a profound lesson from you. Very well, since they all hail me as a hero, I shall undertake the actions befitting such a title. After all, they have bestowed upon me a significant gift, have they not? For the first time, Guang Hao feels the weight of the hen in his grasp. At the entrance of the commune, Guang Hao and Ai Guamin revel in the villagers' adoration until Wu Jiming arrives. Driving a liberation truck, the brothers toss the leopard onto the truck, destined for the city, as it has been duly registered with Director Xing and must be presented to him personally. Upon arriving at Longkou Town and reaching the state-run hotel, they spot a red flag sedan parked outside. Mayor Hu and Director Xing stand at the entrance, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Chapter 163. Apologies, not for sale. You did splendidly this time. In just a few days, you managed to take down that leopard. The city bureau will undoubtedly reward you handsomely, so rest easy. Xing Tianming says, a satisfied grin illuminating his face as he pats Guang Hao on the shoulder. After Guang Hao's triumphant hunt, village head Niu Shan relayed the news to Director Xing, who, upon receiving the update, prepared to visit Xiaofang village with Hu Guiqiang to assess the situation firsthand. Upon arriving at the state-run restaurant, Wang Fugui was encountered, who informed that Director Xing and Mayor Hu were in search of Guang Hao. Wang encouraged the two not to rush and suggested they wait for a while. Wu Jiming had just driven his truck to Xiaofang village, and it was certain that Guang Hao would soon emerge in the vehicle. Indeed, after approximately 20 minutes, Guang Hao approached. "Did you not issue a strict order, Director Xing? I shall certainly comply. As for rewards, I require none. I merely wish to inquire if I may take charge of the corpse of this large spotted leopard?" Guang Hao inquired with a smile. "Entrusting the carcass to you poses no issue, given that you were the one to hunt it. However, I must ask, what do you intend to do with it? Allow me to forewarn you. This creature has tasted human flesh, hence you must not sell its meat to the state-run restaurant." "The thought of consuming a beast that has fed on human flesh makes me feel nauseous," Hu Guiqiang remarked with a grimace. In truth, leopard meat is quite a delicacy. Yet Guang Hao had never contemplated selling it. Hu Guiqiang's discomfort was mirrored in Guang Hao, especially since he had witnessed the leopard devour Sun Ming's arm. The idea of selling such meat left Guang Hao feeling uneasy. "Let us forego the meat. What I desire is the skin of the leopard. This is a premium fur, potentially worth nearly 1,000. We must not let it go to waste," Guang Hao elucidated. In this era, fur was not only permitted but rather fashionable, prized for its aesthetic appeal and exceptional warmth. It was highly coveted by the affluent both domestically and internationally. The 1970s in Longwo was marked by backwardness in many aspects. Yet the fur trade stood out as the sole product yielding a trade surplus. Ordinary furs fetched respectable prices, but this large spotted leopard, with its impressive size and lustrous coat, was undeniably exceptional. The value of fur crafted from it was beyond measure. You live in such comfort, yet you remain unable to shed your opportunistic tendencies. Very well, you may handle the leopard as you see fit. Once you are done, join us at the state-run restaurant for a drink," Hu conceded. With the leopard dispatched, Xing Tianming felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders. A man-eating leopard posed a significant threat, and the thought of such a ferocious creature lurking among the populace made him eager to contact the military for immediate extermination. Fortunately, within a couple of days, Guang Hao successfully hunted the leopard, prompting him to celebrate with a drink. Guang Hao, aware of Mayor Hu's arrival, knew that he was destined for an inescapable drinking session today. As the mayor of a city, Hu Guiqiang's schedule was typically quite demanding. He would not have ventured to Longkou town without pressing business. Director Xing and Mayor Hu entered the state-run restaurant to rest, while Guang Hao and AI Guamin transported the large spotted leopard directly to the kitchen. The restaurant staff, noticing the commotion, gathered to witness the spectacle. It was the first time many had seen such a large leopard, and the rumor of its history of consuming human flesh only heightened their curiosity. Amidst the gathered crowd, Guang Hao boldly stripped the magnificent pelt from the leopard, discarding the carcass in the kitchen for Xing Tianming to handle later. After meticulously cleansing the skin with fresh water, Guang Hao hung it up to dry in the back kitchen. Observers could not suppress their admiration for the exquisite fur, marveling at its beauty and luxurious sheen. "What a splendid hide. I wonder how much it must be worth. My cousin once sold a deer hide, which was nowhere near as splendid or as large, and he managed to fetch nearly 1,000. This pelt must be worth at least 1,500, exclaimed one onlooker, astonished at the high value of a single hide. Indeed, but do you realize who buys such items? The wealthy from abroad and the young ladies of Shanghai and Hong Kong. Ordinary folks like us could never afford fur coats." As the crowd buzzed with conversation, when Guoyang's eyes brightened with an idea. Hadn't the manager mentioned that Director Zhou's wife had a penchant for rare furs? After searching fruitlessly for so long, he had unexpectedly stumbled upon this exquisite leopard pelt. If he were to present it to Zhou's wife, she would surely be enchanted, securing his position as a manager without a doubt. With a beaming smile, when approached Guang Hao, "Brother Guang Hao, this leopard skin is truly magnificent. I wonder if you might consider selling it to me. I have a relative who adores furs and has been asking me to find her a top-tier piece. She would be absolutely enamored with this leopard pelt." Guang Hao regarded one with a knowing glance. The latter's cheerful demeanor belied his ulterior motives. For Guang Hao was well aware that one had previously sent Wang Daqiang to investigate him, leading to Sun Wei tailing him. In the small dark room at Li Jun's house, Sun had already divulged everything, leaving Guang Hao fully cognizant of Wen's underlying discontent. Recognizing him as an adversary, Guang Hao was resolute in his refusal to show any kindness. "I'm afraid this leopard skin is for my own use. It's not for sale. Please, is it a matter of price? If so, I can offer more. How does 1,500 sound?" Wen grasped Guang Hao's arm, unwilling to relent. Exceptional furs were rare, and this leopard skin was particularly unique. Not only were leopards scarce, but the mere thought of hunting such a formidable beast deterred most individuals, rendering this item immensely precious. If presented to Director Zhou's wife, one's position as manager would be assured. I've already stated, it's not a matter of money. I will not sell. Guang Hao replied firmly. Once the pelt had dried sufficiently, he rolled it up and tucked it into his burlap bag, turning to enter the state-owned restaurant, indifferent to Wen Guoyang's exorbitant offer. Wen watched Guang Hao's retreating figure, unable to suppress a scornful spit. How dare this mere hunter act so arrogantly? Just wait until I become the manager of the restaurant. Then we shall see how I deal with you. To offer 1,500 for a leopard pelt, and you still refuse? What a wretched creature. Psychologically, Guang Hao was severely reprimanded by Wen Guoyang. After the scolding, Wen Guoyang left the back kitchen of the state-run restaurant in a huff. Guang Hao's furs were unsold, and he needed to swiftly seek other suitable furs. Chapter 164. He must outpace Wen Guoyang. Hu Guoqiang and Xing Tianming awaited Guang Hao in the private room. However, Guang Hao did not immediately join them. Instead, he beckoned to the busy Wang Fugui. Upon seeing Guang Hao's gesture, Wang Fugui approached directly. Mayor Hu and Director Xing are still waiting for you in the private room. Why are you hiding here? Wang Fugui chuckled. Take this, Guang Hao said, handing him a burlap bag containing leopard skin. Later, take a leave and head to the city to find Director Zhou Tian. Deliver this to him. Director Zhou Tian. I believe I recall him. He seems to be in charge of personnel management. Guang Hao, are you seeking his assistance for something? Wang Fugui now regarded Guang Hao as a true brother. Upon hearing Guang Hao's instructions, he wiped his hands, accepted the burlap bag, and earnestly noted every word Guang Hao uttered. Yes, as long as you deliver this to him and mention the election regarding the restaurant manager, your position will be secure, Guang Hao murmured. Deliver the item to him. Then mention the manager's election. Manager what? Wait, you're not seeking Director Zhou for your own matters. You're helping me. Wang Fugui finally grasped the situation. He initially thought Guang Hao needed Director Zhou's help for his own affairs, but was astonished to realize that Guang Hao was assisting him. Indeed, he is a director within your organization. I never aspired to hold an official position, so why would I seek him? Conversely, he happens to oversee personnel changes at your state-run restaurant. Securing his support is far more beneficial than dealing with your so-called manager Ma, Guang Hao replied nonchalantly. Having lived 2 lives, Guang Hao was well acquainted with the leaders in Jiaqing. In his previous life, Wang Fugui had notably mentioned Director Zhou. This individual wielded considerable influence during the pork incident in Wang Fugui's past. He ultimately turned to Zhou for help, and it was Zhou's intervention that saved him. Without that assistance, Wang Fugui might never have recovered. Wang Fugui had spoken of this benefactor throughout his previous life, so although Guang Hao had never met him, he understood the man's significance. Initially, Guang Hao had no interest in the contest for the restaurant manager position. As a reborn individual, he resembled a delicate butterfly. A mere flutter of his wings could unleash countless alterations in the future. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Guang Hao was reluctant to alter the fates of these individuals. After all, the consequences of changing destinies were uncertain, and he wished to avoid attracting the attention of others, who clung to him like stubborn adhesive. When Guoyang sought to uncover Guang Hao's hunting location, intent on seizing the mountain goods for himself, it was inconceivable that Guang Hao would let him be. After dispatching the leopard, Guang Hao immediately thought of Director Zhou. First, he needed to secure the store manager position for Wang Fugui, and as for Wen Guoyang, he should be kicked to the curb without delay. If he dared to strike against me, I shall eliminate him first. Holding the leopard skin, Wang Fugui was on the verge of tears. Aside from his parents, Guang Hao was truly the most benevolent person towards him. Not only had he facilitated the sale of mountain goods, but he was now bestowing upon him the leopard skin as a gesture of goodwill. It is worth noting that when Guoyang had valued this leopard skin at a staggering 1,500 yuan in the 1970s, such an amount represented years of labor for many individuals. Brother Guang Hao, I am at a loss for words, he expressed. Rest assured, I will repay you every single penny for the leopard skin. Moreover, once I become the store manager, irrespective of whether I hold that title, I will always be your loyal brother. Whenever you require assistance, just utter a word, and I shall follow you through fire and water. Wang Fugui spoke with red-rimmed eyes. Enough of this sentimentality before me. Wen Guoyang intends to approach me today for fur purchases, and he likely has a connection with Director Zhou. You must promptly request leave and head to the city. You must outpace Wen Guoyang. Should you deliver after him, even if your furs are superior, since Zhou Tian has agreed to him, he will undoubtedly refuse your goods. Guang Hao advised. Wang Fugui understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall request leave immediately and head to Jiaqing. Brother Guang Hao, await my good news. Ha ha. Splendid. After their conversation, Wang Fugui promptly sought out manager Ma to request leave and then hurried off to Jiaqing without delay. Meanwhile, Wen Guoyang was still aimlessly wandering in Longkou town, akin to a headless fly. This is quite a bargain. Can one truly procure a rabbit skin for just 50 cents? Yet, what use is such a skin? He pondered. This one is no good either. The odor is overwhelming. You are selling goat skins for 21 yuan each. Are you robbing me blind? Having gifted the leopard skin to Wang Fugui, Guang Hao chose not to concern himself with the conflict between him and Wen Guoyang any further. In Guang Hao's view, with the advantage of the leopard skin, Wang Fugui stood an excellent chance against Wen Guoyang. His abilities already surpassed those of Wen Guoyang, and with the added gift, he was surely more satisfied. How could Wen Guoyang possibly compete with Wang Fugui? Setting aside these thoughts, Guang Hao entered a private room to indulge in merriment with Hu Guiqiang and Xing Tianming. Today, Xing Tianming was genuinely elated. The saga of the Dawabao had finally come to an end, allowing Xiaofang village to reclaim its former tranquility and harmony. In his joy, the flow of alcohol was unceasing. Guang Hao, somewhat tipsy, found himself slightly dazed. However, Hu Guiqiang showed no signs of relenting, bombarding him with questions regarding the open economy, causing Guang Hao to spend nearly an hour merely responding. Young man, why not truly become my secretary? If you agree to come, I guarantee you, in 5 years. At most 5 years, you shall occupy the seat beneath me. The more Hu Guiqiang interacted with Guang Hao, the more he was captivated by his avant-garde ideas. This fellow is a treasure. A mere dig reveals an abundance of pure gold. No, I've already mentioned that I have no desire to hold office. However, my third uncle is quite fond of politics. I shall introduce you to him next time, as he is quite adept in his role. Guang Hao, slightly inebriated, still remembered to recommend his uncle. Your third uncle is your third uncle. What we require is you, urged Mayor Hu earnestly. I truly have no interest in the deceptions of officialdom. I find my current way of life far more comfortable. Moreover, I assure you, should you allow my third uncle to enter politics, I shall find a way to resolve any issues that arise from his end, Guang Hao replied. If Guang Hao were willing to enter politics, even disregarding the norms, Hu Guiqiang could arrange for him to join the city council. However, when it came to his uncle Ai Guozhong's political ambitions, Hu Guiqiang hesitated. Although Guang Hao was willing to assist, many decisions ultimately required his own judgment. Otherwise, what significance would the position hold for him? After pondering for a while, Hu Guiqiang finally sighed softly. If your third uncle wishes to pursue a political career, he must adhere to the established processes. We can offer you a shortcut, for you are indeed a genius. As for your third uncle, I'm afraid we Haven-T had sufficient interactions. Guang Hao waved his hand dismissively. No worries. Following the proper channels is perfectly acceptable. Just wait for the surprise to unfold. Chapter 165. A surprise or an unexpected twist. Guang Hao and the two city leaders continued their revelry until 7 in the evening. The sky had turned completely dark, illuminated only by the radiant moon, which barely allowed a glimpse of the path beneath. The body of the leopard had already been transported to the city bureau by Xing Tianming. Guang Hao waved goodbye to Mayor Hu, and the two parted ways. Given the dimness of the evening and having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Guang Hao opted not to ride his bike home. Instead, he pushed it along while singing merrily. In the village, there is a girl named Xiaofang. She is beautiful and kind, with a pair of deep, dark eyes and braids thick and long. Fueled by the spirits, Guang Hao hummed a cheerful tune, his heart brimming with joy. However, after walking for over 20 minutes and arriving at the entrance of Xiaofang village, Guang Hao was suddenly confronted by a group of over 10 individuals blocking the way into the village. It was already 7 in the evening, and during this era, nightlife was scarce. As night fell, everyone nestled with their spouses, retiring early, making it rare for anyone to be out and about, especially blocking the village entrance. Just by looking, Guang Hao sensed something amiss. He stepped back while pushing his bicycle. As he retreated, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Guang Hao, why are you only returning so late? Where have you been?" Upon hearing that voice, the effects of the alcohol he had just consumed dissipated in an instant. Turning around, Guang Hao was indeed startled to find Wang Daqiang standing behind him like a specter. Through the hazy moonlight, He could clearly discern that a group of people accompanied Wang Daqiang, encircling him and Wang Daqiang, effectively trapping them both. Faced with such a scene, even a fool would comprehend that Wang Daqiang had come to seek trouble. Under normal circumstances, Guang Hao would not have been intimidated, armed with a 98K rifle. He could easily eliminate Wang Daqiang with a single shot if provoked. However, after drinking with Xing Tianming and Hu Guiqiang today, he felt it unwise to carry a weapon. Thus he entrusted his 98K to AI Guangman, asking him to take it back and inform AI Xiaofang. Little did he expect that once he relinquished his firearm, he would find himself cornered by Wang Daqiang at the village entrance. Wang Daqiang, he thought, it's the dead of night. And yet you bring your men to block me. What do you truly desire? Speak plainly, and I shall respond. Despite being surrounded, Guang Hao displayed no sign of panic. In fact, he took a few steps toward Wang Daqiang, ensuring that if the group charged, he could swiftly use Wang Daqiang as a shield for his protection. With a weapon in hand, he would have dared to confront them, but now, devoid of any tools aside from a bicycle, facing dozens of opponents left him at a distinct disadvantage. Thus, taking Wang Daqiang hostage seemed to be his only glimmer of hope. Unbeknownst to Wang Daqiang, Guang Hao was subtly maneuvering, while he remained still, confident that the moment he encountered Guang Hao, victory was assured. The individuals surrounding Guang Hao were not mere lackeys, but rather the infamous brother who from Longkou town, known for their ruthless nature, veterans hardened by bloodshed. Dealing with a feeble youth like Guang Hao was akin to using artillery to swat a fly. Guang Hao's escape today was utterly impossible. If you dare to catch me, I fear you may not withstand the consequences, Wang Daqiang sneered. From the moment you arrived in Xiaofang village, you have persistently opposed me. I warned you long ago of my feelings for AI Xiaofang, yet you had the audacity to marry her. You even dared to challenge me before, and now. It's the same. If your entire family were to be devoured by the fierce leopard, it would be your fault for failing to heed the signs, leading to this very outcome. All of this is your doing, Guang Hao, and today, I demand your life as reparation alongside my father's. Wang Daqiang stood before Guang Hao, his gaze filled with venomous hatred. The moonlight illuminated his face, rendering it eerily pale and unsettling. Guang Hao understood that being cornered today meant Wang Daqiang would not let him off easily. Yet, he was taken aback to find that Wang Daqiang harbored murderous intent. How absurd you are, Guang Hao retorted coldly, taking a few more steps toward Wang Daqiang. Wang Daqiang's demise was well-deserved, had he not committed so many vile acts. How could Director Xing have executed him in public? To place the blame for all this on me is truly laughable. It is all your fault. Can the meager possessions my father embezzled truly be called corruption? That official has never acted differently. Why must my father be the one to perish in the end? Now that he is gone, our family has been seized, and I am left to subsist on wild greens. Guang Hao, you must bear full responsibility. With a swift gesture, Wang Daqiang, his gaze icy, commanded, Hu Gu, stop dawdling and finish him off. Unbeknownst to Guang Hao, he had already approached within 2 meters of Wang Daqiang. Upon hearing the command for action, Guang Hao could no longer contain himself. With the agility of a cheetah, he lunged forward, seizing Wang Daqiang by the neck and executing a shoulder throw that brought him down beneath him. One hand clutched Wang Daqiang's throat while the other pinned him firmly in place. Guang Hao cast a steely glare around the room. None of you move. If you dare to act rashly, I will take him down with me. With Guang Hao bearing down on him, Wang Daqiang felt the constriction of Guang Hao's iron grip around his throat, the sensation of suffocation prompting a desperate struggle. Hu Gu, act now. I no longer wish to live. My father is dead, my family's wealth is gone. I have nothing left. I only want Guang Hao dead. I demand his death. Remarkably, despite the vice-like grip on his throat, Wang Daqiang remained unafraid. Upon hearing this, Guang Hao's heart sank. This was precisely the scenario he dreaded. Surrounded by adversaries, taking the leader hostage was his only means of escape. Otherwise, he would be like a fish on a chopping block, helpless to resist. Yet, if the leader was unafraid of death and willing to take Guang Hao down with him, he found himself without a solution. Just as despair began to overwhelm him, a resounding applause erupted from the crowd encircling them. Guang Hao, that move you just pulled was impressive. I was left in awe. You must teach me that later. Guang Hao, taken aback, fixed his gaze on the figure approaching him through the hazy moonlight. It was difficult to discern their features from a distance, so he had to wait until they were closer to see clearly. Li Jun, Li Wei, what are you doing here? What is going on? Indeed, it was Li Jun who had clapped, accompanied by Li Wei and Shun Hu as they approached Guang Hao, smiling. Surprised. Are you? Yes, Guang Hao, it is us who have come today. Hu Gu, Wei Gu, Junyi, stop wasting time with this kid and kill him. Do it now. Wang Daqiang, pinned beneath Guang Hao, bore a ghastly and terrifying expression. You fools, kill him, and you might as well be the next to die. Shun Hu stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick to Wang Daqiang's head, causing blood to flow profusely. Wang Daqiang was left dazed. Hu Gu, why are you hitting me? You should be attacking Guang Hao. It remains evident that we are indeed allies. How dare one with such limited intellect oppose our esteemed brother Hao? Truly a fool. With another swift kick, Shun Hu rendered Wang Daqiang momentarily speechless, leaving him in a semi-conscious state. Observing this, Li Jun extended his hand to assist Guang Hao, who was pressing down on Wang Daqiang, and said with a smile, Brother Guang Hao, do rise. Such trifles do not require your direct involvement. Allow Shun Hu to handle it. With that, he waved his hand, prompting Shun Hu to nod, summoning a few underlings to drag the semi-unconscious Wang Daqiang to the side. Once Wang Daqiang was removed, Li Jun settled down with Guang Hao on a nearby stone bridge pier, beginning to elucidate the events of the evening. This individual sought us out a few days ago. As you well know, Brother Guang Hao, besides engaging in arms trade, we also assist with various other matters. Guang Hao was fully aware of this, recalling when Sun Wei had trailed him. Li Jun had mentioned the possibility of dealing with Sun Wei, as they were indeed adept at such tasks. This fellow initially approached Xiao Hu, hoping to enlist his aid in dealing with you. Upon hearing your name, Xiao Hu promptly came to find me. Originally, we intended to simply send Wang Daqiang away. However, I feared that if we dismissed him, he might return with others to confront you. Thus, we devised a counter-strategy. I instructed Shun Hu to feign interest in this transaction. Then, when the time came for him to act, we would emerge to safeguard your interests, ensuring your safety, Brother Guang Hao. That's the situation at hand. Now, how shall we proceed with Wang Daqiang? It is merely a matter of your command, Brother Guang Hao. By the way, this fellow even brought us a luminous pearl as a token to solicit our assistance. It appears to be quite a valuable item, though it does not particularly appeal to me. Perhaps you could gift it to your sister-in-law later. With a grin, Li Jun produced the luminous pearl from his possession and handed it to Guang Hao. Upon seeing the pearl, Guang Hao was momentarily taken aback. It was perfectly round and substantial, roughly the size of a fist, and most notably, it emitted a gentle glow, resembling the treasures of myth. In his previous life, Guang Hao had harbored an interest in antiques and jewelry, often indulging in live streams about gem appraisal during his leisure time. Thus, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding such artifacts. Consequently, upon its reveal, he instantly recognized it. Was this not the legendary Suiho Pearl? While many might not be familiar with the Suiho Pearl, nearly everyone recognizes the He Shi Bai. The Suiho Pearl stands on par with the He Shi Bai as an unparalleled treasure. There even exists a dedicated idiom, Sui Zhu He Bai, signifying its prestige. As a national heirloom, this rarity had remained undiscovered throughout history, and yet, it now lay before him. No, Brother Jun, you have truly rendered me an immense favor. Were it not for your intervention, I would have fallen victim to Wang Daqiang's deceit today. This pearl, being a gift from him, rightfully belongs to you. I cannot accept it. Moreover, its value is immeasurable. You must safeguard it, Brother Jun. Guang Hao's gaze remained fixated on the Suiho Pearl. Having only seen it depicted in books during his previous life, this was the first time he beheld the actual treasure. Only by witnessing this exquisite gem with his own eyes could one truly comprehend why it is deemed a national treasure. Its beauty is utterly breathtaking. Brother Guang Hao, I am at a loss as to what shortcomings on my part have prompted you to deliberately maintain your distance from us. To be candid, I genuinely wish to befriend you. If it is our affiliation with the underworld that you disdain, I shall refrain from further comments and take my brothers away at once, never to disturb you again. However, if the reason is something else, please, Brother Guang Hao, express it, and I shall amend my ways. I sincerely desire to forge a brotherly bond with you. I implore you, do not persist in your rejection. Li Jun assertively pressed the Suiho Pearl into Guang Hao's hand, then spoke with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing these words, Guang Hao was momentarily taken aback. The reason he had been deliberately distancing himself from Li Jun and his entourage was his clear understanding of the kind of person Li Jun would become, a formidable figure. The greatest gang leader in the southwest region, a ruthless warlord in the chaos following the establishment of the nation, ultimately subdued only through military intervention. To maintain a close relationship with such a person would be tantamount to courting danger. Yet, to his astonishment, despite his efforts to keep his distance, Li Jun had consistently sought to befriend him. Moreover, had it not been for Li Jun's assistance today, if Wang Daqiang and his underlings had truly attacked him, he would have faced a severe beating, if not death. It is not an exaggeration to say that Li Jun had saved his life. Now, with Li Jun lowering himself to extend a hand of friendship, how could Guang Hao bring himself to refuse? Damn it, I am a reincarnated soul, and I fear a mere warlord? With my presence, whether he becomes that warlord is still uncertain. Given his current strength and connections, redemption is not an impossible feat. One must remember that, in his rise to power in the Southwest, it was not solely through nefarious means. His ventures flourished across the landscape. If he were to cleanse his reputation and pursue a legitimate path, his future achievements could be boundless. With this thought in mind, Guang Hao took a deep breath and replied, "Since Brother Jun holds me in such high regard, it would be futile to decline further. From now on, we shall be brothers. You have rendered me a great service today. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me." Upon hearing this, a broad grin spread across Li Jun's face. He clapped Guang Hao on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "That's more like my brother Guang Hao." He then gestured to his followers and proclaimed, "Everyone, take note. This is Guang Hao. From this moment on, he is my sworn brother. Treat him as you would treat me, and address him as Brother Hao. Should anyone dare to disrespect my brother, they shall have me to answer to." As his words echoed, nearly all the underlings promptly stood at attention, bowing respectfully as they shouted in unison, "Brother Hao." This included Li Wei and Shun Hu as well. Upon witnessing this scene, Guang Hao couldn't help but let out a faint sigh within his heart. He had previously vowed to distance himself from Li Jun, yet here he was, having ascended to become the second in command of their gang. Such is the unpredictability of life, a true twist of fate. Chapter 167. It is not I who has plunged into the depths, but rather you who have emerged from the waters. Guang Hao had successfully established himself as the second in command of the Juni gang, with nearly all of the high-ranking members coming to make his acquaintance. Some of these individuals were familiar to him, while others were not. Those he recognized had, without exception, participated in legal programs in their past lives. Joining such an organization left Guang Hao feeling quite overwhelmed. "Brother Guang Hao, how do you wish to deal with this fellow?" Li Jun inquired, gesturing towards Wang Daqiang, who was restrained by several lackeys. Having regained consciousness, he resembled a ferocious leopard, akin to one recently hunted by Guang Hao, ruthless and vindictive. "Wang Daqiang, do you still wish to oppose me?" Guang Hao asked, gazing into his venomous eyes. "Huh, as long as I draw breath, I will ensure your demise." Wang Daqiang had completely lost his sanity, attributing all his misfortunes to Guang Hao, whom he now regarded as his sworn enemy. It was truly a comical situation. "Brother Jun, I would appreciate your assistance in dealing with him," Guang Hao replied with indifference. Guang Hao was not inherently a villain, yet he was certainly no paragon of virtue either. Since his rebirth, he had accumulated numerous adversaries, but he rarely resorted to total annihilation. More often than not, he played a pivotal role in orchestrating their downfall through their own misdeeds. However, in the face of Wang Daqiang's relentless pursuit of his life, Guang Hao resolved to show no mercy. "If you desire my death, so be it. I shall be the one to end you first." Ha! Truly worthy of my esteemed brother Guang Hao, decisive and ruthless. "Shen Hu, did you not hear my brother Guang Hao's command? Take a few men and dispose of him cleanly." Li Jun beckoned to Shen Hu. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Hu, along with several subordinates, dragged Wang Daqiang away. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Wang Daqiang began to struggle desperately. However, Shen Hu showed no inclination to grant him a chance to plead for mercy. With a swift punch to his temple, he rendered him unconscious and proceeded to haul him away like a lifeless dog. "Brother Jun, aside from Wang Daqiang, there are a few other ruffians in our village who have committed their share of misdeeds. When you have the time, perhaps we could address them as well." Having decided to deal with Wang Daqiang, Guang Hao was resolute in his intention to eradicate the root of the problem. The ne'er-do-wells in the village had closely followed Wang Daqiang, engaging in numerous acts of bullying and misconduct, deserving of severe punishment. Furthermore, the situation with Wang Daqiang had imparted a profound lesson to Guang Hao. Some individuals are unreasonable. Even when one chooses to overlook their actions, they will still attempt to impose their issues upon you. Guang Hao was determined not to find himself ensnared in a sack under the cover of night again. Hence he preferred to address the matter comprehensively, allowing the villagers a degree of respite. Very well. No problem at all. Provide me with the list, and Li Wei. You shall personally oversee this affair. Li Jun was not afraid of Guang Hao making demands. Rather, he feared the silence of Guang Hao's expectations. If Guang Hao was willing to voice his requests, it would signify that he truly regarded Li Jun as one of his own. Yes, brother, I will personally handle it. Li Wei replied with utmost respect. Once the arrangements were made, Guang Hao stood up, brushing off his pants. All right, I appreciate your efforts tonight, Jun brother, and the rest of you brothers as well. When I visit next time, I will certainly express my gratitude. It's getting late now, my wife is waiting for me. So I shall take my leave. Li Jun smiled and waved. We are all brothers here, there's no need for thanks. Just bring your wife over for a meal next time. Guang Hao looked earnestly at Li Jun and nodded in agreement. All right, I will take my leave now. Safe travels. Brother Guang Hao. They bid farewell as Guang Hao walked into Xiaofang village. Watching Li Jun wave goodbye, Guang Hao felt a whirlwind of emotions. To draw him into this, Li Jun was indeed willing to invest heavily. Such a precious Suiho pearl was given so readily, and yet Wang Daqiang, who could have easily resolved it verbally, personally made the trip with all the senior executives. However, this time, it may not necessarily be me who takes the plunge. It could very well be you. We shall see, Jun brother. Stick with me, and you shall not thrive in the underworld. Pushing his bicycle, Guang Hao made his way home. It was already 9 in the evening, and every household had extinguished their lights, surrendering to slumber. Walking along the rural path, he could even hear the sweet snores of the villagers. Yet, his own home remained brightly lit. The small oil lamp flickered at the entrance, casting a long shadow of a graceful figure. Having waited for far too long, her feet grew numb, prompting her to pace restlessly, yet she remained steadfast outside the courtyard. Waiting. No matter how long it took, she could only find peace when he returned. As Guang Hao gazed at AI Xiaofang's silhouette, his heart trembled with profound emotion. In his previous life, after he left, did this foolish woman also keep the oil lamp burning, day after day, night after night, waiting outside the courtyard? Watching the pitch-black rural road, yearning for his figure to reappear, she waited, day after day, succumbing to despair, ultimately consumed by suffering, ending her youthful life. The thought pierced Guang Hao's heart, rendering him breathless. He hastened towards AI Xiaofang, and before she could react, he enveloped her in his embrace. Silly, foolish girl. Didn't I tell my second cousin that I would be dining with several leaders at the municipal bureau? I asked you not to wait for me. He held her tightly, wishing to merge her with his very being. I am not foolish. I simply cannot sleep without you by my side. AI Xiaofang, held in his arms, beamed with happiness. She raised her thumb and forefinger, making a small gesture to indicate that she had not waited long at all. However, how could the foolish daughter-in-law deceive Guang Hao? She had been standing outside, feeling quite cold, having waited for over an hour without a sign of him. Next time, do not wait for me like this. If you are late again, I shall have my uncle escort you to Longkou town, lest you continue to disregard my words, Guang Hao said indulgently. Can I accompany you to Longkou town? AI Xiaofang exclaimed with delight. Of course. I was merely concerned that you might not enjoy such social gatherings, which is why I did not bring you along. If you wish to go, I can take you anytime, Guang Hao replied. I want to go? Please take me next time. I promise not to be a nuisance. I wish to meet your friends in Longkou town, to express my gratitude, and perhaps even bring them some gifts. AI Xiaofang's face radiated joy. You make it sound as if I have been a burden to them. They have thrived alongside me. Guang Hao pouted. Indeed. My dear husband is the best. Nevertheless, it is a courtesy to express our thanks, she insisted. Shall we go tomorrow? Let us visit Longkou town together. Seeing the eager glimmer in AI Xiaofang's eyes, Guang Hao could not bear to refuse her, so he nodded. Very well. But first, let us enter the house. I have brought you a wonderful treasure today, Guang Hao said with a smile. Chapter 168, Gratitude and Repayment. Once inside, Guang Hao locked the door before mysteriously retrieving the Suiho pearl from his clothing. Upon seeing the pearl, AI Xiaofang was instantly awestruck. How can a pearl be so large, round, and luminous? What could it possibly be worth? Value? This item cannot be measured in monetary terms. It is truly priceless, Guang Hao said proudly, handing the Suiho pearl to AI Xiaofang for her to admire. This is a national treasure. You must keep it safe. The current climate is uncertain. and its true value remains unknown. Once stability is restored, we shall return it to the nation, for it is far too precious. After hearing Guang Hao's words, AI Xiaofang hesitated to touch the pearl. She found a small box to carefully conceal the Suiho pearl, placing it alongside the previous Zeton and Jade treasure box. After locking both treasures away, she felt a bit more at ease. My husband is truly remarkable, even managing to acquire a national treasure, AI Xiaofang said, planting a kiss on Guang Hao's cheek, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Guang Hao felt immensely satisfied with his wife's flattery. It brought him greater joy than earning millions. It is nothing extraordinary, he replied. Well then, it is getting late, dear wife. Let us retire for the night. AI Xiaofang nodded, extinguishing the oil lamp before quietly climbing into bed. Moments later, the darkened bedroom was filled with Guang Hao's vigilant voice. Wife, if we are to sleep, why are you tugging at my trousers? Tonight, we shall keep it simple. Do not create a fuss. AI Xiaofang's voice was filled with alluring charm, reminiscent of a siren. Oh, what do you mean by simple or complicated? I know nothing of such matters. I only know that couples sleep together. Where is it customary to dress so warmly? Guang Hao, be obedient. Come, take off your trousers. Guang Hao, feeling a bit anxious, hastily replied, Wife, let us agree on this. Just once tonight, just once. I cannot withstand 2 or 3 times each night. Fine. But no lying. Lying is for little dogs. Hom. Half an hour later, Guang Hao let out a long sigh, preparing to sleep, when suddenly, AI Xiaofang pounced on him. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. What the heck? The next day, Guang Hao awoke yawning, rising from the floor. He touched his somewhat haggard cheeks and could not help but sigh. What to do about such a fierce wife? I truly cannot bear this every day. By the way, did I not discover a sick deer on Ghost Head Mountain yesterday? I shall go up the mountain today to seek deer antler. I refuse to believe that I cannot manage this little enchantress if I have deer antler to sustain me. Rubbing his lower back, Guang Hao stepped out the door. Just as he exited, he saw Wang Erniu and his family approaching, dragging along their belongings. Why are you all here so early? Did not Uncle C say work begins at 8 in the morning? It is only just past 6. There is still plenty of time. Guang Hao smiled at Wang Erniu's family. They had come specifically to assist Guang Hao with his house repairs. Upon hearing of Guang Hao's construction efforts, Wang Erniu and his family had arrived the very next day to lend a hand. They were immensely grateful for Guang Hao's previous assistance. Had it not been for Guang Hao lending fish daily to Wang Erniu's daughter-in-law, his little grandson would likely have starved. To this day, Guang Hao continues to deliver a fish each day, resulting not only in the daughter-in-law gaining some weight, but also in the grandson growing into quite the hefty lad. Wang Erniu was profoundly grateful to Guang Hao, which motivated him to work diligently. They always arrived early and left late, often refusing payment. Guang Hao had to insist on compensating them before they would accept. Hey, since Master Cui and the others start work at 8, and we have nothing to do, we might as well come early to help prepare materials. It will save some time later, right? Wang Erniu chuckled. You all are so diligent to come so early. It is truly commendable. By the way, have you eaten? Let us have breakfast together. Guang Hao invited. No, we already had breakfast before coming. Wang Erniu replied with a smile. Guang Hao observed their family, aside from his daughter-in-law, who enjoyed fish and meat daily and thus appeared somewhat rosy. The others looked rather haggard. Particularly Wang Erniu, who was little more than skin and bones, working so hard each day. Truth be told, Guang Hao felt a twinge of sympathy. Guang Hao had mentioned before that it was unnecessary for so many to come and help, as he had sufficient labor. Yet Wang Erniu insisted on coming, and no amount of argument would dissuade him. He simply wanted to repay Guang Hao's kindness, even refusing payment. What could one do about that? Come and join us for a meal, Guang Hao said. You have helped us so much. Sharing a meal is of no consequence. No, really, it's unnecessary. We are not hungry. Wang Erniu replied. Come eat, or else I shall be upset and will not require your assistance any longer. All right, we shall eat. They relented under the pressure. The breakfast this morning consisted of steamed buns and thin rice porridge. The porridge from other households was indeed quite watery. A single scoop revealed little more than a clear broth, with barely a grain of rice in sight. In contrast, the porridge at Guang Hao's home bore little difference from solid rice. It was thick and sticky, enough to satiate one's hunger. Moreover, the porridge was enriched with shredded chicken. Not merely filling, but also extraordinarily flavorful. Wang Erniu's family could not help but indulge, slurping their bowls clean. The several young men, clearly still unsatisfied. Gazed longingly at the large iron pot filled with porridge, hesitant to take more. Noticing their predicament, Guang Hao snatched their bowls and filled them generously with another heaping serving. As for anything else, when dining at my table, feel free to eat to your heart's content. Thank you, Brother Guang Hao. The young men, moved to the brink of tears, continued to slurp from their enamel bowls. Guang's hiking, we came to assist you, yet we find ourselves dining here daily, and you even pay us. It leaves me perplexed whether we are here to lend a hand or merely to reap the benefits, Wang Erniu confessed, a hint of shame crossing his face. He had intended to repay Guang Hao's kindness, yet it seemed the more he tried to give back, the deeper his indebtedness grew. Uncle Wang, your words seem somewhat distant. You treat me as family. Last time on Yoxing Mountain, you assisted my second uncle, and now the entire family is here helping with the house repairs. Providing you with food and wages is but a customary courtesy. If you continue to speak thus, it truly feels estranged, and I shall be displeased. Guang Hao feigned annoyance as he regarded him. Seeing Guang Hao's discontent, Wang Erniu quickly apologized. Forgive me, I am getting old and cannot control my tongue. Enough of that. You young ones, hurry and eat. Once you are full, get back to repairing the house. Today, we shall complete the beams. Very well. Each person devoured 3 large bowls. And Wang Erniu's family then threw themselves into their work. Though they were merely helping, their enthusiasm was palpable, and their efficiency and quality were commendable. Observing their industrious figures, Guang Hao could not suppress a deep sigh. At their core, everyone is genuinely simple. We should lend them a hand in return. As he pondered, his second uncle, fourth uncle, and Cui Wang arrived. Second uncle Ai Guamin had naturally come to accompany Guang Hao up the mountain, while fourth uncle Ai Guaqiang was responsible for the construction of the house. Guang Hao invited them to join the meal, and the uncles, not one to stand on ceremony, sat down and began to eat heartily. Where is eldest uncle? He usually comes running with great enthusiasm, does he not? Guang Hao wondered, noticing Ai Guamin's absence. It is noteworthy that the first to arrive was not Wang Erniu's family as usual, but rather my brother-in-law, who has always held the steadfast position of being the earliest. To my surprise, he has now arrived late. How peculiar. He seems to be engaging in tender moments with Li Lu at the back. Let us not concern ourselves with that, my second brother chuckled. Guang Hao leaned out to glance through the door and caught sight of Ai Guamin playfully tugging at Li Lu along the ridge. In recent times, the most fortunate individual has undoubtedly been my brother-in-law, Ai Guohua. Thanks to his fishery business, he enjoys a stable and commendable income daily. More significantly, after receiving an enlightening nudge from Guang Hao, he has successfully won the heart of a beautiful woman. Although Li Lu has yet to publicly consent to a romantic relationship with Ai Guohua, he has already made a visit to his future father-in-law's home, spurred by Guang Hao's advice. This visit was not merely for a meal or idle chatter. Ai Guohua arrived bearing gifts, a staggering 300 pounds of grain, 100 pounds of vegetable oil, 2 quilts, and a generous sum of 150 yuan as a betrothal gift. With such a bounty, Li Changshu could hardly contain his joy, nearly addressing Ai Guohua as son-in-law. Their relationship, however, has not yet blossomed to that extent. Otherwise, Ai Guohua could have wed Li Lu by tomorrow without any issue. Currently, the two are whispering sweet nothings on the small ridge, too distant for anyone to overhear their conversation. Yet, observing Li Lu's flushed cheeks, one can discern that the once stoic man has finally awakened to his feelings. Wife, did we ever behave as affectionately as they do when we were courting? Guang Hao inquired, glancing at Ai Xiaofang beside him. I don't know. I've nearly forgotten, Ai Xiaofang replied, her gaze averted, her cheeks turning crimson. It was evident that she had not forgotten. Rather, she remembered every detail vividly and was simply shy. After everyone had finished breakfast, Li Lu and Ai Guohua finally entered. Upon noticing the collective gaze directed at them, Li Lu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, while Ai Guohua, unabashed, plopped himself down. Sister, is there any breakfast left? I haven't eaten all morning and feel quite famished. Guang Hao jested. Hey, brother-in-law, that's not quite right. During your courtship with my sister, you were even more affectionate than we are now, Ai Guohua retorted, recalling how Ai Xiaofang had once silenced him with a bun when he tried to tease Guang Hao. Here, take the remaining buns and enjoy. With Ai Xiaofang's interruption, the group shifted away from that topic. After breakfast, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Guang Hao and Ai Guamin planned to hunt on Ghost Head Mountain. while my brother-in-law teamed up with Wang Laosan to fish in the Mingjiang River. Fourth brother Ai Guoqiang, along with Chui Wang and Wang Erniu's family, was tasked with house repairs, while Li Lu and Ai Xiaofang led 3 water buffaloes to the fields. As everyone was about to part ways, Guang Hao suddenly called out to his brother, Ai Guohua, "Dear brother-in-law, please hold on a moment. Did you not mention earlier that the fish catch from the cooperative is somewhat insufficient? Are you considering adding more personnel?" Guang Hao inquired. "Yes, indeed. That rascal Zhang Yamo has been urging me to increase production, but I am still uncertain about whom to recruit," Ai Guohua replied. "You can arrange the personnel as you see fit. Our wages are settled daily. If anyone attempts to shirk their duties, you can simply dismiss them the next day. Additionally, when you are hiring, do remember to include Aunt Xiaolan from Sun Ming's family. She is the only one left in her household now, and it is quite pitiful to see her all alone," Guang Hao said solemnly. "Understood. I'll go find her right away," Ai Guohua acknowledged. Ai Guohua had always believed he was assisting Guang Hao in the fish business, which was essentially Guang Hao's endeavor. Therefore, he would follow Guang Hao's arrangements, underscoring the importance of trust. "Wait a moment, there's another matter. Please invite third uncle over for a drink tonight. I have something to discuss with him regarding his role as the village secretary." Guang Hao called out to Ai Guohua once more. "The village secretary? That fellow has such a capability," Ai Guohua exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Let us give it a try. Without being in a position, no one can truly know the circumstances. What if third uncle is indeed suited for this role?" Guang Hao replied with a smile. "Brother-in-law, you have arranged everything splendidly for our uncles. As the eldest, I am truly grateful to you. We are not blind. We can see clearly that Director Xing is here to entice you back into action. He has his sights set on you. While we are merely insignificant in the eyes of such prominent figures, you possess the ability. You should step forward yourself. With fish catches and mountain goods, our family is living quite well, so there is no need for you to make arrangements for us. It is more than sufficient." Ai Guohua assumed Guang Hao was offering his future to third brother Ai Guoqiang. "Ha ha. I have stated before that I truly lack the inclination for politics. Once involved, directives from above could command you to another province for years. I have no desire to be separated from my wife. This current life is the one I cherish most. That is precisely why I prefer to keep third uncle in this position. Just let him come," Guang Hao stated. "Is it truly that you do not wish to engage in politics?" Ai Guohua asked. "Indeed, I do not," Guang Hao affirmed. "Very well, as family, I shall refrain from expressing thanks. I shall remember your kindness, and should any uncle dare to treat you poorly, I will certainly give him a good slap," Ai Guohua declared. The older brother is like a father, despite Ai Guohua's usual foolish demeanor. If he were to truly take action, even fifth brother Ai Guofu would fear him. It's not that serious. The position of village secretary is merely vacant. It is better to entrust it to family than to outsiders, right? While he spoke nonchalantly, Ai Guohua's attitude warmed Guang Hao's heart. "All right, I will have third brother come over tonight. Is there anything else?" Guang Hao inquired. "Nothing else. You may return to your tasks," Ai Guohua replied. "Very well." After Ai Guohua departed, Guang Hao and Ai Guamin turned to head up the mountain. Just then, Ai Xiaofang suddenly called out to him, with her hands clasped behind her back. Two long, thick braids danced behind her, making her appear particularly beautiful. She skipped joyfully to Guang Hao's side, then rose on tiptoe, amidst the cheers of the crowd, bestowing upon him a sweet, fervent kiss. "Darling, all the things you have done for my brothers have not gone unnoticed. They are etched in my heart. You truly are the best husband in the world." Ai Xiaofang's eyes curved into crescent moons. Even as they ascended Ghost Head Mountain, Guang Hao's smile remained unwavering. Second brother Ai Guamin watched in bemusement. "Brother-in-law, you might want to close your mouth. You're about to drool." "Huh, envy much? Why don't you find someone for yourself?" Guang Hao chuckled. "Forget it. With so many women in this world, where could I find one as wonderful as my sister?" "Haha, you have a point." The two bantered as they made their way to the outer mountain. Upon entering Ghost Head Mountain, Guang Hao and Ai Guamin first visited the territory of the Tao Teiji. With the protection of a fence and Guang Hao's ample food supply, the Tao Teiji thrived remarkably. By now, Guang Hao had already discovered numerous Tao Teiji eggs nestled among the bushes. With sufficient sustenance and a safe environment, they had finally begun to proliferate. Although Wang Daqiang had inflicted devastating damage upon the population under Guang Hao's protection, once this batch of Tao Teiji successfully hatched, their numbers would surely surge once more. As Guang Hao contentedly observed the promising developments, he suddenly noticed a small hole beside the fence. The hole, roughly the size of a small bowl, bore countless bite marks around its edges, indicating that a carnivorous creature had targeted the Taoteji territory, burrowing in to hunt. Enraged, Guang Hao exclaimed, "My Taoteji Haven tea even had a moment to recover, and here you come to ravage them. I'll deal with you." Dahui sniffed this out. "Which reckless creature dares to steal my chickens?" Guang Hao pointed to the hole, and the giant wolf immediately approached to investigate. After sniffing, Dahui let out a wolf howl and began to track down the poacher with Guang Hao in tow. Chapter 170. The Wolf's Domain. Upon reaching Ghost Head Mountain, Guang Hao felt that rescuing the giant wolf Dahui was among the wisest decisions he had ever made. As the abandoned alpha of the pack, Dahui displayed astonishing hunting prowess. With a scent left behind, no creature could escape Dahui's pursuit. Even the previous encounter with the spotted leopard would have been a mere dream for Guang Hao without Dahui's tracking. Now, having merely sniffed at the fence, Dahui accurately pinpointed the poacher. After following Dahui for a short while, it halted. And just as Guang Hao was about to inquire if Dahui had found the location, it sprang forth in an instant. A sharp cry pierced the air, and when Dahui emerged from the dense thicket, it had captured a yellow weasel in its jaws. The weasel, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length including its tail, possesses a slender head and elongated neck with diminutive limbs. However, this little creature boasts remarkably sharp teeth. At this moment, it finds itself clamped in the jaws of the large gray dog, struggling desperately, even attempting to bite its captor in an effort to escape. "Finish it off, Gray," commanded Guang Hao coldly. With the owner's directive, the dog clamped down harder, eliciting a final, anguished scream from the weasel before it fell still. The weasel is a pestilential creature, not only intelligent but also exceptionally adept at burrowing. In his previous life as a forest ranger, Guang Hao had endured much torment from these little fiends. They would sneak into his yard and massacre his chickens and ducks at the slightest lapse in vigilance. Although they are not particularly large, their propensity for killing is substantial. While Guang Hao could tolerate the occasional poaching, the weasel's intrusion into the henhouse would result in the slaughter of not just one chicken, but often the entire flock. Thus, Guang Hao had always taken it upon himself to eliminate every weasel he encountered. Being social animals, the presence of one weasel often indicated a hidden group nearby. Consequently, Guang Hao, along with Agwaman and Gray, set about to eradicate the weasels in the vicinity. If these creatures were allowed to infiltrate the territory of the precious chickens, it was likely that the recently restored flock would face another massacre. After 2 hours of relentless hunting, Guang Hao and his companions had dispatched over 20 weasels, effectively clearing the area of the pests. With the weasels dealt with, Guang Hao proceeded to repair the damaged fence. Once everything was in order and noticing that the day was still young, he prepared to venture into the inner mountains with Agwaman and Gray. Recently, Xiaofang had developed an insatiable appetite, indulging several times a day. Though Guang Hao was robust, he found it challenging to withstand the demands of his spirited wife. Thus, his primary objective for today's expedition to Ghost Head Mountain was to seek out a few antlers from the Sika deer. Antlers are a prized possession among men. Apart from their intrinsic value, possessing them would enable him to engage in a more harmonious relationship with Xiaofang. Arriving at the location where he had spotted the Sika deer the previous day, Guang Hao, accompanied by Gray, began to search for traces of the deer. Gray, as always, was diligent, quickly picking up on a lead and guiding Guang Hao deeper into the inner mountains. The duo, one man and one wolf, navigated through the mountains for about half an hour, as the dense forest gradually thinned, ultimately leading them to a high-altitude meadow. The topography of this area was distinctly different from others, rendering it unsuitable for tree growth. However, the absence of trees revealed a lush expanse of grass. As the mountain breeze swept through, the emerald blades danced like waves, eliciting a sense of tranquility in those who beheld it. This was a testament to nature's exquisite artistry. While Sika deer can survive in dense forests, they generally prefer to forage in open pastures. If this area could be enclosed, it would serve as a natural pasture for the deer. Just as Guang Hao was lost in admiration, Gray suddenly emitted a low growl, followed by Agwaman's astonished voice nearby. "Brother-in-law, to the left. Quick, look to the left." Guang Hao followed Agwaman's Dushang and gazed into the distance, where several spotted deer grazed while cautiously watching them. The distance between the two parties was approximately several hundred meters. So the deer did not flee immediately but remained on the spot, observing. After searching for so long, they had finally discovered the herd of spotted deer. Guang Hao was exceedingly thrilled. Upon seeing this meadow, he had sensed that spotted deer must inhabit the vicinity, for it was an ideal habitat for their survival. Let us not disturb them just yet. We must ascertain their territorial situation, he suggested. Then, we can explore the surrounding area. Our primary objective today is to locate the antlers they shed in previous years. Having identified the deer's territory, Guang Hao felt a sense of calm. They could gradually encircle the area and drive the herd to the meadow. The critical task now was to find the antlers within their domain. Each year, the spotted deer shed their antlers, but they do not do so haphazardly. Rather, they congregate in specific locations. This herd comprised over 20 individuals, and if they could discover the shedding site, it would be a significant windfall. Guang Hao and AI Guamin began to search separately for the place where the deer shed their antlers. However, after a prolonged search, they found nothing. The ground was littered with the tracks of spotted deer, indicating that the inhabitants of this area were not limited to a single herd. With all the deer traversing this locale, the search proved to be quite challenging. Just as Guang Hao and AI Guamin were scouring for antlers, they suddenly heard the urgent calls of deer from the meadow. They swiftly emerged from the thicket and beheld a male spotted deer sprinting across the field, pursued by two fierce wolves. Wolves are the natural enemies of spotted deer, and they were on the hunt. The sight of the wolves reminded Guang Hao of something. He turned his gaze and realized they had indeed approached the heart of Ghost Head Mountain. This area was not only a habitat for the spotted deer, but also the territory of the wolf pack. Wolves do not possess the endurance of spotted deer, and utilizing their speed, the male deer began to distance itself from the hunting wolves. Just as it seemed about to evade its pursuers, two more wolves sprang from the underbrush. Wolves employ a pack hunting strategy, encircling their prey, with some wolves driving the animals into the surrounding pack, ultimately leading to a coordinated attack. The male spotted deer had evidently entered the wolves' encirclement. No matter how it darted left or right, lurking wolves would leap from the grass. The space for escape was diminishing, and it appeared the male deer was on the verge of succumbing to the wolves. With a piercing cry, the male deer let out a desperate call. After much contemplation, Guang Hao ultimately raised his rifle. This herd of spotted deer belongs to me. The wolves shall not lay a finger on them. Chapter 171. Do not pull my pants. Bang! The resounding gunfire, emblematic of death, echoed across the meadow, bringing down a wild wolf that had lunged at the sick deer. The tremendous crack of the shot halted the hunting pack in their tracks. As they turned to gaze at Guang Hao, the wolf pack, known for their deep-seated grudges, instantly recognized the hairless monkey that had slain their alpha. With bared fangs and arched bodies, they adopted a combative stance. Should they strike, Guang Hao would show no mercy. He pulled the bolt, ejecting the spent cartridge, and continued to fire. Bang! Another shot rang out, and yet another wolf had its skull shattered. Witnessing this grim spectacle, the pack could no longer contain their fury and roared, preparing to pounce upon Guang Hao. Just as they were about to launch their assault, a formidable figure emerged, Big Gray. With bared teeth, he let out a low, menacing growl. Once the king of the wolves, Big Gray commanded an imposing presence that instilled fear within the pack. The wolves, who had been poised to charge recklessly, hesitated upon hearing his furious roar. At that moment, two more shots echoed. Guang Hao continued his relentless barrage, and Guamin, finally reacting, raised his rifle to fire. This time fortune favored him. The pack stood still, and he struck true. In an instant, 4 wolves had perished. And with the looming threat of Big Gray, the pack hesitated before ultimately deciding to retreat, tails tucked between their legs. As they fled, they cast wary glances at Guang Hao. Very well. You wretched hairless monkeys dare to invade our territory and hunt our kin. Once our new alpha is elected, we shall exact our vengeance. Having successfully repelled the wild wolves, Guamin wore a troubled expression. Brother-in-law, our repeated provocations of this wolf pack cannot bode well. They harbor a vengeful spirit, and this is their territory. If we truly incite their wrath, what shall we do when they set ambushes to strike us? Guang Hao holstered his hunting rifle and replied calmly. This is not merely the territory of the wolves, it is also the habitat of the sick deer. The deer serve as a vital food source for the wolves. In the future, as we raise sick deer, conflicts will inevitably arise with the pack. If these creatures were wise, they would vacate this area swiftly. Out of respect for Big Gray, I shall not pursue them. However, should they linger as we establish our territory, I will not wait for their retaliation. I will eradicate their pack myself. Seeing the assured demeanor of Guang Hao, Guamin ceased his attempts to dissuade him. Since the incident of tearing up the return letter, Guang Hao had transformed completely, especially atop Ghost Head Mountain. He seemed to possess a divine omniscience and omnipotence. With just the two of them and their firearms, they aimed to cleanse a pack of over 60 wolves. In anyone else's hands, Guamin would have deemed such claims as mere bravado. Yet, with Guang Hao, he felt assured that his brother-in-law spoke with conviction. After driving away the hunting wolves, the surrounding spotted deer began to emerge one after another. Notably, the male deer that Guang Hao had rescued earlier stood less than 5 meters away, tilting its head curiously as it observed him. It bore an expression of conflicting emotions, curiosity mingled with a hint of fear of potential harm from Guang Hao. Seeing the deer in such a state, Guang Hao chuckled softly and then retrieved a packet of rice cakes belonging to Xiaofang from his pocket. "Come here, don't be afraid. I have something delicious," he called out. Observing Guang Hao enticing the wild spotted deer with the rice cakes, Guamin chuckled. "Hey, brother-in-law, you're overestimating things. Spotted deer are quite timid. They wouldn't dare approach strangers." Suddenly, a realization struck him. Spotted deer, being herbivorous creatures, possess a pair of seemingly impressive antlers, yet these offer little protection against their natural predators, who favor their tender flesh. This inherent vulnerability has instilled a naturally timid disposition in them, causing them to flee at the slightest rustle. The notion of them approaching humans seemed utterly implausible. However, this male deer defied Guamin's expectations. It actually tilted its head and cautiously approached Guang Hao, sniffing tentatively before confirming there was no threat. Only then did it delicately take the rice cake from Guang Hao's hand with its tongue, savoring the unexpected treat. After finishing, it appeared quite pleased, relishing a delicacy it seldom encountered. It even nuzzled Guang Hao with its antlers, as if requesting another piece. "My goodness, brother-in-law, are you some kind of celestial being? Why do all the animals seem so affectionate towards you?" Guamin marveled, astonished. "Ha ha ha, this stag is clever. It knows I saved it, which is why it is so friendly with me. You should try, too. They are actually quite docile." Guamin had long felt a yearning to engage with the deer. Upon hearing Guang Hao's words, he quickly grabbed a piece of rice cake and extended it towards the spotted deer. "Here, little one, have a bite." However, upon seeing Guamin's outstretched hand, the male deer startled and leapt 10 meters away, disregarding the rice cake entirely and regarding Guamin with evident wariness. Guamin's heart sank. If Guang Hao were a natural-born druid, blessed with an affinity for animals rated at 99, then Guamin was akin to a born butcher, inherently possessing an animal fear factor of 99. Even now, neither Xiaolin nor the big gray wolf were particularly affectionate towards him, despite his constant kindness. "I knew it. You little creatures don't like me. You're all superficial, only drawn to the handsome ones," he grumbled while squatting down to draw circles in the dirt. Cursing the deer, Guang Hao merely shook his head in bemusement. After a while of interacting with the spotted deer, Guang Hao and Guamin continued their quest in search of deer antlers. At this moment, the male Sika deer had completely regarded Guang Hao as one of their own. As Guang Hao busied himself, the deer followed closely behind, playfully nudging him with its antlers whenever it sensed his idleness. Unable to contain himself any longer, Guang Hao gently patted its head, saying, "All right, enough of that. I have important matters to attend to. By the way, where do you usually shed your antlers? Could you show me the way?" Guang Hao spoke offhandedly, not anticipating anything further. To his surprise, the male Sika deer tilted its head, pondering for quite some time before responding with a couple of calls and then turning to venture into the dense forest. Seeing Guang Hao still rummaging through the grass, it returned, biting the hem of his clothes and tugging him toward the thicket. Hey, don't pull on my pants. They're of poor quality. Don't tear them." Chapter 172. With such a beautiful wife, I can't bear to let you go out. The male Sika deer led Guang Hao into a thicket that was distinct from others. The bark of most trees here was damaged, as if something had been persistently rubbing against it, ultimately stripping it away. Upon arrival, the deer too rubbed its antlers against the bark, for antler growth is both prickly and itchy, prompting Sika deer to seek out such places as makeshift scratchers. This thicket evidently served as their scratching post. With this realization, Guang Hao's eyes sparkled. He and Guamin began to search the thicket, and before long, Guang Hao discovered a pair of antlers beneath a large tree. The antlers had likely been shed recently and were relatively intact, particularly the base where the velvet remained vibrantly red, truly a treasure. As Guang Hao waved the antlers joyfully, he turned to share his find with AI Guamin, only to find that he too had uncovered a pair. AI Guamin's antlers were larger than Guang Hao's, albeit somewhat corroded at the tips due to age. Nevertheless, the most valuable part was the velvet. As long as that remained intact, the difference in value was negligible. In the ensuing time, Guang Hao and AI Guamin entered a mode of eagerly collecting their bounty. The wild Sika deer population in the area was estimated to number around 2,000, all engaged in shedding their antlers within this thicket. While only the males possess antlers, there were at least 700 male Sika deer among them. One can only imagine the sheer amount of antlers concealed within the thicket. Ultimately, Guang Hao and AI Guamin found themselves unable to collect any more. The abundance was simply overwhelming. What others deemed precious, akin to soft gold, was as common as cabbage in this thicket. Weavy struck it rich. This truly is a windfall. This load of antlers will surely fetch several thousand. AI Guamin exclaimed, grinning widely as he carried a heavy basket filled with antlers. If it were to be sold in our town, a few thousand might be somewhat of an overestimate. However, 700 or 800 would be effortlessly achievable. Yet, if taken to the provincial capital, it could fetch at least 1,000 or 2,000. Guang Hao remarked with a smile. Deer antler velvet is undoubtedly a luxury item, accessible only to the affluent elite. Jiaqing is too small and impoverished, while the sale of ordinary mountain goods is manageable. Such exquisite items as deer antler velvet are beyond the reach of most. To command a higher price, one must venture beyond the confines of the city, heading to the provincial capital. However, traveling to the provincial capital is quite cumbersome. Not only must one obtain a letter of introduction, but it also requires several days of train travel. With the train crowded and chaotic, carrying such a substantial quantity of deer antler velvet poses a risk. AI Guamin expressed his concerns. In the 1970s, embarking on long journeys was fraught with complications, and the danger increased proportionately with distance traveled. Just 2 decades prior, the state had mobilized 39 armies and over 140 divisions, summing to more than 1.5 million troops to initiate a massive crackdown on banditry. Although 20 years had passed, and the bandits were no longer as rampant as in the 1950s, remnants still lingered. With such a considerable amount of deer antler velvet on his back, Guang Hao surmised that he would undoubtedly attract attention as soon as he boarded the train. Simply arriving alive in the provincial capital would be a stroke of luck. The prospect of selling deer antler velvet seemed utterly ludicrous. As if these people were not to be trifled with. Let us postpone such matters for the time being. We should first ensure the deer antler velvet is stored properly. Exposure to the elements has already compromised much of it. We will attend to its preservation and then deliberate over the sale, Guang Hao stated solemnly. All right, I shall heed your guidance. Guang Hao and AI Guamin returned laden with their bounty. The two placed the gathered deer antler velvet on a rack to dry, intending to slice it into manageable pieces once it had dried sufficiently for easier transport and preservation. Otherwise, the antlers, with their formidable appearance, would reveal their nature even to the most uninformed observer. Just as the deer antler velvet had dried, the sound of a horn echoed from outside. Guang Hao peeked out and, as anticipated, saw Wu Jiming arriving in a Dongfeng truck to assist with the transport. After greeting Wu Jiming, Guang Hao and AI Guamin began loading the mountain goods onto the truck. They had discovered a habitat for the chamois, along with their own domesticated colorful mountain chickens and spotted pheasants, ensuring a plentiful supply of mountain goods. The minimal quantity required by the state-run restaurant could be gathered in less than half an hour each day. Once the goods were loaded, Guang Hao turned to call out to AI Xiaofang inside the house. Wife, were you not planning to accompany me to Longkou town? What are you still fussing about in there? We must be on our way. Just a moment. I have a few more things to pack. Guang Hao had promised AI Xiaofang that he would take her to meet his friends in Longkou town, but since returning, she had been stealthily rummaging about in the house, and it had taken her quite some time to emerge. After approximately a minute, AI Xiaofang finally made her appearance. Today, as she prepared to meet her friends, the young wife made a concerted effort to avoid bringing embarrassment to Guang Hao. She adorned herself in a delicate floral dress made of high-quality fabric, a gift from Guang Hao, and slipped into a pair of charming red leather shoes. Her hair was styled into the familiar braided pigtails, yet at the ends, she had tied 2 small white flowers, exuding an aura of purity and charm. For a moment, even Guang Hao was rendered speechless by her beauty. Why are you looking at me like that? Is something not right? The silly gaze from Guang Hao made AI Xiaofang's heart skip a beat, fearing she had not met expectations. No, my dear wife, you are simply stunning. So beautiful it leaves me at a loss for words. I can hardly bear to let you go out. What if someone else steals you away? Guang Hao teased with a smile. Should I change into something more ordinary then? Rest assured, my dear brother, I will never be taken away by anyone. I will follow you for the rest of my life. AI Xiaofang declared earnestly. Ha ha ha, no need for that. Come on, let us not keep Comrade Wu waiting any longer. Guang Hao chuckled as he pulled his wife into the driver's seat, embracing her openly. The driver's cabin had only 2 seats, since Wu Zhiming was driving. They had to share the limited space, which meant holding his little wife close. It's no trouble at all. I've not much to do this afternoon, so it hardly counts as a delay. But I must say, Guang Hao, you and your wife share a wonderful relationship. Did you just get married? Wu Zhiming remarked enviously. Just got married? We've been married for over a year, though we only recently registered our marriage, Guang Hao clarified. To still be so harmonious after over a year of marriage is truly commendable. I hope your relationship continues to flourish. You flatter me. For that, I'll increase your fuel allowance by another $1 today. Guang Hao, you truly are like a brother to me. Buckle up. I'm about to hit the road. Chapter 173, A Feast. Guang Hao, AI Xiaofang, and AI Guomin traveled in a large truck to the entrance of Shifeng village, where AI Guohua had already gathered with Wang Laosan and others. With the large truck at their disposal, it was only fitting to include the brother-in-law. Thus, Guang Hao made arrangements with Wu Zhiming to transport the catch from his brother-in-law to Longkou town. Wu Zhiming had no objections, as it was along the way, especially since Guang Hao generously covered the fuel expenses. Today, the brother-in-law's catch was substantial, filling 7 nets, and there were plenty of helping hands. In addition to Wang Laosan, a middle-aged man and Aunt Xiaolan had joined the effort. Upon seeing Guang Hao, Aunt Xiaolan eagerly expressed her gratitude, bowing deeply by the roadside. After the Sun family departed, she found herself alone and uncertain about how to continue living. The following day, AI Guohua invited her to help with the fish catch. The task was quite simple: set the traps, retrieve them, and assist in loading the catch onto the truck. Most of the time, one merely needed to guard the riverbank to prevent the fish traps from being swept away. For such work, AI Guohua surprisingly offered a wage of $1.50 per day, a mere 5 yuan. This is likely the daily earnings of the urban workers. Xiaolan, not being naive, fully comprehended that the Guang Hao family was extending their support to her, and thus she felt an immense gratitude towards them. With such employment, her life had finally regained a glimmer of hope. After collecting the fish catch, the AI brothers settled into the truck bed, sharing light-hearted banter as they made their way to Longkou town. Compared to a while ago, Longkou town had become increasingly vibrant, particularly at the entrance of the state-run restaurant and the supply and marketing cooperative. Long queues had formed. The bustling atmosphere of Longkou town was undeniably linked to Guang Hao. Each day, Guang Hao and AI Guohua delivered mountain goods and fish catches to the state-run restaurant and cooperative, igniting a surge in their popularity. The mountain goods, sourced from Ghost Head Mountain, were exquisite. A single taste would etch the flavor into one's memory. Furthermore, the fish from the Mingjiang River were equally exceptional. As a primary river of the Yangtze River Basin, the Mingjiang's swift currents invigorated the fish, resulting in tender flesh with a subtle earthy flavor that, when lightly cooked, could rival even the finest pork. Moreover, the price of the fish was more affordable than that of pork, which made them exceedingly popular at the cooperative. Not only did it attract attention from surrounding villages, but even residents from the city pedaled over to purchase them. This led to the lively scene that unfolded. Lu Gang, has Wang Gu returned? Guang Hao inquired as he moved the mountain goods to the kitchen. Not yet. Didn't he take leave to go to the city a few days ago? He has been busy ever since and hasn't returned. I'm not sure what he is up to, Lu Gang replied, shaking his head. Aside from delivering mountain goods today, Guang Hao had hoped to introduce AI Xiaofang to his friends, but Wang Gang was still occupied with matters related to Director Zhou in the city. If he hasn't returned, then there's nothing to be done. Perhaps next time fate will bring us together again. If he has business to attend to, that's understandable. However, please reserve a larger private room for me. I intend to invite a few guests for dinner. You should join us once you're done with your work, Guang Hao said with a smile. Lu Gang, who was busy weighing the mountain goods, was momentarily taken aback by this statement. It was one thing for Guang Hao to book a private room for a meal, but he was now among the wealthiest individuals in Longkou Town. With daily earnings exceeding 1,000 yuan from mountain goods, he could effortlessly book as he pleased. Yet, the fact that he was inviting Lu Gang to dine with him was what truly astonished Lu Gang. "I think I'll pass. How good. Thank you for considering me. But I'm just an ordinary waiter. You are acquainted with prominent figures. I hardly have the qualifications to join the table," Lu Gang responded with a modest smile. "What are you saying? What do you mean by lacking qualifications? What is wrong with being a waiter? I'm merely a simple villager myself. I'm inviting friends, not distinguished guests. You must come for a drink. If you don't, it would be as if you're looking down on me, Guang Hao," he insisted. "Now, keep weighing these goods. I'll go call the others. Remember, come for a drink later, or I shall be quite upset." As he spoke, Guang Hao waved his hand and departed. Observing his receding figure and hearing his warm words, Lu Gang, a robust man, felt his eyes slightly redden. Guang Hao was no longer just a simple villager. He was acquainted with prominent figures. The mayor, Hu, and Director Xing were beyond Lu Gang's comprehension due to their elevated status. To cite a closer example, Wang Fugui, the manager of the state-run hotel, was his brother, as was Zhang Mo, the manager of the supply and marketing cooperative. Despite their managerial positions, they still remembered him, a mere waiter, which deeply moved him. "Well, I shall muster the courage to ask for a drink later. I hope you don't mind, Brother Hao. After all, we are family." Guang Hao waved him off amiably. Once Guang Hao had completely left, Lu Gang wiped his reddened eyes and forcefully jotted down a note in his notebook. 2 antelopes, total weight, 250 jin. His younger brother assisting nearby was taken aback. "No, Brother Gang, you must be mistaken. One weighs 102 and the other 104, totaling only 206 jin. Where does the 250 jin come from?" Lu Gang shot a fierce glare at his younger brother. "My math isn't great. 102 plus 104 equals 250. What is it to you?" The younger brother quickly shrank back. If he struggled with math, he should study harder instead of raising his voice. Last night, Li Jun had mentioned treating Guang Hao to a meal. Since he was bringing AI Xiaofang to Longkou Town today, it was fortuitous to gather everyone for a meal and introductions. True to his word, Guang Hao first went to the supply and marketing cooperative to summon Zhang Mo, then visited Li Jun's home to invite the 2 brothers, and even remembered the driver, Wu Jiming, along with a few uncles. In the end, a full table was set at the state-run hotel. "Brother Hao, I've already ordered the dishes for you. Would you like any beverages? I can bring them over." Lu Gang personally attended to the arrangements for Guang Hao's treat, ensuring everything was meticulously organized, including the drinks. "No need. The drinks you have here don't quite match my standards. Knowing Brother Hao would want to toast with us. I've already brought a whole box of Maotai," Zhang Mo chuckled, patting the cardboard box behind him. Hearing that Guang Hao was treating, Zhang Mo's lack of discernment was concerning for a manager. "All right, enough of your bustling. Sit down quickly. I have an important person to introduce today." Guang Hao smiled, urging the busy Lu Gang to take a seat, then stood to introduce his friend. "The reason for this gathering is not solely my idea. It was my wife's wish to meet the distinguished individuals of Longkou Town, which led to today's occasion. Now, allow me to formally introduce the most beautiful woman in the world beside me, my wife, AI Xiaofang." Chapter 174, A Pair of Insoles. When Guang Hao summoned the guests, AI Xiaofang was quietly following behind him. There was no need for introductions. Everyone recognized the stunning beauty who resembled a refined lady from the city, undoubtedly. She was Guang Hao's wife. However, since Guang Hao had not mentioned it, everyone pretended not to notice. Upon hearing his formal introduction, they all immediately rose to their feet. "Greetings, sister-in-law. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Mo, the current manager of the supply and marketing cooperative. I am a younger brother to Brother Hao. Without him, I would not be where I am today. Thus, to me, Brother Hao is akin to a biological brother, and you are my dear sister-in-law. Should you require anything, feel free to come to the cooperative. I shall ensure you are well taken care of," Zhang Mo eagerly proclaimed. "And I as well. My name is Lu Gang, merely a humble waiter at the state-run restaurant, but I too am a younger brother to Brother Hao. Ha ha ha, sister-in-law, when you dine at the state-run restaurant, just look for me. I guarantee you shall be treated splendidly," Lu Gang quickly added, standing to introduce himself. "Greetings, sister-in-law. I am Li Wei, also a younger brother to Brother Hao. If you encounter any troubles in Longkou Town, do not hesitate to seek me out," Li Wei cheerfully stated. "Hello, sister-in-law. I am Xin Hu, yet another younger brother to Brother Hao. Should you ever require my assistance, simply let me know, Xin Hu declared, thumping his chest. Greetings, sister-in-law. My name is Li Jun, a brother of Li Hao. I hold a bit of influence in Longkou town. Should you face any difficulties, feel free to approach me. As I reside here, Li Jun chimed in with a warm smile. AI Xiaofang regarded the enthusiastic faces before her, nodding appreciatively. Although this was her first encounter with each of them, she could discern that they genuinely regarded Guang Hao as their brother. Her world was small, limited to holding only Guang Hao. Thus, anyone who treated him well was deemed a good person, while those who did not were considered miscreants. These were all Guang Hao's brothers, who had provided him with substantial support. They were all good people. Greetings to all of you. Our Guang Hao greatly owes his well-being to your care, and I would like to express my gratitude, she said. Additionally, I have brought some gifts for everyone. I hope you will not find them lacking. With that, AI Xiaofang turned to rummage through a large bag she had brought along. Earlier that day, she had been busy preparing something in the house, and this large bag was the result of her efforts. When Guang Hao had been curious about its contents while in the car, she had hidden it away like a precious treasure, refusing even to let him take a look. To Guang Hao's dismay, this bag contained gifts for Li Jun and the others. Wife, what have you sent them that I was not allowed to see? He inquired, feeling somewhat displeased. Just some inexpensive trinkets. I feared you might scorn them and would not let me take them out, AI Xiaofang replied, a hint of shyness in her demeanor, as she began distributing the gifts to everyone present. At the moment they received their gifts, all were taken aback, including Li Jun, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Having traversed the world for over a decade, Li Jun had received countless precious gifts, yet nothing prepared him for this. The likes of the treasured Suiho pearl, capable of being casually gifted to others, are indeed rare. However, today's present stirred an unexpected emotion within him, for it was a pair of insoles that AI Xiaofang had bestowed upon him. These insoles, crafted from cotton fabric, were adorned with exquisite embroidery, featuring auspicious phrases such as step by step higher, safe and sound, and happiness and fulfillment. Despite AI Xiaofang's skillful craftsmanship, they remained merely a pair of ordinary insoles. Yet, it was these unassuming insoles that moved all the men present profoundly. Li Jun, who had lost both parents at a tender age, was left with only his brother Li Wei among 7 siblings who had succumbed to starvation. His descent into the underworld and engagement in illicit activities stemmed from sheer desperation. The immense suffering and hardship he had endured were too painful to articulate. Nevertheless, Li Jun was human, and like all humans, he longed for the warmth of bygone days. When his parents and siblings were still alive, life was filled with happiness. During those times, his mother would often craft insoles for him, which warmed his childhood. With the passing of his mother, no one had ever made insoles for him again. Little did he expect that today he would receive such a pair. Unconsciously, this formidable man, a figure of a turbulent era, found tears welling in his eyes as he gazed upon the insoles. Lost in contemplation, Li Jun remained ensnared in his thoughts, a sentiment echoed by Zhang Mo and Lu Gang. Albeit their circumstances were not as tragic, their families were still intact. Each time they embarked on a journey, their mother would dutifully fill their backpacks with insoles. However, as outsiders, returning home had become increasingly inconvenient. Glancing back, they realized they had not been home in 3 or 4 years, and the insoles they once carried had long since worn out. Though insoles themselves held little monetary value, costing merely 5 cents a pair, the love of a mother was priceless and irreplaceable. In that moment, AI Xiaofang's insoles evoked memories of selfless maternal love, causing tears to flow freely among them all. Guang Hao and AI Xiaofang were momentarily taken aback, witnessing the tears in the eyes of these men over what was simply a pair of insoles. Zhang Mo, in particular, was the most affected, bursting into loud sobs while clutching the insoles, an embarrassing sight indeed. What do you mean by this? My wife made these insoles herself, and you dare to disdain them? If you dislike them, just return them to me. Guang Hao could no longer tolerate the disdain shown towards AI Xiaofang's heartfelt creation and reached out to reclaim them. However, just as he moved, those around him swiftly concealed the insoles beneath their garments. We are not disdainful, we are moved, they exclaimed. Indeed, aside from his mother, this was the first time he had ever received insoles as a gift from another. Sister-in-law, thank you so very much. This gift will remain etched in my memory for a lifetime. Indeed, I lost my parents at a tender age, and it has been a long time since anyone has bestowed upon me such a heartfelt gift. Dear sibling, should Guang Hao dare to bully you, do not hesitate to confide in me. I shall stand as your protector. From this moment forth, you shall be regarded as my beloved sister. Indeed, we shall recognize you as our only sister-in-law. Your warm-hearted present has deeply touched me, nearly bringing me to tears. Should Hao dare to mistreat you, inform me, and I shall confront him fiercely. With merely a pair of 5-cent insoles, the network of connections that Guang Hao maintained in Longkou town has entirely turned against him. The bewilderment on Guang Hao's face upon witnessing the sudden shift in their attitudes was palpable. Pray tell, how starved for affection must one be to be moved so profoundly by a mere pair of insoles? In chapter 175, do you wish to clear your name? These insoles have remarkably drawn everyone closer together. As the banquet progressed, the attendees treated AI Xiaofang as their unequivocal host, engaging her in conversation and toasting in her honor. The meal left everyone satisfied and in high spirits. After indulging in their feast, Guang Hao and his companions chose to wander about Longkou town, allowing their meals to settle. Lu Gang and Zhang Yimou did not accompany them, as they still had some matters to attend to. As AI Xiaofang strolled through Longkou town, her 5 uncles surrounded her like a protective fortress, ensuring she faced no harm. Guang Hao, wishing to discuss matters with Li Jun and others, deliberately lagged behind. Once he had created some distance from AI Xiaofang and the others, he whispered, "Brother Jun, if you wish to recruit me, I believe I have now joined your ranks." "Ha ha ha, indeed. From now on, you, Guang Hao, shall be my dear brother," Li Jun replied. Not only did he treat Guang Hao to a meal, but he also introduced him to his wife, clearly indicating his sincerity. Since Guang Hao had entered the fold, he inquired, "Brother Jun, pray tell, what exactly is your line of work?" Guang Hao discerned Li Jun's intention to recruit him. His agreement stemmed not only from Li Jun's willingness to invest, but also from his own desire to see if he could alter Li Jun's predetermined fate. If he could persuade the future most notorious figure in the southwest to mend his ways, it would be a monumental achievement. Li Jun cast a knowing glance at Guang Hao, then signaled to Li Wei and Shun Hu, who nodded in understanding. They summoned a few subordinates to clear the area, ensuring that their forthcoming conversation would be private. "Since you, Brother Guang Hao, are one of us, I shall not conceal the truth. We are known as the Dragon Tiger Gang, a quintessential underworld organization with a modest reputation throughout the Jiaqing region. My primary enterprises encompass 3 areas. First, as you are aware, the arms trade. Second, I oversee the black market operations in Longkou town. And third, as you might surmise, we often assist individuals in resolving disputes, such as the nature of our dealings." Li Jun explained with a smile. Guang Hao could only express that the operations of the Dragon Tiger Gang were both predictable and astonishing. In truth, Guang Hao possesses a keen understanding of both the arms trade and the underworld. After all, he himself has procured firearms from Brother Jun. And Wang Daqiang along with his subordinates were also dealt with by Li Wei and his crew, thus he is naturally well informed. However, what he remains oblivious to is that the entire black market of Longkou town is covertly orchestrated by Brother Jun. During the 1970s, under a planned economy, ordinary citizens were prohibited from engaging in commerce, lest they be accused of clinging to the remnants of capitalism and engaging in speculative practices. Engaging in black market activities could lead to severe penalties if apprehended. Nevertheless, trade is an intrinsic law of market economy. One cannot extricate themselves from market transactions. Thus, in this context, 3 distinct markets emerged: the black market, the ghost market, and the pigeon market. The pigeon market is the smallest of the 3, aptly named for its modest size yet comprehensive nature. Typically, the pigeon market operates solely among acquaintances or fellow townsfolk, allowing little to no entry for outsiders. The ghost market, on the other hand, refers to a clandestine market that, while slightly larger than the pigeon market, thrives on its secrecy. Some individuals even conduct trade within ancient tombs. Hence the name ghost market. Similar to the pigeon market, transactions here are minimal, predominantly occurring between familiar parties. Finally, we have the black market, widely recognized as the largest illegal trading hub. In the black market, one can procure virtually anything desired. Here, anyone is welcome, with the volume of goods exchanged being substantial, and it remains a primary target for law enforcement. In contemporary times, the emergence of a black market prompts immediate action from the municipal bureau, summoning a fleet of police vehicles, resulting in an intense scene. Without a modicum of skill and capability, aspiring to establish a black market is sheer folly. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Jun commands the entirety of Longkou Town's black market. This is truly impressive. Brother Jun, both the arms trade and the underworld dealings are not sustainable ventures. Currently, law enforcement is understaffed and investigative methods are antiquated, making it difficult to apprehend individuals as long as there are influential figures above. However, in a few years, as the police system becomes more refined, these two enterprises will inevitably face repercussions. Have you contemplated how to navigate such a situation with your brothers? Guang Hao inquired solemnly. Ha. What else can be done? To be candid with you, Brother Guang Hao, those of us in this line of work understand that our fate is destined to end poorly. Rest assured, although I have brought you into the fold, I will not involve you directly in our dealings. Consider yourself a remote strategist, offering counsel and insight. In the event of our downfall, I guarantee that you will not be implicated. Li Jun smiled nonchalantly. Since you are aware, Brother Jun, have you ever contemplated seeking redemption? Guang Hao asked. Redemption? I dream of achieving it. However, how can I cleanse my hands of this? To be honest, Brother Guang Hao, I support over 500 subordinates. And even just for their living expenses, I am compelled to disburse several thousand each month. Several thousand. If I do not seek alternative means, I can hardly afford my living expenses. Not to mention that these younger brothers have many family members in urgent need of money. Brother Guang Hao, without financial resources, one possesses nothing. The notion of cleansing oneself is utterly non-existent. I shall never achieve such a state. Li Jun chuckled softly as he gazed at the slowly descending sun on the horizon. He was acutely aware that he was steadily marching towards the abyss. Yet what could be done? Who among us walks a path devoid of obstacles? Is it not merely about money? Since you have appointed me as the second in command of the Long Dragon Gang, allow me to instruct you on the art of earning. I assure you, if you follow my guidance, not only will you effortlessly oversee hundreds of younger brothers, but multiplying your profits tenfold will pose no challenge whatsoever. Moreover, rest assured, these ventures will be entirely compliant with the law. Guang Hao spoke with an air of nonchalance, as though making money were as simple as eating or drinking. Upon hearing this, Li Jun was utterly taken aback. Stunned for a considerable moment, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. Brother Guang Hao, is everything you say truly genuine? What kind of business can be so lucrative, especially when commerce is currently prohibited? If you genuinely possess such insights, you shall become the leader of our Long Dragon Gang, and we will all heed your commands. Guang Hao waved his hand dismissively. I have no desire to be the leader. It is an exhausting role. Indeed, business is currently unfeasible. But the tide will soon turn. Restrictions will be lifted, and all limitations that exist now will be abolished. As the standard of living for the people continues to rise, the Dragon Kingdom shall enter its most glorious era. At that time, you may conduct business as you please, with no one to oversee your actions. Chapter 176, Night Ventures. Were these words spoken by another, Li Jun would undoubtedly scoff. He is well aware of the state of affairs in Jiaqing's black market. The idea of free trade is nothing short of a jest, unlikely to materialize in the next decade. Yet, when these words came from Guang Hao, he found himself believing wholeheartedly. It is known that Guang Hao maintains profound connections with Mayor Hu and Director Xing, frequently engaging in discussions with Mayor Hu regarding various matters. His insights into these overarching policies are the most informed. If free trade were indeed possible, it would be a remarkable development. However, even if business were to be permitted, we lack any legitimate enterprises to engage in. Those who follow me are largely uneducated ruffians, while they may handle brawls and conflicts with ease. Expecting them to conduct legitimate business is unrealistic. Given their temperament, they would likely fail miserably. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Li Jun sighed once more. Take my younger brother, Li Wei, as an example. Despite my persistent efforts to compel him to study and learn, he has stubbornly refused. Now, when tasked with responsibilities, he approaches matters with sheer brute force. Such a person, tasked with business negotiations, would likely resort to violence at the slightest provocation. In this manner, what sort of business could he possibly manage? Furthermore, among our group, Li Wei is considered relatively educated. Many others struggle even with basic arithmetic, relying on their fingers for calculations, and beyond simple addition and subtraction, they become utterly befuddled. With such a level of competence, one truly lacks the qualities for legitimate business. Who claims you cannot excel in proper commerce? There exists a venture tailor-made for you. Once everything is fully opened up, If you engage in this endeavor, I assure you, your profits will be substantial, Guang Hao declared with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing these words, Li Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of business is so perfectly suited for us? Guang Hao, please enlighten me, he inquired eagerly. It is, of course, the nightlife scene. As we transition into an era of complete openness, the standard of living will undoubtedly soar. Moreover, with the proliferation of household appliances, the nocturnal lifestyle of the populace will become increasingly vibrant. In due time, nightlife venues will emerge as the new gold mines. Guang Hao articulated. Nightlife venues? What exactly are they? Although destined to be a future titan, Li Jun remains a mere local in Jiaqing, utterly oblivious to the concept of nightlife. Nightlife is a collective term. Any establishment operating at night falls into this category. Bars, nightclubs, and dance halls are just a few examples. Guang Hao meticulously explained the intricacies of nightlife to Li Jun. Since the advent of reform and opening up, the living conditions of the populace have improved day by day, and consumer enthusiasm has reached unprecedented heights. Under such circumstances, nightlife will enter its most prosperous era. In Guang Hao's memory, a simple dance hall equipped with a laser light show and some pulsating music could attract throngs of young patrons. The intoxicating blend of music and hormones ignites an unparalleled desire to spend. Almost every nightlife venue transforms into a veritable treasure trove. Of course, the combination of music, alcohol, and beautiful women can lead to numerous troublesome incidents. Fights and brawls are commonplace. For the average operator, this is a significant headache when managing a nightlife venue. However, for Li Jun and his companions, this is precisely their forte. Should anyone dare to cause trouble in my venue, they should consider the background from which I hail. I could make them vanish without a trace. After absorbing Guang Hao's vivid description, Li Jun found himself unable to shake the thoughts from his mind. Though he had never set foot in a nightlife venue, the mere recounting of Guang Hao's tales stirred a restless excitement within him. Should such a place truly exist, he envisioned himself reveling within its confines every night. The prospect of establishing such a venue filled him with thoughts of immense profit. Furthermore, possessing a legitimate establishment would allow him to emerge from the shadows, walking proudly under the sun without fear or trepidation. This vision of the future held the greatest allure for Li Jun. After contemplating for a full 10 seconds, Li Jun grasped Guang Hao's hand tightly. Brother Guang Hao, becoming your ally is the wisest decision I have ever made in my life. I have resolved to open the nightlife venues you just described. Tell me how much I need to invest and what steps to take. Our Longmen gang is ready to provide funds or manpower. Once the policies are relaxed, we shall be the first to launch the nightlife scene. Observing the excited Li Jun, Guang Hao smiled gently. Do not be hasty. The nightlife scene is not as simplistic as you might imagine. It harbors numerous intricacies. Furthermore, my time is limited, and I cannot dedicate myself to providing you with professional guidance. Therefore, the endeavor of establishing a nightlife venue will require your own initiative. Li Jun, suddenly anxious, interjected. Brother Guang Hao, we are entirely unfamiliar with the nightlife concept. How can we possibly manage this? Should you falter, you can always learn, Guang Hao replied. Currently, our mainland lacks such nightlife, but in Hong Kong, it thrives splendidly. In the 1970s, Hong Kong, this precious gem, had yet to return to the embrace of its motherland. It remained under the dominion of a foreign power, which invested heavily in its development, placing Hong Kong's economic conditions at least a decade ahead of the mainland. The Hong Kong of the 1970s was not only economically prosperous, but also stood as the largest cargo port in Asia, bustling with a multitude of people and a life of excess. The dance halls of Hong Kong had indulged in extravagance for half a century. What do you mean by that, Brother Guang Hao? Li Jun, quick-witted as ever, grasped Guang Hao's implication immediately. Indeed, no amount of my words can compare to your first-hand experience. The nightlife in Hong Kong is currently flourishing. You and your brothers should visit Hong Kong to gain a deeper understanding before returning. I have reliable news that our Jiaqing will initiate a reform pilot by the end of this year. You have more than half a year to learn in Hong Kong. After 6 months, when you return, it will be an opportune moment for you to showcase your talents. Guang Hao remarked with a smile. One must recognize that Hong Kong's economic state is at least a decade ahead of the mainland. If Li Jun and his companions were to gain insights from their time in Hong Kong and return to establish a nightlife venue, it would undoubtedly be a transformative shift for the surrounding area. Coupled with the influence of the Dragon Gang, led by Li Jun, they would likely monopolize the nightlife scene in Jiaqing. there would be no need to resort to thuggery. They would swiftly ascend to the status of renowned entrepreneurs in the city, perhaps even shaking hands with Mayor Hu. Chapter 177, Cultivation. Li Jun trembled with excitement. Despite his current vast influence, evoking respect from all who encountered him, deep down, he harbored fears and helplessness that only he understood. Engaging in the underworld was akin to treading a path towards an endless abyss. No matter how glorious his present circumstances seemed, he faced a dead end. Yet, with so many brothers relying on him for sustenance and lacking other skills, what other choice did he have but to plunge into the depths? It was reminiscent of the tales of Liangshan, where everyone knew that joining the bandits meant feasting on meat and dividing gold. Yet few did so willingly unless driven by desperation. Who among them was not compelled by circumstance to embark on such a perilous path? Now, apart from Liangshan, Guang Hao had illuminated a broad avenue for Li Jun. According to Guang Hao's assertions, if he could indeed establish a nightlife venue, he would transform into an ordinary individual, liberated from a life of trepidation and devoid of a future. Upon reaching this point, Li Jun felt his eyes swell with emotion. Guang Hao, you are indeed my true brother. From this day forth, you shall be the leader of my Long Dragon gang. I, Li Jun, pledge my life to you. As long as you ensure a good life for my brothers, whatever you require of us in the future, I shall comply. Overcome with excitement, Li Jun even contemplated bowing deeply to Guang Hao. Startled, Guang Hao quickly reached out to restrain him. Brother Jun, what are you doing? Besides the night market, I have other plans as well. Please, temper your enthusiasm. Li Jun nearly collapsed in astonishment. He was prepared to show reverence for a mere night market. Yet Guang Hao had more ideas. The realization left him blissfully dizzy. Brother Guang Hao, pray tell, what other ideas do you have? The Long Dragon gang is now yours. You may shape it as you wish. Guang Hao's expression turned serious. What do you mean the Long Dragon gang is mine? I am a reincarnated individual, and you would have me lead a criminal organization. Besides the night market, Guang Hao proposed 2 additional requests. First, since the Long Dragon gang had resolved to go legitimate, it was imperative to dispose of all remaining firearms immediately. These weapons were akin to ticking time bombs. Should they be discovered, the entire gang, from top to bottom, would face dire consequences. The second request was to temporarily shut down the black market. This closure would not be permanent. Rather, Guang Hao intended to devise a plan to transform the black market into a legitimate pilot market ahead of schedule. Without hesitation, Li Jun agreed to both demands. Although the arms trade constituted a significant portion of the Long Dragon gang's income, he was willing to relinquish it for the sake of establishing a prosperous night market. He was initially concerned about funding, but Guang Hao's assurance that he could expedite the black market's transformation into a legitimate enterprise alleviated those worries. Even if the legitimate market yielded less profit, the prospect of his brothers earning a lawful income was enough to satisfy him. The two engaged in clandestine discussions until dusk settled in. AI Xiaofang and several brothers from the AI family had completed their exploration of Longkou town and were waiting for Guang Hao at the intersection. Nevertheless, Li Jun still felt a lingering reluctance to part from Guang Hao. The more he interacted with this brother, the more he realized the treasure he possessed. Problems that had troubled him for over a decade were resolved with a mere wave of Guang Hao's hand, and each of his ideas was both imaginative and highly actionable. Li Jun was confident that if he followed Guang Hao's guidance, the transition for his group to legitimacy would be seamless. They would no longer need to live in fear. A prospect that seemed almost dreamlike. Brother Guang Hao, whenever you find the time, do come by for a drink and a chat. Don't forget. Despite Guang Hao's repeated insistence on leaving, Li Jun clung to him, unwilling to let go. I understand, Brother Jun. Please let me go. My wife has been waiting for me for quite some time. Very well. Remember to come and share a drink with me when you have the chance. I got it. Xiaofang village, the home of Guang Hao. Li Jun aspired to drag Guang Hao into his troubles, but Guang Hao swiftly pulled him back to safety. With his own matters settled, he now had to attend to the affairs of his third brother. After his rebirth, Guang Hao felt perpetually busy. During the gathering this evening, he had already consumed quite a bit, so he resolved not to drink further. He asked his wife to prepare a pot of hot water and steep some deer antler slices, sipping and conversing as he did so. Third brother, have you given it some thought? Do you truly wish to enter politics? Guang Hao cradled his teacup, resembling a retired official, taking a sip after each statement. Indeed, I have aspired to enter the bureaucratic realm since childhood. However, my intention is not to amass wealth. I genuinely wish to accomplish something for the community and assist everyone. Our Xiaofang village is exceedingly impoverished. Not only is the land barren, but its fertility is also low. Therefore, we must initiate change and seek alternative methods to enhance our lives. When discussing his ideals, third brother Ai Guazhong transformed entirely. His face radiated with brilliance, and fervent conviction sparkled in his eyes. This was the first time Guang Hao had witnessed such a fervent expression from his third uncle. In his previous life, the uncles had no dreams or aspirations. They were merely engaged in menial tasks while gathering evidence to aid Guang Hao's appeal. By the time Guang Hao was released from prison, the hardships of life had rendered his uncles mere shadows of their former selves. His beloved sister had met a tragic end, and their efforts to rescue Guang Hao were solely to fulfill her dying wish. The light had long since faded from his uncle's eyes. They moved about like soulless beings. In his previous existence, Guang Hao yearned to make amends for them, yet their spirits had perished along with Ai Xiaofang that fateful day. No matter how he sought to atone, it proved futile. Now, however, fate had granted Guang Hao a chance at rebirth. His uncles remained youthful, still harboring their dreams. If Guang Hao did not lend them a hand, it would be a profound waste of this second chance at life. Since you have such an aspiration, I shall offer you a suggestion. Our Xiaofang village is indeed barren, and relying solely on agriculture presents no viable future. However, there exists a project that requires no cultivation, and we can carve out our path. Guang Hao spoke. What project? Third brother Ai Guazhong's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Animal husbandry. Guang Hao pronounced the words emphatically. Chapter 178. Are you certain you do not want a young lady? Ai Guazhong had anticipated profound insights from Guang Hao, only to hear him propose animal husbandry. In this era, raising livestock seemed the most unreliable endeavor. In the 1970s, people struggled to find enough to eat and wear, subsisting on porridge and wild vegetables. Under such dire circumstances, to consider animal husbandry was almost laughable. The crux of successful livestock raising lies in ample grain supply. Only with sufficient feed can livestock thrive. Yet, with everyone grappling with hunger, where would they find extra grain to nourish the animals? Without food, livestock cannot be raised, yet with food, is it still necessary to rely on animal husbandry to escape our predicaments? These two concepts present a paradox. Guang Hao, the living conditions in Xiaofang village are far inferior to those of our family. You are not unfamiliar with the circumstances here. You know well enough how everyone lives. We can barely feed ourselves, let alone have the luxury of engaging in livestock farming. Moreover, there are already livestock in the village, as you can see, and the costs and returns are nearly equivalent. If we encounter incidents like the leopard attack, we could suffer total losses. Therefore, raising livestock is simply unfeasible. Ai Guazhong unceremoniously doused the conversation with cold water. With your outdated methods of animal husbandry, there is no hope. However, I possess a revolutionary biological feed that not only reduces grain consumption, but also ensures that livestock thrive and grow robustly. Particularly for pigs, with my feed, they can gain at least 200 gene in a year. Guang Hao declared confidently. Upon hearing this, not only Ai Guazhong, but even the other Ai brothers leaned in with curiosity. Is that true? Our production team's pigs only gain less than 60 gene a year. And those few pigs in the village have been fed for years, yet still haven't reached 200 gene. Indeed, what sort of miraculous biological feed is this? Brother-in-law, you can create such a thing, they exclaimed. Of course, our brother-in-law is an intellectual, nothing can hinder him. If such feed truly exists, then why bother with farming? How do we procure this feed? Please enlighten us. Several uncles inquired eagerly. In the 1970s, the primary reasons livestock were difficult to rear were not only a lack of food, but also the widespread ignorance of proper feed usage. Modern pig farming can yield 200 gene in just over half a year, solely reliant on ample feed. During Guang Hao's previous life as a forest ranger in Ghost Head Mountain, due to inconvenient transportation of supplies, he had researched and produced biological feed to meet the animals' needs. Naturally, his homemade feed could not compare to that produced by feed factories. However, Guang Hao possesses a formidable advantage. His skills are enhanced to their utmost potential due to his reincarnation. When it comes to producing biological feed, with just a bit of thought, he quickly comprehends the necessary ratios to ensure results that rival modern fattening feeds, perhaps even surpassing them. With the right feed, it would be a trivial matter for Xiaofang village to prosper through animal husbandry. As for how to produce this feed, I can explain it, but you might not grasp it fully. I can only assure you that the feed I create is not only cost-effective, but also highly effective. The large black pigs in our village, which struggle to gain weight, can be expected to increase by around 100 gene in a year after consuming it. Third brother, since you aspire to enter politics, you must now seriously consider how to construct a pig farm and lead the people of Xiaofang village toward prosperity through livestock farming. The method has been conveyed to you. The rest is up to your own contemplation and reflection. Once you have formulated your thoughts, I shall introduce you to Mayor Hu, at which point you can present your ideas to him. As long as he is able to make a decisive judgment, your position as village leader will be secure. Guang Hao remarked. When it comes to aquaculture, Guang Hao possesses clarity akin to a mirror from his 2 lifetimes of experience. However, he refrains from overwhelming third brother AI Guozhong with all this knowledge at once. Otherwise, even if AI Guozhong were to ascend to the role of village leader, he would merely echo Guang Hao's sentiments. Guang Hao offers him a broad direction, leaving the rest to be refined through AI Guozhong's own contemplation. Very well, I shall return and reflect deeply. If I encounter any uncertainties, may I seek your guidance once more? AI Guozhong readily nodded in agreement without hesitation. Ha. Of course you may. Third brother continued to inquire about numerous aspects of aquaculture until 8 in the evening, ultimately departing Guang Hao's residence reluctantly, spurred by AI Guohua's gentle urgings. After completing his evening routine, Guang Hao lay on his bed and stretched languorously. Today had truly been exhausting. He had toiled for half the day on Ghost Head Mountain, assisted Li Jun ashore, and strategized with third brother, feeling as though his brain cells were nearly depleted. Yet, despite the fatigue, Guang Hao felt a profound sense of joy. In his previous life, Li Jun had been a notorious figure in the chaotic aftermath of the founding of the nation. As a leader of the underworld, he had committed numerous wrongdoings. In this lifetime, having met Guang Hao, Li Jun could retire from his tumultuous life early, thereby averting many future tragedies. Guang Hao's actions had unknowingly salvaged countless families. As for third brother AI Guozhong, Guang Hao had a deep understanding of his several uncles' characters from his 2 lifetimes. Each of them was truly commendable. Third brother harbored aspirations of entering politics, fueled by a profound desire to serve the people. Should he truly become a high-ranking official, he would undoubtedly eschew any nefarious dealings to amass wealth or power. He would emerge as a virtuous and loyal official, wholly dedicated to the welfare of the populace. Such a figure would be a boon to the people. Reflecting on the 2 significant good deeds he had inadvertently accomplished today, Guang Hao could not help but smile broadly. Why are you grinning like a fool? He mused. Encouraging third brother to pursue the village leadership feels even more gratifying than seeking it for myself. AI Xiaofang, having completed her evening routine, climbed into bed and nestled against Guang Hao. Of course, being an official is exhausting. One must be hands-on with every matter. But third brother's position will be different. All the burdens will fall upon him, and once he is in power, he can protect me. Don't you think that brings me joy? Guang Hao said with pride. AI Xiaofang smiled and planted a kiss on Guang Hao's cheek. Darling, I know your intentions are not merely to have third brother shield you. Your true aim is to ensure we can live a prosperous life. You have provided opportunities for our eldest brother in the fishing business, taken our second brother hunting, and assisted our fourth brother with his house. Now, you are paving the way for third brother to enter politics. I have successfully arranged matters concerning my several elder brothers, and I find myself at a loss as to how to express my gratitude to you. My dear husband, you truly are the finest spouse in the entire world. The praise from AI Xiaofang sent Guang Hao soaring with elation. What could possibly be more gratifying than hearing your wife, with an adoring gaze, proclaim that you are the best husband on earth? The answer is nothing. Do you now recognize your husband's worth? Guang Hao shot a playful glare at AI Xiaofang, who, somewhat bashfully, stuck out her tongue and playfully nudged him with her delicate legs. What can I say? My husband is simply too handsome for me to resist. Chapter 179. A letter from father. In the days that followed, Xiaofang village remained tranquil. The busy farming season was nearing its conclusion, and with the aid of the mighty water buffaloes, all the rice paddies had been thoroughly tilled. The villagers had begun to channel water from the Mingjiang River to irrigate the fields. Once all the land was transformed into paddies, they could commence the planting of rice. This year, with the assistance of 2 robust water buffaloes, Xiaofang village not only completed the prescribed farming tasks, but even managed to cultivate several additional acres of previously barren land. Do not underestimate those extra acres. This additional land will significantly ease the hardships of winter. The water buffaloes were generously provided by Guang Hao's family, and the villagers of Xiaofang remembered their kindness. As a result, Guang Hao and Ai Xiaofang standing in the village soared, and wherever they went, they were met with heartfelt gratitude and warm smiles from the villagers. To be honest, this feeling was quite delightful. During these past few days, Guang Hao had little else to occupy his time. Each morning, he would tend to the fences on Ghost Head Mountain, and in the afternoons, he would descend to deliver mountain goods to Wu Jimin. Ghost Head Mountain was remarkably calm, and even the wild wolves, which usually prowled near the sick deer, seemed to have vanished. Guang Hao hadn't spotted a single wolf hair in days. Ai Guamin jokingly suggested that perhaps the wolves had been frightened away by the hunting rifles in their possession, retreating deeper into the mountain. Guang Hao, however, paid them little mind. Aside from the destructive wild boar population, he typically refrained from interfering with the natural development of normal wildlife. As long as the wolf pack stayed away from his sick deer, he could afford to turn a blind eye. Longkou town continued to buzz with activity. Yet Wang Fuguei had not returned. Not only had he not come back, but when Guoyang had also taken leave. With the absence of the elder, Lu Gang had taken charge of the state-run restaurant. Guang Hao had initially assumed that with his leopard skin, Wang Fuguei's position as manager was secure. However, given the lengthy delay, it seemed that even with the assistance of the leopard skin, Wang Fuguei faced considerable challenges. This was to be expected, while Wen Guoyang lacked exceptional skills. He had been employed at the state-run restaurant for quite some time and had not committed any significant transgressions. Such state-owned enterprises are known for their strict hierarchy. And while Wang Fuguei had many admirable qualities, his brief tenure and youthful age worked against him. Nevertheless, Guang Hao was not overly concerned with this matter. Wang Fuguei's ascension to the position of store manager is indeed a fortuitous development, promising to fortify his mountain goods business. However, should he fail to attain this role, it matters little. Guang Hao possesses ample means to deal with Wen Guoyang. Meanwhile, Wang Fuguei remains unreachable, while Li Jun faithfully awaits Guang Hao at the intersection each afternoon. As soon as Guang Hao arrives in Longkou town, Li Jun insists on either inviting him to his home for drinks or taking him to the state-run restaurant for a meal, like a persistent adhesive that one cannot easily shake off. Li Wei and Shun, who have already departed from Jiaqing. After Guang Hao informed Li Jun, he personally saw the two of them off to the train the following day. Li Jun has also nearly wrapped up his arms dealings at home, even ceasing operations in the black market. He obediently complies with whatever Guang Hao requests, a model of compliance. Frankly, if Li Wei were to witness Li Jun in this state, he would undoubtedly be left in astonishment, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Such respectfulness and attentiveness, serving tea and pouring water. Could one really believe this was the same brother who once wielded a machete and terrorized the streets? After spending the afternoon conversing with Li Jun, Guang Hao returned home only as dusk approached. Lately, his household has been quite lively. Since the improvement in living standards, his uncles frequently visit for meals, or they invite him over, leaving little room for Guang Hao and his wife to enjoy their couple's time. Furthermore, third brother Ai Guazhong is fervently dedicated to the farming endeavor, visiting daily without fail to seek advice, often lingering until 6 or 7 in the evening. The following day, as Guang Hao's family gathered for breakfast, most of the uncles had arrived, and Li Lu was also present. This young lady did not sit alongside Ai Guohua. Instead, she approached her sister-in-law, engaging in light-hearted chatter while eating, their laughter filling the air. Just as the family relished their breakfast, a clear, melodic chime resonated, followed by the arrival of a bicycle at Guang Hao's doorstep. The rider, a young man clad in military green attire, carried a large canvas bag and scrutinized its contents with a serious expression. "Hello, may I ask if this is the residence of Comrade Guang Hao?" At first, Guang Hao did not recognize him, but as the young man retrieved a letter from his bag, realization struck him. This was none other than a postman, a role that had long since vanished in the modern age. In the 1970s, communication was not as advanced. To connect with one another, people relied solely on letters, and postmen were tasked with delivering them. Guang Hao wiped his hands and quickly stood up. "Yes, I am Guang Hao. Do you have a letter for me?" "Indeed. This letter is yours. Please accept it," the postman replied, extracting the letter from the canvas bag and handing it to Guang Hao. Guang Hao took the letter, smiling as he said, "Thank you for your hard work in delivering this letter so early. Why not join us for breakfast and have a drink?" The postman waved his hand and smiled. No need for that. I have already eaten. I have other letters to deliver. Farewell, comrade. Farewell. After seeing off the postman, Guang Hao finally examined the envelope in his hand. However, upon glancing at the signature, he was instantly taken aback. What is the matter? Who has sent you a letter? AI Xiaofang observed Guang Hao's demeanor and felt a sense of foreboding. My father, Guang Hao uttered, and the small courtyard was instantly enveloped in silence. AI Xiaofang, now visibly anxious, rose to her feet, her eyes slightly reddened. What does your father want with a letter? Could it be that he wishes for you to return? The first correspondence from his father had arrived nearly a month prior, in which he informed Guang Hao that he had secured a return quota for him. In his previous life, Guang Hao, upon receiving this quota, had not hesitated for a moment and had returned to the city, thus igniting a series of tragic events. However, in this life, Guang Hao had not even been granted a qualification to return, yet he unexpectedly received a second letter from his father. Brother-in-law, I must say, what is so appealing about the city? Why do you constantly yearn to go back? Indeed, here in Xiaofang village, you enjoy a bountiful life. And your new house is under construction. Wouldn't staying here be far superior to returning to the city? Exactly, brother-in-law. Next, I plan to run for village secretary. Once I am elected, I will lead everyone in raising Changbai pigs as you suggested, and our lives will surely improve. We have no envy for city life. Guang Hao, you absolutely cannot leave now. Xiaofang has just become pregnant. If you depart, what will happen to her and the child? Though Guang Hao had yet to express any intention of leaving, his friends had already begun to counsel him against it.